I woke up to find myself back in 1958, a time of extreme material scarcity, having become a penniless, unfortunate soul who had been swindled out of all his money by his own father and starved to death. But just as I thought my life was nearing its end, a supermarket that could sell anything appeared on my wrist. And you can instantly grab 100 pounds of flour for just 1 yuan. But to unlock more features in this supermarket, it actually requires. My name is Chenxi. A college student got lost in the mountains, was hit by a rock, starved for 3 days, and finally passed out in the damp weeds. When I woke up again, I heard the call of my neighbor auntie, and before my eyes was an unfamiliar, old room. The calendar on the wall clearly reads 1958. I've traveled through time. After merging memories, I realized that the original owner of this body is also named Chenxi. His parents died early, and his father ran away from home. He embezzled all the money, leading to him starving to death at home. Fortunately, the original owner was about to start working at a steel mill as a logistics procurement officer. Auntie saw I was awake and brought over a bowl of fried noodles, though there was only a thin layer at the bottom. That rich aroma of flour still makes me ravenously hungry. I gulped down the noodle soup, thanked Auntie, and promised to buy her some big bones once I got my paycheck. After Auntie left, I felt a burning sensation on my wrist. Looking down, I noticed a backpack imprint had appeared on my wrist, with the words 58 Supermarket faintly visible on it. I realized, this is my golden finger. However, the supermarket was completely empty, with only a 1 yuan flash sale section offering just 2 items, flour and eggs. And all start at 100 Jin per auction. In this era of extreme material scarcity, it was nothing short of a godsend. I didn't hesitate to click buy, but the system showed insufficient balance. Then I remembered the original owner's family still had a shabby bicycle. I immediately pawned it and got 20 yuan in return. After topping up, I successfully snatched 100 pounds of flour and 100 eggs for just 2 yuan in a flash sale. With flour and eggs, I've temporarily solved the problem of food and warmth. I started studying the supermarket system and discovered that besides the 1 yuan flash sales, it also had a magical storage bag feature. With a thought, the table at home instantly disappeared and appeared in the storage bag. This is simply the ultimate tool for pilfering. After daybreak, I boiled a few eggs and ate them hurriedly before rushing to the steel mill to report. My position is a procurement officer, belonging to the 5th section of the 4th Procurement Department. Section Chief Wang Weiman was worrying about the factory's grain crisis, as each department was required to increase procurement quantities. Returning to the courtyard after work, the neighbor Auntie Erda warmly inquired about how I was doing. She told me that Auntie's family had run out of food and hoped I could help out. My heart skipped a beat. Auntie herself had run out of food, yet she could still spare precious fried flour to save me. A drop of kindness deserves a flood of gratitude. I went home and fetched 10 pounds of flour, then quietly delivered it to Auntie's house. Seeing the flour I brought, Auntie was moved to tears. I politely declined her thanks, turned around, went back inside, and steamed a pot of buns. After dinner, I opened the 58 supermarket again. Apart from the empty flash sale section, I noticed an extra good person card in my backpack. Recalling the incident of delivering flour to Auntie during the day, I guessed that doing good deeds could earn me good person cards. I clicked to use it and instantly unlocked the meat section. Pork belly, pig's feet, chicken, duck, goose, the dazzling array of meats thrilled me. I immediately exchanged for 5 pounds of fatty meat, and my balance instantly decreased by 5 yuan. But this effort has strengthened my resolve to find ways to increase my income while continuing to do good deeds. The next day, instead of going to the countryside for supplies as the original host had planned, I decided to first return to Lijiazwang to visit my grandparents. This way, I could avoid raising suspicion while also earning a good person card. Before setting off, I revisited the 1 yuan flash sale section again. Today's items were peanuts, sweet potatoes, and candy. I snapped them all up without hesitation. Following the route from memory, I returned to Lijia village. The poverty in the village was worse than I had imagined. Several children were gnawing on grass roots. My heart softened with compassion, and I shared the peanuts from my backpack with them. A little one with a runny nose recognized me and called me Grandpa Shirlu. My heart ached as I handed out peanuts to the children lined up in a row, who then ran off excitedly, showing off the gifts from Uncle 16 to the villagers. The women nearby, seeing this scene, began to plan matchmaking for me, though I was completely unaware of it. Chapter 4, Back to Grandpa's house. For them, this handful of peanuts was already a rare delicacy after all. They ate wild greens every day. As soon as Chenxi arrived at his grandparents' doorstep, he saw Grandpa fiddling with a shovel. Approaching closer, he noticed the wooden handle had snapped off. "Grandpa, I'm back." Startled by Chenxi's voice, the old man tossed aside the broken tool. "Chenxi, you're back. Come inside quickly. Have you eaten? I'll have your grandmother cook something for you." The simple words carried genuine concern. Chenxi quickly waved his hands. "Grandpa, I'm not hungry. Look what I brought you. From now on, you and Grandma can eat and drink to your heart's content. I can support you both." Hearing those words, "I can support you now," the old man nearly couldn't hold back his tears. Good. Our Chenxi has really made something of himself," he said with a satisfied smile.
Chenxi first pulled out the leftover peanuts from his bamboo basket and handed them to his grandfather. "Grandpa, save these peanuts for your drinking." He knew the old man enjoyed a drink now and then, but their family's limited means meant they could only afford sweet potato liquor, a simple, homemade brew that wasn't particularly flavorful. The old man's face lit up at the sight of so many peanuts. "Oh my! So many peanuts, this is wonderful." He imagined the aroma of roasted peanuts, paired with liquor, a heavenly combination, and couldn't help but swallow hard. But reason prevailed. "Grandpa will just grab a handful to try, and you can take the rest back." Chenxi shook his head with a smile. "Grandpa, you should keep them for yourself. I'm on the government payroll now, I don't need these." The government's good, the old man declared cheerfully. After all, in this era of scarcity, a procurement officer was a coveted position, granting access to more resources. He thought to himself, now his grandson would never go hungry. Next, Chenxi pulled a bag of flour from his backpack. "Grandpa, you and Grandma are getting older. Eat more refined grains from now on, it's better for your health." The old man took it and exclaimed in surprise, "This is fujiang flour." He knew it was the finest flour available, refined, high in gluten, low in impurities, and snow white. Back then, flour was graded as type 1, 2, 3, or 4, and fujiang flour was equivalent to the former type 2, top-tier quality. The old man sighed. If this had been coarse grain, it would have lasted us much longer. Still, he felt deeply touched, thinking his grandson was even more filial than his own son. "Save this white flour," the old man mused. "It'll be more than enough for marrying off a daughter." In those days, 10 caddies of grain could secure a bride in the countryside. Some families even waived the dowry to lighten their burden. Chenxi smiled reassuringly. "Grandpa and Grandma, you needn't worry about my marriage. Just enjoy this flour without a care." After saying this, he reached into the shopping basket and pulled out the eggs. "And these eggs? Oh dear, 2 of them are already cracked." Chenxi lamented. The old man turned at the sound and indeed saw 2 broken eggshells, their precious liquid already spilled. It pained him deeply. These were valuable nutrients, after all. Why bring so much stuff? Grandpa scolded, though the smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to hide. Chenxi deliberately teased him. "Grandpa, I'll be coming back to stay often. How could I not stock up on good food? I just can't stand that throat-scratching cornmeal." Hearing this, the old man's face lit up with joy. "Really? I'll have your grandmother make you some minced pork noodles later." Saying this, he pulled out a large piece of fatty pork from the bottom of the shopping basket. The old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. So much meat, and all of it thick, fatty cuts. These were prime goods. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if his grandson had brought back an entire year's meat ration. He knew supplies were relatively plentiful in the city, but there were still rationing limits, especially for scarce goods like meat. Chenxi sensed his grandfather's doubts and interrupted with a smile. "Grandpa, have you forgotten? I'm a procurement specialist. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to bring back some meat? You and Grandma can eat it without worry. From now on, our family won't have to worry about food or drink." The old man thought it over and realized his grandson had a point after all. He was a procurement specialist. "This meat is truly excellent. I'll go render the fat right away," the old man declared, stroking the large piece of fatty meat with evident delight. Only then did Chenxi realize how desperately people in this era craved fatty foods. The old man swiftly put things away, picked up the large piece of fatty meat, and began slicing it. He filled a whole basin before lighting the stove. In this weather, meat wouldn't keep long. He had to process it quickly. Render the fat for oil, and the leftover cracklings could be used to make dumplings. No need to buy meat filling. "I'll go fetch some water," Chenxi said, noticing the low level in the water jar. The old man waved him off hastily. "Chenxi, no need. Your uncle comes by often." Only then did Chenxi recall his uncle Li Shouqiang, who was responsible for caring for the 2 elders. A wave of warmth washed over him. His uncle's family wasn't well off, raising 3 children: 7-year-old Lifu, 6-year-old Likai, and 4-year-old Lifeng. Years ago, with so many brothers, the family property divided among them was meager. Fortunately, Chenxi's grandfather had extended a helping hand. This kindness was deeply etched in the minds of his uncle and aunt, who frequently came to assist. Tasks like fetching water and chopping firewood rarely required grandfather to lift a finger himself. How could grandfather bear to let his eldest grandson do such heavy labor? Just then, 3 little ones came running in from outside, the children of their uncle. Barefoot, their clothes patched upon patched, hands grubby, they clearly suffered from malnutrition. The little ones ran in, shouting, big brother, we want peanuts too." Evidently, word of the incident at the village entrance had already spread. "Go wash your hands first," Chenxi pointed to the water barrel in the distance. "Scrub them clean," Chenxi instructed as he helped scoop water for them. Chapter 5, Uncle? "Big brother, that's wasting water," Lai Fu reminded him sensibly. At home, they would have been punished for using water like this. Chenxi froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's fine. Grandfather quickly smoothed things over. He thought to himself, what's the harm if his eldest grandson uses a few extra scoops of water? He'd just have Xiaoxiang his cousin fetch a couple extra buckets later. However, Chenxi didn't give his younger siblings peanuts. Instead, he pulled out some candy he'd just snagged on a flash sale at the supermarket and shared it with them. Eat this at home. Don't go outside. Candy. Lai Fu and Lai Kai jumped up excitedly. Little Lai Fong piped up in her baby voice, I've never gotten this much candy in my whole life. Chenxi couldn't help but laugh and sigh inwardly, how old are you, talking about your whole life? But he didn't correct her, just smiled and ruffled Lai Fong's hair. Grandpa, standing nearby, addressed the three little ones, you must always remember your eldest brother's kindness, understand? The brothers Lai Fu and Lai Kai nodded solemnly. We'll never forget it for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Chenxi felt a mix of emotions, both amused and saddened. He thought, why does that sound so strange? But seeing the three little ones' innocent smiles, he couldn't help but laugh too. Back in the courtyard, Uncle Su and his daughter-in-law returned together. Auntie couldn't wait to share the news, did you know? Chenxi is such a good kid he brought us over 10 pounds of flour. Upon hearing this, Su's widow, his daughter-in-law, was overjoyed. This 15 pounds of flour would undoubtedly sustain them until next month's grain ration arrived, truly solving their immediate crisis. Uncle Su also looked relieved, but then he thought for a moment and said, next time he comes back, I'll give him 2 yuan. We still have some money, but grain is really hard to buy. Even at the pigeon market now, grain prices are outrageous. He went on to explain that while the pigeon market had started as a folk market for selling pigeons, it had gradually evolved into a large, comprehensive marketplace for all kinds of transactions, though it remained unregulated. Some might confuse the pigeon market with a black market, but in reality, there was a difference. The pigeon market is a legitimate marketplace for ordinary people. The black market, however, operates differently. It typically runs covertly at night, dealing in illicit goods. Entry requires payment, and it's guarded by dedicated personnel. Currently, the price of flour at both the pigeon market and the black market has risen to 1 yuan per jean. Despite this, many people are still willing to buy this expensive grain because they have no choice, there simply isn't enough to go around. Even so, flour remained a hot commodity in both pigeon markets and black markets. Uncle Su knew their rationed grain would only dwindle further. They couldn't keep relying on Chenxi's handouts every time. Chenxi worked in procurement and could obtain grain outside the official rationing system. By utilizing Chenxi's connections, they could purchase additional grain, offering a sustainable solution to their problem. Auntie nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, that's only right. Chenxi's had his own struggles too. Meanwhile, back in Li village, Chenxi's grandmother had likely heard the news as well. Carrying a small basket with just a few wild greens inside, she hurried back home. Before she even reached the doorstep, the aroma of fried pork rinds wafted toward her. Chenxi emerged carrying a small bowl of fried pork rinds, ready to share them with the children, when he spotted his grandmother returning. Grandma, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to go digging for wild greens anymore? Chenxi said with a hint of reproach in his voice. The old woman beamed, her smile stretching so wide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathered together. All right. I won't dig anymore. As long as my eldest grandson is back, I'll do whatever he asks. Seeing her grandson bring out the bowl of greasy pork rinds to share, the old woman felt a twinge of regret, but it was quickly overshadowed by deep satisfaction. As long as her beloved grandson was happy, nothing else mattered. Old woman, hurry up and make dumplings. The old woman responded with a nod and hurried inside. Only then did Chenxi begin distributing the pork cracklings to the children, line up properly, one at a time. No pushing. Each child received 2 pieces of greasy pork rind. Many ate 1 piece but couldn't bear to eat the other, carefully taking it home instead. The children who received the greasy bits politely said thank you, savoring the taste long after they finished eating. So delicious, fragrant and crispy, with oil filling my whole mouth. Chenxi stared wide-eyed at the kids standing before him, nearly as tall as he was. How old are you? Why are you here lining up for food? The boy gave an awkward smile. Uncle, could you spare me 2 pieces? I'll take them back for my little brother. He twisted his ankle and couldn't make it. Chenxi eyed Lai Fu skeptically. He wasn't familiar with many people in the village. Lai Fu nodded. Chenxi shook his head helplessly but still handed the boy 2 extra pieces of greasy pork rind. Thanks, uncle. After distributing the greasy scraps, Chenxi returned indoors. The old lady had already prepared a cup of sweetened water. Chenxi, come drink some sweet water. Clearly, Lai Fu and the others didn't get this kind of treatment. This is wonderful, thank you, Grandma. Chenxi savored the elderly woman's affection, lifting the cup and drinking it all in one gulp. Instantly, sweetness spread throughout his mouth. Feeling a bit warm? Come here, Grandpa will fan you. Chenxi laughed helplessly. Grandma, it's okay. I'm not hot. Having Grandpa fan me would be too much of an honor. Not long after, his Aunt Huang Lan also arrived at the house. Oh my! Chenxi brought back so many things again. How wonderful! Her face beamed with joy as she calculated inwardly, no matter what, her family would benefit too, at least the 3 children would get to eat something decent. In a while, I'll figure out a way to get some fabric. When I do, I'll ask you to make a few sets of clothes for my grandparents. Laifu and the other kids work hard too, make them each a set as well. Chapter 6, The Sound of Gongs. Forget Laifu and the others, their clothes are still wearable. Chenxi couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly at this remark, silently grumbling, they're covered in patches, how can you call that wearable? Truth be told, in the countryside back then, every child wore patched clothes. Many were even altered from hand-me-downs from adults. Chenxi quickly interjected, I know people at the textile factory. I can get fabric. You two don't need to worry about it. The old man chimed in, Shuchang's wife, just listen to my precious grandson and do as he says. Huang Lan nodded quickly. Uncle, I understand. The old lady then began instructing the 3 little ones, including Laifu, remember your big brother's kindness, you hear me? After her little lecture, she took Huang Lan to the kitchen to get busy preparing dumplings. Huang Lan stared wide-eyed at the things Chenxi had brought back, exclaiming repeatedly, Auntie, Chenxi is truly amazing. Hearing this, the old lady beamed inwardly, though she scolded playfully, you lot are all good for nothings. Only my Chenxi makes me proud. She then launched into another round of self-praise, showering Chenxi with extravagant compliments while subtly putting others down to elevate her beloved grandson. His aunt Huang Lan stood nearby, chiming in to support the old lady's words. A little while later, Chenxi's uncle, Li Shuqiang, returned home, dusty and weary, carrying 2 buckets of water on his shoulders. The old man, seeing him, didn't even let Li Shuqiang catch his breath before barking orders, Chenxi's back today. Fetch a few extra buckets of water so he can bathe later. Sure thing. Li Shuqiang cheerfully agreed, showing no sign of complaint. He was far more diligent here than he ever was at his own parents' place. The whole village knew this, and no one ever said a word about it. Seeing this, Chenxi quickly said to the old man, Grandpa, please let Uncle Li rest a bit. Then he turned to Li Shuqiang and added, Uncle Li, I'll go fetch water with you later. Li Shuqiang waved his hand with a smile. No need, no need. Chenxi, you just stay home and rest. The water source is a bit far now. Since the old well dried up, we have to walk even farther. Seeing his precious grandson pleading on Li Shuqiang's behalf, the old man seized the moment, then don't rush off just yet. Stay for a meal. You'll be allowed a couple of cups later. Thanks, Uncle. Li Shuqiang beamed, overjoyed at the invitation. Sweet potato liquor was a rare treat. Usually, the old man would sneak a cup himself and rarely let him have any. The thought of sipping 2 cups of that sweet, fragrant liquor made carrying a few extra buckets of water feel like nothing. He was thrilled, savoring every moment. Truth be told, he could have eaten at the village canteen. But today, with dumplings being made at home, who would want to eat that awful wild vegetable porridge at the canteen? Not only was it tasteless, but it wouldn't fill you up either. Huang Lan, busy making dumplings, couldn't help but praise the flour again, this flour is truly excellent. If Chenxi hadn't been home to eat, they might have had to add something to the flour. Who would spare premium flour for dumplings? At that moment, every household in the village was buzzing about Chenxi, their words brimming with envy. Since their own children had benefited from Chenxi, they were naturally generous with their praise. Freshly made dumplings were carefully arranged on the table. Grandma had even specially stir-fried a small dish of crispy, fragrant peanuts, prepared just for Grandpa's drinking time. The old man cheerfully pulled out his treasured sweet potato liquor from the cabinet and asked Chenxi with a smile, Chenxi, would you like to join Grandpa for a couple of drinks? Chenxi smiled and nodded. Of course, Grandpa. I'll have a couple with you, but we'll take it easy. Next time I come back, I'll bring you a couple bottles of good liquor. My dad still has a bottle of Moutai stashed away. The moment Chenxi's father was mentioned, the old man's expression darkened instantly. Don't mention that good for nothing. What an unfilial son, he fumed, thinking bitterly, with such fine liquor, he never thought to bring some home to honor his old man. Compared to his dutiful grandson, it's like night and day. Back in the day, he'd worked his fingers to the bone to send him to school, expecting to enjoy some peace and quiet in his old age. Little did he know that once his son got married, he'd forget his parents. After moving to the city, his visits grew fewer and fewer. Now he'd gone and run off with a widow, working himself to the bone for her. Still, that good-for-nothing had one redeeming quality, he left them with Chenxi, their dutiful grandson, who would be their support in their twilight years. Seeing this, Chenxi quickly changed the subject. The old man was usually talkative, but Chenxi couldn't join in. After all, old Li had fulfilled his duty as a father to him, leaving nothing to criticize. The fragrant roasted peanuts and dumplings whetted everyone's appetite, especially the 3 little ones Laifu, Laikai, and Laifang, who devoured their food with wolfish hunger. Big brother, can we have dumplings again tonight? Laifang asked innocently. In her memory, dumplings were only served during the new year, and they never tasted as good as they did today. Laifu and Laikai couldn't help but look at Chenxi, their eyes brimming with hope. Their mother shot them a stern look. You wish. Thinking you'll get more tonight? One meal wasn't enough? They wanted to eat them again? Dream on. Only the landlords could eat them daily back then, right?
If it weren't for brother Chenxi coming back, they wouldn't even get a few bites of wild vegetable dumplings.
Oh. The three little ones responded with disappointment. Seeing their reaction, Chenxi smiled and comforted them. No dumplings tonight, we're having meat. At that, the three youngsters' eyes lit up instantly. Meat? Fantastic. Their aunt scolded sternly, we're eating at home tonight. No. Chenxi cut her off. Auntie, let's all eat together. Aunt Huanlan hesitated, stealing glances at Chenxi's grandmother.
The old lady noticed this, pursed her lips, and said with a hint of reproach, my grandson invited you, and you're not being polite.
Fine, come on over. Consider yourselves lucky. Huanlan and her husband exchanged a knowing smile, silently grateful. Truthfully, they themselves were fine.
It was mainly their concern for the three children that made them feel they should nourish them as much as possible.
That's why they mustered the courage to accept the invitation.
After the meal, Uncle Li Shuqiang prepared to head out for work. He rubbed his belly with satisfaction.
It's been ages since I've eaten this much. Chenxi followed him out.
Third uncle, since I won't be around much from now on, I'll be counting on you to keep an extra eye on Grandpa and Grandma, Chenxi said earnestly. Li Shuqiang took a deep, satisfied drag on his cigarette and grinned.
Hey! You don't need to tell me that. Rest easy.
With me keeping an eye on things around here in the countryside, you can be sure nothing will go wrong.
Chapter 7, Is there any grain left in your village? Just then, the sound of a gong being struck echoed from outside.
Li Shuqiang's face flashed with alarm. He hurriedly said to Chenxi, Uncle San will have to cut our chat short for now.
We'll talk later. The village is probably intercepting the water again. In those days, water was life itself.
Crops, especially wheat, suffered severely from water shortages.
Besides wheat, the village also grew corn, which was now at a critical stage of growth. Curious, Chenxi followed along, wanting to see what the commotion was about.
Passing by the wheat fields, he noticed cracks already forming in the soil.
No wonder the villagers were so anxious.
The village was nearly out of grain, relying on the wheat in the fields to save them. The small river flowing through Lijia village was now nearly dry, with scarcely any water visible. Soon, the young men of Li village gathered, hose in hand.
Some even carried hunting rifles.
Led by the old party secretary, they surged toward Shangshui village with fierce determination, looking every bit like an army marching to demand justice. Chenxi was still deep in thought when the old party secretary suddenly approached him. Chenxi, I hear you're working in procurement at the factory, is that right? The old party secretary asked.
Chenxi looked up at the old party secretary, smiled, and nodded. Yes. If our village ever has anything to sell, you can come to me. The price?
It'll definitely be higher than the supply and marketing cooperative's buying price. In truth, Chenxi knew full well that most villagers didn't have much to spare. They barely had enough to feed themselves. How could they afford to sell anything?
Can you trade for grain?
Anything will do. Cornmeal, for instance, the old party secretary pressed.
Chenxi paused slightly. What would you bring to trade?
The old party secretary gritted his teeth and said, if possible, I'll organize some people to go into the mountains tomorrow and see if we can hunt a wild boar back. Wild boars in the mountains weren't easy to deal with, but to prevent the villagers from starving, they had no choice but to take the risk.
Chenxi asked again, want sweet potatoes? You can trade for more.
He quickly scanned the items in his backpack. No cornmeal. The supermarket's selection was still sparse, offering only a handful of goods. Moreover, the flour sold there wasn't like the cornmeal of this era. It was pure cornmeal ground from kernels, without any corn cob mixed in. Compared to the goods in his backpack, sweet potatoes were undoubtedly the cheapest option he had on hand. Sweet potatoes were selling for 3 cents per pound on the open market, and the black market prices were even more terrifying, 5 cents or more per pound.
Even with money, you couldn't always get your hands on them.
Whenever sweet potatoes appeared in the market, they were immediately snapped up. He could offer them to Li village at a discount, but absolutely not too low otherwise. Besides, Chenxi had no intention of doing charity work. Besides, he desperately needed money right now. He had a leak funnel super item to purchase. If he let his system balance run dry, he'd be left with nothing but regret. Though he only had 100 Gene now, who knew what would happen once new items unlocked? He might not be able to afford them then. Not to mention, sweet potatoes were among the cheapest items in any supermarket. In the future, sweet potatoes were the absolute bottom-tier items you bought with cash in supermarkets. He was sure 58 supermarket would be no different.
And wild boars weren't exactly easy to hunt down.
I'll take whatever you've got, especially good stuff like sweet potatoes.
Chenxi, how much do you have? How much can we trade for?
Chenxi thought for a moment and said, let's trade by weight. I'll prepare some first, but you'll need a few days. The old party secretary was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately thanked him.
Chenxi, keep an eye out.
Wait for my good news, the old party secretary said gratefully.
Secretary, you're too kind.
I'm just another member of Li village too, Chenxi replied with a smile. Truly the words of an educated man, so well spoken. Nearly everyone in Li village bore the surname Li. Blood ties ran deep. Almost every household shared some kinship. Take Li Chenxi and the old party secretary's families, for instance. Strictly speaking, they shared some kinship, though it extended beyond the 5th degree of consanguinity, making the connection less immediate. Beyond the 5 generations of kinship, marriage between men and women was permissible, as there was no direct bloodline connection. Generally, the 5 degrees of kinship encompass the great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather, grandfather, and father, plus siblings of the same generation, totaling 5 generations. This meant that individuals of the same generation who did not share the same great-great-grandfather were considered outside the 5 degrees of kinship. Starting from the point of kinship, after exceeding 5 generations, people were no longer required to observe mourning rites for them. This situation was called exiting mourning, and in common parlance, it was also known as exiting the 5 degrees of kinship. In ancient times, the original 5 degrees of mourning attire actually referred to the 5 distinct ceremonial robes worn by the Son of Heaven, feudal lords, ministers, nobles, and scholars. Among the common people, this evolved into 5 grades of mourning garments based on kinship proximity. This historical meaning is largely forgotten today. Soon, the people of Li village arrived at Shangshui village, and the two villages began to face off against each other. First, they argued their case. But who would have thought that the people of Shangshui village were equally aggrieved, for their section of the river was also nearly dry. "Everyone, take a look for yourselves," declared the Shangshui village chief, his face etched with helplessness. This left the Li village residents utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't that there was no water at all, but the flow was pitifully weak. Even if Shangshui village used not a single drop, it was doubtful whether any water would reach Li village. In an instant, the villagers of both communities wore deeply troubled expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension. If this continued, grain yields would inevitably plummet, and starvation could become a real threat. The Shangshui village chief took a deep drag on his pipe and turned to the elderly Li village party secretary. "Old Li, do you have any surplus grain left? Could you lend us some until?" Before he could finish, the old party secretary cut him off. "We can't hold out much longer either. I was actually planning to ask your village for some." "Alright. What a pair of brothers in misfortune." Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the old secretary led his people back to Li village. But the water problem still gave them a headache. Li village still had a spring, which was the villagers' lifeline for drinking water. Ever since the original well dried up, everyone had been fetching water from that spring. Chapter 8. Perhaps this water pump could fetch a good price? Given the current situation, the village spring well needed to be put to good use and not left neglected. This meant the villagers' daily water usage would need to be regulated. Li Shuqiang's plan to fetch extra buckets of water today would likely fall through. "Uncle San, it's no big deal. I'll just go take a bath in town later," Li Chenxi told Li Shuqiang. If everyone in the village had to do this, he couldn't very well make an exception for himself. Still, thinking of his grandparents' quality of life, Li Chenxi considered a hand pump. Installing one beside their house would make water access much easier. Don't be fooled by the current drought and lack of surface water. There's plenty of groundwater beneath the surface. All they needed was a good spot to dig down, probably just 10 meters or so before hitting water. Unlike in the 1990s and 2000s, when groundwater was exploited so intensely that levels plummeted, sometimes requiring wells over 100 meters deep just to find water. This pump, however, is simple to operate and can draw water from about 10 meters underground. His hometown back in his previous life had one, so he knew firsthand that it wasn't technically complex. It only had a handful of parts. While it might seem complicated to an outsider, to Li Chenxi at the factory, it couldn't be simpler. Any experienced technician could build one. With that thought, he wanted to return to the steel mill immediately to make preparations. "Chenxi, you go back first. I'll see if I can pick up a few more things," Li Shuqiang said, clearly not giving up yet. Lost in thoughts about the hand pump, Li Chenxi paid him no mind. Back at his grandfather's house, Li Chenxi began drafting the blueprints. Besides the components, he also needed to make a drilling rod. Grandpa and Grandma saw him intently sketching and writing, so they deliberately avoided disturbing him. Not only that, they sent Laifu and the other 2 children away, hoping he could design in peace. By evening, Li Chenxi had completed the blueprints for all the parts. Just then, Uncle San returned carrying water. "Didn't they say every household would have a water quota from now on?" Li Chenxi asked in surprise. Li Shuqiang chuckled slyly. "Old secretary knew I was fetching it for your family, so he didn't stop me." On this matter, the old party secretary hadn't voiced any objections, and the other villagers had all agreed without raising any concerns. What could they do? A hand that feeds you is a hand you owe. Their children had all eaten food from Li Chenxi's kitchen. What harm was a few extra buckets of water now? Li Chenxi shook his head slightly. "Once or twice is fine, but don't do it again. It's easy to make enemies that way." The old man wholeheartedly agreed with his well-behaved grandson's perspective and declared, "Chenxi is right. Starting tomorrow, we'll follow the village rules again." In these trying times, fairness and impartiality were paramount. Special treatment was unacceptable, otherwise, the community couldn't unite to weather the storm. With both Chenxi and the old man speaking up, Li Shuqiang relented, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Though the villagers remained silent, who knew what they were thinking? Li Xiaoshan quickly changed the subject. The former party secretary plans to take some people into the mountains tomorrow.
Li Chenxi knew this plan best, so it came as no surprise.
In his view, the scenario of hunting or fishing in the mountains and encountering retired officials seemed to be a plot device many time travelers were fond of.
But he found it somewhat unnecessary.
After all, whether hunting or fishing, it all boiled down to acquiring supplies. With his supermarket as a trump card, as long as he had money, he wouldn't have to worry about resources. There was simply no need to bother with such things. Considering the black market situation, he would most likely keep it secret from everyone and quietly trade for items there.
Otherwise, where else would he earn money?
Of course, all this hinged on ensuring his own safety.
As for the plot point of encountering a retired old man,
he thought that was utterly ridiculous.
How likely was it to happen?
We should head into the mountains to scavenge for food. Old Man Li thought this was only natural. When the crops in the fields couldn't fill their stomachs, it would be foolish not to think of seeking food in the mountains. Rather than sitting around waiting to starve to death, it was better to muster the courage to venture into the mountains.
Who knows? They might just find a way to survive.
During the evening meal, Li Chenxi ate sparingly, mainly because the lack of seasoning made the meat taste rather poor. Without various seasonings, simply boiled or stir-fried with a little salt, how delicious could it be? Yet Grandpa and Grandma mistakenly believed Li Chenxi was deliberately letting them eat more, and their hearts were touched once again. The old lady kept serving him meat, leaving him both helpless and amused. Lai Fu, Lai Kai, and Lai Fong had clearly been instructed by their mother each ate only 3 pieces of meat before hesitating to take more. Even so, they felt incredibly fortunate, for theirs was the only family in the village currently able to eat meat. The next morning, Li Chenxi woke to find his grandmother had already prepared steamed buns and boiled eggs.
Both elders had already eaten their cornmeal steamed buns earlier that morning.
They had risen early and eaten quickly, deliberately avoiding Li Chenxi's sight. Despite their eldest grandson bringing back ample provisions, the elderly couple still insisted on saving the best for him, content to eat whatever was left. Noticing crumbs of cornbread on the floor, Li Chenxi immediately feigned anger and threatened, "Grandma, if I ever catch you eating cornbread again, I'm never coming back to this house."
Caught out by her grandson, the old woman quickly agreed, "All right. We won't eat corn-steamed buns next time. Grandma will have your aunt bring all the corn flour back home soon."
She didn't want to upset her own grandson.
If he stopped coming back, the two of them would be heartbroken.
Brother! Lai Fu and the others burst into the room, only to see their eldest brother eating breakfast. They promptly backed out, knowing better than to intrude.
"Where are you going?"
"Come in, all of you," Li Chenxi called from the doorway. He peeled the eggs, eating only the whites and leaving 3 yolks behind. Only then did the 3 siblings calmly enter, carefully observing the old lady's expression as they walked. The old lady reminded them that when they grew up, they must repay their eldest brother's kindness and never become ungrateful.
"Try some."
Li Chenxi handed the egg yolks in his hand to the 3 siblings, 1 for each. Truth be told, he didn't care for egg yolks himself, they seemed dry and bland. "Grandma, I'll be heading back to town shortly to handle some business. Tell the village chief that if they actually manage to hunt down a wild boar, have them come find me in town to transport it. They'd better bring an ox cart, otherwise, they won't be able to haul it. I'll come back in a few days to visit you and Grandpa," Chenxi said to the old woman. Hearing her grandson was returning to the city, the old woman's face showed reluctance. But when she heard he'd be back in a couple of days, she felt reassured. "All right. I'll have your grandfather tell the old secretary," the old woman agreed with a smile. Li Chenxi wasted no time. After a quick drink of water, he set off back to the capital. Meanwhile, he mentally reviewed the supermarket's inventory. Today's system flash sale section had refreshed and now featured 100 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of beef jerky. Chapter 9, Reaching the Peak of Life. Without a second thought, Li Chenxi spent 2 yuan to snatch them up instantly. 100 jean of beef jerky. This was a huge score. If sold on the black market at 5 yuan per jean, they'd be snapped up instantly, especially since ration tickets were no longer required for purchases. Back at the courtyard house, he placed 50 jean of eggs into his procurement basket, intending to deliver them to the steel mill to fulfill his quota. After all, he hadn't been back to the factory in a day. As a procurement officer, while the job offered some flexibility, he couldn't completely disappear. He had to report to the factory from time to time, show his face, and let his superiors know where he was. After all, the monthly minimum procurement quota was a hard target. Failing to meet it would be impossible to justify. Li Chenxi silently calculated in his mind. With 50 jean of eggs already in hand, if the village could be more generous and provide a wild boar, this month's performance wouldn't just meet the target, it would comfortably exceed it. That would surely impress the factory leaders and smooth the way for future projects. No sooner had he returned to the courtyard than his auntie arrived, breathless, clutching a pair of brand new cloth shoes and 2 yuan in her hand. Her face beaming with joy and her eyes brimming with gratitude, she said, "Chenxi, I've been waiting for you to come back. I sewed these shoes especially for you, you must take them. And here's 2 yuan. It's not much, but it's a token of my appreciation." Chenxi hurried forward, taking the shoes with both hands. Feeling the fine stitches on the soles, his heart warmed. But he firmly pushed back the money she offered, saying sincerely, "Auntie, you're being too formal. I'm already overjoyed just to have these shoes. I've earned quite a bit from this job myself, so I can't accept your money. Keep it for yourself, treat yourself to something nice, improve your life a little." After all, a pair of cloth shoes was quite valuable in those days, worth about 5 yuan. In fact, Chenxi had been thinking of compensating his aunt with some money or other gifts for these very shoes. But auntie insisted, pressing the money into his hand, "It's different. The shoes are my gift to you. Actually, I'll need your help again later. I was wondering if I could buy some food from you? Is that okay?" So she had other requests after all. "Of course. Auntie, just give me a moment," Chenxi replied. Saying this, he fetched a small basket of eggs from inside and presented it to her as a token of gratitude. He knew well that some favors shouldn't be taken for granted. Though eggs were cheaper than meat, they were still pricier than rice and other grains, costing about 3 or 4 cents per pound. Chenxi beamed with warmth as he held the eggs in both hands and presented them to the auntie. "Auntie, take a look, these are eggs I specially bought. You know Dongzi and the others are growing fast and need all the nutrition they can get. Please take some home to help the kids build up their strength. Auntie, please don't be polite. Take them without hesitation. If you insist on refusing, then I can't accept these cloth shoes either. You should take them back or I'll feel terribly guilty." Auntie clutched the basket of eggs, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This was truly a godsend. "Auntie, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional. These cloth shoes are beautifully made and fit perfectly. The moment I slipped them on, I was transported back to childhood memories of grandma sewing shoes for me. It warmed my heart. My grandparents keep talking about how they'd love a pair of shoes this nice. Auntie, if you have the time, could you make 2 more pairs for me? I want to take them back and make the old folks happy." He paused briefly, then continued after a moment's thought, "Auntie, I can't let you work for nothing. Food is scarce these days, and times are tough for everyone. How about I trade you some grain for them? You contribute your craftsmanship, I contribute grain, we both get what we need. If you agree, you'd be doing me a huge favor." My grandparents would be incredibly grateful. Chenxi knew his grandparents, being elderly, didn't have high demands for clothes or shoes. They simply wanted something comfortable and sturdy. Auntie's cloth shoes, with their simple design and meticulous craftsmanship, felt soft and cozy on the feet, exactly the kind his grandparents would love. If they received such shoes, they'd surely be overjoyed and talk about them endlessly. Originally, Chenxi had planned to buy them at the supermarket, but since auntie was such a skilled craftswoman, having her make them was perfectly fine. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Auntie was overjoyed at the suggestion, nodding eagerly in agreement. She even inquired carefully about the size needed. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how devotedly filial Chenxi was. He always kept his grandparents in the countryside in his thoughts. Regardless of anything else, this devotion alone was enough to make anyone envious. Auntie carried the basket of eggs back home, her steps lightening with joy. Back home, her little grandson Dongdong came running over, hugging her legs and staring wide-eyed at the eggs, his eyes practically glowing. "Good boy, Dongdong. Remember to be polite to your Chenxi brother when you see him, okay? He gave you these eggs. Grandma will make you egg drop soup tonight." Auntie stroked Dongdong's head as she taught him the importance of gratitude. The little guy nodded solemnly. "Grandma, Dongdong understands. Last time I even helped brother Chenxi wipe down his bike." Chenxi stared at the 2 Good Samaritan cards in his supermarket backpack, lost in thought. Sure enough, doing one good deed earns you a good deed card. And good deed cards unlock new items in the supermarket. Good deed card, successfully activated. Good deed card, successfully used. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the produce section. 1 good deed card consumed. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the food section. 1 good deed card consumed. Chenxi beamed with delight as he saw most items priced at mere cents or dimes. Now it finally looked a bit like a supermarket. Though it was still little more than a small convenience store, it had everything it needed and was beginning to take shape as a proper supermarket. The issue with those sweet potatoes didn't faze him at all. The supermarket now had 4 main sections: 1 yuan flash sales, meat section, vegetables section, and food section. In this era of scarcity, having a supermarket brimming with diverse goods was undoubtedly a highlight of life. "I'm rich. I'm rich. I'll do good deeds and become the top philanthropist. I'm going to reach the pinnacle of life." Secrets don't stay hidden long in a courtyard house, and besides, the deal between Chenxi and auntie was above board. Nothing was kept under wraps. Soon, nearly every auntie in the courtyard knew about it. "In our courtyard, only Chenxi still has any grain left," one auntie remarked with emotion. "Chenxi's job in procurement is so much better. Way better than that good-for-nothing son of mine," another auntie said enviously. "My niece works at the textile factory. Maybe one day." One auntie started to say, but was cut off by another who knew the inside story. "What are you thinking? Old Lee's already got things arranged," the informed one said. "What? Chenxi has a partner now?" the other woman asked in surprise.
Yep. Old Li mentioned it briefly when he was drinking at my place the other day, the informed woman replied. What a pity. With Chenxi's qualifications, marrying into that family would be pure bliss, the other woman lamented. Exactly. He had a car, a house, good looks, and a procurement officer's salary that made anyone green with envy. The women calculated in their minds that if they ever truly struggled to make ends meet, they'd go to Li Chenxi to buy something. But asking him to give things away for free or lend them? They couldn't bring themselves to open their mouths for that. Li Chenxi tidied up the house briefly and took the worn clothes out to wash. When a man does laundry, it's just that scrub a few times, stomp a few times, wring it out a few times, and that's it. After finishing, he locked the door and headed to the steel mill to report for duty. This policy of not allowing residents to lock their doors was something only the courtyard where Shaju lived would enforce. What if something got stolen? Who would be held responsible? Even if there were no thieves, what if a stray cat or something stumbled in and knocked something over? That would still be a loss. Li Chenxi's steel mill was the largest in the capital, even bigger than the Red Star rolling mill where Shaju worked. It had been established back in the early Republican era. With tens of thousands of workers, the grain consumption at such a massive factory was staggering. That's why their procurement department was split into 4 sections, each with 5 divisions under them. Li Chenxi worked in Section 5 of Procurement Division 4. Their section chief was Wang Weiman, and their team consisted of 10 people. Right now, Wang Weiman was in a real bind. The section chief had issued a strict order demanding every division find ways to increase procurement volumes, as the factory was also facing a looming food crisis. The cafeteria kept cutting back on workers' meals. Word was that another worker had fainted from hunger yesterday. Luckily, it hadn't caused a production accident this time. Chapter 10, Wild Boar. But the procurement officers were struggling too. They'd scoured every village and commune near the capital, yet found almost nothing edible left to scrape together. The countryside was now tougher than the city. To increase procurement, they had no choice but to venture farther afield. Chenxi is back. Hearing his colleague's words, Wang Weiman immediately turned to see Li Chenxi entering with a large procurement basket on his back. Be careful, it's full of eggs, Li Chenxi cautioned. Hearing this, everyone rushed over to help carry the basket. Wow! So many eggs. Chenxi, where did you get all these? Wang Weiman was also taken aback by this little surprise. Several hundred eggs, quite an impressive haul. I went a bit farther this time, so I haven't been back for the past couple of days, Li Chenxi explained. Wang Weiman not only refrained from reprimanding him but publicly commended him instead. Chenxi did a great job. You all should take note. See? As long as you're willing to venture further afield, supplies are still available. What else is down here? Ha? Is that beef jerky down there? Wang Weiman quickly spotted the secret in the shopping basket. Li Chenxi explained with a smile, I met a fellow villager on the way. His relatives from the grasslands sent him dozens of pounds of beef jerky, and he couldn't finish it all, so I took it off his hands. The price was a bit steep, though. Wang Weiman was overjoyed upon hearing this, waving his hands hastily. A higher price is fine as long as it's quality stuff. As long as the purchase price wasn't outrageous and the goods were quality, it was all good. The normal purchase price here wasn't the market rate, but the low price set by the rural supply and marketing cooperatives. That's why many locals preferred selling their goods to procurement officers from large factories like theirs. This was a rare fine dried meat. Their steel mill hadn't procured such high-quality goods in ages. Section chief, can we keep a little for ourselves? Someone asked, eyes glistening at the pile of jerky as they began scheming. Slightly diverting supplies was one of the unwritten rules in the procurement department. Of course, it wasn't free. They'd buy a portion at the purchase price to take home, which was internally permitted. But once the goods were received and inspected, they were off limits. Wang Weiman thought for a moment and said, we won't be keeping any jerky this time. As for the eggs, though, everyone can take about a pound each. Just pay Chenxi for them. Though slightly disappointed, everyone agreed eggs were a decent consolation and began selecting theirs. In the end, each person selected 10 eggs, roughly half a pound, and gave Li Chenxi 3 cents. Wang Weiman then took the jerky and remaining eggs to register and record the transactions. The jerky was priced at 2.5 yuan per pound, while the eggs were 40 cents per pound. Nowadays, beef and pork were priced similarly, with beef even slightly cheaper. However, it took 3 pounds of beef to make 1 pound of jerky, so the price of 2.5 yuan per pound for beef jerky was reasonable. After Li Chenxi signed the paperwork, he received 141 yuan, 125 yuan for the beef jerky and 16 yuan for the eggs. Selling these items on the black market would certainly fetch a higher price, which explains why so many people preferred to trade there. But selling individually on the black market was too troublesome and risky. After careful consideration, Li Chenxi decided to sell these items to the steel mill for now. Li Chenxi wasn't in a rush to deposit all his money into the virtual supermarket in his mind. After all, he needed to keep some cash on hand for unexpected expenses in the real world. At noon, he had a simple meal at the factory, but the food was mediocre and didn't quite suit his taste. In the afternoon, Li Chenxi killed time by goofing off at the factory.
Meanwhile, back in Li village, the villagers who had ventured into the mountains returned laden with goods. The smiles radiating from their faces clearly indicated a bountiful harvest. 2 wild boars, each weighing over 100 pounds, were carried out by the villagers working together.
Chenxi has already returned to the city?
Alright, I'll organize some people to deliver it to him, the old party secretary said with a smile, having no intention whatsoever of keeping any meat for the village.
Why eat meat? Wouldn't sweet potatoes be just as good?
These 2 plump boars were robust and substantial in size. After a careful inspection, he estimated the combined weight of both pigs to be around 280 pounds. After removing the heads, hooves, and internal organs, the net weight would likely be about 200 pounds. This was no small matter. At current market rates, it could fetch nearly 8,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. At this thought, the villagers' eyes lit up. 8,000 jin of sweet potatoes, what a mountain that would be. Enough to sustain the entire village from now until the next harvest. By dusk, the villagers of Lijia village finally delivered the 2 wild boars to Li Chenxi's courtyard house in the city. So this is Chenxi's city residence, murmured a young man enviously. Ah, if only I could live in a place like this. A slightly plump middle-aged man with an authoritative air immediately frowned, gave the young man a firm but not overly hard pat on the head, and said sternly, "How dare you address Chenxi by his first name?
Have you no respect for your elders? Stop daydreaming about living in the city all day long." Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the courtyard and inquired, "Fellow villagers, what brings you here?" "Comrade, hello. We're from Li Chenxi's hometown."
Learning they were from Li Chenxi's rural hometown, the woman instantly relaxed her guard and grew much more welcoming.
"You're here looking for Chenxi, right? He's still busy at work and hasn't clocked out yet. But judging by his usual schedule, he should be back soon. Why don't you rest here for a bit and wait patiently?"
Just then, Li Chenxi, who had finished work early, strolled back leisurely.
"You're here?" Li Chenxi greeted them warmly.
The middle-aged man leading the group, the one who had just patted the young man on the head, was Li Dague.
By family seniority, he was Li Chenxi's uncle.
"Uncle Li, the old party secretary asked us to deliver these wild boars." As he spoke, Li Dague lifted the hay covering the ox cart, revealing 2 cold, lifeless boars. The old woman caught sight of them and sucked in a sharp breath. Li Chenxi was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the village to bag 2 wild boars this time.
"Dague, you two come to my place for a bit."
"I'll take the boars to the steel mill," Li Chenxi arranged.
"Uncle 16, we'll help you."
The young man, thinking himself quite capable, volunteered to assist. Mainly, he also wanted to go to the steel mill to broaden his horizons.
But Li Dague smacked him on the head again.
The old party secretary had told him about the wild boar for sweet potato deal. This was Uncle 16's private arrangement with the factory, not something to be made public.
The fewer people who knew, the better. Why would you tag along? You really have no sense of the situation. "Uncle 16 will wait for you back at the courtyard," Li Dague told Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi nodded. "There's food in the cupboard. Help yourselves to something to tide you over." Turning to the elderly woman beside him, he added, "Auntie, could you show them the way?"
After making arrangements, Li Chenxi covered the wild boars with dry grass once more and drove the ox cart toward the steel mill. The section chief had specifically told him today that if he could bring back more supplies, he could be promoted early and his salary would increase to 28.5 yuan. With these 2 wild boars, his promotion was practically a sure thing.
In fact, even delivering just 1 would be more than enough to secure his permanent position. At the steel mill gate, the security guard asked with a hint of surprise, "Aren't you off duty already?" Li Chenxi paused, handed him a cigarette, and grinned, "Got some good stuff. You'll be feasting tomorrow." Chapter 11, Seeking Uncle San for Forging. Hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze shifted to the cargo on the ox cart, and he hurriedly opened the gate, saying, come on in. Bringing meat back to the factory? That's a real big shot. Once inside the factory, Li Chenxi immediately notified his boss, Section Chief Wang. Upon hearing the news, Section Chief Wang was both shocked and delighted. 2 wild boars? You're one smart kid. Your promotion is a done deal. Come on, take me to see them. He wasn't one to keep a low profile. Along the way, he deliberately spread the news. His subordinate had procured 2 wild boars and he expected him to keep it quiet? No way. It was finally their turn for Department 4, Section 5 to shine, and everyone had to know about it. Hearing this, the staff from other sections of the procurement department felt a pang of envy. What kind of bull luck was this? Section chiefs from other units lashed out at their procurement staff, demanding to know if they even wanted promotions. If they had any ambition, they'd better step up their game. In an instant, a large crowd gathered, staring intently at the 2 wild boars Li Chenxi had brought in, their mouths watering greedily. Hurry up, clean them out, weigh them, register them, and pay up, Wang Weiman ordered his subordinate in charge of receiving the goods. 2 burly men emerged from the canteen, wielding butcher knives. With practiced skill, they began plucking the wild boars and cleaning their entrails. Chenxi, this is Section Chief Zhang from our 4th section. Wang Weiman seized the moment to introduce Li Chenxi. Hello, Section Chief Zhang. Li Chenxi greeted him respectfully. Section Chief Zhang was in an especially good mood today. He patted Li Chenxi on the shoulder in a friendly gesture. Chenxi, right? You've got potential. Keep up the good work. Any difficulties at work? No difficulties, Section Chief. It's just that bulk procurement takes so much time and effort. Could you approve a bicycle for me? I could travel farther to source supplies. The section chief pondered for a moment before replying. Section Chief Wang, I recall we still have a used bicycle in our section, right? The one left behind when old Zhang retired last year? Yes, Section Chief. Deputy Section Chief Zhang did indeed have a bicycle when he retired. Then give it to Comrade Li Chenxi to facilitate his work. Thank you, Section Chief. Thank you, Division Chief. I will work diligently and give my all to live up to your trust. The 2 wild boars weighed 203 gene. After Section Chief Zhang and Division Chief Wang argued their case forcefully, the factory finally decided to purchase the wild boars at 90 cents per gene. Though this was slightly higher than the market price of 80 cents per gene for pork, no one objected after all. Finding meat was truly difficult these days. Whether it was 90 cents or $1, the factory had to accept it. They couldn't let this hard-won meat slip away. Thus, Li Chenxi earned another 182.7 yuan. Combined with the previous 141 yuan, his total funds now exceeded 300 yuan. On the way back to the courtyard, Li Chenxi deliberately loaded the ox cart with sack after sack of sweet potatoes of full 2,000 gene. Even the old ox pulling the cart seemed strained, as if expressing its discontent. Back home, Li Dagui and the others stared at the cupboard overflowing with rice, flour, eggs, beef jerky, and other goods, their eyes brimming with envy. Though all were famished, not a single one reached for the food. As soon as Li Chenxi entered and saw them all sitting quietly at the table, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you hungry?" "We're not hungry," Li Dagui and the others answered in unison. But no sooner had the words left their mouths than someone's stomach began to rumble uncontrollably. "No wonder I'm starving, I never got a proper meal, and then we had to haul that wild boar into town over bumpy roads." Li Chenxi looked utterly helpless, his eyelids drooping as he rolled his eyes inwardly at this chaotic mess. Then he raised his voice and barked out orders. "Someone, get out there and keep a close eye on the cart. Make sure no one takes advantage of the chaos to steal anything. And you get to the kitchen, light the fire, and whip up some noodles. Move it. No dawdling." Li Dagui immediately took someone outside to guard the sweet potatoes. Those were the villagers' lifeline, no mistakes could be tolerated. Li Chenxi pulled out the noodles, cracked a few eggs into the pot, and soon had a large pot boiling. "Stop dawdling and dig in. Eat up, you need the strength. Once we're done, we're heading back. Look at the time, it's getting late. No more delays." Li Chenxi urged them. Li Dali and the others stared at the noodles in the pot, swallowing repeatedly. Noodles! And with eggs on top. Staring at the steaming pot of delicious food, their memories drifted far away as they strained to recall the last time they'd eaten so well. A flash of memory brought them back to the village canteen's opening days. Back then, they'd gathered together, and though the food wasn't gourmet, they'd eaten heartily. But counting on their fingers, goodness gracious, it had been 2 whole years. Li Chenxi distributed large bowls to everyone. They eagerly scooped noodles from the pot, abandoning their usual manners. Squatting nearby, they began devouring their meals in big bites, as if trying to imprint this long-awaited deliciousness deep into their hearts. Bowl after bowl, until each had devoured 3, did they finally exhale deeply. Contentedly setting down their bowls and chopsticks, their bellies round and full, they radiated an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Li Chenxi's gaze fell on Dagui as he solemnly said, "Dagui, go back and tell the old party secretary that the village should send people to haul away the remaining 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes right away. Be careful on the road, those sweet potatoes are the whole village's hope. Don't let anything go wrong." Before leaving, Li Chenxi didn't forget to remind Li Dagui. "Got it. Uncle 16, you can count on me." Li Dagui responded. The group slowly made their way toward Li village, driving their ox carts. Long after they had departed, one villager couldn't resist placing a hand on his round belly. A satisfied yet hopeful smile spread across his face as he sighed. "Ah, that was truly a feast. If we could come again and eat our fill like that, it would be absolutely wonderful." The words spread like ripples across a still lake, instantly stirring the crowd. Those around him snapped back to reality, instinctively licking their lips as images of those steaming bowls of egg-topped noodles flooded their minds. The rich aroma, the smooth yet firm noodles, and the tender, flavorful eggs seemed to linger on their tongues, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Regardless, they all silently resolved to find a way to get into the city next time. After all, back in the village, their daily meals were nothing but plain rice and vegetables. How could they ever taste such delicious egg noodles? Li Dagui shot them a glare. "What are you daydreaming about? Pick up the pace. Want to eat like that again? Why don't you just fly to the moon?" After Li Dagui and the others left, Li Chenxi, clutching a hefty piece of beef jerky, made his way toward the backyard. "Third uncle, are you home?" he called softly. A little radish head peeked through the door crack, eyes sparkling at Li Chenxi. "Brother Chenxi, my dad's home." His tiny eyes fixed on the jerky in Li Chenxi's hand, drool practically dripping.
Chenxi, come on in and sit down, Uncle San's voice called from inside, tinged with warmth. Chenxi pulled 2 candies from his pocket and handed them to the little radish head. Here, one for you and one for your sister. Knowing Uncle San had 4 children, with the 2 oldest only slightly older than himself, he gave the candies only to the 2 younger ones. Little Radish Head accepted the candies excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Thanks, brother Chenxi. With that, he dashed off eagerly to share the sweet treat with his sister. Chenxi, why bring gifts? Seeing the dried meat in Chenxi's hand, third uncle understood immediately this boy had surely come with a request. Uncle San, I'd like to ask you to forge something for me, Chenxi said, placing the jerky on the table. Oh? What needs forging? Third uncle was a blacksmith, essentially a hammer slinger. For actual crafting, a toolmaker would be needed. But he guessed Chenxi meant to find an experienced master craftsman. Chenxi pulled a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to third uncle. This thing here shouldn't be too hard to make. Figure out how much it'll cost and I'll pay you later. Third uncle took the blueprint and studied it carefully. No problem with the design itself, but materials were scarce right now. He'd have to check with the factory, but if Chenxi was willing to pay, that made things simple. Chapter 12, Home Renovation. No problem. Our factory's master craftsmen are all experts in their field. I'll contact one immediately and have him handle your order. Satisfaction guaranteed. At this pace, I can absolutely have it finished and delivered to you by the day after tomorrow. Third uncle agreed readily. Acting as a go-between and earning a pound of dried meat? How could he possibly pass up such a good deal? Seeing third uncle agree so readily, Chenxi felt pleased. He tactfully took his leave. Third uncle, your family must be about to eat dinner. I won't keep you any longer. At this hour, with little food in the house, lingering would be inconsiderate, or as the old saying goes, lacking common sense. Honey, look at this gorgeous dried meat. Auntie 3 beamed at the jerky on the table. This piece was far superior to the treasured cured pork they kept at home. Third uncle nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll set it aside for now. Save it for entertaining guests later. Around 8 p.m., Li Dagwei and his group finally returned to Li Village. The old party secretary led several people to inspect the sweet potatoes. Secretary, just look at these sweet potatoes, top-notch quality. Every single one is this big. 2,000 jin total, no problem. They carefully opened the sacks and inspected every sweet potato. The old party secretary gazed at the harvest, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good. 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 He clapped his hands in approval, his joy impossible to contain. Li Dagwei raised his voice, his expression serious. Uncle Shirlu specifically instructed that we must bring back every single one of the remaining 6,000 jin, not a single one left behind. The crowd erupted in wild excitement at his words. 2 wild boars had yielded 8,000 jin of sweet potatoes? Chenxi County truly delivered. Connections and influence really did make things happen. Alright then, the old party secretary arranged, his tone betraying an eagerness to avoid any complications. You'll continue tomorrow. Remember to take several more carts so we can haul back all the remaining sweet potatoes in one trip. All the sweet potatoes were stored in the canteen's warehouse. To prevent small animals from getting in, they set up mousetraps inside and assigned someone to guard the place. With these sweet potatoes secured, everyone's hearts finally settled. When the village's grain reserves had run dry earlier, panic had truly gripped the community. Old secretary, should we venture back into the mountains? Someone suggested. Though these sweet potatoes could barely sustain them, a lingering unease remained. If they could manage to hunt 1 or 2 wild boars to store, their rations would be more secure in case of emergencies. We'll see, the old party secretary replied after a moment's thought. With food secured for bear survival, he truly didn't want to send anyone out on another dangerous mission. It was simply too perilous without guns. Who knew what might happen? The next morning, Chenxi woke from his sleep and immediately checked the supermarket's 1 yuan flash sale section. Today's flash sale items had changed to 100 jin of corn and 100 jin of milk powder. Holy crap! 100 jin of milk powder? Infant formula was a precious commodity. Even with money, it was hard to come by. Not only was it expensive, but you also needed formula ration tickets, which were extremely difficult to obtain. Without hesitation, Chenxi spent 2 yuan to snag the milk powder. 100 bags, each weighing 500 grams, neatly packed into his backpack. He pulled out one bag for a closer look. There was no information about the origin or manufacturer. It looked like a counterfeit product. But even a bag like this was worth at least 10 yuan. In comparison, corn was far more affordable, costing less than 10 cents per pound. Chenxi surveyed the room, considering whether to renovate it and make it more comfortable. After all, life's basic pursuits were merely clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. With those needs met, who wouldn't want to live more comfortably? If circumstances allowed, he'd even consider adding a private toilet to the inner room. He really couldn't get used to the public restroom outside. His house wasn't small. There was plenty of space to carve out a separate room for that purpose. It would be much more convenient. The only problem was he didn't know any contractors. But that's okay, he could always turn to the 3 old men for help.
With that thought, Chenxi quickly got up, grabbed a few eggs, and headed to second uncle's house. Uncle Air was sitting at the table, munching on a steamed corn bun with relish. In those days, family members who didn't work didn't get breakfast. Having 2 meals a day was already considered quite good. Uncle Air, you're eating? Chenxi entered the room, greeting him with a smile. Oh, it's Chenxi? What brings you here? Uncle looked up, a hint of surprise in his voice. Chenxi handed the eggs he was carrying to second auntie and smiled. Second auntie, these eggs are for you. I need to speak with second uncle. Auntie Air's face lit up instantly. She quickly took the eggs, saying repeatedly, all right. You two take your time chatting. In her mind, since it was business for her husband, accepting a few eggs felt perfectly justified. She quickly put the eggs away, thinking to herself that eggs were just as nutritious as meat. Chenxi got straight to the point and asked second uncle, do you know anyone who does renovations? Huh? Second uncle looked slightly surprised. He glanced at Chenxi and asked, I know one. His shop is on the next street over. What's up, Chenxi? Planning to renovate your place? If he remembered correctly, the 2 rooms in Chenxi's house didn't seem to have any major issues. They were perfectly livable, weren't they? In these times, people had long held on to frugal habits. As long as a house was barely livable, they wouldn't easily go to the trouble of renovating it. Chenxi nodded. Yeah. I want to make the place nicer. You know, I'm at that age now, time to find someone and get married, so. Uncle Air understood immediately and nodded. It is time to fix up the place. I'll pass by his house on my way to work later. I'll call out to him and tell him to come to our courtyard to talk with you. You're not going to the factory so soon today, are you? Whether I go to the factory depends entirely on my mood today. Then I'll be indebted to you, second uncle, Chenxi said gratefully. Uncle Air looked at him with a hint of envy. Being a procurement officer has its perks. Wait a moment. With that, second uncle stepped outside. Chenxi didn't have to wait long before an exhausted-looking man was led into the courtyard by second aunt. Auntie Air introduced, Chenxi, this is Master Gu. You two should have a good chat. Alright, thank you so much, auntie. Chenxi quickly pulled out a pack of Dakianman cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and offered it to Master Gu. Master Gu, thank you for making the trip. Here, have a smoke first. Master Gu accepted the cigarette with a broad smile, waving his hand. No trouble at all, this is what I do. I should be thanking you for hiring me. Comrade, what are your ideas for the renovation? How do you plan to proceed? Chenxi led Master Gu inside and began explaining his renovation ideas one by one. Chapter 13, Material Scarcity. First off, we need to fix this uneven floor. Whether we lay cement or tile, it doesn't matter. He pointed at the ground beneath their feet. Second, I want to make the room brighter. We need bigger windows, or maybe add another one. The walls could use a fresh coat of paint too, to give it a newer look. He pointed to the windows and walls. Can we install a drop ceiling? Chenxi asked finally. Master Gu nodded in agreement. No problem. It's not too difficult, it mainly depends on what materials you choose. He then patiently explained, don't think of suspended ceilings as something overly fancy or a modern novelty. In fact, they've been around for hundreds of years. Simply put, a suspended ceiling is a decorative technique for finishing the top of a room. The most famous example is the caisson. This architectural element, with its unique and varied forms, square, polygonal, or smooth circular concavities, is ingeniously adorned with intricate patterns, exquisite carvings, and vibrant polychrome paintings. Undoubtedly the pinnacle of ancient Chinese architectural art, it shines with brilliant radiance. Looking back at modern times in China, however, the choice of ceiling materials was quite rudimentary. One type of ceiling construction was cobbled together using woven sacks and plastic decorative paper strips. This method involved mixing plastic nylon fibers with adhesive, then allowing the mixture to dry and set. Visually, it appears chaotic and devoid of aesthetic appeal, featuring tacky color combinations and haphazard patterns. Its practicality is equally disappointing. Not only does it offer poor sound and heat insulation, but its lightweight, fragile material also leads to easy damage and deformation over time, failing to meet the basic functional requirements of a standard ceiling. It features a prefabricated panel structure coated with whitewashed lime, but the lime finish has numerous imperfections, a rough surface, and is highly prone to mold and discoloration, lacking both aesthetic appeal and durability. Choose some lightweight materials, Chenxi told Master Gu. I want a bright style for the renovation. Master Gu nodded slightly, already understanding the homeowner's core design requirement emphasizing brightness. Next came the bathroom renovation. That'll require installing a sewage pipe, which isn't cheap. We'll also need to notify the neighborhood office, Master Gu advised. No problem. Master Gu, just go ahead and do it. You can figure out the costs, Chenxi responded generously. With the client being so straightforward, Master Gu didn't say more. Turnkey service, 400 yuan. The materials are the main cost driver, Master Gu explained. For instance, if you want polished tiles for the floor, the price will naturally be higher. Then there's the bathroom drainage pipe installation, that's another significant expense. Alright. I'll give you a 200 yuan deposit now, and settle the remaining 200 yuan after completion, Chenxi said. This price was well within his expectations. I can start work anytime, it's up to you when you'd like to begin. But first, we need to move everything out of the house, Master Gu replied. Then let's start tomorrow. I'll gather all the items in one room. You guys finish one section, then move over to renovate the other side. Chenxi said, I understand your industry's customs. Lunch is on me. Have them eat at the second auntie's place across the street, I'll arrange it beforehand. Sounds good, no problem. Master Gu replied with a smile. They loved clients like this, straightforward and not nitpicky. After speaking, Chenxi handed Master Gu 200 yuan. He let him count it over before seeing him out. Then he turned and headed to second auntie's place. At that moment, second auntie was gluing matchboxes. Sticking matchboxes was odd work distributed by the neighborhood committee. Families in need could apply for it. Though the pay wasn't much, it helped supplement household expenses. Auntie Air, I've settled things with Master Gu. Remember we were going to treat them to lunch? I'd like to ask you to cook it. Have them come over to your place to eat? After they finish the job, I'll give you 5 yuan or help you get 5 jin of meat. How does that sound? Chenxi said to Auntie Air. Auntie Air lit up with delight at the suggestion. That's perfect, she exclaimed with a laugh. You see, she earned only 60 cents for every 1,000 matchboxes she assembled at home. That's right, just 60 cents for 1,000 boxes, meaning 10,000 boxes would net her a mere 6 yuan. Don't underestimate the work of gluing matchboxes. While it required no special skill, it was anything but easy. The process of assembling these tiny matchboxes was incredibly tedious. First, you had to prepare the paste. The paste for the inner box needed to be thinner, while the paste for the outer box had to be thicker. When pasting the inner box, you had to divide the long, narrow paper strips into 10 stacks, arrange them in a row, then use a soft bristled brush to apply the paste evenly. Next, you'd align each strip with the right edge of the paper, lift it up one by one, seal the right side first, then join the ends. The left side remained unsealed for later use on the table. Next, place the sealed inner box into a wooden mold. Position a small square wooden piece atop it, then use your index finger to smooth the paper and seal the bottom. Remove the mold and set it aside to dry. Gluing the outer box is relatively simpler. The outer box is printed on a large cardboard sheet, arranged in 10 rows horizontally and 5 columns vertically, totaling 50 sheets per sheet. A knife is used to carve perforations into the paper. These perforations must be designed to be connected yet easily separable. A gentle snap should allow the entire sheet to be divided into individual cards. After printing, the outer box is cut with pre-set indentations. To assemble, first pick up a stack of outer box sheets. Gently separate each sheet with your fingers, then evenly apply paste across the surface using a bamboo spatula. Pass the sheets from your right hand to your left, smoothly curving and folding them together. Immediately clasp the stack tightly with your left hand for several seconds to prevent the edges from splitting open. Once dried, the inner and outer boxes must be fitted together to complete the basic assembly. Auntie Air, just think about it, helping out with lunch for a while earns you $5. What a bargain! Well then, second auntie, I'll take 5 pounds of meat, she said with a smile. Of course I'd choose 5 pounds of meat if given the option. Chenxi nodded in agreement, sure, no problem. In truth, most people would make the same choice as second auntie. In this era, what people lacked wasn't pocket change, it was food. Many older folks in the city still hoarded private treasures, yet clutched their gold and silver while enduring hunger. Do you think they're just being masochistic, unwilling to eat? It was the scarcity of supplies. After that, Chenxi stepped out the door and headed toward the neighborhood office. To install sewage pipes, one must obtain approval from the sub-district office. Had Master Gu not reminded him, he nearly forgot this crucial step. As soon as he reached the doorway, he heard people murmuring inside. Director Li had been in a foul mood these past few days. His newborn grandson was crying from hunger, and to make matters worse, his daughter-in-law had no milk. She'd wanted to get some milk, but where could she find it so easily? Hearing this, Chenxi immediately thought of the formula in his supermarket backpack. He could have handled the matter empty-handed, but when it came to social etiquette in China, everyone understood the unspoken rules. Chapter 14, 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. So, he now had 2 bags of formula in his hands. He carefully tucked them into an inconspicuous small cloth bag, making sure they were secure before straightening his clothes and heading toward the gate of the neighborhood office. As soon as he reached the entrance, the security guard, as was his custom, eyed him with a hint of scrutiny and asked, "Young man, what brings you here?" Chenxi flashed a broad smile, swiftly pulling out a Dakianman cigarette from his pocket. He offered it with both hands to the guard and said warmly, "Good day, sir. I'm here to see Director Li. You see, my family is planning some renovations soon and wants to install a section of sewage pipe. I heard we need to register this with the sub-district office first, so I've come to trouble you." The old man took the cigarette, gave it a light sniff under his nose, and his expression instantly softened considerably. He nodded with a smile. That is the regulation. Director Lee's office is over there, the first one on the left. Just go straight in. Thank you, sir.
After exchanging greetings with the security guard, Chenxi walked toward Director Lee's office and knocked lightly on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Chenxi pushed the door open and entered, seeing a middle-aged woman with short hair writing.
She looked up at him. You are? Director Lee, I'm Chenxi from Building 66. Our home is in such disrepair that I plan to renovate it. I'd also like to apply for a separate bathroom, which requires installing a section of sewage pipe. I came specifically to discuss this with you. Would that be possible?
Changing the subject, Chenxi pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket.
Oh, and I got some baby formula from a friend.
Before he could finish, Director Lee sprang to his feet at the mention of formula, his eyes sparkling with delight. She swiftly opened the cloth bag, revealing 2 packets of infant formula inside, each weighing 1 pound.
Chenxi from Building 66, right?
Renovating is great, and installing the drain pipe is fine too.
But you must understand the construction can't disturb the neighbors.
With that, she hastily tucked away the milk powder and pulled 2 large black 10 yuan bills from her desk drawer. This large 10 yuan note had only entered circulation 3 years prior and was considered a substantial denomination at the time. Seeing this, Chenxi waved his hands in refusal.
Director Lee, this is absolutely out of the question.
Director Lee pressed the money into his hand.
Chenxi, just take it. And from now on, call me Aunt Lee. If you ever get more formula, remember to get some for me. Certainly, Aunt Lee. I won't keep you any longer. Chenxi went with the flow, successfully establishing this connection.
Come visit Aunt Lee's place sometime, Director Lee said with a broad smile, relieved that her grandson's issue was finally resolved. She wasn't the type to let just anyone call her auntie, but someone who could secure formula was clearly no ordinary person. She felt she wasn't losing out. Shortly after returning to the courtyard house, Chenxi was about to organize the items inside, gathering them into one room. Just then, people from Lee Village arrived again. With free labor at hand, Chenxi didn't hesitate. Help me move these things over there.
Dogway, pick a few people to come with me. Got it, Uncle 16. Lee Dogway responded.
Chenxi led Lee Dogway and several others to the vicinity of the steel mill. Wait here for a moment. He himself walked around to a hidden spot, purchased 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes from the supermarket, then released them, piling them in a corner. After a while, he emerged and beckoned to Lee Dogway and the others. Come over. Without asking questions, Lee Dogway and the others began loading the stacked sweet potatoes onto ox carts and hand carts. Before coming, the old party secretary had instructed them, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Alright, let's head back to the courtyard first. I'll treat you to a meal, but after eating, get back quickly, Chenxi told them.
Uncle 16, we should eat back in the village. This time. Lee Dogway hesitated.
After all, with over 10 people this time, a single meal would be no small expense.
Now that everyone could eat, how much noodles would they need to consume if they ate like yesterday? Their food didn't just blow in on the wind. What are you babbling about? Since you came into town to find me, I'm not going to send you back hungry. Come on. Chenxi declared, leaving no room for argument. Back home, Chenxi cooked them a big pot of rice.
Those visiting for the first time stared in amazement. They never imagined city food could be this good. In that moment, they were filled with longing for city life. After all, back in the countryside, they often ate coarse grains and were never truly full. Eat up, eat plenty, Chenxi urged them. Though the table held only a bowl of cabbage, for Lee Dogway and his companions, the rice alone was enough to satisfy them completely. After all, their usual fare consisted of coarse foods like cornbread and wild vegetable dumplings.
No side dishes? That hardly mattered to them. They even wished they could eat like this every day.
Uncle 16, I'm full, a young man patted his belly contentedly.
Chenxi didn't insist.
He turned to those who had finished eating and said, then go outside and keep watch.
Let the others come in to eat.
Hearing this, the young man immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks and ran outside the courtyard to keep watch. Those sweet potatoes were their treasures. Losing even one sack would earn them a scolding from the old party secretary. It had been ages since he'd eaten so heartily. Truth be told, he'd seriously considered sneaking a bowl of rice home for his younger siblings. But the thought that it wasn't right stopped him from acting. Truth be told, he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Lee Dogway and the others felt the same way deep down. Their younger brothers and sisters, or sons and daughters back home, were starving. If only I could stay in the city, one young man couldn't help but sigh. You stay in the city? What would you even do? You'd starve to death. Stop daydreaming. Eat up and come back with me, Lee Dogway retorted without mercy. It was better to pour cold water on their dreams now than let them cling to unrealistic fantasies. If they returned home still fixated on moving to the city, that would be trouble. Who wouldn't want to be a city worker? The problem is, you need the skills. No technical training, no education, and you want to be a factory worker? Dream on. After a hearty meal, Lee Dogway escorted the group back with the sweet potatoes, not lingering for even a moment. Transporting the sweet potatoes back was their primary mission.
Back in Li village, the old party secretary and others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the ample sweet potatoes, their smiles impossible to hide. Did Chenxi say anything else? The old party secretary asked. Nothing, the others answered in unison. Good. That's good, the old party secretary nodded. That very day, the village canteen cooked a huge pot of sweet potato soup. Loaded with sweet potatoes, it finally managed to fill everyone halfway. Indeed, they dared only feed everyone half their fill. If they let everyone eat their fill, how many sweet potatoes would that require? Those thousands of pounds wouldn't be enough for such extravagance. But the village youth had other ideas. Wang Kai, let's sneak up the mountain and take a look. A group of young people gathered to discuss. Chapter 15, Want some corn? Li Dafu said, that might not be right. But his eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. If they could bag a wild boar, they'd have food, money, and maybe even a wife. The temptation was simply too great. You're not coming? Then we're leaving. Seeing his hesitation, the others prepared to set off. Wait. Who said I wasn't coming? Li Dafu panicked at the thought of being left behind. Around noon, Old Man San made a special trip back to report to Li Chenxi that he'd arranged for someone to start crafting the items he needed. The materials cost 50 yuan. Also, Old Chen wants some meat as payment for his labor to Jean. Chenxi, what do you think? Third uncle looked at Li Chenxi, waiting for his decision. Li Chenxi reached into his pocket, pulled out 50 yuan, and handed it to third uncle. Third uncle, he said earnestly, please tell Master Chen that 2 Jean of meat isn't a problem, but the quality must be top-notch. Uncle San took the money steadily, nodding eagerly. Rest assured. Old Chen's craftsmanship is renowned far and wide. If there's even the slightest issue, just come find me. I'll make sure he gives you a proper explanation. With that, he hurried back to the steel mill. Unsurprisingly, that 50 yuan material fee ended up in the leader's pocket. After all, how could one not show a little gratitude when using factory resources? Using public resources for personal gain, such practices are all too common in everyday life. As long as the right people were taken care of, everything would be fine. After parting with that 50 yuan, Li Chenxi was left with little cash. He'd already paid Master Gu 200 yuan and still owed him another 200. He needed to find a way to make money. Li Chenxi also noticed something else. Lately, whenever he did good deeds, he never received a good deed card. No matter how he tried, it seemed as if the good deed card had never existed. Was his title as the top philanthropist about to fade into obscurity? But even without the Good Samaritan card, at least the framework for the mall, a slightly larger convenience store, was mostly in place, and the selection of goods was fairly well stocked. After scrolling through his notifications for a while, he spotted an inconspicuous gray message. Supermarket upgrade in progress. Upgrade fee, 10,000 yuan. Please upgrade promptly. 10,000 yuan? That's no small sum. At least the supermarket's products can still be purchased normally, and the 1 yuan flash sales are still working. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Could the good guy card have been designed to help me survive this hellish starting phase? Director Li walked home carrying 2 bags of formula. The moment he stepped through the door, his grandson's piercing cries filled the air. The sound twisted his heart into knots. His daughter-in-law held the baby, her brow furrowed, her face etched with self-reproach. The family had gone to great lengths to help her lactate, stewing 2 or 3 old hens to nourish her body, yet no milk came. It was utterly frustrating. Xiaowan, take this formula and make some for Guaigua, Director Li said, handing her the powder. At the mention of formula, the daughter-in-law's eyes lit up instantly. Mom, you finally managed to get some formula? Everyone in the family knew how difficult it was to get formula. Even though Director Li held a position at the sub-district office and had formula coupons, she had made numerous trips to the store and still couldn't get any. It's from a newly adopted nephew, Director Li explained with a smile. Soon, a bowl of warm, fragrant milk was brought to the crying infant. The daughter-in-law patiently fed him spoonful by spoonful. The moment the little one tasted the milk, the crying stopped instantly and he settled down. The entire family breathed a sigh of relief. We really must thank him properly, Director Li's wife remarked. That's easy. I'll invite him over for a meal in a few days, Director Li replied. Of course, the gratitude would have to continue. After all, how long could these 2 bags of formula last? As night fell, Auntie came calling once more. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. And that's precisely why second auntie had come to ask for food. Li Chenxi quickly responded, Auntie, I'll bring it over first thing tomorrow morning. He knew exactly what he had stashed away in the store's backpack: flour, rice, corn, eggs, beef jerky, milk powder, all the essentials, all snagged in flash sales for just 1 yuan. Especially that batch of corn, it hadn't even been opened yet. But those were just dry corn kernels. Handing them over for cooking felt a bit inappropriate. As for the flour and rice, that seemed far too extravagant. After all, in this era, these were rare, high-quality grains. Li Chenxi pondered whether to hold off for now and see what tempting bargains tomorrow's flash sale section might offer. If that didn't work, he could mix other ingredients into the flour to lower costs. It wasn't that he didn't want the workers to eat well, it was just that doing so felt a bit too conspicuous. In the courtyard houses of today, how many households could actually afford refined grains like white flour and rice? Besides the staples, he also had to prepare some dishes. Good. Chenxi silently planned in his mind. The next morning, he eagerly checked the shop as soon as he woke up. The 1 yuan flash sale section had been updated, featuring 100 jin of sorghum and 100 jin of brown sugar as today's offerings. Sorghum? This was practically the perfect choice for cooking for Auntie. Though sorghum was a coarse grain, in this era, it was already considered decent sustenance. It could fill people up without seeming too extravagant. Brown sugar was even better, a real luxury. Typically, only women who had just given birth could drink it. Others couldn't even dream of tasting it, especially in the countryside where sugar was incredibly hard to come by. While washing up after waking, Chenxi spotted Aunt Ma from the central courtyard wiping away tears, with Uncle Ma standing awkwardly nearby. Auntie, what's going on with Uncle Ma and them? Chenxi quietly asked Auntie, who was washing dishes, seizing the moment. In his memory, Uncle Ma and his wife had always been the model couple, he'd never once seen them argue. This scene suggested something serious was afoot. Second Auntie explained in a low voice, it seems Uncle Ma took half of the family's grain and gave it away. No wonder Auntie Ma was wiping away tears. Food was already scarce, and the children were constantly complaining of hunger. Losing half their grain, how could anyone not break down? Wife, my brother's family truly can't make ends meet, Ma Zhigo explained to his wife with a bitter smile. He'd visited his elder brother's home yesterday. Seeing their plight, he couldn't bear it and returned home to fetch half their grain to share with them. Does that mean we can afford to eat? Aunt Ma retorted. She was furious not only that her husband had acted without her consent, but also that he hadn't even consulted her first. My fault. I'll check the black market tonight. Ma Zhigao quickly admitted his mistake, not wanting to make things too awkward. The second aunt looked at Ma Zhigao, then at Chenxi, hesitating to speak. In the end, she said nothing. However, Chenxi had already read her meaning. He took the initiative and said, Uncle Ma, I got some corn. Would your family like some? He'd been fretting over what to do with those 100 jin of corn kernels. Should he sell them on the black market or take them back to Li village? At Chenxi's words, Ma Zhigao and his wife's eyes lit up simultaneously as they turned to look at him. Why hadn't they thought of this before? They had a procurement officer right in their own courtyard who could secure grain. Chapter 16, Renovation begins. Yes. Thank you so much, Chenxi. I'll pay you the black market price, Ma Zhigao replied hastily, afraid Chenxi might change his mind. That's not necessary, Chenxi smiled. Just give me 15 cents per pound. This price was slightly higher than the market rate, but far lower than the black market. It was only fair to charge a bit more, considering he didn't need to use grain coupons. Auntie, standing nearby, gasped in surprise. 15 fun? Getting corn outside the grain store was no easy feat these days. Corn at the store wasn't expensive, but it required grain coupons and supplies were often in short supply, sold out by early morning. Not just the second auntie, several other households in the courtyard heard the commotion and peered out. Seeing this, Ma Zhigao was overjoyed. Great. Thanks a lot, Chenxi. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chenxi returned to his room and carried out the 100 jin of corn. Anyone else want some? Come get your share, Chenxi called out to the courtyard. He figured his upcoming home renovations would inevitably disturb the courtyard residents. So he decided to simply offer the 100 jin of corn as a bargain to his neighbors. I'll take some. Chenxi, save some for my family. Several households in the central courtyard sent representatives out, all eager to get a share of this rare corn. Corn at 15 cents a pound, 10 pounds for just $1.50. Where else could you find such a bargain? Opportunities like this didn't come around often. Chenxi first led Uncle Ma by 30 jin, since his family had little grain. The remaining 70 jin were divided among the other households, with second aunt also purchasing 15 jin. Everyone was delighted. Cornmeal ground from these kernels was far superior to the usual corn flour. Everyone, my house renovation might cause some noise. I hope you'll bear with me. Chenxi took the chance to say. Chenxi, don't say that. Exactly. You're being too formal. Need any help? After expressing his gratitude to the neighbors in the courtyard, Chenxi returned home, carried 20 jin of sorghum to second auntie's house, and brought out the remaining eggs and the cabbages stored at home. Master Gu and his 4 companions worked long hours doing heavy physical labor. If they didn't eat enough, they certainly wouldn't be able to do their jobs well. According to the grain rationing standards of the time, a heavy laborer needed at least 500 grams of grain daily just to maintain strength. But in that era of scarcity, how could anyone truly get 500 grams per meal? Take Uncle San, swinging the sledgehammer in the backyard, he got no more than 400 grams a day. After all, the rest of his family needed to eat too, he couldn't just fill himself up. Truthfully, if given free rein, these workers could easily consume not just a pound, but 2 pounds of grain per day. Back then, food was lean and lacking in fat, leaving people's stomachs craving nourishment.
Their appetites were enormous, a stark contrast to the later era when a small bowl of food could satisfy. Master Gu and his crew only ate one meal at noon, so Li Chenxi prepared food based on half a jin per person, a generous and practical arrangement.
You feed them so well? Second aunt exclaimed in surprise.
Though sorghum wasn't as refined as rice, it was still solid, filling grain. Li Chenxi actually gave each construction worker half a pound of sorghum per meal, paired with eggs and Chinese cabbage. Such generous treatment.
Second aunt wouldn't even treat her own family this well.
Li Chenxi smiled in response.
Workers need to eat their fill. Otherwise, how could they have the strength to do their jobs? Li Chenxi calculated that 20 pounds of sorghum should suffice.
Averaging 4 pounds per person at half a pound daily, it would last 8 days. Logically, the project should wrap up within that time frame. He'd need to confirm with Master Gu shortly.
Before long, Master Gu arrived with the workers.
They brought not only the tools needed for construction but also delivered some of the materials. Li Chenxi hurried forward, pulled out cigarettes, and handed one to each worker.
Master Gu, thank you all for your hard work. Lunch will be at Auntie place. The food may not be fancy, but it'll fill you up.
When the project wraps up, I'll treat everyone to a meat feast, Li Chenxi said.
Master Gu and the workers beamed at his words, repeatedly thanking him. Just having enough to eat is wonderful, thank you, sir. In those difficult times, people only hoped to fill their stomachs who dared dream of sumptuous meals? And the boss had even promised meat once the job was done. At the mention of meat, some workers couldn't help but swallow quietly.
They hadn't tasted meat in 1 or 2 months. This employer was truly generous, unlike some stingy bosses who rationed pickles by the piece, as if giving one extra would cost them an arm and a leg.
How long will this project take? Li Chenxi turned to ask Master Gu. Master Gu pondered for a moment before replying, about a week. 10 days at most. Li Chenxi nodded, indicating he understood.
After exchanging a few polite words, Master Gu and his crew got to work. Li Chenxi watched for a while, then decided it would be rude to linger any longer and left. At noon, clutching his grain coupons, Li Chenxi decided to dine at the state-run restaurant. He simply couldn't bear the thought of returning to the factory canteen. He reasoned that he hadn't traveled back in time just to gnaw on cornbread and endure a life of hardship every day. He deserved to enjoy life's comforts as long as he didn't flaunt it too ostentatiously. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the staff indeed lived up to the rumors, cold and indifferent, barely acknowledging customers. With service like this, in later times, the place would likely shut down within 2 months. Li Chenxi noticed the absence of the warning sign common in state-run restaurants across Beijing and Tianjin during the 1980s, no unprovoked assault on customers. In reality, altercations and fights between restaurant staff and patrons were far from uncommon back then. After the founding of the People's Republic, all sectors of society underwent sweeping transformations, and the people rose to become masters of their own destiny. This broader social climate also permeated the restaurant industry, resulting in generally poor service attitudes. For instance, if you couldn't find the chopsticks, the staff wouldn't offer them to you. You'd have to politely ask, "Excuse me, where might the chopsticks be?" If a customer flaunted their wealth and acted arrogantly upon entering, they'd likely get no meal at all and might even spark a brawl where cooks and servers rolled up their sleeves to join the fray. Meanwhile, Master Gu and his crew were thoroughly satisfied at Auntie place, praising the owner for being a stand-up guy. "Everyone, make sure you do your work carefully," Master Gu instructed the 4 assistants working alongside him.
"Master, rest assured. No need to remind us, we've got it covered," the assistants replied.
These days, generous and magnanimous hosts like Li Chenxi were a rare find. Having eaten his fill, Li Chenxi had just returned to the courtyard when he ran into the hurriedly returning third uncle, who was holding the finished workpiece in his hands.
"Chenxi, everything you requested is here. Take a look."
Li Chenxi examined them carefully and found no issues.
"Thank you, third uncle.
But I forgot to ask Master Chen whether he wanted fresh meat or dried meat."
"Either should be fine. Just having meat now is a blessing. Who has the luxury to be picky?" Third uncle chuckled. "Uncle San, please wait a moment. I need to step out."
Thinking of everyone's craving for fatty cuts, Li Chenxi decided to buy 2.5 pounds of pork from the store, preferably the kind with more fat.
Chapter 17, Venison.
Uncle San didn't have to wait long before Li Chenxi returned with 2 pounds of meat in hand.
Uncle San was utterly envious of the thick layer of fat. This was the kind of meat many people only dreamed of.
He took the meat from Li Chenxi's hands and hurried back to the steel mill, handing it over to Old Chen. Old Chen beamed so broadly his forehead crinkled with laughter. His family hadn't tasted meat in nearly 2 months. He'd fared slightly better yesterday. The canteen served wild boar, just a few shreds, but it was a taste of meat nonetheless.
"Old Yang, if you ever get another lucky break like this, remember to bring me some,"
Old Chen said with a smile. Third uncle rolled his eyes and grumbled a response. Li Chenxi had just acquired the hand pump and drill rod and was pondering his return to Li village when he looked up and spotted Li Dafu and several other young villagers. Some were driving ox carts, others pushing wheelbarrows, all behaving rather suspiciously. "Wan Kai, what brings you lot to town?" Li Chenxi asked. "16th uncle, we hunted a deer." "Take a look."
Li Dafu said, gesturing toward the object behind him. Li Chenxi glanced over and was startled. Good heavens, it was a sick deer. If this were in later times, you youngsters would have ended up serving 10 or 8 years in prison. This sick deer weighed over 100 pounds, clearly a mature adult. Where are the antlers? Li Chenxi inquired again. The blood was gone, which was normal. You had to bleed it out quickly after killing it. Deer blood was quite nourishing, so losing it was a bit of a shame. Besides the blood, antlers are also a valuable ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Did you guys cut off the antlers? The antlers made it hard to pack, so we cut them off and left them at my place. Uncle 16, you want them? Li Dafu replied. Of course. I'll grab them from your place when we get back to the village. Hey, what happened to you guys? Why are you all black and blue? Li Chenxi looked at their battered state, his curiosity piqued. Hunting a sick deer and ending up looking like this? That's pretty pathetic, isn't it? Li Dafu and the others turned crimson with embarrassment at the question. We got beaten at home, they finally mumbled. Their families had found out they'd gone into the mountains and beat them senseless without a word. Li Chenxi was speechless. The silence was deafening. After a moment, Li Chenxi finally asked, "Are you here to sell for cash or to trade for grain?" Naturally, Li Chenxi accepted whatever business the villagers brought him. Still grain, Li Dafu and the others asked. But besides sweet potatoes, is there anything else? Before leaving, the old party secretary had explicitly instructed them to demand grain. If they'd harvested it secretly, they could have split it among themselves. But since others had seen it, it belonged to the collective, no questions asked. Potatoes, Li Chenxi suggested. Potatoes were also cheap, priced slightly higher than sweet potatoes at 2 fan per jean. With this sick deer, he could still trade for 4,000 jean of potatoes for Li village. Alright, then potatoes it is. Li Dafu and the others immediately agreed upon hearing this. We're always eating sweet potatoes, and they make us fart a lot and stink. You're here just in time. On your way back, could you help me haul this thing back? Li Dafu and the others looked over, utterly bewildered, unable to make out what this thing was. What is this? They asked curiously. A water pump. Just haul it back for me, Li Chenxi said with a smile. Seeing Li Chenxi's confident demeanor, Li Dafu didn't press further. He signaled to his companions, and the group swiftly loaded the heavy iron contraptions onto the ox cart. Then they set off toward the steel mill. Upon reaching the vicinity of the steel mill, Li Chenxi pointed to an open area and instructed Li Dafu and the others, "Everyone wait for me over there. Don't wander off. Just stay put and wait patiently." The villagers were obedient. They never asked questions or made a fuss. Li Chenxi led the saddled roe deer, its head encased in a sack, striding confidently into the steel mill. The security guard spotted Li Chenxi from afar. He looked hurried, pulling a cart loaded with items behind him. Though the guard couldn't make out what was inside, Li Chenxi's frantic yet confident demeanor made him think it must be some crucial supply for the factory. The guard didn't ask any questions. He swiftly lifted the barrier and waved his hand, signaling Li Chenxi to hurry inside. Li Chenxi didn't pause, hurrying straight into the factory. Not far in, he bumped into his colleague Chen Yugong, who was also returning from a procurement trip. Chen Yugong hung his head, looking utterly dejected. It was obvious his procurement had gone poorly, yielding little, and he seemed completely drained of energy. Chen Yugong lifted his head and spotted Li Chenxi's cart piled high with goods. His spirits instantly lifted, his eyes brimming with envy. Whoa! Chenxi, what kind of treasure did you snag this time? Tell me, what's all packed in there? How come you always have such amazing luck? That's right. Finding supplies now was all about luck. Li Chenxi whispered to Chen Yugong, "A deer, brother gang. Could you let the section chief know?" Chen Yugong's eyes widened at the mention. A deer? More meat. Just the other day, Li Chenxi had made a big splash by bringing back 2 plump wild boars. And now, barely a few days later, here he was again, this time with a deer. These back-to-back trophies were nothing short of a performance explosion, dazzlingly impressive. Every colleague who saw it couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Everyone understood perfectly well, with Li Chenxi's consistently outstanding performance, it would be impossible for Director Ding of the procurement department not to notice him. After all, in the eyes of leadership, frequently bringing back such high-quality and substantial supplies was an undeniable sign of exceptional capability. If this continued, Li Chenxi would undoubtedly cement an exceptionally favorable impression in the leadership's minds. With such a solid foundation laid, any future promotion opportunities would become significantly easier to attain. I'll go right away. As soon as Chen Yugong finished speaking, he dashed toward the office of the 5th unit in the 4th procurement section. Boss! Boss! This is serious. Section Chief Wan was sitting comfortably at his desk when suddenly, the office door slammed open. Chen Yugong burst in, frantic and shouting. Section Chief Wan's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. He inwardly fumed. This Chen Yugong was far too impulsive, lacking any composure whatsoever. What kind of behavior was this? Section Chief, big news. Chenxi brought back a deer. You gotta come see it. Chen Yugong was panting, his face flushed, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. What? A deer? He froze for several seconds before snapping back to reality. As he raced toward the scene, Section Chief Wang's thoughts galloped like a wild horse breaking free. He felt more and more that Chenxi was his lucky charm. How long had this kid even been on the job? First the eggs, then the jerky, plus the 2 wild boars earlier, and now he'd actually managed to get a deer? All of them were rare treasures, precious supplies. Section Chief Wang found Chenxi, his eyes fixed intently on the deer at his feet. The animal had been emptied from its sack and now lay still on the ground. Chenxi, you've worked hard, Section Chief Wang remarked with admiration. Just doing my part for the country. No trouble at all, Chenxi replied with a smile. Section Chief Wang chuckled, thinking to himself, this kid knows how to talk, a real talent. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Chenxi. Here, have a smoke. Soon, the rest of the logistics team arrived one after another. As usual, they weighed the deer, recorded the details, stored it in the warehouse, and paid for it. Deer meat was far superior to pork in quality. In ancient times, deer roamed the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River, Shandong, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang. With abundant wild deer populations and easy hunting, venison had long been one of the primary game meats among the common folk. However, deer remained relatively abundant in the northern grassland regions. Tribes settled there frequently hunted and consumed venison. Records exist from the Liao, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. By the Qing dynasty, deer meat was highly valued by everyone from the emperor to the powerful elite. Chapter 18, Still Missing a Watch. At that time, venison was rarer than meat from domesticated pigs, cattle, or sheep, making it relatively expensive. Many wealthy and powerful individuals often presented it as a gift. This phenomenon persists to this day. Venison is simply far more precious than other meats. So barring any surprises, the ordinary workers at the factory won't get to eat this deer. It would most likely be reserved for important occasions, such as entertaining distinguished guests or senior officials. Net weight, 96 jin. That's 3 yuan per jin for the venison, totaling 288 yuan. Count it up. The accountant paid promptly. This price slightly exceeded Chenxi's expectations. He had anticipated the venison might be expensive, but not by this much. He took the money, pretended to count it twice, then smiled and said, 288 yuan, that's right. Thanks. With that, he slipped the cash into his pocket. Looks like he'd have to give Li village more potatoes next time, couldn't afford to look too greedy. Section Chief Wan walked over and patted Chenxi on the shoulder. Good work, kid. Keep it up. You're officially hired. Chenxi's heart leapt at the news. If he hadn't been confirmed after such a performance, it would have been utterly disheartening. Thank you, Section Chief. Chenxi said gratefully. Though his words expressed gratitude, his heart remained largely unmoved. For him, the title of procurement officer was sufficient. He didn't care much about the rank, since he didn't rely on that salary to live. Of course, getting promoted was definitely better. After all, a higher salary meant he could buy and eat whatever he wanted more openly, without worrying about others suspecting or reporting him. Splurging while earning little was indeed hard to justify. Why thank me? It's all thanks to your own hard work. Oh, and keep this watch voucher safe. Director Ding specifically rewarded you with it. Section Chief Wang handed Chenxi a voucher. He had just visited Section Chief Zhang and Director Ding's office, and this was one of the rewards from that trip. A watch voucher? That was a valuable item, and Chenxi naturally accepted it without hesitation. He really did need a watch. With this, checking the time would be much easier. He could even buy one for his grandfather, so he too could keep track of time. After leaving the office, Chenxi returned to the same hidden corner and purchased 5,000 jin of potatoes from the store, deliberately adding an extra 1,000 jin. Once everything was prepared, he emerged and beckoned to Li Dafu and the others, come over. Li Dafu and the others drove their ox carts and pushed their handcarts over. Seeing the sacks piled up, they didn't ask what they were and immediately started loading them onto the vehicles. But soon, they realized something was wrong. 16th uncle, this is more than 4,000 jin, right? We can't haul it all, they said helplessly, looking at the severely overloaded ox carts and pushcarts, along with the old oxen huffing and puffing in protest. This time it's venison. The steel mill management really likes it, so they threw in an extra 1,000 jin of potatoes, Chenxi explained. Too much to carry? Perfect, he'd borrow a tricycle from the factory anyway, since he planned to return to the village. Their procurement department had tricycles specifically for such purchases. Learning the steel mill had given an extra 1,000 jin of potatoes and that Chenxi was heading back to the village too, Li Dafu and the others were naturally overjoyed. That's wonderful, they exclaimed happily. Before long, Chenxi returned with a tricycle from the steel mill. Section Chief Wang had personally arranged it. Section Chief Wang also told Chenxi that he could use the tricycle freely from now on. After all, Chenxi was now his right-hand man, often bringing back aim. A tricycle was only fitting. Wasn't it fitting? Of course it was. The others helped load the remaining potatoes onto the tricycle. Who here knows how to pedal a tricycle? Chenxi asked. He certainly wasn't planning to pedal it himself, that would be exhausting. Me. 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 Several guys immediately raised their hands eagerly. To them, pedaling a tricycle was a prestigious thing, like driving a car in later generations. Then take turns pedaling, Chenxi said fairly. He told Li Dafu and the others to go ahead while he returned to the courtyard house to fetch something. Go ahead. I'll catch up with you soon, he said. Chenxi returned to the courtyard and deliberately dug out the bottle of Mao Tai his father had treasured, along with a bottle of Finjiu, intending to bring them back for his grandfather. Like Mao Tai, Finjiu was also one of the 8 renowned liquors highly prized at the time. Next, Chenxi bought a roll of fabric at the store, spending a full 30 yuan. The fabric was of excellent quality and held its own against prices in regular fabric stores. The only advantage was that buying fabric here didn't require fabric coupons. It must be understood that in this era, both cloth coupons and fabric itself were extremely hard to come by. Many families, even if they had money, couldn't buy cloth. In fact, since the founding of the People's Republic, China's cotton resources had always been extremely tight. Due to weak industrial and agricultural foundations, everyone wore cotton garments. At the time, limited land resources faced a dilemma. Prioritizing grain production, cultivating food crops made it difficult to simultaneously grow enough cotton to meet clothing needs, resulting in severe textile shortages. As early as 1954, just 4 years prior, a nationwide policy of ration cotton cloth supply was implemented. Cloth coupons were distributed periodically based on population, and whether purchasing fabric, ready-made garments, or bedding, all required these coupons. In 1956, domestic floods caused a significant drop in cotton yields, further worsening the textile supply situation. The fabric by ration card control measures had to be tightened even more. Making a single shirt required 7 feet 5 inches of cloth, while a full cotton outfit demanded 16 feet. With ration coupons scarce and funds tight, people had to rack their brains and practice extreme frugality when it came to clothing. Thus, wearing clothes patched with patches and sporting sleeve protectors became distinctive hallmarks of the era. This bolt of fabric is a full 34 meters long, enough to make quite a few garments. Nowadays, people buy fabric by the yard. Who buys a whole bolt? Even if you had that many ration tickets, you might not be able to buy that much fabric. Calculating it this way, each meter of fabric would cost about 1 yuan. Chenxi also packed 5 bags of milk powder, 2 jin of brown sugar, and 20 jin of rice. Milk powder is nutritious, though he wasn't sure if his grandparents would like it. With everything ready, Chenxi borrowed a bicycle from the factory and set off, determined to catch up with Li Dafu and the others ahead. Before long, Chenxi caught up with them. Chapter 19, Fabric Shortage. He found them resting by the roadside, each looking weak from hunger. They hadn't eaten anything since leaving the village. Only then did Chenxi remember. He pretended to pull a bag from the rear basket of his bicycle. Inside were large meat buns, extra breakfasts he'd bought over the past 2 days, kept warm in the store's backpack. Come over, everyone. Take 2 each, Chenxi called out. Li Dafu and the others nearly drooled at the sight of the meat buns. They quickly wiped their hands on their clothes, carefully took 1 each, and began savoring them bite by bite. Earlier, some had grumbled about Uncle 16 not treating them to noodles or rice this time. Little did they know he hadn't forgotten them. Instead, he'd bought them piping hot meat buns. Uncle 16, 1 bun is enough for us, Li Dafu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just take them when I tell you to. No need for chatter, Chenxi chuckled. Thank you, Uncle 16, everyone chimed in. They couldn't bring themselves to eat the other bun, saving it to bring home for their families to try. It had been ages since they'd had meat buns, and they'd almost forgotten the taste. Next, Chenxi handed each of them a cigarette. This time, they truly felt as happy as gods. Back at Li Village, Li Dafu and the others dragged Potato straight to the canteen to find the old party secretary. They also told Chenxi they'd bring over those chunks of scrap iron later. When the old woman saw her grandson return, she quickly hid the wild greens behind her back, afraid he might notice. Chenxi could only play along, pretending not to see. Grandma, it's so hot out, you shouldn't be out in the sun. Chenxi said with concern. The old lady chuckled, I'm not sunbathing. I just came out to walk off my meal. Grandpa and I had white flour buns today, and I ate way too much. Chenxi didn't call her out on it. Then, the old lady called into the house, Old man. What are you lying around in there for? Come out and help Chenxi carry things. All you ever do is eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom. Grandma, I can manage this myself. It's not heavy, Chenxi quickly interjected. Chenxi lifted the entire shopping basket off the bicycle and strode purposefully toward the house. The old lady immediately spotted the roll of fabric inside the basket, her face lighting up with surprise. This much, she asked in astonishment. Old Mr. Li rushed out, not even bothering to put on his shoes properly, beaming at his eldest grandson. Whenever his eldest grandson returned, he was overjoyed. Chenxi, finished your business in town? Come, let Grandpa give you a hand. Whoa! A whole bolt of cloth? The old man gaped at the fabric, equally astonished. Rural folk understood the preciousness of cloth best. Some children went bare-bottomed, lacking even rags to wear. In some remote areas, a family might have only 3 or 4 sets of clothes. Only those going out to work were allowed to wear them. Those staying home could only lie naked on their beds. I'm done for now. I should be able to stay 2 or 3 days this time, Chenxi said. This is surplus fabric from the textile mill. I bought it outright, no cloth coupons needed. It was a steal. Hearing their grandson would stay for 2 or 3 days, the old couple was overjoyed. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal, the couple chimed in. Such fine cloth, if you could get your hands on it, was worth every penny. Without connections, even money couldn't guarantee you'd get it. Chenxi carried the fabric out and entrusted it to his grandmother for safekeeping. Have Auntie San make you 2 sets for the hot weather. Get a set for Lifu and the others too. See how much is left and we'll figure it out then. When it gets cold, I'll ask my friends around, Chenxi instructed. The old man spoke up, you should get 2 sets made for yourself first. The old lady nodded in agreement. Exactly. Chenxi waved his hand and laughed, Grandpa, Grandma. I have something better, I had a tailor make me some Zhongshan suits. Since leaders love wearing them, they're also called leader suits. They're very popular and favored by young men. But not everyone can afford them. Of course I had to get a couple to wear. Chenxi deliberately phrased it this way, otherwise, the elders would surely insist his third aunt prioritize making him clothes. Of course, he wasn't deceiving his grandparents, he genuinely planned to get 2 Zhongshan suits to wear. Zhongshan suits are great. Zhongshan suits are great. Hearing Chenxi's words, the old couple no longer insisted he get his clothes made first. The old lady quickly put the fabric away, planning to call Xiuchun's wife over later to help with the cutting. Grandpa, these 2 bottles of fine liquor are for you. Chenxi pulled out the Maotai and Finjo from his shopping basket and handed them to the old man. Don't drink too much, it's not good for your health. The old man couldn't take his eyes off the Maotai and Finjo. His eldest grandson was truly filial, unlike that good-for-nothing who never thought to show them any respect with such fine things. Alright, I'll just have a little sip to satisfy my craving, the old man hastily assured him. Next, Chenxi pulled milk powder and brown sugar from the shopping basket and handed them to his grandmother, who had just finished laying out the cloth. Grandma, this is milk powder. You and Grandpa should have some when you have time to nourish yourselves. Also, share a bag or 2 with Auntie's family. Let Lifu and the others get some nourishment too, look how thin they've become. Chenxi said as he took the milk powder from the shopping basket and handed it to Grandma. Grandma looked at the milk powder, fabric, liquor, and brown sugar before her, all rare luxuries in the countryside, and couldn't help but be surprised. Chenxi, did you bring back everything from your city home? Grandma asked with a smile. Chenxi shook his head earnestly. Grandpa, Grandma, it's perfectly fine if you don't like this milk powder. I just brought it so you could try it. I still have plenty back in the city, my friends have connections, so you can drink it without worry. I'm also planning to hire someone to renovate the house in the city. Once it's ready, I'll bring my wife back to live with you and give you a few great-grandchildren to spoil. Grandma's eyes brimmed with warmth and anticipation at Chenxi's words. Recognizing her eldest grandson's heartfelt devotion, she stopped refusing. Chenxi then began painting a beautiful picture of the future for his grandparents. And you know what? Old folks just love hearing that kind of talk. Sure enough, the moment the old couple heard their eldest grandson talk about renovating the house for marriage and giving them great-grandchildren to care for, their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Their minds were already painting those beautiful scenes, casting everything else far from their thoughts. Good, good. Have many children, and Grandma will help raise them, Grandma beamed, her eyes crinkling into slits. She happily stowed away the milk powder and brown sugar. She hadn't seen much milk powder and couldn't tell its quality, but this brown sugar was the finest she'd ever seen, smooth as silk, with no off flavors or impurities. Chapter 20, Starting the Well. You must understand, in those days, sugar was still quite scarce in China. The old woman busily tidied things up while chatting animatedly with Chenxi. I hear next year might bring better times. In 1959, around November next year, Cuba's leader is scheduled to visit China. Cuba relies mainly on sugarcane cultivation, with its industry centered on sugar production. They account for over 7% of the world's sugar output, and their per capita sugar production is the highest globally, earning them the title of the world's sugar bowl. We've signed an agreement with Cuba to import 400,000 tons of sugar annually. So sugar probably won't be so precious and scarce anymore. Just as he spoke, the voices of the Lifu siblings drifted in from outside. Their footsteps grew louder as they approached, soon reaching the courtyard. Chenxi looked at Xiao San, his tone gentle yet tinged with concern. Xiao San, wipe that snot clean and go wash your hands. His gaze lingered deliberately on Lai Kai, whose snot was nearly dripping to his lips. The boy merely sniffed hard, drawing it back up. The sight made Chenxi's stomach churn, but he managed to hold back his reaction. Lai Fong was relatively better, though she had a habit of sucking her fingers. However, if their parents had told them to do these things, they would have likely brushed it off. But when their eldest brother ordered them to wipe their noses and wash their hands, they dared not be careless. Each of them diligently completed the task. Chenxi scooped a ladle of water from the basin and walked over to the jujube tree, ready to wash the 3 little ones' hands. After washing them, he poured the used water over the tree's roots, giving it a little nourishment. Big brother, look. I wash them so clean. Li Feng beamed with pride, eagerly holding out her little hands for Li Chenxi to inspect. Her hands were white and clean, looking even more delicate after the rinse, truly spotless. Li Chenxi looked at Li Feng's hands, nodded with satisfaction, and said gently, very good. Go inside now. Your great aunt will make you some milk powder soon. Inside the house, Grandma heard her grandson's words. Resignedly setting aside her work, she rose and walked to the cupboard, opening a bag of formula. She took out several small bowls, carefully scooping a spoonful of powder into each one. Slowly, she poured warm water into each bowl, then picked up a small spoon and stirred meticulously until the powder dissolved completely, blending seamlessly with the water. In an instant, a rich, mellow aroma of milk wafted through the air, quickly filling the entire room with an utterly intoxicating scent. Drink up, and remember your big brother's kindness, Grandma urged as she handed the bowls of milk to the three little ones. Li Chenxi had heard this phrase so many times his ears were practically calloused, yet he still gave a resigned smile. The three youngsters had never seen such a thing before, they'd never tasted anything so delicious. Cradling their bowls, they gulped it down in one go, licking the bowls clean until not a single drop remained. Everyone except the old man had a small bowl. The old man was a hardened drinker and had no interest in milk. He held his wine bottle, eyes fixed on his grandchildren drinking the formula, muttering, "This milk powder is best left for the children. This old man won't join in the fun." After Li Fu finished his milk, the old lady instructed him to go call his mother back. Li Fu responded with a nod and dashed outside. In the village canteen, the old party secretary and others gazed at the mountains of potatoes piled high, satisfied smiles spreading across their faces. With these potatoes, their village would no longer worry about food shortages until the next harvest. This deer was hunted down by all of you working together. Everyone contributed. To thank you, each of you may take 10 pounds of potatoes home as a reward for this effort. Old Secretary Li looked at Li Dafu and the others, his tone tinged with gratitude and approval. He was a fair-minded man who wouldn't let honest folk lose out. Li Dafu and the others didn't hesitate, each immediately selecting 10 jin of potatoes. These were what they deserved, and no one objected. The old party secretary's eyes flickered. Suddenly pointing at the pile of objects, he asked with a puzzled look, "What on earth are those things?" When he saw those iron lumps, a hint of curiosity and confusion flashed in his eyes. "I don't know. They belong to Uncle 16 Li Chenxi. We're about to move them over to him," someone replied. Learning that Li Chenxi had returned to the village, the old party secretary felt a surge of gratitude. He planned to go see Li Chenxi later and thank him in person. After all, it was thanks to Li Chenxi that the village had received so many sweet potatoes and potatoes. Otherwise, the tragedy of starvation might well have unfolded in their Li village. Li Dafu walked home carrying 10 pounds of potatoes, his back straight as an arrow, his stride light and brisk, as if carried by the wind beneath his feet. He certainly had every right to strut about proudly. After all, he was bringing home 10 pounds of grain. That was no small feat. But his old man wasn't so easy to please. Seeing Li Dafu's smug expression, he glared and snapped, "Smug? My ass. You dare sneak into the mountains again? I'll break your legs. And trading one deer for 10 pounds of potatoes? What's there to be smug about? You fool. Why bring the game back to the village? Just sell it in the city, then it wouldn't have to go to the collective." Li Dafu, scolded by his father, dared not utter a word in protest. He could only pull out the half-eaten meat bun he carried, breaking it open to share with his 3 younger siblings. They ate with relish, licking their fingers repeatedly after finishing. The old party secretary followed the men carrying drill pipes and other equipment to the home of Li Chenxi's grandfather. Upon entering, they saw Li Chenxi's grandmother and third aunt busily cutting fabric. As they worked, they praised the cloth's superb quality. Especially Auntie Li, this was the first time in her life she'd ever touched a whole bolt of fabric. Thinking of how fortunate her children were to have such a capable older brother, Auntie Li's heart was filled with joy. Li Chenxi not only provided them with food and drink but also dressed them in new clothes. She couldn't help but marvel at her late husband's wise decision to attach himself to Li Chenxi's grandparents. Over the years, Li Xuqiang had treated the 2 elders with filial devotion, almost as if they were his own parents. Now, the blessings had finally come full circle. Auntie San felt a sense of sweet relief after all the hardship. "Make the clothes a bit bigger, children grow tall easily," the old lady instructed while cutting the fabric. "Yes. Auntie, I know," third aunt replied. Outside, Li Chenxi was busy distributing cigarettes to the men who had helped him move the pump parts, 1 Dakianman cigarette per person. Each man accepted his cigarette, too precious to smoke, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. "Chenxi, we really owe you this time," the old party secretary said gratefully. "Secretary, don't put it that way. You entrusting the game to me is also helping me build my track record. We're mutually benefiting each other. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to get my permanent position so quickly. But once those 2 wild boars were delivered to the factory, it was a done deal," Li Chenxi replied with a smile. "That's great. Next time we have game, we'll hand it all over to you," the old party secretary pledged immediately. Li Chenxi's grandfather snorted from the side, "At least you have some conscience." The old party secretary dared not retort.
After all, he was a generation younger. Strictly speaking, he should address Li Chenxi's grandfather as uncle.
Chapter 21, is that all?
Just then, Li Xiaoxiang arrived.
These are the drill rods. You guys? Li Chenxi began instructing them on the operation. We'll handle it. Li Xiaoxiang and two strong men took the lead, starting to drill at the spot Li Chenxi had indicated.
This method of well digging was entirely new to them, and they found it quite novel. But to be honest, none of them held much hope that they would actually hit water. After about an hour of relentless effort by several farmers taking turns, they had already dug down 7 or 8 meters.
See?
I told you there's no water here. Someone began to play the wise guy after the fact.
If digging wells were that easy, wouldn't they have dug 10 or 8 by now?
Why else would they be fretting over water and fighting tooth and nail with the neighboring village? Maybe we picked the wrong spot, someone suggested.
It's not about the location, another countered. Look at the drought, haven't you seen our village's old well dried up? Li Chenxi never expected water at just 7 or 8 meters deep. He recalled the village's old well, wasn't it about 8 meters deep? But that well was spacious enough for 2 or 3 people to draw water simultaneously. If even that old well had dried up, it meant the water table had dropped even lower. Therefore, they had to keep digging deeper. Li Chenxi and the old party secretary didn't call a halt, so the men operating the drill rod naturally dared not slack off, continuing to work diligently. The old party secretary couldn't contain his doubts any longer. Chenxi, this well opening is so small. Even if we do hit water, how are we going to pull it up? A hole this small would barely fit a teacup, wouldn't it? That's just too inconvenient. And what about the water pump Li Chenxi mentioned earlier? Their village didn't even have electricity. How could that possibly work? Exactly.
I say we shouldn't waste our efforts, someone chimed in.
Li Chenxi's grandfather's eyes widened at this remark. What do you know? A bunch of illiterates who can't even read properly.
If my Chenxi is doing this, he must have a way to get the water up.
Why was he resorting to personal attacks now?
Everyone felt resentful, but out of respect for Li Chenxi's grandfather's seniority, no one dared to argue back.
Li Chenxi explained with a smile, I plan to dig a pressure well.
Once we hit water, we'll install the equipment, pump a few times, and the water will be forced up.
You'll see for yourselves then. He didn't elaborate on the specifics of the principle, they probably wouldn't understand anyway. Uncle San, facing the skeptics, wore a look of utter disdain. It's pointless explaining to you lot. Why bother asking questions?
The others were utterly speechless, thinking, as if you're the only one who understands.
Who are you looking down on? 9 meters. 10 meters. Still no water.
The drill rod grew harder to push downward, and everyone struggled more with each turn. Just as someone was about to shake their resolve, suddenly, groundwater was struck.
Water. Water. It really is. How did Chenxi know there was water here? Let's have them check our village too, we'll dig one too.
I say, let's just dig a bigger well here and replace that old one. At the old party secretary's furious shout, before Li Chenxi's grandfather could react, the scene fell silent. Shut your mouths, all of you.
Who gave you the right to speak here?
No sooner had the water gushed forth than these people started stirring trouble.
Even a clay figure has its breaking point.
And what's more, their village had weathered the crisis entirely thanks to Li Chenxi.
Now these people wanted to claim the well he'd worked so hard to dig as their own?
Li Chenxi spoke up at the right moment, his voice firm. Old secretary, let me make this clear. This hand pump well is primarily for my grandparents' water needs. It hasn't used any village resources, not even the land where it's dug, which is our family's vegetable garden. His eyes flashed with an unmistakable resolve, making it clear he was no pushover. Truthfully, as long as it didn't interfere with his grandparents' water needs, he wouldn't mind if others occasionally came to draw water. But these people's words were simply unbearable. The old party secretary nodded solemnly upon hearing this.
I understand. This is your family's private well. No one has the right to criticize it. If anyone has objections, I'll have a talk with them. Crossing Li Chenxi? That was hardly a wise move. Did they want to eat again? Besides, what business was it of others if someone dug a well near their own home? Back then, a well was a crucial asset for any family.
Having a private well was a matter of great prestige among neighbors.
Who would willingly give it up for public use? This was sheer nonsense.
The old man glared at the meddlesome fellow, his voice laced with icy disdain. Not even your father or your grandfather would dare speak so boldly to me.
You've got some nerve, kid. Only then did the man realize his mistake.
His face drained of color as he stammered an explanation, insisting he'd merely spoken his mind without malice.
Li Chenxi's grandfather wasn't about to listen to excuses.
He'd already made up his mind to seek out the boy's parents later for a proper talk. Seeing his third uncle getting worked up and ready to fight, Li Chenxi quickly assigned him a task. Uncle, don't get carried away.
Let's keep digging down. This well isn't deep enough yet. Hitting someone? Not necessary. We're all from the same village.
That kid might have some ulterior motives, but this warning should be enough. If he still doesn't get the hint, he'll have no one to blame but himself.
This little warning should save them a lot of trouble down the road. Uncle San deliberately kicked a clump of mud at the guy's feet before resuming work. Feeling thoroughly humiliated, the man slunk away. The others all apologized to Chenxi, condemning the other man's behavior, their attitudes clearly siding with Chenxi. Work resumed, and they drilled down to about 14 meters. Groundwater began seeping upward, but the pressure wasn't strong enough to push it out of the borehole. Chenxi directed the team to work methodically, lowering plastic pipes down the well and installing the wellhead. The wellhead was meticulously crafted from a section of iron pipe roughly 10 centimeters in diameter. Inside was a piston rod tightly connected to the power handle, with the piston itself made of durable rubber. "Is that all?" someone asked curiously. Chenxi didn't answer directly. Instead, he gripped the lever tightly and began pumping it vigorously up and down. Within 10 strokes, murky water gushed forth from the iron pipe of the wellhead. Everyone present, including the old party secretary, stared wide-eyed, faces aglow with excitement, exclaiming in wonder. "Quick, get buckets! Don't waste this water," the old party secretary urged. Chenxi immediately stepped aside and said to Uncle San, "Uncle San, you take over pumping. Keep it up until clear water comes out." "Got it. Watch this." Uncle San spat into his palms, rubbed his hands together vigorously, grabbed the lever, and began pumping up and down at the same rhythm his nephew had just demonstrated. This was so much easier than fetching water from that spring. Chapter 22, Water. The others watched with growing excitement, finding it utterly fascinating. Soon they lined up to try pumping water themselves. The water they pumped was collected bucket by bucket, and before long, some carried it off to irrigate the fields. After about 20 minutes, a clear stream of water finally began to flow. "All right, that's enough," Chenxi exclaimed happily. By then, nearly half the village had gathered to watch. They had never seen a well like this before, and they all cast envious glances at Chenxi's grandparents. Of course it was their first time seeing one. After all, these hand-pump wells only became common in the 1980s and 1990s. Back then, they were extremely common in rural areas, found in almost every household, and incredibly convenient to use. The village elders heard that Chenxi had dug this hand-pump well specifically to make water access easier for his grandparents. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, praising him as a filial and thoughtful young man. Seeing other people's grandchildren, then looking at their own whether they were awkward or heartless was enough to make one's blood boil. The old party secretary approached with a concerned look on his face. "Chenxi," he asked, "how much did you spend on the parts for this hand-pumped well?" Seeing that Chenxi had indeed succeeded in drawing water, the old secretary began calculating how many more such wells he could drill in the village to facilitate irrigation. Relying solely on that spring to water the fields was simply too inefficient. Chenxi understood the old party secretary's intentions and wholeheartedly agreed with his plan to organize the villagers to dig more such hand-pumped wells. That way, his own hand pump wouldn't stand out so conspicuously, drawing constant attention. Otherwise, it was bound to attract envy. If the village had several such wells, everyone would have little to worry about. Moreover, Chenxi hoped these hand-pumped wells could serve the villagers as soon as possible. At the very least, during these difficult 3 years of hardship, they could provide some measure of relief. Chenxi understood that if too many such wells were dug, the groundwater level would inevitably continue to drop, which would have negative consequences for the future. But in the current situation, who could afford to think about the future? Getting through these difficult 3 years was the urgent priority. "I spent 50 yuan, Chenxi stated truthfully. The components for a hand pump well weren't numerous, and the amount of steel used wasn't excessive. If mass production were undertaken, the cost shouldn't reach 50 yuan. That expensive, the old party secretary was taken aback. 50 yuan might not be a large sum for urban workers, but for farmers earning work points in the countryside, it was a fortune. Consider this, in recent years in the countryside, marrying a wife cost about 5 yuan. How much did our village spend on the well we dug before?" Chenxi countered. The old party secretary fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, his expression grew grave. He clenched his back teeth and pressed, "But can you guarantee it will produce water?" Chenxi responded calmly and patiently, "This is groundwater. Generally speaking, the water table in the same area is roughly the same. Judging from the recent experience of digging this hand-pumped well, our village's water table is about 10 meters deep. This means that if we dig the original village well another 2 or 3 meters deeper, it's highly likely to yield water. However, as we continue to draw water, the groundwater level will drop accordingly, making it difficult to predict how long it will last. Unless we get a blessing from the heavens in the form of rain to replenish the groundwater we've used." The old party secretary listened to this clear and concise explanation, and suddenly it all clicked. He blurted out, "So if we just keep digging deeper into that old well, we'll get water?" His eyes brimmed with delight. If that were true, organizing the villagers to dig 2 or 3 meters deeper from the existing wellhead could seemingly solve the water shortage problem while saving a significant expense, a truly cost-effective solution. "It's highly likely to yield water, but I can't guarantee the volume," Chenxi added. The old party secretary nodded, his mind already made up. Without further hesitation, the old party secretary made a decisive call. With the crops desperately needing water, he immediately rallied the villagers to begin digging. Everyone, stop standing around like fools. Follow me now. At the old party secretary's command, the villagers responded immediately and sprang into action. The onlookers gradually dispersed, each returning to their own tasks. Chenxi's grandparents beamed with joy, their eyes brimming with delight as they gazed at the newly dug hand pump well. With this well, their household would never again struggle with water shortages. The old man couldn't wait. He bent down, took a sip of the well water, and savored it. Finding it identical in quality to the village's previous well, he beamed with delight, his heart bursting with joy. Our great-grandson is truly remarkable. He managed to build such a convenient well, the old man praised. Just then, a man suddenly knelt before the old man, startling everyone present. Great uncle, I heard you have milk powder. Please sell me some. My daughter is starving. She can't hold on much longer. The man knelt with a thud, banging his head frantically against the ground until his forehead nearly sank into the sand. It turned out his daughter had been born just days ago. But his wife was so starved her ribs showed through her skin. How could she possibly have milk for the baby? At first, he'd begged his sister-in-law to give the infant a few sips of food, but now she couldn't produce any milk either. Li Dazheng had already braced himself for the worst. What if his daughter didn't survive? Earlier, he had overheard mention of formula milk. But with so many people around, he had waited until everyone had left before speaking up. Otherwise, if every household came to Uncle Li's place asking for formula, where would he get enough to give them all? Auntie San stood nearby, her expression tense and awkward. It was all because their little girl couldn't keep her mouth shut and had accidentally let slip that they had formula at home. Children, after all, couldn't resist the temptation of something delicious and always wanted to show off to their friends. Chenxi's grandfather sighed, saying nothing, but turned to look at his wife. Grandma, however, fixed her gaze on her grandson. Grandma, sell him a bag. 10 yuan each, Chenxi suggested. Giving it away for free wouldn't do otherwise, everyone would come asking for handouts. Li Dazheng nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Alright, I'll go home and get the money right away. Thank you, great uncle, great aunt, and Uncle Liashiliu. Truthfully, his family only had 20 or 30 yuan. This single bag of formula would drain nearly half their savings, yet Li Dazheng didn't hesitate for a moment. Take it home first. You can bring the money over later, old Master Li said with understanding. So, Chenxi's grandmother took out a bag of milk powder and handed it to Li Dazheng. Li Dazheng clutched the milk powder tightly against his chest, hiding it under his clothes like a thief, and hurried home. No sooner had he left than Auntie San caught Lifong and gave her a sound beating. Grandpa and Grandma didn't intervene. They felt this was a necessary lesson for the child, otherwise, next time she got something tasty, she'd blab about it again. Auntie, don't hurt her. That's enough, Chenxi interceded from the sidelines. He then beckoned to Lifong, gave her a piece of candy, and instructed her, from now on, eat it secretly. Don't tell anyone else. The little girl, tears streaming down her face, promised Chenxi, big brother, I won't tell my mother either. Not far away, Lai Fu and Lai Kai watched their sister eat the candy, their eyes filled with envy. They wished they were the ones getting punished. They thought to themselves, if getting a beating meant getting candy, they'd gladly take it. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going for a walk, Chenxi said. The old lady looked at him fondly. Go ahead. Take a straw hat so you don't get sunburned. The three little ones scampered barefoot after their big brother. Chapter 23, More Than Enough desperately seeking votes. Li Dazheng returned home and quickly shut the door. His series of actions left his wife looking utterly puzzled. Honey, look what I got. Li Dazheng pulled the bag of powdered milk from his chest. Rice cereal? His wife dared not think it was formula, assuming it was precious rice cereal instead. If it was rice cereal, she could make it into porridge, and their daughter might eat a couple of spoonfuls. It's formula milk. From our great-uncle's family. Probably brought back from the city by Uncle 16. Li Dazheng handed the formula to his wife, urging her to prepare some for their daughter. Li Dazheng's wife was overjoyed, accepting the powder while wiping away tears. This meant their daughter could be saved. She carefully scooped a small spoonful of powder into a bowl, afraid to waste even a bit, then added warm water and stirred it until smooth before feeding it to her daughter. Meanwhile, Li Dazheng rushed back to his room, rummaging through drawers and cabinets to gather the family's money. It was all in small bills, a few dimes, even pennies. He counted it all, scraping together 10 yuan. Clutching the cash, he hurried out the door, heading straight for his great-uncle's house. Before long, Chenxi heard the news. Though the well had yielded water, it flowed too slowly to meet the village's needs. This left the former party secretary and others somewhat disheartened. Still, it was better than nothing. The old party secretary sought out Chenxi again, determined to drill a hand-pumped well at each of the 4 cardinal points around Li village. The wells would serve dual purposes, providing daily water for villagers and facilitating irrigation. The 200 yuan was originally the village's lifeline, earmarked for purchasing grain. Chenxi, I'm troubling you again, the old party secretary said, placing the money in Chenxi's hand. All right. I'll swing by the factory later and see if I can get some more parts, Chenxi agreed readily. As Li Chenxi wandered through the village, he encountered a few children along the way. They had picked some wild berries from somewhere and insisted on giving him a few, claiming they were especially delicious. He looked down, they were nothing but fizzleless berries. Just by their appearance, you could tell they were sour. Sure enough, the first bite was distinctly tart, but chewing slowly revealed a hint of sweetness. Li Chenxi knew full well this plant's scientific name was fizzleless, meaning sour fruit. How could it not be sour? You little rascals, you've got some nerve eating this stuff. Aren't you afraid of getting a beating from your parents when you get home? Li Chenxi asked with a smile, half joking. He knew that eating too many sour foods could leave one's stomach empty and hunger pangs coming quickly. In these times of scarcity, when people were already struggling to fill their bellies, eating such things would surely make parents furious. Probably only that hint of sweetness made the kids so attached they couldn't bear to throw it away. Just as he pondered this, a child excitedly shouted, "Uncle! I caught this too!" One of the little ones suddenly pulled a mouse from his chest, making Li Chenxi's scalp tingle. The other children looked on with envy. To them, it was pure meat. "Alright, I see it. You kids are something else. It's getting late, all of you, hurry home." Li Chenxi urged them gently, his face soft with kindness. He knew full well that in these lean times, scolding them about mice being unsanitary would be utterly misplaced. People were gnawing on tree bark these days who had the luxury to be picky. "Big brother, that rat meat was so tasty. I know there's still one left in a hole, I'll take you to catch it." Lai Fu's face lit up with excitement as he volunteered eagerly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. He and his younger brother had stumbled upon the hidden burrow by chance. Its location was so concealed that most people would never find it. "I know it too. Big brother, I can take you there." Lai Kai, afraid of being upstaged, quickly chimed in, desperate for Li Chenxi to notice his eagerness. "Catch that rat. Now get your butt home." Li Chenxi frowned, his stern gaze fixing on Lai Fu. Back home, Li Chenxi spotted the thoughtless blabbermouth getting a thorough thrashing from his father. The old man showed no mercy, breaking his stick clean in two. Li Chenxi's grandfather watched nearby, showing no intention of intervening. "If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. Nobody thinks you're mute." The man's father waved the broken stick, cursing furiously. Only when the old man noticed Li Chenxi's return did he pause. His face remained stern as he ordered, "Enough. Both of you go back now. Think before you speak in the future." Hearing this, father and son felt an immediate weight lift off their shoulders. Most villagers bore the surname Li, but Li Chenxi's grandfather held such high standing that even those older than him addressed him as uncle. Coupled with Li Chenxi's repeated interventions in solving major village crises, his prestige was immense. This family dared not provoke him lightly. 16th uncle, that kid doesn't think before he acts. "Please don't take it to heart," the middle-aged man pleaded, his face plastered with an apologetic smile as he humbly begged Li Chenxi's forgiveness. Li Chenxi truly felt how absurdly high his seniority was in the village. A man in his 40s actually addressed him respectfully as 16th uncle. The awkward part was, Li Chenxi had no recollection of this family at all. He didn't recognize them. He waved his hand magnanimously, his tone gentle. "We're all relatives sharing the same surname. Since it was an unintentional mistake, it's settled once we've talked it out. You shouldn't beat or scold him anymore." With that, he had effectively given the other party a way out. Right. The misunderstandings cleared up, the middle-aged man nodded frantically, agreeing repeatedly. Then, with a slap to his son's head, he added, "What's that mouth of yours for? Don't you know how to call your great-uncle?" The young man looked utterly dejected. He got hit whether he spoke or not. This was truly a predicament. "Uncle," the young man reluctantly called out. Li Chenxi inwardly groaned. A guy barely older than himself was now addressing him as great-uncle? He mused that if this guy had kids in a few years, wouldn't they end up calling him great-great-uncle? With that thought, he pulled out a pack of Dakianman cigarettes from his pocket. With a deft motion, he handed one to each of them, his face breaking into a warm smile as he said, "Glad the misunderstanding is cleared up. We're all family here, so drop by the house more often when you have time." "Absolutely. We'll definitely come often." The middle-aged man, flattered beyond measure, nodded eagerly, his face beaming with smiles. Once father and son had left, the old man finally relaxed his expression and said affectionately, "Chenxi, you must be famished after a day's work. I'll have your grandmother cook you a meal." Li Chenxi felt a warm surge in his heart, deeply appreciating the elder generation's care. He smiled and declined, "Grandma is getting on in years and should enjoy her retirement. Today, I'll take over the kitchen. Let you two taste your grandson's cooking, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Good. Grandpa's in for a treat." The old man's smile grew even broader. He felt deeply gratified. His son might be immature, but his grandson was thoughtful and filial. They were immensely grateful to their daughter-in-law Chenxi's mother for giving them such a wonderful grandson. Sadly, she hadn't lived to enjoy her blessings, passing away far too soon. "Oh. Right, here's the 10 yuan Dazheng gave me. Take it, Chenxi." The old man pulled a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Li Chenxi. Originally, Li Dazheng had given him loose change, but he deliberately exchanged it for a single 10 yuan bill to make it easier for his grandson to use. Chenxi didn't take it. Grandpa, you keep it. My dad left me a lot over 1,000 yuan. I'll never spend it all. Hearing that his son had left his grandson a large sum before running off with the widow, the old man snorted coldly. That good for nothing, at least he has some humanity left. Though he routinely berated his son, the old man's eyes now brimmed with affection for his grandson. Nevertheless, the old man firmly pressed the money into Chenxi's hands. Not just this 10 yuan note, even their entire household assets would eventually be left to their eldest grandson. Living in the village, they didn't really need much money anyway. Chapter 24, Dinner Time. Chenxi entered the kitchen and glanced at the ingredients, finding them rather sparse. He shook his head helplessly, thinking he'd just have to make do. Just then, Lifu slipped in to help stoke the fire. I'll help you too, big brother. Lai Kai didn't want to be left out and joined Lifu in the bustle. Little Lai Fong grew impatient, clutching a bundle of firewood as she trotted over to join in. Chenxi first washed the rice and started cooking, deliberately making extra portions to include his Uncle San's family of 5. The pork he'd brought back last time had already been sun-dried by Grandpa and Grandma into cured meat. Though it had only been dry for 2 or 3 days, the flavor was already quite good. He sliced off about 2 pounds, planning to make stir-fried garlic shoots with cured pork. If Grandpa and Grandma saw this, they'd probably start nagging again, saying he was too wasteful. Next, Chenxi took a couple of laps around the vegetable garden. He found the selection rather sparse, not many varieties, and the plants weren't thriving. He pulled a few garlic shoots to stir-fry with the cured pork and plucked some leaves from the greens, careful not to take whole heads since there weren't many to begin with. The menu was quickly decided: stir-fried garlic shoots with cured pork, steamed egg custard, and stir-fried greens. By the time Grandpa and Grandma followed the aroma over, the meal was nearly ready. Is it New Year's already? Such a feast! Grandma exclaimed in surprise. White rice, eggs, meat and far too much oil in the stir-fried greens. She couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight. Auntie San shook her head repeatedly, thinking her nephew really didn't know how to manage his finances. Big brother, it smells so good. Lai Fu said eagerly. Lai Kai sniffed sharply, sucking back his snot, and said, Big brother, your cooking smells even better than Mom's. Little Lai Fong's eyes were glued to the meat on the plate, drool practically dripping out. Auntie San watched the children with a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking, of course it smells good, it's eggs and meat. With all that oil, even fried choux sols would smell delicious. When will Uncle San finish work? Tell him to come back for dinner, Chenxi suggested. Even though the village canteen had grain now, it was only sweet potatoes and potatoes, hardly a feast. Alright, I'll go fetch him. Auntie San immediately scampered out, afraid the head of the household might miss this feast. Once the dishes were all on the table, the old lady looked at the spread and said with a touch of heartache, Chenxi. From now on, just let Grandma cook. She knew full well that the jar of oil at home wouldn't last long. But she couldn't say it outright, afraid she'd scare her grandson away and he wouldn't come back much anymore. That would be terrible. Chenxi understood what his grandmother was worrying about. He smiled and said, Grandma. After dinner, I'll head back to the steel mill to handle some business for the village. I'll bring back a barrel of peanut oil while I'm at it. From now on, you and Grandpa can eat without worry. As long as it's food, I can get it back. He knew the lard at home would last a while longer. Grandpa had rendered it just a few days ago, and they hadn't used much of it yet. Li Xiaoxiang saw his wife approaching. Before she even spoke, he understood most of the situation. He quickly excused himself from the team leader, finishing work early and promising to make up for it by working extra tomorrow. Alright, you can go. The team leader, considering Chenxi's standing, didn't stop him. Watching Li Xiaoxiang's receding figure as he followed his wife away, someone nearby remarked enviously, that guy's got it made. He's definitely going home to eat something special, someone chimed in. No need to say it. In our village, only Uncle 16 gets to eat meat. Chenxi works at the steel mill, his benefits are top-notch. Another chimed in. If only I had the luck to work at the steel mill, someone sighed. Seeing this, the team leader shot them a fierce glare and urged, it's still daylight. Stop daydreaming. Finish your work quickly and head to the canteen after work. Aren't you all hungry? At the mention of the cafeteria's sweet potatoes, everyone's stomachs growled in unison. Sweet potatoes weren't filling, but there was no alternative. Having something to eat was better than starving. Li village was still doing relatively well, they could eat sweet potatoes. They'd heard Shangshui village was barely scraping by on wild vegetable soup. Before Li Xiaoxiang even stepped through his door, an enticing aroma wafted into his nose, making him quicken his pace. His wife had already told him, Chenxi had cooked fragrant rice, prepared silky egg custard, and stir-fried aromatic cured pork with garlic shoots. The oil used for the greens equaled 10 days' worth of their usual consumption. In short, this meal was more lavish than any New Year feast. Whoa! Uncle, what's this fine liquor? The moment he entered the room, Li Xiaoxiang spotted the bottle of wine beside the old man and his eyes lit up instantly. Never mind what kind of liquor it is, you won't be getting any. Chenxi brought this back especially for me. If you want a drink, pour yourself half a bowl of sweet potato liquor. If not, hurry up and eat.
Li Xiaoqiang stared fixedly at the bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing as saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. His face begged, "Uncle, just let me have a tiny sip."
Just one. Li Chenxi couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Grandpa, just let him have a couple sips." At his eldest grandson's request, the old man reluctantly poured Li Xiaoqiang a tiny amount, literally just 2 sips. Li Xiaoqiang was utterly satisfied. He treasured that small sip, sipping it slowly, his mouth savoring the rare flavor as he immersed himself in the experience. Yes, this was Mao Tai. His heart swelled with joy, already scheming about how he'd brag to others someday about having tasted the legendary liquor. "Grandma, eat more. This egg custard is wonderful, nutritious and easy to digest." Li Chenxi beamed as he picked up a spoon and scooped a generous portion of the soft, tender custard for his grandmother. All right, Grandma will eat." The old woman's eyes welled up, nearly spilling tears. All these years, her son had never once served her food. Never did she imagine she'd now receive such thoughtful care from her grandson. Only after seeing the adults begin eating did Lifu and the others dare to start. They ate with the joyful gusto of 3 little pigs. Though they craved meat, their mother had warned them not to overindulge, so they remained relatively restrained in their servings. Except for Li Chenxi, everyone else thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Especially Lai Fu and his siblings. Their bellies were round and full, their faces glowing with happiness. Their hearts brimmed with longing. How wonderful it would be if every meal could be this satisfying, filled with meat and eggs at every sitting. The taste of these 2 foods was truly unforgettable. They secretly hoped their eldest brother would return to the village often, for only when he came back could they have the chance to enjoy such delicious food. After the meal, everyone relaxed and digested their food, while Auntie San quietly cleared the dishes without a single complaint. As they prepared to leave, Li Chenxi's grandmother handed her 2 bags of milk powder, saying, Chenxi was worried about his 3 cousins. "Take these back for Lifu and the others to eat." Auntie San couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing this. The old lady understood her words had deeply touched the woman's heart. She gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "All right, go home now." Just then, the call of "dinner's ready" echoed from the village canteen. Several outsiders entered Li Village, with village chief Wang from Shangshui Village leading the way. Having heard that Li Village had somehow obtained a batch of sweet potatoes, he decame with thick-skinned audacity. His own village had suffered another death from starvation that day, and the situation was dire. Chapter 25, Building 2 more houses. However, as they neared the Li Village communal kitchen, they were stopped. Village Chief Wang could already smell the sweet potatoes and potatoes. The villagers who came with him couldn't help but swallow hard, their stomachs growling loudly. They had managed to endure until now, but the enticing aroma made their stomachs rebel. Village Chief Wang frowned deeply, handed the old party secretary a pack of economy cigarettes, and sighed, "Alas! Another person starved to death today. I heard your village got some sweet potatoes, so I came to ask where you bought them." He even pulled out the village's entire cash reserve, insisting they were willing to pay any price to secure grain. Old secretary, eyeing the generally friendly village chief Wang, asked warily, "Old Wang, just say what you need." He silently prayed it wasn't a request to borrow grain. If it was, he'd have to politely refuse. After all, Lijia village truly had no surplus grain to spare, not even sweet potatoes. He had to be responsible for the villagers of Li village. The old party secretary hadn't intended to reveal this information, but hearing village chief Wang's pitiful plea, he recalled Li Chenxi's earlier words, the game they hunted counted as delivering performance for him, a mutual favor. His heart softened. "Someone from Li village works as a procurement officer at the steel mill," he said. "They can trade for grain there, but they don't want money. They want game, wild boar, things like that." Village chief Wang's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" he asked, almost unable to believe it. "Why would I lie? That steel mill employs tens of thousands of workers. Even a small amount of grain leaked out would be enough to feed our entire village. But you must keep this confidential, don't spread the word," the old party secretary cautioned. Village chief Wang found this reasoning compelling. With so many people at the steel mill, even a small amount of saved food could feed an entire village. Besides, the steel mill wasn't short on money, what they lacked was meat. Realizing this, Wang had an epiphany. He immediately assured the old party secretary, "Old Li, rest assured. I won't leak a word." Hearing this, the old party secretary silently thanked his luck for not acting on his own earlier. At the same time, he was grateful to Li Chenxi for securing such a favorable deal for the village. After all, the 4,000 jin of sweet potatoes they'd obtained was a special price Chenxi had negotiated for Li Jiazwang. Other villages likely wouldn't have gotten nearly as much. Soon after, Li Chenxi received word and arrived as well. "Chenxi, this is village chief Wang from Shangshui village, you've met him before," the old party secretary introduced. Li Chenxi nodded and said, "Yes. I remember you. Village chief Wang, hello. Comrade, hello. I've come today to discuss the grain exchange. I'm ashamed to say, people are starving to death in our village." Village chief Wang began playing the sympathy card again. After hearing this, Li Chenxi stated directly, 100 caddies of meat for 3,500 caddies of sweet potatoes, or potatoes, is that acceptable?
The old party secretary, relieved he hadn't agreed to Wang's terms earlier, was also grateful for the favorable price Chenxi had secured for the village.
Village Chief Wang agreed almost without hesitation. Yes, absolutely. Comrade, thank you so much.
No one understood the difficulty of obtaining grain these days better than Village Chief Wang. Even high-priced grain on the black market was hard to come by, let alone such a large quantity. After securing the information, Village Chief Wang wasted no time.
People in the village were waiting for this lifeline.
He had to hurry back and organize hunters to head into the mountains. On the way back, he repeatedly warned those around him not to mention to other villagers that they were trading grain with the steel mill. They were to claim they were hunting for profit and that the grain had been purchased on the black market.
Li Chenxi had originally planned to return to the city immediately after dinner.
He intended to have third uncle find Master Chen to rush produce parts for 4 water-pressing wells and bring back some ingredients while he was at it. The kitchen supplies at home were limited, making it difficult to prepare anything substantial. However, Village Chief Wang of Shangshui Village suddenly paid a visit, expressing their desire to also trade game for grain. After some thought, Li Chenxi decided to postpone his trip back to the city until the next day to avoid unnecessary travel.
Besides, night was falling, and his grandmother worried he might encounter danger on the road.
In this era of food scarcity, some might resort to desperate measures driven by hunger. The old woman harbored some resentment toward the former party secretary, feeling that village affairs always burdened her eldest grandson.
She muttered to herself, "What exactly are you all doing? If you can handle it, do it. If you can't, then don't."
The hand pump well had indeed made water access much more convenient. The water jar was now filled with clear water.
Grandma looked at it with great satisfaction, a smile lingering on her lips. Li Chenxi took a bath. Though he was from the south, some habits were hard to change quickly. The bathing conditions at his grandfather's place were simply unsatisfactory.
He pondered renovating his grandparents' home as well. This would make their living more comfortable and make his future visits easier.
After his bath, he discussed with his grandfather, "Grandpa, what do you think about building 2 more rooms right here on the right side of our house?"
The old man froze upon hearing this, pondering inwardly, even if you come back to stay overnight, the existing rooms are more than enough.
There's even an empty room next door. Is that really necessary? He asked doubtfully.
After all, adding 2 rooms and renovating the old house would be no small expense. He reasoned that he and his wife were both elderly. Having lived in this old house for most of their lives, they were thoroughly accustomed to it. There was really no need for such upheaval.
Wouldn't it be more practical to save the money for building and set it aside for his eldest grandson's future family, helping him support his household?
Li Chenxi knew exactly what was going on. Grandpa was just being frugal. Looks like he'd have to employ some special tactics.
"Grandpa, I'll definitely come back to stay often.
I'll fix up the house nicely so it's comfortable to live in.
Besides, when I get married, won't my wife be coming here often? And when we have children, your great-grandchildren, where will they stay? This place alone won't be big enough then."
Before the old man could respond, the old lady couldn't sit still any longer.
She nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes, yes. We really need to expand the house. Otherwise, it won't be big enough later."
As she spoke, her mind was already filled with visions of her eldest grandson's lively family, eagerly anticipating the day she could hold her great-grandchildren.
"Then I'll find someone tomorrow to discuss building an extension."
The old man grew excited too, thinking of his future granddaughter-in-law, great-grandchildren, and great-granddaughters. It seemed this tactic never failed with grandparents, and Li Chenxi felt a quiet satisfaction.
As night fell, boredom drove him to wander aimlessly around the store. Just then, Grandma entered holding the family's only kerosene lamp, gently placing it in his room. Li Village still lacked electricity, so every household relied on kerosene lamps or candles for light.
Chapter 26, Wood for Grain. The kerosene lamp, the most common lighting tool in the countryside, now held by Grandma's hands, seemed especially warm and comforting. This particular lamp featured a uniquely shaped copper burner, resembling an open-mouthed toad. Both the base and the glass shade, which served as a windshield, were crafted from glass. More elaborate kerosene lamps featured claw-like extensions around the burner, with a small gear on one side. Turning this gear allowed precise adjustment of the wick's height. The cotton wick extends from the base, with the lamp head securely threaded onto it. Simply light the wick end, place the glass shade over it, and the lamp illuminates. Of course, there were also kerosene lamps specifically designed for windproofing, outdoor use, or fieldwork, but in this simple era, they were not common.
Nightlife here was unadorned and simple.
Most people retired early to conserve kerosene and candles. Only young couples might indulge in a little romance, savoring these rare moments of quiet. For this very reason, whenever word spread through the village that the projectionist was coming to show a movie, it sparked a wave of excitement throughout the entire community.
Everyone eagerly anticipated this rare opportunity for entertainment.
The next morning, Grandma specially steamed white flour buns and boiled eggs for Li Chenxi. This time, they didn't make the cornbread buns Li Chenxi disliked, afraid of upsetting him. The eggs, as always, were reserved for her beloved eldest grandson. Grandma's affection for Li Chenxi was nothing short of meticulous. She practically wanted to squeeze his toothpaste for him. After eating his fill, Chenxi saw Grandpa summoning the village's skilled builders. He stepped forward, pulled out cigarettes, and distributed them to everyone.
Wow! Dakianman. That's some good stuff, pretty impressive. Chenxi, how do you plan to build this house?
Li Jiming accepted the cigarette but seemed reluctant to smoke it, carefully tucking it away instead. Though already in his 40s, he was actually the same generation as Li Chenxi. Earlier, Chenxi's grandfather, his great-uncle, had told him that the idea to add an extension came from Chenxi himself. So he decided to ask Chenxi directly about his vision.
At this, Chenxi immediately laid out his requirements, especially regarding the bathroom.
He knew all too well how rare it was to have a comfortable bathroom in this era. Li Jiming silently noted his cousin's words, finding nothing unusual. After all, having grown up in the city, Chenxi naturally valued his surroundings.
This is going to cost a pretty penny, isn't it? Li Jiming voiced his concern. No worries, brother Jiming. Just build it as I say. If any materials are short, let me know and I'll figure it out. Also, get a few more people to help and finish the house as soon as possible. As for meals, just eat at my place. Li Chenxi said generously. Alright, no problem.
Li Jiming agreed readily.
Who in the village didn't know your family had the best meals?
Everyone envied you, but no one resented it.
Oh, and do you have any beams ready? Li Chenxi suddenly asked.
Building a house required just a few basic materials: stones, mud bricks, timber, and roof tiles. Stones were used for the foundation, mud bricks could be made by hand, timber was for doors, windows, and beams, while roof tiles had to be bought from the tile kiln. Among these materials, the beams had the highest requirements. Not just any wood you needed straight trunks that wouldn't warp or split.
No, grandfather shook his head. Then whose house has spare beams? Li Chenxi pressed. Dachuan's family has some.
They have over a dozen decent pieces of wood, grandfather replied.
Alright, I'll go talk to him later, Li Chenxi said.
Li Jiming thought for a moment before adding, Chenxi, if possible, bring back some cement and lime too.
Limestone will do after high temperature calcination, it becomes quicklime.
Mixing it with water turns it into slake lime, which can be used for plastering walls.
Alright, I'll take care of it, Li Chenxi agreed readily.
He knew Master Gu would surely have all these materials in stock.
Alright, settled.
I'll take men to find stones immediately. We can use the unused mud bricks in the village. You go talk to the old party secretary, specify the quantity needed, and promise to return them in full later.
Put the roof tiles on hold for now. After the beam is raised, I'll personally select a batch of good ones for you from the tile kiln.
Li Jiming organized the tasks with clear logic. Thank you for your hard work, brother Jiming, Li Chenxi said gratefully.
Li Jiming waved his hand lightly. He knew full well he should be thanking Li Chenxi instead.
After all, this work was far easier than earning labor points in the fields, and the food would undoubtedly be much better than the village canteen.
After seeing Li Jiming off, Li Chenxi also stepped outside and headed straight for Dachuan's house. Though he didn't know the way, it didn't matter Lifu and the others were there to guide him. After all, building the house was his idea, and he couldn't let his grandparents work themselves too hard. Dachuan's house sat in a secluded corner of Li village, nestled against the mountainside. Beneath its eaves lay a straight log, quietly drying in the open air. Lifu and his siblings stopped in their tracks upon seeing it. This household kept a dog. Li Chenxi also heard the barking and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. In these times, when even people struggled to feed themselves, keeping a dog seemed like an unnecessary burden. The dog was thin, but its eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. At that moment, a disheveled, unkempt man emerged from the house, his eyes still crusted with sleep. It was Li Dachuan. By family seniority, he addressed Li Chenxi as 16th uncle. 16th uncle, what's the matter? Li Dachuan inquired. No sooner had he spoken than a reproachful voice rang out from inside the house, scolding Li Dachuan. Don't you know to invite your 16th uncle in to sit? You have no manners at all. Li Dachuan could only awkwardly turn to Li Chenxi and say, 16th uncle, please come in and sit down. Li Chenxi entered the room with the three Lifu siblings. The scene before him was somewhat startling. Half the room was piled high with lumber, making an uninformed observer think this family were lumberjacks. Besides Li Dachuan, his father, Li Jiqing, sat there looking equally disheveled, his face covered in stubble, utterly unconcerned with his appearance. In stark contrast, Li Dachuan's younger brother was neatly dressed and well-groomed, creating a striking difference from the slightly chaotic room, as if they were worlds apart. This trio made up the family. Li Dachuan's mother had passed away several years prior. Chenxi, have a seat. What brings you here? Li Jiqing asked. Li Chenxi pulled out cigarettes and distributed them to everyone. But Li Dachuan snatched the one meant for his younger brother. You don't smoke anyway. Give it to me. Ha? Li Jiqing uttered a questioning sound. Li Dachuan reluctantly handed the cigarette to his father, a hint of frustration visible on his face. Only then did Li Jiqing nod in satisfaction. He acknowledged, then addressed Li Chenxi. We do have wood, and we can give you some. But we don't want money for it. Then what do you want? Li Chenxi asked curiously. Grain. Do you have any? Li Jiqing looked at Li Chenxi with hopeful eyes. His request for grain wasn't solely to feed his own family. Though his wife was no longer with them, he remained deeply indebted to her. He visited his in-laws regularly, helping to support their livelihood. Chapter 27: Dragon's Beard Candy. His father-in-law had no sons. He had promised his wife that he would care for the two elders in their old age and see them off when the time came. Moreover, he was deeply preoccupied with finding a marriage for his son, Dachuan. A suitable bride had already been chosen, but her family insisted that grain be used as the betrothal gift. But now, in the lean season between harvests, where could Chenxi possibly find such a large quantity of grain? What kind of grain do you need? Rice, flour, corn, potatoes, or sweet potatoes? Chenxi pressed. For others, grain might be a problem, but for him, it was no trouble at all. Seeing Chenxi ask such questions, Li Zicheng felt much more at ease. After all, Chenxi was a procurement officer at the steel mill, often dealing with grain. He had even secured plenty of sweet potatoes and potatoes for the village before. Potatoes and corn it is. How many logs do you need? Li Zicheng offered. I'll help you pick them out, guaranteed sturdy enough for roof beams. 12 for the beams, plus wood for doors and windows. I'll also need 3 thicker ones. If that's not enough, I'll come back later, Chenxi replied truthfully, following his original plan. Li Zicheng agreed readily. Alright. Chun and I will deliver the wood to you later this evening. As for the grain, Chenxi was equally decisive, 1 piece of timber for 10 jin of corn kernels, or 30 jin of potatoes. What do you think? He silently calculated the store price of corn kernels 5 fen per jin. Give me some corn and potatoes then. I'll take 100 jin of corn and 150 jin of potatoes. Li Zicheng had already planned it out, 50 jin of corn for his son's marriage proposal. The in-laws would surely demand 50 jin of grain, cornmeal would do, then grind 20 jin of cornmeal and pair it with 30 jin of potatoes for his father-in-law. The remaining 30 jin of corn and 120 jin of potatoes would be for his own family's consumption. I'll deliver the grain tomorrow, Chenxi agreed. After finalizing the deal, Chenxi didn't linger. He still needed to collect mud bricks from the old party secretary. After seeing off Chenxi and his group, Dachuan rubbed his hands together excitedly, unable to contain his excitement. Dad! I'm going to find Xiaofeng first thing tomorrow morning. What's the rush? Your bride isn't going anywhere. First, go exchange the corn and potatoes. I'll go pick up the lumber, and you help me carry it over later, Li Zicheng hurriedly reminded him. Dachuan's younger brother couldn't help but interject, Brother, you really should get a haircut. This remark was also a subtle nudge to their father. Looking at them now, did they even resemble a party going to propose marriage? Dachuan finally snapped back to reality and replied, Alright, you can cut it for me tonight. His younger brother continued, Dad, I think we should bring Grandma and Grandpa to live with us. Every time we send them food, Auntie's family just devours it all. Li Zicheng's brow furrowed. He tapped the armrest of his chair and said hesitantly, I'll discuss it with your grandfather and the others. Li Zicheng knew his sister-in-law's character inside out. Back when his wife was alive, they'd argued countless times over her, even coming to blows. What's there to discuss? You know perfectly well how stubborn Grandma and Grandpa are. They'd never agree to come here and be a bother to us, Dachuan complained. Li Zicheng looked utterly helpless, spreading his hands wide. Fine, then go talk to your grandparents. With that, he flopped back onto the bed, effectively passing the buck to his resourceful youngest son. Meanwhile, Chenxi took out 3 pieces of dragon beard candy and shared them with the Laifu siblings. Eat quickly, but don't let anyone see you, he whispered. The 3 little ones had never seen this kind of candy before. It looked delicious, and they nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. They quickly stuffed the candy into their mouths, glancing around furtively like they were doing something wrong. This dragon beard candy, pure white and fluffy, with strands as fine as dragon whiskers, was meticulously crafted from wheat flour, maltose, and other ingredients. Its milky white appearance featured delicate, thread-like layers that were distinct and well-defined. Not only was it rich in nutrients, but it also melted instantly in the mouth, offering a light and crisp texture with a lingering, subtle sweetness. Legend has it that Emperor Zhengde, while traveling incognito, stumbled upon this delicacy. The unique aroma and texture captivated him the moment it touched his tongue. Delighted, he ordered it brought to the palace, bestowing the name Dragon's Whisker Candy. Later, it was also called Dragon's Whisker Rolls, becoming a royal court delicacy. Over time, this treat gradually spread from the palace to the common people, winning widespread popularity. However, another account suggests that during the reign of Emperor Yongzheng, a grand Manchu Han banquet was held for officials. Imperial chefs prepared crispy candies on the spot, their movements as fluid as dancing dragons and phoenixes. The sugar threads he drew were pure white and delicate, resembling the whiskers of an auspicious dragon. Emperor Yongzheng was greatly pleased by this sight. Not only did he bestow the crispy candy upon his consorts and ministers, but he also specially named it Dragon Whiskers Candy. Bro, this candy is amazing. Lai Kai sniffed sharply, his snot nearly reaching his lips before he sucked it back in. Chenxi frowned and scolded, blow your nose properly from now on. Don't be so disgusting and unhygienic. This kid was just too messy. Oh, big brother, I'll remember.
Lai Kai pinched his nose, blew hard, flicked the mucus onto the ground, then wiped his snot-covered hand on the dirt.
Chenxi frowned at the sight and quickly pulled Lai Fong away. This scene was truly unbearable to watch. Chenxi found the old party secretary and laid out his plan in full. "Alright, take as many as you need."
The old party secretary nodded readily. It wasn't a big deal, those mud bricks were leftovers from building the village canteen. Technically village property, Chenxi was merely using them first and would compensate later, leaving no room for complaint. The old party secretary understood clearly that if he couldn't even grant Chenxi this small request, he'd be utterly useless as a village leader. Seeing Chenxi's plan to expand the house, the old party secretary felt genuinely pleased inside.
Chenxi's actions showed he still cared deeply about Li village and would return often.
This was a blessing for the village, essentially having a connection at the steel mill, and a procurement officer at that.
It could prove invaluable down the road.
Considering Chenxi's recent acts of kindness toward the village, the old party secretary felt compelled to assist him both out of principle and personal obligation. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me," the old party secretary added.
"Alright.
Thank you, old secretary," Chenxi said gratefully. The old party secretary waved his hand dismissively before turning away, hands behind his back, to attend to other matters.
Up ahead, several children were playing a game of squirting mud.
They molded the mud into various shapes, competing to see whose creation was the most impressive. The brothers Laifu and Lai Kai watched with eager anticipation. If not for their older brother keeping them in check, they would have sprinted over to join in long ago.
"Hello, Grandpa 16.
The children spotted Chenxi too, tilting their heads to greet him. "If you want some sunflower seeds, go wash your hands first," Chenxi told them with a smile. At that, the little ones scattered in a flurry, running toward the water source. Sunflower seeds were a special treat reserved for the new year. Peanuts and sunflower seeds were typically only available during the spring festival, hard to come by for ordinary folks during the rest of the year. Only 7 children had gone to wash their hands initially, but 12 returned.
No need to guess the secret had been leaked.
Don't expect these kids to keep a secret, their mouths are looser than a widow's belt. They were all familiar with the routine by now.
Without needing to be told, they ran over to Chenxi and instinctively lined up.
The adults working in the distance saw this and chuckled. Uncle 16 is handing out treats to the kids again.
Chapter 28, Black Bear Meat. How generous. No wonder he's doing so well in the city. Stop right there. You little brat, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You're old enough to know better, don't you have any shame?
The foreman, leading the work crew, saw others trying to join the line for treats and instantly flew into a rage, bellowing his scolding.
Chenxi pulled sunflower seeds from his pocket and gave each child a small handful. Everyone was too busy eating to notice that Chenxi's pocket couldn't possibly hold that many seeds. Hearing these little ones call him Uncle 16, Grandpa 16, and even more absurd names,
Chenxi was utterly speechless.
The melon seeds he offered gave off a rich, savory aroma. Where had these children ever tasted such an enticing delicacy before?
Each child treated them like precious treasures, even refusing to discard the shells. They carefully ground them to pieces with their teeth, savoring them in their mouths for as long as possible before reluctantly swallowing. Just as Chenxi was about to lead the Laifu siblings home, he glanced up and saw Village Chief Wang of Shangshui Village hurrying over with a group of people. Not only were they carrying a wild boar, but they were also dragging a black bear weighing at least 300 pounds.
The sight made Chenxi's eyebrows twitch. Village Chief Wang, did the hunt go smoothly this time? Village Chief Wang gave a bitter laugh. Ah, someone broke their leg.
Old secretary stood nearby, utterly speechless.
He cursed silently, that old fool is playing the victim again. Still, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy.
A black bear that big, just imagine how many sweet potatoes and potatoes it could trade for.
As for the injured man, just give him a little extra money. Who goes hunting in the mountains without preparing for injury or even death? Getting out alive was already a blessing.
Village Chief Wang nodded.
Sweet potatoes and potatoes will do. No problem. I'll have them delivered. Food was good enough, why be picky?
Besides, he knew these staples would fetch the best price.
Without delay, Chenxi headed home, hopped on his bicycle, and prepared to leave.
The old party secretary called after him, "Chenxi, don't forget about the hand pump well."
Standing nearby, Village Chief Wang asked curiously, "What kind of hand pump well?" The young man from Li Village began boasting proudly, "Never seen one?"
"It's a well that pumps water effortlessly." "Oui." Before he could finish, a cold glare pierced his back. Turning to meet the old party secretary's stern gaze, the young man shivered and quickly amended, "I'm off to work." Then he bolted. The old party secretary smiled and smoothed things over, "Don't listen to his nonsense.
That kid's been acting a bit off lately."
Village Chief Wang stared at his old friend, suspicion etched on his face.
"Who the hell are you trying to fool?
The river section in Shangshui Village has completely dried up now.
I'm as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet.
When I suddenly heard about a well that could produce water so easily, how could I just let it go?" The old party secretary thought it over and realized Village Chief Wang had a point.
"Fine, I can't explain it clearly. Just come with me and see for yourself. With that, he led Village Chief Wang toward Grandpa Li Chenxi's house. Upon arriving at Grandpa Li Chenxi's house, Village Chief Wang first greeted them warmly before going to see the so-called hand pump well. Watching Old Li skillfully operate the hand pump, just a few gentle presses, and clear water gushed from the ion pipe at the wellhead. Village Chief Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. Old Li, how is this well dug? How deep does it go? And a barrage of questions poured from the village chief toward the old party secretary. Old secretary could only repeat what Li Chenxi had mentioned earlier, offering a brief explanation about groundwater and such. Old Li, you're being foolish. Village Chief Wang suddenly exclaimed with heartfelt regret. The old party secretary froze, thinking, me, foolish? Village Chief Wang continued, don't you know water is scarce everywhere now? Don't you realize how important this type of pump well is? Why didn't you report it? What were you thinking? If you had reported it, Comrade Li, as the inventor, would definitely receive commendation. He might even be recognized as an individual model worker. Why didn't you report it? Village Chief Wang's words struck the old party secretary like a bolt of lightning, suddenly enlightening him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, good heavens! I truly hadn't considered that before. The truth was, he hadn't even considered this angle, never realizing it could bring such significant benefits to Li Chenxi. Come on, let's go report it right now, Village Chief Wang said urgently. He was desperate for water. Once reported, higher authorities would surely order relevant units to expedite production of these hand-pumped well components and distribute them to every village and commune. The former party secretary first explained the situation to Li Chenxi's grandfather and sought his consent. Upon hearing that their eldest grandson might receive commendation, perhaps even be honored as an individual model worker, how could they possibly object? In this era that revered the spirit of dedication, being named an individual model was a tremendous honor. The old man felt as if his ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke with pride, grinning from ear to ear. Then get moving. What kind of party secretary are you? You lack even this basic awareness. Li Chenxi's grandfather scolded him harshly. If it weren't for Village Chief Wang's reminder, his grandson would have missed this golden opportunity. How could he not be furious? The old party secretary was deeply disheartened by the scolding, thinking, this old man, relying on his seniority, dares to scold even me. At that moment, Li Chenxi remained completely unaware of the events about to unfold. Back at the factory, he headed straight for Section Chief Wang's office. Section Chief, interested in some wild game? Li Chenxi cut straight to the chase. Section Chief Wang, leisurely sipping tea from his enamel cup, immediately spit out a mouthful upon hearing this. Cough cough. More game meat? What is it this time? Of course I want some. You know our factory's situation. This kid had only been gone 2 days and already brought back meat for the factory, truly impressive. If only other procurement staff were as capable as Li Chenxi, Section Chief Wang might just have a shot at becoming a department head. Thank goodness Li Chenxi had been assigned to his section when he joined the company. Section Chief Wang silently rejoiced. The other colleagues in the office were also stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. Why does Li Chenxi always get the good deals? When we go out to buy supplies, we can barely even get a few eggs. It's embarrassing to talk about. This time we bagged a wild boar roughly 100 pounds and a black bear weighing at least 300 pounds. Li Chenxi explained, trying to secure a fair price for the villagers. Section Chief, you know how tough things are in the countryside now. The villagers had no choice but to risk going into the mountains. One of them even broke his leg hunting that black bear. So when we buy from them, we need to be generous, do the right thing. A black bear weighing over 300 pounds? The crowd gasped in shock upon hearing this. Good heavens! Never mind broken legs, just coming back alive would be a miracle. Black bear isn't just prized for its meat, its skin, paws, and gallbladder are all rare delicacies. Given that, the purchase price certainly can't be based solely on the meat value. Chapter 29, Section Chief, fancy some game? Chenxi, don't worry. I'll go find the Section Chief right away. No sooner had Section Chief Wang finished speaking than he slammed the door shut with a loud bang and hurried off towards Section Chief Zheng's office. The moment Section Chief Wang left, the office erupted like a boiling pot. Everyone quickly gathered around Li Chenxi, and compliments poured out like a flood, flowing endlessly. After all, someone in Section 5 of Procurement Division 4 had landed the plum assignment. As members of that section, everyone felt immensely proud. At that moment, Section Chief Wang was frantic with worry. He dashed straight into Section Chief Zheng's office. Section Chief, Section Chief. Section Chief Zheng was engrossed in reading the newspaper when the office door suddenly slammed open. This abrupt intrusion irked him. His brows instantly knitted into a frown, and he abruptly raised his hand, pointing his index finger straight at Section Chief Wang. His tone turned stern. Don't you know to knock? What kind of behavior is this? Get out. Knock before entering. Realizing his faux pas, Section Chief Wang gave an awkward smile and hurriedly backed out. After closing the door, he knocked politely once more. Come in. Section Chief Zheng called from inside. Section Chief Wang pushed open the office door and stepped inside, deliberately mimicking Li Chenxi's tone as he asked, "Section Chief, fancy some rare wild game?" Zheng shot Wang a glare and snapped, "That's a no-brainer. What factory doesn't T need meat? Spit it out. What game did your division snag this time? Pheasant or rabbit?" As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Wang. Section Chief Wang beamed with excitement, his voice rising. "Pheasants? Hares? Don't underestimate Section 5, Section Chief." This time, Chenxi brought back a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds and a massive black bear weighing 300 pounds. But before he could finish, Section Chief Zhang stood up, looking impatient. "Cut the chatter. Of course I'm going to see that boar and bear. Li Chenxi from your 5th division is truly a rare talent." Section Chief Zhang praised. "How long has this kid been on the job? He's already brought back meat for the factory several times. First it was jerky, then wild boar, followed by sick deer, and now this a full-grown black bear. Was he some kind of reincarnated meat procurement specialist?" Section Chief Zhang mused inwardly. If every section were as capable as the 5th, the factory's meat shortage would have been solved long ago. With such outstanding performance, he might even secure another promotion. Section Chief Wang led Section Chief Zhang back to the 5th section office. As soon as they reached the doorway, a cacophony of noise hit them like a wave, the room bustling as if it were a bustling market. Section Chief Wang stood at the doorway, clearing his throat emphatically and coughing loudly several times. His intention was to remind those inside to rein in their behavior, maintain proper order, and uphold the factory's image. The room instantly fell silent. Section Chief Zhang, everyone greeted them in unison. Section Chief Zhang stepped inside, his face beaming as he approached Li Chenxi. "Good lad. You've done it again. Where are the wild boar and black bear?" Section Chief Wang had already informed him that some villagers had been injured while hunting this black bear. He assured them, "Rest assured, we will never shortchange our farmer brothers." Li Chenxi replied, "Section Chief, the boar and bear are still back there. I rode my bike back first." Hearing this, everyone instantly tensed up. "Oh no! Chenxi, you fool. Why didn't you transport them back together? What if someone intercepts them midway?" Section Chief Wang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Li Chenxi remained calm. It shouldn't happen. Truthfully, what Li Chenxi really wanted to say was, absolutely not. Why not? Don't you know how those guys from other factories and units get when they see meat? Their eyes turn green. If someone offers just a little more than what you promised, our factory's deal is toast. Section Chief Wang urged anxiously. He was genuinely panicking. These days, even a single pig could spark fierce disputes among sister units, turning friends into enemies. You've got some nerve, kid. Young people, after all, still lack social experience. Section Chief Zhang nodded in agreement. You're right, Chenxi. We can't keep doing things this way. So the group gathered at the factory gate to wait. Before long, the villagers from Shangshui arrived. Seeing the donkey cart behind them loaded with goods, tightly covered in straw, everyone finally relaxed. Section Chief Zhang led the group forward, pulling out cigarettes to offer the villagers. Folks, you've worked hard. Thank you. Li Chenxi said, Section Chief, Division Chief, you two go ahead and handle the wild boar and black bear. I'll take them to the canteen to get something to eat. Section Chief Zhang had also heard stomachs rumbling with hunger. He nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. Make sure to treat our farmer brothers well, let them eat their fill. With that, he directed his team to carry the boar and bear inside for processing. Li Chenxi led the villagers from Shangshui village to the canteen, explaining the situation to the staff. The cafeteria staff promptly brought out freshly steamed buns and other food to serve them. Eat quickly, eat plenty. The sweet potatoes and potatoes you'll be exchanging this time will be too much for your donkey cart to carry. I'll see if we can arrange a vehicle to transport them. So, after you've eaten your fill, you should head back first, Li Chenxi instructed. The villagers' leader listened while eating, nodding in agreement. All right. The village chief had said to follow Li Chenxi's lead and not ask questions. They had weighed the wild boar and black bear themselves. Though not the exact net weight, they had a good idea. Besides, Li Chenxi was from Li village, finding him wouldn't be hard. So they felt quite at ease. They hadn't tasted such fine steamed buns in ages, so each of them dug in heartily, determined to eat their fill before heading home. If it weren't forbidden, they would have wanted to save some to take home. Li Chenxi then went to the workshop to find third uncle. He handed over the 200 yuan from Li village and instructed him to have Master Chen forge 4 more sets of the previous components. Third uncle, same arrangement as before, Li Chenxi told him. Uncle San nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go find old Chen right away. Old Chen certainly wouldn't pass up an opportunity to earn extra cash. He had even told Li Chenxi before that if any such good deals came up in the future, he should remember to find him. Afterward, Li Chenxi went to check on the processing site for the wild boar and black bear. A crowd had gathered around the scene, mostly people from their procurement department. Both the wild boar and black bear had been gutted, their internal organs removed, and everything was being handled in an orderly fashion. Section Chief Wang beckoned to Li Chenxi, who promptly hurried over and greeted them warmly. Chief Wang, Chief Zhang, good day. Section Chief Zhang patted Li Chenxi on the shoulder and introduced the bespectacled middle-aged man to his left. Chenxi, this is Director Ding from our logistics department. He's the one who provided your watch voucher. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi immediately greeted him respectfully. Director Ding, hello. Thank you so much. I was just planning to buy a watch, but I was missing the voucher. This was his boss's boss's boss. Li Chenxi thought to himself. Chapter 30, Progress? Director Ding, observing Li Chenxi closely with a gentle smile, remarked, well done. You've brought honor to our logistics department. Keep up the good work, this watch voucher is well earned. Strive to advance another rank in the second half of the year. Yes, Director Ding, you can count on me. Li Chenxi replied firmly. When your boss tells you to work hard, what else can you do? Besides agreeing, what else could he say? Li Chenxi certainly didn't want to be like those characters in certain dramas who constantly talk back to their superiors that would be downright unwise. In this era, as long as you didn't make mistakes, even the factory director would find it hard to fire you. But they were still your superiors. If you completely disregarded them, who else would they make life difficult for if not you? By now, the master butcher had already slit open the bellies of the wild boar and black bear, and it was time for weighing. The boar weighed over 109 jin, rounded up to 110 jin. The black bear, however, tipped the scales at 262 jin. But a bear wasn't valued solely by its meat. The bear paws and gallbladder commanded separate payments. Director Ding had already made arrangements. He intended to gift the bear gallbladder and take it with him directly. The master butcher had already removed the gallbladder, but it hadn't reached the level of a copper gallbladder. It could only be considered an iron gallbladder. Bear gallbladders are graded by quality, with significant differences in luster and color. Those that are golden yellow, crisp in texture, and shine like transparent amber, bitter at first taste but with a lingering sweetness, are known in the trade as gold gallbladders or copper gallbladders. Those appearing black, hard and brittle, or resembling thick paste are called ink gall or iron gall. Another type, yellowish-green with poor luster and a brittle texture, is defined as cauliflower gall. Director Ding handed Li Chenxi 160 yuan and departed with the iron gall. The bear gall was not logged into inventory, nor were the bear paws. Li Chenxi was paid according to the rates of 10 yuan per front paw and 15 yuan per rear paw. Section Chief Zhang would collect them later. As for the wild boar meat, Section Chief Wang had the butcher cut 12 jin, about 6.35 kilograms, to take back and share among his section members. Of course, the payment would still go to Li Chenxi. But Li Chenxi couldn't help but marvel inwardly that none of these specially taken items had been recorded in the inventory. Truly, if you don't take it, I won't take it, but how can the inspector get his share, he mused inwardly. But for him, as long as there was no loss, he couldn't be bothered with such matters. Truthfully, this situation was actually quite favorable. At least they paid for it instead of taking it for free. After final calculations, that black bear turned out to be worth a whopping 460 yuan, while the wild boar brought in 110 yuan. Li Chenxi pocketed a total of 570 yuan, a substantial windfall indeed. This time, to show consideration for the farmers, the price of wild boar meat had been raised to 1 yuan per jin. Section Chief Wang looked at Li Chenxi and said earnestly, Chenxi, I know you're eager to advance, but don't push yourself too hard. Always prioritize safety when you go out. Li Chenxi heard this and felt a bit speechless inside. I want to advance? How come I don't even know that myself? But he still agreed with his mouth. Alright, Section Chief, I'll head back now. Wait, here's your pound of meat, Section Chief Wang reminded him. Li Chenxi waved it off with a smile. Section Chief, you keep it. I also got 2 wild pheasants. Hearing the lad had snagged 2 pheasants too, Section Chief Wang decided to stop being polite. He resolved to take the meat originally meant for Li Chenxi home with him after work. After leaving the steel mill, Li Chenxi started pondering how many sweet potatoes and potatoes to give to Shanshui village. After all, he'd earned over 500 yuan this time. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh no! I haven't checked today's 1 yuan flash sale yet. He quickly opened the store app and discovered today's 1 yuan flash sale section featured 100 jin of soybeans and 100 jin of peanut oil. Without hesitation, he snapped them up. Soybeans were a valuable commodity, perfect for making tofu and other bean products. The 100 jin of peanut oil had been conveniently divided into 10 jin buckets, a thoughtful touch. This trip back required quite a lot of shopping. Besides sweet potatoes and potatoes for Shanshui village and grain for Dachuan's family, he also needed to bring some back to Grandpa and Grandma's house. A barrel of peanut oil was essential, plus 50 jin of sorghum for the construction workers' meals. As for meat, 2 chickens would suffice, any more would be problematic. The weather made spoilage likely, and there was no refrigerator for storage. In this era, even if meat tasted slightly off, people would still eat it without fuss. After finalizing his shopping list, Li Chenxi was about to head back when something suddenly occurred to him. He immediately turned around. He planned to buy 2 watches. He intended to use the watch voucher to buy a new one for his grandfather. As for himself, he planned to try his luck at the consignment shop.
After all, in the novels he read before his journey through time, the protagonists always went to consignment shops to find second-hand luxury watches like Rolexes, no vouchers needed, and they'd hold their value later. He headed first to the department store for a new watch. At this time, the department store was divided into 3 floors, each with its own designated merchandise. The first floor primarily sold tobacco, alcohol, groceries, and daily necessities. The second floor featured fabrics, clothing, hardware, and similar goods, while the third floor was reserved for high-end, valuable items like watches and radios. The sales staff at the department store were downright arrogant, rivaling the attitude of those at restaurants. Chenxi didn't linger, heading straight for the watch counter. He selected a Shanghai brand watch, handed over the purchase ticket in 120 yuan, and said, "Comrade, could you get this watch for me?" The salesperson looked slightly surprised. This purchase was surprisingly quick. After all, a watch was a major item costing over 100 yuan. Many customers would examine and re-examine, pick and repick, sometimes driving the sales staff to frustration. "Are you sure you want this one?" the salesperson asked. Chenxi frowned and retorted, "This one's broken? What are you talking about? Of course it's good. How could a new watch be defective?" "Then I'll take this one," Chenxi said. The saleswoman watched him and thought to herself, people who buy watches like this are truly rare. Still, she took the receipt and money, counted it twice, and then retrieved the watch to hand it to Chenxi. Chenxi tried it on his wrist. The bracelet was slightly too long and needed to be shortened by about 3 centimeters. He had long noted his grandfather's wrist size, which was slightly smaller than his own. This was a simple task for a professional watch repairer. After purchasing the new watch, Chenxi exited the department store and headed straight for the consignment shop. Consignment shops had watchmakers on staff. These so-called consignment shops, also known as trust shops, were essentially the pawn shops of old, serving to fill gaps, aid the needy, and provide emergency relief. They stocked everything imaginable, their wares a motley assortment. The merchandise inside bore no resemblance to the orderly displays of department stores. The entire shop exuded an atmosphere of faded, dimmed antiquity. Shelves, counters, and even the floor were cluttered with assorted old items, furniture of various styles, antique porcelain and bronzeware, outdated clothing and leather goods, along with clocks, bicycles, and more, all crammed together, bearing the marks of time. Trust shops were plentiful in Beijing, and the one Chenxi visited was among the larger and more renowned ones. After browsing for a while, he actually found a second-hand luxury watch, a Patek Philippe. He asked the price, only 80 yuan. What was there to wait for? He immediately pulled out 80 yuan and bought it. He saw the watch was well maintained. Auctioning it off later should fetch over 1 million yuan with ease. He had the new watch's bracelet shortened while he was there, then left immediately after finishing his business. Little did Chenxi know, however, that a group had arrived at Li village, heading straight for his hand-pumped well. After village chief Wang and the others reported the matter, it immediately caught the attention of the relevant authorities. The officials hurried to Li village to verify the truth of the situation. Chapter 31, The Watch for Grandfather. As they neared the entrance to Shangshui village, Chenxi discreetly removed the sweet potatoes and potatoes from his store-bought backpack at the bend. He had purchased these sweet potatoes earlier along the way and stored them in the dimensional space within his backpack. The sweet potatoes totaled 15,000 jin, while the combined weight of the wild boar and black bear meat was 372 jin. According to the previously agreed upon exchange rate, 100 jin of meat for 3,500 jin of sweet potatoes, he should have received around 13,000 jin of sweet potatoes. However, since the capture involved a black bear, a special case, he added an extra 2,000 jin of sweet potatoes for Shangshui village. In reality, Chenxi paid only 150 yuan for these sweet potatoes. This might seem like the behavior of a shady merchant, but in this era, such a transaction was already considered quite extravagant. After all, over 10,000 jin of grain, how could an ordinary person easily come by such a large quantity? If not for his position as a purchasing agent for the steel mill, he wouldn't have dared to act so boldly. Over 100 sacks of sweet potatoes were piled up, creating a small yet impressive sight. Not far away, village chief Wang hurried to the village entrance with a group of people. They discussed the matter as they walked. Wang frowned slightly and asked, "Did he really say the steel mill would send a truck to transport the goods?" "Yes, that's exactly what he said," someone nearby hastily replied. "That's good, as long as..." Before village chief Wang could finish, Chenxi poked his head around the corner and called out, "Village chief Wang, I'm right here. The factory truck has another assignment, so we had to unload the goods here." Hearing Chenxi's call, village chief Wang and the others turned toward the sound. Their faces instantly lit up with delight, and they swarmed toward him in a flurry of quick steps. When they saw the mountain of burlap sacks, their joy was beyond words. "It's okay. I understand big factories have heavy production demands," village chief Wang said with a reasonable smile. Chenxi explained, "It's all sweet potatoes, 15,000 jin in total. This time, I reported to the leadership that villagers were injured during the black bear hunt. Upon hearing this, they immediately decided to provide additional compensation." Hearing this, a flash of surprise lit up village chief Wang's eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke with deep gratitude. "Comradely, on behalf of all the villagers of Shangshui village, I sincerely thank you.
This compensation is absolutely crucial for our village. They had calculated themselves that according to the agreement, they should only receive about 13,000 jin of sweet potatoes. But Chenxi had given them an extra 2,000 jin, enough to save many lives. Village Chief Yuan, you're too modest. Your support for our steel mill is mutual assistance and a win-win situation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chenxi said politely. Alright. You really should hurry back. The commune officials have already gone to your house to inspect the hand-pumped well. Village Chief Yuan quickly shared this news with Chenxi. Chenxi was startled upon hearing this and immediately mounted his bike to leave. Though he knew the hand pump would eventually gain attention and make a splash, he hadn't expected it to catch the commune's eye so quickly. Watching Chenxi's receding figure, Village Chief Wang felt a pang of envy toward Li Village. With such an outstanding and capable young man emerging from their community, they finally had a pillar of strength. Starvation would surely be a thing of the past. Quick, hurry back. You know what to say, right? Urged Village Chief Wang. Got it, the villagers replied in unison. Good. Now hurry back to the village canteen storage room, Village Chief Wang instructed again. As for the villager who had injured his leg in the fall, the village would naturally provide compensation. Truth be told, his injury wasn't serious. A couple months of rest should have him back on his feet. Oldly, the former party secretary of Lijiazwang, was right, the guy was just playing the victim. The villagers of Shangshui village were brimming with enthusiasm. Faced with the heavy sacks of sweet potatoes, no one complained of fatigue. Some villagers, stronger than others, simply hoisted 2 sacks at once and strode forward with purpose. Finally, the shadow of food scarcity lifted from their hearts. Meanwhile, Chenxi returned to Li village. Before he even entered the house, his grandfather hurriedly told him, Chenxi, the commune sent people to our place to inspect the hand-pumped well. There's even a professor among them. Hurry over to the brigade leader's place, they're busy receiving them. Grandpa, no rush. Let me bring these things inside first, Chenxi replied. Goodness, child. You brought all this home? How will we ever eat it all? The old man gasped in astonishment upon seeing the bicycle laden with goods. It must be said that bicycles back then were built like tanks. Even loaded down with 300 or 500 pounds of cargo, they remained steady and reliable. This sack of potatoes and this sack of corn are for Dachuan's family. Grandpa, have Dachuan and the others come over to carry them in later. This barrel is peanut oil. From now on, don't be stingy with the oil when stir-frying. Your grandson has connections, getting oil isn't a problem. And these 2 butchered chickens, Grandpa, take them back to the kitchen. Chenxi instructed one by one. The old man was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This is more than a move, he muttered under his breath. Hurrying along, he clutched the 2 chickens tightly in both hands and rushed back inside, acting like a thief afraid of being seen. At the same time, he called out in a hushed voice from outside the house, Old woman, hurry out and lend a hand. Help me carry this oil. These provisions were far too conspicuous. If anyone caught sight of them, who knew how many envious eyes they'd attract? That would only invite trouble. Chenxi carried the soybeans steadily in one hand and the sorghum in the other as he walked calmly into the house. He set aside 20 jin of soybeans for his grandparents' home, thinking he could use them to make soy products to improve their diet when he had time. Grandma heard the call and hurried out of the house. The moment she saw the pile of goods at the door, her eyes widened instantly, her face filled with astonishment. Chenxi, what's this? Are you leaving the city? Moving back to the village? Grandma asked, puzzled. Grandfather quickly interrupted her, don't ask questions now. Help us get these things inside. Only then did Grandma snap out of it, rushing to help Chenxi carry everything inside. Only after everything was carefully carried inside and stowed away did they finally relax. Grandma, you two shouldn't be so tense, Chenxi said with a relaxed smile. After all, your grandson here is a procurement officer at the steel mill. Today I delivered a wild boar and a black bear to the factory, really put in some serious effort. The mill rewarded me and even gave me special permission to buy some soybeans and such. The old man pondered this for a moment, finding it reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Grandma beamed from ear to ear, murmuring, the benefits at that steel mill are truly unmatched. Chenxi smoothly pulled out the Shanghai brand watch from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Director Ding from our department gave me a watch voucher, Grandpa. I thought I'd buy you a watch. Try it on. The old man stared, stunned. He never imagined his eldest grandson would buy him a watch. His eyes instantly welled up, nearly spilling tears. But Grandma reached out, pushed the watch back to her grandson, and hurriedly said, Chenxi, keep this watch for yourself. You work as a procurement officer at the steel mill, running around all day. A watch would be so handy for checking the time. Your grandfather just sits or lies around at home all day, he has no use for a watch. Ah. Right. Grandpa doesn't need one. Reminded by his wife, the old man quickly snapped back to reality and agreed. He was already deeply satisfied knowing his eldest grandson had such thoughtful intentions. Thinking of his good-for-nothing son who'd worked away for so many years without ever buying him a watch, the old man couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Grandma, look, I have one too, Chenxi said, pulling out his own watch. I had mine ordered from the store, no ration tickets needed. Grandpa, this one's for you. Chenxi handed the watch to the old man. Seeing his eldest grandson had one himself, the old man finally beamed with joy and gladly accepted it. The watch fit perfectly on his wrist. The old man immediately spotted a fingerprint smudge on the glass. He blew gently on it, carefully wiping it clean, then fixed his gaze on the moving hands, unable to look away. Chenxi, are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat. Grandma asked with concern. Grandma, you rest. I'll make something when I get back. From now on, you two just enjoy your golden years, no need to worry about a thing. Chenxi smiled warmly, soothing the old lady with his gentle voice. The old lady beamed, delighted to hear such words. All right. Grandma will wait. With that, Chenxi stepped outside and headed toward the brigade chief's residence. Inside, a heated discussion was underway. A man in a Zhongshan suit wore a grave expression as he looked at Professor Chen and asked, Professor Chen, is it feasible to drill those deep wells on a large scale? He knew full well that many parts of the country were currently suffering from severe drought. If this year's grain harvest were to plummet drastically, the consequences would be unimaginable. This issue was of critical importance. Chapter 32, What hat are you trying to pin on me? He had just personally witnessed the performance of the pumped storage well. Though the water output wasn't enormous, the results were indeed satisfactory. He believed it was worth promoting. Now, he urgently needed more authoritative and professional analysis and judgment to present a detailed report to the leadership. Just as Professor Chen was about to speak, the old party secretary of Li Village suddenly called out toward the door, Chenxi, come in quickly. All eyes turned toward the doorway, landing on the young man standing there. A pang of envy welled up in the young man beside Professor Chen, mingled with deep resentment. Who would have thought that such a practical invention as the pressure well came from this man before them? Even more surprising was the rumor that he had never even set foot on a university campus. Team leader, old secretary. Chenxi strode in with steady steps, his face radiating warmth as he greeted everyone loudly. In the center of the room stood a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. He exuded an air of calm composure, a fountain pen neatly clipped to his breast pocket. His entire demeanor radiated a steady dignity, instantly signaling his distinguished status. The old party secretary beamed with pride as he introduced the unfamiliar faces in the room to Chenxi. Chenxi, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is a high-ranking official from the capital. This is Professor Chen Yu Liang. Chenxi shook hands with each of them, neither overly deferential nor arrogant. Hello. I hear Comrade Li holds a position at the steel mill. Such great achievements at such a young age, truly, the younger generation is formidable. The senior official addressed by the old party secretary spoke first, his tone warm and friendly. Professor Chen Yu Liang smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Developing such a convenient water drawing device as the pressurized water well holds great significance for alleviating drought conditions in our rural areas. Chenxi hastily waved his hands, responding modestly, Leader, Professor Chen, you're too kind. I didn't invent it. Hearing this, the brigade leader and the old party secretary immediately grew anxious. The man in the Zhongshan suit and Professor Chen Yu Liang also froze in surprise. Not your invention? Earlier, the village chief and the old party secretary of Lijia village had stated emphatically that the hand-pumped well was your invention. Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? This issue could be considered both major and minor. The young man beside Professor Chen Yu Liang heard this and couldn't help but let a hint of smugness flicker across his face. He quickly composed himself, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the old party secretary. You actually falsified the invention's attribution, he said sternly. That's a seriously misguided way of thinking. The faces of the old party branch secretary and the brigade leader of Lijia village instantly turned pale. Chenxi turned sideways, his gaze fixed directly on the young man. From the moment he stepped through the doorway, he had keenly sensed the subtle hostility emanating from the other. What gives you the right to arbitrarily pin charges on someone? Chenxi countered sharply, his tone unyielding. Professor Chen Yuliang's expression darkened as he sternly cautioned his student, Xiao Jiang, watch your language. The leader in the Zhongshan suit smiled and spoke calmly, let Comrade Li explain in detail. Please refrain from arguing for now. The old party secretary and the brigade leader visibly relaxed, though their gazes toward the young man now held a hint of displeasure. The young man's face instantly flushed crimson, turning as red as a pig's liver. The hostility in his eyes toward Chenxi only intensified. Chenxi merely glanced at him dismissively, paying him no mind. He had always held such people, those who prided themselves on their superiority, were all talk and no action, and could only envy others' talents in utter contempt. Chenxi withdrew his gaze and turned back to the leader in the Zhongshan suit, speaking methodically. In fact, water-pressing wells appeared in China as early as the Song dynasty. Of course, the water-pressing wells of that era differed from the version I have created, yet their operating principles are fundamentally the same. While reviewing historical texts, I stumbled upon relevant records. Driven by deep interest in this field, I delved into intensive research and ultimately refined it into the form you see today. The matter was finally clarified.
Upon hearing this, Professor Chen Yuliang not only refrained from underestimating Li Chenxi but grew even more impressed by him. Li Chenxi, who had prepared in advance, immediately pulled out the blueprints he had drawn earlier and said, "Everyone, please take a look.
This is my redesigned."
His explanation weaved in specialized knowledge like standard atmospheric pressure and groundwater levels, supported by concrete data, with meticulous analysis and interpretation of each key point.
Professor Chen Yuliang, moved by the talent before him, couldn't help but praise, "Comrade Li, you are nothing short of a genius. Working at the steel mill is a waste of your talent. Would you consider pursuing further studies at our university?" Li Chenxi hastily waved his hands in refusal. "Thank you for your recognition, Professor Chen, but I'm perfectly content with my current work and life. I'll pass on the university." He knew deep down that pursuing further studies would hinder his ability to trade goods and upgrade his shop. Besides, he no longer wished to pretend he had never been fond of studying, and the mere thought of exams gave him a headache. Professor Chen Yuliang, though disappointed, didn't press further. After all, people had their own paths, and one couldn't force them. The senior leader then spoke up, while hand-pumped wells date back to the Song dynasty. "Comrade Li, your contribution is undeniable. Uncovering historical records about these wells and then improving upon them, that achievement is entirely yours." This statement settled the matter conclusively. Li Chenxi's contribution to the pump well improvements was undeniable. Immediately afterward, the top leader listened intently to Li Chenxi's perspectives and ideas regarding the proposal for large-scale construction of water-pressing wells and full utilization of groundwater. After also consulting Professor Chen's professional analysis, a plan gradually took shape in his mind. He made no further delay, determined to return to the city promptly to report to the ministry. With drought conditions worsening across the country, there was no time to waste. Professor Chen Yuliang also left Li Chenxi an address, telling him that if he ever changed his mind, he could seek him out any time. As for this young fellow standing beside him, Li Chenxi knew exactly what to make of him. He would certainly keep his distance from him henceforth. After all, he had always been most averse to people like Zhang. "All right. Take care, Professor Chen." Li Chenxi politely saw him off. Watching Zhang's receding figure, the brigade leader's face twisted with disgust. He spat heavily on the ground with a loud pft and cursed. "Damn it! That brat better not show his face in Li village again. If he dares, I'll beat him every time I see him." The old party secretary stood nearby, his expression grave as he nodded silently. This incident had nearly landed them in serious trouble. Li Chenxi turned to the brigade leader and said, "Brigade leader, I've already asked the experienced master craftsman at the factory to help forge the components for the water-pressing well. They should be finished in about 2 days." "All right. I'll send Dafu and the others into town to haul them back," the team leader replied. Such manual labor wouldn't burden Li Chenxi again. "Chenxi, thanks a ton," the team leader said gratefully. If not for Li Chenxi, their village would likely still be struggling with food shortages, unsure how to survive. Li Chenxi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to everyone present, and said, "Team leader, I'm also from Li village. This is the least I could do." Exactly, the team leader and others chimed in happily. Some people forgot their roots after moving to the city, rarely keeping in touch with their rural hometowns. But Li Chenxi wasn't like that. He had always done his best to help his fellow villagers back home. "I've got to go, my family's busy building a house, and I really can't spare the time." Li Chenxi made his excuse and prepared to leave. "All right. Go back to your work then. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate, just ask," the team leader declared warmly. Watching Li Chenxi's departing figure, the old party secretary's expression turned serious as he addressed the crowd. "I don't want to hear anyone in the village spreading gossip about Chenxi. If I find out, you'll face the consequences. Secretary, rest assured. Even if Chenxi's family were eating dragon meat, we wouldn't be jealous," someone declared, pounding his chest in assurance. "That's right. Uncle Shirlu has always treated my son well," another chimed in. Li Chenxi had barely stepped through the door when he spotted Li Dachuan approaching, shouldering a load of lumber. The old man stood nearby, bellowing orders, "Put it here. Right here. Stack it neatly." Chapter 33, Lard is so delicious, kneeling for votes. After Dachuan finished arranging the lumber, Li Chenxi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Come inside for some water and a smoke. I'll swing by to carry your corn and potatoes back later." Li Dachuan was about to make polite refusals, but the mention of cigarettes and free grain from home instantly changed his tune. "Thanks, Uncle 16, he exclaimed, his heart bursting with joy. Li Chenxi pulled out that same pack of Chen cigarettes again, only to find just 2 left. He handed them both to Li Dachuan. Li Dachuan was so delighted he started tugging at his hair. The hair he'd worked so hard to flatten instantly stood up again, reverting to his usual messy, tousled look. Once inside, Li Dachuan quickly said, "Uncle 16, great auntie, I won't need any water." Li Chenxi pointed to the 2 sacks of grain in the corner. "There. Those 2 sacks are yours." Li Dachuan chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. He cracked his neck with a loud pop, then strode over and hoisted the sack of corn onto his shoulder. The 100-pound load seemed as light as a feather on his shoulders. It must be said, people back then possessed remarkable strength. Many in later generations couldn't lift a finger, struggled to carry anything, and would pant like they were about to drop dead after running a few hundred meters. Uncle 16, could you help me carry this sack too? Li Dachuan began, only to be met with a glare from Li Chenxi. Can't you make one extra trip? If it falls, the corn kernels won't matter, but if the potatoes get smashed, they'll be ruined. Besides, carrying such heavy loads all the time? No wonder he never grew tall. Li Dachuan, scolded into submission, dared not argue and carried the corn sack back first. Before even entering the house, he called out, "Dad, I brought the corn back, but the potatoes are still with Uncle 16. Li Xiqing came out at the sound, his face lighting up with joy. Good. Put it inside. You'll have to make another trip later. After setting down the corn, he immediately opened the sack and scooped out a handful of kernels. They were all perfectly dry, free of any cobs or debris. Fair enough. Suddenly, he noticed the cigarettes in his son's pocket and casually pulled them out. Seeing 2 cigarettes, he didn't even bother asking his son's permission. He took one out and put it in his mouth. Dad, those are mine. Li Dachuan started to protest, but Li Xiqing cut him off. Li Xiqing glared at him. For you, Li Dachuan replied, though he felt annoyed inside. Seeing his father's expression, he quickly changed his words. Li Xiqing nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Dachuan's younger brother had already gone to his maternal grandmother's house to persuade the 2 elders. In Shanshui village, after all the sweet potatoes were moved into the canteen warehouse, village chief Wang immediately began arranging for people to prepare cooking. At this moment, nearly everyone in the village was so hungry they could barely stand. Send 50 pounds to Gensheng's family, village chief Wang ordered. Gensheng was the man who had broken his leg in a fall. These 50 pounds of sweet potatoes were the village's compensation for him. Any more was beyond their means. Besides Gensheng's family, village chief Wang also allocated over a dozen smaller portions, some 5 pounds, some 10 pounds to be delivered to households on the brink of starvation, hoping to prevent any more tragic deaths from hunger. Just yesterday, a 70-year-old villager had voluntarily starved himself to death, choosing to leave the last few mouthfuls of food for his children. Fortunately, village chief Wang commanded such high respect in Shanshui village that no one dared question this distribution of sweet potatoes, at least not openly. Soon, the aroma of sweet potatoes wafted from Shanshui village's communal kitchen, where villagers queued patiently. When they saw the sweet potatoes, expressions of pure happiness lit up their faces. Throughout history, ordinary Chinese people have always been easily satisfied. Having enough to eat is all that matters. Mom! Can we eat now? Go ahead. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Inside the canteen, the villagers ate their sweet potatoes without peeling them, and finally, the room filled with laughter and cheer. Meanwhile, at Li Chenxi's home, Grandma was washing sorghum to prepare for cooking sorghum rice. Li Chenxi was chopping a chicken, planning to make a mushroom chicken stew for the day. The Lai Fu's siblings swarmed around him, helping stoke the fire and assist with the cooking. Meanwhile, Li Jiming led a group to select stones. Not just any stones would do for building foundations. They brought back a load of suitable stones and piled them on an empty plot near Li Chenxi's house. Everyone, take a break. We'll continue this afternoon. It's almost time to eat, Li Chenxi called out. Truth be told, the aroma of the sorghum rice had already reached everyone's noses, and hunger was setting in. Go home and bring a bowl, Li Jiming instructed his men. Rural households rarely had spare bowls. Even a cracked one would be mended and reused. That's right. Mending bowls. Many people in later generations probably never witnessed this scene. Patching clothes is understandable, but patching porcelain bowls was quite unusual. Back then, there was a specialized trade for repairing bowls, called bowl mending. The method involved applying metal patches. The artisan would first meticulously piece together the broken fragments, then securely bind them with thread. Next, they would estimate the number of rivets needed and mark each spot. Using a diamond drill, they would then drill small holes on both sides of the seam along the bowl's outer wall. Copper or iron rivets shaped like date pits were then carefully hammered into these holes with a small mallet. Finally, a layer of special white putty was evenly applied over the riveted area. Excess putty was gently wiped away with a cloth, completing the repair of the broken bowl. At the mention of food, everyone scattered in a rush, running home to fetch bowls. The meal consisted of sorghum rice and potatoes stewed in lard. Though meat-free, the aroma was irresistible. Li Chenxi served everyone 2 scoops of sorghum rice and 1 scoop of potatoes, filling each large bowl to the brim. These bowls were substantial, big enough to bury your face in while eating. Some left a third of their portions untouched. Full already? Li Chenxi asked. The man grinned sheepishly. How could I be full? I'm saving some for the kids at home. Li Chenxi was speechless. He told everyone, finish what's on your plate, then get another bowl. The laborers were deeply grateful. They resolved to work diligently on the house, determined to build it well. For Li Chenxi, at the very least, they owed him that much for this meal. Li Jiming stood nearby, smiling bitterly. Chenxi, only you would feed them like this. Indeed, the sorghum rice alone was remarkable, but the potato chunks smothered in a generous layer of lard poured over the sorghum rice tasted absolutely divine. No wonder everyone wanted to save a few bites for their children at home. Can't very well have everyone working on an empty stomach, can I? Chenxi said. After finishing their first bowl, no one touched the second.
They thanked Chenxi and immediately carried their bowls home. Li Jiming was no exception. Upon returning home, he called his children and wife over, pouring a little from each bowl. After sharing, a small portion remained, which he planned to give to his parents. The children licked the bowls clean of every last drop of lard.
"Mom!
This lard is so delicious," the child exclaimed.
Li Jiming's wife ruffled the child's hair.
"It was delicious, but it's all gone now."
"Yeah, only Chenxi is that generous. What other family hires workers and provides meals, let alone lets them take leftovers home?"
Meanwhile, Chenxi was also eating. He gave the 2 chicken legs to his grandparents, while he himself gnawed on the wings, feet, and other scraps. He loved picking at these bits, they were the most satisfying to eat. He couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for the sour spicy chicken feet and pickled pepper chicken claws of his past life. But in the eyes of his grandparents and others, this was the very picture of filial piety. Giving all the meat to his grandparents and younger siblings, wasn't that the epitome of respect for elders and care for the young? "Chenxi, you eat more meat. The bones are for Lifu and the others to gnaw on," Auntie San said from the side.
These days, having chicken bones to gnaw on was already a blessing. Who cared about the meat? Chapter 34, San cultivated bean sprouts. Grandpa was thoroughly enjoying himself that day.
Life was sweetmeat, wine, and 2 small cups of liquor. He kept glancing at his wristwatch, his satisfaction practically radiating. Who else could live like this? It was all thanks to his capable grandson. Take that hand pumped well beside the house. It alone had the villagers green with envy, let alone everything else. Now, whenever the old man stepped out, people showered Chenxi with praise, lauding him as sensible, filial, and capable. Hearing this, the old man felt a surge of joy even stronger than if they'd praised him directly. He thought to himself, "Humph, just keep drooling with envy." After eating his fill, he planned to stroll around the village and show off properly.
"Uncle, what time is it?"
Chenxi's third uncle stared intently at the watch on the old man's wrist, his face brimming with envy. Previously, only the village chief's household owned a watch. Villagers had to ask the chief whenever they needed to know the time. Now, not only did his nephew have a watch, but the old man wore one too.
2 watches in one family was an extraordinary rarity in the village.
Uncle 3 secretly thought to himself, if only he could take this watch out for a stroll, he'd be the envy of the village. 12:30, the old man glanced at the watch again, announcing the time with effortless ease. Li Shoucheng couldn't help but marvel, Chenxi County really knows how to spend. He'd heard that although the watch voucher for the old man's timepiece was a reward from the steel mill leadership, the watch itself had cost 120 yuan.
120 yuan.
Even if his family turned their entire household upside down, they couldn't scrape together that much money. And even if they could, he'd never dream of spending it on a watch.
But his nephew?
Without a word, he'd bought his grandfather a watch.
What extravagance! Just eat your meal properly. Why keep checking the time? Grandma watched the old man's smug expression and felt a bit annoyed.
That watch wasn't bought by her eldest grandson. Without him, the old man would probably be reduced to eating cornbread. The old man chuckled softly, took another big bite of chicken leg, and chewed slowly. Chenxi watched everyone devour the chicken and couldn't help but marvel at how thoroughly they cleaned it. Flies landing on it would probably slip and fall. They even swallowed some small bones whole. Uncle San was the most impressive, he hadn't spit out a single bone the entire meal. By comparison, Chenxi was the messiest eater. He spat out every bone, big or small. If anyone else had eaten like that, Grandma would have scolded them immediately, forcing them to pick up the bones and eat them again. But Grandma doted on him, so she never said such things. After filling their bellies, the old man couldn't sit still. He declared he needed to take a stroll to aid digestion. But everyone knew deep down he just wanted to show off. They understood, yet out of respect, no one called him out or spoke plainly. Lifu and his 2 siblings dashed excitedly out the door, eager to show off their skills and capture the cunning rat before anyone else in the village could beat them to it. Auntie San returned home to continue sewing clothes, stitch by stitch, with meticulous care. As for Chenxi, he felt a bit drowsy after all, he'd grown accustomed to afternoon naps in his previous life, so he headed back to his room to lie down. When he awoke, he found Grandma sitting by his bedside, gently fanning him with a handheld fan.
"Chenxi, you're awake? Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Grandma asked kindly, her eyes brimming with affection. "Grandma, you should rest too."
"Don't worry about me," Chenxi said helplessly, his heart brimming with gratitude. He glanced at the time and realized he'd slept for less than an hour, indeed, a short nap. But since he'd gone to bed early the night before and maintained a regular schedule, a long afternoon nap wasn't necessary. In fact, for those accustomed to napping, even a half-hour snooze could leave one feeling refreshed and alert upon waking. "Grandma isn't sleepy," the old lady said with a smile. Though the elderly naturally require less sleep, their energy couldn't quite match that of the young. After getting up, Chenxi scooped water to wash his face, then planned to find some sand to sprout soybeans. Sprouts could be grown hydroponically or in sand, but he preferred the latter. Sand-grown sprouts had a crisper, sweeter texture. Sand cultivation wasn't difficult. Bury plump, healthy beans in sand, shield them from light, water them regularly to keep the sand and beans moist, and harvest in a few days.
Grandma spotted her eldest grandson fiddling with the beans and immediately asked if he was hungry.
In her mind, she always worried her grandson might be going hungry, constantly fretting that he wasn't eating enough.
Chenxi felt both exasperated and amused.
"Grandma, I'm not hungry," he explained.
"I just want to sprout some beans to eat.
I'll go dig up some sand later."
"Sprouts? No problem. If you want them, we'll sprout them. I'll call Lifu and the others to get the sand right now."
The old lady doted on her eldest grandson beyond measure, always giving him whatever he asked for. Had it been the old man suggesting sprouting beans, she would have scolded him mercilessly without a second thought.
"Lifu! Lifu!"
The old woman stood outside the house, calling out at the top of her lungs, her voice full of conviction.
Chenxi didn't object.
Digging sand wasn't hard work, and having Lifu and the others do it would keep them from running wild everywhere. He found an old wooden crate at home, thinking it could be placed over the sprouts later to create a shaded environment. Upon hearing Grandma's call, Lifu immediately ran back with his younger siblings. When they heard their aunt instruct them to dig sand, they didn't hesitate. They grabbed their tools and set off. They left as a trio but returned leading a whole group of friends, bringing back sand piled high like a small mountain, completely filled to the brim. Seeing this, Chenxi smiled and went to the store to buy a bag of fruit candies.
Chenxi watched the children, speaking earnestly yet tenderly, one piece each. No fighting over them. Whoever tries to grab more won't get any next time.
The little ones were remarkably well behaved, lining up neatly to receive their candies, their faces glowing with pure, innocent smiles. "Eat them all, don't take them home," Chenxi specifically reminded the girls.
In this era, the preference for sons over daughters was indeed widespread.
The candy in the girls' hands would likely be taken away once they returned home. So he urged them to eat it all, leaving no regrets. He had heard before that when he distributed peanuts and melon seeds, the girls barely got to eat any. This left a bitter taste in his mouth.
All the children held the candies in their mouths, reluctant to bite down.
Instead, they licked the wrappers carefully, over and over, as if they were priceless treasures. For these children, candy wrappers were important assets, as precious as glass marbles or cigarette cards in later generations. Suddenly, one little one accidentally swallowed a candy whole. She froze for a moment, then burst into loud sobs.
Chenxi watched the scene, torn between laughter and tears.
But he couldn't just redistribute the candy now. That would be unfair to the others. "You swallowed it, so you swallowed it. It's all going into your tummy anyway," Chenxi consoled him.
"No more crying, okay? If you keep crying, there won't be any next time."
The little boy stopped crying instantly, his tears vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. If not for the tear streak still on his face and his red, swollen eyes, Chenxi might have suspected he was faking it.
"All right, everyone go play,"
Chenxi said with a smile. Then he began spreading sand on the empty patch of Grandma's vegetable garden. After covering about a square meter, he scattered the beans evenly over the sand and covered them with another layer of sand. He then carefully watered the area, making sure the sand was thoroughly soaked. Finally, he flipped the old wooden crate upside down over the seeds.
Done. Just as Chenxi stepped inside, Grandma brought him a bowl of sweet soup, urging him to drink it quickly. Just then, Grandpa's furious shout echoed from outside, "Who dumped my crate in the vegetable patch?" Chenxi froze, silently cursing under his breath, "Grandma, why didn't you give me a heads up?" The old lady, however, showed no fear and retorted with righteous indignation, "What use is that old box of yours if not for my eldest grandson to cover his bean sprouts?"
Hearing this, the old man realized it was his eldest grandson's idea.
His anger instantly dissipated. He muttered, "That old crate? I've been meaning to toss it out for ages." Chenxi quickly interjected, "Grandpa, I'll have someone make a new box for you in a few days." He hadn't yet realized that in this household, nothing kept in the house was ever truly discarded. Every single item held its own value and significance. Chapter 35, Commendation. After Li Jiming led everyone in transporting all the necessary stones, they began hauling mud bricks one by one, stacking them neatly to the side. Today's main task was preparing these building materials. Tomorrow was the official groundbreaking day. Old Master Li had specifically consulted the almanac to confirm tomorrow was auspicious for starting construction. A good day. Chenxi had intended to offer an extra meal at dusk, but the elder stopped him. He explained it was against custom. While providing a heartier meal to fill everyone's stomachs was possible, serving 2 meals in one day was inappropriate. When asking villagers for help with work, it was customary to provide 1 meal. Offering 2 would upset the established order. What then? Should others provide 1 meal or 2? Offer 1, and the workers might call you stingy. Offer 2, and who could afford it these days? Chenxi listened and found the old man's reasoning sound, secretly admiring his wisdom. Truly, an elder in the family is like a treasure. The old man saw things with remarkable clarity. What Chenxi didn't know was that that very afternoon, a document from higher-ups had arrived at his steel mill and been handed to Director Hu.
After reading it carefully, Director Hu's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected such talent to exist within his own factory. He immediately summoned Director Ding, who oversaw logistics, wanting to learn more about the situation.
Li Chenxi? He's an outstanding employee.
Though he joined us only recently, he's already secured multiple meat supplies for our factory.
Director Ding spoke highly of Li Chenxi.
He was always protective of his department's capable staff.
Factory Director Hu beamed with excitement. You know what?
Li Chenxi improved a hand-pumped water well, and its components were forged right here in our factory. After verification by higher authorities, it proved exceptionally effective and will play a major role in alleviating drought conditions in rural areas. The ministry has issued a directive ordering our factory to establish a dedicated workshop to concentrate efforts on producing components for these hand-pumped wells. At the same time, Comrade Li Chenxi is to be commended and publicly recognized throughout the factory.
Speaking of which, where is Comrade Li Chenxi right now?
This time, their steel mill had truly made a name for itself.
Director Ding froze upon hearing this. What? That happened?
Comrade Li Chenxi had delivered a major surprise. This made him feel immensely proud. Still, this young Li was remarkably composed such a crucial matter, and he hadn't even given him a heads up beforehand.
Director Ding replied, I'll find out immediately.
After all, he couldn't keep tabs on every logistics staff member at all times. Plant manager Hu, meanwhile, fell deep in thought, pondering how to reward Li Chenxi. While headquarters had already issued a 500 yuan bonus, their steel plant couldn't let the matter go without its own gesture. After a moment's deliberation, he made up his mind. Li Chenxi would be promoted 2 grades at once, receive an additional 100 yuan bonus, and be given various vouchers.
He then instructed the publicity office to arrange all commendation and publicity matters accordingly.
Immediately afterward, Director Hu convened a meeting with other senior executives to discuss establishing a dedicated production workshop.
Upon hearing Section Chief Zhang's explanation, Section Manager Wang froze in place, his face frozen in utter astonishment. A procurement officer had actually come up with an invention? And this contraption had garnered such high-level attention that they were planning to mass-produce it at their factory? This was simply unbelievable. Are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? Director Ding just told me. Where is little Li now?
Section Chief Zhang asked. Section Chief Wang replied, he should be out in the countryside procuring supplies. He couldn't very well say the guy was skipping work and had slipped out early, could he? Alright. Have him come to my office when he returns.
Since Li Chenxi wasn't present, Section Chief Zhang didn't linger any longer.
Looking at things this way, he might very well lose Li Chenxi, his capable right-hand man. Worse still, Li Chenxi might even climb above him. At this thought, he silently resolved to step up his game and work harder to improve.
Master Chen from the workshop was also completely bewildered.
He thought his secret was about to be exposed. Earlier, he'd used the factory machinery for some side jobs, a clear violation of regulations. If no one investigated, it would be fine, but if caught, even with a valid reason, it would be hard to defend himself. However, the workshop director informed him that the steel mill would soon establish a dedicated workshop and promote him to team leader, responsible for producing parts for water-pressurized wells.
Master Chen never imagined he would be promoted to team leader because of this incident.
As for the matter of crafting parts for Li Chenxi, the factory surprisingly took no further action, and no one ever mentioned it again. He knew full well that this opportunity had come entirely through Li Chenxi. So Master Chen sought out Yang Genoa, the man who had approached him for help, the third uncle from Li Chenxi's courtyard. Old Jiang, I owe you big time this time. I'll buy you drinks sometime. Please tell little Li I won't be taking the payment for the rest of the work. Thank him for me. Oh, and those 4 sets of parts he asked for? They'll be ready tomorrow, Master Chen said gratefully. Yang Genoa was green with envy upon hearing his friend had been promoted to team leader.
He'd overheard the announcement earlier and felt genuinely happy for Chenxi.
The kid was really making something of himself. Less than a month on the job, and not only had he been confirmed as a full-time employee, but he'd also been promoted twice. Alright, I'll tell him, Yang Genoa agreed readily. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, Li Chenxi's first act upon waking was to eagerly open the store's 1 yuan flash sale section. Today's bargains were 100 jin of millet and 100 jin of apples.
Without hesitation, he snapped them up for just 2 yuan.
As for millet, its taste was subjective, some prized its nutrition, but Li Chenxi himself wasn't particularly fond of it. Apples, however, were a different story. Though grown in the north, they were a rare treat for ordinary folk.
Few new apples were originally imported goods, introduced to China from Europe in the mid-19th century and first cultivated in Luochuan County, Yulin City, Shaanxi Province.
Breakfast remained simple yet heartwarming, white steamed buns paired with eggs, warming both stomach and soul.
Grandma, I'm heading back to the city.
I won't be home for lunch, Li Chenxi said to his grandmother as he slipped on his coat. Alright, ride carefully on the road, Grandma urged with concern. She understood her eldest grandson had his own career at the steel mill in the city and couldn't always stay cooped up in the village. Before leaving, Li Chenxi slipped 2 antlers into his pocket.
As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Li Jiming leading a group of workers busily digging the foundation. He walked over, handed out a round of cigarettes as a greeting, and hurried off. He first returned to the courtyard house to check on Master Gu's construction progress. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he ran into an elderly woman from the front yard. She immediately praised him for his success, mentioning he'd been promoted twice in less than a month at the steel mill. Wait a minute. Auntie, who told you that? Li Chenxi looked utterly bewildered. When had he been promoted? You don't know? Your entire factory praised you. I heard it from your uncle. The elderly woman began recounting the story vividly. After hearing her story, Li Chenxi finally understood. So that leader in the Zhongshan suit had been remarkably efficient. Auntie, I have 2 antlers here. Could you ask uncle to help process them for me? I want to soak them in liquor. Oh, and here are 2 apples someone gave them to me. Take them home and try them out. With that, Li Chenxi pulled the antlers from his pocket and selected 2 bright red apples from his shopping basket, handing them to Auntie. He knew old man Wan was well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, often seen drying herbs in the courtyard, which was precisely why he'd brought the antlers back. The old lady's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 large, plump apples. She had seen apples before, of course, but never ones of such exceptional quality. You're such a polite young man. Alright, when your old man gets back, I'll be sure to tell him. The elderly woman happily accepted the antlers and apples. Passing by the Su residence, Li Chenxi waved to Dong Dong and the other children playing in the courtyard. He pulled a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and shared them among them. Thanks, brother Chenxi. The children happily accepted the seeds. The adults in the courtyard watched the scene with smiles, praising Li Chenxi for his thoughtfulness. Chapter 36, Smart from a Young Age. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the central courtyard, Li Chenxi spotted Master Gu and the others working busily. He hurried over, enthusiastically handing out cigarettes. He'd bought quite a few packs lately. Though he didn't smoke much himself, he always enjoyed sharing. After a cigarette, everyone seemed to work with renewed vigor. The women of the courtyard greeted Li Chenxi warmly upon his return. They all remembered how it was Li Chenxi who had sold them corn kernels at a discount earlier, greatly easing their family's hardships. They silently cherished this kindness in their hearts. Chenxi, you're the most promising young man in our courtyard. Second auntie praised. News of Li Chenxi's commendation at the factory had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire courtyard. Last night, the young people in the courtyard who were around Li Chenxi's age had all been thoroughly lectured by their families. That Chenxi kid, another aunt nodded in agreement, has always been sharp and clever since he was little. Listening to these words, Li Chenxi felt a mix of emotions. Why did this sound so familiar, even a bit jarring? Wasn't this exactly what Bang Gung's grandmother had said? Oh dear, he couldn't bear such 5-star praise. So Li Chenxi quickly exchanged a few polite responses with the aunts and uncles, skillfully steering the conversation away, afraid of being labeled as clever from a young age. Just then, the third aunt from the backyard strolled over to inform Li Chenxi that the task he'd requested would be completed today. Oh, and your third uncle wants you to hurry back to the factory. He said some leaders are looking for you, Auntie 3 added. Her heart brimmed with envy as she muttered to herself, why couldn't she have such an outstanding child? She had 4 children of her own, the eldest and second son being around Li Chenxi's age. The eldest, though employed at the steel mill even before Li Chenxi, was still just an apprentice. The second son was a casual laborer hauling coal for a living, barely scraping by on 70 cents a day. Compared to Li Chenxi, it was like night and day. Alright, I'll go right away. Thank you, Auntie San, Li Chenxi said gratefully. He immediately headed out for the steel mill. On the way, he ran into Li Yud, a friend from the neighborhood. They had been classmates and were quite close. Li Yud looked disheveled and dusty, appearing rather exhausted. Li Chenxi recalled that Li Yud had no steady job, making a living as a day laborer carrying heavy loads. A day's work barely earned him a few cents. His family faced hardship, his father had lost an arm in a machine accident. Though the factory compensated him, he could only switch to a different position, resulting in a sharp drop in income. His mother was also ill, often buying medicine from the old man in the front courtyard. Their finances grew increasingly strained, and at one point, Li Yud's mother even contemplated suicide, unwilling to burden her family. Yud, why aren't you out working today? Li Chenxi stopped his bicycle and handed him a cigarette with concern. Watching Li Chenxi, his childhood friend, cycle off to work, Li Yud's eyes brimmed with envy. Taking the cigarette, he offered heartfelt congratulations. Chenxi, heard you got recognized, jumped 2 ranks in your work level. That's awesome. Seriously, congrats. Not much work today, just a few loads and it was done. See? You're the one who's got it made. When are you throwing a celebration? Let's grab a few drinks and celebrate properly, you and me. Seeing Li Yud's clearly hungry expression, Li Chenxi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He nodded immediately, replying readily, sure. After I get back from the factory, let's hit Donglishun for some hot pot. At those words, Li Yud's mouth instantly watered, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't eaten meat in half a year, not even cornbread to fill his stomach. But given his family's circumstances, he really had nothing to complain about. Really? Li Yud asked, almost unable to believe it. Chenxi rolled his eyes in exasperation and snapped back, why all the doubt? When I get back, I've got something to discuss with you anyway. Oh, and bring that kid Da Peng along too. Alright, I'll go find Da Peng right now, Li Yud agreed excitedly. The three of them had grown up together as childhood friends, but now only Chenxi had made something of himself. Li Yud didn't have a steady job, but he managed to scrape by with odd jobs, earning just enough to get by. As for Da Peng, after leaving school he'd become a drifter. Not long ago, Li Yud had seen him in a fight, getting hurt but too scared to tell his family. Upon returning to the steel mill, Chenxi headed straight for the procurement department. Section Chief Wang spotted Chenxi immediately, strode over, and slapped his shoulder hard, feigning anger. You little rascal! You've been hiding your talents. Inventing stuff without telling me a thing. Though he spoke sternly, everyone could see he was genuinely delighted. Chenxi hastened to explain, Section Chief, I truly wasn't keeping anything from you. I built this water pressing well purely to make water access easier for my grandparents. It just happened by chance. Section Chief Wang didn't doubt him after hearing this explanation. The information he'd gathered confirmed that Chenxi had indeed created the pump well for his grandparents. Regardless of the process, this hand pump well had proven remarkably useful, especially during the current drought. Their procurement department, and indeed the entire steel mill, had gained considerable prestige because of it. Whether it was through dedicated research or sheer luck, your commendation is approved. Come on, let's go see Section Chief Zhang. Section Chief Wang said, pushing Chenxi toward Zhang's office. Section Chief Zhang was even more cordial than before. He warmly received Chenxi and escorted him to meet Director Ding. Section Chief Zhang waved to Division Chief Wang. You're not needed here anymore. You can head back. Section Chief Wang paused, taken aback. Section Chief Wang stood rooted to the spot, muttering to himself, throwing me under the bus like this? Classic case of using someone when you need them and discarding them when you don't. Chenxi followed Section Chief Zhang into Director Ding's office. Director Ding warmly brewed a cup of tea for Chenxi, though it wasn't premium tea, just high-grade tea dust, also known as labor protection tea. Director Ding patiently explained, high-grade broken tea, also called high-grade dust, is even known as labor protection tea. Simply put, it's the tea dust sifted out during the tea sifting process at tea shops. In the past, the poor people of the capital couldn't afford good tea but loved drinking it. So tea shops sold these tea scraps, calling them high-grade tea dust. This way, commoners could savor the tea's aroma while preserving the dignity of old Beijingers. During those years of scarce resources and tight supplies, even Director Ding struggled to get his hands on quality tea leaves. He had to make do with gaoshui on a daily basis. Chenxi then recounted his original intention and the process of developing the pressure well. Director Ding nodded approvingly upon hearing this, excellent. Young people should have this kind of resourcefulness. You must keep your mind active and think creatively. Come, I'll take you to get your reward from Director Hu. As he spoke, Director Ding turned to instruct Section Chief Zhang, this doesn't concern you anymore. You may return now. Section Chief Zhang heard this and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why did this sound so familiar? Chenxi nearly burst out laughing. The scene was utterly hilarious. Chenxi followed Director Ding to Director Hu's office. Director Hu first inquired warmly about Chenxi's recent circumstances, then highly commended his performance and contributions at work. After a round of encouragement, he handed the reward to Chenxi. The package contained a 500 yuan bonus allocated by higher authorities and a certificate of honor. The steel plant had added its own token of appreciation, another 100 yuan bonus, an enamel teacup bearing the factory emblem, a brand new thermos flask, and a generous stack of grain coupons, soap coupons, and cloth coupons. Chenxi's eyes widened when he spotted a radio coupon among them. Thank you so much, Director. Chenxi exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. I'll work even harder from now on to bring honor to our steel mill. Director Hu nodded approvingly, then turned to instruct Director Ding to place special emphasis on nurturing and valuing young talents like Chenxi. He'd heard that a university professor had taken a liking to Chenxi and was encouraging him to pursue further studies. If he were poached, it would be a major blow to the steel mill's reputation. Chapter 37, Don Lishun Hot Pot. Upon returning to the Office of Procurement Section 5, colleagues gathered around to congratulate Chenxi. Their eyes brimmed with envy. Just think how long had Chenxi been on the job? Not only had he been promoted ahead of schedule, but he'd also jumped 2 ranks. How could they not feel a bit inadequate? Yet they weren't jealous, because Chenxi had earned it all through his own abilities, no connections, no backdoor deals. His early confirmation came from successfully procuring wild game on multiple occasions, bringing tangible benefits to the entire unit. His double promotion, however, stemmed from his groundbreaking invention, the pressure-driven well. If any of them had tried, they wouldn't have come up with a water-pressing well even if they strained their brains. Chenxi, you owe us a celebration for this good news. When are you throwing the party? Someone teased with a laugh. After all, this was a major event, and tradition demanded a gathering.
Besides, since joining the team, Chenxi hadn't had a chance to share a meal or drinks with everyone.
Chenxi smiled and nodded. Sounds great. Any suggestions? He too hoped to build better rapport with everyone and integrate into the environment more quickly. How about gathering at the section chief's place? Everyone brings some food and drinks, it'll be lively, someone suggested. They'd done this plenty of times before. As procurement specialists, who among them didn't have a stash of goodies? Mountain delicacies like mushrooms, you name it, they had it. Section Chief Wang feigned anger at the suggestion, grumbling, "You bunch of scoundrels, always eyeing those bottles of wine at my place." Yet his face was beaming with amusement. Chenxi laughed heartily. "So tonight it is. Let's meet at the section chief's place. I'll bring a few pounds of meat." "A few pounds?" The others exchanged helpless glances. This guy being single meant he could live freely. If it were them, with a whole family to support, they'd never dare be so extravagant. Section Chief Wang, observing Chenxi's relaxed demeanor, agreed, "Alright, let's have a hot pot. You guys bring some cabbage, potatoes, and such. Tonight, we'll all share in Chenxi's good fortune." After making the arrangements, Chenxi prepared to leave work early to head home. Section Chief Wang was long accustomed to this. Procurement workers like them spent most of their time running errands outside. How could they possibly stay cooped up in the factory every single day? That would be true laziness. The ones who traveled the most were actually the hardest workers. When Chenxi returned to the courtyard, he found Li Yud and Da Peng already waiting at the gate. Upon hearing his buddy was treating them to hot pot, Da Peng instantly lost all desire to fight and turned back with Li Yud. "Chenxi, only you live so carefree. Uncle Li has a house, a bike." Da Peng wore an equally envious expression. To him, Uncle Li was the very model of an ideal father. Chenxi parked his bicycle steadily, then turned to Li Yud and Da Peng. "Let's go. Stop dawdling. Aren't we riding bikes?" Da Peng asked curiously. Chenxi countered, "I'm riding my bike. Are you two planning to run behind me? Then can't we ride with you?" Da Peng pressed. Chenxi laughed helplessly. "How would three of us fit? One in front, one behind? That image is too vivid, I can't even imagine it. We're three grown men, not little girls. There's no way we'd all fit." Laughing and chatting, the three arrived at Donglishun. Donglishun was a venerable establishment, the premier choice for hot pot lamb. In the 1920s, the restaurant revolutionized hot pot equipment for lamb shabu shabu. With its hallmark features, select ingredients, meticulous preparation, comprehensive condiments, and robust heat, it swiftly rose to prominence in Beijing as hot pot scene, becoming the undisputed leader. Before liberation, amid turbulent times and constant warfare, Donglishun endured a rocky path, experiencing ups and downs. Yet even so, its business performance remained among the top in Beijing's food and beverage industry. In 1955, just 3 years prior, with government support, Donglishun successfully completed its public-private partnership. In an era of extreme scarcity when basic sustenance was a struggle for ordinary people, Donglishun continued to supply lamb. This was all thanks to the great leader's directive: Donglishun must be preserved for the long term. With those words, Donglishun gained the best possible protection, allowing it to rest easy. Da Peng sighed, "Chenxi, don't laugh at me, but this is my first time eating hot pot at Donglishun." Li Yud chimed in, "Me neither." Even before entering, the enticing aroma of lamb wafted through the doorway, making their mouths water uncontrollably. Chenxi led them inside Donglishun and found a relatively quiet spot for them to sit. Li Yud and Da Peng silently complained to themselves, "You've had plenty of chances to come here, but we're just tagging along." Once seated, Chenxi began ordering, "Hello. 3 pounds of lamb, please." "Chenxi, that's enough. Way too much." Li Yud quickly protested. 3 people eating 3 pounds of meat? That's a pound each? How much was their entire family's monthly meat ration? Even with the ration, everyone was used to saving it for holidays and special occasions. Consuming this much at once was truly overwhelming for them. Suddenly remembering something, Li Yud asked Chenxi, "You mentioned earlier that you wanted to talk to me about something. What is it?" Da Peng also perked up his ears, listening intently. "How much do you know about the black market?" Chenxi asked in a hushed voice. Li Yud and Da Peng both froze, their eyes flashing with confusion. Why bring up the black market all of a sudden? What was he up to? Da Peng nodded frankly. "I know about it. I've even been there." Though Li Yud remained silent, he nodded as well, indicating he knew a little about it too. Chenxi smiled faintly and casually remarked, "I have a friend who has connections to get scarce goods like grain, meat, sugar, and oil. He wants to sell them on the black market. Are you interested in getting involved?" Truthfully, this was something Chenxi had been mulling over. If he personally went to the black market to deal in goods, it would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive but also carry significant risks. That's why he thought of Li Yud and Da Peng, his childhood friends he'd known since they were kids. They were trustworthy, and neither was doing particularly well. Both their families were struggling. This seemed like the perfect chance to give them a leg up, and who knows? They might even become his reliable assistants in the black market. Li Yud and Da Peng exchanged glances, both eyes flashing with excitement. This was undoubtedly their chance to turn their fortunes around. Though selling on the black market carried risks, it was still better than their current lives. Peng was currently unemployed. At home, he constantly felt inferior, even having to watch his parents' expressions just to get a meal. His parents never said much, but his sister-in-law constantly belittled him, openly and subtly, calling him a freeloader who did nothing. Once, he even overheard her complaining to his brother that supporting such a useless person at home was a burden. As for Li Yud, he understood his family's struggles better than anyone. He worked himself to the bone hauling heavy loads every day, just to earn a little extra to improve his family's life. Yesterday, his sister's hungry eyes had pierced him deeply, strengthening his resolve to change their situation. Interested? What's the plan? Peng asked impatiently. Chenxi explained in detail, my friend supplies the goods, and you handle the sales. For every sale, you get a 3% commission. For example, if you close a 100 yuan deal, you get 3 yuan. But safety is paramount. If anything feels off, abandon the goods, don't get caught. And if you do get caught, remember, say nothing. Just then, the waiter brought over a steaming hot pot of lamb. They continued discussing the details while eating the lamb hot pot. Eat up. Are you full already? No way. Chenxi asked with concern when he saw Li Yud put down his chopsticks. Peng saw through his thoughts and chuckled, you want to take some home for your sister, don't you? Chenxi paused, then realized, eat up. I'll get you guys something to take home later. Though Li Yud and Peng were the tools he'd chosen, Chenxi remained genuinely friendly toward them. After all, brothers were meant to help each other out. Chapter 38, Individual Instructions. Hearing Chenxi's words, Yud's movements at the hot pot table visibly quickened. He let loose, devouring the lamb with abandon. It had been years since he'd eaten meat this freely, perhaps never before. Even during less difficult times, their family had never permitted them such unrestrained indulgence in fine food. Peng stroked his round belly, his face glowing with a satisfied smile. It was a genuine, intense sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. I'm stuffed. Danlishan's lamb truly lives up to its reputation, Peng remarked with a sigh. Look at you, so easily satisfied, Chenxi teased, rolling her eyes at him. In his mind, he calculated that if they worked hard selling goods, they could afford to dine at Danlishan every few days, maybe even try the roast duck someday. For every 100 yuan worth of goods sold in a day, they would each receive 3 yuan. That meant a monthly income of 90 yuan, far more generous than the wages of most workers at the steel mill. Of course, initial sales might be modest. For their safety, Chenxi wouldn't supply too much merchandise at first. Li Yud and Peng paid no heed to Chenxi's teasing. To them, having meat to eat was already a great satisfaction. They hadn't harbored any overly high expectations to begin with. After a hearty meal and drinks, the three returned together to the courtyard house. Chenxi first went to his unrenovated room and retrieved several items, 20 jin of millet, 4 jin of dried meat, 2 jin of brown sugar, and 6 apples. These were all for the two of them. Come on in. Chenxi called out. Li Yud and Peng understood the situation. They deliberately lingered outside, chatting idly with Master Gu and the others, not immediately following him inside. Only when Chenxi beckoned did they step inside, closing the door behind them. Chenxi, you're living it up. Having such a spacious place all to yourself, Peng remarked, glancing at his own cramped quarters. What's there to sigh about? We've got an empty house in the front yard. I'll get it for you when I can, Chenxi said. Finishing his sentence, he pointed to the items on the table, divide these up between yourselves. Peng and Li Yud's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the table. Nothing but good stuff, even apples. They could scarcely believe their eyes. As for Chenxi's mention of the empty house in the front yard, they chose to selectively ignore it. It wasn't that the house wasn't important, it was that they knew it was far too important. They dared not even entertain the hope that Chenxi could actually help them get it. After all, Chenxi wasn't their father. In truth, Chenxi had mentioned the empty house in the front yard not solely to help Peng. He had his own plans. If he could secure that empty house, it would be convenient for him to stockpile goods there in the future. All ours? This much? Peng asked incredulously. He estimated the items were worth at least 20 yuan. Stop asking so many questions. Hurry up and take it back to hide it. Don't let anyone find out, Chenxi urged. Wait, you need to run an errand for me, Chenxi instructed. Take my bike to Li Jiazhuang. Tell them the parts for the hand pump are ready. Have them come into town to haul it back. And remember to bring their tricycle back for me. Li Yud and Peng immediately got to work, seizing the rich, dividing up the goods Chenxi had given them. Each received 10 jin of millet, 2 jin of dried meat, 1 jin of brown sugar, plus 3 apples. Everything was carefully packed into cloth sacks so no one could peek inside. No problem. I'll get there as soon as I've secured these supplies, Peng replied without hesitation. Li had also considered lending a hand, but since he couldn't ride a bike, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Each carrying a cloth bag, the two men walked out of Chenxi's house as if nothing had happened, then headed toward their own homes. The moment Li had reached his doorstep, he hurriedly shut it behind him. Mother and my youngest sister were both inside. Mother had likely just taken her medicine and was resting in the inner room. As for my second sister, she was secretly chewing on the medicinal residue when she suddenly spotted her eldest brother entering. Her entire little face instantly flushed with panic. Seeing this, Li Yud felt a pang of sorrow, but he didn't scold his second sister. Instead, he simply went over and ruffled her hair. "Little sister, big brother brought you something special. Don't eat that stuff anymore, remember?" Li Yud said gently. Being at that age where she loved to eat, the moment she heard her brother mention something tasty, she instantly forgot what had just happened. "What's the good thing?" she asked curiously. Li Yud pulled an apple from his cloth bag. "Look, it's an apple." Though she'd only seen apples from afar, the mention of the fruit made her eyes sparkle. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she said, "I know. My sister keeps telling me how sweet apples are. She dreams of tasting one." Without hesitation, Li Yud cut the apple in half and handed both pieces to Ermiai. "Second sister, take half to mother and eat the other half yourself. Eat it quietly at home, don't go outside with it, and don't tell anyone. Got it?" Li Yud instructed earnestly. He himself didn't plan to eat any, though he desperately wanted to. After all, it had been years since his last apple. But having just gone with Li Chenxi to Donglishan for hot pot had already satisfied him. "Big brother, I know." Second sister happily took the apples and ran to find mother. Hearing the commotion, Mother Li had already risen and stepped out of her room. Seeing her youngest daughter holding half an apple for her, she froze in surprise. Her first reaction wasn't delight but concern. "Yud, where did you get this apple?" In those days, apples weren't fruits ordinary people could easily come by. In fact, fresh fruit was hard to find at all. "Mother, it's like this." Li Yud began to explain. He hadn't planned to hide it from his family, especially since he'd need to go out again later that night. He'd already discussed this with Chenxi at Donglishan Hot Pot, and Chenxi hadn't objected. After hearing his explanation, Mrs. Li hurriedly opened the cloth sack. Seeing the millet, dried meat, brown sugar, and the 2 remaining apples inside, she could only sigh helplessly. If not for her illness, the family wouldn't be in such dire straits. Though she knew the black market was fraught with danger, she couldn't bring herself to stop her son. After all, their family's situation was already so dire. Her son had made it clear that he wasn't doing this just for the family, but also for his own future. These days, jobs were as scarce as treasures. Could they really expect him to wait until his old man retired and inherit that meager pension? That could take until the cows come home. Discuss this with your father. You're an adult now, you should make your own decisions about certain matters going forward. Talk to your elders, it's good to have their perspective. And in the future, listen more to Chenxi. He's trustworthy and intelligent. Mrs. Li felt immense gratitude toward Li Chenxi. She had watched that boy grow up with her own eyes and knew his background inside out. He was absolutely dependable. "I understand, mother. Chenxi told me that if anything unexpected happens, losing the goods isn't the end of the world. The most important thing is to get out of there quickly." That's good, that's good." Hearing this, Li's mother felt much more at ease. She carefully stored away the millet and other items. Grain, meat, and brown sugar, these were all urgently needed at home, especially grain. The other things could be done without for now, but grain absolutely could not be lacking. That could cost lives. She couldn't bring herself to eat the other half of the apple either, saving it for her daughter at school. The little girl took tiny bites, savoring what felt like the most exquisite taste she'd ever known. Meanwhile, Da Peng returned home, quietly stashing 1 apple before handing the rest to his mother. He mentioned his plan to seek work on the black market in the future. However, he didn't involve Li Chenxi, simply saying the other person was a friend he'd met outside. "Mother, please don't stop me. If I can't earn money anymore, my sister-in-law's glare could devour me whole." Da Peng's mother was momentarily speechless, eventually letting out a helpless sigh. After all, every family had its own hardships. She could only repeatedly urge her son to be cautious in his future endeavors. "Does your hand still hurt?" As his mother, how could she not know her son was injured? Even the slightest change would be keenly noticed by her. Chapter 39, Colleagues Dinner, Please Vote. Following the directions, Da Peng arrived safely at Li Village. He approached a villager working in the fields and asked, "Excuse me, is this Li Village?" The villager looked up and replied, "That's right, this is Li's village. Who are you?" Da Peng smiled. "I'm Li Chenxi's childhood friend, we grew up in the same courtyard. He sent me to tell you the parts for your hand pump are ready. Head into town to pick them up. Oh, and remember to bring his tricycle back." Upon hearing he was Chenxi's friend, the villager immediately warmed up, insisting on taking Da Peng home for a rest and a drink of water. Upon receiving the news, the old party secretary quickly dispatched several young villagers to town. They were tasked with driving the tricycle back from the steel factory. The villagers had already selected a location for the hand pump well, and to ensure it was as close to their homes as possible, they had argued quite a bit. By afternoon, Li Dafu and his group found Li Chenxi in town, returned the tricycle, and immediately loaded the hand pump parts onto an ox cart to haul them back to the village without delay. After all, the village was eagerly awaiting these parts to build the well. Li Dafu and his group understood the urgency. Before leaving, Chenxi asked them to tell his grandparents that he would be dining with colleagues tonight and would return home tomorrow. Once the parts arrived back in the village, nearly the entire community mobilized. Working together with determination, they vowed to complete the 4 hand pump wells before nightfall. Having participated in previous well-building efforts, the villagers were now thoroughly familiar with the process. Meanwhile, Li Dafu made a special trip to his great-uncle's house to inform them that Uncle 16 Li Chenxi Wun Ti be returning home tonight. Grandma seemed a little disappointed upon hearing this, but Grandpa understood, believing that building relationships with colleagues was important. As night fell, Li Chenxi finally strolled to the courtyard of Section Chief Wang. He carried a basket holding 5 pounds of tender beef intended for hot pot. He knew meatballs and sausages would also work well, but since explaining their origin might be awkward, he opted against them. Standing at the courtyard gate, Li Chenxi offered a cigarette to an elderly man and inquired, "Sir, does Wang Weiman live in this courtyard?" The old man replied, "Young man, you must be a friend of Wang Weiman? Several others have already arrived. Go on and he's in the back courtyard. You'll see him as soon as you enter." Li Chenxi nodded gratefully. "All right. Thank you, sir." The old man watched Li Chenxi enter the courtyard, his gaze lingering on the basket in Li Chenxi's hand. He couldn't help but feel a touch of envy for Wang Weiman. In this courtyard, everyone had long grown accustomed to the sight of Wang Weiman and his co-workers gathering for meals. Compared to other households in the courtyard, the quality of food at Wang Weiman's place was indeed superior. After all, he was in charge of procurement and always managed to get his hands on some rare ingredients. When Li Chenxi reached the backyard, he immediately spotted his co-workers standing outside the section chief's door smoking. As soon as they saw him, they enthusiastically called out, "Chenxi, over here." "Chenxi, want a smoke?" Someone offered him a cigarette. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on the basket in Li Chenxi's hands. Tonight's main event was hidden inside. Section Chief Wang heard the commotion and stepped out of the house. "Oh, you're finally here? I thought you'd lost your way." Li Chenxi smiled as he handed over the basket. "I went to get the meat, but unfortunately, I only managed to get 5 pounds. "Only 5 pounds? His colleagues exchanged knowing glances, clearly impressed. Section Chief Wang took the basket and immediately beamed. "Wow! This beef is top-notch, perfect for hot pot. Alright, you just wait to eat." With that, he carried the beef back inside. Li Chenxi followed him inside and greeted Section Chief Wang's wife. "Hello, sister-in-law." Section Chief Wang's wife had short hair, giving her a sharp and capable appearance. Even after raising 3 children, she still carried herself with grace. Her face lit up with warmth as she said, "You must be Chenxi. Old Wang's been talking about you non-stop lately. Come on in, don't be shy. Make yourself at home." With that, she called her 3 children over to greet Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi pulled a few coconut candies from his pocket and handed them to Wang's 3 sons. Yes, all 3 were boys. While others envied Wang Weiman for having 3 sons, only Wang himself knew the bitterness in his heart. He longed for a little cotton-padded jacket, a daughter. These children were well-mannered indeed. Instead of reaching for the candy immediately, they looked to their mother first. Wang Weiman's wife looked surprised. She had never seen this kind of candy before. In fact, coconut candy had only appeared on the market in the last couple of years, and not many people knew about it. "Chenxi, this is the first time your auntie has ever seen this kind of candy," she said, gesturing to the children. "Quickly thank Uncle Li." "Thank you, Uncle Li," the 3 children said in unison. The oldest child took the candy and divided it fairly among his 2 younger brothers. But one of the younger boys noticed that the wrapper on one of his pieces was crumpled and insisted his brother swap it for a new one. Seeing this, Li Chenxi explained with a smile, "This is coconut candy from the south. I heard it's only been produced in the last couple of years. It has a coconut flavor and tastes pretty good. You should try some too." As he spoke, he pulled out another handful of coconut candy from his pocket. Hearing it was from the south and had coconut flavor, everyone grew curious and eagerly took one each. "So this is what coconut tastes like," they exclaimed in unison. After all, coconuts were native to the south. For these northerners, tasting one was unheard of. Many had never even seen one before. Outside the door, a dozen or so children lingered nearby. Though they hadn't approached, their eyes kept darting toward the group. Li Chenxi and the others could see right through their thoughts. Li Chenxi wasn't stingy. He waved them over. "Come on over, kids." Then, he gave each child a piece of coconut candy. Li Chenxi had bought a bag of coconut candies at the store, totaling 40 pieces. With only a few left, he decided to give them all to Section Chief Wang's 3 sons. Before the 3 little ones could even cheer, their candies were confiscated by their mother. She said they couldn't eat too much candy and had to save it for later. This was a common practice among parents. Sometimes the candies were stored until they melted, never to be eaten. Unexpectedly, Section Chief Wang was also a skilled cook. He deftly sliced the beef into even, thin strips, preparing it for the hot pot. With all ingredients ready, everyone brought out the hot pot stove, preparing to feast. Section Chief Wang specially brought out 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor, one of the renowned brands at the time. Clearly, 2 bottles wouldn't suffice, and others had brought their own liquor, though none compared to Section Chief Wang's Shifeng. Taking the lead, he raised his glass and proposed, "Come, everyone, let's drink together to celebrate Chenxi." Everyone chimed in with a flurry of compliments. After all, everyone loves a free ride. Besides, getting to piggyback on Li Chenxi's success and enjoy a delicious beef hot pot naturally called for lavish praise. Section Chief Wang's wife hurriedly finished her meal with the children and left the table. The gathering continued with eating and drinking for nearly 2 hours before concluding to everyone's satisfaction. While clearing the dishes, Wang Weiman's wife couldn't help but glance at Li Chenxi and suggest to Section Chief Wang, "Do you think Chenxi has a girlfriend? Maybe I could introduce my cousin to him?" The more she observed Li Chenxi, the more she admired the young man. She thought to herself, someone this wonderful shouldn't be wasted on someone else. Li Chenxi had a handsome face and an open personality. Just at this gathering, he'd brought 5 pounds of beef and generously shared coconut candy with everyone. Moreover, Section Chief Wang mentioned that though Li Chenxi hadn't been with the factory long, he'd already shown exceptional ability. He'd even made an invention that earned him public recognition and an unprecedented 2-rank promotion. A man like this was a rare find. The principle of first come, first served was crystal clear to Wang Weiman's wife. Yet Wang Weiman couldn't help but smile wryly. Suqin? With her personality, Chenxi might not be interested. He'd witnessed his wife's cousin's overbearing nature firsthand. Most men couldn't handle it. But Wang Weiman's wife insisted, "How will we know unless we try? What if Chenxi actually prefers that kind of woman?" Wang Weiman nodded helplessly. "All right. I'll ask her sometime." Chapter 40, To the Black Market. Li Chenxi returned to the courtyard house. As he passed through the front yard, an elderly man called out to him. "Chenxi, I've prepared the antlers for you. Take them home to soak in liquor. Just remember." The old man began explaining the details of soaking the antlers in liquor, how much chopped antler to add per pound of liquor, how many days to steep it, and so on. Li Chenxi gratefully accepted the sliced antlers. "All right. Old Manny, thank you so much." Old Manny waved his hand with a smile. "You youngster, no need to be so formal with me. All right, get back to work." As the doctor at the steel mill's medical office, Old Manny naturally knew about Li Chenxi's outstanding achievements at the factory. He felt immense satisfaction and pride in the most promising young man in the courtyard, believing Li Chenxi had brought honor to their quadrangle. On his way home from work, Li Chenxi ran into an official from the neighborhood committee. Not only did the official praise Li Chenxi to his face, but he also verbally commended their entire courtyard. This made Li Chenxi feel even more delighted. Besides, for just helping process the antlers, Li Chenxi had specially given Grandpa 2 large apples. After all, the last time they had apples was years ago. After bidding farewell to the old man, Li Chenxi returned to his own house in the middle courtyard. He casually tossed the cut antlers into his shop backpack, then retrieved the remaining jerky and brown sugar from inside. There was roughly 40 jin of jerky left and 60 jin of brown sugar. He planned to send Li Yud and Da Peng to test the waters at the black market tonight. Li Chenxi himself didn't eat much jerky, he preferred fresh meat. So he decided to have Da Peng and the others sell it instead. As for the brown sugar, a full 100 pounds, he simply couldn't use that much. He'd sent 2 pounds back to his grandmother's place and given Li Yud and Da Peng 1 pound each. The rest was still stored away. Before long, Da Peng and Li Yud arrived under cover of darkness. Their furtive movements made them look like they were sneaking around for a secret rendezvous. "We'll split it evenly between us. When we sell it on the black market, check the market price first before setting our own. I'll remind you again, if anything unexpected happens, don't hesitate to ditch the goods." Li Chenxi cautioned Li Yud and Da Peng once more. Li Yud and Da Peng stared dumbfounded at the mountain of jerky and brown sugar before them, momentarily lost for words. "What are you standing there for?" Li Chenxi urged. Only then did the two snap out of their daze, their hearts racing with a mix of trepidation and excitement. They quickly divided the goods, each taking 20 pounds of jerky and 30 pounds of brown sugar. Da Peng pounded his chest in assurance. "You can rest easy. I know the black market inside out. Nothing's gonna go wrong." Li Chenxi shot him a glance. "You're the last person I trust. Business thrives on harmony. Stop being so quick to pick fights. If we end up limping back with unsold goods, that'd be downright ridiculous." Li Chenxi knew Li Yud was patient and reliable, so he trusted him completely. Without further delay, they each grabbed their load of jerky and brown sugar and headed to the black market. There were multiple black markets in the capital, so to avoid competing with each other, they split up. Da Peng knew the black market inside out. As soon as he entered, he paid the 1 yuan management fee. That was how the black market worked. If you brought little goods or items of little value, it wasn't worth coming here to sell. It was like those stories in the news later on, where an old woman sold bamboo shoots for only 8 yuan but had to pay 10 yuan in fees. That was a huge loss. But the black market didn't exactly overcharge for this service. First, they provided a sheltered trading space and platform for everyone. Second, they also took on the duty of keeping watch. Should officials from the relevant departments come to inspect, they could quickly sound the alarm, allowing everyone to evacuate in time. It was, in a way, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon entering the black market, Da Peng didn't rush to set up his stall.
Instead, he circled around first, carefully observing the day's price trends. Once he had a good grasp of the situation and felt confident, he found a spot to begin setting up. No sooner had he set up than someone approached to inspect his wares. Everyone was wrapped up tightly, so Dapeng couldn't make out the person's face, but judging by the voice, it sounded like an elderly man. "What's good?" the person asked. Dapeng lowered his voice. "Beef jerky and brown sugar. Interested?" At the mention of beef jerky and brown sugar, the customer perked up and quickly asked, "How much for those?" Dapeng lifted the cloth covering the goods slightly, revealing the beef jerky and brown sugar beneath. 5 yuan per pound for the jerky, he said. Brown sugar is 1 yuan 20 per pound. That expensive? Fresh meat at the butcher shop is less than a yuan per pound, and brown sugar is under 50 cents per pound. The other person was clearly startled by the prices. Hearing this, Dapeng quickly pulled the cloth back over the goods and waved his hand. "Alright then. You'd better go buy it at the butcher shop." He thought to himself, "You're already at the black market, why bother comparing prices to the butcher shop? Besides, you need ration tickets to buy meat there. And even with tickets, you might not get any, you'd have to queue up early." The customer hesitated, then gritted his teeth. "Make it cheaper." Dapeng shook his head. "Can't do it." He wasn't in a rush, anything edible sold like hotcakes on the black market. Seeing this, the man reluctantly pulled out 12 yuan and 4 jiao. "Give me 2 pounds of jerky and 2 pounds of brown sugar." And just like that, Dapeng completed another easy transaction. Li Yu's side was smooth sailing too. He'd barely set up his stall when someone took an interest in his dried meat and brown sugar. However, his brown sugar was cheaper than Dapeng's, selling for only 1 yuan per pound, 2 ma less. Before midnight, the two returned one after the other. Carrying such a large sum of money, they dared not be careless, walking warily the whole way, afraid of being targeted. Dapeng sold 20 jin of dried meat for 100 yuan and 30 jin of brown sugar for 36 yuan. Li Yu, however, sold his brown sugar cheaper, so he made 6 yuan less than Dapeng. This meant each of them now carried over 100 yuan in cash. When had they ever held that much money? The thrill coursing through their veins was indescribable. Dapeng tiptoed to Li Chenxi's door and mimicked a cat's meow, meow. Li Chenxi recognized the sound and knew they'd returned. He couldn't help but complain, "Meow my ass. Why are you meowing like a cat? Are you sick? That sounds awful." After all, both jerky and brown sugar were scarce commodities and should be easy to sell. This was pretty much what he'd expected. Dapeng gave an awkward chuckle. "Didn't you say we shouldn't alert the people in the courtyard? But you didn't have to imitate a cat. There isn't even a single cat in our courtyard. If people keep hearing cat noises in the middle of the night, they'll think it's haunted." Li Chenxi was truly exasperated with this guy. "True." Dapeng scratched his head. "How about a rooster crowing instead? True, we have chickens in the courtyard, but chickens sleep too. Why do you insist on giving me money at night? Can't you give it during the day? You could even wait until the next time you pick up the goods." Li Chenxi reminded him helplessly. Dapeng scratched his head and said, "How could I sleep with all that cash on me?" Then Dapeng briefly recounted the earlier incident to Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi took the money, counted it, and then, according to the previously agreed commission scheme, gave Dapeng 4 yuan and 8 fun. But Dapeng waved it off. "Keep the 8 cents. I'm outta here, time to sleep." He took only the 4 yuan, looking thoroughly satisfied. After all, earning 4 yuan in a single day was something he'd never even dared dream of before. Not long after, Li Yu also crept back. Unlike Dapeng's nervousness, he knocked softly on the door twice. "Chenxi, are you asleep yet?" Li Chenxi opened the door and let Li Yu in, muttering, "Next time you sell the goods, you guys keep the money first. If you keep doing this every time, how am I supposed to get any sleep? One reason I asked for your help was so I wouldn't have to be a night owl myself." Li Yu nodded in agreement. "Alright." He was mainly uneasy about handling such a large sum for the first time, fearing he might lose it. Li Chenxi took the 130 yuan Li Yu handed him, then gave Li Yu 3 yuan and 9 jiao. Holding the 3 yuan and 9 jiao, Li Yu felt quite excited inside, though his face remained calm. When he got home and opened the door, his father's voice greeted him, "You're back?" He saw his mother hadn't slept either. The couple had probably been waiting for him all along. Chapter 41, The Abandoned Child. Li Yu nodded with feigned ease, "Yeah, I'm back. You two should have gone to bed. No need to wait up for me. Your mother was worried sick about you," his father said, smoking a cigarette, his eyes filled with resignation. He had planned to tough it out at the steel mill for another 2 years before handing over his job opportunity to his son. He figured that with this stable job, his son would have an easier time finding a partner. Yet reality seldom aligns with expectations. Life is unpredictable, and plans often crumble before sudden shifts. He saw the family's struggles and felt the pressure in his heart. He felt powerless about his son's decision to risk the black market. Had his arm not been severed, he would have stopped him outright. Li Yu tried to reassure his mother, "Mom, don't worry." Li's mother retorted, "Easy for you to say. Selling goods on the black market is illegal profiteering. You could end up in jail. Li Yud then pulled the 3 yuan and 90 jiao he'd just earned from his pocket, respectfully placing it before his mother. "Mother, this is what I made working tonight." Father Li saw the stack of money and his eyebrow involuntarily twitched several times.
So much? His son earned this much in just one night? If he could make this much every night, wouldn't he earn nearly 100 yuan a month?
His own monthly salary was only around 40 yuan, and even at its highest, it barely reached 50 yuan. His son was earning more than double his income. Li's mother was also startled, but she didn't ask any questions. If her son didn't want to talk about it, there must be a reason. She didn't want to make things difficult for him. She took the money, thought for a moment, then slipped 1 yuan and 90 jiao back into his hand. "Son," she said earnestly, "you're not a child anymore. You need some money when you're out on your own. From now on, give half of your earnings to your mother. I'll save it for you, so you'll have something set aside when you marry." Li's father listened nearby, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. Given his son's job, even handing over just half his earnings would likely exceed his own meager salary. It seemed he'd have to ask his son for relief even to buy cigarettes from now on. His wages were already low, and he had to hand over 90% of them to the household, leaving him with pitifully little money. To cut costs, he'd even switched to the cheapest economy brand. All right, enough chatter. Go to bed." Father Li cleared his throat and urged them. Lying in bed, Li had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Tonight's earnings had deeply affected him. Da Peng returned home to find everyone already asleep. He tiptoed up to his bed. As soon as he lay down, his hand brushed against a small object tucked under the pillow. Pulling it out, he saw it was a small bottle of medicated oil. No need to guess, it must have been his mother who slipped it there. Whenever he got hurt in a fight before, his mother would always hide a bottle of this ointment under his pillow. A wave of warmth washed over Da Peng, making his injuries feel less painful. Meanwhile, Chenxi was counting his savings. The 1,000 yuan old Li left him has been recharged to the store, and now there's about 600 left. Most of it went toward buying sweet potatoes and potatoes for Li's village and Shangshui village. Though the unit price of sweet potatoes and potatoes was low, the large quantity purchase still amounted to a considerable expense. Lately, he had supplied the steel mill with eggs, dried meat, and game like wild boar, deer, and black bear, earning roughly 1,200 yuan in total. However, repairing the house and buying the watch had cost another 400 yuan. Adding the 600 yuan bonus for the hand-pumped well, tonight Li Yud and Da Peng helped him earn back about 260 yuan. This brought his total savings to over 1,600 yuan, but he was still far short of the 10,000 yuan needed to upgrade the store. "Comrades, we must keep pushing forward." Early the next morning, Chenxi first checked the 1 yuan section of his shop. Today's new items on the system were 100 jin of chestnuts and 100 jin of cured duck. He acted decisively, pulling out 2 yuan to quickly snap up both the chestnuts and the cured duck. He wasn't entirely sure about the current market price for chestnuts, but since they were a starchy grain, he guessed their price should be similar to coarse grains. As for the cured duck, it might be cheaper than beef jerky since it contained bones and couldn't be compared to pure meat. After a moment's thought, he decided to take 80 jin of the smoked duck, cover it up, and store it in his room. He'd let Li Yud and the others take it when they came to the black market that night. He had already made arrangements with Da Peng and Li Yud. Whenever he had goods, he would store them in the room for them to collect at night. If they didn't see any goods in the room when they arrived, it meant he hadn't received any that day, and they could take the night off. After stashing the cured duck, Chenxi went out to the courtyard to brush his teeth and wash his face. He overheard second auntie chatting with someone, saying she'd heard a mournful cat cry last night, a very bad omen. Chenxi broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. A mournful cat? He quickly shook his head at second auntie. "I didn't hear anything. I sleep pretty soundly." Second auntie didn't suspect anything. After all, young people often sleep well and sleep straight through until dawn. After finishing his morning routine, Chenxi gathered some awards from the factory, especially the certificate issued by the Youth League. The certificate bore the portrait of a great leader, flanked by 2 red flags, a yellow ribbon, and a circular 5-pointed star. Its design was solemn and grand, dominated by vivid red, yellow, and blue hues. Chenxi thought to himself that showing this certificate to his grandfather would surely make the old man beam with joy. He also had items like enamel mugs and thermos flasks, but since he didn't need them himself, he decided to take them all back to his grandparents' house. Additionally, he packed the remaining 20 pounds of cured duck and 20 pounds of chestnuts. After filling his stomach at a roadside breakfast shop, Chenxi set off for Li village. Halfway there, however, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. An abandoned infant was wailing loudly by the roadside. He knew this must be a child abandoned by a family driven to desperation by extreme poverty. Oh, how pitiful. What a tragedy. Having lived in the 21st century, he simply couldn't harden his heart and pretend not to see such a tragic scene. He parked his bicycle, walked back about 10 meters, and approached the infant. He discovered it was a baby girl wrapped in a tattered cloth and placed in a basket. His heart sank as he realized what had happened. He hesitated for a moment, glancing around in hopes of spotting the child's family. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey! If the child's family is nearby, come out now."
I can help, I won't go back on my word. He hoped to simply give them some food to take home and raise the child themselves, which would save him a lot of trouble. Yet no matter how loudly he called out, there was no response from the vicinity. Chenxi cursed under his breath at this damned world. With no other choice, he picked up the baby girl, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. After Chenxi departed, he remained unaware that from behind a nearby haystack, a man with a haggard face and desolate expression cautiously peered out. This man was none other than the infant's father, Chenxi. With 3 children already at home crying for food and the mother having passed away during childbirth, he simply couldn't afford to raise this newborn daughter. Left with no other choice, he had resorted to this desperate measure. When Chenxi shouted earlier, Chenxi's heart had given a violent jolt, and he had nearly rushed out regardless of the consequences. But seeing the man riding a bicycle, he surmised that the family was relatively well off. He thought that with such a family, his daughter would have a better chance of survival. So he steeled his heart, suppressed his impulse, and remained silent. Only after Chenxi's figure vanished completely into the distance did Chenxi drag his heavy feet, staggering back home. His elderly mother sat weeping silently, while 3 children huddled around their mother's unburied body, utterly lost. Did you send her off? Chenxi's mother asked, her voice choked with emotion, a hint of hope lingering. Chenxi's expression darkened as he slowly nodded. A man on a bicycle carried her away, he murmured. That's good, Chenxi's mother murmured, her grief mingled with relief. In her mind, a family with a bicycle couldn't be too poor, and raising one more child surely wouldn't be a problem. Besides, the fact that someone was willing to adopt the baby girl showed they had a kind heart. For the child to grow up in such a family was a blessing in disguise, a fortune her mother had paid for with her life. Chapter 42, Shock. Upon returning to Li village, the villagers greeted Chenxi warmly from afar. After all, he was the only one in this small village who rode a bicycle in and out. Though Li village was small, it didn't even qualify for movie screenings. To watch films, residents had to trek to the nearby Red Star commune. The commune frequently organized open-air screenings, extending invitations to neighboring hamlets. For everyone, this was a rare cultural treat. However, when the villagers saw Chenxi returning with a baby in his arms, they all fell silent. In those days, when families struggled to make ends meet, who would willingly take on another mouth to feed? Most people would likely keep their distance out of sight, out of mind. That way, they wouldn't have to deal with the trouble, the guilt, or the heartache. Since last year, the tragic scenes of people starving to death had become all too common. Hearing and seeing it so often, everyone's hearts had gradually grown numb and indifferent. Only after Chenxi had walked far away did the villagers begin whispering among themselves, only Uncle 16 would dare take a foundling home. Chenxi has the means, taking in a child is no big deal for him. Ah, but it's still a human life. Uncle Chenxi has a kind heart, he couldn't bear to see such misery. Chenxi's kindness was widely acknowledged in the village. He often shared food with the children, earning their affection and the villagers' respect not merely because of his seniority. Upon returning home, Chenxi saw Li Jiming supervising the construction of a new house, with his grandfather overseeing the work nearby. Spotting Chenxi, they all paused their tasks and greeted him. The old man, no longer concerned with supervision, hurried over to his grandson. Chenxi, back so early? The old man noticed the infant in his grandson's arms the moment he reached him and asked with a puzzled look. Grandpa, I came straight back after breakfast today. I didn't even go to the steel mill. See, I found this little girl on the road. I just couldn't bear to see her suffer. Grandpa, let's adopt her. Adding one more mouth to feed in our family won't be a problem. I was thinking of asking Auntie San to help raise her, she has experience with children. Chenxi shared his plan with his grandfather. He knew deep down he had neither the time nor energy to care for a child. His grandparents were too old to bear the burden. After much consideration, Auntie San seemed the most suitable choice. The old man sighed inwardly. He knew his grandson's nature, he'd never ignore an abandoned child. A soft heart wasn't wrong, but these were harsh times. Thankfully, their family could manage the adoption. So he smiled and agreed to his grandson's suggestion. All right. I'll have your Auntie San come take care of her. Hey, this child hasn't cried once, such a good girl. We need to give her a name. Chenxi was also surprised. Since he'd picked up the little girl, she hadn't cried once. He'd already thought of a name. Grandpa, how about Li Qian? Her nickname could be Qian. The old man nodded, his face beaming with approval. That's a fine name. My grandson truly has knowledge. Unlike the others in the village who named their kids things like second egg, green flower, earth dog, or second girl, far too vulgar. Chenxi watched his grandfather find new ways to praise him, feeling both helpless and amused. Back in the house, Grandma saw the little girl and, after hearing her eldest grandson's explanation, raised no objections either. The Li family had few members, an extra mouth meant more liveliness, and Grandma was overjoyed. She hurried out to fetch Xiucheng's wife Auntie San to help care for the baby. Grandpa, look. This is a certificate of merit from the state, and there's a 500 yuan bonus too. The factory gave me a 2-tier pay raise and an extra 100 yuan reward. Chenxi proudly displayed each prize to the old man, as if showing off treasures.
As expected, the moment the old man saw the award certificate, he beamed with childlike delight.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable, he kept exclaiming. This was likely the first award certificate in their village. How could the old man not be thrilled? How proud it would make him feel to share the news. Holding the certificate, he measured it against the walls of his home, feeling the plain surface couldn't do it justice. He was momentarily stumped. His grandson had brought him so much honor: the award certificate, the pay raise, the several hundred yuan bonus, plus a pile of prizes like the enamel teacup. Any one of these would make the villagers green with envy. Chenxi ignored his overly excited grandfather, hanging the cured duck in the kitchen and placing the chestnuts on a stool. After a moment's thought, he quietly slipped several bags of milk powder into the shopping basket when no one was looking. Soon after, Grandma returned with third aunt, followed by the Laifu siblings. Auntie-san, thank you for coming, Chenxi said politely.
Third aunt took the little girl in her arms. Seeing the child looked healthy, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Chenxi, don't be so formal with your third aunt. Her name is Chenxi, right? Go boil some water.
I'll give her a bath and clean her up in a bit. Thank goodness we still have some milk powder at home.
Grandma also mentioned she had 2 more bags of formula.
Yes, her name is Chenxi, Chenxi quickly confirmed. He then added to Auntie-san, Auntie, we have plenty of formula.
I brought a few more bags with me.
Laifu, Laigui, and Laifeng are still drinking it too.
Don't be stingy. Once we run out, I'll ask my friends for more.
After saying this, Chenxi hurried off to boil water. He knew well that caring for a child required someone with experience. Only then did the old woman notice her husband acting strangely, holding a piece of paper and looking around the room. At the same time, she spotted the enamel teacup and thermos on the table, assuming her grandson had bought them. Old man, what are you doing? The old woman asked, her face full of confusion. The old man snapped out of his reverie, beaming as he held up the award certificate. Look at this. The state gave this award certificate to our Chenxi.
Where do you think we should hang it? And it's not just the certificate, there's also. Grandma and third aunt were stunned. The bonus was actually several hundred yuan?
Though they weren't factory workers themselves, they knew how difficult it was to advance in the worker hierarchy. Many people toiled for years without moving up a single rank. Chenxi really has the most talent, Auntie 3 praised sincerely.
She glanced at the Laifu siblings and couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment.
If her own children could be half as accomplished as their eldest brother, she'd be smiling in her sleep. At that moment, the Laifu siblings were staring intently at the little baby in their mother's arms, their eyes brimming with curiosity.
Grandma's smile stretched from ear to ear. Of all the generations in our family, Chenxi is the most accomplished.
Then she thought better of it and brought up that good-for-nothing son of hers.
What good is all that schooling?
Never brought home a single award, and in the end, he got lured away by that widow. Abandoned his parents and kids. What a waste of raising him.
Then Grandma suggested to Grandpa, let's frame it up. That way we can really show off Chenxi's talents.
Right.
Grandpa agreed eagerly, rushing off to find someone to make the frame. The Laifu siblings entered the kitchen, their faces brimming with curiosity. Big brother, is this going to be our little sister from now on? Chenxi smiled and nodded. Yes. Shanxian is your little sister now. You must take good care of her from now on, understand?
Don't worry, I'll carry her on my back from now on, Laifu promised maturely. He often helped their mother look after his younger siblings and was quite skilled at caring for others. Lai Kai and Lai Fong weren't to be outdone, scrambling to promise their big brother they'd take good care of their little sister. Seeing this, Chenxi pulled out some big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them out as a reward. This big white rabbit milk candy was a brand new product launched just last year, specially created to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. It was extremely rare. It was said that the factory producing big white rabbit milk candy could only make 800 kilograms per day, and everything was done by hand. Moreover, with the slogan 7 pieces of buy 2 milk candy equals 1 glass of milk, it was hailed as a nutritious treat. No one in Lijia village had likely tasted this candy before, making the Laifu siblings among the first to savor its deliciousness. Chapter 43, Dividing the Eggs. Big brother, this candy is so sweet. The 3 little ones always brought treats whenever they saw their eldest brother return, so they constantly dreamed of him coming back more often. Laifu deliberately saved 1 buy 2 milk candy, intending to let his mother try it. After the water boiled, Auntie carefully adjusted the temperature and gave Chenxi a nice, relaxing bath. Then she dug out some baby clothes Laifeng had worn before from the trunk. Though a bit worn, they were washed spotless and fit the little girl perfectly. In those days, clothes were passed down from generation to generation. Even when worn out, they weren't easily discarded. Younger siblings always wore their older brothers and sisters' hand-me-downs, and the youngest children rarely got new clothes. If a neighbor had a newborn, giving them unwanted clothes would earn you their deep gratitude. The little girl must have been hungry, for she began wailing loudly. Auntie San understood immediately and hurried to prepare the formula. Sure enough, after drinking the formula, Chenxi stopped crying and quietly savored her meal. Laifu and the others gathered around the little sister.
Lai Fu amused her by making funny faces. Lai Kai, his nose practically dripping, refused to leave while Lai Fong watched her sister drink the formula with a greedy look, wishing she could have some too. Li Chenxi watched the scene, his heart warming. He took out the bags of formula and handed them to Auntie San. Auntie, take this formula home. Give Lai Fu and the others half a bowl every day. Auntie was overjoyed. She felt her 3 children were incredibly lucky to have an older brother like Chenxi. While other children were still going hungry, at least her children wouldn't lack nutrition. Just then, grandfather returned from outside. Seeing everyone gathered, he called Li Jiming and the others working outside to come inside for a drink of water and a rest. But instead of offering water, he proudly pulled out Chenxi's award certificate to show everyone. Never seen an award certificate before? Look at what the state gave to my Chenxi. And these prizes too. Li Jiming and the others were stunned by the certificate and prizes. There were enamel teacups and thermos flasks. Plus, Chenxi had been promoted 2 levels in his work classification. Each achievement filled them with envy. They didn't even know Chenxi had received several hundred yuan in bonus money. The old man hadn't told them better not flaunt your wealth. Otherwise, their eyes would probably have popped out even more. Chenxi is amazing. The first award certificate for our Li family village. Li Jiming exclaimed. He even suspected the Li family ancestors were favoring Li Chenxi. Even the smoke from the ancestral graves drifted toward his house. Back when Li Chenxi's father, Li Shuhua, became the first college graduate in the village, it had already shocked everyone. People had said then that the feng shui at his great-uncle's house was exceptional. That's right. Uncle 16 is the hope of our entire village, someone nearby chimed in. Li Chenxi's lips twitched slightly at this. Wasn't that phrase reserved for his old man? Why was it being applied to him now? But he didn't dwell on such trifles. The old man thoroughly enjoyed the moment when everyone was praising his grandson. In his good mood, he decided to show some kindness. Old woman, quickly make some sweet soup for everyone to drink. They've all worked hard, he instructed. The old woman, beaming from all the praise, was more than happy to oblige. With a cheerful smile, she went to prepare the bowls. After drinking the sweet soup, everyone took another look at the little girl Li Chenxi had brought back. Compliments poured out how the child looked blessed, and so on. Before long, the village women arrived. Hearing that Li Chenxi had found a child, they felt it was only right to come see and offer blessings both as neighbors and as a sign of good fortune. Those who could brought gifts. Everyone agreed the little girl was truly blessed to have been found by Li Chenxi. Everyone in the village knew the Li family was the wealthiest household around. It was clear the little girl would grow up to live a life of privilege. Grandma, I'll boil all the eggs and share them with everyone so they can share in the good fortune, Li Chenxi suggested. The old woman actually felt quite sorry about the eggs. She had been saving the eggs her grandson brought home, unwilling to eat them herself, hoping to keep them for her eldest grandson to strengthen his health. But with so many people present, she didn't want to embarrass her grandson. So, she agreed with a smile. Soon after, the others learned about Li Chenxi's award and showered him with more flattery, completely dazzling the old lady. She stopped worrying about the loss of the eggs. Auntie San watched from the sidelines, inwardly groaning at the waste. Boiling so many eggs to share among everyone made even her feel the sting. But then she thought of Chenxi's talent and the prize money he'd won, and her mind cleared. After all, Chenxi had earned several hundred yuan. What were a few eggs? A mere drop in the bucket. She secretly mused that if her own son could achieve such success someday, she wouldn't mind treating the entire village to eggs. Once the eggs were boiled, everyone present received one, including Li Jiming and the others working outside. Yet not a single person could bring themselves to eat it. Right then they all planned to take theirs home to nourish their children. After seeing everyone off, Li Chenxi told his grandmother, "Grandma, I brought back some cured duck and chestnuts. Let's have cured duck rice today." The old woman naturally had no objection. Even if the ingredients weren't brought by her grandson, as long as they were available at home and he wanted to eat them, she wouldn't hesitate for a moment. "Alright, let's make preserved duck rice," the old woman said, her smile stretching wide. Lai Fong stood nearby, sucking her thumb, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Li Chenxi. "Big brother, I want some too. What are you eating?" "Go home with your mother to eat," Auntie San said from the side. Li Chenxi ruffled Lai Fong's hair, then turned to Third Aunt. "Third Aunt, let's all eat here for lunch. Call my uncle back too." "But..." Third Aunt hesitated. The old lady cut in decisively. "Chenxi says you're staying for lunch, so you're staying. What's there to argue about? Go get your husband later. Those sweet potatoes from the canteen? They won't fill anyone up." Auntie San's eyes welled up slightly. She thanked Li Chenxi and the old lady repeatedly, silently resolving to help Chenxi raise Chanshan well. When she had entered the kitchen earlier, she had also spotted the row of cured ducks hanging densely on the rack, filling her with even deeper gratitude. "Chenxi, isn't Lai Fu old enough for school now?" Auntie San suddenly remembered and asked Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi thought for a moment. Yes, Lai Fu was already 8 years old this year, and starting school was indeed a bit late. A wry smile touched Auntie San's lips. "The village school has closed. If he wants to study, he'll have to go to the Hongxing commune. Hongqing commune was about an hour's walk away, quite a distance. Besides, with the current tough times, people couldn't even fill their stomachs. How could they spare any thought for schooling? Only then did Li Chenxi learn that Li village had once had its own school. Children could study through 3rd grade locally before transferring to Red Star Commune for 4th grade. But earlier this year, after teachers fainted from hunger in the classrooms, the school had no choice but to suspend classes. Was the teacher from our village? Li Chenxi asked curiously. Grandma nodded and pointed toward the door, saying, Jigao is the teacher. Look over there, that house is his home. The old woman also told her grandson that Li Jigao was the sole teacher at Li Village Elementary and also served as principal. He taught all 3 grades single-handedly, handling every subject himself. Having completed junior high, he was the 2nd highest educated person in Li Village before Li Chenxi returned. The first, naturally, was Li Chenxi's father, Li Shuhua. Li Chenxi couldn't help but gasp. Wow! How busy must that one person be? If it were him, he'd be completely overwhelmed by now. At noon, Li Chenxi prepared a hearty meal for the housebuilders, even chopping up a cured duck specially for them. Though the duck wasn't large, and each person only got a few pieces, Li Jiming and the others ate with obvious satisfaction. By now, news of Li Chenxi's award had spread throughout Li Village. Many expressed envy and admiration, yet also felt a sense of shared pride. After all, he was one of their own. Chapter 44, Registering the Household. Li Shuqiang leaned back comfortably in his chair, belching contentedly as he patted his round belly with satisfaction. Lately, he'd been enjoying a feast of a sort thanks to his nephew, Li Chenxi. Every meal was fragrant and delicious, occasionally accompanied by a few sips of liquor and even the occasional cigarette. Life had become so comfortable, it felt like he'd become a god. His fellow laborers, seeing him like this, couldn't help but stare with envy and longing. Li Shuqiang knew full well that all this was thanks to his nephew Chenxi. He was deeply grateful to this capable young man. Just as the family finished clearing the table, a clatter of footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Li Chenxi looked up at the sound and saw the old party secretary, the brigade leader, and several other big shots from the village approaching their courtyard. He couldn't help but wonder, had they timed their visit perfectly? Why come now, of all times? True to his expectations, the moment they stepped into the courtyard, their eyes were instantly drawn to the conspicuous award certificate hanging on the wall. It turned out they had all come for this certificate, which had brought supreme honor to Li Village. Each pair of eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, clearly eager to get a closer look at this miraculous award. Old Master Li beamed with pride at the spectacle, feeling instantly elevated to the most distinguished figure in the village. He calculated inwardly that this was a golden opportunity to show off before the crowd. If he could get these people to spread the word about his grandson's achievements, letting the surrounding villages and the commune know that Li Village had produced an extraordinary figure, wouldn't his own prestige in the village soar even higher? Chenxi, this child, is truly the pride of Li Village. Simply remarkable. The team leader's booming voice, like a great bell, echoed through the courtyard, his words brimming with admiration and respect for Li Chenxi. The old party secretary stood nearby, a satisfied smile on his face, nodding in agreement. This award wasn't just a personal honor for Li Chenxi, it was a symbol of glory for the entire Li Village. The thought of the village producing such a promising young talent filled the old party secretary with equal excitement and immense pride for Li Village. Chenxi's invention of the pressure well has been a tremendous help to our village. This award is truly well deserved, the old party secretary added, his eyes brimming with recognition and praise for Li Chenxi. When it came to the miraculous benefits of the hand-pumped wells, the villagers of Li Village were the best judges. Last night, 4 hand-pump wells were installed and put into use, greatly improving the village's water situation and solving the problem of crop irrigation. Previously, the village relied entirely on that old spring for water, but its limited flow could never meet the needs of the entire community. Most villagers spent considerable time and energy each day fetching water for irrigation. Not only was this inefficient, but the spring's water was always in short supply. Today, however, the situation was entirely different. With the newly drilled 4 hand-pump wells operational, all the farmland was thoroughly irrigated in just one morning. Watching the once withered and sickly crops gradually regain their vitality and become lush and green under the nourishment of the well water, the villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the harvest was crucial to whether everyone could fill their bellies in the second half of the year. A poor yield meant hunger for all, no laughing matter. Seeing the guests arrive, Li Chenxi hurried into the inner room and retrieved the high-grade broken tea leaves he had specially purchased from the city. He deftly boiled a kettle of hot water, preparing to brew tea to properly entertain his guests. As for the tea for his grandfather, he had carefully selected a jar of premium tea from his secret store in his mind, spending 5 yuan on it. Naturally, its quality far surpassed that of the broken leaf tea. Team leader, secretary, please have some tea. Li Chenxi greeted them warmly, his face beaming with enthusiasm. The countryside wasn't like the city, there were no fancy tea sets at home. The enameled teacup Li Chenxi had received as a factory reward, he had given to his grandfather to use. In the countryside, people usually drank water from large bowls, so there wasn't much fuss about it. Wow! Just the aroma alone is enough to tell this tea is top-notch.
The team leader lifted his large bowl, brought it close to his nose for a deep sniff, and couldn't help but praise it aloud. In the countryside, high-grade broken tea was a rare treat. Most families couldn't afford it, let alone bring themselves to buy it. "Old secretary, I have a favor to ask of you," Chenxi quickly interjected during the tea break. The old party secretary took a gentle sip of tea, set his bowl down, and nodded with a smile. "Sure, Chenxi. Just tell me. Anything the village can manage, we'll see it through properly." In the old secretary's heart, Chenxi had done so much good for the village that he had long since considered him family. Now that Chenxi needed his help, he felt it was his duty to assist. "It's about Xianxian," Chenxi began. "I'd like to ask for your help in registering her household registration." At this, the old party secretary's face lit up with a relieved smile. He had thought it might be some monumental problem, but this? For him, it was as easy as pie. "Are you planning to register her household in our village?" "But you'd better be sure," the old party secretary reminded him. "City household registration is far superior to rural registration these days. An urban household registration means access to commercial grain rations, something we rural folks dream of. Starting in the 1950s, to ensure grain and oil supplies for non-agricultural populations, the state allocated quotas based on household and individual circumstances. Local government grain authorities uniformly distributed resident grain and oil supply certificates. These ration books came in various designs: red, blue, or plain craft paper, each bearing the inscription "Urban Resident Grain and Oil Supply Certificate" for the issuing city. In those years, these ration books were even more valuable than money itself, making them the object of envy and desire for countless rural people. Some rural girls would even marry frail or disabled urban men just to gain access to commercial grain. For rural residents, obtaining those red, blue, or natural craft paper ration books could only be achieved through a few means: taking over their parents' jobs, securing employment after passing college entrance exams, gaining promotions through military service, receiving work assignments due to disability, or transitioning from village cadres to official state employees. Registering Xianxian's household registration in Lijiazhuang was straightforward, but transferring it to the city later would prove a major hassle. "I've already decided she'll share the same household register as my grandparents," Chenxi declared firmly. As early as 1958, China began implementing the household registration system. The reason rural residents coveted urban household registration back then was primarily due to the distribution of grain and other supplies. But for Chenxi, food and other supplies were hardly an issue. Therefore, whether Xianxian's household registration was in the city or the countryside made little difference to him. As for future education, he would naturally find a way to handle it. "All right, I'll take care of her household registration this afternoon," the old party secretary readily agreed. Chenxi thought for a moment before asking, "Old secretary, is there any chance our village school could be reopened?" "The school?" The old party secretary and the others froze at the question, surprise evident on their faces. Ever since the school closed, everyone's focus had been on basic survival food and warmth. The children's education had long been pushed to the back of their minds. "Secretary, I think our Li village can now barely feed itself. It's time to reopen the school," the brigade leader added his opinion. His child was already 7 years old, reaching the age for schooling, and the matter of education had to be put on the agenda. Now that Chenxi had brought it up, he was naturally eager to support the idea. "We need to discuss this with him first. His family's situation isn't great, he's the sole provider for them all. How about this, let's go together and ask his opinion," the old party secretary said. With that, the old party secretary and the others quickly drained their tea bowls and rose to head toward Li Zhigao's home. Seeing this, Chenxi hurriedly followed behind. He understood clearly that the development of Li village was crucial to his future standing in the community, so naturally, he was deeply concerned. When the group arrived at Li Zhigao's home, they found the interior sparsely furnished, barely more than bare walls. On the way, the old party secretary had already given Chenxi a rough idea of teacher Li's family situation. Li Zhigao carried an immense burden. He had to support 2 elderly parents while raising 5 young children. The weight of life pressed down on him like a mountain. Li Zhigao was merely a substitute teacher, receiving no salary and relying solely on work points to sustain his family. Such circumstances were commonplace in many parts of the country. Hearing this, Chenxi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Rural teachers truly had it tough. As far as he knew, some rural teachers were not only responsible for daily teaching duties but also handled various aspects of school operations, such as publicity and student recruitment. Yet they received no salary, relying solely on meager work points to make ends meet. "Team leader, party secretary, please come in and sit down." "Oh? Chenxi is here too?" Li Zhigao warmly welcomed everyone inside upon seeing them arrive. But with limited seating, he had to send the children back to their rooms to make space. "Xiaolan, bring out the stool from your room for the guests to sit on," Li Zhigao instructed. Chenxi greeted everyone while carefully observing the room's surroundings. Though simple, the room was tidy and well organized, appearing clean and comfortable. Li Zhigao's parents appeared in poor health, their cheeks sunken and protruding, looking extremely haggard. His wife, meanwhile, held a tattered rag, carefully wiping down the chairs for everyone. Of the 5 children, 3 were girls. The eldest appeared to be around 15 or 16, approaching marriageable age. The youngest boy, only 3 or 4 years old, kept stealing glances at Chenxi after he entered the room. Only when Chenxi looked at him did the boy cautiously call out, "Uncle 16," before shyly hugging his mother's leg and hiding behind her. The little guy was clearly shy.
"Come here." Chenxi beckoned with a warm smile. Chapter 45, Chenxi's Proposal. Hearing Chenxi's gentle "come here," everyone present could almost envision the heartwarming scene unfolding. Even the little boy lifted his head to look at his mother, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Go on, Uncle 16 is calling you," the woman encouraged softly. Only then did the little one approach Chenxi, a hint of trepidation mingled with eager anticipation. Chenxi did not disappoint. His pockets seemed perpetually stocked with little surprises. Why? Well, that was because he had his golden touch. He pulled out a handful of big white rabbit milk candies and smiled at the little one. "Hold them with both hands, and remember to share with your brothers and sisters." The little one nearly jumped for joy, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. "Chenxi, these are big white rabbit milk candies. They're too expensive, you're giving away far too many." As a teacher, Li Zhigao knew well how precious these candies were. Even in the city, children rarely got to enjoy just one. The village chief had seen this candy before too. He was itching to ask for a couple for his own kids, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Everyone couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Chenxi truly lived up to his reputation for generosity. No wonder the village children adored him, calling him 16th uncle or 16th grandpa all day long. "Huh, really? A friend gave them to me. I honestly have no idea how much they're worth," Chenxi replied with a smile. Hearing this, everyone silently scoffed inwardly. No one believed a word of it. Anyone raised in Beijing knew exactly how precious those big white rabbit milk candies were. The little one clutched a large handful of big white rabbit candies, skipping over to his older siblings and carefully distributing them one by one, ensuring everyone got an equal share. Seeing this, the old party secretary quickly changed the subject. "Zhigao, I hear someone came to propose marriage?" Li Zhigao instantly flushed with embarrassment. It was true, times were tough at home. Marrying off Xiaolan would mean one less mouth to feed and some dowry money to supplement their income. It seemed like a win-win. But the family proposing was outrageous, offering only 2 yuan as a dowry. No matter how patient Li Zhigao was, he'd been furious at the time. It didn't work out, Li Zhigao replied simply, offering no further explanation. The old party secretary and the others sensed the mood and didn't press him further. From Li Zhigao's expression alone, they could tell the matchmaking had not gone well. "Well, it's better that it didn't work out. Today Chenxi mentioned the school matter to us. Both the brigade leader and I feel it's time for the village children to go back to school." "Zhigao, what do you think?" asked the old party secretary. Li Zhigao was overjoyed inside. Teaching was his true calling. If he were tasked with carrying water or farming, he couldn't compete with others and would earn fewer work points. "That's wonderful news. I have no objections whatsoever. I can resume teaching anytime," Li Zhigao hastily replied. The old party secretary nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Xiaolan. "I recall Xiaolan used to be quite good at her studies. On the way here, I chatted with Chenxi, and he suggested Xiaolan could also teach at the school as a substitute teacher. The village will record her labor points." Upon hearing this, Li Zhigao's family felt their blood boil with excitement. It felt like a huge surprise dropped from the sky. If Xiaolan could teach at the school, it wouldn't just solve her basic needs, it would bring extra income to the family. Teaching was certainly less physically demanding than manual labor. Though it required more mental effort, it was far better than exhausting physical work. Most crucially, it would temporarily delay Xiaolan's early marriage. In that era, marriage profoundly shaped one's entire life, and Xiaolan had already been filled with anxiety and unease about the marriage proposal. "This is wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, Secretary." Li Zhigao kept thanking him repeatedly, extending his gratitude to several others. "Don't thank me. This idea came from Chenxi. He's always thinking about the village children, so we have every reason to support him." The old party secretary waved his hand dismissively. Li Zhigao quickly turned to Li Chenxi, pulling his daughter Xiaolan forward to express their profound gratitude. Li Chenxi smiled and shook his head. "It's our Li village that should be thanking you. No matter how poor we are, we can't let education suffer. Learning to read and write is always a good thing. Brother Zhigao, is there anything the school still needs? Maybe I can lend a hand." Li Zhigao knew Li Chenxi was capable, so he spoke frankly. "If possible, could you help get some chalk, pencils, and notebooks? You know, some kids come from poor families and can't afford these school supplies." "Alright, I'll take care of it. By the way, how many school-age children are there in our village? We should try to get them all into school," Li Chenxi said. The old party secretary's face clouded over at this. Though tuition wasn't high, some families were impoverished with many children. How could they afford to send them all to school? While the children weren't strong enough for heavy labor, they could still help with household chores. Sending children to school meant both financial strain and losing a pair of hands at home, so some families were reluctant. That might be a bit difficult, the team leader chimed in. Truthfully, Chenxi had already grasped the underlying reasons without needing explanations. Village chief, what do you think of this idea? Chenxi proposed a suggestion, and all eyes instantly turned to him. Drawing inspiration from initiatives implemented in some areas in later generations, Chenxi proposed to introduce similar measures in Li village. Some families hesitate to send their children to school mainly because they worry about the expenses. What if the village covered these costs? What do you think? In other words, the village would fund education, and villagers would only need to send their children to school. For academically outstanding children, the village even planned to offer incentives to motivate them further in their studies. This approach bore some resemblance to the current university system, where not only are tuition fees waived, but students also receive subsidies to take home. Old Secretary and the others were stunned by the proposal. The village would handle it? Would they cover tuition, meals, or everything? They all wondered inwardly. Did this poor little village of Lijiazwang really have the means? After all, if not for Chenxi securing those sweet potatoes and potatoes, the village collective might not even have enough to eat. The team leader shook his head with a bitter smile. How could our Lijiazwang possibly have that kind of capability? Chenxi, however, spoke with confidence. That's why the village needs to find ways to generate some extra income. Understand? At its core, it was all about poverty. For individuals to pursue income generation was indeed difficult these days. One wrong move could get you labeled a profiteer. But what about the collective? Rural areas were essentially collective economies at the time, and some experiments weren't out of the question. Chenxi could easily cover the school's expenses out of his own pocket. But he felt it was unnecessary and inappropriate. Involving the entire village was the right path. It would also significantly reduce the risks. Generate income? The team leader looked puzzled. Is that even possible? The village fields are all zoned, the team leader reminded Chenxi. After all, if the higher-ups mandated wheat cultivation, rice couldn't be planted arbitrarily. Chenxi smiled and shook his head. I have no intention of touching the village's fields. That wouldn't be a smart move. But we don't have any spare land for income generation. The team leader still didn't understand. Relying on the small vegetable gardens at home for minor efforts seemed pointless. The old party secretary knew Chenxi must have a plan in mind, so he asked, Chenxi, what exactly do you have in mind? Tell us, and we'll all put our heads together. Chapter 46, Putting It to Use. In this humble room, aside from Chenxi and Li Zhigo, nearly everyone else was a farmer whose ancestors had tilled the soil for generations. For them, the land was their entire life, the foundation of their existence and livelihood. In their understanding, land was the indispensable cornerstone for any income-generating endeavor. The village had long maintained traditions of raising chickens, ducks, and pigs, with proceeds from pig sales going to the village collective. These livestock indeed brought some income. However, raising these animals requires grain. You can't just feed them grass. Even cattle, whose primary diet is grass, need occasional nutritional supplements. Yet, due to grain shortages, the few pigs currently in the village could only be fed with pig grass and similar fodder. The pigs were skin and bones, a heartbreaking sight. But what could anyone do? When even people faced the hardship of not having enough grain to eat, how could anyone bear to use precious grain to feed pigs? At this point, the brigade leader couldn't help but speak up. Chenxi, you've got to give us some advice. But there's one thing we absolutely cannot use: farmland. That's a matter of principle. If we could generate income without taking farmland, that would be ideal. Everyone would be willing to give it a try. Chenxi nodded slightly, his gaze steady as he asked, as long as we don't use the farmland currently planted with grain, right? The old party secretary pondered for a moment, finding Chenxi's reasoning sound and seeing no issues, so he nodded in agreement. A confident smile touched Chenxi's lips. Then it's simple. As the saying goes, make the most of what you have. Used the mountains and rivers to your advantage. If we utilize the mountains and rivers wisely, won't we find a way? Now that the river is dry, isn't the riverbed ready-made land? We could plant things there, short-season crops like vegetables. What do you think? The moment he spoke, it was as if a ray of light pierced through the fog of confusion in everyone's minds. Instantly, they all understood. Right. The riverbed is so fertile now that the river is dry, isn't it perfect for planting? And most importantly, the riverbed isn't classified as farmland, so the village can decide how to use it entirely on its own. The old party secretary slapped his thigh in excitement. Good heavens, why didn't I think of that? I nearly forgot about the riverbed. The team leader and others grew equally excited. They knew full well that the riverbed covered a substantial area. If they planted crops across it all, the harvest would surely bring in a substantial income. Li Zhigao, ever the more thorough thinker, furrowed his brow slightly and cautioned the party secretary and the others, but what if it rains one day and the river fills up again? Won't all our crops be ruined? Chenxi explained with a smile, that's precisely why I suggested focusing on crops with short growth cycles. That way, even if the river does rise, the losses would be relatively minor. Besides, think about it, what else could we lose besides some seeds? And I have a solution for the seed issue. Hearing this, the others silently marveled. Li Chenxi had indeed come prepared, even considering the seed issue. The old party secretary and the others felt even more convinced that Li Chenxi's proposal was practical and worth trying. The riverbed soil was naturally fertile, requiring no extra fertilizer at worst, they'd only lose the cost of seeds. And in the countryside, labor was the most abundant resource. With everyone working together, they were sure to succeed. Without hesitation, the old party secretary declared, Chenxi, we'll leave it to you to procure the seeds. Whatever it costs, the village will find a way to cover it. Li Chenxi nodded and continued, now that we've covered the river, let's talk about the mountains. The team leader immediately objected when the mountains were mentioned, the mountains probably won't work. Once we clear them, they'll be counted as farmland. The soil up there is poor, and the cost of clearing it might outweigh the benefits. It's just not worth it. The old party secretary shot the team leader a stern look, signaling him to stop interrupting Li Chenxi. Chenxi, go on. We're all listening. Li Chenxi maintained his smile as he spoke calmly, I never said we should clear the land. Think about it, medicinal herbs always fetch high prices, right? If we just plant some herbs in the mountains, requiring minimal management, treating them as wild grown and harvesting whatever we can, wouldn't that be an extra income stream? Upon hearing this, surprise and delight flashed across their faces as they began murmuring among themselves. That idea actually sounds pretty good, someone couldn't help but agree. But soon, another voice voiced concern, but medicinal herb seeds aren't easy to come by, and we can't be sure how many will actually grow. What if we can't even recoup the cost of the seeds? That would be a huge loss. Li Chenxi gave a helpless smile and replied, where can you make money without taking risks? Take wheat grown in the fields, for example. Natural disasters like droughts, floods, or pest infestations could still wipe out the entire crop. Hearing Li Chenxi's words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, this year's drought was so severe. Had Li Chenxi not devised a way to install a water-pressing well, no one could have predicted how drastically Li Jia village's wheat yield would plummet. In other areas, the drought was even worse than in Li village, and complete crop failures had indeed occurred. Li Chenxi continued, even if we don't grow medicinal herbs, we could still cultivate mushrooms, right? While mushroom prices aren't high, they grow quickly and yield large harvests. I could purchase them directly from the village and transport them back to the steel mill. This way, the village gains a sales channel, I fulfill my procurement tasks, and the steel mill gets the supplies it needs. Isn't that a win-win-win situation? The old party secretary and the others exchanged glances, then suddenly understood. They had almost forgotten that Li Chenxi held the position of procurement officer at the steel mill. If the village's produce could be procured directly by Li Chenxi and delivered to the steel mill, it would indeed eliminate many middlemen and reduce a lot of hassle. Exactly. That's the point. Old party secretary's mind was now clear, and his reactions quickened. Li Chenxi continued, what are you waiting for? Get people to start tilling the riverbed and prepare for planting. I'll bring the seeds back tomorrow. The sooner we plant, the sooner we'll harvest. Once the village has money, the school's expenses won't be a problem at all. Later on, we might even set up a small cafeteria at the school so every child who comes to study can get free meals. I refuse to believe that won't convince parents to send their children to school. Everyone listened, deeply impressed by Li Chenxi's vision. They could almost envision the future scene, even children not yet of school age might be sent to the school by their parents. After all, in those resource-scarce times, having children eat for free at school meant the school was helping ease the burden on families. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Xiaolan stood nearby, watching Li Chenxi with admiration. She thought to herself, Uncle Li really is both courageous and resourceful. His idea is so ingenious, it not only solves the school's predicament but also increases the village's income. At the same time, it benefits both Li Chenxi himself and the steel mill. It truly achieves multiple goals at once. Most crucially, none of these measures violated any regulations. Even if word got out, no one could find fault with it. Other villages might even follow suit. After all, what village wouldn't want to boost its income and improve the lives of its villagers? Secretary, I'll gather the team right away. The team leader could no longer contain his excitement, eager to get started. The old party secretary waved him off and solemnly instructed, go ahead, but remember, don't let this interfere with our regular production tasks. These income-generating activities are side ventures. Our main focus remains the crops in the fields. We mustn't confuse priorities. Understood. The team leader responded loudly, then turned and left to gather the village's available labor force. The old party secretary looked at Li Chenxi and remarked with emotion, Chenxi, you really have a sharp mind. The solutions you come up with are just brilliant. Li Chenxi smiled and said, that's why we must prioritize education and encourage our children to study hard. Only knowledge can change one's destiny and make our lives better and better. This time, the old party secretary offered no rebuttal. He knew deep down that throughout history, education had always been the key to changing one's fate. To rise in society and develop the village, education was indispensable. Li Zhigao, too, felt his fighting spirit ignited by Li Chenxi's proposal. He was already scheming in his mind how to make Li Jiazhuang's school even better, so more children could receive an education.
With the village now clearly committed to fully supporting the school's establishment, his confidence soared.
I need to head over to the school to clean up and tidy things.
Li Zhigao couldn't sit still either, eager to get moving right away and prepare for the school's reopening.
Li Chenxi said, I'll come with you to take a look. Maybe I can lend a hand. Then let's head out now. Li Zhigao was delighted that Li Chenxi would accompany him.
He believed her broad experience might yield valuable suggestions. So, he set off for the school with his wife and several children who could lend a hand. The school appeared somewhat neglected after lying unused for so long. Upon entering, Li Chenxi discovered that this so-called school was actually just a slightly larger building. Inside were 3 classrooms and a staff room where teachers rested and worked. The classrooms weren't spacious, each holding 5 rows of battered desks that looked ready to collapse at the slightest touch. A small window let in only limited light, making the entire classroom appear dim. At the front stood a small blackboard, barely over a meter in length and width, its surface covered in the marks of time. As Li Chenxi moved around the classroom, he accidentally bumped into one of the chairs. With a loud crack, the chair instantly fell apart, its pieces scattering across the floor. Li Chenxi felt awkward and quickly said, I really didn't use any force. Li Zhigao smiled reassuringly, it's fine, Chenxi. This chair was already worn out. I'll find some tools to fix it later. Chapter 47, Roasting Chestnuts. Li Chenxi proposed a series of suggestions, such as enlarging the windows because insufficient light could harm the children's eyesight. Of course, he also realized that larger windows might make the classroom colder in winter, but these issues could be addressed later. He also mentioned that teaching facilities like blackboards and desks needed improvement. What surprised him most was that the school didn't even have a toilet. He suggested building one to prevent children from running into the fields during breaks to relieve themselves, which was truly unsightly. Just discuss these matters with the old party secretary, he suggested. He then emphasized, the school concerns the entire village. Which family doesn't have children? Even if they don't now, won't they have them in the future? Therefore, this requires the whole village to work together. Those with money contribute money, those with strength contribute labor. After that, Li Chenxi didn't linger and returned home. Before long, Li Dachuan arrived. His hair was neatly combed, no longer the messy bird's nest it had been. His clothes bore fewer patches, and his face wore a smug smile. Clearly, something good had happened. Li Chenxi teased, got yourself a wife? Li Dachuan grinned foolishly. Not yet, but soon. That's why I came to borrow Uncle 16's bicycle. Is that okay? He had already taken grain to Xiaofang's family and received their consent. Now, both families were preparing letters of introduction in their respective villages, planning to register their marriage that afternoon. Li Dachuan remembered Uncle 16 had a bicycle. Riding it to fetch his bride would be a face-saving gesture for both Xiaofang's family and his own. Li Chenxi asked, when are you going? This afternoon. Li Dachuan replied. Li Chenxi exclaimed, so soon? In those days, marriage was straightforward. If both families approved, they could register that very day. Unlike later generations, no one dated for years without tying the knot. Li Chenxi pointed at the bicycle and said, it's over there. Go push it away. Thanks, Uncle 16. I'll bring you some wedding candy another day. Li Dachuan couldn't hide his excitement. Li Chenxi smiled. To him, the candy wasn't important. He didn't care much for sweets anyway, and he certainly wasn't short of them. But just then, he suddenly called out, wait. He went back inside and emerged with 2 new towels, handing them to Li Dachuan. Since you call me Uncle 16, consider these 2 new towels my wedding gift to you both. Li Dachuan beamed instantly. New towels were exactly what they needed. In the countryside, having a pair of new towels, an enamel basin, and a thermos for a wedding was incredibly prestigious. It was nothing like the city, where weddings emphasized the 3 major items: a sewing machine, a watch, and a bicycle. Any one of these was hard for rural folks to afford, let alone all 3 together. His father had already arranged for the enamel basin, thermos, and wedding candies at the supply and marketing cooperative. Only the towels remained elusive due to shortages at the supply cooperative, leaving him somewhat helpless. But now, these 2 new towels from Uncle 16 were undoubtedly a godsend, finally completing the 3 essentials for a rural wedding. Coupled with a bicycle for the bride receiving procession, this wedding was truly splendid and dignified. Uncle Shirlu, why don't you and my great-uncle come over for a drink later? Li Dachuan was filled with gratitude. Though his family was strapped for cash, he still planned to host 2 banquet tables, inviting respected elders like the former party secretary to lend prestige to the occasion. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll come over later. Oh, and take this. He pulled out a fresh pack of Dakianman cigarettes and handed it to Li Dachuan, ensuring he'd have something respectable to offer during the bride receiving ceremony. Deeply moved, Li Dachuan hurriedly reached into his pocket to give Uncle 16 some money. Li Chenxi's expression turned stern. Don't make me lecture you today. Li Dachuan gave an awkward laugh, tucked the money back in, and began pushing his bicycle, ready to leave. But Li Chenxi soon noticed something was off. Li Dachuan was pushing his bike the entire way, not riding it. Li Jiming, who was building a house nearby, chuckled, he doesn't know how to ride a bike. Bet he'll be pushing the bride back later. Hearing this, Chenxi could only click his tongue in resignation.
It wasn't entirely Li Dachuan's fault. In the past, Li village didn't even own a single bicycle who would know how to ride one. Not knowing was perfectly normal.
Even with that old tricycle, everyone had struggled mightily just to learn the basics. After returning to the house, Chenxi saw the Lai Fu siblings watching over Qianqian, who had fallen asleep after eating her fill.
A wave of satisfaction washed over him.
He decided to reward them with something tasty and remembered the 20 pounds of chestnuts still sitting in the kitchen.
Candied chestnuts?
Perfect, I've been craving those myself, Chenxi murmured to himself. He carried the 20 pounds of chestnuts over, dumped them into a bucket, and began washing them. The Lai Fu siblings, who had been watching over Qianqian's bedside, immediately gathered around. Lai Fu, full of curiosity, asked, "Big brother, what yummy treat are you making?"
Chenxi smiled. "Making something tasty for you guys."
Lai Fu, go wash some sand, just the coarse layer on top.
Rinse it clean like you would rice, got it?
A few days ago, after sprouting beans, there was quite a bit of sand left over. He had deliberately kept the coarser sand, using the finer grains for sprouting.
Got it.
Lai Fu agreed without hesitation. Though he wondered why sand was needed for cooking, he followed his brother's instructions without question. Lai Kai also rushed to help, eagerly saying, "Big brother, I'll help too."
Chenxi told him, "You don't need to help here.
Just tend the fire later." He was genuinely worried that Lai Kai might accidentally get snot into the ingredients, which would be a huge problem. So he quickly reassigned him, telling him to be in charge of the fire later.
Seeing this, Lai Feng also raised her hand anxiously. "Big brother.
Big brother.
What about me?
You go watch over your sister while she sleeps.
Don't let the mosquitoes bite her, understand?" Chenxi instructed Lai Feng.
Got it. Lai Feng immediately returned to Qianqian's side, keeping watch like a little scout, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding flies and mosquitoes to safeguard his sister's peace. Meanwhile, Chenxi had already washed and drained the chestnuts. He skillfully picked up a knife and scored a cross on each one. This step was crucial. The cuts had to reach the flesh to ensure the chestnuts absorbed the seasoning during stir-frying. Meanwhile, Lai Fu had rinsed the coarse sand twice and carefully dried it. With everything ready, Chenxi began giving instructions. "Lai Kai, you tend the fire."
Upon receiving the order, Lai Kai scurried off to the kitchen.
Stoking the fire was practically a mandatory skill for rural children, and he managed to get the fire going even faster than Chenxi.
Chenxi poured the coarse sand into the wok and began stir-frying.
Next, he added the sugar syrup purchased from the village store. Though he was too lazy to make it himself, with only children like Lai Fu at home, he saw no need for lengthy explanations as long as he didn't conjure it in front of them. The syrup lubricated the sand in the pot while gradually heating it. When the sand turned glossy and oily, Chenxi added the chestnuts and continued stirring. "Don't use too high a flame," he reminded Lai Kai. Upon hearing this, Lai Kai immediately pulled a piece of firewood from the stove and adjusted the heat. As the chestnuts were tossed, their color gradually turned golden. Chenxi added more syrup, and by then, the sweet aroma of sugar and chestnuts filled the air, making Lai Fu and Lai Kai sniffle with anticipation. Even Lai Feng, who was watching over her younger sister in the room, kept glancing toward the kitchen. If her eldest brother hadn't specifically told her to take good care of her sister, she would have already dashed to the kitchen. The sweet scent drifted out of the house, spreading through the neighborhood.
Even the adults working nearby, like Li Jiming, couldn't resist the aroma.
The children were no exception. The moment they caught the scent, they came running in droves, following the fragrance.
Just then, Grandpa and Grandma returned from outside. The familiar aroma instantly told them roasted chestnuts were being prepared.
Ever since their beloved grandson Chenxi had come home, delicious treats seemed to never cease in the household.
Chapter 48, Wedding Feast.
Spotting Grandpa and Grandma entering the house, Chenxi immediately greeted them with a beaming smile.
He gently took the old lady's arm, his voice brimming with concern. "Grandpa, Grandma, you absolutely must try the candied chestnuts I roasted later. They taste wonderful."
The old lady looked at her devoted eldest grandson, her heart warming. Though roasting chestnuts with sugar was a rare treat in Li village and the surrounding hamlets, sugar being precious in the countryside, something people rarely splurged on. But now, supported so tenderly by her eldest grandson and hearing his warm invitation, her lingering hesitation about the sugar vanished instantly.
Her eyes crinkled into slits as she smiled, replying repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Grandma's been looking forward to this."
Old Grandpa stroked his beard beside her, nodding and adding, Just the aroma alone tells me these are top-notch.
They've got my appetite going already."
At that moment, a group of village children had gathered outside Chenxi's courtyard gate. Their little heads stretched out, eyes fixed intently on the courtyard. They had originally heard that Li Dachuan was getting married today and had come hoping to join the festivities and get some wedding candy. But now, the rich aroma of candied chestnuts wafting toward them had long since pushed thoughts of wedding candy far from their minds. Though their mouths watered, their parents had strictly warned them not to wander into other people's homes. So they could only peer longingly from outside, occasionally sniffing the air, trying to catch more of that tempting aroma.
After about half an hour, the aroma of candied chestnuts grew even more intense, filling the air and making everyone's mouths water. Finally, the chestnuts were ready. Chenxi couldn't hold back any longer. He reached into the pot, picked one out, cracked open the shell, and popped the golden yellow kernel into his mouth. In an instant, the soft, sweet, and fragrant flavor spread across his tongue. His heart leapt with joy. Success! He quickly filled a large plate and handed it to Laifu, who had been drooling with anticipation. Laifu, take this to your great uncle and great aunt. Let them try some too. Laikai, go blow your nose and wash your hands. Get ready for chestnuts. Laikai couldn't wait any longer. At those words, he shot out like an arrow released from its string. Chenxi had actually noticed the group of children waiting eagerly outside the courtyard gate. He grabbed a bamboo basket, scooped a full basket of chestnuts, and carried it outside. The children, upon seeing them, immediately formed an orderly line. They all knew Uncle 16's temper. He disliked disorder and lack of discipline most of all. Once, a child who didn't know the rules tried to jump the line and grab some, only to end up crying pitifully without getting a single piece of candy. Today, the chestnuts Chenxi roasted were quite large, with about 40 per pound. 20 pounds of chestnuts meant nearly 800 nuts, plenty to go around. Feeling generous, Chenxi gave each child 4. Careful, little ones, they're hot. Chenxi laughed as he handed them out. The children who received chestnuts danced with joy, shouting repeatedly, "Thank you, Uncle 16 Grandpa." They eagerly cracked open the shells and popped the chestnuts into their mouths. Their satisfied expressions seemed to say this was the most delicious thing they'd ever tasted in their lives. After distributing the chestnuts to the children, Chenxi returned indoors, scooped up a basketful, and headed toward the nearby construction site where a house was being built. "Jiming, tell everyone to take a break and come try my roasted chestnuts," he called out. "All right." These guys have been completely captivated by the aroma, working with their minds elsewhere. Li Jining chuckled in response, having just scolded the workers for their distraction. "Oh, just one taste is enough for us. We couldn't possibly eat more," the workers politely protested. "Sugar-roasted chestnuts? That's such extravagance," someone couldn't help but exclaim. Chenxi waved his hand with a smile. "Don't be so polite, everyone. These are all for you. I've got plenty more at home, enough for everyone." Hearing this, Li Jining began distributing the chestnuts fairly among the workers, stuffing each person's pockets full. Yet the workers treasured them dearly. Each would only allow themselves one, carefully saving the rest to take home so their elderly parents and children could also taste this rare delicacy. "These chestnuts are absolutely delicious," one worker mumbled between chews. "You bet. They're sugar roasted. Even if they were roasted chusols, they'd probably smell amazing. Hurry up and eat, then get back to work. Oomph. I give you such good food, and you still don't put your heart into it." Li Jining scolded with a smile. Though he spoke harshly, seeing everyone enjoying themselves warmed his heart. The workers felt a bit wronged, muttering to themselves, "We're working harder than ever on this house." But no one dared voice it aloud. Instead, they silently ate the chestnuts and redoubled their efforts. Chenxi returned to the house and first poured a cup of warm water for each of his grandparents. He knew that while candied chestnuts were delicious, eating too many could make one thirsty. "Grandma, how do they taste? Are they good?" Chenxi sat down beside the old lady and asked with concern. Chewing on a chestnut, the old lady nodded, her face beaming with happiness. "Delicious, absolutely delicious. These are the best chestnuts I've ever had. Chenxi, you should eat more too. Don't just focus on us." In the old lady's heart, anything made by her eldest grandson was undoubtedly the most delicious. The old man also ate with relish, his face full of contentment. He thought to himself, this must have been what life was like for those landlords back in the day. Lifang and the other little ones ate with their cheeks puffed out, looking just like adorable little hamsters. Chenxi couldn't help but smile at their sight. "Take your time, no need to rush. There's plenty more at home, no one's going to fight you for it. Drink some water after eating so you don't choke." In his heart, he had long considered Lai Fu, Lai Kai, and Lai Fang as his own younger siblings. "Grandpa, Dachuan is getting married. He invited me and you to his house for a meal," Chenxi said, turning to the old man. In the village, inviting two people to a wedding banquet was a privilege likely only their family could afford. The old man nodded upon hearing this. "All right, then go." Truthfully, he knew Dachuan's family wasn't well off. The banquet likely wouldn't feature anything special, they'd be more comfortable eating at home. After all, Dachuan's potatoes and corn had been traded for firewood with his own grandson. But since they'd extended a sincere invitation, a sign of respect, they naturally had to give them the courtesy. "I'll bring some things over later," Chenxi added. He understood Dachuan's family situation. Preparing 2 banquet tables meant ingredients would surely be scarce. Since they'd extended such a warm invitation, he couldn't arrive empty-handed. Grandfather listened, thinking it unnecessary to spend so much, but he didn't object. He understood that by doing this, whenever any household in the village held a celebratory event in the future, they would likely invite Chenxi. This situation had its pros and cons. The upside was strengthening ties with the entire village, gaining more influence in the community, earning everyone's respect, and making things run much smoother. The downside? It meant spending more on food. Then again, how many families could afford to be as generous as his? After all, they still struggled to put food on the table. But since Chenxi was a procurement officer, such things weren't a problem. A few days ago, the old man might have agonized over it. But ever since seeing the generous bonuses and prizes his grandson brought home, he no longer dwelled on such minor losses. Chenxi was always decisive and acted immediately. He carried several pounds of rice from his house, grabbed 2 cured ducks, and headed toward Li Dachuan's home. Li Dachuan's father, Li Zichen, spotted Chenxi approaching from afar and hurried out to greet him with a broad smile plastered across his face. Oh my! Chenxi, you're being far too formal. Who brings their own gifts to a wedding banquet? You're putting your brother Zicheng in an awkward position. Though he said this, Li Zicheng was overjoyed inside. His preparations for the banquet had been limited. Only 2 chickens could be considered a proper dish, and he'd planned to make do with cornmeal for the staple. Now, with Chenxi bringing 2 cured ducks and rice, he could serve proper rice instead of cornmeal and even add a substantial main dish. This was a huge boost to his reputation. For a moment, he didn't know how to thank Chenxi enough. Chenxi smiled and said, "Brother Zicheng, I won't be contributing to the banquet fund. Oh, and I'm short on lumber. I need to build some furniture. I'll have Dachuan bring a few logs over another day. No problem at all. Come inside, come inside." Li Zicheng quickly accepted the cured ducks and rice, understanding that Chenxi was deliberately saying this to save his face. This way, it became a fair exchange, wood for cured duck and rice. Otherwise, if people found out he brought his own food to a wedding banquet, they'd laugh him to death. Chenxi stepped inside and saw 2 elderly people sitting there whom he didn't recognize. "Uncle Shirlu, these are my maternal grandparents," Li Dachuan's younger brother quickly interjected, his sharp eyes and quick tongue introducing them. It had taken him quite an effort to persuade his grandparents to move in with them, persuading and coaxing, wearing them down with persistent pleading before he finally convinced the 2 elders. "Grandma, Grandpa, this is..." Li Dachuan's younger brother hadn't finished speaking when the elderly couple interrupted him. Though they had never met Chenxi before, they had long heard of him. The story of the water pressing well had spread like wildfire throughout the nearby villages, known to everyone. Moreover, during the past couple of days since they moved in, their grandson had mentioned Chenxi often. After all, the grain they had at home was traded for from him. So, the 2 elders greeted Chenxi with genuine warmth, showing none of the usual seniority. Truth be told, they weren't the type to put on airs in the first place. Chapter 49, The Interview. Bowing for votes. Chenxi and Li Dachuan's maternal grandfather sat in a corner of the courtyard, chatting amiably. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of golden light upon them. Li Dachuan's maternal grandfather was a seasoned elder. When recounting the village's early tales and anecdotes, he was vivid and expressive. Chenxi listened with great interest, occasionally responding with a laugh. The atmosphere between them was relaxed and harmonious. Just as their conversation was reaching its peak, the familiar figure of the old party secretary appeared at the courtyard gate, followed by several village elders. Congratulatory greetings and polite chatter filled the air. The old party secretary, beaming with joy, strode quickly to Chenxi's side, his smile almost spilling over. "Chenxi, I have some great news. Xianxian's household registration issue is settled." Hearing this, surprise and gratitude flashed instantly in Chenxi's eyes. He quickly stood up and grasped the old party secretary's hand tightly. "Secretary, thank you so much. You've been such a tremendous help. This matter had been weighing heavily on my mind." The old secretary waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. "Hey, it's nothing. It's the least I could do. Oh, and there's something else I'd like to discuss with you." Pulling Chenxi aside, the old secretary's expression turned serious. The team leader and the others worked swiftly to reclaim the riverbed. The soil there is soft and loose, clearly prime farmland. "What do you think we should plant?" Chenxi knew full well that the river would likely remain dry for the next 2 or 3 years, but he couldn't very well tell the man that. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Secretary, in my opinion, we should focus on crops with short growth cycles. Especially vegetables. Many varieties can be harvested in just 1 or 2 months, yielding quick results. Take corn and other grain crops, they take at least 4 months to mature." "That's far too long." The old party secretary nodded thoughtfully. Chenxi continued, "But vegetables don't fetch high prices, just 2 or 3 cents per pound. Our riverbed area is quite large. If we only plant one type, the harvest might be too massive to handle. It's best to mix different crops with varying growth periods. That way, we avoid a concentrated harvest. Even a large factory like the steel plant, with tens of thousands of workers, couldn't possibly consume that much all at once." The old party secretary listened intently, patting Chenxi's shoulder repeatedly with a look of approval. "Chenxi, you've got a sharp mind. You've thought this through so thoroughly. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's see what seeds we can get our hands on. Whatever we can find, we'll plant. Even if we plant corn now, we should still get a harvest before the winter snows come." Chenxi silently thought to himself that even if they didn't get a harvest, as long as the seedlings grew, they could feed the livestock, and it wouldn't be a wasted effort. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard.
Li Dachuan, his face flushed with joy, pushed his bicycle as his bride, Xiufang, sat securely on the back seat, slowly entering the village.
A flock of children swarmed around them like cheerful little birds, their eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Li Dachuan quickly pulled wedding candies from his pocket and distributed them to the children. Unfortunately, there weren't many left, so each child could only get one. Even so, the children were overjoyed, their voices ringing out with blessings. Big Spring, congratulations on your wedding.
May you be sweet as honey and have children soon.
Pushing his bride to the doorstep, Li Dachuan took a deep breath, his face radiating happiness and pride.
He took Xiufang's hand and began introducing each elder present.
When he reached Li Chenxi, his voice grew especially loud, filled with deep respect. Xiufang, this is our family's 16th uncle. He's truly remarkable and has helped me immensely.
Our family's current situation is largely thanks to 16th uncle. Hearing this, Xiufang promptly greeted him respectfully, 16th uncle. Li Chenxi responded with a warm smile and sincere blessing. Xiufang, may your days together be filled with harmony and beauty, growing old together hand in hand. Next, Li Dachuan approached his father, Li Ziqing, respectfully picked up a cup of tea, and offered it. Father, please have some tea. This simple gesture overflowed with reverence and gratitude toward his father. In these austere times, and in a rural setting, the wedding lacked elaborate rituals or grand ceremonial bows. Yet every gesture, every word, brimmed with profound warmth. Li Chenxi studied the bride, Xiufang, carefully. She was slightly petite, a head shorter than Li Dachuan, yet her features were delicate and refined, with a gentle softness in her eyes and brows. Her face now radiated the joy of newlywed bliss, and her every gesture was polite and proper, clearly a woman of virtue. Li Chenxi sighed sincerely. Dachuan, you've married a wonderful wife.
During the meal, the table was set with rice, chicken, cured duck, and other dishes. In these times of scarcity, the meal was quite substantial. Xiufang gazed at the spread, a flicker of delight and reassurance dancing in her eyes. This meal not only represented her husband's family's regard for her, but also made her grateful to have married into a relatively well-off household where she would no longer have to worry about filling her stomach. While Li Chenxi and his grandfather ate with restraint, everyone else dug in heartily. Even the old party secretary couldn't resist. Still, everyone exercised restraint after all. It was a celebratory banquet, and decorum was expected. After filling their bellies, the guests chatted idly for a while longer. Before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. Everyone understood it was time to give the newlyweds their space, so they rose one by one to take their leave.
Li Chenxi pushed his bicycle homeward. Moonlight like water spilled across the country lane.
He hadn't expected a reporter to show up at his house looking for him today. The reporter first went to the steel mill but couldn't find him there. Instead, he interviewed several employees and managers at the mill. Then, without delay, they headed to the courtyard house, but still couldn't find him. They could only interview several residents of the courtyard house, gathering everyone's opinions about Li Chenxi. The incident caused quite a stir locally. After all, making it into the newspaper was a remarkable achievement. Not everyone had such an opportunity. When the news reached Director Li of the neighborhood office, she was overjoyed and immediately ordered the office to fully cooperate with the publicity effort. On one hand, having a local celebrity was a source of pride for the neighborhood, making it a natural focus for promotion. On the other hand, Director Li had her own personal interest. She had been impressed with Li Chenxi from the start and had hoped to befriend him, though she hadn't expected him to bring her such a pleasant surprise so quickly.
The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Li Chenxi's face.
As usual, he habitually shopped around. Today's flash sale featured 100 pounds of noodles and 100 pounds of cured sausage, a mouth-watering sight. After breakfast, he played with Qianqian for a while. The little one's giggles filled the room with warmth. Then, Li Chenxi hopped on his bicycle and headed into town. No sooner had he returned to the courtyard than he was surrounded by a group of residents. Everyone chattered away, each adding their own version of yesterday's news interview. Li Chenxi listened, utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in surprise. Chenxi. There's more. Director Li from the neighborhood office wants you to come over, and Auntie pushed her way to the front and said enthusiastically. The neighborhood office had initially sent an elderly man to deliver the message, but he hadn't seen Li Chenxi return home before his own work shift began. With no other option, the task had fallen to his wife. Got it. Thanks, Auntie. Li Chenxi replied gratefully. You're such a polite kid, no need to be so formal with us neighbors, the woman chuckled in response. Other women in the courtyard nodded in agreement, all praising Li Chenxi. Some couldn't help but comment to Li Chenxi's father, with such an outstanding son, why is he running around helping others? What's he thinking? With old Li's circumstances, finding a woman shouldn't be hard. He should just marry one properly. Their words were filled with regret. Others murmured enviously, if only such a fine young man were ours. Just then, Da Peng and Li Yud arrived, settling the night's dried duck sales with Li Chenxi. The amount was nearly identical to the previous day's earnings. Though the price of cured duck couldn't match beef jerky, the quantity made up for it, a full 80 jin. Chenxi, you're the one we need. Too bad you weren't home yesterday. Da Peng said with a hint of regret. What's there to regret? The reporter might even come today.
Chenxi, if you ask me, you should stay home today and wait. Li Yu chimed in. Both men were flushed with excitement, as if they themselves were being interviewed. Li Chenxi ignored their excitement. After settling the accounts, he began shooing them away. All right. Everyone get back to work. Wait, Chenxi, this is for you. Dapeng suddenly called out to Li Chenxi, handing him a package. What's this? Why are you giving it to me? Li Chenxi took it with some confusion. Opening it, he discovered an ancient painting signed by Tang Bohu. I happened to spot it last night and traded 2 wax ducks for it. You mentioned before that you were interested in this sort of thing, right? Dapeng explained. Li Chenxi's expression remained calm, but his mind began to race. Had his previous incarnation actually said that? Though he had absorbed the memories of his former self, he couldn't possibly remember every single detail. Even the previous self couldn't possibly remember every single word spoken. Still, such an ancient painting would surely be worth a fortune someday. Having stumbled upon it, he couldn't let it slip away. Fortunately, he had his shop backpack. He simply stowed it inside, completely unconcerned about anyone searching him. He then said to Dapeng and Li Yud, next time you see something like this, grab it for me. I'll cover the cost. Of course, don't go out of your way to search for them, safety comes first. Chapter 50, Aunt Luo's Surprise. Li Chenxi found it utterly baffling how protagonists in reincarnation novels hesitated when encountering treasures. If it were a trap set by others, avoiding it might be understandable. But when no one was plotting against them, why such timidity? Especially those blessed with spatial abilities, why did they still hesitate and hold back? Having traveled back to this era with resources in hand, yet choosing to endure hardship alongside everyone else eating coarse grains and vegetables was pure self-torture. If they truly feared being reported, why not enjoy their advantages discreetly? Li Chenxi never intended to alter the grand sweep of history that was beyond his capabilities. But changing the people and events around him? Surely that wasn't too much to ask. What was the point of being a time traveler if he lived such a pathetic existence? With that thought, he grabbed 3 bags of milk powder and headed out, intending to find Director Li at the neighborhood office. Sir, I'm here to see Director Li. Li Chenxi offered the security guard a cigarette. The guard took it, smiled, and nodded. You're Li Chenxi, right? Go right in. Li Chenxi remained oblivious to the fact that he had already gained a small measure of notoriety within the neighborhood. Though few had seen him in person, his name was widely known. At the neighborhood office, practically everyone had heard of him. He walked confidently to Director Li's office and knocked lightly on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Director Li's voice called from inside. Auntie Li, busy? Li Chenxi grinned as he slipped into the office. Director Li looked up and saw Li Chenxi. A smile instantly spread across her face. You kid, you've accomplished something big without even realizing it. I called you here because our sub-district office also wants to show our appreciation. Though the reward isn't lavish, don't look down on it. The state had already given a reward, the steel mill had given a reward, and naturally, their sub-district office couldn't be left behind. How could I look down on it? Thank you for the neighborhood office's consideration, Li Chenxi quickly expressed his gratitude. He understood that while the sub-district office held limited authority, it was the immediate administrative body. Living here meant relying on their assistance. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't distance himself from Director Li. Maintaining good relations was clearly the best approach. Director Li handed Li Chenxi the street office's prepared gift package, which contained an enamel basin, a teacup, a thermos, and soap. Auntie Li, how was the milk powder I gave you last time? Still drinkable? Li Chenxi asked out of the blue. Director Li paused, taken aback. Why wouldn't it be okay? She looked at Li Chenxi with confusion. Are you accusing me of poisoning it? Oh, Auntie Li, that's not what I meant at all, Li Chenxi hastily waved his hands in explanation. I just heard that some babies might have allergies to formula, so I was asking. If it's fine, that's great. I brought 2 more bags this time. Auntie Li, take this formula home and let my cousin drink it freely. Let me know when it's finished, and I'll definitely get more from my friend. As he spoke, he gently placed the 2 bags of formula on the desk. Director Li happily accepted the formula, a look of surprise crossing her face. Allergies? I haven't really heard much about that. Chenxi, thank you so much. She then pulled out 20 yuan from her drawer and handed it to Li Chenxi. Truthfully, she'd been wondering how to bring it up earlier. After all, the previous 2 bags of formula hadn't been finished yet, but they wouldn't last much longer. Auntie Li. Li Chenxi's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment, he said with a hint of anticipation, I actually have a favor to ask. Auntie Li, there's an empty room in the front courtyard of my Sehiyuan. My childhood friend, Luo Dapeng, has a large family and is really cramped for space. He asked me to find out what conditions he needs to meet to move into that empty room. Is your childhood friend also from our courtyard? Director Li inquired. Li Chenxi nodded quickly. Yes. And his family lives right in the front courtyard, so it's very close. Oh, I see. Then have him come to the neighborhood office to apply. Just complete the necessary paperwork, Director Li replied. Alright, Auntie Li, I won't keep you from your work then. Li Chenxi said this, but inwardly he was thinking of slipping away as quickly as possible. Hey, wait! Don't rush off just yet. Director Li called after him urgently, her expression serious. A reporter from the Capital Daily is coming shortly. They specifically requested to interview you. This is important business for our sub-district office, we can't let you down. Hearing this, Li Chenxi looked utterly helpless. He had no choice but to find a spot in the sub-district office to sit and wait. Before long, the reporter from the Capital Daily arrived. A young journalist was assigned to interview him, and the formal Q&A session with Li Chenxi began immediately. Facing the reporter's questions, Li Chenxi stuck to his usual line, hand-pumped wells appeared in ancient China, mine is merely an improvement. Our 5,000-year Chinese civilization has produced many practical technologies. We should delve deeper into them to serve our country and people. His words were lofty and grand, even moving the young reporter, who perked up as if injected with adrenaline. It's hard for any Chinese person not to feel a sense of identity and pride in their own culture. Over the years, traditional culture had been criticized and maligned, but Li Chenxi's words offered a glimmer of renewed hope. Director Li, standing nearby, nodded frequently. She had initially feared Li Chenxi might falter or struggle, so she had deliberately stayed close to help smooth things over. To her surprise, Li Chenxi spoke fluently and with remarkable depth. He constantly referenced the nation and the people, leaving no room for criticism. To find fault would be tantamount to opposing the nation and the people. Comrade Li Chenxi, you're absolutely right. The reporter, too, was moved by Li Chenxi's words. When it comes to our traditional culture, we should take the essence and discard the dross, not reject it entirely. Li Chenxi then explained his motivation for improving the hand pump well, to make water collection easier for his grandparents. He said the elderly had difficulty moving around, so he wanted to show his filial devotion. This earned him even deeper admiration from those present. Filial piety has always been a cherished virtue in Chinese tradition. People naturally feel a special warmth and tolerance toward those who honor their elders. Thank you for your cooperation, Comrade Li Chenxi. Be sure to check tomorrow's paper. Reporter Fong put away his pen with satisfaction and shook hands with Li Chenxi to take his leave. Li Chenxi exchanged further pleasantries with Fong and his colleagues, personally escorting them to the door. Before their departure, he discreetly slipped 3 packs of cigarettes, all premium Huazi brand, into their hands. This gesture was meant to ensure no unforeseen complications arose in the subsequent reporting, for one must always guard against potential pitfalls. Brother Chen is truly impressive, one of the accompanying staff members remarked admiringly. That's right. Young and promising, with a bright future ahead. Another chimed in. Fang Xinhua just smiled without comment. Earlier, Li Chenxi had quietly told him that if he ever needed grain in the future, as long as the quantity wasn't too large, he could ask him for help. Fang Xinhua was well aware of Li Chenxi's role as a procurement officer and wasn't surprised that he could secure grain. Once back at the newspaper office, he did need to carefully organize his notes and figure out how to report the story in a way that was both truthful and compelling. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi, carrying the prizes awarded by the neighborhood committee, returned to the courtyard house with a heart full of joy. As soon as he stepped into the front yard, he ran into Auntie Luo, Dapeng's mother. Chenxi, you're not even married yet, why are you replacing things already? Aunt Luo asked curiously upon seeing Li Chenxi carrying back a new basin, thermos, and other items. Li Chenxi smiled and explained, Auntie Luo, you've got it wrong. These are rewards from the neighborhood committee. Upon hearing this, Aunt Luo immediately praised him. Chenxi, you're truly making us proud. You're bringing honor to our courtyard. Yet inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Why are all the good kids always someone else's? Li Chenxi didn't pick up on her unspoken thought but changed the subject instead. Auntie Luo, you see that house over there still standing empty? Dapeng mentioned last time that his family is cramped, so I specifically brought it up with Director Li today. She told Dapeng to apply for it at the sub-district office. At this news, Aunt Luo was overjoyed. Wonderful. Wonderful. Chenxi, you've been such a help. I'll go find Dapeng right now and tell him the good news. She was overjoyed, for that vacant house had been coveted by everyone in the front courtyard, every household with fewer members, that is, except Li Chenxi's family. Aunt Luo hadn't expected Chenxi to be so helpful, directly solving this major problem for her family. Among her son's friends, she felt Chenxi was the most dependable. She was also happy for her son to have such a childhood friend. At least if things ever got tough, Chenxi might be able to lend them a hand. So she hurried out to find her son, determined to secure the house first. That good-for-nothing brat, where the heck had he gone off to mess around? He was just in the courtyard a moment ago. Chapter 51, Roast Duck. Li Chenxi headed to the steel mill that day. The moment he stepped onto the factory grounds, he felt the unusual stares directed his way. He knew full well he had become a local celebrity. Ever since successfully improving the water pressing well, his fame had spread like wildfire. Along the way, many pointed at him and whispered among themselves. Li Chenxi remained unfazed, striding calmly toward the time clock. After clocking in, he officially made his presence known at the factory. Most of the procurement staff from his division were out on purchasing assignments, leaving the office eerily quiet. Li Chenxi scanned the room and noticed only Section Chief Wang still busy at his desk, steadfastly holding his post. He strolled over and greeted Section Chief Wang with a smile. Section Chief Wang, you're the only one here today? Everyone else has gone out to enjoy themselves. Section Chief Wang looked up and saw Li Chenxi. A smile spread across his face as he replied, hey, procurement tasks are demanding. Everyone's running around like crazy. You've been making quite a splash lately, kid. How does it feel? The two chatted casually, their conversation drifting from work to life, punctuated by jokes and a bit of friendly bragging. After a while, Li Chenxi felt they'd chatted enough. He stood up, excused himself, and left the steel plant. Stepping outside the factory grounds, he glanced at the sky. It was still early. Suddenly, he remembered that his family hadn't had a proper meal in ages. An idea formed in his mind. He headed straight for Quanjude. These days, Quanjude's roast duck wasn't outrageously expensive, just 6 yuan per duck. Yet in an environment where the average monthly wage was only around 30 yuan, this price was truly staggering. Still, compared to the inflated prices of meat on the black market, it seemed somewhat more bearable. Li Chenxi mused that perhaps someone might scheme to buy extra roast duck from the official shop and sell it at a premium on the black market for a hefty profit. But he knew such a notion was utterly unrealistic. At present, ration coupons were required for every purchase. How could large-scale buying be possible? Moreover, drawing on his special memories, Li Chenxi knew that in a few years, even time-honored establishments like Quanjude would struggle to withstand the tide of change. By then, even their iconic signs would be taken down, and the shop name would be changed to Beijing Roast Duck Restaurant. Beyond the famed Quanjude, Beijing's Pinyufang also offered uniquely flavorful roast duck. Though both served roast duck, their preparation methods were entirely different. Quanjude employed the hanging oven method, producing ducks with crispy skin and a glossy red sheen. Pinyufang, however, used a steaming oven, resulting in tender meat with a distinct flavor. Each restaurant had its own specialty, securing a place in the culinary landscape of the capital. Li Chenxi stepped into Quanjude, where the distinctive aroma of roasted duck filled the air, making his stomach growl with anticipation. He ordered a roast duck and watched as the chef skillfully sliced the cooked duck into thin pieces, arranging them neatly on a plate. Accompanied by shredded scallions, cucumber strips, and sweet bean sauce, the sight alone was enough to make one's mouth water. After purchasing the roast duck, Li Chenxi headed to a nearby store. He placed several pounds of bright red apples in his shopping basket, fresh and radiant, exuding an enticing fruity fragrance. He also loaded 10 pounds of noodles, a staple food at home that was both durable and convenient. Additionally, 10 pounds of cured sausage found their way into his bag. The sausage, with its perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, gave off a rich aroma that made his mouth water just thinking about it. Beyond that, he closed his eyes and carefully selected several seeds from that unique store in his mind. There were 7 or 8 varieties, mostly short-season vegetables like bok choy, mustard greens, and green beans. With a growth cycle of just 1 or 2 months, they would yield a harvest quickly. Of course, he also selected seeds for crops like pumpkins and radishes, which take over 4 months to mature. It was just past the beginning of June, so even the longer-growing crops would be ready for harvest before the first snow. While weather and other factors might affect yields, it wouldn't be a major issue. After all, whatever grew on the riverbed belonged to the village, and extra harvest was always welcome. With everything prepared, Li Chenxi hopped on his bicycle and pedaled back to Li village without delay. Just as he reached his doorstep, parked his bicycle, and unloaded the shopping basket, his grandfather happened to be coming out of the courtyard. Seeing Li Chenxi, a flicker of surprise crossed his grandfather's eyes. Well, back so early today? I was thinking you wouldn't be back until tonight, or even tomorrow. Li Chenxi responded with a smile, nothing urgent at the factory, so I came back early. Grandpa, look what I bought, a roast duck. Let's treat ourselves to something special for dinner tonight. Grandpa's face lit up with a broad smile as he nodded repeatedly. Oh, roast duck. That's wonderful. At my age, I've only had it a few times. Thanks to you, my good grandson. If I'd been counting on your father, I wouldn't have had this treat. Li Chenxi stepped inside and began unloading items from the shopping basket. Just then, Grandma emerged from her room, having just put little Qian to sleep. Li Chenxi picked up a cured sausage and said to Grandma, Grandma, this sausage was bought by a colleague of mine. It looked good, so I got some. Grandma took the sausage, examined it closely, and praised, this looks well made, so shiny and glossy. Truthfully, she was thinking, my good grandson keeps bringing food home. We still have plenty of roast duck left, and now this sausage too. I'm afraid we won't finish it all and it'll go to waste. Li Chenxi then pulled out the roast duck. Its aroma instantly filled the room. He said, Grandma, we're having roast duck tonight. Let's invite Laifu and the others over too. It'll be more lively. Grandma gazed at the tempting, golden brown roast duck and nodded. Alright, I'll go call them right now. As she walked out, she worried silently to herself, this child spends money without restraint. How will he ever manage in the future? Still, she knew he'd bought it especially for them to try something new, and her heart was filled with warmth. Grandpa, however, didn't share Grandma's concerns. He thought his eldest grandson had been performing exceptionally well lately, capable and filial. Though he seemed to spend money freely, the old man trusted his grandson knew what he was doing and would surely build a prosperous life for them in the future. Chenxi picked up another apple and offered it to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, this apple was given to me by a friend. Try it, it's incredibly sweet. The old man and his wife took the apple, astonished. These days, apples were a rare commodity, harder to come by than meat. It seemed his grandson's friend was truly capable. Next, Chenxi pulled noodles and a brand new enamel teacup from the shopping basket. The last time, he had given the factory awarded teacup to his grandfather, so this new one was perfect for his grandmother. Seeing the new cup, Grandpa asked in confusion, why buy another teacup? Don't we already have one at home? Chenxi quickly explained, Grandpa, this one isn't bought, it's a reward from the neighborhood committee. There's also a thermos, but I didn't bring it back. This teacup is for Grandma, and this enamel basin is also a reward. Hearing this, the old lady's face lit up with joy. These rewards were not only practical but also made her feel especially proud. After putting everything away, Chenxi told his grandparents, I'm going to deliver seeds to the old party secretary. The old man nodded. Alright, go early and come back early. Chenxi arrived at the old party secretary's house and handed him the seeds. The old secretary took the seeds, his face full of gratitude. Chenxi, we really owe it all to you. Without you, our village wouldn't have known what to do. Take a look, is this enough money to buy seeds? As he spoke, the old party secretary pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, his eyes brimming with sincerity. The old secretary knew full well that the village collective had little money left, but Chenxi had done so much for the village that he simply had to show his appreciation. Chenxi didn't even glance at the money. He took it directly and said, it's enough, it's enough. Secretary, you're too kind. After a moment, he added, Secretary, remember to set aside some land. In a few days, I'll get some corn seeds for our village. He understood that even if this season's harvest wasn't affected, food would likely still be scarce in the future. Planting more coarse grains would definitely be the right move. The old party secretary nodded with a smile. That suits me perfectly. I'll be troubling you again. As a lifelong villager, the old party secretary understood the grain situation better than anyone. In the days ahead, food shortages would undoubtedly become a major problem. At this time of year, autumn corn was one of the more suitable crops to plant. Autumn corn was typically planted about half a month before the wheat harvest, so there was still time. However, without the land provided by that dried-up riverbed, all this would remain a pipe dream. After all, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Farming requires land first. Meanwhile, in Changshui village, village chief Wang sat in his courtyard, listening to news brought back by villagers. A villager stood nearby, his expression agitated as he said, Chief, have you heard? Lijia village is farming on the dry riverbed. Should we also? The villager didn't finish his sentence, but village chief Wang understood immediately. Who wouldn't be tempted by that vast expanse of fertile riverbed? Previously, everyone had regarded the dry riverbed merely as a barren channel. Even without water, no one dared to covet it. But unexpectedly, Li's village had already taken the initiative to put it to use. Village chief Wang fell deep in thought, pondering the feasibility of the idea. Just then, a villager voiced a concern, Chief, what if the river floods again? Won't all our crops be ruined? Chief Wang frowned and countered, do you really think that river could flood again with this year's weather? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. The drought was so severe this year that the river had been dry for ages, with no sign of water returning anytime soon. Another villager fretted, but we don't have any seeds. What are we supposed to do? In those days, grain seeds were typically reserved by the village in advance, and it was very difficult to buy them elsewhere. If any village had eaten their reserved seeds, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Village chief Wang pondered for a long while before finally speaking up, here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you take some people and start cultivating our section of the riverbed. First, get the land ready. As for the seeds, we'll figure something out. Village chief Wang knew full well that such a large piece of unplanned arable land right before their eyes would be a waste not to utilize. Moreover, Changshui village had just endured a famine where people had starved to death. Their hunger for land and grain was stronger than anyone else's. Upon hearing the village chief's words, the villagers rubbed their hands together eagerly, itching to get started. They understood that whatever was grown on the riverbed belonged to the village. Until official regulations were issued, the village could dispose of it as it saw fit, a rare opportunity for the community. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the quadrangle house, people gathered in a circle, passionately discussing the vacant room. To everyone's surprise, it was Luo Dapeng who ultimately succeeded in securing the vacant house. Comments flew thick and fast, some envious, some admiring, as the courtyard buzzed with lively chatter. Chapter 52, The Ways of the World. Oh, stop going on about it already. You're wearing out my ears, old man, he said, sitting in his courtyard chair, holding his pipe and waving his hand lightly to cut off old woman E. He frowned slightly, a hint of resignation on his face. That empty house? I never even considered it from the start. Think about it, as the head elder of the courtyard, if that empty house ended up going to our family, how would others see it? They'd be talking behind my back, saying I'm abusing my power for personal gain. Grandpa took a deep drag on his pipe, slowly exhaling the smoke. His eyes revealed a hint of relief. Truth be told, he felt considerably lighter now that another family had applied for the vacant house. Lately, the matriarch had been nagging him non-stop about that empty house, and he was getting sick of it. He knew full well that as the head elder, he had to set an example in the courtyard. If he really fought for that house for his own private gain, how could he ever command respect from the others afterward? Now it was settled. Everyone had given up on that idea, sparing him further headaches. Grandma One listened to Grandpa One's words. Her mouth twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words. She sighed softly. Though she still felt a twinge of regret, she knew the head elder was right. She said no more, simply turned silently and went to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, at the Luo family home, the family gathered around the dinner table. Under the dim light, the family's silhouettes flickered on the wall. Dapeng's sister-in-law sat at the table, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of that empty house. Though it was only one room, it was spacious. If it could be partitioned into 2 rooms, their family of 4 could move in, and life would surely be much more comfortable. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but gently nudge her husband with her foot. Her eyes held a hint of expectation, urging him to bring up the matter. Her nudge made his heart tighten, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He hesitated inwardly. How could he bring this up? It was his own brother, and he'd heard that Chenxi had helped secure the house. His brother and Chenxi had grown up together since childhood, their bond closer than that of blood brothers. How would people react if he asked for the house? What would relatives and friends say? The thought made him open his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, he silently picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and began eating in silence. Luo Dapeng's mother sat nearby, observing every detail. She understood her eldest daughter-in-law's thoughts. To prevent family discord over this matter, she decided to speak plainly. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, cleared her throat, and said, "Let's be clear about this. That house was secured for Dapeng by Chenxi. None of you should covet it anymore. After Dapeng moves out, the small house he's currently living in will be given to Weijun and his brother." Luo Dapeng's mother's gaze was unwavering, her tone carrying an air of finality. She was telling her eldest daughter-in-law, the family has already made arrangements, so don't push your luck any further. Luo Dapeng's father nodded in agreement beside her and continued, "Dapeng, tomorrow, have your mother steam extra steamed buns and boil some eggs from home. Take them to share with the families in the front courtyard. Once you've moved in, set up 2 banquet tables and invite everyone over for a celebration." He knew full well that while some neighbors hadn't voiced their opinions, they surely harbored thoughts about the house. Everyone knew Chenxi had helped out, and no one would dare blame him. After all, Chenxi was now the steel mill's procurement officer, a man with the clout to secure grain, a reputation that spoke for itself, and close ties to the neighborhood committee. No one would be foolish enough to cross him. After all, they might need Chenxi's help with their own matters in the future. Therefore, to silence any murmurs and smooth relations, one must navigate social obligations with care. As the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they wouldn't dare say anything more. Are we sending gifts to everyone? Luo Dapeng scratched his head. Though he usually seemed honest and straightforward, he wasn't completely clueless. Just the households in the front courtyard, his father instructed after a moment's thought. Got it. Luo Dapeng agreed readily. At that moment, the other families in the front courtyard were gathered together, whispering about the empty house. The Su family remained the calmest. They knew their circumstances couldn't compete with others, so they'd never harbored hopes of getting the vacant house. Now that they heard the matter was connected to Li Chenxi, they had even less reason to object. Chenxi really has a knack for this. He handled it brilliantly. The widow sat at her doorway, watching the people in the courtyard, unable to suppress her admiration. Auntie nodded with a smile beside her. That boy, we watched him grow up. He was always sharp and sensible, destined for greatness. Meanwhile, at Li Chenxi's home, the dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes. The centerpiece a platter of roasted duck glistened temptingly, its aroma filling the air. Li Shuqiang sat beside the old man, his eyes fixed on the wine jug before him. With a thick-skinned smile, he said, "Uncle, pour me some more, will you? This wine is so fragrant, I haven't had enough yet." He rubbed his hands together as he spoke, wearing a flattering smile. Drink if you like, or just eat your meal already." The old man shot him a stern look, his tone laced with irritation. Deep down, he was heartbroken. These 2 bottles of fine liquor were brought back by his beloved grandson, and now Li Shuqiang had already drunk a good portion of them. How could he not feel the sting? Yet he couldn't bring himself to refuse outright. After all, they were family. Li Chenxi sat beside them, watching the old lady with a gentle smile. He carefully picked up the most succulent piece of roast duck with his chopsticks and placed it into the old lady's bowl. "Grandma, please eat more. This roast duck is delicious." The old lady gazed at the duck meat in her bowl, her eyes crinkling into slits with delight. She gave Li Chenxi's hand a light pat. All right. Grandma will eat. My grandson is so devoted." The Li Fu siblings sat nearby, their eyes fixed on the roast duck. It was their first time tasting such a delicious dish. If not for their mother's repeated warnings, they would have already devoured it greedily. Laifu thought to himself it was good to have his eldest brother back home. Every time he returned, he brought them new, wonderful things they'd never tasted before. Auntie San sat nearby, holding Qianqian in her arms as she too ate the roast duck. Ever since her nephew returned to the village, the family's meals had noticeably improved. Watching the children eat with such delight filled her heart with satisfaction. However, she herself had barely touched her food. After all, they were guests at someone else's table, and she felt a bit awkward about it. She knew that in such situations, adults had to act like adults and couldn't eat without restraint like children. It was fine for children to have a few extra bites, but if adults showed no restraint, it would seem inconsiderate. After the meal, Auntie San stood up and deftly cleared the table. Then she fed Qianqian her formula. After feeding her, she remembered her earlier promise to make clothes for Li Chenxi's grandparents. "Uncle, Auntie," she said, "I've finished 2 sets of clothes I made for you. Please try them on to see if they fit." With that, she walked into the room and brought out 2 brand new garments. Though the workmanship wasn't particularly intricate, she had stitched them together herself, 1 stitch at a time. Next, she planned to make 2 or 3 more outfits for Qianqian. After all, the fabric for these clothes had been bought by Chenxi, and Qianqian couldn't be left out. She knew clearly that although Qianqian was found, Chenxi treated her like a real sister, even doting on her like a daughter. She couldn't shortchange this child. The old couple took the clothes, tried them on, and found they fit perfectly. The old lady looked down at the new clothes and smiled with satisfaction. They fit perfectly. Your craftsmanship is excellent. Thank you for your hard work." Though she didn't say much in praise, she was genuinely pleased inside. When Li Shuqiang's family prepared to leave, the old lady hurried into the room and retrieved 3 bright red apples from the cupboard. She came out and handed the apples to third aunt. "These are from Chenxi. Take them back and try them." "Auntie, we can't accept these. Chenxi brought them back for you to eat." "We can't take them." Auntie San waved her hands hurriedly, refusing. Though she desperately wanted them, she felt it would be inconsiderate to take things from the elderly. The Lifeline siblings stood nearby, their eyes fixed on the apples, filled with longing. They had never tasted an apple in their entire lives, and their mouths watered at the thought. Li Chenxi, observing the scene, smiled and said, "Auntie, Grandma gave these to you. Just take them. Let Laifu and the others try something new." After a moment's hesitation, Auntie San accepted the apple. "All right then. Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Chenxi." With that, she gathered the children, cradled Qianqian in her arms, and departed, her heart brimming with gratitude. Upon returning home, Lai Kai set down his things and immediately asked, "Mother, when can we eat the apples?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Didn't we just have roast duck today? Let's save the apples for tomorrow," Auntie San said, ruffling Lai Kai's hair. Lai Fu and Lai Fong felt a twinge of disappointment, but dared not say more. They could only wait eagerly for tomorrow to come. Children are always like this, eagerly anticipating holidays and festive treats, yet finding time drags on interminably. Adults, however, felt the opposite. They dreaded holidays and festivals, for they meant not only another year older but also worries about the expenses of celebrating. Time flowed like water, and another year slipped by unnoticed. Auntie San gazed at Qianqian in her arms and sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "You little girl, what immense blessings must you have cultivated in a past life to have found someone as wonderful as Chenxi." After the Li Shuqiang family left, the old lady returned to her room. She selected the largest, reddest apple from the remaining ones and brought it to Li Chenxi. "Chenxi, this is for you. Eat it quickly." Li Chenxi took the apple and smiled. "Grandma, I know you care for me, but you and Grandpa should eat too. I brought these back for you both. Don't be stingy." With that, he took the apple to the kitchen, washed it, and then broke it in half with his hands. "Grandpa, Grandma, let's eat together." The old couple watched their thoughtful grandson, their hearts warming as their faces lit up with happy smiles. Lately, life felt like a dream to them. All their son's troubles had vanished into thin air. The family gathered around, eating apples and savoring this warm moment. After finishing the apples, the sky gradually darkened. Grandma brought the family's only kerosene lamp to Li Chenxi's room. "Chenxi, this will make reading at night easier." Li Chenxi looked at his grandmother, thinking to himself that next time he came back, he would definitely bring a proper lamp and preferably a flashlight too, so Grandpa and Grandma could get up at night more conveniently. In the dead of night, Li Chenxi was fast asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake by urgent shouts. 16th uncle! 16th uncle! Still half asleep, Li Chenxi scrambled out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and opened the door. Outside stood several people looking panicked. One woman held a child of 4 or 5 in her arms. The child's face was flushed bright red, looking terribly uncomfortable. "What's going on?" Li Chenxi rubbed his eyes and asked. "The child has a high fever, he's burning up." 16th uncle, could we borrow your bicycle? We need to get him to the doctor right away." Li Dasan stood nearby, speaking anxiously. Li Chenxi snapped to attention at the news. He hurried forward, placing his hand on the child's forehead. His heart sank, the temperature was alarmingly high. They had to get to the hospital immediately. Chapter 53, High Fever. The moment Li Chenxi touched the child's scorching forehead, his heart sank. The heat felt like it would burn his palm. This fever is so high. If it keeps burning like this, by the time we get to the hospital, the child will be scorched beyond repair. His heart raced with panic. A fine sheen of sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and dashed toward the house. In the darkness, he closed his eyes tightly, his mind swiftly sketching the layout of that mysterious shop. His heart yearned to find fever-reducing medicine, but after searching every corner of the shop, he found none. Left with no choice, he settled for the next best thing and bought a small bottle of alcohol. In this race against time, having alcohol was better than having nothing at all. As Li Chenxi hurried out with the alcohol, the grandparents were also awakened by the chaotic shouts outside. The two elders fumbled in the darkness to get dressed, their footsteps hurried as they left the room. The old woman squinted, catching a glimpse of the child in the dim light. Her face filled with concern as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, the child is burning up. Quickly, dab his forehead with cold water to bring down the fever." Having lived in the village for most of her life, she'd encountered similar situations many times. She knew well that this old-fashioned method of physical cooling could sometimes provide immediate relief. The alcohol Li Chenxi had brought worked on a similar principle to cold water. Both relied on evaporation to draw away heat and lower body temperature. "We already tried cold compresses, but it didn't help at all." Li Dashuan's voice cracked with frustration. His brow was furrowed into a tight knot, his face edged with helplessness and anxiety. In rural areas, when people fall ill, their first instinct is to turn to the folk remedies passed down through generations. Only when these fail do they consider seeing a doctor. Once the decision to go to the hospital was made, it signaled that the condition had become quite serious. Li Chenxi swiftly handed the small bottle of alcohol to Li Dasan, his expression grave as he instructed, "Quickly, use this to rub the child's body. It will help lower the temperature. Otherwise, the child could be in danger before we even reach the hospital. Avoid the stomach and chest." Everyone looked at Li Chenxi. Though they didn't fully grasp the science behind it, his firm tone and the fact that he'd grown up in the city and read many books giving him broader knowledge than those of them who'd spent their entire lives in the village made them trust his words. They hurriedly followed his instructions. "It's cool. It really seems to be working," Li Dasan exclaimed with delight, his face, which had been twisted with anxiety, now relaxing slightly. After applying the alcohol, the child's alarmingly high fever seemed to subside. The furrowed brow, once tightly knotted with discomfort, relaxed ever so slightly. The collective tension in the air finally began to ease. Li Chenxi turned, quickly pushing the bicycle over. She looked at Li Dasan and asked anxiously, "Do you know how to ride a bicycle?" This question stunned everyone. Generation after generation, Li Dashuan's family had been farmers scraping by off the land. Busy toiling in the fields day in and day out, when would they have had the chance to learn how to ride a bicycle? They had simply panicked earlier, thinking that since Li Chenxi had a bicycle, riding it to the city would be faster and get the child to the doctor sooner. Seeing their expressions, Li Chenxi instantly understood. "Here's what we'll do. You carry the child and sit on the back of my bike. I'll take you to the hospital." "Thanks for your help, Uncle Shirlu," Li Chenxi said. Li Dasan nodded hastily, fumbling to secure his son tightly to his back before carefully settling onto the bicycle's rear seat. "Hold on tight," Li Chenxi shouted, pushing off hard with both feet. The bicycle wheels spun rapidly, slicing through the silent night as they sped toward the city. Seeing her son finally on his way to the hospital, Li Dashuan's wife could no longer contain her emotions. With a thud, she knelt straight before Li Chenxi's grandparents and bowed her head heavily several times. "Oh dear, get up. What are you doing?" His grandparents hurried to help her up, their voices filled with concern. Normally, it took Li Chenxi about 2 hours to cycle into town. But tonight, with the child's condition critical and time of the essence, Li Chenxi was frantic. He summoned every ounce of strength, pedaling with all his might. His legs pedaled furiously, sweat soaking through his clothes. Finally, in just over an hour, he reached the city and parked his bike at the hospital entrance. Li Dasan, carrying his son on his back, sprinted into the hospital, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran, "Doctor! Doctor! Please save my son!" His voice was filled with desperation and anguish. Hearing the cries, the doctor wasted no time, immediately taking the child to the examination room for a thorough checkup. "What kind of parents are you? Bringing him in only after he's burned this badly. Any later, and the heat would have damaged his brain." But rubbing alcohol on him was the right thing to do. After the examination, the doctor couldn't help but scold them. Li Dasan explained with a bitter smile, "We live in Li Village, which is far from here. We brought him here as quickly as possible." At the same time, he silently thanked his lucky stars, thank goodness Uncle 16 happened to be in the village. Without him, the child would have been in real danger. All right. Go pay the fees now." The doctor didn't want to waste more time with the family. Time was critical, the child needed immediate treatment. Li Dasan frantically fumbled his pants pockets, suddenly realizing he'd left in such a rush that he'd forgotten to bring any money. Seeing this, Li Chenxi didn't hesitate. He pulled out a 10 yuan note and handed it over. "Here, pay the fees first." You can repay me when we get back to the village. Sitting on the hospital bench, he felt utterly exhausted. The frantic rush earlier had left his legs trembling slightly, a sensation he couldn't shake. Thank you, Uncle 16, Lee Da-sun said gratefully as he took the money. He turned and jogged toward the payment window, paying a total of 4 yuan. To Lee Chenxi, this 4 yuan might have been a minor expense, but for Lee Da-shuan's family, who lived off labor points, it was a significant sum. Take Lee Da-sun, for instance. Toiling in the fields year-round, enduring sun and rain, he earned only about 40 yuan annually. His son's high fever had wiped out nearly a tenth of his annual income in one fell swoop. Typically, treating a common fever wouldn't cost much, but his son's condition was unusual, which drove up the expenses. By dawn, the child's condition finally stabilized, and the high fever subsided somewhat, becoming a regular fever. The doctor advised that taking some medicine and recuperating at home would suffice. With that, Lee Da-sun naturally saw no point in wasting money on hospitalization. He immediately hoisted his son onto his back and prepared to head home. Lee Chenxi led the father and son to a street breakfast stall, ordering several steaming buns and cups of soy milk. As for the soybean juice, which later generations would mythologize as something divine, Lee Chenxi simply couldn't stomach its peculiar taste and decisively passed on it. Eat up, eat more, don't be polite. Seeing Lee Da-sun stop after just one bun, Lee Chenxi guessed he felt awkward taking more. He quickly added, Uncle Lee, I won't be heading back to the village with you. Take the bus home. Buses already ran from the city to the countryside, though they didn't go directly to Lee Village. The terminal was the well-known Red Star commune. Taking the bus was a rare treat back then. The ticket seller held a small clipboard in his left hand, neatly stacked with 4 bundles of tickets, while his right hand gripped a red and blue pencil with a rubber band wrapped around it. When selling tickets, the attendant would skillfully draw a line across the ticket with the red pencil, then use the rubber band's elasticity to flick it off. A single ticket would come loose effortlessly. These tickets were not only narrow but also exceptionally thin, measuring roughly 2 centimeters wide by 6 centimeters long. They were so small that they could easily slip away if one wasn't careful. Consequently, many passengers developed the habit of sticking their tickets to their lips, a method that both safeguarded the ticket and made it convenient for the conductor to verify. Lee Da-sun quickly replied, Uncle, one is enough. Then, responding to Lee Chenxi, he added, no need for the bus. I'll carry him back. It's not too far, and we'll definitely be home before noon. Taking the bus would cost an extra 20 cents more than Lee Da-sun earned in a day's work in the village. Lee Chenxi shook his head and patiently advised, you shouldn't skimp on those few cents. The road is so long. Carrying the child on your back will tire you out, and the child will suffer too. Don't risk the illness flaring up again by the time you get home. That would be a loss. Sure enough, the moment the child was mentioned, Lee Da-sun hesitated. He glanced down at his son, still fast asleep on his back, and his heart tightened. He too feared the scenario Lee Chenxi had described, a relapse of the illness. If that happened, it wouldn't be something a few cents could fix. After weighing his options, Lee Da-sun ultimately followed Uncle 16's advice and decided to take a bus home. Lee Chenxi possessed a monthly bus pass, though it was a student pass bearing his photo, rendering it unusable for Lee Da-sun and his son. Essentially, this pass granted unlimited travel on any city bus or trolley for a month. Passengers simply presented it to the conductor upon exiting. Lee Chenxi stood up and said to Lee Da-sun, if you can't finish the buns, wrap them up and take them home. Once you leave here, head toward the photo studio at the street corner and wait for the bus there. Oh, and when you get back to the village, tell my grandpa and the others I probably won't make it back today. Lee Da-sun quickly replied, sure thing, uncle. Don't worry, I'll make sure to pass it on. After Lee Chenxi left, Lee Da-sun coaxed his son to eat one more bun. He carefully packed the remaining 2, intending to take them home for his other 2 children. Riding his bicycle, Lee Chenxi took a moment during his journey to check the newly updated items in the store's 1 yuan section. The display showed 100 jin of taro and 100 jin of dried fish. He glanced at it and couldn't help but mutter to himself, today's offerings were too ordinary. Neither taro nor dried fish were valuable items, and their prices weren't high either. Taro is rich in starch and serves as a staple food in many regions, especially southern areas, where it's widely loved. Lee Chenxi particularly loves taro stuffed pork belly. The tender, glutinous taro paired with the rich yet not greasy pork belly was mouth-watering just to think about. The dried fish was sun-dried mackerel. Maya fish are distributed along China's coastal regions, with greater abundance in the south. It's said that during the fishing season in Zhejiang and Fujian, large yellow croakers are so abundant they cover the entire sea surface densely. A single net can haul in countless fish. Chapter 54, Master Gu's request desperately seeking votes. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lee Chenxi happened to encounter Da Peng, who was carrying a basket of steamed buns and eggs out from his home. Spotting Lee Chenxi's unsteady gait and pallid complexion, Da Peng flashed a peculiar grin and teased, well, look who's been keeping the bride company all night. Lee Chenxi shot him a disapproving look and retorted, I'm nothing like you. You didn't come back all night. A child in the village had a high fever in the middle of the night, so I had to take him to the city for treatment. What's with all these steamed buns and eggs? Feasting on a funeral meal? Da Peng immediately spat several times in disgust. You're the one eating your last meal. That house is already ours. My dad told me to distribute some steamed buns and eggs to the front yard residents. Anyway, once I get the new place settled, I'll move in and host a couple banquet tables to celebrate. You absolutely have to come join the fun. Chenxi sighed, experience really does count. Your dad has thought of everything. Peng chuckled and said, of course. Chenxi, you're the biggest contributor, how could we leave you out? Chenxi nodded and asked, got any veggies? Want me to help you get some meat? Peng's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Can you get pork? Chenxi frowned. Pork's a bit hard to come by. Besides, your family's meat ration tickets are probably limited, right? Peng nodded. Yeah, pork is especially hard to come by. Chenxi thought for a moment and said, I'll see what I can do, but I can't guarantee anything. Peng placed steamed buns in front of Chenxi. Want some? My mom just steamed these. Chenxi shook his head. I just had some buns and soy milk. I'm heading back to catch some sleep. Peng smiled and said, then you should go get some rest. Chenxi had barely lain down when he heard knocking at the door. Master, master. It was Master Gu's voice. Chenxi hurriedly got up to open the door, pulled out a cigarette to light for Master Gu, and asked, Master Gu, what brings you here? Master Gu took a drag on his cigarette and said, the renovation over there is finished. Could you take a look and see if? Chenxi immediately understood and nodded eagerly. All right. Then please have everyone move over to the new place. He followed Master Gu to inspect the newly renovated space. It was indeed much better than before, especially the bathroom, no more running to the public restroom outside. The beds, cabinets, tables, chairs, and other furniture were all neatly arranged. After the move, Master Gu still seemed hesitant, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Chenxi said, Master Gu, if you have something to say, please speak freely. Master Gu sighed and said, Master, I heard you're a procurement officer at the steel mill. I was wondering if I could ask you for some grain? I'll just deduct it from my wages later. Chenxi knew immediately who Master Gu was asking about. His family was barely scraping by. They had long been aware of Chenxi's position as a purchasing agent at the steel mill. Would you like some taro? Chenxi asked. Today, the store had restocked with 100 jin of taro. He was considering setting aside some for braised pork with taro, since they couldn't possibly finish the rest. Some people ate taro very simply, just boil it, peel it, and pop it in their mouths, much like eating sweet potatoes. But Chenxi disliked that method, too dry, leaving his mouth full of powdery starch. Yes, absolutely. Master Gu replied promptly. At a time like this, who was in a position to be picky? Any food was welcome. Besides, in a way, hairy taro was even more filling than sweet potatoes. No problem. I'll bring you some tonight, Chenxi said. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Master Gu repeated his gratitude. After stepping outside, Master Gu exchanged a few words with the others, and everyone's work ethic became even more vigorous. When Chenxi awoke again, the first thing he saw was Dong Dong from Auntie's house diligently polishing his bicycle. With such earnest effort, he scrubbed the bike until it gleamed, even meticulously picking out the mud lodged deep in the tire grooves. This wasn't the first time the little guy had helped him maintain his bike. Chenxi walked over, pulled an apple from his store bag, and slipped it quietly into Dong Dong's arms. He gave the boy a gentle pat on the head and whispered, take it home and eat it quickly. Thanks, brother Chenxi. Dong Dong happily tucked the apple into his chest, hunched over as he jogged home to show off his treasure to his grandmother. Grandma, look. Brother Chenxi gave me this apple. Dong Dong exclaimed excitedly. The 2 apples from that auntie's house last time had made all the kids in the courtyard drool with envy. You must never ask brother Chenxi for food again, understand? Auntie, thinking her grandson had begged for the apple, immediately lectured him. Dong Dong quickly explained he hadn't asked Chenxi for anything, recounting the entire incident. Good that you didn't. Grandma will cut you an apple. Only after hearing her grandson's words did Auntie relax, cutting him a small piece and saving the rest. Just then, Chenxi arrived at second Auntie's house carrying 2 dried fish. She was busy cooking for Master Gu and the others. Auntie, are you busy? Here, take these dried fish. Could you chop one up and steam it with the sorghum rice? The other one is for you to try, Chenxi handed over the fish. Oh my! Such fine dried fish, thank you so much, Chenxi. Stay for lunch, will you? Second aunt exclaimed, overjoyed. Dried fish was a rare delicacy in her eyes. Besides, this fish was no small catch, probably weighed about 8 jin when alive. Chenxi smiled and waved his hand. No, thank you, second auntie. I have friends inviting me out for lunch. Truthfully, he had no such plans. He simply didn't want to join everyone for their sorghum rice meal. Instead, he intended to treat himself to something decent. After all, he hadn't come back through time to subject himself to hardship and toil. After seeing Chenxi off, second aunt carefully stored the heavier dried fish. She then chopped the other one into chunks, filling a large plate, and steamed it together with the sorghum rice. By noon, Master Gu and the others finished their tasks, washed their hands, and headed straight to second auntie's house. The aroma of the dried fish wafted through the air, reaching them from afar. "You're in for a treat today. Chenxi brought a dried fish for you all to share," Auntie said with a smile. Master Gu and the others beamed with delight at the news. "Our employer is truly too kind." To be fair, second aunt divided the dried fish into everyone's bowls first. Though it had a slight fishy taste, who cared? Everyone chewed even the bones to bits and swallowed them. Unspoken agreement saw everyone leave 3 or 4 chunks untouched. "Auntie, no need to wash these bowls," Master Gu and the others said after they were full. There was still plenty of fish left in the bowls. They'd take it home for their children to eat that night. They had brought their own bowls, and previously, second auntie would wash them after they finished eating. Auntie nodded, understanding their reasoning. All right. She was quite happy to have the break. After all, if given the chance, even the production team's donkey would want a break. That afternoon, Liu came rushing over to Li Chenxi, holding a newspaper. "Chenxi, look. You're in the paper." Li Chenxi glanced at it. It was the Capital Daily, and the coverage of him was substantial, nothing like those tiny classified ads for missing persons. It detailed Li Chenxi's background and information, followed by a Q&A section, and concluded with a summary extolling his glorious deeds. The entire piece was positive, though the concluding paragraph did lean slightly toward hyperbole. This made Li Chenxi feel his 3 packs of cigarettes hadn't been given away for nothing. "I'm keeping this paper," Li Chenxi declared, taking it for himself. He planned to bring it back to the village for his grandfather to see. The old man would surely be overjoyed. Soon, everyone in the courtyard learned about Li Chenxi's newspaper feature and came to congratulate him. Living in the same courtyard, they felt honored too. From now on, when talking to people from other courtyards, they could speak a little louder. Even Master Gu and his crew felt incredibly honored. Chapter 55, The Courtyard. Li Chenxi glanced at the wall clock, estimating that Master Gu and the others should be wrapping up soon. He walked over to the side, opened the mysterious shop backpack, and took out the taro inside. There were 100 jin of these hairy taro in total. He planned to keep 20 jin for himself, thinking his family could also enjoy the fresh taste and make some delicious braised pork with taro. "Master Gu, everyone. Come over here," he called out, standing in the courtyard and shouting at the top of his lungs. His voice echoed through the courtyard, tinged with urgency and anticipation. Master Gu and the other laborers heard the call and stopped their work. They already had a vague idea of what was coming, their eyes unconsciously lighting up with excitement and anticipation as they quickened their pace, gathering around Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi pointed at the pile of hairy taro on the ground, his expression calm as he said, "Everyone, take a look. This is the hairy taro. 80 pounds in total. As for how to divide it, you'll have to figure that out yourselves." Though rough-skinned and earthy, these taro roots now appeared to the men like a pile of precious treasure. Master Gu, his face radiant with gratitude, led the laborers in expressing their heartfelt thanks to Li Chenxi once more. Each word of thanks overflowed with their heartfelt gratitude. Then, they began discussing how to divide the potatoes. After deliberation, considering that Liang Quan's family faced the most severe food shortages and lived in the harshest conditions, they allocated 30 jin to him. Master Gu took 20 jin for himself, and the remaining 3 laborers each received 10 jin. This distribution seemed fair to all. It prioritized those most in need while ensuring everyone received something. "Everyone, please head back first. I need to have a private word with the master," Master Gu said to the other laborers after the distribution. The laborers nodded in agreement, each shouldering their share of taro with hearts full of joy as they departed, murmuring praise for Li Chenxi along the way. Once everyone had departed, Master Gu approached Li Chenxi with a hint of mystery in his expression. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Master, do you have an interest in furniture?" "What kind of furniture?" Li Chenxi's interest was piqued, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He instinctively sensed that the furniture Master Gu referred to might be something special. These are heirlooms passed down through generations, exceptionally well preserved with not a single scratch. Moreover, they're crafted from Wangwali wood. As he spoke, Master Gu gestured with his hands to describe the furniture's form. He brought it up because he'd noticed some worn-out furniture in Li Chenxi's home, and since Li Chenxi seemed to have a way of obtaining grain, he thought this might be a mutually beneficial deal. Wangwali wood furniture? An heirloom piece? Li Chenxi's heart skipped a beat. Before his journey back in time, he'd often heard news of Ming and Qing dynasty Wangwali furniture fetching astronomical prices at auctions. It was said that even an ordinary Wangwali stool could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions in later generations. If this were true, it would be an absolute treasure. How would this trade work? Li Chenxi hurriedly asked, his voice betraying unmistakable urgency. The other party doesn't want money, just grain and meat. If you're interested, I can inquire about the details for you, Master Gu said. Li Chenxi nodded without hesitation. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Master Gu. If this deal goes through, it'll be all thanks to your help. Li Chenxi knew full well that such antique furniture was an opportunity he absolutely couldn't pass up. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to flaunt it. Once the deal was done, he'd stash it directly in his shop inventory and wait for the right moment to bring it out. He had already decided privately that from now on, anything related to antiques would be handled this way.
After all, in this era, drawing too much attention could invite unnecessary trouble. As for the furniture for daily use at home, once the courtyard house was fully renovated, he would buy a new set. Openly, something with a plain design would suffice. Some things were best kept to oneself. Discretion was always the wiser course. Meanwhile, at second auntie's house, the family was gathered around the dinner table. On the table lay the dried fish Chenxi had brought. Simply prepared, its aroma filled the entire room, making everyone's mouths water. "Husband, look at this dried fish, so fresh. I wonder what kind of fish they used. It looks delicious." Second auntie's eyes were fixed on the fish, her face beaming with joy. As she spoke, she gently nudged second uncle beside her. Grandpa Air put on an air of expertise, nodding slightly and declaring with great authority, "It's definitely the real deal. Looks to me like it's made from sea fish." In truth, Grandpa Air had never even seen the sea, let alone could tell different types of sea fish apart. He was just saying that to appear knowledgeable in front of his family. The youngest son sat nearby, his eyes glued to the dried fish, drool practically dripping from his mouth. Unable to resist, he reached out to tear off a piece to taste. Uncle Air moved swiftly, gently prying his hand away and saying, "What's the rush? Tonight, your mother will cook a third of it for you to satisfy your craving." Chenxi sure has connections. Only a procurement officer could get their hands on such rare delicacies. Auntie Air glanced at the dried fish, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. She turned to her husband and said, "Husband, do you think being a procurement officer is difficult? If it's not too demanding, maybe we should let Jianjun try for the position. Who knows, he might make a name for himself." Uncle Air glanced at his eldest son, Jianjun, whose face was full of hope. He immediately dashed his son's dreams. Procurement positions aren't that easy to come by. You have no idea how much effort Old Li put in to get one for Chenxi. Don't get your hopes up. How about this, learn interior design from old Gu. I'll talk to him about taking you under his wing. Or, go learn cooking from your uncle. Master that skill, and you'll never go hungry wherever you go. Second uncle knew full well he couldn't pull strings for a procurement job. He could only point his son toward other paths, hoping he'd gain a trade to support himself. After pondering the options and weighing the pros and cons, his eldest son, Jianjun, said, "Then I'll go learn cooking from my uncle." In his view, becoming a chef wasn't a bad path, at least in these tough times. It would ensure he never went hungry. Meanwhile, Liang Quan hurried back to his communal courtyard, his back weighed down by 30 pounds of taro. The difference between a courtyard house and a communal courtyard was like night and day. Architecturally, the four in Sihiyuan referred to the four sides east, west, south, and north, while he meant enclosing these four sides to form a neat square. Moreover, the defining cultural feature of Sihiyuan courtyards was their one family, one household principle, with most having their own separate entrance and courtyard. Large Sihiyuan often consist of multiple courtyards joined together. For instance, the residences of nobles and aristocrats feature rows upon rows of courtyards, front yards, backyards, east courtyards, west courtyards, main halls, side halls, and connecting courtyards, all working together to create a grand and imposing estate. Some say a large Sihiyuan could house over 100 people, and that's no exaggeration. The communal courtyard, however, presents an entirely different scene, being of a much lower standard. It is said that the earliest communal courtyards emerged in the outer city. At that time, impoverished individuals from the lowest strata of society built makeshift shelters near the city walls using broken bricks and tiles to shield themselves from the elements. These small houses connected together, gradually forming the earliest communal courtyards. Many of today's communal courtyards were originally courtyard houses. But over time, these courtyard houses fell into disrepair. More and more makeshift dwellings were added haphazardly within the courtyards, making the layout increasingly chaotic and disorderly. Eventually, they became the messy places they are today. Thus, the communal courtyards often present a scene of filth, disorder, and squalor indistinguishable from slums. Residents hail from all corners of the country, with diverse occupations, varying personalities, uneven levels of education, and differing moral character. Compounded by the cramped quarters offering little privacy, conflicts and friction among neighbors are inevitable. Yet, those who had lived here long enough mostly chose to tolerate and accommodate one another, striving to maintain this hard-won peace. Liang Quan entered the courtyard, his gaze falling upon the gaunt, malnourished faces of the residents. A wave of sympathy welled up within him. But he dared not show it, even subconsciously tightening the opening of the sack holding the taro roots. Along the way, when people greeted him, he forced himself to respond calmly and normally, trying his best not to appear unusual, afraid of drawing attention. Returning home, Liang Quan casually closed the door cobbled together from assorted materials. His home's doors and windows were equally mismatched. Some were old lattice windows, others were modified Western-style windows, creating a particularly chaotic appearance. Inside, his mother, younger brother, and sisters, anyone not out working, lay in bed. In this era of scarcity, minimizing movement conserved both physical energy and precious food rations. The entire family of several people crammed into this cramped room of less than 15 square meters, living an extremely difficult life. Hearing their eldest brother return, the younger siblings perked up instantly, scrambling off their beds. Their limbs were skinny as spider legs, bones protruding beneath their skin.
Liang Quan's heart ached at the sight. He quickly pulled out the leftover fish from his chest and said, "Save a piece for mother." His mother's voice was faint as she replied, "Let the children eat. They're starving." With that, she struggled to sit up from the bed. Liang Quan hurriedly said, "Mother, today at noon, our employer steamed a huge dried fish for us and shared several dozen pounds of taro. Master knew we were out of grain and specially set aside 30 pounds for me. We'll have food from now on. Here, have a piece." The little girl, understanding the situation, quickly handed the largest piece of fish to her mother. "Mother, you eat this." Hearing her son had brought back 30 pounds of taro, Liang's mother finally felt her heart settle. A long mist smile spread across her face. "Your employer is truly a kind-hearted person. You must work diligently for him. Also, listen to your master and learn the craft well." Liang's mother reminded him again. Truthfully, she had repeated these words countless times so often that Liang Quan's ears were practically calloused from hearing them. Yet he understood they were his mother's earnest hopes for him. "I know, mother," Liang Quan replied. Liang Quan's younger siblings ate the fish meat cautiously. This rare delicacy made them reluctant to gulp it down, afraid it would be gone too quickly. "Mom, this fish is so delicious," the little boy said, carefully picking out every scrap of meat stuck between his teeth and chewing it again, as if doing so could make the flavor linger longer. He thought to himself, if only he could work like his older brother, then he'd have food to eat and wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Watching her children devour their meal, Mother Liang felt both comforted and heartbroken. She split the piece of fish in her hand in half, offering one portion to her daughter and the other to her youngest son. "Eat up," she said with a smile. "Mother doesn't care for fish, it's too fishy for my taste." Liang Quan watched his mother's gesture, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He got up to boil 3 fist-sized taro roots, careful not to cook too many, afraid the food wouldn't last. Watching the taro boil in the pot, he felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. He knew he would have to work even harder to give his family a better life. Chapter 56, The Child Fainted from Hunger. The night fell like ink, silently enveloping the entire courtyard. Li Yud and Luo Dapeng walked briskly toward Li Chenxi's residence. Tonight, they planned to share a few drinks with Li Chenxi, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Li Chenxi had already prepared a sumptuous spread of appetizers, glistening braised pork rinds, fragrant stir-fried tripe, and a plate of crispy, savory peanuts. The pork rinds were cut into uniform pieces, thoroughly infused with the rich marinade. Their appearance alone was enough to make one's mouth water. The tripe was prepared to perfection, each piece plump and springy. The peanuts, fried to a golden crisp, were plump and full, releasing an enticing aroma. "Life sure is good these days," Luo Dapeng declared, pouring himself a glass of wine, his face beaming with contentment. He felt that the most delightful moments in life were precisely like this, surrounded by fine wine and delicious food, with a close brother by his side. Since teaming up with Li Chenxi, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Every day, he earned 3 or 4 yuan. Even on his worst days, he still managed to bring home around 2 yuan. He handed half of this money to his mother, keeping the rest for himself. In the past, this was something he dared not even dream of, yet now it had become his reality. Li Yud nodded in agreement, his expression grave. He seemed to have heard some rumors. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to share the news with everyone. "Let's skip the black market tonight. I've heard through the grapevine that there might be a raid tonight." In their line of work, information was life itself. The slightest carelessness could land them in serious trouble. Regardless of whether the rumor was true or false, he wasn't willing to take any risks if there was even a hint of danger. After all, to survive long-term in the murky waters of the black market, one must remain constantly vigilant, act with utmost caution, and never rely on luck. "Not going?" Luo Dapeng's smile froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Skipping a day at the black market meant losing at least $2, and the thought gnawed at him. "Haven't you heard any rumors?" Li Yud countered, staring at Luo Dapeng. "I've heard a bit, but..." Luo Dapeng started to protest, but before he could finish, Li Chenxi cut him off. "Dapeng, listen to Yud more from now on," Li Chenxi said sternly, his gaze fixed on Luo. "We can't take risks. Making a little less money is fine, safety comes first." Li Chenxi knew full well that Li Yud had extensive experience in these matters and access to reliable information. Following his advice was the right call. He silently rejoiced that with Li Yud on board, they could avoid many risks. "All right." Since Li Chenxi had spoken so decisively, Luo Dapeng couldn't insist further. He sighed helplessly, abandoning his plan to make money on the black market. Then, as if remembering something, Luo Dapeng pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Li Chenxi. "Chenxi, here's a key to that house. You can have one." They had already discussed it earlier. Important items would likely be stored in the house at the front of the courtyard going forward. Luo Dapeng had no objections after all, they only had that house because of Li Chenxi's help. Moreover, as Li Chenxi had pointed out, storing things in the front yard offered greater security and would make future shipments more convenient. Li Chenxi accepted the keys without hesitation and tucked them away. "Has the house been cleaned out? Should we call Master Gu and his crew to give it a fresh coat of paint?" Chenxi asked with concern. Luo Dapeng waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so particular. A place to stay is all that matters. I'm not as picky as you. Just having this place makes me happy. Then Luo Dapeng added, I plan to host a banquet tomorrow. You have time to come, right? Luo Dapeng knew that Li Chenxi had been spending a lot of time at Li Zhezhuan lately and was rarely at the courtyard house. So he deliberately gave Li Chenxi advance notice, just in case Li Chenxi had something come up and couldn't make it. Tomorrow night? Li Chenxi repeated, confirming the time. Luo Dapeng nodded firmly. That's right, tomorrow night. Alright, I'll bring some meat back tomorrow. Want some dried fish? If you do, I'll grab a couple right now, they're over there. Li Chenxi gestured toward the dried fish stored nearby. Yes, absolutely. An extra dish makes the feast more splendid. Luo Dapeng nodded eagerly, his face beaming with smiles. With both meat and fish, the feast would be truly grand. Noticing Li Yud's envious gaze toward the dried fish, Luo Dapeng generously offered, You'd take a couple back with you too. Both Luo Dapeng and Li Yud understood the rules well. They knew they couldn't take Li Chenxi's things for free. As they took the dried fish, each pulled out 2 yuan and handed it to Li Chenxi, saying earnestly, brothers should keep accounts clear. We can't just eat and take things from you. You absolutely must take this money. At Li Yud's home, his parents sat under dim lighting, gazing at the dried fish laid out on the table, their hearts filled with emotion. They understood that since Li Chenxi and their son had started working together, their family's circumstances had gradually improved, and they no longer worried about food and drink. All this was thanks to Li Chenxi. Big brother, can I take the dried fish to school tomorrow? Li Yud's younger sister, Li Yujing, asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In her mind, her big brother was now quite the achiever, bringing home so many delicious treats. She wanted to show off to her classmates too. Instead, her mother responded with a light flick on the head. At school, you eat whatever everyone else eats. At home, I won't interfere. Li's mother admonished sternly. She didn't want her daughter to get carried away just because life had improved slightly and start showing off at school. In this era, being too flashy could easily invite trouble. Li had watched his sister being scolded by their mother and wanted to say something to help, but he dared not. He could only give her a helpless look, signaling her to drop the subject. And one more thing, never tell anyone at school what we eat at home, you hear me? Li's mother reminded her daughter again, giving her ear a gentle tug. Oh, mother, I know. Li Yujing clutched her ear and hurriedly replied. Though she felt a bit wronged, she understood her mother meant well. Meanwhile, the second sister sat nearby, peanuts in hand, popping them into her mouth one after another with relish. Completely absorbed in her snacking, she was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around her. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Chenxi eagerly checked the store's 1 yuan flash sale section, just as she did every day. Today's flash sale items were especially tempting, 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of pork. Li Chenxi's eyes lit up at the sight of the rice. Rice was a valuable commodity, stocking up on it was always a wise move. As for the pork, Li Chenxi cut off 10 jin and divided it into 2 portions. He first delivered 1 portion to second auntie's house. They had already agreed beforehand that second auntie would help with the cooking, and these 5 jin of meat were her payment. Auntie Air, please take good care of this meat, Li Chenxi said with a smile as he handed it over. Auntie Air's eyes crinkled into slits as she beamed at the meat Li Chenxi had brought. The quality of this meat was truly excellent, a thin layer of lean meat wrapped around 2 or 3 fingers thickness of fat, a sight that brought immediate joy. Alright, Chenxi. Thank you so much, you're such a thoughtful child. Auntie Air said gratefully. She took the meat carefully, as if cradling a rare treasure. She planned to salt cure it when she had time, then sun-dry it into cured pork. This 5-pound cut, if eaten sparingly, would last her family half a year. Next, Li Chenxi carried another 5 pounds of meat to Dapeng's house. You got it so quickly? I'll get you the money right now, Dapeng exclaimed, both surprised and delighted at the sight of the meat in Li Chenxi's hands. He had thought 2 or 3 pounds would be a decent haul, but Li Chenxi had managed to secure 5 pounds, a truly unexpected windfall. I had someone set this aside specially. I'll be heading back to Li village now, Li Chenxi said, taking the money. He had no desire to go to the steel mill. As the procurement officer, as long as he met his monthly purchasing targets, it didn't matter whether he reported to the factory or not. In a few days, he'd make another meat delivery to the factory, and that would settle everything. At the store, Li Chenxi carefully selected a large bundle of pencils, a stack of exercise books, and 10 boxes of chalk. He figured the village school would be starting classes soon, and these supplies would definitely come in handy. Additionally, he purchased a kerosene lamp and a flashlight. The kerosene lamp was purchased with Li Yud's help, as the shop in his mind didn't carry such items. Although the store carried modern lighting tools like rechargeable desk lamps, Li Chenxi dared not take them out for fear of arousing suspicion. He added 10 pounds of pork belly suitable for braised pork belly and the remaining 20 pounds of taro to his shopping basket. With everything prepared, Li Chenxi set off on his bicycle for home. On the way home, Li Chenxi spotted 2 children by the roadside from a distance. They appeared to be brothers. One child had fainted from hunger by the roadside, while the older sibling frantically tried to force water down his younger brother's throat. Witnessing this scene, Chenxi couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. He stopped his bike, pulled several taro roots from his shopping basket, tossed them near the children, and rode off without a second glance. The older child's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the taro on the ground. He quickly took off his own shirt and carefully wrapped the taro in it. Then, pulling his younger brother who had just regained consciousness, he exclaimed excitedly, "Little brother, let's hurry. A kind person gave us food." But instead of heading home, they ran toward a secret base known only to the two brothers. The brothers knew full well that if they took the taro home, they wouldn't get to eat any of it. Ever since their father had taken a new wife and she had given birth to their younger brother, life had become unbearably hard for the two brothers. Not only were they constantly treated like beasts of burden, but they also received the smallest portions of food and endured endless humiliation. Arriving at the secret hideout, the older boy skillfully lit a fire and began boiling the taro in a battered pot he'd found somewhere. "Brother, who gave us these taro? Can we eat them now?" the younger boy asked, his eyes fixed on the pot as he swallowed hard. "A kind person on a bicycle," the older boy replied, keeping his eyes on the pot. "Just wait a bit longer, they're not done yet." The older boy answered his brother's question while keeping an eye on the pot. Though he hadn't seen the benefactor's face, he silently vowed that if he ever met them again, he would thank them properly. When their mother left, she had told him to take good care of his little brother. He had kept those words close to his heart, never daring to slack off. "Brother, are we really going to Auntie's house?" the little boy asked again, a hint of unease in his voice. He feared that if their father discovered they were going to their aunt's house, he would be severely beaten and scolded. The welts from the whip on his back still throbbed faintly. "Yes. Once we've eaten our fill, I'll take you there. I still remember the way," the older boy declared firmly. He simply couldn't bear to watch his little brother continue to suffer from hunger and hardship. Going to their aunt's house might just give them a better life. Chapter 57, Braised Pork Belly. Grandpa and Grandma sat in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight. When they saw their grandson enter the house carrying meat once more, their eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Unconsciously, the corners of their mouths lifted, revealing faint smiles. Lately, Chenxi had often brought back rare treats. Though they didn't say much, their hearts were bursting with joy. "Grandpa, I'll be frying pork belly later. Here, take this flashlight, it'll be handy when you get up at night," Chenxi said, handing the flashlight to the old man. The flashlight's casing was brand new, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The old man grinned as he accepted it, examining it like a prized treasure. He turned it this way and that, occasionally pressing the switch to marvel at the bright beam of light, his face lit up with wonder. If it weren't broad daylight, he'd surely be parading around the village with it, showing it off to everyone. Flashlights were rare treasures in this village. There were only a handful in the entire settlement. Owning one was a matter of considerable prestige. The three siblings, Laifu, Laikai, and Laifang, were now gathered around Qianqian, fanning her intermittently with palm leaf fans. Their eyes kept darting toward Chenxi, their gazes filled with longing. Yesterday, their eldest brother hadn't returned, leaving them feeling hollow inside. Today, finally seeing him, they were naturally overjoyed, longing to spend more time with him. "Chenxi, here's the money Dasan owes you. Take it." Grandfather pulled several crumpled bills from his pocket and handed them to Chenxi. The bills bore the marks of time, clearly having been handled countless times. The news of Dashuan's child's illness had already spread throughout the village. Everyone knew that if not for Chenxi's help, the child's condition would have been critical. The doctor had said that if they'd arrived just half an hour later, the child's brain might have been damaged. Chenxi nodded silently, took the money, and casually tucked it into his pants pocket. To him, it was just a small favor. Money was no big deal. "Grandma, this kerosene lamp is quite useful. I'll place it in your room and show you how it works," Chenxi said, carrying the lamp into the old woman's room. This kerosene lamp was far more refined than the old one at home, with a brighter lampshade and a sturdier base. "Chenxi, you should keep this lamp," the old woman said, her heart aching for her grandson. In her mind, good things should be saved for him. She felt that she and her husband were both so old now that they didn't need such a fine lamp. Besides, the lamp was clearly brighter, making it much more suitable for her grandson when he read at night. "Yes, we have flashlights, and they're so convenient, just press a button and it lights up. Besides, we're used to that old lamp." Grandpa chimed in from the side. The older generation valued frugality in their daily lives, always feeling that new things were wasteful. If something old still worked, they wouldn't replace it. Seeing his grandparents both speak this way, Chenxi didn't insist further. He carefully placed the kerosene lamp in his room, then picked up the bamboo basket he had brought and headed toward the school. The basket held items he'd carefully prepared for the school, heavy with his dedication to the village's education. Upon arriving at the school, Chenxi was struck by a bright sight. The school grounds were swept spotless, not a speck of dust on the floor. The surrounding weeds had been cleared away, as if swept clean by an autumn wind. Stepping into the classroom, the old, worn-out desks and benches were gone, replaced by uniform long tables. Each table could seat 2 people and was paired with a long bench. The tables and benches were brand new, exuding the fresh scent of wood. The classroom windows had also been completely renewed. Where there had once been a single small window, there were now 4 large ones, 2 on each side.
Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the entire classroom in brightness and creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. At the front of the classroom, above the blackboard, hung a portrait of a great leader. His gaze was firm, as if watching over the children's growth. On the back wall, 8 bold characters were written: study hard, strive for progress every day. The vigorous calligraphy inspired the children to work diligently. Xiaolan, where's your father? Chenxi asked as he saw her tidying things in the classroom. Xiaolan looked up, a smile on her face, and replied, Uncle 16, my dad went to see the old party secretary. The village has made 3 big blackboards, one for each classroom. They'll be installed soon, and classes will resume normally tomorrow. Her smile was bright, her eyes filled with hope for the future. Xiaolan felt immense gratitude toward Chenxi. In this era, most girls' destinies were to marry young and toil in the fields for the rest of their lives. Without Chenxi, she likely wouldn't have escaped that fate either. Now, however, she had the good fortune to become a substitute teacher, responsible for teaching the first-grade children. Though substitute teaching only earned her work points, it was far more dignified than farm labor and gave her a chance to realize her own worth. Should I go get your father? Xiaolan asked, seeing Chenxi carrying things and assuming he needed her father urgently. Chenxi shook his head. No need. It's for you anyway. With that, he opened the bamboo basket and pulled out a large bundle of pencils. The pencils gleamed brand new, emitting a faint woody scent. So many pencils? How many are there in total? Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. In her mind, pencils were precious items that children usually couldn't bring themselves to use. 100. You don't need to distribute them all. As for the exercise books, you can decide how to distribute them yourselves. There are also 10 boxes of chalk. Let me know when you run out. Chenxi spoke as he took out the items one by one and laid them on the table. The exercise books had pristine white paper, and the chalk was brightly colored. Finally, he pulled 2 brand new fountain pens from his pocket. The pens' bodies were smooth, and the metal caps gleamed. Give one to your father. Consider it a gift from me to you both, Chenxi said. Xiaolan's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the fountain pens. At that time, fountain pens were quite valuable items. Owning one was a symbol of status and culture. She quickly took the pen, repeatedly thanking him, her voice brimming with excitement. Not long after Chenxi left, Li Zhigao returned to the school. Seeing the pencils, exercise books, chalk, and other teaching supplies laid out on the desk, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been worrying about the start of the school term for days, waiting precisely for these supplies. What he hadn't expected was how thoroughly Chenxi had prepared. With only about 40 students in the village, each child would receive 2 pencils and 5 exercise books, a huge relief. Moreover, Chenxi had specially given them a fountain pen each, a gesture that deeply moved him. This single act showed how genuinely committed Chenxi was to the village children's education. He had clearly put considerable thought into ensuring they had decent learning conditions. Xiaolan suddenly remembered the school cafeteria matter and asked her father, Dad, what's the old party secretary and the other's stance on the school cafeteria? Chenxi had already made plans to establish the school cafeteria, intending for its meal quality to be slightly better than the village canteens. Only then could they attract villagers to send their children to the school. Li Zhigao replied, it's all settled. We'll build a kitchen nearby, and the children will eat in their classrooms. The old party secretary said he wants your mother to be in charge of cooking for the children. His face beamed with joy. He was genuinely happy that his family could participate in the school's development. Li Zhigao couldn't have asked for more. With 3 family members now earning work points at the school, their livelihood was finally secure. With this, he would finally be free from worries about making ends meet and could devote himself entirely to teaching. The proposal to establish a school cafeteria was met with unanimous approval from the entire village as soon as it was put forward. Which family didn't have children? Who didn't want their kids to eat well and study better? Besides, it was Chenxi who proposed it. Everyone trusted him, so naturally, no one objected. Li Zhigao could foresee that as long as Chenxi continued supporting the school, he wouldn't have to fret over trivial matters and could dedicate himself entirely to teaching. The moment Chenxi stepped through the door, he spotted a towering pile of dry branches and firewood stacked neatly in the courtyard. The wood was neatly stacked, resembling a small mountain of firewood. Grandma, did Uncle Sen gather this wood yesterday? He asked, turning to her. Grandma smiled and replied, not at all. These were all gathered by the village children. It turned out that with the school reopening, the children were all eagerly anticipating the start of the new semester. The school planned to set up a cafeteria and required each child to bring some firewood. So yesterday, the children all went out to gather firewood. However, the school wasn't fully prepared yet, and there was nowhere to store the firewood. At the suggestion of some parents, the children delivered the firewood they had gathered to Chenxi's home. Everyone in the village understood that the school's reopening and the children's chance to attend classes were all thanks to Chenxi's efforts. Delivering firewood to his home was a small token of their gratitude. Besides, Chenxi often provided food for the children. For all the food alone, the children were more than happy to help Chenxi with some chores. Li Chenxi carried some firewood into the kitchen, preparing to start frying the braised pork belly. The moment he stepped inside, Lai Kai bounded in like a cheerful little rabbit, hopping and skipping. Lai Kai especially loved helping Li Chenxi, particularly with tending the fire. He was practically becoming Li Chenxi's dedicated firekeeper. If he wasn't allowed to help, he'd pout and look utterly aggrieved. Li Chenxi first washed the pork belly thoroughly. The meat had a rosy hue, with layers of fat and lean meat intertwined, looking incredibly tempting. He cut the meat into 2 palm-sized squares, placed them in the pot, added enough water, and then said to Lai Kai, tend the fire. Bring the water to a boil and keep it simmering until a chopstick can easily pierce the pork skin. Lai Kai perked up at once. He grabbed some firewood, skillfully shoved it into the stove, and began vigorously fanning the flames with a palm leaf fan. The flames flared up instantly, licking the bottom of the pot. With a moment to spare, Li Chenxi carved several wooden skewers to have on hand. Once the pork belly was cooked, Li Chenxi lifted it out and set it aside to cool naturally. Next, he used the wooden skewers to pierce the pork skin evenly with small holes. This would help the braised pork bubble up more easily during frying, resulting in a better texture. Next, he took salt and white vinegar, carefully coating the surface of the pork skin to ensure every part was seasoned. He then set it aside for 20 minutes to marinate. This process softened the skin, allowing it to develop beautiful tiger skin patterns when fried. Watching her grandson pour oil into the pot, the old woman stood by, her eyelids twitching. In this era of scarcity, oil was a precious commodity. Seeing such a large pot of oil being used, she felt heartbroken and almost spoke up to stop this extravagant pork belly frying plan. Li Chenxi sensed his grandmother's concern and reassured her with a smile, "Grandma, don't worry. After frying, the oil can stay in the pot for future use. No need to worry about waste. The pork belly will release some oil during frying, and there might even be more oil left afterward." Hearing her grandson's words, the old lady finally relaxed, a smile returning to her face. Watching her grandson work with such skill, her heart swelled with pride. Chapter 58, Keep an eye on it for me. In the kitchen, the pot on the stove emitted an enticing aroma. Li Chenxi watched the braised pork with rapt attention. As the oil heated, the pork gradually turned golden brown. The pork skin began to puff up, forming a beautiful tiger skin pattern. The golden hue seemed as if it had been gilded by sunlight, making it look mouth-wateringly delicious. Seizing the perfect moment, Li Chenxi swiftly scooped the braised pork out with a slotted spoon, drained the excess oil, and placed it on a plate nearby. Once the oil in the wok cooled slightly, he fetched a large earthenware jar and carefully poured the oil into it. This oil was precious. In times of scarcity, every drop was invaluable. The oil used for frying the pork belly could be saved for future stir-frying. It couldn't be wasted. "Big brother, is the braised pork done? Can we eat it now?" Lai Fong had slipped into the kitchen unnoticed. Standing behind Li Chenxi, her eyes fixed on the pork in the plate, her little face brimming with anticipation, she looked like a greedy little kitten. Li Chenxi smiled and shook his head, patiently explaining, "Not yet, Lai Fong. There's still more to do with this braised pork." With that, he turned and picked up a taro root, beginning to peel it. The skin of the taro root was rough, but Li Chenxi's hands moved with practiced ease. In no time, the root was peeled clean, revealing its pure white flesh. He then washed the taro thoroughly, sliced it into even, thin pieces, and arranged them neatly in a bowl nearby. Grandma watched from the side, a hint of worry flitting across her face. She couldn't help but say, "Chenxi, you've sliced so many taro roots. How will our family ever finish all this? And this braised pork belly frying up such a huge plate of it, it might go bad if it sits too long." Grandma was meticulous with household finances. To her, food was precious and must never be wasted. "Grandma, if we turn it into cured pork, it'll keep for quite a while," Grandma added, thinking perhaps curing the pork belly would be a good way to preserve it. Li Chenxi didn't respond immediately. Instead, she asked thoughtfully, "Grandma, roughly how many people in our village are 70 or older?" Grandma narrowed her eyes slightly, thoughtfully recalling, 10 or so, maybe 20 or so. "I can't quite remember the exact number." Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi shared his plan. "Grandma, I intend to give each household with someone over 70 a small bowl of braised pork." As he spoke, he continued his task, preparing the sliced pork for the next step. Li Chenxi understood that Li Village would become his foundation from now on. The children and elders were vital pillars of the community. Gaining their approval and support would mean winning the hearts of Li Village. Don't underestimate these elderly villagers. Having lived in the village for most of their lives, they possessed rich experience and wielded considerable influence. The village often sought their counsel on matters both big and small. Even the former party secretary would consult them when making certain decisions. Among them were several clan elders who held considerable authority in managing family affairs and preserving village traditions. Li Chenxi's wholehearted dedication to helping Li Jiaxuan naturally stemmed from his own long-term plans, not merely out of pure goodwill. Chenxi's idea is sound, grandfather nodded approvingly, acknowledging his grandson's decision. In truth, grandfather understood his grandson's motives, but he considered it a positive development. His grandson had vision, capability, and the foresight to consider the village's needs. As a grandfather, he naturally supported him.
It wasn't just grandfather, the old party secretary likely guessed Li Chenxi's intentions too.
Yet the villagers all felt that Li Chenxi had brought tangible benefits to the village. Everyone was willing to stand with him and work together for the village's development. Still, Chenxi, regarding the meat distribution, you'd best ask the party secretary to handle the arrangements, grandfather reminded him. He knew full well the old party secretary's prestige and influence in the village. With him stepping in, the matter would surely be handled more effectively and yield more significant results.
Li Chenxi nodded promptly upon hearing this. All right, Grandpa, I got it. Then, Chenxi began cutting the pork belly. He sliced it into evenly sized chunks, sprinkled them with 5 spice powder and other seasonings, and mixed them thoroughly to ensure each piece absorbed the flavors. He let it marinate for 10 to 20 minutes. Upon learning of her grandson's plan, Grandma hurried to borrow bowls from the neighbors. Since there weren't enough bowls at home, she knocked on each neighbor's door, explaining the situation. After borrowing the bowls, she washed them thoroughly. Back home, Grandma began arranging the bowls with pork and taro. She arranged the pork belly and taro alternately, placing 3 pieces of pork belly and 3 pieces of taro in each bowl. The arrangement was neat and orderly, a sight to behold. Soon, Grandma had prepared about 30 bowls of braised pork. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi added water to the large iron pot, set up the firewood, and brought the water to a boil. Then, he set up tiered racks above the water and carefully stacked the bowls of braised pork and taro on them, layer upon layer. Fortunately, the family's iron pot was large enough to steam all the pork belly in one go. Grandpa, I'm off to find old secretary, Li Chenxi said to his grandfather after tidying up. The old man nodded. Go ahead. Your grandmother and I are here. Don't worry. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Li Jiming and his crew were building a house. As they worked, a sudden waft of savory aroma drifted on the breeze, tickling their nostrils. Unconsciously, they paused their work and swallowed hard. The aroma was simply irresistible. For these farmers who rarely ate meat, it was an almost unbearable temptation. Snap out of it, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Li Jiming couldn't help but scold them when he saw their expressions. Truth be told, he himself had secretly swallowed several times, but as the leader, he had to maintain a serious demeanor. But the others were thinking to themselves, what's so pathetic about wanting to eat meat? If we could have meat every day, who cares if they call us good-for-nothings? Everyone knew Uncle Shirlu worked as a procurement officer at the steel mill and always managed to bring back rare, delicious treats. Those who helped with the work also got their fair share of perks, occasionally getting to satisfy their cravings. Old Secretary Li had just returned from the riverbed. Half of the riverbed within Li village's territory had now been cultivated, planted with various vegetables. For the remaining portion, he planned to follow Li Chenxi's suggestion and plant autumn corn. The old party secretary knew that as long as the autumn corn yielded a bountiful harvest, even if the crops on the village's cultivated land didn't fare well, Li Zhezhuan wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for the next year. This thought filled the old secretary with such satisfaction that he found himself humming a tune. Secretary, you seem in high spirits. Li Chenxi approached, smiling as he offered a cigarette. The old secretary's face lit up instantly upon seeing Li Chenxi. Haha, all thanks to you, he said. Secretary, I've braised some pork belly and thought to share it with the elders over 70 in the village. Could you help distribute it? Li Chenxi said, pulling out a lighter to light the old secretary's cigarette. The old party secretary paused slightly upon hearing this, then quickly grasped Li Chenxi's intention. He thought to himself, this is a good thing. He had long suspected Li Chenxi had his own agenda, but he didn't see anything wrong with it. In these times, someone who could feed the people and lead the village to prosperity was truly capable. If Li village could latch onto Li Chenxi's coattails, their future might just get brighter and brighter. Alright, no problem. Leave this to me. You can count on me. The old party secretary patted his chest. He knew exactly how to handle this matter, ensuring the elders were pleased while conveying Li Chenxi's thoughtful gesture perfectly. The old party secretary personally visited every villager over 70. At each household, he patiently informed the elders and explained the situation in detail. During his explanations, he also praised Li Chenxi, painting him as a kind-hearted young man devoted to the village and respectful of its elders. The elders listened, both delighted and moved, showering Li Chenxi with praise. Among them, some were even Li Chenxi's brothers by generation. 16th brother has really made something of himself. If not for him, who knows what would have become of our village? The elders remarked with emotion. Alright, everyone remember to come pick up your braised pork later, the old party secretary reminded them before hurrying off to notify the next household. At one household, where 2 elderly residents were over 70, the old party secretary carefully explained the arrangements to them as well. Li Chenxi returned home and suddenly remembered that newspaper clipping. He frantically searched through drawers and cabinets and soon found the newspaper. Grandpa, look. I'm in the newspaper. Li Chenxi excitedly held up the paper and ran to his grandfather. The old man paused for a moment upon hearing this, then took the paper with slightly trembling hands. Though not highly educated, he could recognize simple text. He eagerly scanned the article about his grandson, his eyes sparkling with joy as he read it over and over, never tiring of it. At that moment, pork belly, village affairs all were cast aside. His grandson was in the newspaper. This was a tremendous blessing, and he felt immensely proud. If it weren't for the current disfavor of superstitious practices, he would have rushed to the family graves to burn some paper offerings, thanking his ancestors for blessing his grandson with such success. Wonderful! Wonderful! The old man grinned from ear to ear. He planned to pin this newspaper to the wall so he could see it every day and feel happy. Truthfully, he wanted even more to pin it on the village canteen's bulletin board so everyone could see his grandson's glory. Grandma couldn't read, but after the old man finished reading the article aloud, she was overjoyed too. She felt that with her grandson achieving such success, even if he passed away someday, he could face the ancestors of the Lee family with pride. Of course, she harbored an even greater hope to see her grandson marry and start a family, ensuring the Lee lineage flourished. As for that good-for-nothing son of hers? Let him run off if he must. Her heart was now filled entirely with pride for her grandson, and she had long since cast her son's affairs to the winds. Just then, the old party secretary approached with a group of elders. One of them, upon seeing Lee Chenxi, immediately bowed deeply in respect. Startled, Lee Chenxi quickly stepped back. This was absolutely unacceptable. How could he possibly accept such a profound gesture from an elder? It would be like wishing for their shortened lifespan. Grandfather, however, stood calmly by. Being of higher generation, he was worthy of such respect. At that moment, he deliberately pretended to be engrossed in reading the newspaper, his eyes fixed on the paper as if he hadn't noticed anyone had arrived. Seeing this, the former village secretary sighed helplessly. "Uncle, what are you reading?" He felt a bit disheartened himself. At over 70 years old, he still had to address someone younger than him as uncle. "Ah, you're here? Jihon, why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly." The old man finally came to his senses and hurriedly said. Then he turned to the old party secretary. "Nothing much. Just reading the Chenxi newspaper. There are a few characters I don't recognize, so I was hoping you could take a look." The moment these words left his mouth, the old party secretary and the other elders present all widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. They crowded around to look at the newspaper. Chapter 59, Friendship is a Valuable Asset. Kneeling for votes. The old party secretary had always been sharp-eyed. Ever since Lee Chenxi took charge of the hand-pumped well project, he sensed this young man was no ordinary fellow. For a farming village dependent on the weather, a hand-pumped well held extraordinary significance far beyond that of an ordinary object. Ever since then, the old party secretary had harbored a quiet hope that Lee Chenxi might one day shine on a much grander stage. Yet even with this mental preparation, he was profoundly shaken when he saw Lee Chenxi's achievements printed in black and white on the newspaper. To these simple villagers, being featured in the newspaper was a monumental event. Anyone who made it into the paper must be an extraordinary, revered figure. "Quick, let me see." The old party secretary, overcome with excitement, instantly forgot about the pork belly he'd been preparing. He practically took 3 steps at a time, snatching the paper from the old man's hands. His eyes brimmed with excitement and curiosity as he pored over every word. When he saw their Lee village mentioned in the article, a smile instantly blossomed across the old party secretary's face. That smile radiated like warm spring sunshine, impossible to hide. His face, usually lined with wrinkles, seemed to smooth out a bit under the weight of this joyful news. "Uncle, this newspaper." The old party secretary began, but his words were cut off mid-sentence as the old man waved him away like shooing a fly. "Oomph. If you want it, buy your own copy. I'm keeping this one safe." The old man knew exactly what this newspaper meant. It was his grandson's badge of honor. When he chatted with the villagers later, he'd lay it on the table. Who would dare speak loudly to him then? This was face he needed to hold on to. The old party secretary, rebuffed, gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his head, and carefully handed the newspaper back to Lee Chenxi's grandfather. His expression was that of a child who'd done something wrong, tinged with a touch of sheepishness. Next came the distribution of the braised pork belly. Every villager aged 70 or older received a bowl of braised pork with heartfelt joy. Though each bowl contained only 3 slices, each piece was thick and substantial, nearly half the size of a palm. The pork belly, with its perfect balance of lean and fatty layers, glistened temptingly, making one's mouth water at the sight. When picking it up with chopsticks, one had to be extremely careful. The slightest pressure could cause the tender, melt-in-your-mouth pork to break apart, as if silently proclaiming its delicate nature. The 71-year-old former village secretary was naturally included in the distribution and cheerfully accepted his own bowl. The elders expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lee Chenxi and his grandparents. Each word of thanks carried the simple sincerity that comes with the weight of years. Then, cradling their precious bowls of taro braised pork in both hands, they walked home with light steps. Everyone knew full well that such a delicacy was a rare treat, scarcely enjoyed even once a year. It had to be taken home to share this precious happiness with their families. Moreover, after finishing their meal, they remembered to wash the bowls and return them. These simple-hearted people understood well the principle of borrowing and returning. Not a single elder finished their pork belly on the spot. Each carried thoughts of their family, eager to bring this joy home so loved ones could savor this rare treat too.
Soon, news of Li Chenxi's donation and the pork distribution spread like wildfire throughout the village, reaching every household. Hearing that the newspaper had mentioned Li village, the villagers felt a sudden glow of pride, as if they too had shared in the great honor. In those days, a deep sense of collective honor ran through every heart. The village's glory was seen as their own, shared in triumph and shared in loss. Regarding Li Chenxi's method of distributing the pork, those villagers who didn't receive any because they had no elderly family members over 70 felt a touch of envy, yet harbored no resentment. After all, Li Chenxi had distributed it fairly and impartially, cutting it strictly by age, without bias.
Who didn't have an elderly person in their family? Everyone understood that Li Chenxi was not to blame for this.
"Ah, my old man is just 1 year short," sighed a villager regretfully, his expression as if he'd missed the most important moment in life. An elder nearby heard this and kicked him playfully, teasing, "You youngster, all you think about is pork belly.
Why not wish our old man a few more years of happiness?"
Over here, Li Chenxi carried out a steaming bowl of sorghum rice and 3 bowls of taro pork belly. He called out to the workers sweating buckets while building the house, "Brother Jiming, let everyone eat first."
They'd been bustling about all morning, their stomachs must be growling. "All right." Li Jiming glanced back at his crew. Their eyes were glued to the braised pork, their mouths practically watering. Li Jiming knew it wouldn't be right to delay the meal any longer, so he quickly agreed. Everyone put down their tools, grabbed their bowls, and jogged over to wash them before gathering around the pot of glutinous rice. As Li Jiming dished out the rice, he reminded them, 2 people share 1 bowl of braised pork with taro. Everyone be thrifty that way, you can each take a piece home for your families to try. Each bowl contained 3 slices of braised pork belly. Sharing 1 slice between 2 people meant everyone would have 1 slice left to take home. Everyone understood this well. With the sorghum rice, half a piece of braised pork was already quite satisfying. Moreover, this sorghum rice was of superior quality, far better than what the village canteen served. Paired with taro that had soaked up the pork's rich fat, the flavor was simply divine, a true earthly delight. "If we could have a piece of braised pork belly every day, life would be pure bliss," someone murmured quietly while eating, their voice brimming with longing for a better life. The texture of that braised pork belly was as tender as tofu. Placed in your mouth, it melted away with just a light press of the tongue, requiring almost no chewing. A rich, mellow savory aroma filled your mouth, utterly intoxicating and impossible to resist. "You're just daydreaming. If you could have it once a month, you'd be burning incense at the temple," Li Jiming teased with a laugh. In these difficult times, everyone knew how rare it was to even get meat, let alone eat it daily. That was nothing short of a pipe dream. Inside the house, Li Chenxi and his family gathered around the table, sharing this sumptuous feast. "Grandma, this piece of braised pork belly has just the right balance of lean and fat. Try some," Li Chenxi said thoughtfully, carefully selecting a piece suitable for an elderly person and placing it gently into his grandmother's bowl. He knew well that the elderly had weaker digestive systems and couldn't handle overly fatty meat. On the other hand, those like his Uncle San who did heavy physical labor could benefit from eating more fatty meat to replenish their energy. The old lady's eyes crinkled into slits as she happily ate the braised pork her grandson had served her. Her face beamed with contentment, fully savoring this act of filial devotion from her own grandson. Her expression suggested that nothing in this world could be more beautiful than this moment. "Chenxi, your cooking skills are almost on par with a professional chef. This braised pork belly is absolutely delicious," Li Shuqiang praised, his words muffled as he wolfed down a piece in 2 bites. In his mind, this braised pork tasted far superior to any cured pork or duck he'd ever eaten before. The village canteen's cook couldn't hold a candle to it. Truth be told, Li Chenxi knew his cooking skills were nothing special. It was all about the magic of spices. It was just like those food bloggers in later generations throwing in all sorts of seasonings at once. How could it not taste good? Even if the ingredients were subpar, after such processing, they could become fragrant and delicious. The old man was in an especially good mood today. He'd had a few extra cups of wine, his face flushed with a rosy glow, radiating pure joy. Usually reserved and composed, he couldn't hide his delight at this moment. "My skills are nowhere near those of professional chefs," Li Chenxi responded modestly with a gentle smile, showing no trace of self-importance despite the compliments. "I just wing it. As long as everyone enjoys it, that's all that matters. Big brother's cooking is the best. Even better than mom's." Lai Kai chimed in eagerly from the side, his little mouth sweet as honey. Desperate to win his big brother's favor, he showered him with flattery. "Hey, you little rascal." Third auntie, hearing this, was both amused and exasperated. She reached out and gave Lai Kai a light tap on the head. She thought to herself, if only she had such quality ingredients, her cooking would surely be just as good. The problem was, where could she find such fine stuff to showcase her culinary skills? Truly, even the most skilled cook can't work miracles without ingredients. Auntie San was holding Shanshan, who had just finished her bottle. The little one lay quietly, her big eyes wide and darting around, watching everyone eat with curious fascination. She looked utterly adorable. Her lively eyes seemed filled with boundless curiosity about the world. After everyone had eaten their fill and the children, including Laifu, had left, the old lady quietly brought an apple from the house and slipped it into Li Chenxi's hand. In the old lady's heart, her own grandson remained her most cherished grandchild. No matter how well-behaved or obedient Lai Fu and the others were, they could never replace Li Chenxi's place in her heart. That apple, held in her hands, seemed to carry boundless affection. Li Chenxi approached the old woman and said, "Grandma, I have to return to the city this afternoon. My childhood friend is moving tonight and hosting a banquet. I need to go show my support." As he spoke, he gently smoothed his clothes. "Is it that young man who visited our village last time?" Grandma asked with a smile, her face radiating kindness and her eyes brimming with concern for her grandson. Li Chenxi nodded. "Yes, that's him." Memories of his childhood friend flashed through his mind and a smile touched his lips. "Alright, then go. When you're out in the world, having friends makes the road easier. Be friendly with them." The old lady wasn't one to be narrow-minded. She understood the complexities of city life and knew the importance of making friends and avoiding enemies. Especially childhood friends who grew up together, such bonds deserved careful nurturing. Her grandson was alone in the city. Making friends and building good relationships would ensure he had support if he ever needed it. "Grandma, don't worry. I have plenty of friends in the city, and we all get along great," Li Chenxi declared confidently, his voice brimming with youthful vigor and energy. The old lady believed her grandson implicitly. After all, he often brought home rare and wonderful things without connections. How could he have obtained them? She looked at him, her eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Just then, two children appeared at the gate of courtyard 56. They wore ragged clothes, covered in patches, with threads hanging loose in places. They carried a torn bag, its contents unknown, and lingered hesitantly at the gate. Every so often, they peered into the courtyard, their eyes reflecting both timidity and anticipation. "Kids, what are you doing here? Looking for someone?" An elderly woman had noticed them earlier. Judging by their appearance, she guessed they were probably from the countryside, seeking relatives in the city. Rumors were spreading throughout the city lately that life in the countryside was unbearable, driving many to flee to the city in search of survival. Several famine refugees had already appeared on their street, and some had even abandoned children at the neighborhood office doorstep, leaving the staff there utterly distressed. To intervene? There wasn't enough grain to go around. To ignore it? They feared something terrible might happen. "Let's find Huang Suqin," the slightly older boy said timidly, his voice tinged with nervousness and anticipation. As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the bag in his hand. "Looking for Suqin? What's your relationship with her?" The auntie already had some suspicions in her mind and asked further. She scrutinized the two children, her eyes filled with confusion. "She's our aunt," the boy answered, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He looked up at the woman, his eyes pleading, as if she were their savior. "Oh, I see. Well, wait here and don't wander off. I'll go ask inside," the woman instructed, then turned toward the backyard. She instructed, then turned toward the backyard. The auntie knew full well that Huang Suqin and her husband lived fairly comfortably, no elderly relatives to support, no children to care for. If these two children were truly her niece and nephew, she might just take them in. Chapter 60, Old Cheng's Heartache. "Suqin! Suqin! Come out quick! There are two kids outside saying they're your nephews looking for you." Auntie Wang stood in the backyard, bellowing at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing through the courtyard. From the slightly worn house in the right corner of the backyard emerged a woman. She was thin and frail, with a kind face, still clutching unfinished needlework in her hands. Hearing Aunt Wang's call, she paused, a look of confusion instantly spreading across her face. "My nephew?" Huang Suqin murmured to herself, the faces of her sister's two children flashing through her mind like lightning. After her sister passed away, she had lost contact with those two children. The main reason was her strained relationship with her brother-in-law, whom she always perceived as cold and heartless. His distant, unwelcoming attitude at her sister's funeral had left her disheartened. Since then, she had paid little attention to the two children her sister had left behind. Truthfully, deep down, Huang Suqin cherished these two children dearly. Especially after learning her own husband was unable to have children, this affection grew even stronger. She often thought how wonderful it would be to have children of her own to cherish. "That's right, those two kids insist they're your nephews. You should go see them right away, they look so pitiful." Seeing Huang Suqin standing frozen in place, Aunt Wang urged her again. "All right. I'm coming." Huang Suqin hurriedly replied, tossing her needlework carelessly onto the table before rushing toward the front yard. When she saw the two children at the gate, she almost didn't recognize them. On one hand, years had passed, and the children had changed greatly, growing much taller. On the other, the two before her were skin and bones, their complexions sallow and won a stark contrast to the lively, adorable faces she remembered. Yet upon closer inspection, the faint shadow of their sister could still be found in their eyes and brows. "Auntie!" The older child, Xingli, spoke first, his voice tinged with timidity. He then tugged gently at his younger brother Xingyi's sleeve, prompting him to greet her as well. Xingyi timidly echoed auntie, his right hand instinctively retreating behind him to cover a conspicuous tear in his pants, while his left hand hung awkwardly at his side. His eyes brimmed with unease, fearing his aunt might look down on him. Seeing this, Huang Suqin's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up.
She hurried forward, pulling both children into her arms as if embracing the most precious treasures in the world, or perhaps two little souls who had endured unimaginable hardship.
What a tragedy! How on earth did your father let you end up like this? Huang Suqin's voice trembled with both heartbreak and fury.
Seeing his aunt ask, Xingli found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Years of grievances poured out like a burst dam. He recounted every injustice he'd endured over the years, including the recent horror of his younger brother collapsing from starvation by the roadside, telling his aunt every detail. Huang Suqin grew angrier with every word, her fists clenching unconsciously as a raging fire ignited within her. She yearned to confront that scum of a brother-in-law immediately, demanding to know why he could treat his own flesh and blood with such cruelty.
Suqin, don't let your anger ruin your health.
The urgent priority is to take the children inside for a bath, change them into clean clothes, and get them something to eat to settle their stomachs. Aunt Wang, who had been standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer and gently reminded her. As an observer, hearing the children's tragic ordeal had torn at her heart. It was unimaginable that this was the work of their own father.
Right. What was I thinking?
Huang Suqin snapped out of her daze, quickly grabbing both children and hurrying toward the backyard. Meanwhile, the women in the front yard had already gathered in a huddle, whispering among themselves.
Suqin never had children of her own.
In my opinion, she should just keep these two and raise them herself. That way, she'll have someone to rely on later, to take care of her in her old age and see her off when the time comes, said a slightly plump woman with a tone of conviction.
That's easier said than done. Would their biological father ever agree?
They're his own flesh and blood, after all, countered another woman with a ponytail, her brow furrowing slightly.
How could he possibly refuse? He's tormented them like this, doesn't even act like a father.
The plump woman curled her lip in disdain.
That's not so certain. No matter what, he's still the child's biological father.
That blood connection matters, the ponytailed woman insisted, shaking her head. A tiger may be vicious, but it never eats its own cubs.
What he's done is utterly inhumane.
Another woman couldn't help but interject, her face flushed with indignation. Back home, Huang Suqin finally noticed the tattered bag Xingli clutched tightly in his hand. She had assumed it contained the brothers' clothes, but when she touched it, the texture felt off.
Xingli, what's in that bag? She couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked softly. Auntie, I was just telling you about my brother fainting from hunger.
Well, a kind cyclist passing by gave us a few taro roots.
We ate one, and the rest are right here.
Xingli explained as he carefully opened the bag, showing the taro roots inside to his aunt. Inside the bag, several taro roots lay quietly, their skin still dusted with soil. Yet in Huang Suqin's eyes, they seemed to radiate a special kind of light.
There are still so many good people in this world. Unlike your good-for-nothing father, he's not even human.
Huang Suqin sighed deeply, her contempt for her irresponsible brother-in-law growing even stronger.
Xingli, you must remember this kindness.
If you ever get the chance, you must repay them, Huang Suqin urged earnestly, her eyes brimming with expectation.
Xingli nodded firmly and replied earnestly, Auntie, I'll remember. We must never forget kindness. Huang Suqin felt a quiet sense of relief.
Though these two nephews had endured hardships, life hadn't extinguished their kindness or gratitude, a rare quality indeed.
She then fetched hot water to prepare for bathing the children.
When she saw their emaciated bodies, ribs protruding sharply beneath skin stretched taut over bones, her tears welled up and spilled over. In her heart, she cursed her heartless brother-in-law, mentally cursing his entire lineage. With no suitable clothes for the children at home, Huang Suqin had to swallow her pride and borrow some from neighbors.
Fortunately, the neighbors in the courtyard were always friendly. After hearing the reason, they all offered their help.
Before long, Huang Suqin had borrowed 2 sets of old clothes. The clothes were patched upon patched, the styles outdated, and they hung loosely on the child, not quite fitting.
But in this urgent moment, they would have to do.
Next, Huang Suqin went into the kitchen, lit the stove, and cooked 2 bowls of noodles.
After a moment's hesitation, she took 2 eggs from the cupboard and gently cracked them into the pot.
Watching the noodles bubble and the poached eggs take shape, her mind wandered far away, constantly calculating how she could keep these 2 children by her side to raise. 2 bowls of steaming noodles were placed on the table, their aroma filling the air.
Xingli and Xingyi stared at the noodles, their eyes filled with longing. But being sensible, they didn't dive in immediately. Instead, they looked to their older brother Xingli, waiting for his signal. In these harsh times, they had long learned caution and restraint, knowing they couldn't act on impulse. Eat up, children.
Don't go hungry, Huang Suqin urged softly, her voice as gentle as spring sunshine.
Auntie, you didn't have to go to such trouble. Just having something to eat is enough.
My brother and I are strong, we can help uncle with his work. Victory spoke with maturity, his young face etched with determination. In his understanding, only through labor could they earn food, otherwise, they would be rejected and cast out.
Huang Suqin's heart ached.
She was both comforted by the children's maturity and deeply pained by the hardships they had endured.
Silly children, eat up.
With your small appetites, you couldn't possibly eat auntie and uncle out of house and home. Had I known how hard you've been struggling, I would have brought you here sooner.
Huang Suqin's eyes glistened as she gently stroked Xingli's head.
Hearing their aunt's words, the brothers finally picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring their food with every bite eaten with profound gratitude.
Once you're full, stay in the courtyard. Don't wander off, it's chaotic outside. I'll go find your uncle right now and discuss your situation with him. Huang Suqin couldn't sit still any longer.
After hurriedly giving them a final reminder, she got up and headed out the door, walking toward the machine repair factory where her husband worked. The machine repair shop was small, operating under the first steel plant, with fewer than 1,000 workers in total. Huang Suqin's husband, Chenxi, was the workshop team leader and a level 6 mechanic. His technical skills were exceptional, earning him considerable recognition from the factory leadership. His salary and benefits were good, and his future looked bright. However, there was a persistent worry weighing on both their hearts. They had no children. Old Chang, my sister's 2 children, Shengli and Xingyi, came to our house.
Huang Suqin found her husband and recounted the ordeal of her 2 nephews in detail.
Then, with trepidation, she voiced her desire to adopt a child. Chenxi listened, his heart suddenly jolted. The calm waters of his mind rippled with waves, and he sank into deep thought. Truthfully, the couple had long considered adopting children. Times were tough now, with refugees flooding into the city from all directions.
The neighborhood office was overwhelmed every day trying to accommodate them. While the office could leave adults to fend for themselves, they couldn't abandon the children.
Therefore, the office actively encouraged families who could provide a stable home to adopt children, offering them a warm family. However, adopting children of unknown origin carried significant risks. After all, with no knowledge of their background or temperament, no one could predict what kind of child they might raise. Some believed that children could be taught gradually, that even a stone could be warmed with enough care. But as the saying goes, 3 years shows the future, 7 years shows the character. By a certain age, a child's personality is largely set, and changing it is no easy task. Of course, there are exceptions. Some mischievous children, with careful guidance, can find the right path. But such cases are few and far between.
Suqin, you go back first.
Let me think this through, Chenxi said slowly, forcing himself to stay calm despite his inner turmoil. We need a thorough plan to sever all ties between the child and his father.
Otherwise, trouble is bound to follow. His concern wasn't that the child might leave them to return to his biological father.
With the love and capability he and his wife possessed, he was confident they could keep the child. His real fear was that if the biological father learned they'd adopted the child, he might relentlessly demand money and support, something they couldn't endure.
Alright, I'll head to the fabric shop first. Shengli and Xingyi don't have a single decent outfit to wear, Huang Suqin said, instinctively touching the cloth coupons in her pocket. Chenxi shook his head slightly and said, don't buy fabric. Just go buy ready-made clothes. It won't cost much.
Since we've decided to adopt the child, we should spend what needs to be spent. With my salary, supporting a family of 4 is more than manageable. Having resolved to adopt his nephews, Chenxi felt no need to be stingy. He knew these 2 children had endured too much hardship and needed extra care and material comforts to make up for their lost childhood.
Back in the workshop, however, Chenxi's mind refused to settle.
The tools in his hands felt unusually heavy, and the work processes he usually handled with ease were now riddled with mistakes. His co-workers noticed his distraction. After inquiring about the situation and learning the details, they gathered around to offer advice. Everyone knew old Cheng had longed for a child for years.
Now, this might be a rare chance. Chapter 61, Oldly, You're So Foolish.
Huang Suqin walked home briskly, her heart filled with joy as she carried the new clothes she'd bought for her nephew. The moment she pushed open the door, she froze. The sight before her warmed her heart. The bowls and chopsticks were washed spotless and neatly arranged to one side. Both inside and outside the house had been swept clean, the floors were dust-free, not a speck of dirt in the corners. Her 2 nephews sat properly on the doorstep, their eyes fixed on the doorway.
Their well-behaved demeanor filled Huang Suqin with tenderness. Auntie, I think I saw the kind person who gave us the taro.
Shengli sprang to his feet the moment he spotted his aunt returning, rushing forward with a hint of excitement on his face.
Didn't I tell you not to go outside?
Huang Suqin frowned slightly, asking in surprise. Auntie, my brother and I didn't leave the courtyard. Big brother said the benefactor is right here in our courtyard.
Xingyi hurriedly explained for his brother, anxious to prevent his aunt from misunderstanding him.
Huang Suqin froze upon hearing this, her mind racing. The only other household in the courtyard with a bicycle besides theirs was Chenxi's.
The 3 elderly gentlemen in the courtyard walked to work every day and didn't own bicycles at all. Is it the front courtyard? Huang Suqin asked tentatively.
She had just returned home and happened to see Chenxi ride his bicycle into the courtyard, leaving it parked outside.
Shengli nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with certainty. That's right. I remember his bicycle, it's that one. Alright, you 2 come with Auntie. We need to thank him properly.
Huang Suqin spoke as she gently set down the newly bought clothes in her hands. Then, holding Xingyi's hand with one arm and carrying the bag of taro with the other, she motioned for Xingli to follow. Together, they headed toward Chenxi's house in the middle courtyard. Soon, they arrived at Chenxi's house.
Huang Suqin cleared her throat and called out, Chenxi, are you home? The door creaked open. Li Chenxi peered out, his gaze flickering with confusion as it swept over Huang Suqin and the two children. At first, he didn't recognize the two children. After all, they had just bathed and changed into clean clothes, looking quite different from before and appearing much more lively. Aunt Huang, what brings you here? Come in and sit down, Li Chenxi said warmly, smiling as he stepped aside to invite them inside. Suddenly, as if driven by some force, both children dropped to their knees before Li Chenxi with a thud and began kowtowing to him. Oh no! This won't do! Quickly get up! What's going on? Li Chenxi panicked, rushing to help the children up, his face filled with astonishment. Huang Suqin, seeing this, hurried forward and recounted the entire story in detail, her words brimming with gratitude toward Li Chenxi. She knew full well that if Li Chenxi hadn't given them those taro roots earlier, her two starving nephews might never have made it to her place. Li Chenxi listened, then suddenly understood. A gentle smile spread across his face as he said, well, isn't that just a coincidence? Aunt Huang, you should take the taro back. Once I'd given them away, how could I possibly take them back? With that, he turned and went back inside. Moments later, he emerged with a handful of candies, which he pressed into the children's hands. Here you go. From now on, just call me Brother Chen. Li Chenxi said warmly, his eyes brimming with kindness. The two children looked a bit flustered, holding the candy but hesitating to accept it. They glanced at their aunt, seeking her advice. Huang Suqin watched Li Chenxi treat her nephews with such warmth and felt deeply pleased. She quickly said, since your brother Li gave them to you, just take them. Then, she warmly invited Li Chenxi, Chenxi, come over for dinner tonight. I'll cook something delicious for you. Li Chenxi smiled apologetically and politely declined, Aunt Huang, I'm truly sorry. Perhaps another time? Dapeng invited me to dinner tonight, we made plans earlier. Huang Suqin suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering the matter. The news that Luo Dapeng had gotten the empty house in the front courtyard and planned to treat everyone to a meal had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. In her excitement, she had completely forgotten about it. Alright, then another day. I'll be waiting for you, Huang Suqin said with a smile, her eyes brimming with understanding. After that, Huang Suqin led her two nephews back to the rear courtyard. She brought the taro back with her too. She knew that if she left the taro behind, people might think she was being ungrateful. She accepted the gesture, but taking the taro was only proper etiquette. As evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the land. Workers finished their day's labor and began trickling home. By then, the aroma of savory meat had already begun wafting from Dapeng's courtyard. That aroma seemed like an invisible hand drawing a group of children. They circled outside the courtyard, their eyes fixed intently on the inside, gleaming with longing. In this era of scarcity, simply having enough to eat was a blessing, let alone a meat-filled feast that was nothing short of a luxury. Now, how could this enticing aroma not stir the children's hearts? Like iron filings drawn to a magnet, the children swarmed closer. Dapeng was generous. Seeing their eager expressions, he lifted the plate of stir-fried meat, picked up pieces, and fed them one by one to the children. Li Chenxi had given him 5 pounds of meat, more than enough, and he was happy to let the children taste something special. Hey! You little rascal, didn't you even greet Brother Dapeng? Dapeng deliberately scowled, feigning annoyance at one child. The child looked utterly aggrieved, muttering softly, Big Brother Dapeng, I did call out. Oh? Really? I didn't hear you. Your voice was too soft. Say it again. Dapeng's lips curved slightly as he joked. Then, can I have another piece? The child's eyes darted around as he seized the chance to make a request. Sure. But first, all of you shout together, Big Peng is so handsome. Big Peng is so awesome. After you finish, I'll give you another piece of meat. Big Peng glanced at the plate, which still held plenty of meat, and agreed to the children's request with a smile. The pieces of meat weren't large to begin with, so in terms of quantity, it seemed like quite a lot. The children perked up at the prospect of more meat, each straining their voices to shout as loudly as they could. Their voices rang out clear and loud, piercing the sky as if they could be heard clearly in the neighboring courtyard. Not far away, Li Chenxi and Li Yud witnessed the scene, exchanged a knowing smile, and shook their heads. Li Yud sighed helplessly, that Dapeng, how old is he, really? Still playing these childish games. How juvenile. Li Chenxi nodded with a smile, saying nothing. As they drew nearer, the sharp-eyed children spotted Li Chenxi instantly. Like a flock of little ducklings, they abandoned Luo Dapeng and swarmed toward him. They all called out Brother Chenxi in a jumble of voices. The youngest child, with a soft, sweet voice, called out Uncle Chenxi, sounding adorable. Wait! Where are you all running off to? Come back here. Luo Dapeng panicked as the children scattered, shouting after them. Li Yud shot him a withering look and teased, give it a rest. Look at your plate, any meat left? Those kids aren't stupid. These ungrateful little rascals. Luo Dapeng sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, could it really be true that milk makes a mother? Now that he'd given away all his meat, the kids had abandoned him. Just then, Li Chenxi pulled a packet of coconut candies from his pocket and said to a boy named Guoqing, Guoqing, you distribute these candies to everyone. Make sure to deliver them to everyone in the courtyard who isn't here, including Shangli and Xingyi, the newcomers at Aunt Huang's house. Can you handle it? Upon hearing this, Guo Qing felt a weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He puffed out his chest and declared solemnly, yes. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Though he hadn't received a single extra piece of candy, the feeling of being trusted made him feel incredibly proud. Go ahead. Li Chenxi nodded with a smile, offering encouragement. Luo Dapeng, seeing this, sidled up to Guo Qing and grinned, oh, coconut candy? Give big brother Dapeng one to try. Guo Qing looked troubled, hesitating. After all, Li Chenxi had specifically mentioned that the candy was for children. He looked at Luo Dapeng apologetically and said, Brother Dapeng, you're putting me in a tough spot. Brother Chenxi said these are for the kids. Li Yud couldn't stand watching any longer. He patted Luo Dapeng on the shoulder and laughed, come on, man. Grab the plate and go back inside. Don't embarrass yourself here. You're a grown man, yet you're fighting with kids over candy. Luo Dapeng shot Guo Qing a glare that seemed to say, you little brat, forget who just fed you meat? But in the end, he just gave a helpless smile and didn't press the matter further. A little while later, Old Man 1, Old Man 2, and Old Man 3 all arrived in succession. Representatives from every household in the front courtyard had also come to join the gathering. With Dapeng's father, brothers, Li Chenxi, and Li Yu joining them, the two long tables quickly filled to capacity. The tables were laden with sumptuous dishes, a plate of steamed dried fish, its color tempting and aroma intoxicating, steamed to perfection a plate of stir-fried mushrooms with chicken, where the savory mushrooms blended perfectly with the tender chicken, making one's mouth water just to look at it, and most eye-catching of all, a large pot of braised pork with Chinese cabbage. The pork was stewed until tender and flavorful, while the cabbage had soaked up the rich broth, becoming exceptionally delicious and highly appetizing. The wine was the renowned Lotus White from the capital, a time-honored brew with a rich, mellow aroma. Everyone raised their cups, toasting one another. Soon, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the courtyard, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Those present were all tactful, and no one mentioned how the house had been acquired. The three elders, in particular, showered Li Chenxi with praise, never ceasing to extol his virtues and marvel at his remarkable achievements at such a young age. The others chimed in, and soon, the room was filled with waves of praise for Li Chenxi. If you ask me, Chenxi definitely stands a chance for this year's Factory Individual Excellence Award. Old Man Young Genoa spoke up first, his face radiating certainty. The first elder turned to Li Chenxi and inquired, Chenxi, what do your superiors say? Have they mentioned this? Li Chenxi shook his head gently, a faint smile on his face, and replied calmly, my section chief Wang, department head Zhang, and director Ding haven't mentioned it to me. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. I'm still young, and standing out too much might not be a good thing. Let's just let things take their natural course. In truth, Li Chenxi knew he didn't want to receive the Individual Excellence Award so soon. In his view, being too conspicuous could easily invite jealousy and bring unnecessary trouble. It was better to proceed steadily and keep a low profile. Upon hearing Li Chenxi's words, Old Man Dai and the others couldn't help but admire his steadiness and maturity. At the same time, they were secretly amazed. Li Chenxi referred to them as Section Chief Wang, Director Zhang, and Director Ding, sounding remarkably familiar with these leaders. It seemed this young man's connections within the factory ran far deeper than they had imagined. At that moment, everyone's thoughts drifted back to Old Li, Li Chenxi's father. They couldn't help but sigh in unison. Old Li was truly foolish. For the sake of a widow, he had abandoned such an outstanding son, leaving without a word, without any warning whatsoever. What was he thinking? If he truly wanted a companion, he could have married her openly and properly. Though they weren't entirely sure what Old Li had done for work before, it seemed somewhat mysterious. They all knew he earned a good income and must have saved quite a bit. Yet now, he'd abandoned all that for a woman. It was truly regrettable, and couldn't help but evoke a sigh. Chapter 62, Old Cheng's Plan. Night enveloped Huang Suqin's home. The warm, flickering light inside cast a cozy glow over the small space. A slightly weathered wooden table stood in the center of the room, holding a plate of tempting braised pork. Under the light, the meat glistened with oil and gave off a rich aroma, instantly filling the entire room with an enticing atmosphere. This dish was the result of Cheng Siguang's tireless efforts. He had inquired everywhere at the factory, enlisting the help of several colleagues he was close with, to finally procure it from a supplier they knew. In this era of extreme scarcity, meat was a rare commodity. To have such a dish was nothing short of extravagant. Cheng Siguang sat at the table, a gentle smile on his face, his gaze shifting between Shengli and Xingyi. Spending these days with the children had made him appreciate their rare qualities even more. Shengli approached tasks methodically, whether sweeping the floor or organizing odds and ends, always meticulous and thorough. Xingyi, though younger, had a sharp gleam in his eyes. When speaking to elders, his polite demeanor warmed the heart. Moreover, Cheng Siguang noticed that the children held deep gratitude for everyone who had ever helped them, cherishing even the smallest acts of kindness. Here, Xingyi, eat more meat. Look how thin you are, you need to fill yourselves up properly. Cheng Siguang said, picking up large chunks of meat and placing them into each child's bowl. Shengli and Shiggy were initially reserved.
Faced with Chang Siguang's warm gesture, they seemed a bit flustered, a faint blush spreading across their young faces. "Thank you, uncle," they murmured, their voices tinged with nervousness and gratitude. With Chang Siguang and Huang Suqin's constant encouragement, the children gradually relaxed their tense nerves and began to fully savor this rare feast. The family gathered around the table, laughter and cheer filling the room. The warm atmosphere grew ever more intense, making them look like a close-knit family of four. After dinner, Xingli and Xingyi scrambled to clear the table as if competing. Their small figures bustled about the cramped kitchen. Though their dishwashing motions were a bit clumsy, their earnestness remained unwavering. Chang Siguang stood nearby, watching his children's actions, silently approving. His resolve grew stronger. He would ensure these two children lived securely in his home. Deep into the night, all sounds ceased. The entire courtyard was enveloped in stillness. Huang Suqin and Chang Siguang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Huang Suqin gently turned toward her husband and whispered, "Old Chang, do you think adopting Shengli and Xingyi will go smoothly?" At that moment, Chang Siguang's mind was racing through every detail, trying to figure out how to handle this matter properly. Hearing his wife's question, he paused for a moment before leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Tomorrow, have Shengli and Xingyi return wearing their original old clothes." Huang Suqin jolted upright in bed. In the darkness, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her husband. A strange sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. She opened her mouth but could only manage half a sentence. "Old Chang, you." Her mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She simply couldn't understand why her husband wanted the children to return, especially wearing those ragged, patched-up clothes. Chang Siguang sensed his wife's misunderstanding. He quickly sat up, took her hand, and patiently explained, "Listen carefully. Sending them back is actually part of a plan we're staging. The goal is to completely sever the ties between Shengli, Xingyi, and your brother-in-law." He detailed his plan to his wife. He intended for the children, upon returning to the village, to recount without reservation all the hardships they had endured in the city and the various abuses they had suffered at the hands of their biological father. He wanted to stir up as much commotion as possible, making sure the entire village knew. Then, with the entire village as witnesses, they would formally sever their father-son relationship. Only this way could they avoid endless trouble down the road. He also emphasized to Huang Suqin that she must not get directly involved in this matter. She had to return to her parents' home and bring out her children's maternal grandparents. Only with them stepping forward could they command the scene and ensure the matter was resolved smoothly. Huang Suqin listened quietly to her husband's explanation, growing increasingly impressed by his thorough and meticulous planning. By the end, her heart was filled with guilt, realizing she had misunderstood his earnest intentions. "All right," she nodded in agreement, her voice carrying a hint of resolve. "First thing tomorrow morning, I'll tell Shengli and the others, then go back to my parents' home to ask for their help. Mei Chem, let's sleep now. When we go back tomorrow, bring all the cornmeal and coarse grains from home. Life in the countryside isn't easy. We should help however we can," Chang Siguang added. Hearing this, Huang Suqin felt even more touched. Over the past period, she had sent grain to her parents' home many times. Not only had Chang Siguang never uttered a single word of complaint, but he had always fully supported her. This understanding and tolerance made her feel deeply warmed. Meanwhile, Chenxi welcomed a new day. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the room, Chenxi awoke early. As usual, he eagerly opened the shop interface. The moment he did, his eyes lit up. In the 1 yuan section, discounted items had appeared, 100 jin of flour and 100 jin of lamb. Chenxi didn't hesitate. His fingers tapped swiftly across the screen, instantly spending 2 yuan to snatch up these items. Immediately after, he topped up his store balance with another 1,000 yuan. Now, this magical store had become an essential pillar in his life, bringing him countless unexpected surprises. While brushing his teeth, Chenxi swished water in his mouth when he heard Huang Suqin calling from the courtyard, "Chenxi, good morning. I steamed some white flour buns today, come over and have some." Spitting out the water, he replied, "Aunt Huang, you all eat. I'll grab something later. You youngster. Why are you getting so formal as you grow older? You ate at my place all the time when you were little, but now you're being all polite," Huang Suqin said with a laugh. Chenxi inwardly marveled. It seemed the original owner truly had been raised on the kindness of strangers. In his memories, old Li, his father, was rarely home, often entrusting the neighbors in the courtyard to look after him. To show gratitude, he would occasionally give them money or grain. "All right, Aunt Huang, I'll come over later," Chenxi agreed with a smile. He understood that Huang Suqin had invited him for white flour steamed buns largely because of the taro he'd given to Shengli and Xingyi earlier. This was her way of expressing gratitude. In those days, white flour steamed buns were a rare treat. For ordinary families, having cornmeal buns to eat was already quite good. What's more, to save grain, many people reduced their 3 daily meals to just 2, skipping breakfast altogether. Of course, this didn't apply to those who needed to work. "That's more like it." Huang Suqin turned and headed back to the courtyard, satisfied with his agreement. In the backyard, Huang Suqin had already spoken with Shengli and Xingyi. During their time in the city, the two children had deeply felt the affection and warmth of their aunt and uncle, yearning intensely to live with them forever. Thus, they were exceptionally obedient, even volunteering to take their uncle's surname. Upon learning this, Chenxi wore a beaming smile all day long, his face never losing its radiance.
"Chenxi, come in and eat." Chenxi greeted Li Chenxi warmly as he entered. Shengli and Xingyi quickly followed suit, calling out affectionately, "Brotherly." "Uncle Chang, it's been a long time," Li Chenxi replied. He noticed Shengli and Xingyi were wearing their old, tattered clothes again and couldn't help but ask, Xingyi, what's going on? Come, sit down and talk." Chenxi pulled Li Chenxi down to sit, then clearly explained his plan, the reasons behind it, and the children's thoughts. Though his words were concise, Li Chenxi understood the situation immediately. Li Chenxi had always considered Uncle Chang, within the courtyard, to be the most educated and technically savvy person besides his own father. "That's wonderful, Uncle Chang. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask," Li Chenxi said sincerely. Chenxi shook his head and smiled. "No need. I can't just step in directly. It has to be their maternal grandparents who take the lead. That's only proper." The group gathered around, eating white flour buns while chatting. Chenxi had already made plans. Once the children were officially registered as part of their household, he would send them to school. Though the two were older, especially Xingli, who was already 10 and might struggle to keep up with the curriculum, Cheng firmly believed that gaining knowledge was crucial for their future. "When you start school, Brotherly will give each of you a gift," Li Chenxi said with a smile to the two children. Xingyi's eyes lit up instantly. Life here was worlds apart from his days in the village. Back home, besides his older brother, his father and stepmother treated him like a laborer, often leaving him hungry. Here, not only was he well fed and warmly clothed, but so many people cared about him. "Thank you, Brotherly," Xingyi exclaimed excitedly. Shengli discreetly nudged him under the table, signaling him to calm down. Xingyi quickly added, "Thank you, Brotherly." After the meal, Li Chenxi headed to the steel mill for work. Huang Suqin, meanwhile, took Shengli and Xingyi on the road back to their village. However, they didn't go straight into the village. Instead, they walked toward her parents' home. Huang Suqin knew clearly that she had to return to gather reinforcements to bring her father, mother, and eldest brother out in order to seek justice for her two nephews. "Suqin, why are you bringing back so much grain again? Aren't you managing your own household?" Huang Suqin's mother said with concern when she saw her daughter carrying another sack of cornmeal into the house. It wasn't that she disliked the grain, their family truly needed it. That her daughter still remembered her family after marriage warmed the elderly couple's hearts, though they worried it might strain her relationship with her in-laws. After all, few men would appreciate their wives constantly taking things from their birth families. Huang Suqin gently placed the sack of cornmeal on the table. "Mother, old Cheng asked me to bring this back. Actually, I came home this time because..." Before she could finish, she told her parents everything about her two nephews. Hearing their daughter's account, Huang Suqin's parents immediately lost their composure. Especially her father. He slammed his fist on the table so hard that the bowls, chopsticks, and teapot on it all jumped. His face flushed crimson with rage, and his eyes seemed to shoot fire. "Is there no justice in this world? How could that heartless creature treat my grandchildren like this?" He stood up, his voice firm and resolute. "I'm going to gather the men right now." Since their eldest daughter's passing, they had rarely initiated contact with their son-in-law's family, feeling guilty toward him. But they never imagined that after he remarried, he would mistreat the two children so cruelly. It was utterly heartless. Huang Suqin's mother wiped away tears as she choked out, "Since you have no children of your own, adopting Shengli and Xingyi would be a blessing. That way, I could rest easier." She had always worried about her youngest daughter's childlessness. After all, a childless marriage never felt quite right. She was grateful her son-in-law was a man of deep understanding. Their youngest daughter marrying into the city had always been a source of pride for her and her husband, especially since she had married so well. Shortly after, Huang Suqin's father had gathered a group of people, all relatives like cousins. In this era, numbers meant strength. With their support, they could confidently seek justice for their grandson and teach that irresponsible father a lesson. Chapter 63, What Kind of Brain? Morning light streamed through the windows of the conference room at the capital's first steel mill, falling upon the solemn faces gathered within. Today's morning meeting brought together all leaders at the director level and above, creating an atmosphere of particular gravity. In this era where production was paramount, the steel mill bore the mission of supplying vital materials for national construction. Every meeting directly impacted the progress and direction of production. The discussion naturally centered on production matters. Plant manager, who sat at the head of the conference table, his gaze sweeping across the room before he spoke first, "What is the current status of the water pump production for the hand-pumped wells?" Recently, many regions across the nation had been ravaged by drought. As a miracle tool for alleviating drought conditions, the demand for hand-pumped wells had surged dramatically. This was also one of the key reasons Li Chenxi had received a generous reward for designing them. Some might wonder why the bonuses for scientists involved in the 2-bombs, 1 satellite program were less than those for the hand-pump designer. The reason is straightforward.
The honors and special privileges bestowed upon scientists who made monumental contributions to the nation's nuclear and space programs far exceeded anything money could measure. For them, the monetary reward was more a symbolic acknowledgement, a supplementary affirmation of their monumental contributions. Director Liao, responsible for submersible pump production, sat up straight upon hearing Director Hu's inquiry and reported solemnly, "Production has commenced smoothly. With sufficient supplies of steel and other raw materials, producing 800 submersible pumps daily is entirely feasible." However, upon hearing Director Liao's report, Director Hu furrowed his brow slightly, shook his head slowly, and said, "This output is still insufficient. We must intensify production. Higher authorities have repeatedly urged us. The current situation is urgent. We must meet the market demand for water pressurizing wells as soon as possible." After hearing Director Hu's demand, Director Liao paused briefly before immediately stating his own requirement: "To increase production, I need more manpower support, especially Comrade Li Chenxi, the designer of the water pressurizing wells. Talent like his is wasted in the procurement department, it's sheer squandering of resources. Logistics procurement work only requires basic physical capability, it doesn't demand much brainpower." The moment Director Liao spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned tense. Director Ding, in charge of logistics, darkened visibly. Slamming his fist on the table, he rose angrily and bellowed, "Liao, what do you mean by that? Not only are you poaching our staff right in front of me, but you're also disparaging our logistics department. How is our procurement work not demanding? Comrade Li Chenxi is a vital asset to our procurement section, and he has explicitly stated his willingness to continue serving in this role. Director, I firmly oppose Director Liao's proposal. We must fully respect Comrade Li Chenxi's personal wishes." Seeing Director Ding so agitated, factory manager Hu quickly raised both hands in a gesture of restraint, signaling him to calm down. Deep down, Director Hu knew Li Chenxi was a rare talent. In fact, a university professor had recognized his potential and invited him to pursue advanced studies. From Li Chenxi's personal development perspective, if they truly cared about his future, allowing him to study at the university might be a better choice. However, Li Chenxi himself seemed genuinely passionate about his current procurement work, which left Director Hu in a difficult position. This matter truly required careful consideration of Li Chenxi's own wishes. Though deep down, Hu agreed with Director Liao's view that procurement work demanded less mental rigor, such remarks couldn't be voiced openly in a meeting. After all, within this factory, the relationships between departments were intricate and complex. Offending people lightly was hardly a wise move. Soon, the conference room erupted into a heated debate, with voices overlapping in argument. Director Liao's eagerness to transfer Li Chenxi to the production workshop stemmed largely from Li Chenxi's current prominence. After all, Li Chenxi's name had already appeared in the newspapers, and he was highly likely to receive honors such as the Individual Excellence Award this year. In comparison, Li Chenxi's actual work capabilities had been relegated to secondary importance. After all, the design for the water pressing well had already been finalized, and no further improvements were needed in the short term. Consequently, the identity of the designer had, to some extent, become less critical. Li Chenxi entered the factory as usual, carrying a large bag of leftover dried fish, ready to report to Section Chief Wang. Wang sat at his desk, his face dark and sullen, clearly in a foul mood. As soon as Li Chenxi walked in, Wang lifted his eyes to see him and forced a thin smile. "Oh, Chenxi. Where did you get this good stuff?" The distinctive fishy scent wafted toward him, though pungent, it secretly impressed him. Truly a capable subordinate, the others couldn't hold a candle to Li Chenxi's resourcefulness when it came to procuring supplies. Li Chenxi smiled, placed the dried fish on the table, and said, "Section Chief, these are leftover dried fish from earlier. I brought them over for you." Section Chief Wang nodded, then huffed indignantly, "It's all those jerks in the production department. They're going too far. They actually said we procurement section people don't use our brains. Damn it, if it weren't for us procurement section members working our asses off to find food, they'd have starved themselves to the point of being unable to work." Li Chenxi looked surprised and asked, "What? They actually said that?" Section Chief Wang nodded angrily and said, "During the morning meeting today, our Director Ding and Workshop Director Liao almost came to blows. That Liao guy even specifically demanded to transfer you to the production workshop. Doesn't he know his own place? When did he get the right to boss around the people in the logistics procurement department?" Section Chief Wang grew angrier as he spoke. He simply couldn't tolerate Director Liao's attitude. Not only was Liao openly poaching staff, but he'd also launched a broadside attack, disparaging the entire procurement section as brainless. How could one possibly swallow that insult? Moreover, Director Ding had already instructed the cafeteria staff to take special care of Liao whenever he came to get his meals. After all, the cafeteria fell under logistics jurisdiction, making this a form of retaliation against Director Liao. Li Chenxi listened to Section Chief Wang's account and couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. "The production workshop folks really have some nerve," he murmured. "They dare provoke the logistics department? And they're lumping everyone together, offending the entire logistics team. Don't they need to eat?" Section Chief Wang suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Chenxi and asked sternly, "You're not thinking of transferring to the workshop, are you?"
Li Chenxi hastily waved his hands and shook his head. I'm not stupid. Why would I want to go to the workshop? Being in procurement is great, easy and comfortable. I wouldn't dream of switching jobs. Section Chief Wang burst out laughing. Exactly. Only someone out of their mind would choose the workshop. That work is grueling and exhausting, nothing like the perks of logistics and procurement. Sometimes our jobs even come with little benefits, especially now. Handling grain-related tasks? That's the coveted plum position everyone drools over. I guarantee if we put out word that procurement is hiring, people would be lining up to apply. If policies allowed it, the production workers might even jump ship to join our logistics team. After that, Section Chief Wang picked out a few dried fish from the package, giving one to each person in his section before letting Li Chenxi take the rest to register them in the warehouse. Setting aside a little material as a perk was a long-standing tradition in the factory, and it was one of the main reasons everyone liked the procurement position. After collecting the payment, Li Chenxi strolled around the factory for a while before preparing to leave. He cherished this current state of freedom in his work. Working in the workshop? Better leave that to others, it truly wasn't for him. The physical strain was only part of it. More importantly, workshop work lacked freedom. Even taking a day off required submitting an application and going through layers of approvals far too cumbersome. Li Chenxi purchased a batch of corn seeds from his mental store, but didn't take them out immediately. There were simply too many. Cycling back to Li village, he spotted the old party secretary directing everyone in clearing the riverbed behind the village from afar. The scene was bustling with activity, everyone working with great enthusiasm. Chenxi, 16th uncle, back so early? The villagers greeted him as soon as they saw him. Chenxi parked his bike, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossed it around, and said, "Divide these up yourselves. Here are the corn seeds, take them over to old secretary later. I won't be joining you." With that, he unloaded the corn seeds from the back of his bicycle. The young men's faces lit up with excitement. They pounded their chests in assurance. "No problem. Chenxi, you can count on us. We've got this covered." At that moment, Li Chenxi noticed Li Dafu standing nearby, his gaze unfocused and his mind clearly elsewhere. Chenxi walked over, gave him a light tap on the shoulder, and teased, "What's gotten into you? Where's your head at?" Those nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. One teased, "This guy dreams of finding work in the city. He even made a special trip there yesterday, only to come back covered in dust and dirt, and got a good thrashing from his dad. Finding work in the city isn't that easy. If it were, the countryside would be deserted by now. Everyone would have moved to the city to get their rationed grain." Another person chimed in with a sigh. Getting rationed grain was something many people dreamed of. Back then, having rationed grain meant a stable food supply, a special privilege for city dwellers that was the envy of many. Li Dafu, hearing the jokes, defended himself with some stubbornness. "It wasn't a complete loss, you know." Li Chenxi perked up at this, his curiosity piqued. "Oh? Tell me then, what exactly did you gain?" Li Dafu glanced around before lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "I heard a rumor there's a vacancy at the bakery. But to get the job, you have to pay 200 yuan. Where would I get that kind of money? My family doesn't have that much." Li Chenxi frowned at Li Dafu's words, a look of doubt crossing his face. 200 yuan to buy a job? That sounds fishy. You haven't been scammed, have you? Don't trust rumors like that so easily. Chapter 64, A Wild Boar Can't Eat Fine Bran. Vote for me. In truth, Li Dafu's humiliating scolding from his father wasn't because he skipped work to look for a job in the city. Rather, it was because upon returning from the city, he had the audacity to demand 200 yuan from his family. In this impoverished little village, 200 yuan was an astronomical sum. Even if the family sold every last piece of pottery and utensil they owned, they couldn't scrape together that much money. Wasn't he blatantly trying to drive his family to ruin? Who exactly told you this news? Li Chenxi stared at Li Dafu suspiciously, his gaze piercing and tinged with displeasure. Li Dafu felt uneasy inside, his eyes darting around as he stammered. "It was someone who claimed to be a kind-hearted person who told me. A do-gooder, my foot. He clearly just wants to swindle you out of your money. A job at the bread factory is worth 200 yuan? If you can really get in with that little money, I'll take your last name." Li Chenxi snapped, his voice brimming with anger and contempt. "Ha? Uncle 16, don't you already have the surname Li?" Li Dafu looked utterly bewildered, scratching his head, completely missing the sarcasm in Li Chenxi's words. Li Chenxi glared at him fiercely and raised his voice. "Jobs in the city are scarce as hell these days. Forget about getting one for less than 600 yuan. 200 yuan? Only people like you, who don't know the market, would fall for that nonsense. They're just preying on us country folk who don't know any better, trying to swindle us out of money and run." The young people present gasped in unison at Li Chenxi's words. 600 yuan? To them, this was an utterly unattainable sum. Even 200 yuan had already filled them with dread. 600 yuan was beyond their wildest imagination. Li Dafu was utterly dumbfounded, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. He silently thanked his luck that his family couldn't come up with even the 200 yuan. If they actually had that money and he'd foolishly handed it over, his household would have been thrown into utter chaos. He couldn't even imagine how his father would punish him once he found out the truth. He might actually strangle him to death. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Impossible? Li Daifu's voice trembled as he weakly asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. How could it not be? Who knows the situation better, you or me? That job at the bakery is a coveted position everyone dreams of. How could it possibly be sold for just 200 yuan? Think about it. Use your brain. Chenxi snapped, his tone laced with exasperation. Yeah, who would sell a job with access to food for a measly 200 yuan? That was clearly against common sense. This kind of scam could only fool country folk like them. After all, 200 yuan was already a huge sum for a rural family they simply couldn't afford anymore. At that moment, Li Dafu seethed with hatred toward that so-called helpful person. 200 yuan. How dare he demand such an exorbitant price? Why had he been so foolishly gullible, believing his words? Alright, keep your wits about you from now on. If you come across job offers paying way less than what I mentioned, they're probably fishy. Don't fall for it again, Li Chenxi advised earnestly. With that, he hopped on his bicycle and pedaled toward home. Back home, he found Lai Kai and Lai Feng, the two siblings, squatting in the corner of the yard, carefully washing Qianqian's diapers. Lai Fu, meanwhile, had already slung his school bag over his shoulder and was happily on his way to school. Today marked the official start of the school year, and children aged 7 and above were all excitedly heading to school. This time, not a single family in the village had stopped their children from attending. In fact, many parents hoped the school would lower the enrollment age perhaps to 5 or 6 years old. After all, this would ease the burden on families, and the children would get better meals at school. Wash your hands, then come in to eat, Li Chenxi said with a smile to the siblings. Upon hearing this, Lai Kai and Lai Feng's eyes lit up instantly, their faces beaming with joy. They quickly set down the diapers they were holding, scrubbed their little hands vigorously several times in the basin, then skipped and hopped their way into the house. Li Chenxi had brought back a box of exquisite pastries from the store. He picked up a piece and offered it to the old woman sitting nearby. Grandma, try this. It's delicious. The old lady's face lit up, her eyes crinkling into slits. Her heart was warm, not because she craved the pastry, but because her grandson had been thinking of her. This feeling of being cared for warmed her heart. Whether she ate it or not didn't really matter, what counted was the thought behind it. This is delicious. That Chenxi boy sure knows how to shop. The old lady took a bite. The soft, sticky, sweet flavor spread across her tongue, and she couldn't help but nod in praise. Auntie San was also in the room. Li Chenxi handed her a small piece of cake. Auntie San took it and swallowed it in one bite. The pastry was incredibly delicious. The third aunt had never tasted anything so good before. She thought to herself that these must be high-end treats in the city. It was just a shame they were so small. Before she could savor them properly, they were already gone. The old lady watched third aunt wolfing it down and teased with a smile, "You're such a glutton, eating like a wild boar, can't even chew its food properly." This remark made Li Chenxi burst into laughter. Auntie San didn't take offense. Instead, she chuckled cheerfully, "It's only because I've been riding Chenxi's coattails lately that I get to eat such wonderful things. I never had this kind of luck before. Look at the other women in the village. Who among them has my good fortune? They're all green with envy. Every time I see their jealous glances, I feel like bursting with joy. Enough, enough. One piece to taste is all I need." Auntie San waved her hand, declining Li Chenxi's offer to let her have more. She recalled the old lady's words and realized she had eaten too hastily just now, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Chenxi didn't press the issue. He figured if she ate 2 less pieces, Lai Fu and the others could have 2 more. They were all family, it made no difference. He turned to the 2 little ones and reminded them, "Save some for your brother. Don't eat it all." Lai Feng nodded sensibly, tracing a line across the pastry box with her finger and saying, "Got it, big brother. Everything on this side of the line is for Dad and the others. We won't eat it all." Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Li Dafu and several young men struggled to carry the corn seeds toward the old party secretary and the others. "Secretary. Team leader. These are the corn seeds my Uncle Shirlu brought back," Li Dafu shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing the commotion, the old party secretary, the brigade leader, and others gathered around. They opened the seed sack, scooped out a handful, and examined it closely. As seasoned farmers who'd spent their lives toiling in the soil, they possessed a keen eye for judging seed quality. "These are truly top-grade corn seeds," a young man couldn't help but praise. "Each kernel is plump and full, completely different from what we usually plant." The old party secretary shot him a look and said, "Do I need you to tell me? Can't I tell?" The young man scratched his head, gave an embarrassed smile, and said no more. The brigade leader gazed at the seeds and remarked with emotion, "Chenxi really went out of his way to get such excellent seeds." The old party secretary nodded in agreement. Such high-quality seeds are hard to come by these days. Who knows how much effort Chenxi put in, or how many connections he had to pull to get them. Now, listen up, everyone. Keep your mouths shut. Don't go blabbing about this. Secretary, you can rest assured. Even if my own mother asked me, I wouldn't say a word. A young man pounded his chest in assurance. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. The young man's mother had passed away years ago. How could she possibly ask him? His words were truly laughable. The young man seemed to realize his slip and quickly amended, my dad won't get it either. I won't tell him. Amidst the crowd, an old man's eyes widened in exasperation. Do I need you to tell me? He snapped. It turned out the old man was none other than the young man's father. The surrounding crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. Another man quickly interjected, Secretary, rest assured. If anyone dares spread rumors, I'll be the first to deal with them. The old party secretary glared at them sternly. I'm talking to you lot. You never keep your mouths shut. When you get home, make sure your wives understand. Don't let them blab about this because they can't hold their tongues. In the village, women were most likely to slip up when chatting idly together. There had been plenty of instances before where women's loose tongues had caused important matters to leak out. That's why the old party secretary specifically reminded everyone to keep a tight rein on the womenfolk at home. With these precious corn seeds in hand, everyone worked with renewed vigor. Hoes flew up and down as everyone worked with great fervor, creating a truly spectacular scene. They turned the soil while clearing stones from the riverbed, making thorough preparations for sowing. This soil is incredibly fertile, truly no need for additional fertilizer. One farmer paused his hoe, gazed at the earth beneath his feet, and remarked with genuine admiration. All present were seasoned farmers, well versed in recognizing the richness of riverbed soil. Using such soil for growing crops was simply ideal. Once again, everyone felt immense gratitude toward Chenxi, who had proposed using the riverbed for farming. They had a vague premonition that the corn planted this year would surely yield a bountiful harvest, becoming a vital staple food source for the village. With this thought, they worked even more diligently, turning over every inch of soil meticulously, allowing no room for carelessness. Even the smallest clod of earth was smashed with a hoe. Every weed was pulled out by the roots. At this moment, the villages on either side of Lijia village, as well as Shangshui village, witnessed the bustling scene of Lijia villagers working diligently along the riverbed. They quickly followed suit, beginning to explore ways to utilize their own dried-up riverbeds. However, unlike Lijia Zhuang, they weren't focused on growing vegetables. Instead, they scoured the area for grain seeds. Whether sweet potatoes, corn, or sorghum, any grain seed they could find, they wanted. Standing at the village entrance, the head of Shangshui village frowned deeply as he gazed at the distant riverbed. With a look of deep concern, he said, we must find a way to get some grain seeds back quickly. We can't fall behind others. If we can't grow grain, life will be tough this year. The villagers nodded in agreement. So, several strong young men volunteered to form a seed-seeking team and began searching far and wide. Some headed to the market, asking about seeds amid the crowded throngs. Others visited neighboring villages, appealing to acquaintances for seeds. However, things didn't go smoothly. At this time, the government strictly controlled grain seeds to ensure food security and stable agricultural development. The amount of grain seeds circulating in the market was very limited, and their prices had been inflated to exorbitant levels. The seed-seeking team hit dead ends everywhere, often leaving with high hopes only to return utterly disheartened. At the market, they saw the few remaining bags of grain seeds priced so exorbitantly that they were completely unaffordable. Despite the immense difficulties, the villagers refused to give up. They understood that planting some crops might have already missed the optimal window, but in this era of scarcity, any harvest, no matter how small, was better than nothing. They consoled themselves, even a small harvest means more meals. We can't expect too much. Hope is better than despair. Thus, the seed-seeking team pressed on relentlessly, pursuing every possible lead. In a remote hamlet, the seed-seeking team learned an elderly farmer had some corn seeds hidden away. Filled with hope, they rushed to his home. After much persuasion, the farmer reluctantly agreed to share a small portion of his seeds. The moment they held the seeds, the team members were so overcome with emotion they nearly wept. They carefully placed the seeds into their pockets, wrapping them layer upon layer in cloth, terrified of causing even the slightest damage. Back in the village, villagers gathered around, eyes fixed intently on the hard-won seeds, their gazes sparkling with hope. The village chief solemnly accepted the seeds, declaring, "These are our village's treasures. Everyone must care for them well and strive for a bountiful harvest." Everyone nodded in unison, silently vowing to let these seeds take root and sprout in the fertile riverbed soil, grow strong, and bring the village the joy of a bountiful harvest. Chapter 65, Hit Me. Night fell like ink over Huanyun village. Under cover of darkness, the brothers Shengli and Xingyi slipped back home. They knew full well that a storm was brewing for them, and sure enough, the moment they stepped through the door, their stepmother's shrill, piercing screams shot at them like arrows. "Where the hell have you two brats been? You vanished all night and think you can just waltz back in?" Immediately, their biological father appeared, a menacing figure gripping a thick wooden club. Without a word, he swung it viciously at the brothers. The brothers didn't need to feign pain, they truly had stayed out all night. This sudden beating sent them writhing on the ground in agony. Their bodies quickly became a mess of torn flesh and bloodstains, a pitiful sight to behold. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing the children beaten so badly, their hearts were filled with pity. An elderly woman stepped forward and pleaded, "Father, there must be limits to disciplining children. How could you strike them so harshly? This is no way to treat a child." Yet Xingli's father, like a raging beast, roared brutally, "What business is it of yours? Disciplining my own son is my right. Instead of meddling in my family's affairs, why don't you go check on your own children?" These words instantly enraged the villagers around him, who began to berate him for his wrongdoing. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Wang Suqin's relatives and friends arrived like reinforcements from heaven. Her maternal grandfather stormed into the village with a group of people, his anger palpable. Seeing his granddaughter reduced to such a pitiful state, his eyes reddened with grief and fury. Waving his hand, he shouted, "Beat him! How dare this scoundrel treat a child like this?" The crowd surged forward, delivering a severe beating to Xingli's father. Other villagers, witnessing this, not only failed to intervene but cheered from the sidelines. Everyone knew full well that this man's daily actions had long been excessive, sparking widespread resentment. Upon hearing the news, the village chief of Huangyun village hurried to the scene. Seeing the chaos before him, his face flushed alternately red and white, feeling utterly disgraced by the incident. Xingli's maternal grandfather, upon spotting the village chief, was overcome with fury. He strode up to the chief and demanded, "Chief, how do you propose to resolve this? My grandson was beaten like this by his own father. Is there any justice in the world?" The village chief sighed helplessly. "Brother, please calm down. I know what he did was wrong. Let's sit down and discuss a solution." Victory's grandfather stood tall and declared firmly, "My solution is simple. Since he can't support my grandson, I'll take the child away. From now on, these two children will have nothing to do with him. Everyone here today will be my witness." The villagers nodded in agreement. In these difficult times, when many struggled to sustain their own lives, the grandfather's devotion to caring for his grandchild after his daughter's death earned everyone's deep respect. Yet Xingli's father, acting like a scoundrel, brazenly declared, "I refuse. Unless you give me 200 yuan. These two boys help with the farm work at home. If they leave, my family loses 2 workers." The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Villagers stared wide-eyed, unable to believe such brazen audacity existed. Village chief Huang Yun's face flushed crimson with fury as he snapped, "Have you no shame? Stop disgracing our village. Beat him." At the village chief's command, villagers who had long endured Xingli's father's behavior rolled up their sleeves and surged forward. As they struck him, they shouted, "We've seen bad fathers, but never one as despicable as you. Selling your own son? You're heartless." Under the mob's assault, Xingli's father was beaten black and blue, utterly defenseless. His wife, seeing the scene, cowered trembling in a corner, too terrified to utter a sound. Ultimately, through mediation by the village chief and several respected elders, the brothers Shengli and Xingyi formally severed ties with their biological father and left with their maternal grandfather. Not only did Xingli's father receive not a single penny, but he also endured 2 beatings. Worse still, he became a pariah in the village, his relationship with the villagers utterly shattered. Seeing her 2 nephews covered in bruises, Wang Suqin's heart ached so much tears welled in her eyes. That very day, she took the children back to their courtyard house in the city, letting them recover in peace. The afternoon sun lazily bathed Lijia village. Bored out of his mind, Chenxi wandered aimlessly through the streets. In this era of scarcity, his home offered almost no entertainment, no television to broadcast exciting programs, no mobile phone for instant communication, and certainly no powerful computer. When people gathered, they chatted idly, sharing neighborhood gossip. When alone, they often sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Chenxi suddenly remembered he still had a radio voucher. He thought to himself that he should find time to buy the radio, so his grandparents could listen to the broadcasts and relieve their boredom. He knew full well that in this era, a radio would be an absolute rarity for the villagers of Lijia village. Once Li village had a radio, it would surely draw crowds of idle elders eager to gather around. After all, almost no one in Li village had ever heard the sounds transmitted through a radio. Back then, radios were unquestionably cutting-edge technology. As for televisions, though they existed, they were practically a fairy tale in the countryside. Even in the city, households owning one were few and far between. In all the time Chenxi had lived in this era, he had never once seen a television. By the 1970s, televisions were still rare, but they no longer held the same air of mystery as before. It wasn't until the 1980s that televisions truly began to enter ordinary households on a large scale. Before he knew it, Chenxi had walked to the riverbank. The scene before him lifted his spirits. A bustling labor scene unfolded along the embankment. Villagers swung hoes, vigorously turning the soil. Others bent over, meticulously clearing stones. Everyone worked together with great enthusiasm. This was the distinctive spirit of that era. Though people lived in poverty, they held faith in their hearts, were filled with hope for the future, and approached their work with passion. "Uncle Shirlu. Chenxi." The villagers spotted Chenxi and greeted him warmly, their voices brimming with affection and respect. The old party secretary approached Chenxi with steady, deliberate steps. A hint of inquiry in his eyes, he asked, Chenxi, how much did we spend on these corn seeds for the village? I need to do the math carefully. The village's expenses have been high lately. If the funds aren't enough, we'll have to ask everyone to chip in. Chenxi smiled and replied casually, 80 yuan should cover it. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure if the price was reasonable either. After all, he'd purchased these seeds from the store in his mind, and that was the price the store had quoted. He hadn't even considered making a profit on the difference. Old secretary paused for a moment, then his eyes filled with gratitude. Chenxi, thank you so much. He knew full well that no matter the variety, 80 yuan wouldn't buy nearly this much corn seed on the market today. Each kernel was plump and well formed, clearly carefully selected, and undoubtedly cost far more than ordinary corn kernels. Moreover, securing corn seeds at this time of year was no easy feat, let alone acquiring such a large quantity. He surmised that Chenxi must have gone to considerable lengths to obtain them, perhaps even incurring favors from others. Chenxi waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Secretary, don't be so formal. We're all from the same village, no need for such politeness. The old secretary shook his head helplessly. All right. Let's skip the formalities. He knew deep down that no amount of thanks could compare to actually doing something tangible for the village to repay Chenxi. The old party secretary's gaze drifted to the newly reclaimed riverbed. He sighed softly and said, this soil is good soil. It's just a pity. He worried that this hard-won land might be swept away in an instant if floodwaters suddenly surged downstream. All the villagers' labor would be for naught. The thought stung his heart. Chenxi, however, dismissed the worry. What's there to regret? Once the drought passes, we can just dig that soil back up, right? He continued his reasoning. This approach has two advantages. First, it clears silt from the riverbed, preventing blockages. Second, it deepens the channel, allowing it to store more water in the future. This not only combats drought but also guards against floods, a win-win solution. As the old party secretary listened to Chenxi's words, his eyes grew wider and wider, his face once again lighting up with that look of astonishment mixed with delight. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, how does this boy's mind work? Every suggestion he offers is so refreshingly brilliant, coming up with such ingenious ideas. Exactly. Digging out the soil, it's just riverbed silt, incredibly fertile. What a waste to leave it there. And even if the commune officials came, they couldn't find fault. After all, this is river dredging that also prevents flooding. Who could possibly object? Chenxi added, though the scale of the project might be a bit large. The old party secretary waved his hands hastily. Not big at all. Not big at all. You're absolutely right. Digging out the soil will clear the silt and fertilize the fields. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, eager to start immediately. As for the workload, the village had no shortage of laborers right now. After the busy farming season, everyone had little else to do, making it the perfect time to dedicate themselves to this project. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. A crowd had gathered around something they unearthed, all peering curiously. Chenxi and the old party secretary exchanged a glance before heading toward the crowd. Make way! Make way! Chenxi's here, someone in the crowd called out. Hearing this, the old party secretary felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He muttered under his breath, you're always so fixated on Chenxi. Can't you see I'm right here too? Honestly. Chapter 66, What did you used to do for a living? Surrounded by the crowd, Chenxi curiously edged closer to the onlookers. Within the circle of onlookers, a simple wooden box lay quietly. The box measured approximately 53 centimeters in length, 32 centimeters in width, and 23 centimeters in height. An aura of antiquity emanated from its surface. A rust-stained lock secured it tightly, as if guarding some unknown secret within. This drew the villagers around it to crane their necks, eyes fixed on the chest, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. What do you think? Could this box hold some rare treasure? A young man in the crowd broke the silence first, his voice tinged with excitement and hope. Maybe it's shiny gold, another villager chimed in, his face glowing with eager anticipation, as if he could already see the alluring sight of a chest brimming with gold. In the hearts of most Chinese people, gold has always symbolized wealth. Through the vicissitudes of time, its value remains as solid as a rock. Stop daydreaming, another villager interjected, his voice laced with disbelief. As if there's that much gold just lying around for us to pick up. An old man nearby scoffed, shattering the unrealistic fantasy. Why don't we just pry it open and see, as someone else suggested from the crowd. This proposal instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. Whispers and murmurs spread through the group, their eyes betraying a hint of eagerness. Yet while others might have no clue about the box's origins or worth, Chenxi knew at a glance that this was no ordinary object. He knew that prying it open recklessly could easily damage its contents, causing irreparable loss. He quickly raised his voice to stop them. Hold on. Let's see if anyone here can pick the lock or remove it. But whatever you do, don't damage the box. From what I can tell, the box itself is quite valuable. Chenxi's words acted like a calming pill, instantly quieting the previously restless crowd. In this era of scarce resources, a few yuan represented a significant sum for rural folk.
No one wanted to ruin potential wealth through impulsive actions.
Old Lou. Where's Old Lou? Go find him.
The old party secretary stood nearby, scanning the crowd as he called out loudly.
Coming, coming.
A reply echoed from the crowd as a stooped old man struggled to push his way through. He held a thin metal strip in his hand, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Approaching the box, the old man crouched down, carefully inserted the metal strip into the lock, and began to gently manipulate it. His fingers moved with nimble precision, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the lock. Before long, a distinct click sounded. The tightly sealed lock had indeed been opened.
Chenxi watched in surprise, unable to contain his question. Old man, what did you do for a living? Your lock-picking skills are incredible. He secretly wondered if this little old man had some undisclosed side hustle. Hearing the question, the old man looked up, a simple smile spreading across his face.
Uncle 16, he said, I used to be a locksmith, opening locks for people.
But in these times, people don't really need this skill anymore. Chenxi froze at the title, wondering why this elderly man would also call him Uncle 16. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Locksmithing was a profession that had existed since ancient times. Even in the distant 21st century, locksmiths could still be seen in the streets and alleys of cities. Moreover, Chenxi knew well that locksmithing was actually quite challenging.
Locks were constantly evolving, and techniques were advancing rapidly. If one couldn't keep pace with the times and learn new lock-picking skills promptly, they would inevitably face unemployment sooner or later. As the lock on the box was successfully opened, all eyes focused on the lid. Under the tense yet expectant gazes of the crowd, Chenxi slowly reached out and gently lifted the lid. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the contents inside.
The box was densely packed with seals of various sizes.
Some were exquisitely delicate and small, while others were relatively large. Their shapes varied to square, round, and even irregular forms.
Are these seals made of jade? Are they valuable? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, their voice tinged with doubt and curiosity.
Though the villagers rarely encountered such items in their daily lives, they had heard of the preciousness of jade. The old party secretary stood nearby, examining the seals carefully for a moment before shaking his head helplessly and sighing.
Back in the day, these things were indeed quite valuable. But in these times, when people can barely feed themselves, who has the heart to fiddle with these antique trinkets?
The government doesn't encourage this sort of thing anymore, so these items hold little value these days. Back in the day, antique treasures were symbols of status and taste for the wealthy and powerful, commanding hefty prices. But times have changed. People's lives now revolve around filling their stomachs and meeting basic needs, so these once luxurious items naturally fell out of favor. Upon hearing the old party secretary's words, the villagers' hopes plummeted like stones into an ice cellar.
One by one, they hung their heads in disappointment.
They had thought they'd stumbled upon a great treasure, but now it seemed they'd merely experienced a false dawn. However, Chenxi recognized the origin of these seals at a glance. In his previous life, he had come across such items by chance. These seals were none other than the renowned Yuan Insho die seal set. Legend had it that on the occasion of Emperor Qianlong's 80th birthday, Grand Secretary Hushan of the Manhwa Palace and Minister of Works Jin Jian had meticulously sifted through the emperor's vast collection of imperial poetry. They had carefully selected verses containing the characters for blessing and longevity. Each was then carved into a seal, with 120 of each type. The seals bearing the character show longevity were named the Yuan Insho Dai Original Sound Longevity Collection. To demonstrate reverence for the emperor, they crafted 3 sets of Yuan Insho Dian seals using different materials. These were respectfully presented to Emperor Qianlong in the names of Hushan and Jin Jian. The carving techniques on the seal knobs were exquisite, featuring lifelike landscapes, spirited beasts, and vibrant flowers, all intricately carved to follow the natural contours of the material. The seal faces also displayed diverse shapes, including regular rectangles, square forms, and rounded ovals. According to official records, 3 sets of these seals were produced in total. But Chenxi knew full well that given Hushan's notoriously greedy nature, it was highly likely he had secretly acquired 1 or 2 extra sets for his own enjoyment. Moreover, in ancient times, the emperor's preferences often dictated societal trends. When the emperor took up a new hobby, officials would rush to imitate him, followed swiftly by wealthy merchants and aristocratic families competing to acquire similar items. Therefore, beyond the 3 official sets, it was entirely possible that other officials had privately commissioned similar seals, meticulously carved from precious materials for their own enjoyment. Chenxi bent down, examining the seals inside the box with great care. He discovered that, if his judgment was correct, these seals were likely carved from precious Tianhuang stone. The value of Tianhuang stone was renowned throughout the collecting world. Since ancient times, the saying 1 liang of Tianhuang stone is worth 1 liang of gold has circulated, underscoring its extraordinary preciousness. In later generations, as resources grew increasingly scarce and the collecting market boomed, the price of a single gram of Tianhuang stone skyrocketed to tens of thousands of yuan, making it hundreds of times more expensive than gold. Antique art pieces carved from Tianhuang stone, especially, often fetch jaw-dropping prices at auctions.
Actually, this piece isn't worthless. You could get a decent price for it at an antique shop, maybe 3 or 5 yuan per piece. Chenxi straightened up, speaking calmly. He was telling the truth. Take the newly established capital antique shop, for instance. Their acquisition prices were generally low, usually just a few yuan per piece. The exact price depended on factors like the artifact's quality and rarity, but it rarely exceeded 10 yuan. After all, when these shops resell the artifacts, prices mostly hover around 10 or 8 yuan. These state-run shops employ teams of professional experts to curate and select artifacts. They would pick out pieces deemed to have certain value and suitability for sale to the public, primarily targeting foreign customers. This approach was designed to earn foreign exchange for the country. Chenxi understood that the current prices were not yet the lowest they would reach. In a few more years, as the social landscape shifted dramatically, the value of these artifacts would be further devalued. During that particular period, many artifacts would be labeled as remnants of feudalism, facing the tragic fate of destruction or annihilation. Word spread that the situation in the metropolis grew increasingly precarious over the following years. At that time, a company specializing in exporting handicrafts had stockpiled hundreds of thousands of paintings and calligraphy works. To quickly offload these items deemed junk, the company initially set the price at 10 yuan per piece. However, the company manager worried that the price was too high and that foreign customers would be unwilling to pay, thereby adding unnecessary transportation costs. So, he took a gamble and slashed the price to 1 yuan per piece, allowing customers to pick freely. Word spread quickly, and foreign collectors traveled great distances upon hearing the news. Like discovering a treasure trove, they snapped up the paintings and calligraphy works considered junk by the Chinese, filling their bags and suitcases until everything was sold out. During those turbulent years, countless precious cultural relics of our nation suffered devastating blows, either ruthlessly smashed or burned, or sold off at ridiculously low prices. It was truly heartbreaking. Really? The villagers' eyes lit up instantly at Chenxi's words, their previously dull expressions brightening. They began counting on their fingers. This box contained quite a number of seals. Even at 3 yuan apiece, they could fetch several hundred yuan. For the impoverished Li village, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Enough with the wild guesses. For these small items, the antique shop offering 1 yuan each is already a pretty good deal. Don't you understand that things lose value when there's too much of them? In my opinion, we should just give this box to Chenxi to settle the debt from buying seeds earlier. Chenxi, what do you think? The old party secretary stepped forward, his gaze sincere as he looked at Chenxi and spoke. Truthfully, the old party secretary had been racking his brain over how to thank Chenxi for all the contributions he'd made to the village lately. He knew that while the seals in the box might seem worthless now, selling them at an antique shop could potentially bring in some money. However, he also knew that if so many villagers brought their seals to sell at once, the antique shop would surely drive down the price. So, on a whim, he told a little white lie. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely lying. With so many seals brought in at once, it would be strange if the antique shop didn't try to drive down the price. The team leader quickly chimed in, I think the party secretary's idea is great. In their view, grain was the village's most urgent need right now, making this box of seals seem less important by comparison. Hearing the old party secretary's words, the other villagers began calculating in their minds. Upon careful consideration, they realized the party secretary had a point. Moreover, Chenxi had done so much for Li village recently. The riverbed they were currently reclaiming was his idea, adding a new plot of potentially fertile land to the village. The school had reopened thanks to his proposal and efforts, giving the village children a chance to learn to read and write, not to mention his earlier exchange of supplies for sweet potatoes, which had helped the village weather a food crisis. Without Chenxi, the village might have faced starvation. Considering this, everyone felt it was only natural to give the box to Chenxi. Not a single voice raised objection. Instead, they all agreed willingly. After hearing the old party secretary's suggestion, Chenxi pondered for a moment before saying, all right, I'll handle this box. I plan to use the surplus funds from selling the seals to purchase some grain for the school cafeteria. That way, the school cafeteria would have enough grain and wouldn't need the village cafeteria to allocate extra rations to them. He calculated based on a price of 3 yuan per seal. After deducting the cost of purchasing seeds, the remaining funds would be entirely allocated to buying grain. This way, all the children in the village who attend school would benefit and have more food to eat. Upon hearing Chenxi's words, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. Their eyes brimmed with admiration, and they all thought to themselves, truly, Chenxi is remarkable. Even given the chance, he wouldn't take advantage of the village. Instead, he was wholly focused on securing benefits for the village children. Such a person was truly rare. Chapter 67, Plum Juice. When Chenxi first proposed the idea of establishing a school cafeteria, it felt like a boulder had been dropped into the tranquil waters of Li village, sending ripples of pressure surging through the community. After all, the grain needed for the school cafeteria could only be diverted from the village's already meager reserves. It was like tearing a piece of cloth from a thin cotton-padded jacket. Once the village canteen's reserves dwindled, the daily grain supply for the villagers would inevitably be affected.
Everyone understood this was no easy decision. Every grain of rice was precious during these difficult times. Yet now, Chenxi had stepped forward, offering to personally secure a batch of grain for the school, temporarily relieving the village of this burden. This news came like a timely rain after a long drought, instantly relieving the village's urgent need. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary immediately summoned 2 strong young men. Pointing to the box filled with seals, he solemnly instructed, "You two, carry this box carefully to Chenxi's house. Make absolutely sure it doesn't get bumped or scratched." Chenxi followed behind them back to his home. Grandma was working in the vegetable garden. Bending over, she gently lifted a corner of the large box lying upside down on the ground, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Inside, the bean sprouts had grown quite robust, nearly 2 or 3 finger lengths tall. Grandma gazed at the tender green sprouts, her lips curling upward into a satisfied smile. Ever since her grandson mentioned craving bean sprouts, she had visited daily, eagerly watching them grow. While no one was paying attention, Chenxi quietly slipped the box filled with seals into the backpack in his mind store. After stowing it away, he fell deep in thought, a question swirling in his mind: what food should he prepare for the school? After much deliberation, he decided potatoes were essential. Potatoes stored well, were filling, and easy to cook. Besides potatoes, sorghum and corn also needed to be included. These were coarse grains. While not as palatable as refined grains like rice or flour, they were genuinely filling staples during these extraordinary times. Chenxi wasn't stingy with the refined grains, he was simply considering the practical situation. In the villagers' eyes, a pound of refined grain could be traded for several pounds of coarse grain. Rather than giving refined grain, it was better to provide these more filling coarse grains. The villagers would actually be more willing to accept them. "Lai Kai, don't drink that untreated water. You'll get an upset stomach." Chenxi suddenly spotted Lai Kai holding a dipper, gulping down untreated water straight from the vat. He hurriedly shouted the warning. This wasn't the first time he'd warned Lai Kai. He'd mentioned it twice before, but the lad always let it go in one ear and out the other, paying it no mind. Chenxi knew well that regardless of the era, food hygiene was crucial. Simply boiling water before drinking it and cooking food thoroughly could prevent most illnesses. The saying "disease enters through the mouth" was a valuable lesson passed down by our ancestors. "Big brother, I follow the rules. I only drink hot water," Lai Fong piped up from the side. Seeing this, she hurried over to Chenxi, tilting her little head up with an innocent look, eager to impress her big brother. Chenxi set down the dipper, scratched his head, and offered an embarrassed explanation. "Big brother, I genuinely forgot today. But yesterday and the day before, I drank only hot water. My mother can vouch for me." Chenxi stared at the distinct worm-shaped mark on Lai Kai's face, thinking to himself that the boy probably had roundworms in his belly. He silently resolved to buy some pagoda candy tomorrow and have all the village children take it to thoroughly rid themselves of parasites. When it came to pagoda candy, it was a miracle cure for parasitic infections, especially effective against ascariasis and enterobiasis caused by poor dietary hygiene. Years earlier, back in 1952, when Sino-Soviet relations were in their honeymoon phase, the Soviet Union generously gifted China 20 grams of precious Artemisia annua seeds. They also dispatched specialized technicians and introduced advanced drug extraction equipment, providing comprehensive support for China's independent cultivation of Artemisia annua and drug extraction efforts. It was against this backdrop that Bauta sugar came into being. It is said that the experts deliberately shaped the medicinal candy into a pagoda form, not by chance. In China's ancient history and culture, pagodas have long been regarded as symbols of warding off evil and averting disasters. Perhaps considering this, along with the metaphor that medicine treats disease like a pagoda wards off evil, the experts deliberately named this medicinal candy pagoda candy. "Big brother, are you making something delicious?" Lai Kai sidled up to Chenxi, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked expectantly. "That's right. I'm going to make some plum soup." "Lai Kai, come help me tend the fire," Chenxi said with a smile, treating Lai Kai as his little fire-tending helper. The recent weather had been unbearably hot, the sun scorching the earth like a giant fireball, roasting everyone to the point where they lost their appetite. Chenxi had a sudden idea: why not whip up a refreshing, appetite-boosting drink? It would quench everyone's thirst and stimulate their hunger. If it were just for himself, it would be simple, he could just buy a bottle from the store in his mind. But he wanted Grandpa and Grandma to taste this deliciousness too. The elderly have weaker digestive systems, and a little plum juice would help stimulate their appetites. As a classic summer refreshment, plum soup typically incorporates ingredients like black plums, hawthorn berries, dried tangerine peel, osmanthus flowers, licorice root, and rock sugar. Historically, ancient texts mention Tugong plum decoction, the precursor to plum soup, considered the earliest form of this beverage. During the Qing dynasty, the imperial kitchen refined the recipe, elevating it to an exclusive court beverage. Its exquisite taste, a lingering sweet-sour sensation on the tongue, was complemented by remarkable health benefits: dispelling heat, relieving chest pain, clearing phlegm, stopping coughs, warding off epidemics, and quenching thirst. This earned it the title Imperial Black Plum Soup, a rare treasure of the Qing court. Soon after, plum soup spread from the palace to the common folk, quickly becoming wildly popular.
In the blink of an eye, vendors selling plum soup appeared everywhere on every street and alley, outside dried and fresh fruit shops. Its sweet and sour taste instantly captured the hearts and stomachs of the people, becoming everyone's favorite. Upon hearing he was to tend the fire, Lai Kai perked up instantly, his face lighting up with an excited smile. To him, this job was incredibly important. No one could take it away from him, not even his older brother Lai Fu. If anyone dared to compete for the fire tending duty, he'd definitely get upset with them. Lai Kai, don't stoke the fire too high, just keep it steady, Chenxi reminded him as he turned, adding dried plums and other fruits to the pot for washing. Normally, these dried fruits needed to soak for an hour or two to fully absorb water, resulting in a more flavorful plum soup. But Chenxi found that too troublesome. Besides, in this era, people weren't so particular, boiling them directly wouldn't affect the taste or efficacy. After rinsing them, he tossed some rock sugar into the pot, added just enough water, and began simmering. Chenxi bustled about in the kitchen, and before long, half a pot of plum soup was ready. Lifeline stood nearby the whole time, staring longingly at the pot, her mouth practically watering. Seeing this, Chenxi smiled, scooped out 2 dried plums from the pot, handed them to Lai Fong, and said, Lai Fong, go keep an eye on your little sister. These 2 dried plums are for you. Lai Fong was overjoyed. She took the plums and skipped happily over to Qianqian. Usually, Lai Kai and Lai Fong took care of Qianqian during the day. Auntie San also had to work in the fields. Though she could labor while carrying Qianqian, the sun was too intense and the weather too hot now. Worried Qianqian couldn't endure it, she had no choice but to let the 2 children help watch over her. Auntie San would return periodically to change Qianqian's diaper, feed her milk, and tend to the child with care. After Lai Fong received the dried plums, she ate only one. She carefully tucked the other away, planning to take it home later and hide it. Over time, she'd stashed away quite a few of the candies and snacks her eldest brother had given her. Only her mother had noticed the girl's habit of stashing food, but she didn't rush to expose her. She planned to wait until Qianqian had accumulated a larger stash before confiscating it all at once. Meanwhile, the people building houses nearby suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet and sour, irresistibly tempting aroma. What's that smell? It's so delicious, someone asked curiously, wiping sweat from his forehead as he looked around. Smells like plum soup. Haven't had that in ages, another person said, taking a deep breath with a nostalgic look on their face. It's scorching hot today. If only we could have a bowl of sour plum soup, it would be pure bliss, someone sighed, their voice brimming with longing. Li Jiming overheard the chatter, his eyes widening. Feigning anger, he barked, stop all this nonsense. Get back to work. All you think about is eating. That plum soup will just make you hungry faster. Did you eat too much at lunch and now want to skip another meal? Li Jiming wasn't wrong. Plum soup naturally aided digestion and cooled the body. In this era when everyone struggled to eat their fill, wishing the food in their stomachs could last longer, drinking a bowl of plum soup could indeed make one feel like they'd wasted an entire day's worth of meals. Li Jiming's scolding silenced everyone. Though they knew he had a point, their appetites had been whetted and couldn't be suppressed. Nearly an hour later, the plum soup was finally ready. Chenxi ladled out a bowl first, carefully carrying it with both hands to his grandmother. With a bright smile, he said, Grandma, please try it. See how your grandson's plum soup tastes. All right. The old lady took the bowl with a smile, though her mind began to wander. Drinking this plum soup would surely speed up the digestion of that meager lunch she'd eaten. But this was her own grandson's thoughtful gesture, how could she refuse? The 2 little ones, Lai Kai and Lai Fong, couldn't wait any longer. They kept clamoring beside her, Grandma, give us some to taste too. We want to drink it too. Children, after all, have no resistance to sweet and sour treats. Seeing the plum soup ready, they naturally couldn't wait to drink it. Lai Kai especially switched into full-on suck-up mode, circling Chenxi and showering him with praise, Big brother, your plum soup is definitely the best in the whole world. I can hardly wait. Listening to Lai Kai, Chenxi felt both exasperated and amused. He really had no way to deal with the little guy. He filled half a basin with the plum soup, carried it over to the construction site, and announced to the busy workers, Brother Jiming, I made some plum soup. It's so hot out everyone, have some to cool down. Sounds good. Li Jiming agreed readily, then turned to the others working alongside him. Anyone who wants some, come and have a drink. Don't be shy. Truthfully, Li Jiming himself was craving a sip, but he wisely held back. He knew that drinking the plum juice would make him hungry faster, and he feared he might be starving by evening. To endure the work until the end, he had to bite the bullet and resolutely abstain. However, the others didn't possess Li Jiming's strong self-control. The aroma of the plum soup was simply too tempting. Everyone set down their tools and gathered around, each drinking a bowl. Chenxi's grandfather strolled back, saw everyone drinking the plum soup, and joined in for a bowl himself. His family's situation was different from the others. They weren't short on food, so naturally, he didn't have to endure like the others. He drank whenever he wanted. Lai Kai, stop running around. I'll give you and Lai Fu haircuts later, both your hair is way too long. Chenxi called out loudly as Lai Kai dashed around the courtyard. Indeed, Lai Kai and Lai Fu's hair had grown so long it nearly covered their eyes. It was high time to find a moment to trim it. Chapter 68, Solar Cooker Vote again?
In rural areas of this era, the lack of hygiene awareness was truly astonishing. Especially when it came to hair hygiene, it seemed to have been forgotten entirely. Whether adults or children, hair often became a haven for lice. Those sesame seed-sized lice scurried freely through strands of hair, and white nits could often be seen clinging tightly to the roots. Whenever Chenxi witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and uncomfortable. To change this situation, Chenxi specially brought back several bars of soap from the city. He knew well that in this era of scarcity, soap was a rare commodity. He gave 2 bars to his third aunt's family and said sincerely, "Third aunt, please take this soap. Make sure your younger siblings wash their hair often and pay attention to personal hygiene. You know, if their hair isn't clean, lice crawl around in it, causing not only unbearable itching but also making them more prone to illness." Back then, shampoo hadn't yet become widely available on the market. People primarily relied on soap or scented soap for washing their hair and bathing. Chenxi recalled his childhood in his previous life, when his family used soap for everything: bathing, washing hair, even doing laundry. Later, rumors began circulating that using soap to wash hair was harmful to both hair and scalp, potentially causing hair loss and dandruff. Thus, shampoo rapidly dominated the market, becoming the preferred choice for washing hair. However, as time passed, people were surprised to discover that hair loss seemed to worsen after using shampoo. In modern society, countless young people suffer from hair loss, with receding hairlines and bald spots becoming commonplace. In reality, this is nothing more than a myth fabricated by shampoo companies to promote their products, much like the malicious smear campaign against MSG in the past. In poorer regions, soap itself is a luxury item, completely out of reach for many. Some people's hair, neglected for so long, had become matted with grease, grime, and dust clumps of filth that looked so unsettling they made your skin crawl. Chenxi looked at Lightsai's messy, filthy hair and decided to take matters into his own hands, giving him a complete makeover. He took out his scissors and said to Likai, "Take off your shirt. Big brother will cut your hair." For a child, Chenxi didn't plan on any fancy hairstyles. In his view, cleanliness and freshness were the most important things for a child. Holding the scissors, Chenxi began to show off his skills. His technique wasn't exactly professional. He cut with a freehand, almost careless style. After his work, Likai wasn't bald, but his uneven haircut gave him the look of a prison inmate. Chenxi looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, go take a bath. Scrub yourself well with soap, make sure you get clean and wash away all those lice." After that, Chenxi called Lai Fong over. Girls certainly shouldn't get their hair cut into such a miserable state like Likai's. Recalling the hairstyle that would become popular in 2 years, Chenxi decided to give Lai Fong a Lou Holland cut. He trimmed carefully, ensuring the hair fell neatly and straight to just cover her ears. After the cut, Lai Fong looked fresh and adorable, like a delicate porcelain doll. But Chenxi's work wasn't done yet. He meticulously combed out every louse from her hair, then carefully applied a specialized medicated solution, spraying it gently into her strands. He instructed earnestly, "Lai Fong, don't move around. Just sit here for half an hour so the solution can work properly." The old lady sat nearby, watching Chenxi work with a constant smile. Watching him patiently cut her younger sibling's hair and remove lice, the old woman felt deeply gratified. She thought to herself, this grandson of hers was truly considerate, treating his younger siblings so well. When Auntie San returned to feed Chanxian, she beamed at the sight. She felt that Chenxi's willingness to bond with her children was the greatest affirmation she could receive. She stepped forward, looking at Likai and said, "Likai, don't just give it a quick wipe and call it a day. Listen to your brother and wash it properly with soap." The little rascal Likai, naturally mischievous, was just about to try to get away with a half-hearted effort when third aunt saw right through him. Auntie pretended to grab a comb to give his hair a fierce brushing, warning him, "If you don't wash properly, just wait and see what I'll do to you. This comb won't go easy on you." Turning to the old lady, Auntie San smiled and praised, "Mom, look how nicely Chenxi's hair is cut." She knew the old lady loved hearing compliments about her grandson. The old lady nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Chenxi grew up in the city, so he's seen a lot of the world. Even his haircutting skills are far superior to those of the villagers." Chenxi listened nearby, his face flushing involuntarily. He knew full well that only Auntie San and the old lady could bring themselves to praise the messy haircut he'd given him just the other day. Seeing Chenxi heading back to the kitchen, the old lady asked curiously, "Chenxi, what are you up to now? What kind of grown man spends all day in the kitchen?" Chenxi smiled and replied, "Grandma, I'm going to boil some water so Lai Fong can wash her hair later." He thought to himself that the water from the hand pump was far too cold. He'd seen Lai Kai shivering after washing his hair. Lai Fong was a girl, she couldn't wash her hair with cold water like Lai Kai. Warm water was much better. Auntie 3 immediately protested, "Oh, there's no need to go to all that trouble boiling water. Washing her hair with cold water isn't such a big deal." But the old lady disagreed. She said to Chenxi with concern, "Chenxi, just have your third aunt boil the water. You should rest for a bit. You've been busy for so long, you must be exhausted." With that, she turned to Auntie San and instructed, "Go boil some hot water for Lai Fong to wash her hair." Auntie San quickly nodded and said, Right. I'll go boil it right away." After speaking, she set down Chenxi, who had finished her milk, and headed toward the kitchen. Chenxi stood rooted to the spot as a sudden thought flashed through his mind: the solar cooker. He remembered how solar cookers had been all the rage in the 80s and 90s. Not only could they boil water, but he'd heard people in northern China even use them to cook rice and prepare meals. The design of a solar cooker was actually quite simple. Its core component was a concave, curved concentrating plate, essentially a parabolic reflector. It worked by reflecting sunlight, concentrating solar energy onto a single point. By placing a kettle or pot over this focal point, one could effortlessly harness solar energy for heating. Chenxi clearly remembers how solar cookers were especially popular in northern rural areas during the 1980s and 1990s. Especially in summer, they boiled water extremely quickly. A pot of water would come to a boil in about 20 minutes. Moreover, its greatest advantage was being energy efficient and environmentally friendly, requiring neither firewood nor coal, while also saving labor. People simply placed a pot or kettle filled with water on the stove and could go about their other tasks. It was incredibly convenient. The solar cooker's construction was simpler than a hand pump well, requiring no complex technology, yet it held immense practical value. Chenxi thought to himself that introducing a solar cooker in this era would surely solve many problems. He decided to build one himself, which would make boiling water much easier for his grandparents. With that thought, Chenxi hurried back to his room and began sketching blueprints. When designing a solar cooker, one typically only needs to specify the projected shape of the cooker body. Therefore, when outlining the actual contour of the cooker body on the model, it was crucial to ensure that the projection of the contour on the ground matched the design shape and size as closely as possible. A rectangular opening must also be reserved in the center of the cooker body to accommodate the solar cooker's elevation angle adjustment. Typically, the opening is about 50 mm wide, with its length determined by the solar cooker's tilt adjustment range. The design drawing was not complicated. Relying on his memory and understanding, Chenxi completed it in less than half an hour. Holding the drawing, he stepped out of the room and told the old woman, "Grandma, I'm heading back to the city. No need to cook dinner for me tonight." The old woman replied kindly, "All right, go ahead. Be careful on the road." Lately, Chenxi had been returning almost every day to spend time with them. The two elders were already deeply content and naturally wouldn't insist he stay home permanently. Before nightfall, Chenxi returned to the courtyard house. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Huang Suqin warmly approached him, saying, "Chenxi, why don't you come over to my place for dinner tonight?" Huang Suqin had always liked Chenxi, finding him thoughtful and polite. Chenxi smiled and replied, "Sure thing, I'll be a bother to Aunt Huang and the family then." Truthfully, he'd planned to just grab some bread and cookies from the brain store tonight to get by, but since someone had invited him, he saw no reason to refuse. The original owner had often crashed dinners at neighbors' homes back in the courtyard house, so Chenxi naturally felt no awkwardness about accepting. Seeing Chenxi agree, Huang Suqin happily went back to prepare dinner. Chenxi, carrying a pound of peanut oil, headed toward third uncle's house. The youngest son of third uncle Yang Genoa's household lit up upon seeing Chenxi and called out, "Brother Chenxi, my dad's home." The little radish head was sharp as a tack. Seeing Chenxi carrying something, he knew immediately that his father was needed. Chenxi pulled two big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, placed them in the little guy's hand, and said, "Give one to your sister." The little guy jumped up with excitement at the sight of the candies, quickly replying, "Okay, thanks, Brother Chenxi." Then he skipped off to share the joy with his sister. Third uncle Yang Genoa saw Chenxi enter with his bag and immediately understood. Smiling, he said, "Chenxi, have you eaten?" "I'll have third aunt." Chenxi quickly waved his hand to interrupt third uncle. "No need," he said. "Aunt Huang asked me to come over for dinner later." Third uncle nodded. "All right, then I won't keep you waiting." Chenxi placed the bottle of oil on the table and got straight to the point. "Uncle Yang, it's a similar request to last time. Could you help me find someone to craft something? This time it's quite simple." Uncle Yang had already caught the scent of peanut oil and thought to himself, "This kid is trying to bribe me again." Still, he readily agreed, "No problem." Though the last incident had caused quite a stir, it had ended without incident, so he had fewer reservations this time. Third uncle asked curiously, "What new contraption have you invented this time?" Chenxi pulled the blueprints from his pocket and said mysteriously, "Let me keep you in suspense. Have the master craftsman make two. Once they're forged, I'll display one in the courtyard for everyone to see. It's definitely something special. Everyone in our courtyard will definitely find it useful." Third uncle took the blueprints and glanced over them. Though not a professional engineer, the simple and clear drawings allowed him to grasp the concept at a glance. Still, he remained completely baffled as to its actual purpose. Hearing Chenxi speak, his curiosity only grew stronger. He wondered to himself, what new trick is this kid up to now? Chapter 69, Math Genius. After chatting with Old Man San for a while longer, Chenxi finally got up to take his leave. Old Man San and his family warmly escorted him to the door, repeatedly urging him to visit often when he had time. "Honey, look at this peanut oil, what a beautiful color. Crystal clear, not a single speck of sediment in sight. Auntie San clutched the bottle tightly, her eyes crinkling with delight as she spoke to Uncle San. In this era of extreme scarcity, cooking oil was a rare commodity. This pound of peanut oil would last their family a good while if used sparingly. You see, back then, every household cooked with such frugality they'd split a single drop of oil in two. A pound of meat might not even yield that much oil, so in Third Auntie's eyes, this oil was far more precious than a pound of meat. Uncle San examined the bottle, nodding slightly. This oil must have been finely filtered. We'll have to use it sparingly. Getting oil these days is incredibly hard, you can't find any kind easily. His eyes gleamed with appreciation. In those times, oil required ration tickets, and even with tickets, shortages were common. Acquiring such a bottle of quality oil was truly no small feat. Grandma San beamed with delight, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. She couldn't help but remark, seems Chenxi still favors our family. Whenever he needs help, he comes straight to you. To her, Chenxi's frequent requests for Grandpa San's assistance were a sign of recognition for their household, a source of immense pride. Grandpa San chuckled reproachfully, of course he comes to me for factory matters. But for courtyard affairs, he always goes to Grandpa Air. You know very well that Chenxi lives in the middle courtyard, and Grandpa Air handles everything there. Just look at when Chenxi was renovating his house, didn't he ask Grandpa Air's family for help? Third uncle understood perfectly well that Chenxi knew how to handle things with discretion, seeking help from the right person for each matter. Auntie Third wasn't having it. She turned up her lip and retorted, but doesn't Uncle First also work at your steel mill? Why didn't Chenxi go to him? Why did he come to us? She was convinced her family held a special place in Chenxi's heart. Third uncle sighed helplessly and patiently explained, that's workshop business. First uncle's position makes it awkward for him to get involved. Who else could he turn to? And by the way, don't mention this in the courtyard. If first uncle hears it, he'll feel awkward. Don't cause trouble for Chenxi. Third uncle knew the courtyard's complex relationships well, one misstep could spark conflict. Auntie Third muttered under her breath, I'm not one to gossip. But Uncle Third knew full well that while his wife wasn't a busybody, she certainly wasn't tight-lipped. When she got excited, she'd blurt out anything, like a human loudspeaker. Truth be told, it wasn't just her, most of the women in the courtyard were like that, spreading news faster than the wind. After leaving Old Man San's place, Chenxi headed straight home. Once inside, he dug out 2 pounds of lamb, carefully tied it up with string, and then carried it over to Huang Suqin's house. You're just coming for a meal, why bring anything? Take it back. Huang Suqin's face immediately turned stern when she saw the lamb in Chenxi's hands, feigning anger as she scolded him. In those days, meat was scarce. Buying it meant standing in long lines and presenting ration tickets. Huang Suqin knew full well how precious these 2 pounds of lamb were, how could she possibly accept them lightly? Chenxi smiled as he placed the lamb into a basin in the kitchen. Aunt Huang, it's so hot out. This meat will spoil by tomorrow. You should stew it right away so we can all eat together. He thought to himself that since he was coming over for a free meal, bringing something along was only right. Besides, the meat really would spoil quickly if left out. You youngster, really? Huang Suqin shook her head helplessly, though her heart was filled with warmth. She knew Chenxi was a sensible child, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse his thoughtful gesture. Just then, the brothers Shengli and Xingyi emerged from the house. They had changed into clean, new clothes, their once dusty appearance transformed. They looked much more lively and energetic. Though their injuries hadn't fully healed, their faces were lit up with exceptionally bright smiles. They had finally escaped that hellish home and arrived in a place filled with warmth and care. From now on, they would be children cherished by someone. Spotting Chenxi, the brothers' eyes lit up. In unison, they called out, Big Brotherly. Their voices brimmed with warmth and joy. Chenxi smiled as he pulled 2x2 milk candies from his pocket, handing one to each boy. Go ahead and eat them, he said. These candies are really sweet. 2x2 milk candies were a rare treat for children back then, and Chenxi knew they would love them. Thank you, Brotherly. The brothers happily accepted the candies, carefully peeling off the wrappers before popping them into their mouths. Their faces lit up with pure satisfaction. Just then, Chenxi Guang pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a glistening roast duck. To buy this duck, he had deliberately left work early and waited in a long line at the market to secure this hard-earned treat. Beads of sweat still glistened on his forehead. Chenxi's here? Sit down, sit down. No need to be so formal with me. Chenxi Guang beamed, warmly welcoming Chenxi. His mood was exceptionally high today, for a long-standing worry had finally been resolved. Xingli had thoughtfully declared he would take care of his aunt and uncle in their old age, formally adopting them as his godparents, and even agreed to take the surname Chang. How could this not make him happy? Though Shengli and Xingyi weren't his biological children, they shared blood with his wife far closer than adopting outsiders. Moreover, after spending these past 2 days with them, he'd come to understand their character, kind, sensible, and grateful. They were children worthy of nurturing and trust. Chenxi smiled in response. Uncle Chang, I'm not being polite, it's not my first time visiting. He felt comfortable and unrestrained around Chenxi Guang's family. Ha ha. That's good, that's good. Chenxi Guang laughed heartily. His gaze fell on the two children, filled with affection, as if he could see a bright future unfolding before him.
Chenxi asked with concern, Uncle Chang, will Shengli and Xingyi be able to attend school?
He harbored some worries, especially regarding Shengli, who was older than most children starting school.
Would the school accept him?
Chenxi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, Xingyi should have no trouble enrolling.
It's Shengli.
Upon hearing this, Xingli quickly protested, Godfather, I don't need to go to school.
I can work to support the family.
He had already started calling Chenxi Godfather, his tone firm. He felt he should contribute to this family.
Chenxi ruffled Shengli's hair and smiled warmly.
You're still too young to worry about supporting the family. Your job now is to focus on your studies.
I've already spoken with Teacher Wang from the courtyard next door.
He'll help put in a good word at the school.
Don't worry.
Truthfully, Chenxi wasn't entirely confident either, but he didn't want to disappoint the child, so he was determined to find a solution.
Chenxi understood that getting things done through connections wasn't easy.
It surely required considerable effort behind the scenes, and bribes were inevitable. But in front of the child, he didn't want to spell it out, choosing instead to leave it at that.
Xingli, listen to your godfather. Study hard. Who knows?
Maybe one day you'll become a big shot, Chenxi encouraged him, hoping Shengli would embrace the future with confidence. Fearing he might be overlooked, Xingyi quickly chimed in, Godfather, brotherly, I promise I'll study hard. My brother is really smart, he's better at math than any of the other kids in the village who go to school. If you don't believe me, just test him. He looked at his brother with pride, utterly convinced of his abilities.
Chenxi hadn't paid much attention at first, intending only to ask a few simple arithmetic questions to get it over with.
He casually said, alright, let me test you.
What's 35 plus 23?
Victory answered almost without thinking, it's 58.
Chenxi paused, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes.
Chenxi, intrigued, chimed in, what about 25 times 25?
Is it 625?
Shengli answered swiftly and decisively. This time, not only Chenxi but even Chenxi was startled. Within about 3 seconds, Chenxi eyes flashed with astonishment and delight. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, realizing his godson possessed extraordinary mathematical talent beyond the ordinary. Take Chenxi's question just now, even he couldn't have calculated it mentally that quickly. Could this child's mind be exceptionally sharp, his thoughts racing at an extraordinary speed? Unable to contain his excitement, Chenxi posed an even more challenging question, what is 123 multiplied by 123? This time, Xingli paused for a moment, deep in thought. After about 5 seconds, he answered confidently, the answer is 15,129. Meanwhile, Chenxi was still scribbling furiously on his paper. From starting the calculation to reaching the result, it took him a full 10 seconds.
In stark contrast, Xingli's answer was completely correct. Chenxi was utterly stunned.
Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted toward the kitchen, Suqin.
Suqin.
His voice trembled slightly.
Huang Suqin was slicing lamb in the kitchen.
Hearing her husband's call, she rushed out, still holding the cleaver, her face filled with confusion.
What's wrong? Did something happen? I have the most incredible news. Xingli is a math prodigy.
It's such a shame we didn't discover this sooner.
Chenxi was both thrilled and regretful.
He was thrilled that his family harbored such a gifted child, yet regretful that they had discovered it so late. Had they nurtured this talent earlier, Xingli might have already made a name for himself. But he was certain that with Shengli's talent, no school could possibly turn him down. He knew well that no school would refuse a gifted student. Some prodigies were even personally recruited by the principal.
Really?
Huang Suqin was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. Chenxi smiled bitterly. His math skills far surpass both mine and Uncle Chang's. He too was profoundly impressed by Shengli's abilities. Huang Suqin was so overjoyed she couldn't find words. She'd only intended to adopt 2 children for companionship in her old age, yet unexpectedly gained a mathematical prodigy. She could already envision the future, imagining how many people would envy her someday. Old Chang, we absolutely must send Xingli to school. We can't let this child's potential go to waste. Huang Suqin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with hope for his future.
I know.
Chenxi paced excitedly around the room. I'll go find Teacher Wang right now and talk it over with him. With that, he hurried toward the door, eager to share the good news with Teacher Wang immediately and ask for his help in figuring out a way to ensure Xingli's enrollment. Seeing this, Chenxi suggested, Uncle Chang, why not invite Teacher Wang over for dinner? He taught me before, and we're quite familiar. If we all discuss it together, we might come up with more solutions. He believed inviting Teacher Wang over would create a more relaxed atmosphere for discussion over a meal, which would be more conducive to solving the problem.
Chapter 70, Teacher Wang. Chenxi found Chenxi's suggestion quite reasonable.
He nodded in agreement and immediately set off in hurried strides toward the neighboring courtyard. His heart was filled with determination to secure Victory's enrollment. Each step carried a sense of anticipation, as if the school gates were already within reach. Before long, Chenxi returned with teacher Wang. In that era of extreme scarcity, an invitation to a meal was a rare treat few would refuse. After all, one less mouth to feed meant more grain for the rest of the family. Teacher Wang, living on his meager salary and supporting several family members, was already stretched thin. Faced with this invitation to a sumptuous meal, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafting through the air had his appetite already dancing. How could he possibly refuse? "Mr. Wang, it's been ages." Chenxi immediately stood up upon spotting the slight, bespectacled old man before him, his face beaming with warmth as he deftly pulled out a chair. In Chenxi's memory, Mr. Wang wasn't exactly self-important, but he certainly wasn't like that Mr. Yen from a certain TV drama, always looking to take advantage of his students. He accepted student gifts without hinting for parental bribes, always adhering to proper conduct. The moment Mr. Wang spotted Chenxi, his face instantly lit up with a broad smile, radiating genuine delight. Lately, he hadn't stopped bragging to everyone around him about how Chenxi was his most accomplished student. The news of Chenxi's achievements had spread like wildfire not only down their street but also throughout several neighboring ones. As a neighbor on the same street and Chenxi's former teacher, Mr. Wang had ample reason to flaunt this achievement everywhere he went. He shared the news with everyone he met, his face beaming with pride. "Well, if it isn't Chenxi. You've really made something of yourself. I saw the newspaper report, it was so detailed." Once teacher Wang started talking, it was like opening a floodgate. He chattered away to Chenxi, his words brimming with praise and delight, as if recounting some supremely glorious achievement. Chenxi watched teacher Wang and Chenxi chatting animatedly, but his mind was focused on the matter at hand, afraid of delaying it. Seizing a pause in teacher Wang's speech, he cleared his throat and interjected, "Ahem. Teacher Wang, allow me to introduce you to my godchildren, Xingli and Xingyi." Xingli, greet teacher Wang." Chenxi reminder jolted teacher Wang back to reality. He remembered they hadn't invited him over just for reminiscing, there was serious business to discuss. "Hello, teacher Wang." Xingli and Xingyi greeted him with perfectly composed expressions, their voices clear and resonant, brimming with respect. They looked like two obedient little lambs. Teacher Wang smiled and nodded in response. "Ah, such well-behaved children. You must be Xingli? Your godfather mentioned you're exceptionally talented in mathematics. I'll have to test you properly." Truthfully, Mr. Wang inwardly doubted whether Chenxi had exaggerated to secure Xingli's admission. After all, schools often show leniency toward gifted students, sometimes relaxing entry requirements. But out of courtesy, he didn't want to call him out directly. He planned to give a few simple problems, instead letting Xingli save face while sparing Chenxi any embarrassment. After all, the aroma of roasted duck and lamb was already wafting into his nostrils, making his stomach rumble and his mouth water. Teacher Wang mused inwardly. Chenxi had certainly gone to great lengths to get these two godchildren into the school. He recalled how Chang had delivered some local specialties earlier that morning. Apparently feeling that gifts alone weren't enough assurance, he'd specially arranged this lavish banquet that evening. But teacher Wang wasn't the type to accept favors without delivering results. Regardless of the gift's value, he always gave his all. Whether he had this meal or not made no difference to him, he would handle the matter properly. That was his principle. Chenxi and Chenxi watched as teacher Wang prepared to test Xingli with his questions, instantly seeing through the teacher's intentions. Chenxi found it amusing these problems were child's play, something Xingli could breeze through effortlessly. He couldn't help but suggest, "Teacher Wang, why not try some multiplication and division problems with numbers over 10? That would better test Xingli's true ability." Teacher Wang froze upon hearing this, her gaze turning slightly surprised toward Chenxi. Her eyes seemed to say, "Are you sure you want to do this? If the child can't answer, don't think I'm deliberately making things difficult." Chenxi chimed in with a smile from the side, "Teacher Wang, this child's talent in math is no joke, I witnessed it myself just now. Feel free to challenge him with any problem, he'll surely surprise you." "Ha? Even Chenxi said that?" A flicker of doubt crept into teacher Wang's mind, shaking his earlier certainty. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately took Chenxi advice and posed a two-digit multiplication problem. Without so much as a blink, Xingli delivered the clear and precise answer in just 2 or 3 seconds, as swift as the wind. Teacher Wang was startled. He thought to himself, this kid really has some skills. His curiosity was instantly piqued. He decided to test Xingli further with a tougher problem and asked, "What about 234 multiplied by 481? What's the answer?" This problem was one Mr. Wang could mentally calculate, though much more slowly. Moreover, it was precisely the same question he had included on a recent test, and he remembered the answer perfectly. 112,554, right? Xingli answered, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Though he always arrived at the correct answer, he habitually added a question mark at the end, betraying a cautious restraint. Teacher Wang's eyes widened instantly, his entire body frozen in shock. The speed of the answer, the precision of the result, it was utterly astonishing. His throat felt dry and he instinctively turned to look at Chenxi, his face filled with astonishment.
Are you sure he hasn't had much schooling before? How is this possible? This ability doesn't seem like something a child without systematic education could possess. Chenxi quickly corrected him. He attended school for over a year in a rural village. Later, due to some family circumstances, his studies were interrupted and he's been delayed until now. Teacher Wang remained skeptical and posed several more complex problems. With each flawless answer from Zhengli, the astonishment on Teacher Wang's face deepened, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he'd discovered an unpolished gem. Excellent! 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 First thing tomorrow morning, you'll come with me to the school and start directly in 4th grade. Teacher Wang's voice trembled with excitement as he waved his hands repeatedly, as if announcing something of immense importance. Discovering and recommending such a gifted student would reflect brilliantly on him. Moreover, since he currently taught 4th grade, a touch of personal ambition stirred within him. He hoped to personally instruct Zhengli. Then, one day, he could proudly tell others, just as he did about Li Chenxi. This is a student I once taught, he would proudly declare to others. What a source of pride that would be. Chenxi nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had longed for. He certainly didn't want Zhengli to follow the standard path of starting from 1st or 2nd grade. That would undoubtedly waste Zhengli's talent and cost too much precious time. Teacher Wang, I'll be counting on your continued guidance for Zhengli at school. I'm placing this child in your care. Chenxi face was sincere, his words brimming with entrustment, his eyes filled with expectation. Teacher Wang waved his hand, a warm smile lighting his face. Not at all. With Victory's mathematical aptitude, skipping straight to 5th grade wouldn't be a problem. However, considering other subjects need to keep pace and we can't let him become too one-sided, I believe starting with a year in 4th grade would be more appropriate. This will allow him to build a stronger foundation. Understood. We'll follow whatever you recommend, Teacher Wang. You're the education expert, whatever you decide is fine. Chenxi nodded eagerly, deeply agreeing with the teacher's suggestion and finding her consideration thorough. The group chatted for about half an hour, exchanging opinions, until the table was finally laden with a sumptuous spread. The glistening, aromatic roast duck, the steaming, fragrant braised mutton, the vibrant, tender Chinese cabbage, and a pot of piping hot, plump-grained white rice exuding an enticing aroma. Each dish looked mouth-watering, beckoning everyone to dig in. Such a lavish spread was a rare treat for Teacher Wang, even during the New Year celebrations. This made him even more satisfied with Chenxi approach to handling matters. He thought to himself that even if Zhengli was just an average child, Chenxi sincerity alone was reason enough for him to do everything in his power to help. And what's more, Zhengli possessed such exceptional mathematical talent. The school would surely be eager to have him, even fight over him. He was a treasure the school couldn't afford to lose. Look how thin you are, Zhengli. Eat more, build up your strength, and you'll study better, Teacher Wang said affectionately, enthusiastically serving Zhengli more food. His concerned expression made Zhengli feel like his own son, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Chenxi watched from the side, both amused and annoyed. He muttered to himself, Teacher Wang, you're being a bit too enthusiastic, you're practically stealing my thunder. Reluctantly, he hurriedly served Zhengli some food too, saying, Zhengli, eat more. Don't be polite. Here, you're just like family. Huang Suqin, meanwhile, focused her attention on Li Chenxi, smiling as she urged, Chenxi, don't be shy. Eat freely, no need for politeness. Just treat this place like your own home. Li Chenxi grinned and replied, Aunt Huang, you know me well. I've never known what it means to be polite. You don't need to be polite with me. Teacher Wang chuckled from the side, confirming, that's true. This kid even crashed meals at my place before. Back then, he acted like he owned the place, not a bit self-conscious. Ha! That happened? Li Chenxi flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, silently cursing the original owner. This guy even freeloaded off the teacher next door. Talk about not being fussy, what a troublemaker. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they lingered for a while chatting. Seeing it was about time, Li Chenxi rose to see Teacher Wang out. As they reached the entrance to his home, Li Chenxi suddenly stopped as if remembering something. He turned to Teacher Wang and said, Teacher Wang, please wait a moment. I have something to give you. With that, he hurried into the house and soon emerged holding a bottle of peanut oil weighing about 2 jin. Li Chenxi thought to himself, Teacher Wang had taught the original owner. After all, that bond of teacher and student was undeniable. Regardless, just for the favor of inviting the original owner over for meals, he ought to show his gratitude. After much consideration, he decided that giving oil would be the most practical gesture. In this era of scarcity, cooking oil was something everyone coveted. While Teacher Wang's household might not be well off, they could likely manage with staple foods like coarse grains. Thus, peanut oil was the perfect gift, both thoughtful and practical. Teacher Wang, please take this bottle of peanut oil home. It'll add some richness to your meals and help improve your family's daily life. Li Chenxi presented the oil with both hands, his expression sincere and respectful, a smile gracing his face. You youngster. Since you've given it, your teacher won't refuse. Teacher Wang wasn't one to be coy. He'd accepted gifts from students before, and as long as their families weren't in dire straits, he generally accepted them without hesitation. In his view, this was a natural exchange of goodwill between teacher and student. Even the principal couldn't interfere with such courtesy, as it was simply human nature. Chapter 71, Save the cigarette pack for me. Teacher Wang understood perfectly well. He knew Li Chenxi's living situation. This kid lived alone, had no family burdens, and was perfectly content as long as he had enough to eat. Plus, as a procurement officer, Li Chenxi handled plenty of supplies daily and certainly wasn't short on food or drink. Take it, Teacher Wang said warmly, his face lit with a gentle smile. This is a student's heartfelt gesture to his teacher. There's no need to refuse. To him, Li Chenxi's gift of peanut oil was more than just a present, it was a cherished token of their teacher-student bond. Especially that sincere teacher from Li Chenxi filled Mr. Wang with pride. Now, when he spoke of Li Chenxi to others, he could do so with greater confidence, no longer worrying about being accused of bragging. Alright, Teacher Wang, you must accept it. Li Chenxi replied with a smile, his tone brimming with the respected junior shows to a senior. Alright. Teacher Wang gladly accepted the peanut oil, cradling it steadily in both hands as if holding a priceless treasure. Overjoyed, Teacher Wang returned home. The moment he stepped inside, he eagerly placed the bottle of peanut oil on the table with great ceremony. Beaming with pride, he showed it off to his family. Look at this. It's a gift from my student, Chenxi. Our Chenxi is such a thoughtful, good kid, he truly keeps his teacher in mind. Oh, peanut oil. My dear, Chenxi is such a filial child, thinking to bring you such a fine gift. Teacher Wang's wife approached, picked up the bottle, and examined it closely, her eyes brimming with delight and warmth. She remembered Li Chenxi well. After all, he had often come to their home for meals when he was young. Back then, Li Chenxi was just a young elementary school student, and life wasn't as tough as it had become these past few years. Now that Li Chenxi had made the newspaper, he was famous throughout the neighboring courtyard and the entire neighborhood. The neighborhood committee had even publicly commended him. Who didn't know about his deeds? That's right. I taught him for 3 whole years. This kid has a good heart and knows how to show gratitude. You'd better put that oil away safely. Don't let the rats steal it. As she spoke, Teacher Wang carefully pushed the oil bottle deeper into the table, as if real rats might come sniffing around any moment. His wife and children couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles at this, inwardly chuckling. Mice? That was unlikely. The nationwide campaign to eradicate the 4 pests had been in full swing for the past 2 years. Sparrows, rats, flies, and mosquitoes, these 4 pests were hunted down until they had nowhere to hide. From high-ranking officials to ordinary farmers, from septuagenarians to 3-year-olds, everyone threw themselves into the campaign, creating a powerful social force. To promote the effort, a special for pests eradication rally was held, a headquarters was established, and propaganda vehicles crisscrossed the streets, their loudspeakers constantly broadcasting the achievements of the campaign to inspire public enthusiasm. Newspapers, radio, and cartoons were saturated with extermination content. Intellectuals contributed their talents, creating numerous poems, songs, and rhythmic recitations about the campaign, fostering a pervasive atmosphere of extermination throughout society. Back then, children and adults would often gather in groups to raid rat burrows. After catching rats, to prevent the spread of bacteria and disease, some would stuff Sichuan peppercorns into the rats' rear ends, then string their tails together to sell at the market. Today, after that large-scale campaign against the 4 pests, rats rarely dare to show themselves in public. Early the next morning, Li Chenxi stood vigil at the daily specials section of the brain store as usual, eyes glued to the screen, fingers poised. As the deals refreshed, he acted with lightning speed, snagging today's items in an instant. The specials were 100 gene of peanuts and 100 gene of bananas. Peanuts were a common staple in daily life, indispensable for cooking and stir-frying, a household essential. Bananas, however, this tropical fruit, were a real rarity for people living in the north. In this era of underdeveloped transportation and logistics, the exchange of goods between North and South faced numerous obstacles. Transporting perishable items like fruit was especially challenging. Thus, southern specialties became treasures in the north, rarely accessible to ordinary people. Li Chenxi's purchases extended beyond these items. He also acquired 3 large jars of pagoda candies, enough for every child in the village to have 2 pieces, effectively combating parasites. Additionally, he bought 1,000 potatoes and several hundred pounds of sorghum and corn. Additionally, he planned to donate 30 gene of peanut oil to the school, offsetting the value of that earlier box of seals. To later generations, such a transaction might seem somewhat unscrupulous, but in this era of extreme scarcity, the village was already profoundly grateful to have exchanged those seals for so many practical goods. Li Chenxi drove a tricycle out from the factory and borrowed another one elsewhere. He first loaded the sacks filled with sorghum and corn onto one tricycle. These sacks were heavy, each one brimming with hope. Next, he carefully loaded the potatoes and peanut oil onto the other tricycle. Once everything was ready, Li Chenxi turned to Luo Dapeng standing nearby and said, "Dapeng, got nothing planned today? Come with me to Lijia village and lend a hand." Luo Dapeng was always a straightforward fellow. Hearing Li Chenxi's invitation, he nodded without hesitation. "Sure thing. Let us go." Lately, his life had been incredibly comfortable. Last night, he made another trip to the black market and earned over 3 yuan. Now that he was flush with cash, he smoked better cigarettes than his own father. Even his older brother would occasionally come over to bum a smoke off him. Watching his younger brother, his older brother couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His little brother had an easy, flexible job, more pocket money than him, and smoked better cigarettes. That kind of life was truly enviable. Here, Chenxi said, handing Luo Dapeng a bunch of bananas. Wow! Bananas! Chenxi, your friend is amazing, he can even get hold of this rare stuff. Luo Dapeng's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the bananas, and he exclaimed excitedly. He wasn't afraid of others laughing at him. In all his years, he had never tasted a banana before, only glimpsing them from afar on rare occasions. This time, Chenxi was giving him 5 at once, and he was overjoyed. Are you really giving them all to me? Luo Dapeng could hardly believe it, his hand trembling slightly as he held the bananas, asking again for confirmation. Chenxi smiled and nodded, explaining, I've already set aside you'd share separately. These are all for you. Luo Dapeng grinned from ear to ear. He carefully peeled 2 bananas and set them aside, planning to take them home for his mother and family to try. For the remaining 3, he began scheming, one he'd eat right away, savoring this never-before-tasted delicacy. One to show off to his friends and make them all envious, and the last one, he'd save for later, you never knew when it might come in handy. Wait for me a moment, he said before sneaking back home like a thief. Mom, look at this. You've never tasted anything like it. The moment he entered the house, Luo Dapeng eagerly thrust the 3 bananas toward his mother, his face beaming with excitement and pride as if presenting a rare treasure. His mother's eyes widened at the sight of the bananas. Dapeng, where on earth did you get these? They're so unusual. Mom, never mind that. Just try one yourself. Don't give them all to Wei Jun and the others. Luo Dapeng urged, keeping a watchful eye on his mother, afraid she might give all the bananas to his nephew. He had brought them home primarily to let his parents taste this rare delicacy, especially his beloved mother. As for his sister-in-law and nephew, he wasn't quite so generous after all, these bananas were too precious. Luo Dapeng's mother felt warm inside at her son's words, her eyes welling up with emotion. She had always cherished this youngest son most, though some villagers often said Dapeng was spoiled and undisciplined because of her. Seeing her little son so filial now, bringing her such a rare treat, filled her heart with immense satisfaction. All those years of doting on Dapeng hadn't been wasted after all. All right, mother understands, she replied with a smile. After her son left, she ate only half the banana, carefully saving the other half for her husband. The remaining 2 bananas she shared with her grandson, Wei Jun, and the others. Luo Dapeng stepped out of his house and saw the tricycle loaded with supplies. Though he didn't know exactly what they were, he guessed they must be good things Chenxi had prepared for the village. Without a word, he hopped onto a tricycle and followed closely behind Chenxi. The 2 rode one after the other toward the direction of Lijiazwang. At the entrance to Lijia village, it seemed as though someone was always on watch, ready to spot anyone approaching the village. Sure enough, sharp-eyed villagers spotted 2 tricycles approaching from afar. Looking closer, they recognized Chenxi leading the way. Everyone knew immediately that the food supplies for the school had arrived. Instantly, the villagers cast envious glances, wishing their own children could attend school. Everyone in the village knew the school cafeteria's meals would soon surpass those of the village canteen. Chenxi had personally arranged this, and not a single household objected. What parent wouldn't want their child to eat well and grow strong? Opposition? Absolutely impossible. Everyone wholeheartedly approved, secretly hoping the school cafeteria would only get better. Let's stop here for a smoke. After parking the car, Chenxi pulled out a pack of Zhanghua cigarettes from his pocket and tossed one to Luo Dapeng with a casual flick. Luo Dapeng was about to say he had cigarettes too, but the moment he saw they were Zhanghua, the words died on his lips. Zhanghua? That was the premium stuff, he'd never had the chance to smoke them before. Don't throw away that pack, remember to save it for me. Luo Dapeng made the request somewhat sheepishly. In his eyes, even the Zhanghua cigarette box was rare, saving it might come in handy someday. Chenxi rolled her eyes at Luo Dapeng's pathetic expression and tossed the entire pack of Zhanghua cigarettes to him instead. Luo Dapeng froze for a moment. When he finally snapped out of it, his face lit up with joy. He quickly counted the remaining cigarettes, there were still 5 left. Carefully, he placed the one he'd just smoked back into the box, then pulled out a Dakianman from his own pocket and lit up again. In his mind, these Zhanghua cigarettes were meant to be savored slowly, not smoked all at once. Just then, the old party secretary hurried over with a group of people. The school kitchen isn't built yet. Store this grain in the village canteen's warehouse. Let me make this clear, no one touches it. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on it, I'll chop off their hand. The old party secretary warned everyone sternly, his voice booming. He knew how vital this grain was for the school children and that it must be safeguarded. This amount of grain would sustain the school cafeteria for quite some time. The children would undoubtedly eat better at the school cafeteria than at the village one, where the daily fare was usually just sweet potatoes and potatoes, a very monotonous diet. Everyone, remember to store this grain separately. Don't mix it up under any circumstances, the brigade leader added his own reminder. He too was deeply concerned about the storage of this grain, fearful of any mishap. Secretary, these are pyramid candies specifically for deworming the children. You should handle distributing them. There should be enough for every child in the village to get 2 each. Chenxi pointed to the 3 large jars of pyramid candies in the back of the tricycle and said to the old party secretary. Alright, leave it to me. I'll handle the distribution. The old party secretary readily agreed. Seeing how much Chenxi had prepared for the village children, everyone felt deeply moved. This young man had truly gone out of his way for the children, and their gratitude for him was deeply rooted in their hearts. Chapter 72, Leaves That Big? In Li village, the old party secretary was like the village's living ledger. The number of villagers, how many children there were, even the gender ratio, all these figures were stored clearly in his mind. When Chenxi delivered the 3 large jars of pagoda candies, the old party secretary sprang into action. He first visited the school, his face softening with affection as he looked at the children in the classroom full of vitality yet showing signs of malnutrition. He skillfully scooped candies from the jars, handing them out one by one. Here, kid, take this. Eat this candy, and all the bugs in your tummy will run away, the old party secretary murmured as he handed them out. The children took the pagoda candies, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement, carefully clutching the novel sweets in their hands. At the school, Li Zhigao and his daughter were busy tidying the classroom. As one of the few literate villagers, Li Zhigao was passionate about teaching. Influenced by him, his daughter had also dedicated herself to the village's educational cause. When they saw cart after cart of grain pulling into the village and stopping beside the planned school cafeteria, their hearts finally settled. Though Chenxi and the former party secretary had assured them the school cafeteria's food supply would be secured until the grain actually arrived, they'd felt like rabbits in a cage constantly on edge. Now, watching sack after sack of potatoes, sorghum, and corn being carried into the temporary storage shed, a long smile spread across Li Zhigao's face. This is good. For the next few months, the children will finally have enough to eat and can focus on their studies. We can teach with peace of mind too, Li Zhigao said to his daughter. Father and daughter exchanged smiles, their expressions filled with relief. But that wasn't all. Chenxi had also brought pagoda candies for the village children, filling Li Zhigao and his daughter with even deeper gratitude. From proposing the school cafeteria, to personally arranging for the grain supplies, to caring about the children's health by providing pagoda candies for deworming, every single act demonstrated his deep concern for the village's next generation and his dedication to the school. With such a steadfast supporter behind them, the school felt like it had a solid foundation. Li Zhigao and his daughter worked with renewed vigor, their hearts filled with a sense of security. Chenxi, and this comrade, please come in and sit down. Have some water and rest. Li Zhigao beamed warmly as he welcomed Chenxi and Luo Dapeng. The school's conditions were austere, offering no fine tea or water to entertain guests, only hot water. This was because Chenxi had repeatedly emphasized the importance of children drinking hot water to avoid illness from raw water. Heeding this, Li Zhigao had brought his treasured thermos from home to the school. Every day before class, he would remind the children, remember, everyone drink hot water. Don't touch the cold water, or you'll get an upset stomach. In his view, paying attention to food hygiene was crucial for the children's healthy growth, a principle he understood all too well. Teacher Li, you're too polite. Just call me Dapeng. Chenxi and I are like brothers, Luo Dapeng said, casually accepting the wooden cup Li Zhigao offered. This cup was made by Dachuan, the village carpenter. Chenxi had specially commissioned Dachuan to craft a batch of these wooden cups and bowls for the schoolchildren to use. Though the wooden cups couldn't compare to the refined enamel or glass cups found in the city, they were quite the luxury in this resource-scarce village. Luo Dapeng paid no mind to their simplicity, tilting his head back to gulp down a large mouthful of hot water. This hot water, he murmured, feels so good. After finishing his drink, Chenxi stood up and said to Li Zhigao, Brother Zhigao, I won't stay much longer. If the school needs anything else, don't hesitate to come find me. No need to be polite. Li Zhigao immediately rose, clasped Chenxi's hand firmly, and said sincerely, Chenxi, I truly don't know how to thank you. You haven't just helped the kids, our family has benefited too. We've got 2 teachers and a chef in the family now, and it's all thanks to you. Li Zhigao knew deep down that if it weren't for Chenxi's relentless efforts to build up the school, his family wouldn't have had this opportunity. Dapeng, let's head to my place. I'll show you what I can do in the kitchen today, taste my cooking. Chenxi turned to Luo Dapeng. They walked over to the tricycle, where a bunch of bananas and 10 pounds of lamb still sat loaded. These were all items Chenxi had planned to take home to improve her family's meals. As soon as he stepped through the door, Luo Dapeng felt right at home. Grandpa, Grandma, hello, he called out in a loud, warm voice. Seeing their grandson bring a friend home, the old couple beamed with delight, their eyes crinkling into slits. They knew this was Chenxi's good friend from the city and welcomed him with open arms. Grandma turned and headed inside, calling out, Oh dear, the children are here. I'll bring out the leftover apples for you all to try. Grandma, no need to trouble yourself. I brought bananas for everyone to try, Chenxi quickly interjected. Oh, bananas.
I haven't had those in years, the old man murmured, his eyes glinting with nostalgia at the mention.
Li Chenxi and Luo Dapeng exchanged glances, both looking surprised.
In their minds, bananas were rare delicacies hardly ever seen in the north.
Most people hadn't even laid eyes on one, let alone tasted it. That the old man had actually eaten one was quite unexpected. Seeing their puzzled expressions, the old man opened up. Your great aunt married into the south. In the first few years after she moved there, we kept in touch through letters. I even visited her once. Right beside her house, there was a banana tree. The leaves were enormous this wide. He spread his arms wide as he spoke. That big? Luo Dapeng's eyes widened in disbelief.
He couldn't fathom what kind of tree could produce leaves that enormous. In his experience, leaves only grew so large anything beyond that seemed implausible. The old man's description made him wonder if he was exaggerating, though he hesitated to voice his doubts.
Seeing his reaction, Li Chenxi explained, Dapeng, the old man isn't exaggerating.
Some trees in the south do have exceptionally large leaves. Take the king coconut tree. When its leaves fall, they weigh dozens of pounds.
If one hit someone, it would be disastrous.
In his previous life, Li Chenxi had seen many such news reports online and was familiar with the giant plants of the south.
Li Chenxi also pondered inwardly, surprised to learn of this family connection.
His great-aunt had married far away in the south, yet no one in the family had ever mentioned it before.
Hearing Li Chenxi's explanation, Luo Dapeng's doubts vanished.
He couldn't help but marvel at how vast and wondrous the world was. Living in this small northern town, his horizons had been far too narrow. All these unheard of things filled him with curiosity about the outside world.
Here, everyone try one banana each. Li Chenxi began distributing the fruit. Lai Kai and Lai Fong had long been captivated by the bananas, their eyes fixed on them, unable to look away. These two little ones had never seen such a bright yellow, novel-looking fruit in their village. Once they got their bananas, they stared at the tempting peel and, without a second thought, took a bite. Hey, don't bite the peel. Luo Dapeng quickly intervened. He picked up a banana with a satisfied look and said, watch closely. This is how you eat it. He skillfully pinched the top of the banana, gave it a gentle twist, and the peel slid off his fingers, revealing the soft, sticky flesh. Luo Dapeng took a bite, his face lighting up with pure enjoyment. Lai Kai and Lai Fong quickly mimicked Luo Dapeng's actions, peeling their bananas and popping the flesh into their mouths. Instantly, the sweet flavor spread across their tongues, and their eyes crinkled into crescent moons. So delicious. Lai Kai mumbled between chews. Then he grinned and added, it tastes extra good because Big Brother brought it back. His perfectly timed flattery drew hearty laughter from everyone. Auntie San took the banana, hesitating as she gazed at the precious fruit in her hand. She took a small, tentative bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Then she set the banana down, intending to save it. In her mind, such a fine treat was too good for her to eat. Her husband worked so hard, and her children were growing, both needing it more than she did. Auntie, don't save it. Once peeled, bananas won't keep long and will spoil quickly. You should eat it now. Li Chenxi, sensing her hesitation, urged her gently. Grandma often said Auntie San was unworldly, not knowing how to enjoy good things, but Li Chenxi understood this was a common trait among many women of that era. They always put their families first, pushing their own needs to the back of their minds. Li Chenxi turned to the old man and asked, Grandpa, you mentioned Auntie earlier. How come you lost touch with her? Which southern province did she end up marrying into? A melancholy expression settled over the old man as he sank into recollection. We never heard from her again. I had your father write several letters, but not a single reply came back. Who knows what happened over there? She married in Guangdong. That place is so far away, it takes days and nights by train just to get there. Deep down, the old man knew the long distance and loss of contact likely meant trouble for his niece, yet he refused to accept the worst outcome. Grandpa, when I have time, I'll go to Guangdong and look for Auntie, Li Chenxi said firmly, seeing the worry etched on his grandfather's face. He could sense the deep bond between Grandpa and Auntie. The lingering concern and worry in Grandpa's eyes whenever he spoke of her made him resolve to help fulfill this unfinished wish. That's good. When you have time, go see her for me. If you could bring back news of her, that would be wonderful. The old man forced a faint smile and patted Li Chenxi's shoulder. In his view, Guangdong was a distant place, and finding someone there would be no easy task. His grandson's words were more likely meant to comfort himself. I'll start by asking friends in the south to look into it. As soon as I hear anything, I'll go. Li Chenxi reaffirmed his resolve. He understood the weight of his grandfather's concern for his aunt. This burden was heavy, and he was determined to find a way to help his grandfather resolve it. Luo Dapeng quickly chimed in from the side, Grandpa, don't worry. Chenxi's friends are incredibly capable. They have connections everywhere and can get their hands on anything. Just look at these bananas, they're from the south, right? Finding someone shouldn't be hard for them. Luo Dapeng spoke with absolute conviction, confident in Li Chenxi's abilities and hoping to ease the old man's mind. Hearing Luo Dapeng's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the old man's heart. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If Li Chenxi could source bananas from the south, it meant he had connections there. Perhaps finding his aunt really was possible.
With that thought, the old man quickly gave Li Chenxi his aunt's exact address, his eyes brimming with expectation. Li Chenxi solemnly jotted down the address, silently vowing to spare no effort in helping the old man find his aunt. "Alright, everyone, take a seat. I'll go cook. Lai Kai, have you finished your bananas? Once you're done, head to the kitchen to stoke the fire." With that, Li Chenxi prepared to rise and head to the kitchen. Just then, Li Chenxi caught sight of Lai Kai scraping the last bits of flesh from the inside of the banana peel with his teeth, eating with such intense focus. He felt both exasperated and amused, shaking his head helplessly. This Lai Kai, always greedy for food, utterly powerless against any delicious treat. Hearing his brother's call, Lai Kai quickly set down the banana peel and responded loudly, "Big brother, I'm done. I'll go stoke the fire right now." With that, he dashed toward the kitchen like a whirlwind, afraid someone might snatch the fire-tending duty away. To him, serving his big brother, especially helping in the kitchen, was an immense honor. Chapter 73, You should really find yourself a wife soon. Lamb could be prepared in countless ways, the charred exterior and tender, juicy interior of roasted lamb, the tender, smooth texture of lamb slices simmering in a boiling copper pot, the glossy, aromatic appeal of braised lamb ribs. Each was a delicacy worthy of the table. Today, Li Chenxi decided to show off his skills by preparing his signature braised lamb. He had already meticulously gathered all the necessary ingredients, waiting only to showcase his culinary prowess. In this era of scarce resources, people's methods of eating meat were extremely simple and crude. Most often, it meant tossing some meat into a pot, sprinkling a handful of salt, adding water, and boiling it until done. Or they'd give it a quick stir-fry before serving it. As for those elaborate, fancy ingredients that could elevate a dish to something truly exquisite, they were nothing short of a fairy tale, something people dared not even dream of. Thus, in this time and place, crafting a mouth-watering, refined dish proved an immense challenge. Luo Dapeng followed Li Chenxi into the kitchen, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he asked, "Chenxi, need a hand?" Li Chenxi turned back while rummaging through the cookware and teased, "Oh, what could you possibly help with? I seem to recall you're the type who never lifts a finger at home." Luo Dapeng was instantly speechless, his mouth agape. He couldn't argue, he never cooked at home and knew nothing about kitchen work. If he really had to help, he wouldn't even know where to start. "Alright then, don't just stand there. Help me peel this garlic." Li Chenxi smiled as she handed him a head of garlic, then began preparing the lamb herself. He first cut the lamb into evenly sized chunks, then placed them in a bowl to marinate. The distinctive gamey smell of lamb often put people off, making this marinating step crucial for effectively removing the odor. Li Chenxi added scallions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings to the bowl. He stirred everything thoroughly by hand, ensuring each piece of lamb absorbed the flavors. Then he set the bowl aside to marinate. While the meat marinated, Li Chenxi placed a wok over the stove and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. As the flame grew stronger, the oil temperature gradually rose, and tiny ripples began to form on the surface. With quick reflexes, Li Chenxi dropped the marinated lamb pieces into the pan. Instantly, a sizzling sound filled the air, and the rich aroma of meat began to waft through the kitchen. He deftly flipped the lamb pieces. Before long, both sides were seared to a golden brown, their color irresistibly tempting. Next, he added star anise, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, and other spices. After tossing everything together, he poured in just enough water to barely cover the lamb. "Kai, don't let the fire get too high. Take out 2 pieces of firewood," Li Chenxi called toward the stove. It was still early, and slow simmering would allow the lamb to absorb more flavor and become tender. After all, Grandpa and Grandma were getting older and had trouble chewing, so tender lamb suited them better. "If it gets too hot, you don't have to stand guard here the whole time. Just come in every so often to add some firewood," Li Chenxi reminded Lai Kai again. Standing before the blazing stove on a sweltering summer day, the heat was inevitable. Li Chenxi thought to himself, if only Li village had electricity, he could bring back a fan or two to help everyone beat the heat. After all, electric fans were still rare commodities in the countryside at that time, though in the city, they were hardly considered high-tech products anymore. Even before liberation, China had already begun manufacturing electric fans, with the Huasheng brand being particularly renowned for its superior quality capable of lasting decades without issue. Alas, Li village still lacked electricity, rendering many appliances useless. In truth, the nearby Red Star commune had been electrified years earlier. As the highest administrative unit in a township, equivalent to a modern town, the commune director held a position akin to a town mayor. Electrification there was only natural, yet Li Jia village still groped in darkness. "Big brother, I'm not hot," Lai Kai answered crisply, even though beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead and were trickling down his cheeks. He remained steadfastly at the stove, his gaze fixed intently on the flames within. Li Chenxi gave a helpless smile and paid Lai Kai no further mind. After peeling garlic, Luo Dapeng couldn't stay put in the kitchen any longer. His feet seemed greased as he slipped out to play. Spotting villagers working in the fields, he impulsively joined the commotion, grabbing a hoe and pretending to hoe the ground. But after just a few moments, his back ached and his interest vanished. Then, a sudden idea struck him.
He decided to become the leader of the pack, taking a group of unshelled children on a wild dash through the village. He promised the kids that next time he came to Li village, he'd bring them something delicious. At the mention of treats, the children's eyes lit up instantly. Without questioning whether the promise was empty, they immediately accepted Luo Dapeng as their leader and followed him around the village. Before long, the rich aroma of lamb began wafting from Li Chenxi's home. This aroma seemed to possess a magical power, drawing the attention of the workers building the house nearby. They had been focused on their tasks, but as the scent drifted over, their stomachs began to rumble uncontrollably. They secretly rejoiced that building Li Chenxi's house was truly a sweet gig. These past few days, they'd eaten better than they had all last year. But alas, the roof beam would be raised tomorrow. Once that happened, it meant the project was nearing completion. However, Li Chenxi still had some detailed requirements for the interior, so they could probably keep working for another 3 or 5 days. According to Li Jiming's plan, tomorrow he would head to the tile kiln to haul back roof tiles. Several days prior, he had made a special trip to the tile kiln, seeking out a friend who worked there. He had carefully instructed the man to set aside a batch of top-quality tiles specifically for him. Luo Dapeng returned with perfect timing, just in time for the meal. Li Chenxi glanced at the lamb stewing in the pot. It seemed the heat was just right, and it should be nearly done. Normally, the next step would be to reduce the sauce over high heat, but Li Chenxi reconsidered. In this era of scarcity, the broth in the pot couldn't be wasted. In later times, the broth might be reduced to a thick glaze, but right now, this broth mixed with rice was nothing short of a heavenly delicacy. So he scooped most of the lamb into a large bowl, deliberately leaving some broth and about a pound of meat in the pot. "Brother Jiming, take a break. Come eat." Li Chenxi called out to the group building the house. "Alright, coming right up." Li Jiming quickly responded, though truthfully, he was already starving. Hearing the call, everyone paused their work, quickly washed their hands, and then each carried their own bowl toward Li Chenxi's house. Today's meal was still sorghum rice, and everyone served themselves according to their appetite. Li Chenxi stood nearby and reminded them, "Don't pile it too high, folks. Come over later, and I'll ladle some lamb broth over your rice. The flavor is absolutely amazing." "Got it," the group responded in unison. Li Chenxi picked up a ladle, scooped a spoonful of broth from the pot still holding 2 pieces of tender lamb and poured it over the rice. Instantly, the rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of the sorghum rice, creating a tempting sight that made everyone's mouths water. "Thanks, Uncle 16, said the recipient gratefully. "Well, if you're still hungry after finishing, help yourself to more from the pot, there's plenty," Li Chenxi said with a smile. However, following the usual custom, everyone intended to eat only one bowl. The second bowl was meant to be taken home for younger siblings or children. Wanting them to eat their fill? That was simply too difficult. In this era of food scarcity, everyone was like starving gluttons who, if given free rein, couldn't be satisfied with just a few bowls. So, everyone tacitly agreed to take only 2 bowls of rice each. Whether to eat them on the spot or take them home was up to the individual. This arrangement had been pre-arranged by Li Jiming. Li Chenxi watched Lai Kai drenched in sweat and said with concern, "Lai Kai, go take a quick shower. Look how hot you are, it's uncomfortable for everyone just watching." Lai Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, gave a sheepish grin, and scampered off. Luo Dapeng only began eating once the old man and the others had picked up their chopsticks. Chewing large mouthfuls of mutton, he boasted animatedly about his glorious achievements from earlier. "Let me tell you, I was on fire today. I led the little ones and we bagged 3 sparrows. I was generous, gave all the spoils to the kids. As the leader, I can't compete with the youngsters. How else would I keep my standing with them? Chenxi, your cooking skills are impressive. How come I never knew you had this talent before?" Luo Dapeng exclaimed in surprise. In his memory, Li Chenxi hadn't cooked often, and his dishes had never been this spectacular. "I never had good ingredients before. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Besides, I picked up a few tricks lately, so I've improved a bit. Not like you, with your mom cooking for you at home, food served right to your mouth." Li Chenxi teased with a laugh. Luo Dapeng scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish grin. It was true, without his mother, he had to handle all the household chores himself. Cooking, laundry, these were tasks he'd never touched before. "Honestly, Chenxi, you're not getting any younger. You should find yourself a wife soon. Grandma, don't you agree?" Luo Dapeng turned to the elderly woman, grinning as he spoke. This struck a chord with the old lady. Her face lit up with a kind smile as she nodded eagerly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Chenxi should find a wife. I wonder if that girl his father arranged for him is any good. I'll bring her back another day so you can take a good look at her, Grandma, Li Chenxi said. He knew the old lady had always hoped he'd settle down. Since arriving in this new life, he hadn't yet visited Uncle Zhang's house the family of the match his father had arranged. In his memories, the girl seemed quite suitable, still attending university. Uncle Zhang worked at the Research Institute, a man of considerable ability. To be honest, Li Chenxi had many questions swirling in his mind. How did his father even know someone from the Research Institute? And their relationship seemed quite close, otherwise, this match wouldn't have been arranged. After all this time without paying a visit, it was indeed time to make the trip. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Chenxi's words, the old lady smiled until her eyes narrowed to slits. Good, good. Let grandma know ahead of time. There's no rush. Once our house is built, we'll bring the girl back. The old man beside her chuckled contentedly, his face radiating happiness and satisfaction, as if his life had already reached its fullest fulfillment. After eating his fill, Luo Dupang lingered a while longer before rising to take his leave. Pedaling a tricycle, he made his way leisurely toward the city, making no further stops. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed him in light, casting a long shadow behind him. Chapter 74, Visiting the Girlfriend's Family. Votes still needed. Dawn broke, the first light of morning gently seeping into Li Chenxi's room. Li Chenxi rose early from bed, brimming with energy as he began a new day. He activated the system and stored 100 gene of corn and 100 precious cans of yellow peach preserves within it. In this era of extreme scarcity, yellow peach preserves were a rare commodity, their price so exorbitant it was jaw-dropping. When visiting relatives and friends, bringing along a couple of cans of yellow peaches was an act that commanded immense respect, a gesture that truly showcased the giver's sincerity and thoughtfulness. As time flowed into later generations, canned yellow peaches became like a brilliant memory star, deeply etched into the hearts of an entire generation. They seemed imbued with magical properties, even earning the playful nickname cure all among the people. Tracing its origins, this belief arose because many adults in the past would buy canned yellow peaches to coax sick children into taking their medicine. Over time, a curious association formed in people's minds between illness and eating canned yellow peaches. While scientifically speaking, this is merely psychological comfort with no evidence to support it. Lacking scientific backing. Yet one must acknowledge that sometimes, the power of psychological comfort can surpass that of medicine itself. Today, Li Chenxi had already made up his mind he planned to visit Uncle Zhang's home. Grandma had prepared breakfast with great care. Li Chenxi ate with relish, then turned to her with a smile and said, "Grandma, I'm off to work." Grandma looked at her grandson with concern and reminded him, "Go now, but be very careful on the road. Stay safe." Li Chenxi stepped out the door and walked toward Uncle Zhang's house. As he walked, he carefully considered what gift would be most appropriate to bring. He pondered that the canned yellow peaches that had appeared from that mysterious backpack today were undoubtedly an excellent choice. He could bring a few jars. At the same time, he pondered the situation at Uncle Zhang's home. There were two elderly parents, but they didn't live with them. Below them were three daughters as beautiful as flowers. The eldest, Zhang Yan, was Li Chenxi's girlfriend. The second daughter, Zhang Yu, was in high school and the youngest, Zhang Lu, was still in middle school. After careful consideration, Li Chenxi resolved to bring not only the peach preserves. He would also bring the 5 bundles of noodles he'd snagged for just 1 yuan earlier, each bundle weighing a full pound. Furthermore, he made a special trip to the market to buy 5 pounds of pork. In this era of extreme scarcity for both grain and meat, armed with these 3 gifts, Li Chenxi felt confident that meeting his future father-in-law and fully express his sincerity. Meanwhile, in the steel mill's conference room, a high-level meeting was underway. A peculiar-looking product was brought before the assembled executives. Had Li Chenxi been present, he would have instantly recognized it as the solar cooker he had been searching for. Factory director Hu furrowed his brow slightly, staring at this unfamiliar contraption before him, and asked with evident confusion, "So, this is Comrade Li Chenxi's latest invention? But what exactly is its purpose?" Liao, the workshop director, quickly nodded and chimed in. "Director Hu, I strongly urge you once more to transfer Comrade Li Chenxi to our workshop. This young man possesses a sharp mind and quick wit. Only in a specialized environment like ours can his talents truly flourish." "Liao, what nonsense are you spouting? You're dreaming in broad daylight." Director Ding instantly flew into a rage, cutting Liao off mid-sentence. His voice crackled with fury. "Comrade Li Chenxi belongs to our logistics procurement department. Everyone in this factory knows that. You're trying to poach him right in front of me? This is utter nonsense. I've already discussed this with Comrade Li Chenxi. He's perfectly satisfied with his current position and has no desire to transfer to the workshop." Listening to their heated argument, factory manager Hu felt his head buzzing and a headache coming on. He quickly stepped in to calm things down. "Since Comrade Li Chenxi prefers to stay in his current position, we must fully respect his personal wishes. We'll revisit the transfer matter at a more appropriate time." In truth, Director Hu was quietly wondering to himself whether keeping Li Chenxi in the logistics procurement department was indeed a waste of talent. How long had it been since Li Chenxi had come up with another invention? Only now, everyone was baffled by its purpose. "Right now, our focus should be on what this product actually does and its functions," Factory Director Hu emphasized, raising his voice. The room instantly fell silent. After all, Li Chenxi hadn't shared the device's purpose with anyone. How could they possibly guess its purpose out of thin air? "Perhaps we should call Comrade Li Chenxi back to ask him directly," a deputy factory manager cautiously suggested. Exactly. What was the point of speculating without the inventor present? Everyone nodded in agreement, and they decided to send someone to find Li Chenxi immediately. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi had already arrived at the gate of the compound where Zhang Jianxi lived. The sharp-eyed gatekeeper recognized him instantly and teased with a smile, "Hey, aren't you Yanzi's fiancé? What's your name again? When are you two going to register your marriage?" Chenxi beamed, quickly pulling out a cigarette and respectfully offering it to the old man. "Uncle, I'm Chenxi," he replied with a smile. "As for when we'll marry, that depends entirely on Yanzi. She has to agree first." This young man looks like a good catch. "Go on in." The old man accepted the cigarette, nodded approvingly, and gestured for Chenxi to enter the compound. The moment Chenxi stepped into the courtyard, he stirred up ripples like a pebble dropped into a still lake. The women inside turned their eyes toward him, chattering and whispering as if a grand spectacle had begun. "I saw him carrying pork. I thought he was here to propose." In these lean years when grain was scarce, meat was a rare commodity. When someone brought meat to a doorstep, the first thought was naturally a marriage proposal. Exactly. Speaking of which, what does Yanzi's fiancé do? Did he go to university too? Someone asked curiously. Old Zhang mentioned it once. She's working now, apparently as a procurement officer, another chimed in. A buyer? That's great. That job must expose her to all sorts of nice things, someone remarked enviously. But is he good enough for Yanzi? She's a college graduate now, another voice questioned. So what if she's a college student? You guys don't know, but that guy over there is an inventor. He was even in the newspaper recently, someone in the know said proudly. At this revelation, those previously unaware were stunned into silence, their faces edged with disbelief. Oh, Chenxi's here. Come inside quickly. You youngster haven't visited since you started work. Last night, I was just talking about you with Uncle Zhang. A woman with short hair, hanging laundry in the courtyard, beamed at the sight of Chenxi. She was Zhang Yan's mother, Chenxi's future mother-in-law. Aunt Zhang, I've been quite busy since starting my job, and I also went back to the countryside to visit my grandparents, so... Seeing this, Chenxi hurried forward, wanting to explain why he hadn't visited in so long. Aunt Zhang beamed, nodding repeatedly, her eyes brimming with pride for Chenxi. In truth, the entire family had been quietly following his every move. When they first learned that Chenxi had chosen to enter the workforce instead of continuing his studies, the family had felt a touch of regret. But who could have imagined that Chenxi would quietly make headlines, achieving remarkable accomplishments? We know, Aunt Zhang knows all about it. You even invented a pressurized water well. Your Uncle Zhang and I both read about it in the paper. Aunt Zhang said with a smile, inwardly marveling, like father, like son. Old Li was so accomplished, and even without formal education, his son still stood out. Her daughter Yanzi had truly hit the jackpot with such a partner. Chenxi quickly explained, Aunt Zhang, I didn't invent the hand-pumped well. Aunt Zhang waved her hand with a smile. It's all the same, it's all the same. Making it into the newspaper means you've got real talent. Just then, two girls' clear voices called out from inside the house, Brother Chenxi. It was Zhang Yu and Zhang Lu, Chenxi's future sisters-in-law. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at him. Chenxi paused, slightly taken aback. Xiaoyu, Xiaolu, aren't you in school today? Brother Chenxi, it's a holiday today. Zhang Lu replied brightly, her big eyes sparkling. Only then did Chenxi realize his mistake. He'd assumed Aunt Zhang would be home at this time, so he'd chosen this moment to visit, but hadn't considered that the children would be off school today. He quickly pulled out a handful of big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, handing them to Zhang Lu. Share these between the two of you, he said. Zhang Lu's eyes lit up, and she immediately began showing off excitedly. Mom, Brother Chenxi gave us big white rabbit milk candies. In those resource-scarce times, big white rabbit milk candies were a rare treat. Not just middle school kids, even adults would be overjoyed to get them. Aunt Zhang watched her daughter's delighted expressions, but she said, Chenxi, why give her so many? Save some for yourself. As she spoke, her eyes shifted to her younger daughter, carrying a hint of warning. Chenxi smiled and explained, Aunt Zhang, these were given to me by a friend. I'm not really fond of them myself, they're too sticky. You should let Xiaolu and the others have them. Then he pulled pork, noodles, and canned peaches from the basket he'd brought. Aunt Zhang and her three daughters were stunned by the sight. These were rare delicacies they seldom saw. Lately, their family's finances have grown tight, and they've started eating cornmeal. The family had saved over a dozen eggs treasured for ages only for old Zhang to sneak them off to the research institute. Aunt Zhang flew into a rage over it, and little Lu cried her eyes out. Oh dear. Chenxi, this won't do, hurry and take them back, take them back. Aunt Zhang snapped back to her senses and hurriedly said. In her view, if they weren't here to propose marriage, she couldn't possibly accept such valuable items. Chenxi hastily explained, Aunt Zhang, you know I work in procurement. I come across these things all the time. Besides, I live alone in the city and can't eat much of it. Take them back for your grandparents to eat. Aunt Zhang refused again. After much persuasion and pleading, Chenxi finally convinced Aunt Zhang to accept the items. Finally, Aunt Zhang turned and instructed her two daughters, Zhang Lu, go fetch your father back. Zhang Yu, you go find your sister. Chapter 75, Can I just say I borrowed it? As noon approached, the sun grew fiercer.
Uncle Zhang and Zhang Yan returned home one after the other, their footsteps echoing in the warm light. Zhang Yan's 2 braids bounced with each light step, like 2 lively little tails. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons on the horizon, radiating an innocent charm. Spotting Chenxi laden with bags and packages, Zhang Yan teased, "Chenxi, really, why bring so much stuff? It's such a waste of money." Yet the slight upturn of her lips betrayed the joy she couldn't hide. Zhang Jianxi strolled over to the hand pump well Chenxi had set up, examining it closely. The well's construction seemed simple enough, without any high-tech wizardry, yet it was ingeniously designed and undeniably practical. This little contraption would make fetching water so much easier from now on. These things are all welfare benefits from the company. We simply can't eat it all, and letting it go to waste seemed a shame. I thought I'd bring some over for everyone to try, Chenxi explained with a carefree smile, his expression calm and unruffled. Zhang Jianxi felt a complex mix of emotions upon hearing this. In these times, most people still struggle to fill their stomachs, yet this young man had more than enough to eat. Envy welled up inside him. Zhang Jianxi hesitated for a moment, his expression tentative as he asked softly, "Chenxi, have you considered going to university? I might be able to." Before he could finish, Chenxi gently shook his head, his tone firm yet gentle. "Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing. Look, the work I'm doing now is also contributing to the nation's development. Going to university wouldn't necessarily make things much better than they are now. Besides, Grandpa and Grandma are getting old. They need someone nearby to look after them. I want to come home often, spend more time with them." Zhang Jianxi had intended to press further, but the mention of his grandparents made him swallow his words. He understood this was filial devotion, a sentiment he couldn't disregard. Besides, the innovations Chenxi had recently developed, the water pressing well, and whatever else might come next, already surpassed the achievements of many university graduates. "You're right, kid," Zhang Jianxi said with a resigned smile, forced to agree with Chenxi's perspective. Just then, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up as if she'd discovered a new continent. "Chenxi," she exclaimed excitedly. "My classmates have been talking about you non-stop lately." A hint of pride flashed in her eyes. If they only knew Chenxi was her fiancé, the looks of surprise and envy would be priceless. To change the subject, Zhang Jianxi cleared his throat and turned to Chenxi. "Chenxi, with your job in procurement, are you usually very busy?" Chenxi thought for a moment before answering earnestly, "It's actually not too bad. I don't have to clock in at the factory every day, so my schedule is relatively flexible. As long as I meet the procurement targets on time, I'd have no time to visit my grandparents in Li Village, let alone tinker with things like water pressing wells and solar cookers." "Solar cooker? What's that?" Zhang Jianxi perked up instantly, his ears pricking up. They'd heard of hand-pumped wells, but a solar cooker? That was a first. His mind was filled with curiosity. Chenxi didn't hold back, these inventions would become public knowledge eventually anyway. He calmly explained the solar cooker's design concept, uses, and benefits to Zhang Jianxi in detail, then modestly asked Uncle Zhang for feedback. Finally, he added, "Uncle Zhang, I came up with this solar stove the day before yesterday in the village. I saw Grandma struggling to boil water and got inspired. I've already asked the factory to help build it, but we'll have to wait and see how well it actually works." Zhang Jianxi took the design blueprint Chenxi handed him, his eyes immediately lighting up. Though the design looked somewhat rough, he instantly recognized its ingenuity. If this solar stove truly worked, it would save an enormous amount of firewood and coal. Like the hand-pumped well, it was a practical invention that genuinely benefited the people, holding immense potential to improve their lives. Zhang Jianxi couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He marveled inwardly, the Li family's genes must be incredibly powerful. How come they consistently produce design and invention talents? Thinking of this, he felt immense anticipation for his daughter and Chenxi's future marriage and children. Who knows? Perhaps they'd give birth to an even more remarkable little inventor someday. "Excellent, Chenxi. This design is brilliant." Zhang Jianxi gave it his highest praise, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. Zhang Yan and her 2 younger sisters listened to Chenxi's explanation and saw Zhang Jianxi's enthusiastic praise for the solar cooker. Their eyes filled with admiration and awe as they looked at Chenxi. "Let's get a solar cooker for our family too," Zhang Yu suggested first, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It'll make boiling water so much easier, no more struggling to start a fire." Yeah, I think it's great too." Zhang Lu nodded vigorously beside her, echoing her sister's words, though her eyes kept darting toward the jar of canned yellow peaches on the table, her greedy expression impossible to miss. Chenxi caught the look and understood immediately. He reached over, opened a can of peaches, and handed it to Zhang Lu with a smile. "Go ahead, Lu. I have a friend who works at the canning factory. Getting some canned goods isn't hard." He knew full well that Zhang Lu craved the canned peaches, but Aunt Zhang was too frugal to casually open such a precious treat. She probably intended to save it as a gift. The girls, no matter how tempted, dared not open the can themselves for fear of scolding. With him as their external support, things were different now. "Thanks, Chenxi." Zhang Lu's eyes crinkled into slits as she took the can with both hands, overjoyed. Seeing Chenxi about to open another can, Zhang Jianxi quickly raised his hand to stop him.
That's enough, Chenxi. One can is plenty for a taste. This stuff is precious, you can't just open 2 cans at once. Turning to his youngest daughter, he admonished, Lulu, share it out fairly. Don't hog it all yourself. You guys eat up. I'm not fond of this stuff. I've got plenty more at home, Chenxi waved dismissively, showing little interest in the canned peaches. In his view, only the peach flesh inside the can was edible, he wouldn't touch the syrup in the jar with a 10-foot pole. Recalling his past life, he remembered hearing about people drinking even the water the peaches had been soaked in, which had astonished him at the time. In the South, most people ate canned peaches by consuming only the flesh and discarding the syrup. Little did he know that in the North, the authentic way to enjoy them was to savor both the fruit and the syrup together, treating the liquid like a sweetened drink. Zhang Lu didn't care about such conventions. After happily devouring the peach flesh, she still felt unsatisfied. She picked up the kettle, poured some hot water into the can, gave it a shake, and then tipped her head back to drink the sweet liquid clean. So delicious. Zhang Lu smacked her lips, her face beaming with satisfaction, her little belly now round and full. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang bustled about in the kitchen, meticulously preparing a pot of braised pork with glass noodles. Those noodles had been stored for ages, too precious to eat until now. With Chenxi visiting today, Aunt Zhang bit the bullet and used them all, determined to treat her future son-in-law properly. As Zhang Lu ate, she silently wished, Brother Chenxi really should come home more often. Whenever he visits, the food instantly gets better. No more having to choke down that awful cornmeal gruel every day. After everyone had eaten their fill, Zhang Jianxi noticed they were all resting in the living room. He slipped quietly into the kitchen. Tiptoeing, he opened the cupboard, took out a cleaver, and carefully sliced 2 pounds of meat. Just as he was about to wrap it in newspaper, a sharp shout rang out behind him. What are you doing? Aunt Zhang stood at the kitchen doorway, hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. Her eyes widened like copper bells as she fixed Zhang Jianxi with a piercing stare. Startled by the sudden voice, Zhang Jianxi nearly dropped the meat. He gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his head, and explained, there are a few comrades at the office who are too weak. They're malnourished and can't work properly. I thought I'd get some meat to help them recover. Don't even think about it. Aunt Zhang crossed her arms, her tone firm, leaving no room for negotiation. If it were our own stuff, fine. But this came from Chenxi, how could you take it? Put it down right now. Zhang Jianxi sighed helplessly, offering a half-hearted plea with a wry smile. Can't we just say I borrowed it? I'll return it as soon as I get more. No way. Aunt Zhang refused flatly. You still haven't returned the eggs you borrowed last time. Hearing this, Zhang Jianxi looked utterly defeated. He reluctantly set down the meat and slunk out the door. No sooner had Zhang Jianxi walked a short distance than he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Chenxi catching up. Uncle Zhang, I can get eggs and meat, but I'll have to buy them. Do you need any? Chenxi said breathlessly. Zhang Jianxi's eyes lit up instantly at the words, like spotting a ray of light in the darkness. Excitedly, he asked, yes. How much? It wasn't that the people at their research institute lacked money, it was that they simply couldn't buy extra food. Even with money, there was nowhere to spend it. Chenxi answered earnestly, pork is 1 yuan per pound, eggs are 5 fun each. Uncle Zhang, you know how it is without ration tickets, you can't buy anything at market prices these days. I had to go through a lot to find this source. Zhang Jianxi nodded eagerly. I understand, Uncle Zhang. 1 yuan it is. How much can you get? When can I get the goods? Chenxi considered for a moment before saying, if you need it urgently, come find me at my courtyard house after sunset. I can't say exactly how much I'll be able to get right now, but I'll definitely do my best to arrange it. Chenxi held deep respect for researchers. He understood that the quiet dedication of this generation of scientists had paved the way for peace and stability for generations to come. Earlier, outside the kitchen, he overheard Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang's conversation and learned of the harsh conditions faced by the Institute's researchers. He wanted to help in any way he could. Alright, it's settled. I'll come find you before dark. Zhang Jianxi patted Chenxi's shoulder excitedly before hurrying back to the institute to discuss the matter with Sun Guowei. Old son, you want some meat? Zhang Jianxi blurted out the moment he saw Sun Guowei. Sun Guowei looked utterly confused. Wasn't that obvious? Who wouldn't want meat? Everyone was starving. Their lab had 12 people, all suffering from malnutrition and poor health, some had even fainted twice. Seeing Sun's blank expression, Zhang quickly explained, not from my family, we have to buy it. 1 yuan per pound, and eggs are 5 fun each. If you want some, pool your money together now. I'll pick it up later. Sun Guowei finally caught on. Seeing Zhang Jianxi wasn't joking, he immediately pulled out every last coin from his pockets and handed them over. Here's my share. Hold on, I'll go ask the others. Upon hearing the news, not a single colleague in the lab hesitated. They all turned their pockets inside out, emptying every last coin. Everyone was eagerly hoping to improve their lives not just for themselves, but for their families too. Zhang Jianxi had only shared the news with his own lab members, not yet informing colleagues from other labs in the research institute. After all, resources were limited, and it was best to prioritize his own people first. Chenxi returned to the courtyard house. Before he could catch his breath, an auntie rushed over, saying anxiously, "Chenxi, people from the factory have been looking for you several times. They said you need to go there immediately. It seems like something urgent." Chapter 76, Expansion. "Oh my, thank you so much, auntie. This information couldn't have come at a better time." Chenxi's face lit up with gratitude, his lips curving into a warm smile, his words brimming with sincerity. The moment he heard the news, he wasted no time, turning on his heel and sprinting toward the steel mill. He knew full well that if the factory was summoning him, it must be urgent. He had to see his superior, Section Chief Wang, immediately. His footsteps grew hurried as he sped along the street, the scenery on either side blurring past like a slideshow. His mind raced with speculation: had the procurement task hit a snag, or was there some other new development? Bursting with questions, he soon arrived at Section Chief Wang's office door. "Well, it's about time you showed up. We've been looking for you forever. Where'd you disappear to?" Section Chief Wang's furrowed brow relaxed slightly at the sight of Chenxi, though his tone still carried a hint of impatience and frustration. Chenxi was slightly out of breath, wearing an apologetic smile as he hurriedly explained, "Section Chief Wang, I'm truly sorry. I was out in the countryside handling procurement. It's a long way, so I got back a bit late." Section Chief Wang eyed Chenxi, well aware that this so-called field procurement likely meant a visit to the village where his grandparents lived. Still, he saw no point in calling him out. After all, Chenxi consistently exceeded procurement targets, delivering outstanding results. In the procurement business, flexible scheduling was essential. You couldn't chain people to the factory and restrict their movements. With that in mind, Section Chief Wang waved his hand, tacitly accepting Chenxi's explanation. "Hey kid, heard you've come up with another new invention? Spill it. What exactly does your new contraption do?" The factory director and the others spent half the day in a meeting, going round, and still couldn't figure it out. Section Chief Wang's face was aglow with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with inquisitive light, eager to uncover the answer. Chenxi's lips curved upward into a confident smile as he spoke mysteriously, "Section Chief Wang, it's my new solar stove invention, absolutely amazing. Simply put, it uses solar energy to boil water and cook food. Soon, every household might rely on it for heating water and cooking, saving tons of firewood and coal." "What? Such a marvel exists?" Section Chief Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his face lighting up with delight. "Good heavens, you're quite the innovator. Come on, let's go see Section Chief Zheng immediately. He must hear about this right away." With that, Section Chief Wang grabbed Chenxi's arm and hurried towards Section Chief Zheng's office. They soon arrived at Section Chief Zheng's office door. Section Chief Wang knocked, received permission, and ushered Chenxi inside. "Section Chief Zheng, as you can see, I brought Chenxi to meet you," Section Chief Wang said with a smile. The moment Section Chief Zheng saw Chenxi, his face lit up with a warm smile. He stood up and stepped forward. "Chenxi, you're here. Please, have a seat. Have a seat. I called you back today mainly to learn more about your new invention. The factory director and the others are very interested in this matter." Turning to Section Chief Wang, Zheng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of dismissal. "All right, you're not needed here anymore. You can go back to your duties." Section Chief Wang felt a pang of irritation at these words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Yet he dared not defy Section Chief Zheng's order. Turning silently, he left the office, muttering to himself under his breath. Chenxi, observing this, offered a polite smile before resuming his detailed explanation to Section Chief Zheng about the solar cooker's uses, principles, and numerous benefits. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, aiming to help Section Chief Zheng grasp the concepts more intuitively. Section Chief Zheng listened intently, nodding frequently with a satisfied expression. When Chenxi finished, Zheng slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed, "Wow! This invention is truly remarkable. Chenxi, we absolutely must test its functionality on site later. See exactly how long it takes to boil a kettle of water. Come on, let's go meet Director Ding. He needs to know about this too." So Section Chief Zheng led Chenxi to Director Ding's office. Director Ding had been buried in paperwork when the knock came. He looked up and, recognizing Chenxi, immediately broke into a warm smile. He casually set aside his papers, warmly gestured for Chenxi to sit down, then turned to Section Chief Zheng and said, "All right, old Zheng, you're not needed here anymore. You can step out now." Caught off guard by Director Ding's abrupt dismissal, Section Chief Zheng could only leave the office in silence. Once Section Chief Zheng was gone, Director Ding leaned forward slightly, his face full of anticipation as he looked at Chenxi. "Chenxi, tell me all about this solar cooker. Old Zheng mentioned it briefly, but I want to understand it more clearly." Chenxi patiently explained it all again to Director Ding. After listening, Director Ding stood up, visibly excited, pacing back and forth in the office while muttering to himself, "If it really works like you say, this is incredible. Just think how much firewood and coal resources it could save the country. Chenxi, next time you have a new invention, don't bother going to those folks in the workshop. Come straight back and tell us. We'll handle it ourselves. We can't let others take credit for this." Li Chenxi found this a bit amusing, but he responded with a polite smile and nod, "Sure thing, Director Ding. Next time I have a new invention, I'll definitely come straight to Section Chief Wang first and report to you through him." That's the spirit. Come on, let's go test that solar cooker's performance and see how it actually performs, Director Ding said, leading Li Chenxi out of the office. The moment they stepped out of the office, they spotted Section Chief Zhang and Division Chief Wang still standing outside, looking distinctly awkward. "What are you two still doing here?" Director Ding asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Section Chief Zhang and Division Chief Wang exchanged glances, both inwardly debating whether to speak up. But given the situation, staying silent now seemed impossible, otherwise, they'd be left behind. Seeing their expressions, Director Ding immediately understood their thoughts. With a smile, he said, "Alright, since we're all here, let's go see the solar cooker together." The group arrived at a spacious clearing where workers had already brought out a brand new solar cooker, securely positioned in a sunlit spot. A full kettle sat on the cooker's stand, glistening silver in the sunlight. By now, a crowd had gathered around the open space, mostly factory leaders. Plant manager, who was among them, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed intently on the solar cooker, a hint of curiosity and anticipation on his face. Li Chenxi stood beside the stove, cleared his throat, and once again detailed its purpose and principles to the assembled leaders. They listened attentively, nodding and occasionally whispering among themselves, clearly fascinated by this novel invention. They observed that Li Chenxi's inventions consistently addressed the practical needs of ordinary people. Take this solar cooker, for instance. It wasn't technologically complex, was straightforward to use, and didn't demand stringent operating conditions. Crucially, its lack of electricity requirements was particularly significant. At that time, most rural areas in China still lacked electricity. Many people relied on traditional firewood and coal for cooking and heating water. This solar cooker, both practical and eco-friendly, would surely be enthusiastically embraced by the public once widely adopted. As the discussion grew lively, Director Liao stepped forward, turning to factory manager Hu with a proposal. "Manager, I believe our workshop should establish a dedicated new product development lab for Comrade Li Chenxi. Just look at this young man's capabilities. Keeping him in the procurement department is a waste of his talent. With a specialized R&D space, he'll undoubtedly create even more remarkable inventions." Director Liao had long admired Li Chenxi's inventive talent. The earlier water pressing well had already impressed him, and now this solar cooker only reinforced his belief that Li Chenxi was a rare talent. He was determined to recruit Li Chenxi to the workshop and nurture his potential. Director Ding immediately objected upon hearing this. Stepping forward, he glared at Director Liao and retorted, "Director Liao, that's not fair. Why can't our logistics department set up a research lab for Comrade Li Chenxi? We have the space and equipment. Why should the lab be in your workshop? Trying to poach my people? No way." The two men traded heated words, neither yielding, and the situation quickly reached an impasse. As the debate raged on, time slipped away unnoticed. Roughly 20 minutes later, the previously silent kettle suddenly began to gurgle. "The water's boiling." "It really boiled," someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. "It took a bit longer than usual, but no firewood, no coal, and no need for constant supervision. This solar cooker truly lives up to its name." The factory committee member beamed with admiration, unable to resist clapping. With the factory committee member leading the applause, others soon joined in. Based on the current test results, this solar cooker was indeed a practical and eco-friendly product with tremendous potential for widespread adoption. Seeing this, factory director Hu wore a satisfied smile. He turned to Director Ding and said, "Old Ding, come with me. We'll report this to the higher-ups. Such an excellent invention and such a significant achievement, we can't let this slip by." Director Ding nodded quickly and replied, "Yes. Right away, Director. Let's go." Soon, a group of leaders gathered around Li Chenxi, showering him with encouragement and praise. Their words overflowed with recognition for his achievements, and they promised corresponding rewards. Director Ding took particular interest in setting up a dedicated R&D lab for Li Chenxi. Upon returning to his office, he immediately began making arrangements. He personally had a 50-square-meter room cleaned and equipped with brand new workbenches, plus a comfortable sofa for breaks. Additionally, he prepared a full set of essential tools for R&D work, including a welding machine, screwdrivers, wrenches, and more. Had Li Chenxi known all this, he would likely have been both astonished and somewhat amused. He probably never imagined that his few small inventions, born from everyday inspirations, would receive such significant attention that he was actually being groomed as a professional inventor. Meanwhile, plant manager Hu and the factory committee members arrived at the senior leader's residence by car. They carefully unloaded the solar cooker and positioned it in a sunny spot within the courtyard before demonstrating its water-boiling capabilities to the senior leader. "That Li fellow from your factory again." The senior leader frowned slightly, momentarily unable to recall Li Chenxi's name. Factory director Hu promptly stepped forward and respectfully interjected, reporting to the leader, "It is Comrade Li Chenxi, the same one who previously invented the pressurized water well. He told me this solar stove was originally designed to make boiling water easier for his grandmother." The senior leader nodded slightly, a look of approval crossing his face. He remarked with admiration, he understands filial piety toward elders. This young man has commendable character. Such a capable and dutiful comrade deserves to be properly utilized. Next time, bring him along for me to meet. The senior leader had always placed great importance on the moral character of young people. In his view, someone who was filial to their elders rarely had poor character. Chenxi, who could invent practical things and was devoted to his elders, naturally made a favorable impression on the senior leader. Yes, sir. We'll see to it, factory director Hu and the factory committee members replied in unison, knowing full well that Chenxi had successfully caught the senior leader's attention and now had a bright future ahead. As they chatted, they watched the solar stove boil water. Before long, the kettle whistled. They timed it carefully. This time it took exactly 18 minutes. Observing the boiling water, the senior leader praised the solar stove highly. This is quite remarkable. If it could be widely adopted nationwide, imagine how much firewood and coal resources it would conserve. Especially for remote areas lacking such resources, its impact would be immense. In the senior leader's view, the solar stove held immense potential beyond rural areas and everyday household use. It could potentially play a vital role in specialized settings and fields. Seeing the senior leader's satisfaction with the solar cooker, the factory committee member smoothly brought up Chenxi's other idea. Leader, Comrade Chenxi also mentioned that our country currently has limited steel resources. The support frames and other components of this solar cooker could be made entirely from alternative materials. This would not only reduce costs but also conserve steel resources. The senior leader nodded in agreement once more. This young man has thought things through thoroughly. I approve of your factory establishing a dedicated workshop to produce solar cookers. Later, little Hu, please compile a detailed planning proposal and send it to me. Thank you for your support, leader. Factory director Hu exclaimed, his face beaming with gratitude. After spending some time at the senior leader's residence, factory director Hu and the factory committee took their leave. Upon returning to the factory, they immediately convened an emergency meeting. The main agenda was how to establish a new workshop for producing solar cookers without disrupting existing production tasks. After a heated discussion, everyone unanimously agreed that the only feasible solution at present was to expand the workforce. In reality, the steel mill had already been operating at full capacity since the surge in orders for water pressurized wells. Adding solar cooker production now made hiring more workers imperative. Ultimately, the meeting concluded that the steel plant would first recruit 500 additional workers to meet the growing production demands. Chapter 77. What kind of lame excuse is that? In that era of relative scarcity of resources and limited job opportunities, for a large factory employing tens of thousands, adding 500 workers might seem like a modest expansion in terms of sheer numbers. Yet, even so, when the news of the expansion spread like a spring thunderclap through the streets, neighborhoods, and villages, the resulting sensation was nothing to be underestimated. Countless people heard the news, their eyes sparkling with longing, their hearts ignited like flames, stirring them into action. They pulled out all the stops, scrambling everywhere, leveraging every connection, striving to secure a precious factory position for themselves or their loved ones in this fierce competition. After all, securing a job at a major factory back then meant guaranteed stable income and reliable livelihood security. Moreover, the benefits and future prospects offered by these factories were the stuff of dreams for many, something they could only aspire to but rarely attain. The decision to expand recruitment was like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. Its impact extended far beyond merely increasing the number of workers on the production lines. It also brought immense pressure on the logistics support system. As head of the logistics department, Director Ding, with his keen insight and extensive management experience, immediately recognized this potential issue. He understood that if timely measures weren't taken, any disruption in logistics operations would severely impact the entire factory's normal functioning. Director Ding promptly requested additional logistics personnel from his superiors. Through persistent advocacy and arduous coordination, he successfully secured 30 new positions dedicated to bolstering the logistics team. This initiative undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for tackling the logistical challenges brought by the expansion. According to established factory regulations and practices, Chenxi's position level within the factory originally disqualified him from receiving an internal appointment slot. However, Director Ding held Chenxi in particularly high regard and showed him special consideration. He recognized Chenxi as a rare talent, not only quick-witted and innovative, but also diligent and responsible in his work, having made significant contributions to the factory. Therefore, Director Ding specifically reserved a precious spot for Chenxi, allowing him to recommend suitable candidates for direct employment procedures. Director Ding, I am truly grateful. Your kindness toward me is deeply etched in my heart. Chenxi accepted this precious opportunity, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he spoke sincerely. In his heart, Director Ding was not only an outstanding leader but also a respected and trusted elder. Director Ding not only showed genuine concern for his subordinates' work and personal lives, actively securing benefits and opportunities for them, but also stood up without hesitation when facing external pressures. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he fiercely defended his team's interests. This protective instinct filled Chenxi with profound respect. Upon securing this precious spot, Chenxi felt both elation and a weight of responsibility. His joy stemmed from gaining an opportunity to alter someone's destiny. His gravity arose from the profound significance of this position, demanding careful consideration of whom to entrust with it. The first faces that came to mind were Li Yud and Luo Dapeng. These two were close to him, their daily interactions as warm as brothers. Yet now, through their own abilities and hard work, they had both made a name for themselves in their respective fields, living quite comfortably. Chenxi privately wondered if, given their current circumstances, they might not be particularly interested in this factory job opportunity. After ruling out Li Yud and Luo Dapeng, Chenxi turned his attention to the courtyard house and Li village. Within the courtyard, aside from Li Yud and Luo Dapeng, it was indeed difficult to find anyone else of comparable age and rapport who would be suitable. Thus, Li village became his primary focus. For those living in the countryside, the chance to work in a factory held immense appeal, like a lighthouse in the darkness, illuminating a path to a better life. Li Dafu was a typical example among the many rural youths yearning for such factory jobs. This young man had always yearned for city life, fixated on finding respectable work in the urban center to transform his own and his family's fate. His determination bordered on obsession. Even after enduring beatings and scoldings from his family 2 or 3 times, he remained unwavering in his resolve, constantly dwelling on his dream. He was truly a youth of ambition. However, Chenxi knew full well that this spot couldn't be given away lightly or without principle. Doing so could not only lead to the negative consequence of a grain of rice creating gratitude, but a bushel creating resentment, fostering dependency in the recipient, but also potentially bring him unnecessary trouble and complications. For instance, if he gave the spot to Li Dafu, other young villagers equally eager to work in the city would surely come knocking once they found out. Then what? Grant it, and he didn't have enough spots to go around. Deny it, and he risked sowing discontent, fueling perceptions of favoritism that could strain his relationships with the villagers. After much deliberation, Chenxi concluded this matter was too significant to decide alone. It would be wiser to consult his grandparents. After all, they had lived in the village for years and knew its people intimately. Their insights and advice might help him reach a fairer, more appropriate decision. Thus, Chenxi set the matter aside for the moment and returned to the courtyard house. There, Master Gu was leading the workers in the final stages of the house repairs. Spotting Chenxi's return, Master Gu hurried over with a smile. "Young Li, we'll probably need just half a day tomorrow to wrap up everything." To be honest, the crew's actually a bit reluctant to leave. Working here meant not only getting to eat sorghum rice every day, but you also kept handing out cigarettes. Everyone really appreciates your kindness. Chenxi responded with a smile. "Master Gu, thank you all for your hard work. As I mentioned before, once the project is finished, I want to properly thank everyone. How about this? I'll settle the final payment with you tomorrow. Also, I'd previously suggested treating everyone to meat after completion. I've been thinking instead of hosting a banquet, why not just give each of you a pound of meat? What do you think of that arrangement?" Chenxi understood that in this era of scarcity, life was tough for most people, and every household longed for a taste of meat. Rather than spending money on a banquet, distributing meat allowed everyone to take it home and share the joy with their families, a tangible benefit that would truly resonate. Master Gu's eyes lit up at Chenxi's suggestion. A delighted smile spread across his face as he nodded repeatedly. "Oh, that's wonderful. That's just perfect. Young Li, you're so thoughtful. Everyone will be thrilled. I thank you on their behalf." Liang Quan and the other workers nearby nodded in agreement, secretly delighted. A pound of meat was enough for 2 hearty meals for families who rarely got to eat meat. Naturally, they were very satisfied with this arrangement. "By the way, little Li, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Could we step aside for a moment?" Master Gu suddenly said, his expression turning slightly mysterious. Chenxi understood immediately, realizing that Master Gu must have something important to discuss with him. So, the two of them entered the room together and closed the door. "Master Gu, whatever it is, please speak freely," Chenxi said earnestly. Master Gu hesitated slightly, a look of difficulty crossing his face. He spoke cautiously. "Young Li, it's about the final payment for the work. I was wondering if we could settle it with grain. I know this might cause you some inconvenience, but..." Chenxi heard this and felt no surprise. After a moment's thought, he nodded and asked, "Master Gu, would sweet potatoes, and sorghum work for you?" Master Gu was taken aback at first, clearly not expecting such a prompt agreement. His face then lit up with delight as he hurriedly replied, yes, absolutely. Sweet potatoes, sorghum, all excellent choices. Solid, reliable goods. Little Li, I truly can't thank you enough." Chenxi added, "However, Master Gu, if we settle with grain, the price might be slightly higher than the market rate. Would that be acceptable to you?" Master Gu had already anticipated this. He nodded without hesitation. "Acceptable, absolutely acceptable. Everyone knows grain is hard to come by these days. You agreeing to settle with grain is already a huge help. A slightly higher price is only fair. Little Li, thank you again."
Master Gu then explained to Li Chenxi why he'd requested grain payment. Little Li, yesterday a distant relative fled famine in our hometown and came to stay with me. He said the grain supply back home has completely run out. Life there has become unbearable. At least 1/5 of the village has already left in search of survival. Seeing his plight, I wanted to help him get some grain to take back and tide them over. Keeping him here indefinitely isn't a long-term solution. Hearing this, Li Chenxi felt deep admiration for Master Gu's kindness and sense of justice. He nodded slightly, showing his understanding. Then Master Gu brought up the matter of the furniture deal again. Oh, and Li, about that batch of furniture we discussed last time. Li Chenxi frowned slightly. Master Gu, didn't we agree not to sell? His offer was outrageous, utterly unreasonable. Master Gu sighed with a bitter smile. I think he was just trying to drive up the price. Since you didn't accept his terms before, he must have gotten desperate these past few days. This morning, he came to see me again, saying he'd agreed to the exchange plan you proposed earlier. It turned out that during their earlier negotiations, the buyer had demanded exorbitant sums, hundreds of pounds of rice, for instance treating Li Chenxi like a sucker. Naturally, Li Chenxi refused to be taken advantage of. After all, while antique furniture held value in this era, it wasn't exclusive to this single source. As the capital of both the Ming and Qing dynasties, Beijing possessed profound historical depth, with countless precious old artifacts scattered throughout its neighborhoods. For Li Chenxi, finding alternatives wasn't difficult given his connections and resources. Alright, Master Gu, I'll go to his place later to retrieve the furniture, Li Chenxi agreed after a moment's thought. Master Gu hastily waved his hands. No. Young Li, I'll have him bring the furniture over instead. That way, you won't have to make the trip, it'd be such a hassle for you. Li Chenxi considered this and found Master Gu's reasoning sound. He nodded. That works. Have him leave the furniture outside the courtyard for now. No need to bring it inside yet. After settling these two matters, Li Chenxi and Master Gu stepped out of the room. Master Gu led the workers away. First they needed to make final preparations for tomorrow's finishing touches. Li Chenxi then began preparing for his transaction with Zhang Jianxi. Of the 100 jin of pork he'd purchased earlier, over 70 jin remained after recent consumption. He carefully selected 50 jin of the finest cuts and bought 500 eggs from the system store. Though 500 eggs sounded like a substantial quantity, at the prevailing prices, they actually cost only 25 yuan. The 50 jin of pork, priced at 1 yuan per jin, totaled just 50 yuan. Combined, the eggs and pork cost 75 yuan. As this was his first transaction with the research institute, Li Chenxi proceeded with extreme caution, avoiding any unnecessary attention to prevent potential complications. With all preparations complete, Li Chenxi sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting Zhang Jianxi's arrival. As dusk fell, the fading sunlight bathed the courtyard walls in a golden glow. Zhang Jianxi rode up on a slightly worn bicycle and slowly approached the courtyard gate. Having visited before, he was recognized by the elderly woman who lived there. Oh, Comrade Zhang, you're here. Chenxi is inside, the woman greeted him warmly. Zhang Jianxi smiled and nodded, parked his bicycle, and stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he looked around with satisfaction and remarked, Chenxi, you've done a great job tidying up this place. Looks like you've got a solid plan for your future life. By the way, is the money enough? If it's tight, just let Uncle Zhang know. I'll help out if I can. On the way over, the elderly woman had mentioned in casual conversation that Chenxi was renovating the place in preparation for marriage. This filled Zhang Jianxi, the future father-in-law, with deep satisfaction. He felt this young man was truly devoted to his daughter and seemed like a dependable person. Uncle Zhang, I have enough money. My father left me quite a bit before he passed. As Li Chenxi answered, his eyes discreetly studied Zhang Jianxi's expression. He'd always harbored doubts about his father's circumstances, sensing his father hadn't simply run off with a widow as rumored. As an old friend of his father's, Uncle Zhang might know some of the truth. At the mention of his father, Uncle Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. He silently cursed oldly for choosing such a clumsy excuse. Li Chenxi, however, keenly noticed this subtle shift in expression, sparking new suspicions. He wasn't a fool, especially having come from another time. His insight and reasoning were sharper than most. Uncle Zhang, this is all I could manage to get for now. See if it's enough. If not, I'll find a way next time. Seeing the moment was right, Li Chenxi steered the conversation toward the transaction. Zhang Jianxi walked over to the sacks and baskets nearby. Opening one sack, he found it filled with fresh pork. Beside it, a basket was covered with a cloth. Curious, he lifted the cloth to reveal the basket overflowing with eggs. Uncle Zhang, here's 50 jin of pork and 500 eggs, Li Chenxi added from the side. That's more than enough. This is truly generous. Chenxi, on behalf of all my colleagues at the research lab, I want to express our deepest gratitude, Zhang Jianxi said. Truthfully, the money he brought could have purchased more, but he understood that securing this much during such a supply-constrained period was already a significant effort on Chenxi's part. He couldn't be overly demanding. Moreover, he recognized that establishing a long-term, stable partnership with Chenxi was the true priority, a steady flow over time, not an immediate rush. As he spoke, Zhang Jianqi pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, counted out 80 yuan, and handed it to Li Chenxi. Seeing this, Li Chenxi immediately protested, "Uncle Zhang, that's not right."
The total was 75 yuan.
Before he could finish, Zhang Jianqi pushed the money back, saying, "Chenxi, you deserve a little something for your trouble.
Can't let you work for free. Come on, no more refusing. Help me carry this basket of eggs out. I need to hurry back and report to my colleagues."
Zhang Jianqi examined the eggs in the basket. He noticed Li Chenxi had carefully separated them with layers of straw, creating excellent shockproofing and anti-breakage measures.
Only then did he relax.
He knew full well how precious these eggs were. If any were damaged during transport, it would be a terrible waste.
Chapter 78, The Perfect Child Next Door.
The afterglow of the setting sun gradually dimmed on the horizon. Zhang Jianqi stood outside the courtyard, his expression solemn and cautious. He bent down and carefully secured the basket of eggs, meticulously cushioned with straw, to the rear rack of his bicycle.
Each movement was gentle and focused, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world.
Next, he carefully placed the fresh pork on the front rack, making sure it wouldn't jostle loose. These eggs and meat weren't merely food, they carried the hopes of his colleagues at the Research Institute for better nutrition and improved lives. Zhang Jianqi mounted his bicycle and slowly pedaled toward the Research Institute. Though straw cushioned the egg basket, he dared not relax his vigilance. Along the way, his eyes darted back and forth between the rear seat and the front fender, constantly monitoring the condition of the meat and eggs. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: he must deliver these items safely to the Research Institute so his colleagues could savor this rare delicacy as soon as possible.
Inside the Research Institute, the lights remained bright. Sun Guowei and his colleagues were gathered in the lab, each busy with their tasks yet their minds drifting toward the doorway. They waited, their hearts filled with anticipation for Zhang Jianqi to bring back good news. "Old Zhang's back." A sharp-eyed colleague spotted Zhang Jianqi through the window first and shouted immediately, "Quick, everyone, come lend a hand."
At the call, they all dropped their work and rushed toward the entrance. They knew full well that Zhang Jianqi's trip out meant he was most likely bringing back the meat and eggs they'd all been longing for. Zhang Jianqi slowly pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, and his colleagues immediately surrounded him. "Careful, there are eggs in this basket," Zhang Jianqi reminded them softly, his tone full of concern. Hearing this, the previously hurried movements instantly softened. Everyone carefully helped unload the meat and eggs. Working together, they carried the meat and eggs back to the lab. Only after the door closed did they slowly open the bag holding the meat and lift the cloth covering the egg basket. In that instant, a fresh cut of pork marbled with fat and leaning heavily toward the fatty parts came into view. A spark of delight instantly flashed in everyone's eyes. The basket overflowing with eggs was a sight many present had never witnessed before in their lives, prompting a collective gasp of astonishment.
"Let's split these evenly. I'll return the extra money to everyone."
The total for the meat and eggs was 75 yuan, but I paid Chenxi 80 yuan.
Zhang Jianqi looked at everyone, his expression sincere.
If his colleagues didn't want to share the extra 5 yuan, he planned to quietly shoulder it himself. Sun Guowei was the first to speak up. "All right, old Zhang, we'll split it evenly.
We can't let you shoulder this alone."
He understood that with supplies tight, securing this meat and eggs was no small feat, and the slightly higher price was reasonable. Their salaries were decent for the time, and they were reasonably well off. A few extra yuan was manageable.
"Right, we should definitely split it.
Old Zhang, you shouldn't shoulder this alone." The other colleagues chimed in agreement. As intellectuals, they valued fairness and justice, unwilling to take advantage of others or let Zhang Jianqi shoulder this extra expense alone.
So they fetched knives and began dividing the meat.
While discussing the distribution plan, they cut the pork. After careful calculation and negotiation, each person received about 4.2 gene 2.05 kilograms of pork, with those having larger families getting slightly more. The eggs were distributed similarly, with each person receiving about 40. This fair and reasonable plan met with unanimous approval. After everyone happily headed home with their meat and eggs, Sun Guowei approached Zhang Jianqi, handed him a cigarette, and asked curiously, "Old Zhang, you really pulled off a big favor this time. Tell me, how did you get your hands on all this meat and eggs? Can you get more in the future?" Zhang Jianqi took the cigarette, lit it, and took a drag before lowering his voice.
"It was old Li's son, Chenxi. He's in charge of procurement now. You mustn't tell anyone about this. The fewer people who know, the better." Sun Guowei froze, surprise etched across his face. He never imagined old Li's son would be the one to solve their problem.
Old Li had been their colleague until recently, when he'd been secretly reassigned due to special organizational needs. Though no one had inquired about his exact whereabouts, they all harbored their own suspicions. "I remember old Li's kid made headlines a few days ago with that water pressing well," Sun Guowei recalled. "You bet. Maybe he'll be in the paper again in a few days," Zhang Jianqi added with a laugh.
Sun Guowei looked puzzled and quickly asked, "Why? What new contraption has he come up with?" "He's tinkering with another new contraption, a solar cooker.
They say it uses solar energy to boil water and cook meals.
Pretty amazing stuff." Zhang Jianxi enthusiastically gave Sun Guowei a brief overview of the solar cooker. As Sun Guowei listened, a spark of interest flashed in his eyes. Drawing on his professional expertise and keen insight, he was already convinced that once widely adopted, this solar cooker would prove immensely useful. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Look at old Li's son, so accomplished at such a young age. Now think about my own kid, who can't even pass his exams. Why is the gap so huge? Both were fathers, and he and old Li weren't that different. Why were their children worlds apart? This thought left Sun Guowei feeling gloomy. Noticing Sun Guowei's gloomy expression, Zhang Jianxi asked with a hint of teasing, if I recall correctly, old Li's son is dating your daughter Yanzi, right? You lucky bastard. Sun Guowei scolded half-jokingly. He had a daughter himself, just 1 year older than Li Chenxi. They say a 3-year age gap is ideal for marriage. What difference did 1 year make? Seeing how Li Chenxi's recent inventions were both designed with his grandparents in mind, that filial devotion alone could win over many elders. Thinking of this, Sun Guowei felt both envy and resignation. Master Gu arrived outside courtyard 56 with 2 assistants, pushing a flatbed cart loaded with several antique furniture pieces. Wait here, Master Gu instructed his 2 assistants before turning to enter the courtyard. Alright, Master Gu, you go ahead. The 2 assistants nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man on the flatbed cart, the furniture seller, felt a pang of disappointment. When he first heard the buyer was a purchasing agent, he figured the guy might have connections. So he deliberately set a high price, hoping to make a nice profit, and was actually looking forward to some haggling. But unexpectedly, upon hearing the price, the buyer didn't say a word and simply walked away without discussing it. As the days passed, the food at home grew increasingly scarce, and they were now on the verge of starvation. He had considered taking the furniture to a consignment shop to sell, but felt it would be too much of a loss. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take that step. Besides, he wasn't seeking money, he needed grain to help his family endure these trying times. Master. Master Gu approached the courtyard gate, knocking softly as he called out. Li Chenxi heard the knock and opened the door. There stood Master Gu, a sack of sorghum slung over his shoulder and a small cloth bag in his hand, containing 5 pounds of cured sausage. Spotting Master Gu, he smiled and said, Master Gu, you're just in time. Could you help me carry the other sack inside? Sure thing. Master Gu replied, stepping into the courtyard to help carry the second sack of sorghum. 80 pounds of sorghum, 80 pounds of corn, plus 5 pounds of cured sausage, all exchanged for 6 precious pieces of Wanwali wood furniture. In the market conditions of that time, it was a deal both parties considered a bargain. Outside, the 2 assistants were waiting eagerly. Spotting Li Chenxi and Master Gu emerge, they immediately surrounded them. Comrade, may I take a look at the grain first? One of the assistants asked cautiously. Li Chenxi nodded readily. Go ahead and look. Rest assured, it's all top-notch stuff. The man promptly opened the sack and reached inside to stir the contents. He examined the corn kernels closely, noting their plumpness and lustrous sheen. Impressed, he realized they hadn't been given subpar goods. The other sack of sorghum underwent the same inspection, and he was equally satisfied. As for the bag containing 5 pounds of cured sausage, he opened it just once. The enticing aroma instantly filled his nostrils, and he quickly pulled the bag shut, afraid the scent would escape. Comrade, thank you so much. The middle-aged man and his helper each shouldered a bag of grain, carefully carrying the 5 pounds of cured sausage as they departed. Their figures grew distant in the night, carrying with them the hope of life. Master, would you like me to help carry the furniture inside? Master Gu looked at Li Chenxi and asked with concern. Li Chenxi shook his head. No need, Master Gu. You've already gone out of your way for me. I'll prepare a small token of appreciation tomorrow, please don't refuse it. Master, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Master Gu replied with a smile. Li Chenxi thought for a moment before adding, Master Gu, could you please go call Brother Liang and the others? I'll settle their wages with grain tonight to avoid having too many people around tomorrow. After all, several dozen yuan worth of grain was no small sum. Given the circumstances, it was better to be cautious. Indeed, this included several dozen yuan in wages, while the remaining 100 yuan covered material costs which naturally had to be paid. It was just that the wages were being paid in grain. Sweet potatoes, sorghum. The quantity was substantial enough to genuinely improve the lives of these laborers' families. All right. I'll go right away. Master Gu responded, turning and hurrying off. Watching Master Gu disappear into the distance, Li Chenxi swiftly stowed the furniture into his shop backpack. That backpack was like a magical storage space, capable of holding a great many items. He returned to his room and sat for over half an hour before emerging again. From the backpack, he retrieved 5 sacks of sweet potatoes, 5 sacks of potatoes, and 2 sacks of sorghum. These grains were neatly arranged in the courtyard, exuding a simple, earthy charm. A short while later, Master Gu arrived with 4 laborers. As they entered the courtyard and saw the grain, surprise and delight flashed in their eyes. Master Gu, please take this 100 yuan, Li Chenxi handed over the money. All right. Thank you, sir. Master Gu accepted the money without counting it, placing it away with complete trust. Truthfully, he'd handled plenty of money before. With his experience, he could tell the amount was roughly correct just by touch. There was no need to count it in front of Chenxi, lest it seem unfriendly. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the 12 sacks of grain. Each of you take 1 sack of sweet potatoes and 1 sack of potatoes home. Come back tomorrow to collect 20 pounds of sorghum from the master, Master Gu instructed Liang Quan and the others. With these 2 extra sacks of grain, if they rationed it carefully, it would be enough to feed a family until the end of the year. Everyone agreed with Master Gu's arrangement and trusted him implicitly. So they helped load 2 sacks of sorghum, 1 sack of sweet potatoes, and 1 sack of potatoes onto the cart. Master, let me push it for you, Liang Quan offered. Master Gu declined. You all take your own grain home first. Don't worry about me. I have a cart, it's much easier for me than for you. Although the grain was priced significantly higher than market rates, it remained considerably cheaper than black market prices, at least within Master Gu and his group's acceptable range. This transaction benefited everyone involved, making it a win-win situation for all. Chapter 79, Lu Genqing's Deep Gratitude. Please vote for me. Liang Quan straightened his back, his shoulders firmly bearing 2 heavy sacks of grain. Each sack weighed a full 100 pounds, yet under his strong, muscular arms, the weight seemed to vanish. That evening, Liang Quan moved with cautious steps, careful not to disturb anyone. He tiptoed into his small room, which was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He knew his mother was frugal to a fault. To save a few drops of kerosene, she'd rather grope in the dark than light the lamp. Mother, please light the lamp, Liang Quan whispered softly. He knew she hadn't gone to sleep yet. All these years, she had always been the last to rest, working tirelessly for the family. Sure enough, moments later, a faint sizzle echoed through the room, the sound of a match being struck. A faint glow flickered, illuminating her wrinkled yet infinitely kind face. The flame moved slowly, settling on the wick. Instantly, a warm, amber glow enveloped the entire room. In the inner room, his younger brother and sister rolled over in their small beds, smacking their lips, still deep in sweet dreams. Mother, look. This sack is full of sweet potatoes, and that one is potatoes. The master said I can go get 20 gene of sorghum from him tomorrow. The boss is even more generous, he promised to give each of us a gene of meat tomorrow. Liang Quan couldn't hide his excitement, his voice rising involuntarily. This work experience was undoubtedly the most satisfying one for Liang Quan. In just 10 short days, not only had he eaten his fill every day, but the meals had been especially plentiful. Now, with all this grain to bring home, the days ahead finally held some hope. In these difficult times, what other employer could be so generous? Speaking of their master, he was also a generous man. In the past, when working for other masters, they usually got the lion's share of the profits, leaving the apprentices with only scraps. Worse still, some used the pretense of teaching skills to exploit labor for free. Wanted payment? Forget about it. Liang Quan's mother's eyes instantly reddened upon hearing her son's words. Her hands instinctively pressed together in prayer as she murmured her thanks, her heart overflowing with gratitude to the gods for guiding her son to such a kind employer and master. Lost in thought, tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. This grain, in these times of scarcity, was nothing less than a lifeline for the entire family. Mom, we're in a new society now. This kind of thing isn't done anymore, Liang Quan gently reminded her upon seeing her tears. He knew that if those nitpickers with ulterior motives saw this, they might accuse them of promoting feudal superstition, which would spell big trouble. Yes, yes. Son, you must diligently learn your craft from your master from now on. Do your share of the heavy lifting daily, don't slack off, don't let your master down. His mother quickly wiped away her tears and began her usual stream of nagging advice. Liang Quan listened quietly. He heard these words countless times, yet each repetition warmed him deeply. His master's kindness was etched in his heart, and he knew exactly what path lay ahead. Meanwhile, Master Gu quietly returned to his own courtyard. It took considerable effort to haul 4 sacks of grain into the house. Inside, the dim lamplight stretched his slightly weary silhouette. Master Gu turned to the man sitting nearby, a man in his 30s, and instructed, Zhensheng, take some food back to your hometown tomorrow. This man was none other than his distant cousin, Lu Zhensheng. Hearing this, Lu Genqing's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. He had traveled all this way to seek refuge with his cousin, hoping to find odd jobs in the capital to earn enough to support himself. Now he was being told to return home. Even with some grain to take, how long could that last? He knew their family situation all too well. The land was barren, the harvests poor, and they often went hungry. Cousin. Lu Zhensheng began, but Master Gu cut him off. Zhensheng, when you left, we were barely scraping by at home. Your uncle and aunt are old and frail. Though they live with your brother, his family has 5 children to raise. Life is hard. Take some grain back with you. At least it will help them through the tough times. Master Gu spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Lu Zhensheng felt his eyes sting and his nose grow sore. With a thud, he knelt before Master Gu. This act of kneeling expressed both his gratitude for his cousin's life-saving kindness and his deep appreciation for his cousin's willingness to lend a helping hand, offering him and his family a lifeline. Quickly, get up. How did you manage this entire journey without even a letter of introduction? Master Gu hurriedly helped his cousin up, shaking his head helplessly. He knew full well that without a letter of introduction, one couldn't ride trains or stay in ghost houses. The hardships and suffering endured along the way were unimaginable. After setting aside the grain his family needed, Master Gu loaded the remaining sweet potatoes and potatoes onto his nephew's back. He thought to himself that among his relatives, only this branch was still suffering. Now that he had the means, he could help them as much as he could. Moreover, he had carefully considered that keeping his cousin by his side to work would not only provide him with a steady income but also allow him to occasionally support his hometown. After all, giving someone a fish only feeds them for a day, but teaching them to fish provides a sustainable solution. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Master Gu had his wife cook a pot of sorghum rice. He knew the journey back would be long, and with the grain load he was carrying, his cousin needed to eat his fill. Zhensheng, eat your fill. You won't have any rides along the way, you'll be relying on your own 2 feet and carrying such a heavy load. You must be careful. These days, some people will do anything when they see grain. Master Gu's face was full of worry as he kept reminding him. To ensure his cousin's safety, Master Gu had even made some special arrangements with the grain sacks. He secretly tucked some coal into the bottoms of the sweet potato and potato sacks, then tied the 2 corners of the sack openings tightly with rope, deliberately leaving a gap in the middle so the coal inside would be immediately visible. He figured that even if someone had ill intentions along the way, seeing that the bag contained coal would likely deter them. Despite these precautions, Master Gu still felt uneasy. After all, his cousin would be traveling for many days, who knew what might happen along the way? Auntie, I'm stuffed, I really can't eat another bite. Lu Zhensheng patted his round belly and said to Master Gu's wife. Master Gu's wife was a kind-hearted woman. She knew her husband valued loyalty and righteousness deeply, and she wholeheartedly supported his decision to give grain to distant relatives. She remembered how, years ago when her family faced hardship, her husband had sent her back with plenty of food without a second thought. Zhensheng, I've sewn these 50 yuan into your clothes. Take them out after you get home. Be careful on the road, don't let anyone steal it. As she spoke, Master Gu's wife carefully helped Lu Zhensheng pack his belongings. Got it, cousin-in-law. I'll remember. Lu Zhensheng looked at her with gratitude, his heart feeling warm. In his heart, this aunt was far kinder than his own sister-in-law. They say an elder sister-in-law is like a mother, but his own sister-in-law had always treated him coldly, never with such genuine care. Take these 2 pairs of shoes back for your uncle and aunt. Give my regards to your cousin and remind them to take good care of their health. Master Gu's wife picked up 2 more pairs of cloth shoes, carefully tied them up, and placed them in Lu Zhensheng's luggage. Yes, thank you. Cousin-in-law, you can rest assured, Lu Zhensheng nodded repeatedly, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. I've hung the water on this side of the carrying pole. Drink some if you get thirsty. Master Gu's wife still couldn't let go, offering constant reminders as if Lu Zhensheng were still a child. Watching his sister-in-law bustle about, Lu Zhensheng felt a lump in his throat and his eyes welled up again. Enough, stop fussing. Let Zhensheng get going already. The sooner he gets back, the sooner the family can rest easy. Though Master Gu urged his wife to stop, he couldn't help but add his own warnings. Zhensheng, when you find a place to rest tonight, make sure it's safe. Don't talk to strangers, and never trust anyone easily. Lu Zhensheng hoisted the 100+ pound load onto his shoulders. Though the burden was heavy, his steps were unusually light. His heart was filled with anticipation as he looked forward to returning home and bringing this grain and warmth to his family. Master Gu told his wife, I have to go to work now. I'll be back by noon. With that, he turned and walked out the door. He knew generous employers like his were rare. He couldn't let his own mistakes cause trouble, he had to leave a good impression. Who knows? If his family ever faced hardship again, they might need his employer's help. Alright, hurry off then. Don't be late, his wife replied, watching his departing figure and silently praying for his safety. Meanwhile, Chenxi was swamped with work. Seizing the moment, he swiftly placed an order for 100 jin of mung beans and 100 jin of ham. Though listed as 100 jin of ham, it was actually just 2 pieces, each weighing a hefty 50 jin. Chenxi had a vivid memory of Jinhua ham. He'd been fortunate enough to taste it twice, and its uniquely savory flavor still lingered on his palate. He knew that Jinhua ham had already gained considerable fame in this era. Even before liberation, the craft of making Jinhua ham had reached considerable maturity. Its origins could even be traced back to the Tang dynasty, when folk production began. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, it had reached its peak, even being designated as tribute goods during the Wanli reign of the Ming dynasty. Chenxi first rushed to the factory and, after much effort, managed to transport the solar stove back. The moment he brought the solar cooker into the courtyard, it instantly drew the attention of numerous residents. People gathered around, curiously examining this strange-looking contraption, chattering among themselves about what it might be used for. Seeing this, Chenxi picked up an aluminum kettle, filled it with water, and placed it steadily on the solar cooker's rack. In those days, aluminum products like kettles, pots, and lunchboxes were commonplace in ordinary households. Aluminum lunchboxes, in particular, were found in almost every home. People loved to take them along when going out to work or to school to carry their meals. Though later generations would claim aluminum products were toxic and harmful to health, in those days, they were indispensable necessities of daily life. Chenxi, why did you put the kettle up there? An enthusiastic auntie couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and blurted out the question. Auntie, this is my new solar cooker. It's specifically for boiling water, though it can also be used for cooking, Chenxi explained patiently with a smile. As he spoke, he demonstrated how to use the solar cooker, hoping everyone would grasp the purpose of this novel contraption. Chapter 80, The Radio. Life in the courtyard had always followed a predictable rhythm. Boiling water and cooking meals meant burning firewood or coal. Every household did it this way, and no one had ever imagined there could be another method. However, when Chenxi appeared with his novel contraption, the solar cooker, and declared it could boil water and cook food without burning wood or coal, the courtyard residents erupted in astonishment. What? No firewood? No coal? How could it possibly cook anything? That's just ridiculous. An old man frowned, his face full of skepticism, shaking his head like a rattle. Exactly. This sounds like a fairy tale, impossible to believe, chimed in an elderly woman beside him, her eyes brimming with doubt. But Chenxi's inventions had already swept through the neighborhood like a whirlwind, making headlines in the newspapers. He was renowned as a formidable figure. So, though everyone harbored doubts, they hesitated to voice them openly. Instead, they stood by, half believing, half doubting, watching the spectacle unfold. At that moment, Master Gu and his team were finishing up their work. Hearing the commotion nearby, they couldn't help but pause their tasks, occasionally glancing over. They watched as Chenxi calmly placed the kettle on the solar cooker, carefully adjusting its angle to ensure the sunlight hit the cooking surface precisely. A profound silence fell over the area. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the kettle, as if awaiting the unfolding of a miracle. Time ticked by, and after about 20 minutes, a faint gurgling sound suddenly emerged from the previously still kettle. Steam began to rise, and the water inside actually started to boil. The bubbling water seemed to dance joyfully, announcing the success of this magical experiment. Holy cow, it really works! Chenxi, explain to everyone what's the principle behind this. Luo Dapeng's eyes widened like saucers, his face aglow with astonishment. He eagerly crowded around Chenxi, his hand reaching out curiously to touch the marvelous solar cooker. Dapeng, be careful. This focuses solar energy to boil water. Back in school, our teacher covered this, but you were too busy herding cattle to pay attention. You'd surely forgotten. Chenxi quickly cautioned Luo Dapeng, a hint of playful teasing in his smile. From the crowd, a young man quickly asked Chenxi, how much does it cost to make this solar stove? The eagerness in his eyes betrayed his interest. After all, in those times of limited resources, a device that didn't require firewood or coal was both convenient and eco-friendly. Though it might take longer to boil water, time wasn't as precious back then. In the long run, owning such a contraption would be a real bargain. Chenxi patiently explained, I had the factory help make mine, and they didn't charge me. But our factory plans to mass-produce solar cookers soon, and then everyone will know the price. Honestly, not every household needs one. With so many families in our courtyard, just 3 would suffice. Place one in the front yard, one in the middle courtyard, and one in the back. We can all share them, convenient and economical. After a pause, Chenxi continued, oh, and there's another important announcement for everyone, our factory is planning to expand recruitment. The moment these words left his mouth, they sent ripples through the quiet courtyard like a pebble dropped into a still lake. Several young people in the compound were currently unemployed, fretting daily over finding work. The steel mill, however, was famously generous, high wages, comprehensive benefits. Who wouldn't want a job there? Word of the expansion hadn't fully spread yet. Perhaps Old Man San had heard a vague rumor, but it was just hearsay and not entirely reliable. So when he returned from work yesterday, he kept it quiet in the courtyard, planning to ask around discreetly at work today to get the full story. Old Man One worked in the infirmary, always busy, so he was even slower to catch wind of such news. Chenxi, tell us, how many are they expanding by? Old Auntie's eyes lit up the moment she heard, pressing him anxiously. I heard it's 500 people, Chenxi replied truthfully. All he could do was share this information with everyone. As for that precious spot he held in his hands, he had already made up his mind. He had no intention of offering it to anyone in the courtyard. The moment he finished speaking, the unemployed youths in the courtyard scattered like they'd heard a battle cry, their feet moving with the speed of the wind. No need to guess, they were undoubtedly rushing home to consult their fathers. They'd racked their brains, scheming every possible way to sneak into the steel mill, whether through connections or paying for a spot. They'd seize this rare opportunity by any means necessary. Before long, Master Gu and his team finally finished the finishing touches. Master Gu, beaming, strode over to Chenxi and said, Master, the work is done. Please come and inspect it. Chenxi followed Master Gu, examining everything meticulously. From the installation of doors and windows, to the plastering of walls, to the laying of flooring, every detail was executed with exceptional precision, far exceeding his expectations. Deeply satisfied, a relieved smile spread across Chenxi's face. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Here, this meat is for you all, 5 pounds in total. Li Chenxi spoke as he lifted the pre-prepared pork and handed it to Master Gu. Master Gu took it, feeling its weight in his hands. His experience told him instantly that this was far more than 5 pounds. Master Li, this is far more than 5 pounds. Master Gu exclaimed in surprise, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Li Chenxi waved his hand with a smile, saying generously, Master Gu, just take it. Everyone has been so dedicated lately. This little bit of meat is nothing. Take it back and share it with the others. Consider it a token of my appreciation. After speaking, Li Chenxi produced a small bag containing 2 or 3 pounds of mung beans. He slipped it discreetly into Master Gu's hand and murmured, Master Gu, this is for you. Thank you for sharing the information about the antique furniture. Master Gu understood immediately. He gave Li Chenxi a grateful look and silently accepted the gift. Master Gu and his crew packed up their tools, offered Li Chenxi one last round of heartfelt thanks, and then turned to leave. Chenxi, here's the leftover sorghum. Since Master Gu and the others won't be eating lunch here, I've stopped cooking. I'm returning the sorghum to you. Second aunt approached, holding the remaining sorghum in her hands. Li Chenxi smiled and declined, Auntie, please keep it. I'm so grateful for your help with the cooking these past days. Take this sorghum as a small token of my thanks. Well, thank you so much, Chenxi. Second aunt happily accepted the sorghum. Looking at the handful in her hands, she calculated silently there were still 2 or 3 pounds left. If Master Gu and the others were eating here, it would be just enough. Later, Li Chenxi returned inside and brought out a winnowing basket full of peanuts. Each peanut was plump and full, releasing an enticing aroma. Carrying the basket, he went door to door distributing them to the neighbors. At each household, he warmly offered a generous handful, about half a pound. He knew full well that the construction work had caused the neighbors considerable inconvenience. These peanuts were his way of expressing his apologies. Chenxi, you're too kind, young man, the neighbors said, accepting the peanuts with smiles and constant praise. That's right, Chenxi, you're so thoughtful. After distributing the peanuts, Li Chenxi carefully packed up the solar cooker, securing it firmly to the back of his bicycle. He also grabbed the radio he'd bought with his radio voucher and set off back to Li village. He had originally built 2 solar cookers. According to his plan, he intended to leave one at the courtyard house for everyone to use. But the other had been requisitioned by the factory manager and his crew, so it had to stay at the factory. As he neared Li village, Li Chenxi felt a pang of hunger and pulled out a ham from his bag. Just as he reached his doorstep, Lai Kai and Lai Fong bounced over like 2 cheerful little birds. Brother Chenxi, we caught so many snakes today. Lai Fong exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Li Chenxi inwardly chuckled, did she really need to tell him this? He knew firsthand from his past life how effective pagoda candies were at repelling insects. Grandma was busy in the yard. Seeing her grandson return, her face lit up with joy. Without a word, she went to harvest the bean sprouts she'd planned to pick yesterday. She thought to herself, I must let Chenxi taste these fresh sprouts. Laifu, a very sensible little fellow, would voluntarily help look after Qianqian whenever he wasn't in school, like a thoughtful little warm-hearted boy. Li Chenxi pulled several chocolate bars from his pocket and shared them among Lai Fong and the other children. This chocolate was an absolute rarity in the entire Li village, guaranteed no one had ever tasted it before. Even in the city, chocolate was considered a luxury food, something ordinary children rarely encountered, let alone savored. Lai Fong took a piece, carefully broke off a small chunk, and placed it in her mouth, savoring the sweet, smooth flavor. After finishing, she quickly wrapped the remaining chocolate and carried it home with great care. Finding the house empty, she stealthily retrieved a box filled with various snacks Li Chenxi had given her before. She placed the wrapped chocolate inside, carefully returned the box to its original spot, and gently smoothed away any traces, terrified of being discovered. Li Chenxi walked into the kitchen and hung the ham on the wall, thinking to himself that he could slice a couple of plates at lunchtime for everyone to try. Grandma, I bought you a radio. Now you can listen to the broadcasts at home to pass the time. Li Chenxi spoke as he took out the radio, skillfully inserted the batteries, and flipped the switch. Instantly, a crackling sound filled the air. This radio still needed tuning. In his previous life, Li Chenxi had heard that some radios could pick up foreign stations, though he'd never tested whether that was true. Just then, the old man returned from outside. He had been strolling around the village, chatting with his old friends, but upon hearing his grandson was back, he immediately quickened his pace and headed home. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw his beloved grandson fiddling with a strange new contraption he'd never seen before. What on earth is this? The old man asked, his eyes fixed on the radio, curiosity evident on his face. The old woman beamed with pride. Chenxi saw how bored I was at home and specially bought me this radio. The old man always bragged about his watch, but now her grandson had bought her a big item. She thought to herself, a radio was much better than a watch. Though she felt a little sorry for her grandson spending the money, she was still grinning from ear to ear. A radio? The old man's eyes widened with sudden interest and he hurried over. It was a tabletop tube radio, less than 40 centimeters long, under 30 centimeters tall, and over 20 centimeters wide. It was rather large, a far cry from the palm-sized radios Li Chenxi had seen in his previous life. Its casing was a light wood grain color. giving it a simple yet elegant look.
A layer of creamy yellow silk covered the front panel, adding a soft, luxurious texture. In the upper right corner sat a rectangular box, the cat's eye indicator light used to check tuning accuracy, exuding an air of mystery. Below were 3 buttons, one for power, one for volume control, and one for channel selection. Chenxi carefully tuned the radio, his ears straining to catch the faint sounds emerging from the speaker. Suddenly, he detected a murky whisper and quickly turned the dial back slightly. The sound grew clearer, though still faint. He gently rotated the volume knob while patiently teaching his grandparents how to operate the radio. Grandpa, Grandma, and Laifu gathered around, eyes fixed on the radio, ears perked up. When clear voices finally filled the air, everyone gaped in astonishment. This contraption seemed utterly magical, like a gateway to a whole new world.
Chapter 81, another one of your inventions? Major update.
Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in warmth as the Central People's radio station's comedy program blared cheerfully. Grandpa and Grandma sat side by side on the slightly worn but meticulously polished wooden chairs, leaning forward slightly, their expressions utterly focused. Their eyes were fixed on the radio on the table, as if that small box were a magical world endlessly spilling forth boundless joy. The comedian's humorous banter and rhythmic cadence flowed like a clear spring through Grandpa and Grandma's hearts. Grandpa frequently burst into hearty laughter, his wrinkles crinkling together in a smile that radiated pure joy from within. Grandma, meanwhile, would press her lips together, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Occasionally, she'd gently pat Grandpa's arm, as if playfully scolding him for laughing too loudly and disrupting her enjoyment of the show. In an era of scarce entertainment, this little radio was like a ray of light, illuminating the quiet lives of Grandpa and Grandma. Chenxi stood nearby, quietly observing the scene, his heart filled with warmth. Watching his grandparents so absorbed in the program, he couldn't help but think to himself, from now on, this radio would surely become an indispensable part of their lives. Perhaps they would spend every waking hour gathered around it, listening to the myriad voices streaming from its speakers, feeling the richness of the outside world. And given Grandpa and Grandma's love for sharing, once word spread through the village, the usual crowd of chattering old folks would surely swarm to their house. Then, Grandma's life would never again be shrouded in boredom, and the house would become bustling with activity. Chenxi didn't disturb Grandpa and Grandma enjoying this moment of peace. He turned quietly and stepped outside. In the courtyard, the solar cooker he'd brought back lay quietly, reflecting a unique glow under the sunlight. Chenxi bent down, picked up the aluminum kettle beside it, walked to the water barrel, filled the kettle to the brim, then carefully placed it on the solar cooker. He adjusted the angle so the sunlight could precisely hit the cooking surface. "Chenxi, what's this new contraption you're fiddling with?" Not far away, Li Ziming was bent over, working alongside the laborers. He looked up just in time to see Chenxi's actions. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and vanishing instantly upon hitting the ground. He casually wiped his brow with the towel draped over his shoulder and called out curiously toward Chenxi. By now, the house's main beam had been successfully installed. Workers were methodically passing roof tiles up to the roof. Up there, several laborers crouched, carefully cradling tiles in their hands. One by one, they meticulously laid them in place. Their eyes were focused and serious. With each tile placed, they repeatedly adjusted its position to ensure a perfect fit between tiles. Everyone understood clearly that if even one tile was laid incorrectly, rainwater would seep through the gaps into the house the moment it rained, and that would spell big trouble. While rainfall was relatively scarce in the north, heavy snowfall was an even greater concern. Thick layers of snow pressed down on the roof, and if the structure wasn't sturdy enough, it could collapse under the weight, leading to devastating losses. "Uncle Ziming, this is a solar cooker specifically for boiling water," Chenxi replied with a smile, his face radiating confidence. Li Ziming and the surrounding workers all looked surprised upon hearing this. They paused their work, their eyes fixated on the oddly shaped solar stove. This contraption looked nothing like the stoves they were accustomed to. No stovetop, no chimney. Could this peculiar contraption really boil water? Doubt filled their minds. How's it supposed to burn fire? It doesn't even have a firebox, one worker frowned, his face full of confusion. Chenxi patiently explained, "Uncle, this solar cooker doesn't need a fire. Simply put, it uses the sun's energy to boil water. See, on a sunny day, when we stand outside for a while, don't we feel our skin getting hot? That's solar energy at work. This solar stove concentrates scattered solar energy and directs it onto the kettle, which is how it boils water." As Chenxi explained, some workers nodded slightly, seeming to grasp the concept. Others scratched their heads, their faces still tinged with skepticism. After all, their ancestors had used firewood for cooking and boiling water for generations. This device that boiled water without fire was utterly novel to them, and it took a moment for them to truly accept it. "Will this really work? It doesn't seem very reliable," Li Ziming muttered under his breath, his eyes still fixed intently on the solar cooker, as if trying to figure out its secrets. Seeing this, Chenxi didn't bother with further explanations. He knew that for these farmers, who'd spent their entire lives working the land and tending fires, mere words wouldn't convince them of the solar cooker's wonders. Better to let the facts speak for themselves. In a moment, seeing is believing. Just then, the old man emerged from the house, humming a tune.
He had originally planned to visit a few old friends in the village and invite them over to see the newly purchased radio. On one hand, that old show-off streak of his was kicking in again. He wanted everyone to see how accomplished his grandson was, bringing home such a marvelous gadget. On the other hand, he genuinely believed the world within that radio was rich and varied, and he wanted his old friends to broaden their horizons and have a bit of fun. The moment Grandpa stepped outside, his eyes fell upon the uniquely shaped solar cooker in the yard. His footsteps faltered, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Truth be told, he'd noticed this peculiar contraption the instant he returned home, but had been so captivated by the beautiful sounds emanating from the radio inside that he hadn't bothered to examine it properly. Seeing his grandfather emerge, Chenxi approached and briefly explained the solar cooker to him. Back in the village, the old man loved boasting to the younger folks, claiming he'd crossed more bridges than they'd walked roads and eaten more salt than they'd eaten rice, considering himself a man of vast experience. But today, faced with this solar stove that boiled water without fire, he had to admit, he was still a bit ignorant. This thing sounded too fantastical. Boiling water without fire? Who would believe it if he told them? Chenxi, hold off on using it for now. I'll go get a few folks over to take a look, the old man said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He thought to himself, something this novel shouldn't be kept just within the family. He had to let the old buddies in the village come see it too. Chenxi gave a resigned smile at his grandfather's words and reluctantly removed the kettle from the solar cooker before turning toward the kitchen. He planned to use this time to prepare today's ingredients and start cooking. Whenever he returned home and had the time, he always cooked himself. Grandma and Aunt San were notoriously frugal when stir-frying, using barely any oil, which left the dishes bland and unpalatable to him. Before long, the old man arrived triumphantly, leading a grand procession of elderly villagers. Among them was the village's highly respected former party secretary. As soon as they entered the courtyard, everyone began chatting animatedly. "Oldly, your life is getting better and better. Look at those new clothes, so smart. I hear you eat refined grains every meal now, wear a wristwatch, carry a flashlight when you go out at night, and even have a bicycle at home. Hey, and now you've added this radio. Your life is better than most city folks," one old man said, his face full of envy. "Exactly. And look at that award hanging on the wall, plus the newspaper article about your grandson. That's the ultimate honor. All the good fortune seems to have found its way to your family. I bet all the feng shui from Li Village's ancestral graves has been concentrated on your household. Our ancestors sure are biased. They should share some of that luck with us ordinary folks," another old woman teased, her face lit with a smile, though her envious gaze was impossible to hide. "Chenxi, come here. Show these old country bumpkins what you've got," Grandpa shouted triumphantly. All along the way, his old buddies had been skeptical about his radio, even mocking him for bragging. Now, he didn't hesitate to call them bumpkins. After all, he held high standing in the village. Even if he called them turtle-brained, no one would truly take offense. Hearing his grandfather's call, Chenxi emerged from the kitchen, a polite smile on his face as he greeted everyone in turn. The village's generational hierarchy was sometimes quite chaotic. Some elderly men, though ancient themselves, were still required to address him as younger uncle according to their place in the family tree, a relationship that sounded downright absurd. "Everyone, don't rush. This solar stove takes about 20 minutes to boil water," Chenxi said as he placed the aluminum kettle back onto the stove, adjusting its angle to ensure the sun's rays hit the surface fully. The old man glanced at his watch and said, "All right, I'll keep an eye on the time. Everyone, don't just stand around here. Go inside and listen to the radio." At that, everyone filed inside and gathered around the radio. Soon, the crosstalk program blaring from the radio had them all buzzing with astonishment. "Wow, this thing is amazing. How can people actually talk and perform crosstalk inside it?" "Exactly. I'd only heard about it before. Today's a real eye-opener. Quiet down. Let them perform their comedy." Chenxi's grandmother, seeing everyone chattering away, shot them a stern look and said reproachfully. At her words, everyone promptly fell silent, and the room grew quiet. People began searching for seats, but those who couldn't find one didn't mind. They stood nearby, craning their necks, eyes fixed intently on the radio, ears perked up, afraid to miss a single moment of the fascinating program. What did a little standing matter when they could hear this novel radio broadcast? After the crosstalk segment ended, the radio began broadcasting an opera. Several elderly opera enthusiasts perked up at the sound, instinctively humming along with the melodies. Their gestures and movements carried a certain charm. In an instant, the room filled with a joyful atmosphere. At that time, the radio offerings were quite diverse. There were programs explaining Chinese and foreign cultures, allowing people to learn about the customs of the outside world without leaving home. Stories about historical heroes inspired listeners to carry on the spirit of their forebears. People could also tune into opera, novels, songs, crosstalk, and even language learning programs. Though diverse in format, these programs ultimately fell into three main categories: news, entertainment, and education, all variations on the same theme. Seeing everyone engrossed, Chenxi took out a bag of melon seeds, placed it in the center of the table, and warmly invited everyone to enjoy the seeds while listening to the radio. "See what we old folks are doing? Help yourselves if you want some, don't be shy," Chenxi's grandmother said with a beaming smile.
The elderly folks, who had been a bit reserved and kept glancing at Li Chenxi's grandparents, finally reached out and grabbed handfuls of melon seeds upon hearing this, cracking them open and munching away. As they cracked away, listening to the various sounds coming from the radio, their faces beamed with contentment. For them, days like this felt like a luxurious treat, something they never dared imagine before. Of course, their chatter never ceased as they showered Li Chenxi with praise. "Oldly, your Chenxi is truly something special. If I had a grandson like that, I'd be smiling in my sleep." "Exactly. Chenxi's been sharp since he was little, and now he's truly remarkable, inventing things, making the papers. You two old folks are so blessed." These compliments came straight from the heart. They knew deep down that having a grandson like Li Chenxi would be a blessing from their ancestors. Even if he were only half as accomplished as he was now, they'd feel their family graves were smoking with pride. "More and more villages are following our Li village's lead and starting to develop their riverbeds," the old party secretary remarked during a break in the program, striking up a conversation with Chenxi. "What's the commune's stance on this?" Li Chenxi asked with concern. What else could they say? No one's breaking any rules, and no one can predict when the riverbed will flood. Including it in the grain collection system just wouldn't make sense. They have to consider the people's feelings, right? So now, the commune folks just turn a blind eye and let everyone do as they please, the old party secretary said with a smile, his face showing satisfaction. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. That's good. This way, everyone can earn a little extra without breaking any rules. It's a win-win. On his way home that day, he passed his family's vegetable plot and saw that the seeds he'd sown a few days earlier had sprouted tender green shoots. They swayed gently in the breeze, brimming with vitality. Just then, Li Jiming's shout came from outside. "Chenxi, the water's boiling." Hearing the call, the group inside the house quickly put down their melon seeds and hurried outside. There, the lid of the aluminum kettle was bouncing up and down, making a bang-bang sound. Steam kept rising from the spout, and the water inside had begun to boil and bubble. Wow, it really can boil water. This solar cooker is amazing. This thing looks extraordinary, must have cost a fortune, right? Only Chenxi could get his hands on it. Oldly, you're one lucky guy. Only then did the old man suddenly think of the price. He quickly turned to ask his beloved grandson, "Chenxi, how much did this solar cooker cost? If it's too expensive, we'll just take it back to the city. We've got plenty of firewood here in the village, this thing won't be much use out here." In the old man's view, such high-tech products belonged in the city. His grandson lived alone there, and having this solar cooker would make boiling water and cooking meals much more convenient. As for the village, firewood was everywhere, no need to spend a fortune on such a thing. Li Chenxi smiled and said, "Grandpa, I designed this solar cooker myself. The factory helped make it without charging me a penny. In fact, they're going to give me a bonus later." Old secretary and the others heard this, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Another invention of yours? Chenxi, you're simply amazing." Li Chenxi's grandparents beamed with pride at their grandson's words. Nothing could make them happier than seeing their grandson achieve such success. "Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. I always knew my grandson was capable." Grandpa clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, his wrinkles spreading into a radiant smile. The other elderly folks standing nearby stared with envious eyes, inwardly marveling at how vast the gap between people could be. How wonderful it would be if their own families had such a talented grandson. Chapter 82, Grandfather's Advice. At Li Chenxi's home, the novel solar cooker and the radio that emitted wondrous sounds seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing a steady stream of villagers. Filled with curiosity, everyone wanted to see these marvelous inventions for themselves. In no time, the small courtyard buzzed with activity as the crowd grew larger and larger. From dawn until late afternoon, the excitement showed no sign of waning. Standing amidst the crowd, the old party secretary observed the scene. He knew dinner time was approaching and didn't want to disturb the family's meal. So he raised his voice and urged, "Everyone, please disperse. Go home for your meals." The villagers understood his meaning. Though their minds lingered on the novelty, they didn't feel right lingering any longer and gradually dispersed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Chenxi plunged into the kitchen to prepare lunch. He took down the large piece of ham from the wall, weighed it, and selected a portion of about 2 or 3 pounds. Carefully wielding his knife, he began shaving off the tough outer rind. With each deft stroke of the blade, the skin flaked away. Next, with practiced skill, he sliced the ham into thin, uniformly even pieces. After finishing the ham, he selected some fresh vegetables to stir-fry alongside it. Meanwhile, Grandma helped by washing and sorting the bean sprouts. Each sprout was tender and glistened with a crystalline sheen. Li Chenxi particularly loved bean sprouts, a fact Grandma always kept in mind. Watching her grandson cook with such focus, she thought to herself, "I must go sprout some more tomorrow, so Chenxi can have them at least once a week." Soon, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Li Chenxi tossed the sliced ham and vegetables into the hot pan. With a sizzling sound, the fragrance instantly filled the air. He stir-fried them skillfully, and in no time, 2 plates of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious stir-fried ham with vegetables were ready. Next, he tossed the washed bean sprouts into the wok. The pan erupted with a crackling sound as he stirred rapidly. Soon, a plate of crisp, refreshing stir-fried bean sprouts graced the table. These two simple yet delicious dishes, paired with steaming hot rice fragrant with aroma, constituted a top-tier meal in that era of relative scarcity in the countryside. As the family gathered around the table, enjoying their meal, Chenxi set down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Grandpa, I need to tell you something. Our steel mill is planning to expand recruitment to produce the solar cookers I designed. Director Ding rewarded me with a logistics recruitment spot. This job will most likely involve procurement or assisting in the cafeteria. What do you think is the best way to handle this opportunity?" The moment these words left his mouth, Uncle San and Aunt San, who were eating, instantly lit up, as if they'd seen a beacon in the darkness. But quickly, their eyes dimmed again, and a wry smile appeared on their faces. They knew deep down that the village's circumstances wouldn't allow them to leave. Too many heavy chores required strong hands to handle. They couldn't just dump everything on the young Chenxi. Besides, Auntie San had to stay home to care for the children, not only her own three, but also Chen. "What's this? You two want to work in the factory?" Old man Li set down his wine cup and looked at Li Shuqiang and his wife with confusion. Li Shuqiang shook his head helplessly. "Father, I can't leave. There's a mountain of work here in the village that needs overseeing. If I go, the household would fall into chaos." Auntie San quickly chimed in, "That's right. I can't leave either. With so many children, someone has to look after them." Though they yearned to work in the factory, reason told them they had to stay. Chenxi shared this sentiment, believing Uncle San and Aunt San staying in the village would be better for the family. "Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. When Laifu grows up, I'll definitely find him a good job in the city," Chenxi said earnestly, looking at them. These words acted like a reassuring pill, instantly dispelling the lingering regret and reluctance in Li Shuqiang and his wife's hearts. Yes, leaving the opportunity for their son was equally valid. Perhaps he could achieve even greater success in the city someday. The old man listened but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he lifted his wine cup, took a sip, and fell deep in thought. This spot couldn't be given away lightly. It had to go to someone who could support his grandson. He pondered that it should first be someone close in relation, reliable and honest, not necessarily clever, just obedient. Taking another sip, the old man cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "How about giving the spot to Dazhong? His family is relatively close to ours as distant relatives. Your grandmother and I both know Dazhong well. He's solid and steady, and especially obedient. Besides, his family's situation is quite difficult. His father was killed in action during the Korean War. All these years, his mother has been the sole pillar holding up that household. After all, they are a martyr's family." The old man paused, then added with a sigh, "Don't think descendants of martyrs get special treatment. The country has just emerged from war and isn't wealthy yet. So many people sacrifice their lives, meaning there are naturally many descendants of martyrs. How could they possibly care for them all? Many families of martyrs actually struggle even harder. If the person were still alive, at least there'd be an extra income. Having a laborer in the household eases the burden considerably. But once they're gone, all that's left is a pension that runs out eventually. I've heard some places give the children a monthly allowance until they reach adulthood, but those are few and far between." Chenxi nodded thoughtfully. "Alright, then let's give it to Dazhong." Truthfully, he didn't remember much about this Dazhong, but he figured if Grandpa insisted, there must be a reason. Grandma chimed in, "Have your grandfather handle this. That way, if anyone comes begging or gossiping later, they'll only go to the old man. Let him deal with all that trouble. He's senior enough that even if he scolds someone, no one will dare talk back." The old man nodded in agreement. "Very well. After I've eaten my fill, I'll pay a visit to Dazhong's home." Chenxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dreaded scenes of people expressing gratitude, especially when they knelt and kowtowed. It always made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Now, with his grandfather handling it, he could save himself a lot of trouble. After the meal, Auntie San stood up and began clearing the dishes. She was always diligent even when she didn't eat here. She often came over to help with chores, rarely letting Chenxi's grandmother lift a finger. Laifu, meanwhile, went to check on his little sister Chan. He sat quietly by her bedside, picked up a palm fan, and gently fanned her while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings, wary of any flying insects disturbing her sleep. After resting a while, the old man got up and headed out the door, walking toward Dazhong's house. At that moment, Dazhong's family had just returned from the village canteen with sweet potatoes. The old man arrived at the Zhong family's doorstep and called out, "Jigang's wife, is Zhong at home?" Li Jigang was Dazhong's father, a former soldier who had crossed the Yalu River years ago to fight in the Korean War. He never returned, his remains left behind in a foreign land. Hearing the call, a woman with gray temples emerged from the house. Wiping water stains from her clothes with her hand, she greeted him warmly, "Oh, uncle, come in and sit down. What brings you here looking for Dazhong? He should be busy over at the cattle shed right now." She turned and called into the house, "Xiaoxue, go get your brother. Uncle has something to discuss with him." The old man knew full well that people from the neighboring households were peeking out to watch the commotion. So he stood firmly at the doorway and called out loudly, "Ji Gang's family, I need to tell you something. How much of Ji Gang's pension is left?"
I've arranged for Chenxi to get him a job at the steel mill. The old man had his own plans. This job wasn't being given away for free. He needed Da Zhong's mother to hand over the remaining pension money. Upon hearing this, Da Zhong's mother froze for a moment, surprise flitting across her face. Then that surprise gave way to wild joy. She exclaimed excitedly, "There's 450 yuan left, uncle. I'll get it for you right now." All these years, she had guarded her husband's pension money like a treasure, never daring to touch it lightly. Only in the most desperate moments had she dipped into it for emergencies. She knew full well that while 450 yuan seemed like a decent sum, it was nowhere near enough to buy a job in the city. This must have been secured through Chenxi's connections and favors. The families nearby who overheard this were filled with envy, but they could only watch helplessly. Even if Li Chenxi's grandfather approached them, they simply couldn't come up with that much money. Li Chenxi's grandfather nodded. "All right. Have Da Zhong bring the money over to me shortly." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, Uncle Chenxi, thank you so much." Da Zhong's mother kept thanking him, her voice brimming with gratitude. Even after the old man had walked far away, she remained standing at the doorway, murmuring words of thanks. To her son getting a job at the steel mill outweighed losing the pension. Any sane person would choose a steady job over a pension. With work in the city, her son's fate would change completely, and finding a wife would be much easier. Moreover, with that income, he could support the family and help them all live a better life. She knew her son well. She knew he wouldn't forget his family once he moved to the city. Seeing the old man leave, neighbors gathered around Da Zhong's mother, offering congratulations with obvious envy. "Xiufun, with your son working at the steel mill, you'll be living the good life now." "Exactly. He'll get his grain ration from the state, nothing like us farmers. Da Zhong's also at the age to find a wife. My niece from my mother's side is quite lovely. I'll introduce her to him sometime." News of Li Chenxi securing Li Da Zhong's job quickly spread throughout the village. Everyone listened with envy, but there was little to say. After all, he had paid 450 yuan. How many families in the village could afford that much money at once back then? At the brigade chief's house, his wife heard the news and was deeply tempted. She said to him, "Husband, let's also give Chenxi 450 yuan. Maybe he can help get our son a job at the steel mill." The team leader rolled his eyes and retorted, "You wish? Do you think 450 yuan can get you a job at the steel mill? Do you think Chenxi is the steel mill's director?" The team leader wasn't as naive as his wife. While others in the village might not know the market for urban jobs, he understood it all too well. In the city, no job came that cheap, especially not one at the steel mill. Chapter 83, Running Around. The team leader sat at his slightly worn wooden table, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface as he fell deep in thought. Truth be told, he knew his family could scrape together 400 or 500 yuan. But he wasn't a simple-minded, impulsive man. When it came to securing a steel mill position, he understood the reality. He understood that a few hundred yuan alone wouldn't easily buy a steel mill job opportunity. It inevitably involved Chenxi's connections and the intricate web of relationships behind them. Since Chenxi hadn't approached his family proactively, there was no need to meddle in this affair, risking embarrassment and causing trouble for others. One must know their place and understand the importance of moderation. Having navigated the village's politics for years, the team leader understood its interpersonal dynamics like the back of his hand. He understood perfectly well that Li Da Zhong and the Chenxi family shared a genuine closeness. Moreover, Da Zhong's family faced unique circumstances. His father had made the ultimate sacrifice defending the nation during the Korean War, leaving behind a widow and orphan struggling to survive. Chenxi's special consideration for Da Zhong was only natural. Now look at himself. Though he bore the same surname, he was 5 generations removed from the Chenxi family, a kinship so distant it barely counted. Li village was teeming with Li surnames. No matter how capable Chenxi was, he couldn't possibly look after every single one. With this thought, the brigade leader turned to his wife, who was still muttering to herself nearby. His expression turned stern as he warned, "Listen to me. When you go out later, keep your mouth shut. Don't go blabbing everywhere. If your big mouth angers Chenxi, our whole family will suffer the consequences." The team leader knew full well how much clout Chenxi held in the village now and understood that this steel mill job was no small matter. He was terrified his wife might accidentally cause trouble. Meanwhile, Li Da Zhong was sweating buckets while working in the cattle shed when he suddenly heard his younger sister Xiuxue calling his name from afar. He quickly set down his tools, brushed the dust off his clothes, and hurried toward home. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw his mother standing in the middle of the courtyard, her face flushed with excitement, clutching something tightly in her hand. "Da Zhong, you're finally back," she exclaimed, pulling him into the house before carefully pressing a bundle of money wrapped tightly in several layers of cloth into his hands. "Son, let's be clear from the start, this money belongs to all 3 of you siblings. As the eldest, you'll use it to secure a job opportunity. Once you're working, you must pay back your share until you've fully reimbursed your younger brother and sister's portions." His mother's expression was serious as she fixed her gaze on Li Da Zhong, speaking each word deliberately. "Mother, rest assured. I understand." Li Da Zhong nodded solemnly. He had never once considered keeping the money for himself. As the pillar of the family, he deeply understood his responsibilities and embraced the duties expected of an eldest brother. And listen, son, you must remember this, with just this little money, it won't be nearly enough to buy a position at the steel mill. Your 16th uncle must have pulled strings and used his connections to help you. Once you're at the steel mill, you must listen to him carefully, avoid trouble, and remember the immense favor he's done for you. His mother chattered on, her admonitions coming like a rapid-fire barrage for a full 5 minutes. Li Dazhong stood quietly by, listening intently. Every word his mother spoke etched itself deeply into his heart. When she finished, he carefully tucked the money into his chest, then set off briskly toward Li Chenxi's home, carrying with him the weighty burden of hope. 16th uncle, great aunt, great uncle, Li Dazhong greeted them respectfully the moment he entered the door of Li Chenxi's grandfather's house, his voice loud and resonant, carrying a touch of simple sincerity. Oh, Dazhong. Come in, sit down. The old lady beamed warmly, rising promptly to fetch some pastries from the cupboard treats she usually saved for special occasions and placed them before Li Dazhong. Li Dazhong stood there awkwardly, accepting the pastries with both hands, his head slightly bowed, a shy smile playing on his face. Uncle Shirlu, my mother told me to bring the money. It's all right here. Li Dazhong spoke as he carefully unwrapped the cloth holding the cash, neatly arranging the 450 yuan on the table. Li Chenxi stepped forward, picked up the money, and pretended to count it carefully. In truth, he knew exactly how much this sum meant and understood the sacrifices the Dazhong family had made for this position. Dazhong, go home and prepare. Get a letter of recommendation from the old party secretary. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to the steel mill. You'll either assist me with procurement or help out in the kitchen. Pack your clothes and essentials once you're there, you'll need to work hard. Li Chenxi looked at Li Dazhong, his words full of earnestness. At these words, Li Dazhong's heart swelled with joy. He knew his entry into the steel mill was now a certainty. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt nothing but gratitude toward Li Chenxi. Though honest and straightforward, Li Dazhong was no fool. He understood the situation clearly and recognized the underlying arrangements. Thank you, Uncle 16. I'll work my hardest. Li Dazhong lifted his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Li Chenxi as he offered his sincere thanks. Li Chenxi waved his hand with a smile. No need to thank me. Your family paid a hefty price for this. Then, Li Chenxi pulled Li Dazhong to sit beside him and meticulously explained everything he needed to know about the factory from work procedures to office politics. He covered every detail, leaving nothing out, determined to prevent Li Dazhong from feeling lost and getting taken advantage of once he started. Li Dazhong sat there, leaning forward slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Li Chenxi. His ears were perked up, as if afraid to miss a single word. At crucial points, he would nod occasionally, repeating Li Chenxi's words aloud to help himself remember them more firmly. After leaving Li Chenxi's home, Li Dazhong wasted no time, heading straight for the old party secretary's house. The door stood ajar. He approached and knocked lightly. Come in, the familiar voice of the old party secretary called from inside. Li Dazhong pushed open the door and stepped inside, finding the old party secretary seated at his desk, poring over some documents. Uncle, I've come to ask you for a letter of recommendation, Li Dazhong approached and said respectfully. The old party secretary looked up and, recognizing Li Dazhong, smiled warmly. Dazhong, that's excellent. Your family using that money to secure a job is far better than sitting on your hands. But remember this, once you're at the steel mill, work hard. Don't cause any trouble for your Uncle Shirlu. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and began drafting the letter of introduction for Li Dazhong. Uncle, rest assured, I'll remember every word, Li Dazhong nodded repeatedly, replying earnestly. Clutching the letter of introduction written by the old party secretary, Li Dazhong returned home filled with joy. His mother sat in the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the path, eagerly awaiting his return. Though she couldn't read, the joy on her face was unmistakable when she saw the letter in his hands. She took it carefully, cradling it in her palms and turning it over and over, as if it were a priceless treasure. Uncle Shirlu also said that once you get there, he'll ask around and help arrange housing for you at the factory as soon as possible, Li Dazhong said with a smile as he approached his mother. Hearing this, her eyes welled up slightly, her heart brimming with gratitude toward Li Chenxi. She silently marveled, with just the 400 or 500 yuan her family had, who else would go to such lengths to help? Only her 16th brother Chenxi, kind-hearted and deeply loyal. Son, listen to the party secretary. Once you're at the factory, you must be honest and diligent. Don't cause trouble or bring any hassle to your Uncle Chenxi. Mother looked at Li Dazhong earnestly as she gave him this heartfelt advice. She knew her son well, he was naturally honest and hard-working, not the type to stir up trouble. After speaking, she turned back into the house, retrieved the family's meager savings from a small box, and handed it to Li Dazhong. Son, starting at the factory means you'll need money for various things. You should have some cash on hand. Seeing the crumpled bills in his mother's hand, Li Dazhong felt a pang of sadness. He knew the family's situation well. This money had been painstakingly saved through frugality. He pushed it back. Mother, I've already spent all our money on getting this job. How will you manage? I can't take any more from home. At this, his mother feigned anger and glared at him. We can manage for now. Don't worry about it. Just remember to bring your wages home. And when you need money at the factory, don't ever ask your uncle Liashiliu. We've already troubled him so much. Asking him for money now would be terribly inconsiderate. Li Dezhong met his mother's resolute gaze, hesitated, then finally accepted the money, tucking it carefully into his chest. He knew full well that the family had practically emptied their savings to send him to work in the city. If he didn't work hard and show gratitude, he'd be worse than an animal. News of Li Dezhong's impending job at the steel mill spread like wildfire through Li village. The young men in the village, upon hearing the news, grew green with envy. Especially Li Dafu, who had long yearned to work in the city and change his fate. Now, watching Li Dezhong about to realize his dream, he felt utterly despondent. Ah, it's all because our family has no money. Otherwise, I could have asked Uncle 16 for help to get into the steel mill. Li Dafu sighed heavily, sitting in his own courtyard. How about we go hunting in the mountains? If we bag a few good game animals and sell them, maybe we could talk Uncle 16 into making an exception for us. Suddenly, Li Dafu's eyes lit up as if he'd hit upon an idea. He turned to his usual group of playmates nearby. He knew that if they could land valuable game like last time, they might scrape together enough money to secure a spot at the steel mill. My dad won't let me go. He says the mountains are dangerous, one friend murmured hesitantly. Yeah, and if the village finds out we snuck into the mountains to hunt, we'll definitely get scolded, another friend chimed in. What's there to fear? We'll sneak in and keep it quiet. Once we get the game, we'll head straight to Uncle 16 in town. Li Dafu grew more animated with each word, already envisioning his bright future working at the steel mill. Dashan, can we borrow your family's hunting rifle? Li Dafu turned to look at Li Dashan. It's possible, but I'm worried something might go wrong. Li Dashan hesitated. A hunting rifle wasn't something to mess around with. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's there to fear? Right now, I'm only afraid of poverty. If we stay this poor, we'll never have any hope in this lifetime. Li Dafu clenched his fists, his face set with determination. Alright, let's give it a shot. Li Dashan met Li Dafu's resolute gaze and finally nodded. And so, the five of them struck a deal. They agreed to sneak out tomorrow under some pretext and head into the mountains to hunt. They thought to themselves that as long as they could bag some game and make money, it would be worth it even if they got beaten and scolded by their families when they returned home. Truthfully, they weren't jealous of Li Dezhong. After all, that money had been paid for with his father's life, and they understood how difficult that had been. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Li Chenxi lived, the unemployed youths were equally scrambling for steel mill positions, running around frantically. Third uncle Yang Genoa was one of them. His eldest son had reached working age, and with the steel mill expanding its workforce, Yang was beyond anxious. Today, he arrived early at the director's office, his face plastered with a smile as he inquired about the situation. Director, you see, my boy is getting on in years and is worried about finding work. I heard our factory is expanding its recruitment. Could you perhaps point me in the right direction? The director leaned back in his chair, glanced up at Uncle Yang, and replied calmly, Old Yang, I'll be honest with you. There was an internal appointment slot, but if you don't want to pay, you'll just have to apply properly and wait. If you're lucky, you might get assigned a position, but no one can say for sure. Old Yang understood the implication. He nodded. I get it, director. So about that reserved spot. Old Yang, it's not that I'm refusing you a favor. That spot won't be hard to fill. But since you live in the same courtyard as Li Chenxi, I'll set it aside for you first. The director looked at Old Yang with a meaningful expression. Uncle San immediately grasped the implication. He hurriedly replied, Director, thank you so much. Rest assured, I'll take the spot. I'll bring the money over tomorrow. Stepping out of the director's office, third uncle calculated in his mind, the money for buying this job would eventually be deducted from his son's salary anyway. He'd discuss it with his son, have him hand over a portion of his monthly pay to gradually repay the debt. With this plan in mind, third uncle quickened his pace, eager to get home and hash out the details with his son. Meanwhile, the unemployed youth from poorer families could only rush to the neighborhood office to register, hoping the authorities would assign them a job. In those days, many positions were allocated through centralized neighborhood office systems. They held the first-hand information on how many workers each factory needed. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, it was crucial not to offend the sub-district office staff. Otherwise, one's job prospects would be in jeopardy. Chapter 84, Li Dezhong's first day votes needed. Early the next morning, Li Dezhong arrived at Li Chenxi's home, shouldering large bundles and carrying several items in his hands. Come in for breakfast, Dezhong, Li Chenxi greeted him warmly. Uncle 16, no thanks, I already ate. Li Dezhong had barely uttered the words when his stomach growled at the worst possible moment. Instantly, he was so embarrassed he wished he could sink into a hole in the ground. He clenched his toes so tightly it felt like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Come in and eat something, or you'll be in for it, Li Chenxi invited with a smile. The old man, standing nearby, barked without mincing words, What are you babbling about? Your 16th uncle told you to eat, so eat. Though the scolding was harsh, Li Dezhong felt a warm glow in his heart.
Originally, the thought of working at the steel mill had filled him with trepidation, fearing he might fail and bring shame upon his 16th uncle and the family. But seeing his uncle's genuine concern now, his mood lightened considerably. He quickly thanked them and went inside to join the meal. Though eggs sat before him, he dared not touch them. Seeing this, Chenxi picked up 2 eggs and handed them to him. "Eat up, don't dawdle." Li Dazhong carefully took the eggs, gently cracked open the shells, and savored them slowly, chewing carefully. He hadn't eaten eggs in a very long time, and the taste made him feel incredibly grateful. After they finished eating, Chenxi pushed his bicycle out. "Hop on. You need to learn how to ride a bike." Li Dazhong waved his hands hastily. "Uncle 16, I'll just run behind you." Chenxi rolled her eyes. "Run what? Get on. You'll be drenched in sweat by the time you get there. Pack your things properly, you don't need to bring all those thick clothes so soon. Leave them here." He reminded Li Dazhong that 2 sets of clothes would suffice. The factory would issue work uniforms once he started. In this era, wearing a work uniform was a matter of prestige, especially in the countryside. It wasn't just a symbol of social status but also represented a wage earner's ration card. Though wages were modest, one worker could support an entire family. In the countryside, a family with a factory worker carried real weight. Workers not only earned monthly wages but could also use their ration books to buy subsidized grain at the grain station. Moreover, in the eyes of farmers, work uniforms were akin to cadre attire. Chenxi continued helping Li Dazhong lighten his load. "You don't need towels or basins, the factory provides those." The perks of working at a large factory were countless. Upon joining, employees received a mountain of supplies, especially daily necessities, which were provided in full. Some factories even offered on-site nurseries, schools, and clinics, solving every aspect of workers' lives. This was precisely why so many people fought tooth and nail to secure factory jobs. Hearing this, the men building Chenxi's house exchanged envious glances, all sighing that being a factory worker was truly the best life. Chenxi rode his bicycle to the steel mill with Li Dazhong, exchanging pleasantries with the security guard at the gate to build rapport. After parking his bike, he led Li Dazhong to find Director Ding. "Does he want to work in procurement or help out in the kitchen?" Director Ding inquired. Chenxi turned to Li Dazhong. "Dazhong, you choose." "A choice?" Li Dazhong didn't hesitate to pick purchasing. After all, his uncle 16 was also a procurement officer. It would come in handy someday. "I want to be a purchaser," Li Dazhong declared. Director Ding nodded and said to Chenxi, "Take him to HR to complete the formalities." After speaking, he also wrote out a job offer letter for Chenxi to deliver. "All right. Director, I won't keep you any longer," Chenxi said. Director Ding waved his hand dismissively, grumbling with a smile, "Disturb me? You're not even in the factory 8 days out of 10. Go handle your onboarding at HR first." "Come on, I'll take you to HR," Chenxi said, leading Li Dazhong toward the personnel office. Li Dazhong followed closely behind, observing everything along the way. Only upon arriving at the steel mill did he realize just how well connected his uncle 16 was within the factory. Nearly everyone they passed greeted him warmly, seemingly all acquainted with his uncle. "Sister Lu, this is my nephew. I'm bringing him to complete his onboarding paperwork." Chenxi pulled out a pack of Debata milk candies and placed it on Sister Lu's desk in the HR department. Back when he joined the company, it was this same woman who had helped him with his paperwork. Sister Lu immediately beamed. "Chenxi, you remember your Sister Lu?" Receiving the candy naturally made her happy, but what pleased her most was that Chenxi still remembered her. Nowadays, Chenxi was quite famous, and everyone was eager to claim some connection to him, hoping to gain some advantage. "Don't say that," Chenxi replied. "How could I forget? You were the one who processed my onboarding paperwork." Only then did Sister Lu turn to Li Dazhong behind him. "Is this your nephew?" "Yes. I'm the senior one." "Dazhong, say hello to Sister Lu," Chenxi instructed. "Hello, Sister Lu." Li Dazhong greeted her promptly. Sister Lu smiled and nodded, glancing at the employment notice and recommendation letter before efficiently processing Li Dazhong's onboarding. She even assigned him to the same division and section as Chenxi. Additionally, she provided Li Dazhong with a large bundle of daily necessities, bath tickets, towels, soap, work uniforms, and more. Some of these items were specifically given out of consideration for Chenxi. Li Dazhong couldn't help but marvel inwardly, having connections really does make things easier. With Uncle 16 involved, everything went smoothly. Not only that, but he received extra items, all brand new. Especially the work uniform. Some new hires didn't get new ones, sometimes they didn't even have a choice and ended up with ill-fitting uniforms. But Li Dazhong didn't have to worry about that. For housing, our factory still has vacant units available in these neighborhoods. Take a look and pick one. Sister Lu said. This was still due to Chenxi's influence. Otherwise, even if housing was allocated, one would have to wait for assignment with no room for choice. If assigned substandard housing, one would simply have to grit their teeth and live there. But Li Dazhong was an exception. He had the right to choose. Chenxi glanced around and noticed an empty house in the courtyard next door on his street. Let's take this one then.
Thanks for your help, Sister Lu, Li Chenxi said. Li Dazhong remained silent, following Uncle 16's arrangements without question one of the specific instructions his mother had given him. Alright. Take this certificate to the neighborhood office to get the keys they're held there. Sister Lu issued the document. Thank you, Sister Lu. Li Chenxi and Li Dazhong expressed their gratitude in unison. First, come with me to meet our section chief. Afterward, I'll take you to the neighborhood office to clean the apartment. Starting tomorrow, you can report to the factory on your own, Sister Lu instructed. After meeting Section Chief Wang, he showed great consideration, offering Li Dazhong some heartfelt advice to work diligently and learn more from Li Chenxi. Yes, Section Chief. Li Dazhong replied respectfully. Relax, don't be nervous. Our section isn't overly strict. As long as you meet the procurement targets, you'll have plenty of freedom with your time, Section Chief Wang said with a smile. What he really wanted to add was, just like your Uncle 16, he hardly ever shows up at the factory. Chapter 85, Connections at the Sub-District Office. After exchanging greetings, Li Chenxi led Li Dazhong to the sub-district office. Li Dazhong followed closely behind, his heart brimming with joy, excitement, and anticipation. With a job secured and a house soon to be his, he felt like he was already half a city dweller. He imagined returning to his hometown in the future, dressed in a neat work uniform, and wondered how many envious glances he would draw. Uncle 16, I plan to visit the Red Star commune tomorrow. They should have relatively more grain there, maybe I can procure some. Li Dazhong shared his idea with eager anticipation. He knew the smaller villages below were in a similar predicament to their only village food was scarce, most edible supplies had been depleted, and many people were still going hungry. That's why he set his sights on the commune for procurement. You can try your luck, Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. He already had a plan in mind, to obtain goods from the store in his mind and then have Li Dazhong sell them to the steel mill. This way, he could both trade supplies and keep his true identity hidden. However, now wasn't the time to implement the plan. It was better to let Li Dazhong go and hit a wall first. The two soon arrived at the neighborhood office. Chenxi's here? Come right in. Director Li just returned. This time, the gatekeeper waved them through without a word. After all, who in the sub-district office didn't know Li Chenxi's name? Who wasn't aware of his connection to Director Li? Uncle, here's a little treat for your grandson. Take it home and give it a try. Li Chenxi pulled out a handful of candies and pressed them into the gatekeeper's hands. The old man beamed with delight. Li Chenxi entered Director Li's office. Auntie Li, busy? Director Li's face lit up upon seeing Li Chenxi. Chenxi, you're just in time. Reporter Fong from the Capital Daily is here again. He should be heading to your courtyard right now. You're such a kid, always coming up with major inventions out of nowhere. Truly remarkable. Only then did she notice someone else following behind Li Chenxi. And this is? Director Li inquired curiously. Auntie Li, this is my nephew from the countryside. He just got a job at the steel mill, and they've assigned him a house in courtyard 55 right next to my Sehiyuan. I brought him to pick up the keys and register. Li Chenxi explained. He hadn't expected the Beijing Daily to move so quickly. The solar cooker hadn't even been officially promoted yet, and they were already here for an interview. Oh, your nephew? Alright, I'll process it right away. I'll take him to see the place shortly. You should head back first. Reporter Fong should be arriving soon, Director Li said. Alright, thank you for your help, Aunt Li, Li Chenxi said gratefully. He turned to give Li Dazhong a few brief instructions before hurrying back to his own residence. Watching Li Chenxi's retreating figure, Li Dazhong marveled inwardly. Uncle 16 is truly capable. He even has influence at the sub-district office. Whether at the steel mill or the sub-district office, he moves with the ease of someone at home. Uncle 16, you're amazing. Director Li asked a few brief questions before efficiently registering Li Dazhong's information. He entered Li Dazhong's name for the vacant house in the front courtyard of Compound 55 and even issued him a grain ration book. In those days, household registration books, grain purchase books, and grain coupons were all crucial items. Every year, the neighborhood office would collect everyone's household registration books and grain purchase books for verification and reporting. Then, based on each family's circumstances, they would distribute grain coupons and other vouchers for purchasing food. Large factories like the steel mill would sometimes allocate some grain coupons as rewards for employees, but the vast majority were distributed uniformly by the neighborhood office. The ration book meticulously recorded details like name, occupation, grain allowance standards, and purchase quantities. Initially, one could directly buy grain at the store using the ration book. However, as the system evolved, the ration book and household registration book became the basis for distributing various ration coupons for grain, oil, cloth, tobacco, coal, sugar, and more. You must keep this ration book and these coupons safe, Director Li reminded him earnestly. If you lose them, you won't be able to buy grain. Thank you, Director Li. I'll keep them safe, Li Dazhong replied solemnly. In his mind, he'd rather lose himself than lose his ration book and coupons. Come on. I'll take you to courtyard 55. Director Li stood up, ready to show Li Dazhong the housing. Truthfully, such a minor matter hardly warranted her personal attention. Any clerk could have handled it.
But Director Li wanted to see Li Chenxi's courtyard for herself, and since this was Li Chenxi's nephew, she decided to make the trip personally. Meanwhile, when Li Chenxi returned to the courtyard, he happened to catch reporter Fong preparing to leave after finding no one home.
Brother Fong, don't leave. Come over to my place for a visit, Li Chenxi greeted him warmly and familiarly. Seeing Li Chenxi, reporter Fong's face lit up with a smile, his disappointment at the wasted trip quickly fading. Sure thing. Reporter Fong readily agreed. Once inside, reporter Fong and his crew began surveying the newly renovated house. Though not extravagant, it was clean, bright, and comfortable, a style they found quite appealing. Comrade Li Chenxi. Fong began, only to be cut off. Brother Fong, no need to be so formal.
Just call me Chenxi, Li Chenxi said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. Hearing this, reporter Fong felt even happier and nodded repeatedly. All right. I won't hesitate to do so from now on, Chenxi. As he spoke, Li Chenxi brewed a pot of Mao Jian tea purchased from the mine store.
Though not expensive, its rich aroma invigorated the senses. This is some new tea a friend gave me.
Everyone, give it a try, Li Chenxi offered warmly.
Oh, new tea. We must savor it properly, reporter Fong exclaimed with delight.
In this era, quality tea leaves weren't readily available, and new tea was especially rare. After all, tea wasn't produced in the north, and even many residents of the capital could only afford low-grade, broken leaf tea. As they savored the tea, reporter Fong's conversation naturally turned to the solar cooker.
He formally began interviewing Li Chenxi about it. Li Chenxi handled such interviews with ease. After all, journalists back then weren't as cunning as their later counterparts, deliberately setting traps. Moreover, he and reporter Fong had developed a good rapport. The reporter would tactfully remind him of sensitive topics to avoid awkward situations. Before arriving, Fong and his team had personally tested the solar cooker, boiling a kettle of water in just 20 minutes and 9 seconds. As journalists, they adhered strictly to the principle of factual reporting. Fong particularly despised the exaggerated claims in recent years, claims like 10,000 pounds of grain per moo or pigs as big as elephants. Yet he also understood that in the current social climate, his individual efforts were insignificant and couldn't change the broader landscape. During the interview, reporter Fong asked questions while taking notes, occasionally circling key points. He knew the interview content would require careful polishing back at the office to eliminate all flaws. Chenxi, have you thought about what your next invention might be? Reporter Fong took a sip of tea to moisten his throat before asking curiously. Li Chenxi shook his head. Nothing concrete yet. I believe it should still be based on the needs of the people. Besides, my current knowledge base is still quite limited. I need to keep learning. Have you considered going to university? Fong pressed. Learning doesn't have to happen only in school. As we build our country and benefit society, we're also constantly learning. You live and learn. Li Chenxi replied with a smile. Chapter 86, Why didn't you say so earlier? During a break in their interview, the women in the courtyard began lively discussions again. Judging by the buzz, Chenxi was about to become a prominent figure in the newspapers once more. What do you think? If old Li knew about Chenxi's achievements now, would he regret it? And Auntie couldn't help but interject, her tone tinged with gossip. Of course he would. Old Li was completely out of his mind back then, another woman chimed in immediately. Exactly. He was completely bewitched by that widow, someone sighed. If I'd known this would happen, I would have set old Li up with a woman back then. My cousin, though she's a widow too, is quite the looker and hasn't had any children yet, one woman declared confidently. You mean the one who's outlived 3 husbands? Forget it. I doubt old Li's got the stamina to handle her, another woman quipped, prompting a burst of laughter throughout the courtyard. After the interview, Li Chenxi asked reporter Fong with concern, Brother Fong, do you have enough food at home? Fong gave a wry smile. These days, whose family isn't short on grain? In truth, another reason they'd come today was to buy some grain from Li Chenxi. As media professionals, they had access to insider information. With nationwide crop failures and potential prolonged shortages, they too felt the grain crisis looming. They wanted to stockpile supplies to weather future uncertainties. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi readily agreed, that's perfect. I recently procured some grain myself. Just pay me the purchase price. The other 2 companions perked up immediately upon hearing this. Their own households were indeed running low on grain, with daily rations steadily decreasing. Chenxi, thank you. As he spoke, Li Chenxi fetched a sack of sorghum, half a sack of rice, and 30 jin of peanuts from another room. He had acquired these through today's 1 yuan purchase event. Since he didn't consume sorghum himself, he decided to pass it on to reporter Fong and the others. Wow! That much? Reporter Fong and the others gaped in astonishment. They'd expected to get maybe 20 or 30 pounds at best, never imagining Li Chenxi would be so generous. This sack is sorghum. Is that okay? Li Chenxi asked, his eyes carrying a hint of testing. Mind? The 3 exchanged a knowing smile and shook their heads hastily. In this famine-stricken era, who dared be picky? Some villages had nearly exhausted their wild vegetable supplies, let alone this rare sorghum.
Brother Fong, let us two brothers split this sorghum, one of them pleaded urgently, afraid of missing this rare chance.
Though Fong the reporter felt reluctant, his hesitation lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Alright, you can have it.
Truthfully, he preferred the sorghum himself. First, it was more affordable.
Second, it wasn't as conspicuous, allowing him to enjoy it openly. In contrast, rice had to be eaten in secret to avoid arousing envy. Chenxi hadn't expected sorghum to be more sought after than rice.
In the end, the 100-pound sack of sorghum was split evenly between the two men, while reporter Fong took the entire 50-pound sack of rice.
Each received 10 pounds of peanuts.
Though Chenxi's price was slightly higher than the pigeon market rate, all three considered it a bargain. After all, on the black market, grain prices had skyrocketed to astronomical levels, and goods were often unavailable. A moment's hesitation meant missing out entirely.
Chenxi, we'll be on our way then. Reporter Fong and the others, satisfied with their grain, prepared to depart. Take your time, Brother Fong. Chenxi escorted them to the courtyard gate.
Watching them disappear into the distance, he turned and headed toward the neighboring compound 55 to check on Li Dazhong's arrangements. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he overheard Director Li conversing with the residents of courtyard 55. His words were filled with concern for Li Dazhong, seemingly cautioning them not to bully the newcomer. Director Li could clearly see that these people had long coveted that empty house. Now that an outsider like Li Dazhong had snatched it away, they were undoubtedly displeased and might even try to ostracize him. Director Li, rest assured. Little Li moving in means he's now one of us at courtyard 55. An elderly gentleman from courtyard 55, who happened to be home today, stepped forward to make his stance clear. Chenxi approached at just the right moment, greeting everyone, Uncle Nyo, aunts and neighbors. Dazhong is my nephew. I hope you'll all look out for him from now on. Upon hearing this, everyone looked surprised. They hadn't expected Li Dazhong to have such a connection with Chenxi. Chenxi was a well-known figure on their street, and as neighbors from the courtyard next door, they felt a sense of pride. So you're Chenxi's relative? That makes everything clear, the ladies exclaimed warmly.
Exactly. Why didn't you say so sooner?
Young Li, we'll help you tidy up your place later. We're all neighbors here. If you ever need anything, just let us know. Li Dazhong had been feeling a bit nervous, but seeing Uncle 16 Chenxi standing beside him, he instantly felt much more at ease. It was clear that the people in this courtyard held Uncle Chenxi in considerable respect. Although Director Li had been present earlier, and no one dared voice any objections, Li Dazhong knew deep down that once Director Li left, there might be some minor incidents happening. However, when Uncle Chenxi appeared and revealed his relationship with Li Dazhong, the courtyard residents' attitudes visibly softened. Ladies, you're too kind. In a few days, I'll have Dazhong set up a couple tables and treat everyone to a meal, Chenxi said with a smile. At this, the courtyard residents grew even more enthusiastic. Since the house already had an owner and the situation couldn't be changed, getting a free meal was a nice perk. Director Li stood nearby, torn between laughter and tears. She couldn't help but admire Chenxi's social skills. Though she had subtly backed Li Dazhong earlier, she knew full well that once she left, these people might not give him the time of day. Is your interview finished? Director Li turned to ask Chenxi. Chenxi nodded. Yeah, just a few words. How long could it take? Ah. Chenxi, you're going to be in the paper again? Old man Nyo in the courtyard suddenly asked, his eyes wide with surprise. The other residents exchanged glances. How long had it really been since the last time? Was Chenxi going to be in the paper again already? Director Li seized the moment to promote Chenxi. Haven't you heard? Chenxi invented another solar cooker. The steel mill is expanding its workforce specifically to produce these cookers. If anyone from your courtyard gets hired, Chenxi deserves credit for that too. The words sparked a flurry of chatter among the residents. Chenxi was truly remarkable. How wonderful it would be if someone from their courtyard had achieved such success. Now, the people from the neighboring courtyard would have something else to gloat about. They thought of their own children and felt speechless. How could two people with the same number of brains be so different? Chenxi instructed Li Dazhong, Dazhong, get ready quickly. I'll take you out to eat later. Li Dazhong quickly replied, yes, sir. He assumed they were heading to the factory cafeteria. Little did he know, Chenxi rarely ate at the factory cafeteria. He found the food there rather distasteful. Though Chenxi's apartment was just one room, it was about 30 square meters, not small by any means. Li Dazhong quietly resolved that once his salary increased, he would bring his mother and younger siblings to live in the city. For now, the most important thing was to work hard. Aunt Li, why don't you come over to my place for a visit? Chenxi turned to Director Li and suggested. Auntie Li? The courtyard residents froze upon hearing this. Well, Uncle Chenxi and his crew were truly untouchable. Director Li nodded. Sure, I'll drop by for a drink of water. With that, she followed Chenxi to the neighboring courtyard. After the two left, the aunts and older women in the courtyard rushed over to help Li Dazhong pack his things, eager to curry favor. With Chenxi backing him, this young man was bound for greatness. Building connections early could only benefit them.
Chapter 87, The Widow of a Martyr, Mrs. Wang. Good morning, Director. As soon as they stepped out the door, Chenxi and Director Li encountered two other staff members from the neighborhood office. They politely greeted each one in turn. How is Mrs. Wang doing? Director Li inquired with concern. She knew exactly why these two staff members were here. She had personally arranged their visit. The old lady has some trouble walking, but otherwise she's fine, one of the staff members replied, though his tone seemed hesitant. It's just. He hesitated, unable to finish. What is it? Director Li frowned slightly, clearly curious about the unfinished thought. The two martyr orphans the old lady adopted, they've been eating up most of the meat and other provisions our sub-district office provides, the clerk explained. Director Li fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Back then, considering that the old lady's descendants had all made the ultimate sacrifice, the sub-district had agreed to her request to adopt the martyrs' orphans. They had even specially selected two lonely, well-behaved, and sensible children to entrust to her care. Did the children ask for the food themselves, or did the old lady make them eat it? Director Li pressed. For her, this point was crucial. If the children were acting out of character and fighting with the old woman over food, it suggested a problem with their character. The neighborhood committee might consider taking the children away and arranging other children for the old woman to comfort her heart. But if the old woman had voluntarily given up her food, that would be a different matter. The clerk reported truthfully, I specifically inquired about it. It was old lady Wang herself who deliberately ate less, saving the food for the children. Director Li fell silent once more. In this situation, the sub-district office should prioritize providing the elderly woman with more food. But recently, the sub-district office had been struggling with severe food shortages, wishing they could split a single steamed bun into several pieces to distribute. Too many people had fled the famine to the city. It wasn't just their street facing hardship, every other street was in the same predicament. Director Li pondered for a moment before instructing, send Mrs. Wang some more mixed flour. Do your best to arrange her living situation properly. The clerk seemed hesitant, as if wanting to say more. Speak your mind, Director Li encouraged. Director, Mrs. Wang said she doesn't want to be a burden on the neighborhood. She'll just eat sparingly, the clerk relayed the old woman's words truthfully. The atmosphere grew heavy. Waves of emotion surged within Chenxi, reminding him of a certain deaf old woman from a TV drama who boasted of having sent straw sandals to the Red Army, then lorded over her neighbors in the courtyard. Compared to old Mrs. Wang, however, the difference was like heaven and earth. Mrs. Wang's family had lost nearly all its members as martyrs. Not only had she adopted two children to ease the government's burden, but during times of food scarcity, she still refused to trouble the state. Such noble spirit commanded genuine admiration. Of course, the two cannot be compared. The deaf old woman was at best a recipient of government welfare, while Mrs. Wang was a legitimate martyr's family member, a priority case under the neighborhood committee's care. Aunt Li, are you struggling this much now too? Chenxi couldn't help asking. Director Li sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Where in the country isn't struggling right now? She didn't continue pouring out her troubles to Chenxi. Instead, she dismissed the two clerks, explaining that given Mrs. Wang's unique circumstances, they needed to hold another meeting to discuss how to resolve this difficult situation. After all, nearly every member of the old lady's family had sacrificed their lives for the nation. No matter how strained the state's resources, her basic livelihood must be guaranteed. Afterward, Chenxi and Director Li entered courtyard 56 together. The women who had been gossiping in the courtyard stopped their chatter upon seeing them and greeted them warmly. Upon entering Chenxi's room, Director Li surveyed the space and nodded approvingly. The renovation is truly well done, practical without being ostentatious. She noted the absence of any high-end materials and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had the place been decked out in gold and splendor, she would have had to say something, all for Chenxi's own good. The current social climate truly left her baffled. Aunt Li, I have a basket of eggs and a bag of corn here just bought yesterday. Why not use them for the neighborhood committee first? You can pay me back at my cost price. Chenxi suddenly spoke up. Director Li was tempted to accept, but hesitated, suspecting this might be part of Chenxi's work assignment. How will you account for this to the steel mill? Chenxi immediately laughed. Auntie Li, don't worry. I finished this month's quota ages ago. Plus, my country relatives sent over a few wild game animals a couple days back, so I'd already exceeded my target then. Director Li's face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. Alright, our sub-district won't hesitate to take them. Naturally, she couldn't let Chenxi's efforts go unrewarded. She couldn't simply take these supplies at the purchase price. Chenxi promptly brought out the eggs, a large basket brimming with at least 800 of them. Chenxi, hold on a moment. I'll go get someone to help you. With that, Director Li hurried back to the sub-district office. This quantity of eggs would provide ample nutrition for the elderly, infirm, and disabled residents. Especially for martyr families like old Mrs. Wang, who had also taken in two orphans of martyrs, they deserved extra support. Before long, Director Li returned with 3 clerks, bringing cash and purchase receipts. Take the eggs and corn back, Director Li instructed. Handle the eggs especially carefully, don't drop them. The three clerks immediately began loading the goods. The one carrying the eggs moved with extreme caution, taking tiny steps. If any eggs broke, they knew they'd feel utterly ashamed even without Director Li's reprimand. Director Li handed the purchase receipt and money to Chenxi. Keep these safe. You've really helped Aunt Li out this time. Aunt Li, you're being too formal. By the way, a friend gave me some bananas the other day. Take a bunch home to try. Chenxi pulled out a bunch of bananas, about 7 or 8 in number. Keep them for yourself, Director Li hastily waved them off, her face beaming with smiles. She knew full well that bananas were tropical fruits, a specialty of the South and a rare and expensive treat in the North. These were given to me by a friend. I have plenty more, I can't even finish them all. Please take them, Auntie Li. Seeing Director Li hesitate, Chenxi emphasized again. Seeing that Chenxi truly had more, Director Li gladly accepted them. Alright then, come over for dinner at Auntie Li's tomorrow. No excuses. Auntie Li, how about the day after tomorrow? I promised Grandma I'd visit her tomorrow, Chenxi requested, looking slightly embarrassed. Director Li smiled and nodded. Alright, the day after tomorrow it is. She especially admired Chenxi's filial devotion to elders. As long as Chenxi was willing to come over for dinner, postponing it by a day or two was no big deal. Besides, this gave her more time to prepare some quality ingredients. It was Chenxi's first visit, and she felt it would be rude not to have a couple of signature dishes ready. After seeing Director Li off, Chenxi checked the time and called out to Luo Dapeng and Li Yud. Passing by Courtyard 55, he also picked up Li Dezhong. Let's grab a bite at a restaurant. Chenxi suggested. Uncle 16, are we really going to a restaurant? Li Dezhong was stunned upon hearing this. Excitement and trepidation filled his heart. After all, he'd never eaten at a restaurant before and had no idea what the food would be like. At the same time, he worried the restaurant might be too expensive and cause Uncle 16 to spend too much. Just before leaving, his mother had repeatedly urged him not to always let Uncle 16 pay, and to avoid causing him trouble whenever possible. Let's try something new. When you make big money someday, you can treat me to a meal, Chenxi said with a smile, patting Li Dezhong on the shoulder. Luo Dapeng hooked his arm around Li Dezhong's shoulder, acting like the best of buddies. What are you afraid of? Your Uncle 6 has plenty of money. Eat your fill without a care. He had visited Li village and knew that Chenxi held a high standing in that community, which filled him with envy. So the four of them walked to the restaurant, debating the whole way which place to eat at. Luo Dapeng especially didn't give a thought to saving Chenxi any money, deliberately picking restaurants with the best reputations. Chapter 88. Even wild boars turned to smile. If we could just enjoy a meal at Old Mo's, that would be perfect, Luo Dapeng said eagerly. The old Mo he referred to was none other than the historic Moscow restaurant. Since opening in 1954, it had been revered as the holy grail of Western cuisine in the capital. Countless people would fight tooth and nail just for a chance to step inside and sample its offerings. Rumor had it the restaurant's decor exuded Soviet charm, featuring advanced kitchen equipment that was almost entirely electrified. It boasted 7 large refrigerators, 2 massive electric stoves, and various electric ovens for brewing coffee, baking pastries, and frying foods. As for the tableware, apart from exquisite porcelain specially crafted in Jingdezhen, the rest including glassware and crystal all came from the Soviet Union, totaling over 10,000 pieces, an extravagance beyond compare. Chenxi couldn't help recalling a curious anecdote about Old Mo's tableware from later generations. Legend had it that the spoons there were made of silver, leading some diners to secretly take them home after meals. This became such a headache for the restaurant that they eventually had to switch to steel spoons. In its early days, Moscow restaurant primarily served Soviet experts and foreign guests. Ordinary people could only enter with an admission ticket, essentially a receipt from the restaurant, which became a highly coveted item. Even years later, enthusiasm for Old Moscow remained undiminished. Long, winding queues often formed outside the restaurant, creating a spectacular sight. For ordinary people, dining at Old Moscow once was enough to become the talk of the town, a source of bragging rights for months. For young trendsetters like Luo Dapeng, the allure was irresistible. In the capital, such youths were known as trendsetters. Dining at Old Mo's wasn't just a symbol of wealth, it was a statement of status. For them, it transcended a mere meal, it was a journey of honor, almost a ritual pilgrimage. Lao Mo? Let's save it for next time, Chenxi said with a smile. Truthfully, he held little interest in Lao Mo, possessing memories from a later era. He had already experienced countless national-style restaurants and sampled innumerable Western meals. Lao Mo held little novelty for him. In his view, Old Mo's today bore a striking resemblance to KFC or McDonald's in later eras. During its opening days, people flocked to it like bees to honey, treating it as a high-end establishment where dining once felt like a major achievement. Little did they realize it was merely another manifestation of fast food culture. Thus, Chenxi led them to a locally renowned restaurant. The most renowned establishment was undoubtedly Thingsa Garden. Not only had it hosted numerous foreign dignitaries, but its reputation was beyond reproach. When people thought of restaurants in the capital, the venerable names like 8 Great Towers, 8 Great Halls, 8 Great Springs, and 8 Great Residences naturally came to mind.
Though many of these old establishments had vanished with the passage of time, their legendary tales still circulated among the people. Li Chenxi ordered several signature dishes at Flingza Garden. Not only was Li Dezhong, a boy who had rarely seen the world, overwhelmed, but even relatively worldly individuals like Luo Dapeng and Li Yud seldom had the chance to enjoy such a lavish feast. They polished off every last morsel, truly practicing the clean plate campaign, nearly licking the plates clean down to the last drop of sauce. Now this is what I call living. Luo Dapeng rubbed his round belly contentedly, feeling for the first time in his life that he truly earned his keep. Now, tagging along with their resourceful friend Li Chenxi, they were raking in decent money. Treating themselves to a meal at a restaurant like this every month? No big deal. Director Li returned home with the bananas, and his family gasped in amazement once more. That Chenxi boy is truly remarkable. Tropical fruits like this are rarely seen in our northern region. It's not just rare in all my years, I've only seen it 2 or 3 times, Director Li remarked with emotion. He then informed his family, Chenxi is coming over for dinner the day after tomorrow. We must prepare properly then, so as not to be rude, the family agreed unanimously. Though Director Li's daughter-in-law had never met Chenxi, she felt immense gratitude toward this benefactor she'd never met. After all, the formula her child was drinking now had all been provided by Chenxi. I'll go buy a roast duck, his daughter-in-law volunteered. The family also had an old hen that had been raised for several years. They had planned to slaughter it in the next few days to nourish their daughter-in-law during her postpartum confinement, but now it seemed they would have to make other arrangements. Let's also get some fresh meat, Director Li suggested. The family gathered around, discussing the menu, taking great care over the upcoming meal with Li Chenxi. After eating their fill, Li Dezhong obediently returned to work at the steel mill. Unlike Li Chenxi, he would never go to the factory unless absolutely necessary. Li Chenxi, however, went home to catch up on sleep. Last night, with all the commotion, he hadn't slept well. In the haze of half-sleep, he heard someone knocking at his door. Chenxi! Chenxi! Someone from Li village is looking for you, Li Yud's voice called from outside. Li Chenxi opened his eyes, shook his head to clear his drowsiness, then got up to answer the door. People from Li village, he asked, puzzled. Yes, they're right outside the courtyard. I didn't let them in, Li Yud replied. Li Chenxi wondered what business people from Li village could have with him at this hour. Who could it be? Stepping outside, he immediately spotted Li Dafu and 4 other young villagers standing there. Dafu, looking for work again? Li Chenxi asked with a smile. Li Dafu's desire to go to the city was no secret in Li village. 16th uncle, we went into the mountains and hunted some game. Could you take a look? Li Dafu said, gesturing toward the 2 burlap sacks behind him. One sack faintly showed traces of blood. To an uninformed observer, it might easily be mistaken for the gruesome remains of a murder scene. The other sack, however, seemed to contain something still moving inside. Let me see what you've caught. Li Chenxi surmised inwardly that Li Dafu, spurred by Li Dezhong's factory job, remained undeterred. He'd secretly led a group into the mountains to hunt, hoping to earn money to buy a position. A wild boar and several pheasants. Li Chenxi opened the sack to inspect its contents. Inside lay a thoroughly dead boar, small in stature barely 100 pounds, likely still immature. Alongside it were 5 lively, fluttering pheasants. But what's gotten into you, kid? Li Chenxi also noticed that Li Dafu's foot seemed injured, causing him to limp as he walked. What happened to your foot? Did the boar knock you down? Li Chenxi asked curiously. Li Dafu looked embarrassed, stammering for a long time without saying a word. At that moment, the other young men mercilessly began mocking him. He twisted it while running away himself. The boar wasn't chasing him at all. Li Dafu, stung like a scolded dog, retorted angrily, but the boar was charging at me at first, wasn't it? Stop flattering yourself. That boar never even glanced your way the entire time. Yeah, when it saw you fall, it turned around and laughed. Li Chenxi listened to their bickering and couldn't help but think to himself, with your attitude, you actually dared to go hunting in the mountains? He casually grabbed a pheasant and instructed the others, you guys wait here. Dafu, come with me. Earlier when he left, Li Chenxi had seen an old man at home. Though puzzled, Li Dafu obediently followed Li Chenxi, limping into the courtyard. Old man busy? Li Chenxi asked. Chenxi, what brings you here? Old man looked up from his herbal medicine, his gaze meeting Li Chenxi's hand holding the pheasant. This kid twisted his ankle. I'd like to ask you to take a look, Li Chenxi said, handing the pheasant to the old woman standing nearby. Grandma, consider this pheasant your consultation fee. Oh, Chenxi, you're too polite. Just looking at his foot is no trouble at all for your old man, Grandma cheerfully accepted the pheasant. Only then did Li Dafu realize Uncle 16 had invited him specifically to treat his foot. Chapter 89, Li Dezhong returns to the village. Uncle Li took only a quick glance before forming his plan. He motioned for Li Dafu to sit down, gently placed his hand on the boy's ankle, and with seemingly casual twists, followed by several gentle kneading motions. Try standing up and taking a few steps, the elder instructed. Li Dafu obeyed, rising to his feet and taking 2 steps. His face instantly lit up with astonishment, it really doesn't hurt anymore.
This medical skill was simply astonishing. Even Li Chenxi couldn't help but feel admiration.
He mused inwardly, in modern hospitals, this would likely involve a series of tedious tests, x-rays, blood draws, the whole rigmarole, turning a minor ailment into a major ordeal.
A simple dislocation might even land you in the hospital for observation, costing thousands before discharge. Even a mild cold could rack up hundreds in fees. Uncle, your skill is truly amazing.
Li Chenxi gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. The old man just smiled and waved it off.
This isn't anything serious. It's nothing special. Anyone could handle it.
He made it sound effortless, as if anyone could do it. Just as Li Chenxi and the others were about to leave, the old man called them back.
Wait a moment. I have some medicinal wine here. I'll pour you some to rub on it. You'll be as good as new in a couple of days.
After all, they had brought him a wild pheasant, it was only proper to reciprocate. Li Chenxi accepted a small cup of medicinal wine and led Li Dafu and the others out of the courtyard.
Li Chenxi already had plans for the wild boar and the 4 pheasants. Take them to the steel mill? Or give them to Li Dazhong to fulfill his quota?
But a boar this small would likely be of little interest to the steel mill.
Li Chenxi considered the neighborhood office, even Uncle Zhang's research institute.
But after much deliberation, he decided the most practical approach was to handle it locally to avoid unnecessary hassle. So he led the group to the neighborhood office. Director Li was delighted to receive the meat, accepting it with a broad smile. Defu, if you guys bag any more game in the future, just bring it straight to Auntie Li here at the sub-district office. Li Chenxi efficiently connected the sub-district office with Li Defu and his group. He himself had little interest in such game, the steel mill's procurement tasks were mere trifles to him. Director Li was no fool, he instantly grasped Li Chenxi's intent.
Right. Bring it straight here from now on. We won't shortchange you on the price.
Just like this time, the wild boar was purchased at 1 yuan per gene net weight, mind you, not gross weight.
Seeing Li Dafu's simple-minded expression, Li Chenxi couldn't help but sigh.
He decided to cut to the chase. The sub-district office occasionally has job openings.
Haven't you guys always wanted to find work in the city?
At this, the young men's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Alright then, we'll bring all our game here from now on, they responded excitedly. Li Defu and the others secretly thanked Li Chenxi for the reminder, a thin sheen of sweat forming on their backs. Director Li merely smiled without comment. While the sub-district office could indeed arrange employment, most positions served residents of the local community. For outsiders to secure placements, it depended entirely on their contributions. If Li Dafu and his group could provide enough meat, securing them a job wasn't impossible.
This time, Li Dafu and his group sold over 60 yuan worth of meat.
Divided among 5 people, each would only get a little over 10 yuan. They were still far from their target.
Li Chenxi patted them on the shoulder encouragingly.
Look at it this way, you've already made over 10 bucks in just one day. In the countryside, a year of hard labor barely earned enough points to buy a few coins. Though hunting carried high risks, the rewards were equally high. That was the principle of high risk, high reward. Li Dafu and the others listened and found the reasoning quite sound. Little did they know that even Li Dazhong, who had secured a job at the steel mill, was only making a little over 10 yuan a month.
Head back soon, Li Chenxi reminded them. It's getting late, you don't want to get caught.
Right, we should hurry back. If my dad finds out the hunting rifle is missing, we're in big trouble.
Li Dafu and the others hurried off.
The next day, Li Chenxi had just returned to Li village, carrying several cans of yellow peaches and a prepared goose weighing a full 10 jin. No sooner had he stepped through the door than Li Dazhong arrived right behind him. Li Dazhong had splurged for once, paying for a ride to Red Star Commune and then walking all the way back. Dressed in a brand new work uniform, he stood out conspicuously in the village, drawing countless envious glances from fellow villagers along the way. The unmarried girls in the village began to look at Li Dazhong with newfound respect. After all, Li Dazhong had secured a position at the steel mill, becoming a respected worker. Dazhong, what kind of work do you do at the steel mill? Someone asked curiously. Li Dazhong stopped and gave a simple, honest smile.
Same as Uncle 16, I'm in procurement.
Wow, you're really lucky to have Uncle 16 helping you out like that, someone remarked enviously.
Don't say that, someone interjected.
Dazhong put his own money into it. Hearing this, someone curled their lips in disbelief.
Over 400 bucks to get into the steel mill as a procurement worker? If it weren't for Uncle 16 pulling strings, you could forget about it.
So, Dazhong, how much do you make a month? Another asked curiously. I just started, so I'm paid as an apprentice 18 yuan 50 a month. Once I'm officially hired, it'll be 25, Li Dazhong answered honestly. There was no point in hiding it. Hearing this, the others grew even more envious. They knew Li Dazhong's family had paid 450 yuan. At his post-probation salary, he'd recoup that investment in a year or two, a bargain. Oh, and I heard on my way over from Red Star Commune that they're showing a movie there tonight. Li Dazhong suddenly interjected.
A movie?
The moment he said it, everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Getting a job at the steel mill still felt like a distant dream for them.
But going to the movies? As long as they weren't afraid of the long walk, it was something they could actually do. These days, catching a movie was a rare treat for ordinary folks. Tonight? What time does it start? Someone asked. Around 7, I think. I only heard about it, I'm not sure of the exact time, Li Dezhong replied. After sharing the news, Li Dezhong hurried home. His mother was startled to see him return so suddenly, fearing he'd lost his job. Why are you back so early? Li Dezhong quickly explained, Mom, I went to Hongqing Commune for supplies today and stopped by to see you. He then told his mother everything about getting hired, including how he'd already been assigned a room. Mom, you wouldn't believe how amazing Uncle 16 is. He's got connections everywhere, the factory, the neighborhood office, the courtyard compound. I only got this room because of his help. He even told me to host a few tables in a couple days and treat the whole courtyard to a meal. Li Dezhong blurted it all out. Of course. If your Uncle 16th weren't so capable, how could he have gotten you into the factory? From now on, listen to him more, you won't go wrong. Huang thought to herself, grateful for her younger brother's support. She continued, your Uncle 16 is absolutely right. That house must have been coveted by others. How could they feel good about you snagging it? Hosting a meal for everyone will not only smooth things over but also strengthen neighborly bonds. This is no small matter. After all, you'll be living in that house long term. You'll see each other every day, so it's best to keep relations smooth. I'll bring you some money later tonight. With several banquet tables to host, Li Dezhong's meager savings wouldn't be enough. Mother, it's unnecessary. Uncle 16 said he'd handle it and wants me to focus on adjusting to my new work environment first. Li Dezhong quickly declined. Madame Huang shot her son a stern look. Why are you always bothering Uncle 16? Li Dezhong smiled helplessly. How could I disobey Uncle 16? Our family already owes him so much. We'll repay him gradually over time. That was indeed his thinking, his heart brimming with gratitude and guilt. Huang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Li Dezhong didn't linger at home. His main purpose for returning was to inform his mother. He still needed to rush back to the factory for lunch after all, eating there saved him a lot of money. Chapter 90, Canned Food Vote for Gold Selection. Back home, Li Chenxi glanced up to see the roof fully repaired. Next came laying the floor and painting the walls. Of course, only the interior needed painting, doing the exterior too would draw unnecessary attention. Brother Jiming, hold off on installing the floor in the back bathroom for now. I plan to dig a pit right here beside the house, Li Chenxi said. He already had a plan in mind, to build a septic tank. In this rural setting, one could certainly be bolder in their actions. After all, Li Village was now a relatively safe place. While it wasn't so secure that not even a fly could enter, at least no one would report his family. The bathroom would be a separate structure, with a squat toilet beside it. Tomorrow or sometime soon, he'd need to get a ceramic squat toilet bowl. As for a sit-down toilet? No thanks. Even though he'd traveled here from the future, he still wasn't quite used to them. He always felt like sitting down would make things uncomfortable. Dig a pool? Not a cellar? Li Jiming froze at the suggestion. He could understand digging a cellar, but what on earth was the purpose of digging a pool? As a seasoned veteran in this line of work, he was momentarily baffled. Li Chenxi nodded and explained, yes, it's a septic tank. For storing sewage? A septic tank, he thought, is a small treatment facility that separates and settles domestic wastewater while anaerobically digesting sludge. This thing had been around in Europe since the last century. The original purpose of installing septic tanks in urban residential areas was to collect fertilizer. However, with accelerated urbanization and worsening environmental pollution, septic tanks have played an active role in protecting water bodies. Li Jiming couldn't help but marvel. His 16th younger brother, raised in the city, truly had a broad perspective. He himself hadn't spent much time in the city and had assumed that was how things were done everywhere. Little did he know that even in cities today, septic tanks aren't common anymore. Dry toilets are still the norm, with waste collected regularly by specialized services. Then we'll need to prepare some pipes, but I don't know where to get them, Li Jiming said to Li Chenxi. Brother Jiming, just focus on getting everything else ready. I'll bring back the sewage pipes and such, Li Chenxi reassured him. Alright, that's good. Also, have you had the door made yet? Li Jiming asked again. I'll go check on that later, Li Chenxi replied. The main gate and furniture had already been commissioned to a village carpenter by his grandfather, though he wasn't sure how the work was progressing. After speaking, Li Chenxi brought out 2 jars of canned yellow peaches from the house. Brother Jiming, let everyone try these yellow peach preserves, Li Chenxi said. Li Jiming saw them and waved his hands hastily. Ah, no need, no need. Take them back. Oh, come on. These are canned yellow peaches. They're precious. Each jar costs a pretty penny. We rarely see such things in Li Village. Only city folks would splurge on them when visiting relatives or friends. We country folk wouldn't dare eat them. Li Jiming's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at the peaches on the table. Li Chenxi shrugged it off casually. I have more. A friend gave them to me. Just eat them. Why be so polite? With that, he turned and walked back into the house, ignoring the others. The others exchanged glances, then looked at the 2 jars of canned yellow peaches. Finally, all eyes focused on Li Jiming. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to eat them now? Or should we wait until we get home and share them? Li Jiming suggested. This suggestion quickly won everyone's approval. They all wanted to take the preserves home so their families could try them too. Uncle 16 sure is generous giving us 2 whole cans of yellow peaches, someone exclaimed. That goes without saying. When has Uncle 16 ever been stingy? Whatever he eats, he always shares with us, another chimed in. At that moment, Lai Kai and Lai Fong crowded around Li Chenxi, their eyes fixed intently on the peach preserves on the table. Both under 10 years old, they'd never seen such a thing before, let alone tasted it. Though unfamiliar, their expressions clearly conveyed their certainty that it must be delicious. Seeing this, Li Chenxi picked up a can and opened it with practiced ease. Knowing many people struggled with such cans, he demonstrated while explaining, watch closely. Turn the can upside down, tap the bottom 7 or 8 times, then twist the lid in the direction indicated. That way, it comes off easily. He continued explaining the science behind can opening. When the can is inverted and shaken, the air at the top moves toward the rubber seal. Small air bubbles near the seal burst, causing a temporary increase in local pressure. That's why the lid comes off easily. After finishing his explanation, he picked up chopsticks, speared some yellow peaches from the can, and shared them with Lai Kai and Lai Fong. As soon as Lai Kai heard the explanation, he dashed off to grab chopsticks. Lai Fong, however, looked at the can and immediately offered a courtesy, second brother, you eat first. Whatever's left is mine. In truth, she wanted the can itself more than anything. However, the 2 little ones, Lai Kai and Lai Fong, kept pushing the can back and forth, neither wanting to eat the peaches first. Li Chenxi watched this unfold, inwardly speechless. He simply took the can himself and called out to Lai Kai, go get a bowl. Make sure it's clean. Li Chenxi was always particular about such things. Even though the bowls had already been washed, he still habitually gave them a quick rinse before eating, especially in the south where utensils might have been crawled over by cockroaches. He knew all too well how rampant cockroaches were in the south. They were all flying cockroaches, and once you spotted one, you never knew how many more were lurking in the house. Next, Li Chenxi opened a can of yellow peaches. After Lai Kai brought over the large, washed bowls, he poured half of the peaches from each can into the bowls before handing the jars to Lai Kai and Lai Fong. Now that was perfect, no need for the 2 little ones to fight over it. Lai Kai and Lai Fong were overjoyed. They carefully cradled their half-can portions, tightening the lids with their little hands, reluctant to eat even a bite. Lai Kai planned to show it off to his friends, while Lai Fong intended to hide hers away. If Li Chenxi knew about Lai Fong's plan, he would definitely stop her. After all, once the can was opened, it was best to eat it quickly. Unopened, it could last a long time, but once opened, its shelf life was limited. As for the peaches in the bowl, Li Chenxi shared them with his grandparents. Chenxi, you eat, Grandma. Grandma hadn't finished her sentence before Li Chenxi interrupted her. Grandma, there's more here. You and Grandpa should have some too, Li Chenxi said. He didn't intend for the elderly woman to eat too much canned food. Even though canned goods back then didn't contain all sorts of additives, they still weren't good for you in large quantities, especially for the elderly. A small taste would suffice. Alright. Then Grandma will have just 1 piece, Grandma said with a kind smile. Whether she ate or not didn't matter. What truly delighted her was the filial devotion shown by her own grandson. Take this piece, this one's perfect, Li Chenxi pointed to a slice of yellow peach flesh in the bowl. It was undoubtedly the best piece in the bowl. How could the old lady not see that? Thinking of her own son, the old lady couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Compared to her grandson, her son was such a disappointment. Raising him all these years had been for nothing. His only contribution was giving them this well-behaved, thoughtful grandson. Grandpa, have this piece, Li Chenxi said, picking up another slice for his grandfather. The old man smiled as he accepted it. Alright, I'll try this city folks' delicacy. After all, he was an old man. He had eaten this sort of thing before. Chapter 91, Not a Single Bite. Lai Kai and Lai Fong happily ran out clutching their jars of canned yellow peaches, but soon returned with tear-stained faces and downcast expressions. What's wrong? Li Chenxi looked at them with confusion. The old lady immediately saw what had happened. The peach preserves had surely been confiscated by their parents. In the countryside, parents taking away their children's things was a common occurrence. Sobbing, Lai Fong complained to Li Chenxi about her mother, saying she hadn't even taken a single bite before the can was taken away. When the children's mother saw them cheerfully walking home, each clutching half a jar of peaches, she instantly understood. These must have been given to them by Chenxi. Only Chenxi would be so kind to her 3 children. Seeing there were still plenty of jars left, she decided to confiscate them outright. She combined the 2 halves into one full jar and sealed it shut. Li Chenxi heard this and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. See? I told you not to eat earlier. Now you know how cruel society can be, right? The old lady seemed to have anticipated this very scenario. She deliberately left 2 slices of peach in the bowl for the children and called out, there are 2 slices left in the bowl. You two, take one each and try them quickly.
Upon hearing this, Lai Kai and Lai Fong immediately began devouring them in large bites, fearing their mother might suddenly appear again. Lai Kai, finish eating and get the fire going right away, Li Chenxi called out. Today, he planned to make a cast iron pot stewed goose. Hearing his older brother was cooking something delicious again, Lai Kai nodded eagerly. He wolfed down his peach slice in a few bites and hurried to the kitchen, skillfully stoking the fire.
Li Chenxi followed him into the kitchen.
Grandma had wanted to come along too, but Li Chenxi persuaded her to stay in the living room and listen to the radio instead. This goose weighed a full 10 g net weight, no less enough to fill a large pot. Li Chenxi began preparing it, then paused. While stewing the goose, Li Chenxi retrieved potatoes to wash. This time, he decided against peeling them. Last time, Auntie San had watched him peel potatoes several times holding back words, and finally collected all the peeled potato skins though he had no idea what she intended to do with them. After washing the potatoes, Li Chenxi cut them into chunks and set them aside. When the goose meat was nearly done, he would add the potatoes and simmer them for a bit longer before serving. Lai Kai watched as Li Chenxi lifted the pot lid and added more seasoning.
He couldn't help but stare a few extra moments, sniffing the air deeply before saying, "Big brother, this goose looks absolutely delicious." Li Chenxi shifted the topic and asked Lai Kai, "You'll be starting school next year, right?" Lai Kai nodded. "Mother said I'll be eating at the school cafeteria next year." Truthfully, he wasn't thrilled about it. He actually preferred eating with his big brother, since school meals never had any meat. Lai Kai understood this situation perfectly well. He had seen with his own eyes what his older brother ate at school, and compared to his own current life, the difference was more than just a little. So he told his mother he didn't want to eat at the school cafeteria. Unexpectedly, this enraged her, and after getting a beating, he had no choice but to give in and obey. Li Chenxi listened, torn between laughter and tears. He thought, going to school is just for the food? Isn't it for learning? Alright, tend the fire carefully. Don't let it get too big, Li Chenxi instructed. He still needed to check on the progress of the door and furniture. Additionally, he planned to bring back some glass to make windows. Not only for his own home, but he also intended to install glass windows at the school. So, carrying 2 cans of yellow peaches, he headed toward the village carpenter's house. The carpenter's tools were still quite primitive at this time, yet he had everything he needed: wood planes, saws, rulers, chalk lines, chisels, drills, and more. The saws included large saws, second saws, rip saws, and hand saws. The planes came in types like joint planes, flat planes, second planes, and finishing planes. This carpenter was actually an old friend of Li Chenxi's, around 50 years old enough to be considered a grandfather figure. 16th brother, you're here, the carpenter's wife greeted him with delight. Li Chenxi handed her 2 jars of canned yellow peaches. Here, give these to the children to eat. He couldn't quite bring himself to call her sister-in-law or anything similar. After all, she was old enough to be a grandmother. Thank you, 16th brother, the carpenter's wife replied cheerfully. She wouldn't dare open these right away. She planned to save them for her youngest son's marriage proposal. They'd be incredibly impressive. She had 5 children, all sons. Though her youngest son was a few years older than Li Chenxi, he hadn't married yet. The main reason was that the family was quite poor. Marrying off the first 4 sons had nearly depleted their savings. If it weren't for her husband's craftsmanship, she truly wouldn't know how to support these 5 sons and marry them off. Now the house was bustling with life, over 10 grandchildren between them, and the pressure was immense. Just feeding everyone was a constant headache for the family. Fortunately, Li Chenxi, the 16th son, had reopened the school and arranged for the children to eat there, which greatly eased the burden on her family. They sent all 6 of their children to the school at once. For this, the entire family was profoundly grateful to Li Chenxi. When they made doors, windows, and furniture for him this time, they never even considered charging a fee. Upon entering the house, Li Chenxi saw his old buddy Li Zhixiong busy at work. 16th brother, take a seat. Let me finish this first, Li Zhixiong greeted him warmly. Brother Zhixiong, take your time. I'm in no hurry, Li Chenxi replied. Li Zhixiong had 4 children at home. One was still in swaddling clothes, while the other 3 wore open crotch pants. Each of them called out in babyish voices, 16th uncle. They had also lined up to receive the little treats Li Chenxi had brought. He pulled a handful of big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and distributed them 2 to each child, not forgetting even the baby in the swaddling clothes. The rest he gave to Li Zhixiong's wife. Li Chenxi knew Li Zhixiong had more grandchildren than just these 4. Had he not been present, Li Zhixiong's wife would likely have taken back 1 piece of candy from each child. What child was extravagant enough to eat 2 pieces of candy in a single day? Chenxi examined Li Zhixiong's products closely and noticed he rarely used nails, preferring instead the mortise and tenon technique. Mortise and tenon, a crucial structural method for joining wooden objects, features an outward projecting part called the tenon and an inward recessed part called the mortise. Through its ingenious pairing, the connection formed by mortise and tenon far surpasses nails in stability. Through the precise combination of quantity, height, and length, the wooden pieces effectively resist twisting in different directions. Within each mortise and tenon joint, at every transition and connection, lies the essence of China's millennia-old traditional furniture culture.
In ancient China, mortise and tenon joints were widely used not only in architecture but also in furniture making, fully demonstrating the close relationship between furniture and architecture. This is truly a traditional craft of our country. Regrettably, in later generations, this craft was stolen by a certain thieving nation, which then successfully applied for its inclusion on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. Chenxi genuinely wonders if those UNESCO agencies are out of their minds. Did they take bribes? How could they approve such a claim without any investigation? What a pity that the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea a few years back didn't wipe out that disgusting country outright. Chapter 92, Potatoes Stewed with Goose. Li Zhixiong had just finished repairing a bench leg. He brushed the wood shavings off his hands and turned to look at Chenxi. 16th brother, you're here to install the door, right? He had already guessed Chenxi's purpose. Chenxi nodded with a smile. Yep, it's almost done, so I came to take a look. I just oiled them yesterday and left them drying by the house. Li Zhixiong said, pointing over there. With the current weather, they'd be dry by now. If you want to use them, just move them back and install them. He added, those doors aren't light. You won't manage to carry them alone. I'll have that kid Jiming bring some men over to help you later. If 16th brother had to carry those 2 doors back alone, wouldn't his great uncle scold him to death? Not just him, even if his father were still alive, he'd be berated into submission for such a mistake. Got it. I'll tell brother Jiming as soon as I get back, Chenxi replied. Suddenly remembering something, he added, oh, and brother Zhixiong, do we have enough lumber? I plan to build 2 more large wardrobes. He wanted to make one for his grandparents too. After all, their clothes were still stored in trunks. He still remembered how he'd taken one of his grandfather's trunks to sprout beans earlier. We're running low on lumber. Go ask Jitsing, he's sure to have some. As a carpenter, Li Zhixiong knew exactly how much lumber his cousin's family had in stock. After a moment's thought, he asked, any special requirements for these wardrobes? Chenxi quickly explained his request. He wanted a wardrobe with sliding doors. Upon hearing this, Li Zhixiong admitted he'd never made one before and found it somewhat challenging. Will it have wheels? No, I'll handle the hardware myself, Chenxi shook his head. Good. That shouldn't be too difficult, Li Zhixiong replied. Chenxi didn't even need to draw blueprints. Just by describing the approximate dimensions, Li Zhixiong already had a clear plan in mind. Thanks a lot, brother Zhixiong. Chenxi said gratefully. Li Zhixiong was both amused and exasperated. My family should be thanking you. He was more than happy to craft something for Chenxi. After that, Chenxi turned and headed to Dachuan's house, which wasn't far away. Upon arriving at Dachuan's house, he found neither Dachuan, Dachuan's father, Dachuan's younger brother, nor Dachuan's newlywed wife at home. Only Dachuan's maternal grandparents were present. It was obvious they were still working in the fields and hadn't returned yet. Grandpa and Grandma, could you please pass a message to brother Jicheng? Tell him to pick out a few pieces of the finest redwood and send them to the carpenter, Chenxi said to the elderly couple. Dachuan's maternal grandparents naturally recognized Chenxi. After all, living in this village, there was no reason they wouldn't know him. Besides, this man had done no small favor for their daughter's family. Sure. We'll tell him when he gets back from work later, the elderly couple responded warmly, then invited him, why don't you come in for a drink of water? No, I should be going now, elders, Chenxi politely declined their offer. Watching Chenxi walk away, the old man finally turned to his wife and said, such an outstanding young man. We really should encourage Dachuan and the others to get closer to Uncle 16. Though not particularly close, frequent interactions naturally fostered a bond. With such relatives around, why wouldn't one visit more often? Wouldn't that be foolish? They'd heard that Chenxi had already arranged for one of his older nephews in the village to get a factory job. By family hierarchy, Dachuan and the others were all Chenxi's older nephews. Who knows, maybe one day they'd get a good opportunity too. Especially Dachuan's younger brother, Dakiu, who'd always been frail. If he could snag a city job, it'd be a godsend. Yes. Especially that boy Dakiu, the old woman chimed in. It's just that the money for buying the position is hard to come by. Old man, how much do we have left? Let's scrape it together. They hadn't moved in with their son-in-law empty-handed, they'd saved up quite a bit over the years. 86 yuan and 2 jiao, the old man replied. When Xiqing comes back, we'll have a proper talk with him. See if he can help Dakiu find a job. We can't let him keep toiling in the fields. Dakiu's constitution really wasn't suited for farming. It would be best for him to study and become an official someday. They'd noticed Dakiu reading and teaching himself on his own. Before Chenxi even reached the house, the aroma of stewed goose wafted to him from afar. That smells delicious. Upon arriving home, he overheard Auntie San chatting with Grandma. She was telling her about the movie screening at Red Star Commune tonight and asking if the old lady wanted to go. Despite her age, the old lady loved joining in the fun. She rarely missed activities like movie screenings. Even if the walk was a bit long, she could simply follow the crowd from the village. Of course I'll go. What movie is it? Did you find out? Grandma asked impatiently. Not sure.
Seems like De Jong spread the word. Heard he's planning to go to Red Star Commune for supplies. Auntie San chatted with Grandma about village gossip as she spoke. Chenxi hadn't expected his grandmother to enjoy going to the movies. Frankly, Chenxi wasn't particularly interested in the films of this era. After all, he was accustomed to the meticulously crafted, richly plotted productions of later times. The works of this period might not capture his attention. It was said that projectionists had to operate the equipment while narrating the content to the audience during screenings. To Chenxi, this seemed to have its own unique charm. Speaking of projectionists, theirs was truly an enviable profession, ranked among the 8 most prestigious occupations. In that era, projectionists enjoyed generous perks, not only high salaries but also complimentary movie tickets, lavish hospitality with premium tobacco, tea, wine, and delicacies. Some projectionists didn't even have to transport their equipment themselves, content to leisurely puff on cigarettes while operating the machines. Of course, not just anyone could become a projectionist, it required skill and education. It wasn't merely about operating the machine, because back then, film projectors relied entirely on the projectionist's daily maintenance. In that era, film projectors were considered high-tech products, and few people knew how to properly maintain and operate them. Therefore, projectionists generally had to master certain film-related skills. Those lacking technical proficiency might struggle to get a single film to play smoothly. In short, projectionists were in high demand during that era. Much like Su Damyo in that courtyard set TV drama, they lived quite comfortably. How different from later generations, where movies play automatically and the projectionist profession has been phased out. It's somewhat like being a driver. You not only had to know how to operate the vehicle but also perform repairs, maintenance, and more. Hearing Grandma also wanted to see a movie, Chenxi decided to eat dinner early tonight and then take her by bicycle to the Red Star Commune to check it out. He also wanted to experience the movie atmosphere of this era firsthand. So Chenxi went to the kitchen, mixed a small bowl of cornmeal, kneaded the dough into flat cakes, and pressed them against the edge of the iron skillet to bake. They skipped making a separate lunch. Stewed goose with potatoes paired with corn cakes, simple yet delicious. These simple cornmeal cakes were quite fragrant, unlike the coarser cornmeal cakes made with corn cob shavings that could scratch the throat. Meanwhile, a pot of sorghum rice simmered on the stove prepared for Li Jiming and the others building the house. Go wash your hands. It's almost time to eat, Chenxi said to the young boy tending the fire. Seeing him drenched in sweat from the heat, Chenxi added, wash your hair too, got it? Got it, big brother. Lai Kai replied before skipping off to wash his hands and face. Not being eager to eat? That's not how a good child should behave. Especially for a growing boy like him, always hungry, as if he could never get enough. Chapter 93, Can I make a request? Chenxi carefully stored the roasted corn cakes, then scooped the stewed potatoes and goose into a large bowl. The broth, along with the remaining potatoes and meat chunks, gave off an enticing aroma. Though the portions of potatoes and meat were modest, following the old custom, Li Jiming and the others each filled a bowl with sorghum rice, ladled a spoonful of rich broth over it, and topped it with a few potato chunks and 2 pieces of succulent goose meat, enough to leave them thoroughly satisfied. They weren't strangers to meat, but Chenxi's cooking was simply too exceptional. Compared to restaurant dishes, those paled in comparison. Yeah, this tastes even better than restaurant food, another chimed in. Come on, you've actually eaten at a restaurant before, someone teased. Inside the house, the siblings Lai Kai and Lai Fong were so engrossed in their meal they didn't even bother to speak, clearly captivated by the deliciousness. Uncle Li Shuqian was no different. He gnawed on the bones, reluctant to spit out even the smallest fragments. Though the goose bones were thin and tough, to him they were like a treasure. He habitually downed 2 small cups of sweet potato liquor, once the old man's treasured reserve, now his daily staple. The old man now had better liquor, all brought back by Chenxi, so naturally, he no longer valued the sweet potato liquor. What was once treasured as a precious gem had now faded into the past. Since Lai Fu ate at school, no one called him back specially. Now that he was attending school, he couldn't be given special treatment. Of course, they saved him a portion so he could fortify his body after returning home from school. Whenever Third Aunt ate such delicacies, she always restrained herself from taking extra servings. She believed the children should eat more, while adults shouldn't be too greedy. Truthfully, she was already very satisfied. Just being able to eat corn cakes, her life was much better than that of many women in the village. Despite Chenxi's repeated assurances that Auntie San needn't be so reserved, she remained steadfast in her principles. After just a few bites, Qian began fussing, forcing Auntie San to set down her chopsticks to tend to her changing diapers and such. Though Chenxi knew diapers existed in his mental store, he hesitated to use them lightly. So, he could only continue to burden Auntie San with extra work. However, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to have grown accustomed to this busy life. After the meal, quite a bit remained in the pot. Chenxi never had much of an appetite to begin with, so he couldn't eat much. As for Lai Fong and Lai Kai, being children, their portions were also limited. As for Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle San, and Aunt San, they all deliberately ate less. After all, with a 10-pound goose, how could they possibly finish it all without restraint? So, the leftovers were saved for dinner. Truthfully, for the old folks, days like this felt like living like gods. They truly didn't expect to have meat every meal. Shortly after clearing the dishes, the village elders began arriving one by one to listen to the radio. With entertainment options scarce in the village, the radio finally brought a glimmer of mental comfort to the monotonous lives of these seniors. To avoid disturbing their grandson's nap, the old couple carried the radio outside to listen beneath the jujube tree. Naturally, no one objected. Chenxi woke up just before 3 in the afternoon. He wandered around the village and even sneaked into the school to listen to a class for a while. Back then, students dared not be the slightest bit careless in class. Teachers would genuinely use rulers to strike their palms. Even if they went home crying to their parents, it wouldn't do much good. Their parents might just punish them even harder. Chenxi, if it's convenient, could you help me find some used textbooks in town? Principal Li Zhigao appealed to Chenxi. It turned out more children had arrived than anticipated, and textbooks were in short supply. Many students had to share a single book. Yesterday, he had specifically inquired at the school in Hongqing Commune, but they had no spare textbooks to spare either. With no other options, he could only hope Chenxi would come up with a solution. Chenxi nodded. Sure. What grade? Which edition? He only needed to return to the courtyard house to collect them, and he could bring back a large stack. However, he wasn't sure if the editions would match. After all, while textbooks weren't as varied as in later eras where different regions might use different editions, even schools within the same region could adopt different versions. He might collect outdated editions from his old textbooks, so he needed to clarify. Li Zhigao quickly pulled his textbooks from the drawer. Take a look at these. Chenxi flipped through a few pages and couldn't help but exclaim, I have to say, the quality of textbooks back then was truly excellent. Especially the illustrations, they're beautifully drawn and perfectly align with Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. That's true. This period is highly sensitive, and few dare to blatantly tamper with textbooks. If caught, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as a self-imposed penalty of 3 cups of wine. It could lead to serious trouble. For instance, if a flag resembling the medicine ointment symbol appeared in a textbook, something that might not be a big deal in later generations, it would cause serious trouble today. Chenxi pondered for a moment before saying, how about I just collect textbooks from every grade? Anything else you need? Additionally, he planned to procure a solar cooker for the school and add a few more thermos flasks. He'd noticed earlier that the entire school had only one thermos, one that teacher Gao had brought from his own home. Nothing else for now, Li Zhigao replied. After entrusting the task to Chenxi, Li Zhigao hurried back to the classroom to continue teaching. Those usually mischievous and troublesome children became well-behaved in school, none daring to act up. Because the teacher would punish every troublemaker without mercy. Ding dong ding. Class was over. Li Zhigao's daughter, Xiaolan, rang the bell. Actually just a metal plate hanging by the door of the teacher's office. Uncle Li, have some hot water. Xiaolan brought over a cup of hot water, looking at Chenxi with gratitude. She was deeply thankful for his help yesterday, which had made the matchmaker more enthusiastic and even increased the dowry. However, her family had politely declined the proposal. Thanks. Chenxi didn't think much of it, accepting the cup and drinking without hesitation, so as not to give the impression he was being picky. Uncle Li, may I make a request? Xiaolan asked, looking a bit embarrassed. Chenxi paused, thinking, so this cup of hot water wasn't free after all. Still, he didn't mind. Go ahead, Chenxi replied gently. Could you get some old clothes? A few students don't have any spare pants to change into. Xiaolan said with a hint of resignation. With some old clothes, she could mend them, patch them up, and at least give the children pants to wear. Just yesterday, a child of about 5 years old, who only had one pair of pants, accidentally tore a large hole in them while playing and was crying his eyes out. The child cried partly because those were his only pants, and partly because he feared being beaten at home. In the end, Xiaolan helped sew them back together. Alright, the day after tomorrow. I might not be back tomorrow, Chenxi agreed readily. How could he possibly refuse such a request? Next, Chenxi witnessed Li Zhigao using the break time to trim the hair of boys with overly long locks. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Country teachers really had it tough sewing clothes for students, cutting their hair, acting as both father and mother. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Chenxi had cooked dinner early for his grandparents, then loaded his grandmother onto his bicycle and set off for Red Star Commune. With an elderly passenger on the back, Chenxi rode with extra caution, keeping his speed slow and frequently reminding his grandmother to hold on tight. Not only that, he had padded the back seat with soft cushions to make her ride more comfortable. The old lady was overjoyed, smiling from ear to ear the entire way. Chapter 94, Movie Night. Stop fidgeting, you little brat. Chenxi scolded. Indeed, sitting on the handlebars was none other than Lai Kai. The little rascal had insisted on coming to see the movie, so Chenxi had no choice but to bring him along. Truth be told, Lai Kai wasn't just there for the movie, he also wanted to ride the bicycle. Once they left the village, the road improved, and Chenxi picked up speed. Before long, in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Red Star Commune. The square was already packed with people. Not only locals, but also people from several surrounding villages who had gradually made their way over. The scene was truly unimaginable, all for just 2 movie screenings. In this era, movies held an irresistible allure for ordinary people. "Grandma, wait here for me. I'll go back and bring Grandpa over," Chenxi said after finding her a spot to sit. "Alright, go ahead. Be careful on your bike," Grandma urged. Chenxi then turned to Lai Kai and issued a strict order: he was not to wander off anywhere. He even scared him by saying there were child traffickers outside who would snatch children. It wasn't that he was intentionally trying to scare him, child traffickers were indeed rampant in those days. But nowadays, child traffickers usually met a grim fate. Once caught, people could beat them to death without facing any consequences. Unlike in later generations, where the law seemed to protect them, sentences of 3 to 5 years felt like a joke, utterly meaningless, practically encouraging them to keep committing crimes. Chenxi rode his bike back to Li village and encountered the crowd heading to the movie on the way. They all greeted him. This turnout had the entire village mobilized? Back in the village, grandfather was already waiting, with Lai Fong standing beside him. As for Lai Fu, he'd already walked to the commune with his parents to watch the movie. Even little Chanxian had been carried by third aunt to see the film. Chenxi thought this was absolutely crazy. He even considered hiring a projectionist to come to Li village to screen movies someday, sparing his grandparents the long trek. Chenxi first had Lai Fong sit on the front of his bicycle, then Grandpa took the back seat. With a push of his foot, the bicycle rolled slowly along the country road. Lai Fong, sitting up front, kept fiddling with the bicycle bell. Regardless of whether anyone was ahead, she would ring it every now and then, finding it incredibly fun. The bicycle proved incredibly convenient. Chenxi made 2 trips, arriving faster than everyone else. Seeing his older brother carrying his younger siblings, Lai Fu felt envy welling up inside him. But he didn't mention it to his parents, he just silently followed along. "Grandma's already saved us a spot over there, Grandpa. You two hurry over." After parking the bike, Chenxi pointed in the direction for his grandfather, needing to find a suitable place to secure the bicycle. "Alright, come over soon," Grandpa replied, then pulled little Lai Fong toward the grandstand. "Buddy, watch my bike for me." Chenxi pulled out half a pack of Dakianman cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to a young man nearby. The young man had been about to complain, but the sight of the cigarettes instantly softened his expression, his eyes brightening. "Bro, don't worry. I promise it won't get stolen. I'll stay right here," the young man declared, patting his chest emphatically. Daxiangman. Normally, he'd have to grovel just to get a single cigarette. Now, someone was handing him half a pack just for watching a bike. With half a pack of smokes, who needs a movie? Chenxi pulled out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. "Here, have some to pass the time." "Bro! This is amazing." The young man's eyes gleamed with even greater resolve, as if he'd walked through fire for Chenxi. Tonight, not even the king of heaven himself could touch a single hair on this bicycle. Chenxi smiled and walked toward his grandparents with a sense of relief. No sooner had he left than 2 or 3 young men of similar age approached from a short distance away. "Hey! What are you doing standing there? It's so far away, what can you even see?" one of them asked. "You guys go ahead and watch." "I'm fine right here," the young man replied, pulling a small handful of sunflower seeds he'd just put in his pocket and leisurely cracking them open. The other 3 looked at him in surprise. "When did you buy these sunflower seeds?" Peanuts and melon seeds were typically only available before the new year, when the supply cooperative had more stock, though even then, purchases were rationed. For them, melon seeds weren't something you could snack on any time. "What buying?" "Someone gave them to me," the young man chuckled smugly. The other 3 clearly didn't believe him. "Who would give you melon seeds?" "See this bike? Someone asked me to watch it for them and gave me half a pack of Dakianman cigarettes and 2 handfuls of melon seeds," he boasted. Only then did the other 3 notice his bulging pants pockets. Without hesitation, they each grabbed a handful of melon seeds from his pockets. They pulled out the half pack of Dakianman cigarettes and started dividing them up, one for each of them. "Give me back my cigarettes, you hear me?" The young man regretted his showboating. The sunflower seeds were one thing, but the cigarettes were another. He rarely got the chance to smoke such premium cigarettes. He'd barely gotten his hands on half a pack, and before he could even take a drag, the bunch had already divided it up. "We're all watching the car together, of course we get a share," one of the guys declared with righteous indignation. Chenxi never imagined that with just half a pack of cigarettes, he'd successfully hired 4 security guards to watch his car. He approached his grandparents, holding a heavy bag of sunflower seeds, probably 3 or 5 pounds, and shoved it into his grandfather's hands. "Grandpa, have some to snack on." Popcorn was the perfect movie snack, but this would have to do for now. Thinking of popcorn made him resolve that next time he invited the projectionist to Li village for a movie, he'd make some himself to treat everyone. Popcorn wasn't rocket science, no fancy machine needed. A simple pot would do the trick. Seeing their grandson so thoughtful, the old man and woman felt a deep warmth in their hearts. Compared to their son, this grandson was like a blessing sent to repay their kindness. For a moment, both their eyes welled up. Chenxi's mother, she truly hadn't been blessed enough to enjoy the blessings of her grandson. The movie was about to start. The projectionist, a middle-aged man, was clearly an old hand, operating the projector with remarkable skill. Tonight's first film was Shanghanling, a 4-year-old production. It recounted the story of the 8th Company of a volunteer army unit led by Company Commander Zhang Zhengfa, who held their ground during the Battle of Shanghanling, fought the enemy to the death, and ultimately achieved victory. Films like this were the people's favorites, perfectly aligning with the prevailing patriotic themes of the time. As the film was about to begin, the once noisy venue gradually quieted down. A few people still murmured among themselves, but those nearby immediately shushed them. It was a rare chance to see a movie no one wanted a few troublemakers to ruin it. Even the grandparents cracking sunflower seeds paused, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. They were utterly captivated. Chenxi had underestimated the power of cinema in this era. As the film played, the projectionist's narration drifted through the theater. The tone reminded Chenxi of the news broadcasts from his own time. Seems like being a good projectionist really requires some eloquence. Chapter 95: Instant Noodles and Watermelon. The next film was another war-themed production, Railway Defenders. This year's new release also chronicled the Korean War. The film depicted how, during the war, to thwart the enemy's sinister plot to blow up the railways, Gao Jian, the head of the Public Security Bureau, resolutely decided to disguise himself as an enemy spy and infiltrate the perilous enemy stronghold. After overcoming countless hardships, Gao Jian successfully rounded up the spies and defused a bomb planted on a train, ensuring the safety of rail transport. This reminded Chenxi of a joke his teacher had shared in a past life. Back in their era, when the village screened its first movie, some villagers ran behind the screen after watching a war film, searching for bullet casings. Grandpa and Grandma were so engrossed in the film that they nearly couldn't stand up when it ended. Chenxi hurried over to help them up. Each of these two films was about 100 minutes long, especially the first one, Shanghanling, which ran over 120 minutes, a full 2 hours. By the time both films finished, it was very late, starting around 7 in the evening and lasting until about 11 at night. 11 o'clock at night might not seem particularly late to people of later generations, when nightlife is just getting started. But in this era, it was considered quite late. Had the films not been so captivating, some might have succumbed to sleep. Even those feeling drowsy forced themselves to stay awake until the end. Films were a rare treat, and missing even a single frame felt like missing out. Uncle San and Auntie San led Kai by the hand and carried Shanshan as they walked home with the rest of the village. This time, Chenxi let Fu ride in the car while Kai walked back. Though Fu was sensible, Chenxi couldn't show favoritism. "Comrades, thank you." Chenxi expressed his gratitude to the 4 young men who had watched his car, then pulled out cigarettes and offered one to each of them. "No need to thank us, really." The 4 young men grinned ear to ear. They couldn't bear to smoke the cigarettes and carefully tucked them away instead. Chenxi helped his grandmother settle securely, while Lai Fong continued to sit up front. Tonight's moon was exceptionally bright, illuminating the road clearly. Additionally, Chenxi had prepared a lamp, making nighttime cycling entirely manageable. Back then, a popular accessory was the Modien Deng, a lamp designed to be mounted on bicycles. The principle wasn't complicated. It consisted of 2 key components, a dynamo and a lamp. The generator was secured to the mounting bracket on the bicycle's front fork, then covered with a rotating protective sleeve. A protrusion was built into the front outer wall of this sleeve, where the bicycle light was mounted. This protrusion allowed the light to be rotated and adjusted to control its beam distance. Anyone reasonably handy could build one themselves. After dropping his parents off at home, Chenxi felt he needed a shower too, otherwise, sleep would be impossible. Waking up the next morning, Chenxi habitually glanced at the flash sale section in his mental storefront, where 100 pounds of instant noodles and 100 watermelons lay quietly. Instant noodles, this convenient food first introduced in 1958, had yet to appear on the mainland at this time. It wasn't until 1964 that Taiwanese businesses brought them in, and production didn't officially begin in Shanghai until 1970. But interestingly, a primitive form of instant noodles existed in China during the Qing dynasty. Chenxi's heart stirred. He sensed immense potential in the instant noodle project. After all, it was hailed as one of the greatest inventions of the 20th century, sweeping the globe since its inception and becoming a symbol of rapid economic growth. Moreover, with the nation currently facing a foreign exchange shortage, instant noodles undoubtedly presented a golden opportunity to earn foreign currency. We couldn't let those small players monopolize the market. We had to firmly grasp our own share. As someone who had traveled back in time from the future, Chenxi knew full well that the production process for instant noodles was not complicated. Noodles are cut into strands, steamed, fried, and then set into shape. The seasoning packets are simply combinations of common ingredients. In this era, we have the full capability to produce them. As for watermelon, a summertime staple for cooling off, it was naturally a great product too. After enjoying the breakfast Grandma had carefully prepared, Chenxi returned to the courtyard house in the city. Upon entering the yard, he found that Dapeng wasn't around, no telling where that guy had gone off to enjoy himself again. Chenxi quietly stashed some supplies in his room and deliberately placed 2 watermelons in a conspicuous spot. No words were needed. Dapeng would understand these were meant for him and Li Yud. As soon as he stepped into the central courtyard, he ran into Li Yud. "Chenxi, just got back?" Li Yud greeted him warmly.
Li Chenxi smiled in response.
Yeah, just got back. I left 2 watermelons at Dapeng's place. One's for you, go grab it later. Oh, and there's something I need your help with. Li Yud nodded readily. Sure, go ahead. Whatever concerns you is my concern.
In Li Yud's mind, Li Chenxi's matters were his own. There was no question of helping or not. The village school is short on textbooks, Li Chenxi explained. I need you to help collect some used textbooks grades 1 through 3, specifically the editions published in the last 2 years.
Get me 10 to 20 books for each grade. Got it. This wasn't difficult for him, he could collect plenty right on their street.
Li Chenxi pulled out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket, intending to hand it to Li Yud.
But Li Yud shook his head. I have some change. No need for your money. Besides, collecting discarded textbooks? I can't possibly accept payment for that. Just buy some candy to bribe the kids. They'll bring the books over willingly. Seeing this, Li Chenxi didn't press the matter and pocketed the money.
Then you've got to get this sorted today, Li Chenxi instructed.
With that, he turned and went back inside. Li Yud set to work collecting the old textbooks.
As for the watermelon, he could pick it up from Dapeng later. A short while later, Li Chenxi stepped out again, this time heading to Director Li's residence. He had already made arrangements with the director. Director Li also lived in a courtyard house, nothing particularly special about it. Walking along the path, when no one was around, Li Chenxi retrieved 2 watermelons and 2 bags of milk powder from his spatial storage. Young man, who are you looking for? An elderly woman in the courtyard asked.
Auntie, I'm looking for Director Li. Does she live here?
Li Chenxi smiled as he pulled out a few candies and offered them to the woman.
Better safe than sorry. A smile instantly lit up the woman's face. Looking for Director Li? Her place is in the back courtyard. I'll take you there. As they walked, the woman curiously inquired about Li Chenxi's purpose.
Truthfully, seeing the large watermelons he carried, she had already guessed his intentions, likely seeking Director Li's assistance. After all, bringing gifts meant he had something to ask for.
Li Chenxi smiled. She's my aunt, but this is my first time visiting.
Hearing this, the woman's expression turned half believing, half doubting. Upon reaching the backyard, the woman called out, Shaoli. This young man is looking for your mother-in-law, Director Li.
He says she's his aunt.
Before she could finish, the young woman hanging laundry exclaimed with delight, You must be Chenxi.
Come on in and sit down.
Then she turned to the elderly woman and said, Auntie Chen, thank you so much.
He's actually family, his first time visiting. The aunt froze upon hearing this, so he really was family. It's enough that you came.
Why bring so many things? The young woman Guoli scolded gently. Cousin-in-law, this watermelon was a gift from someone else.
I just passed it on. Where's my aunt? Hasn't she gotten off work yet? Li Chenxi smiled as he set down the watermelon. It weighed nearly 20 pounds, a hefty size for that era.
Inside the house, another man was busy preparing ingredients.
Li Chenxi immediately guessed this must be Director Li's son and called out, Cousin. Busy? Chapter 96, A Stunned Zhao Xinghua.
The man smiled, setting aside his work. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket as he introduced himself. My name is Zhao Xinghua.
Guo Li is my wife, and Director Li is my mother. Chenxi, thank you for bringing the formula.
You're welcome. Li Chenxi accepted the cigarette Zhao Xinghua offered but didn't smoke it, considering the baby in the room. During their conversation, Li Chenxi learned that Zhao Xinghua served as workshop director at the noodle factory, while his father was the director of the coal yard and would be returning shortly. With an entire family of directors, Li Chenxi couldn't help but inwardly remark, what a director dynasty. Even so, Zhao Xinggua's family still faced immense difficulty obtaining formula. This clearly showed just how scarce and precious formula was in those days.
Noodle factory? Cousin, what kinds of noodles do you make? A flash of inspiration struck Li Chenxi.
Not long ago, he'd been pondering how to produce instant noodles. It wouldn't be practical to have the steel mill experiment with instant noodles, after all.
We have some at home.
I'll get it for you, Zhao Xinghua said, heading inside to fetch several tubes of noodles. Every factory set aside a portion of its products as employee benefits. This wasn't just a perk for management, ordinary workers usually received such perks during holidays and festivals too. Dried noodles? Li Chenxi looked at them, slightly disappointed. These straight noodles didn't quite match his vision of instant noodles. The history of dried noodles stretches far back. Similar noodle dishes appeared in China during the Tang and Song dynasties. By the Yuan dynasty, production of dried noodles became formalized, primarily relying on sun drying. After the founding of the People's Republic, most dried noodles were still handmade, with only a small portion produced mechanically. If they were producing wavy noodles, a slight adjustment to the process could yield instant noodles. However, the plain dried noodles before him clearly fell short of Li Chenxi's expectations. You don't like dried noodles? Zhao Xinghua looked puzzled. After all, dried noodles were made from wheat flour. In this era of scarcity, how could anyone dislike noodles made from flour? Li Chenxi shook his head. It's not that I dislike them, but I find these noodles uninspired. Then what novelty do you want?
Zhao Xinghua asked, torn between laughter and exasperation. Having something to eat is already a blessing, why bother inventing new tricks? Zhao Xinghua responded dismissively upon hearing Li Chenxi's words. This was the first time he'd encountered such a perspective. Li Chenxi smiled and explained that as a bachelor living alone, he simply didn't enjoy spending time cooking. He longed for simple, convenient, ready-to-eat foods. Has your noodle factory ever considered producing quick, convenient instant noodles? Li Chenxi deliberately avoided using the specific term instant noodles, instead guiding the conversation step by step to gradually introduce the topic. Zhao Xinghua paused, then said, cooking noodles is pretty quick. Why bother with all the hassle of instant noodles? Li Chenxi fell silent for a few seconds, then continued, but you still have to boil them. Is there any kind of noodle that doesn't require boiling, just soak in hot water for a few minutes and it's ready to eat? Zhao Xinghua shook his head firmly. I can tell you with absolute certainty no such noodles exist. Li Chenxi smiled faintly, deliberately leaving the answer hanging. No, cousin, you're out of touch. A friend mentioned to me that there's a ramen brand overseas that's incredibly popular, something like chicken soup ramen. It sells like crazy. I was wondering if our noodle factory could try producing a similar instant noodle for export to earn foreign exchange for the country? Since that noodle is so popular overseas, why don't we give it a shot? Once again, he pulled a friend out of thin air, inventing a non-existent acquaintance to provide information. Actually, such information wasn't hard to obtain. Although information was relatively restricted domestically, some leaders still needed to keep abreast of the international situation. After hearing Li Chenxi's words, Zhao Xinghua was stunned, unable to recover for a long while. Exporting to generate foreign exchange? Who wouldn't want that? He was well aware of how desperately the country needed foreign currency. But the problem was, there were so few products his country could offer that foreign buyers simply weren't interested. China was still a relatively backward industrial nation, and in the eyes of other countries, its products represented that backwardness. In truth, this perception wasn't limited to foreigners. The majority of the domestic population shared this view as well. Since the founding of the nation, China had consistently prioritized export-driven development, otherwise, the Canton Fair wouldn't have been established in Guangzhou. Many may not know that the Canton Fair was actually established in 1957. And Zhao Xinghua? He never even considered earning foreign exchange. After all, they were just an ordinary noodle factory, no grand ambitions there. Just imagine, if he'd suggested exporting noodles overseas, people would have laughed him out of the room. Don't other countries have noodles? Is producing noodles that difficult? Frankly, foreign countries aren't short on grain, and their production costs might even be lower than ours. Yet Zhao Xinghua understood that if their factory could truly produce noodles suitable for export, it would be a major opportunity for him and the entire factory. The state's attention to their work would also increase significantly. Then, their factory would undergo upgrades, and his own status would rise accordingly. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Are you sure that kind of noodle is really popular overseas? He couldn't help asking Li Chenxi for confirmation. Li Chenxi shook his head slightly. I only heard about it from a friend. I don't know the specifics. You can look it up yourself, it shouldn't be hard to find. He paused before continuing. When I heard that from my friend, I thought, noodles don't seem like they require much technical skill. If foreigners can make them, why can't we? Later, I looked into ancient texts and discovered that instant noodles like that actually appeared in our country 100 years ago. They were accidentally invented by a cook in the household of a prefect surnamed Yi in Yangzhou. He had found a plausible explanation for himself. After all, the water pressing well mentioned earlier was also inspired by ancient texts and improved upon by him. The same could be said for instant noodles. Similar noodles had indeed appeared in history, and relevant records could likely be found in ancient texts. No need to fear verification. With his own refinements, they would undoubtedly surpass the instant noodles already available in Japan. In 1958, instant noodles probably hadn't been patented yet, right? If not, they should hurry and register it first. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghua felt a surge of excitement, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The most crucial task now was to verify whether such noodles truly existed overseas and whether they were as popular as Li Chenxi claimed. If all this were true, then they could genuinely attempt to produce this instant noodle. Once they could earn foreign exchange, the noodle factory's status would skyrocket, and so would his own. At the same time, Zhao Xinghua felt immense admiration for Li Chenxi. He had heard stories from his mother about Li Chenxi's achievements, being honored for inventing the water pressing well, and now, in the past 3 or 4 days, inventing the solar cooker, which would likely earn him another commendation. His reputation was well deserved. Now he'd even come up with instant noodles. Although Li Chenxi claimed to have found related records in ancient texts, it still demonstrated his broad knowledge base, love of learning, and passion for innovation. Chenxi, take a seat. I'll find someone to look into this for me. With that, Zhao Xinghua hurried out, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 97, Possibly a Special Supply. Wu Li had been busy preparing dinner in the kitchen when the child suddenly began crying. She had to set aside her tasks to tend to the baby. At that moment, Li Chenxi volunteered to take over cooking duties. After all, since returning to the village recently, he had frequently helped with meals and had become quite skilled. Soon after, Director Li Chenxi's aunt returned home. The moment she entered, she spotted her guest Li Chenxi bustling about in the kitchen and instantly grew displeased. She understood her daughter-in-law was tending to the baby, but where had her son Zhao Jinghua gone? Hadn't she instructed him to take leave and prepare the meal at home? Where is Jinghua? How could he let Chenxi do this work? Director Li said angrily. Li Chenxi saw the situation and laughed to break the tension. Aunt Li, you're treating me like an outsider again, aren't you? My cousin's wife has to take care of the kids. I wouldn't know how. My cousin had to step out for something. Facing her mother-in-law's anger, Guo Li could only offer a bitter smile. She had already urged Li Chenxi several times to sit down and rest, but he wouldn't listen. As for why her husband had left, she had no idea. Just moments ago, she'd seen him chatting amiably with Li Chenxi before suddenly rushing out without a word. Director Li quickly set down her tools, took over Li Chenxi's work, and told him to sit down and wait for dinner. She muttered discontentedly, what could he possibly have to do? He is just the workshop director at a small noodle factory, usually has nothing to do. I specifically asked him to take leave to come home and cook. Who knew he'd be so unreliable? Li Chenxi didn't reveal much. He planned to wait until Zhao Jinghua went to investigate the situation before saying anything. After all, instant noodles had been invented 2 years ago and should be selling like hotcakes these days. Finding out this information shouldn't be difficult. It wasn't exactly military intelligence. To change the subject, Wu Li told her mother-in-law, Mom, Chenxi also brought 2 watermelons and 2 bags of milk powder. Director Li responded with a hint of reproach, Chenxi, your presence is gift enough, why bring presents? After a moment of reflection, Director Li added, Chenxi, your thoughtfulness is what truly matters. We'll gladly accept these watermelons. Li Chenxi stuck to her usual line, a friend gave them to me. We still have more at home. Let Auntie Li and everyone try them. Guo Li chimed in, that's right, mother. I've never seen such a huge watermelon before. Curiosity piqued, Director Li turned to look and was startled by the enormous watermelon. She'd never seen one so massive either. It must weigh over 20 pounds. It might be a new variety. I'm not entirely sure, a friend gave it to me, Li Chenxi explained. Such watermelons were commonplace in later generations, with some weighing 30 or 40 pounds, and even king melons exceeding 100 pounds. But in this era, they were extremely rare. Seeing no other fruit in the house to offer Director Li Chenxi, she simply picked up the massive watermelon, raised her knife, and prepared to slice a piece for him to taste. With one cut, the bright red flesh was revealed, leaving Director Li astonished once more. The watermelons he'd eaten before had thicker rinds and less vibrant flesh. This one, just by its appearance, promised exceptional flavor. She cut 3 slices. Here, everyone, have a slice to try. Li Chenxi accepted without hesitation, taking a slice and biting into it heartily. Director Li and her daughter-in-law took small bites. The refreshing sweetness instantly filled their mouths, making it hard to stop. On such a hot day, savoring a slice of this watermelon was pure bliss. Yet Li Chenxi felt a hint of disappointment. To him, chilled watermelon tasted far better. This melon is incredibly sweet. It must be specially selected for VIPs. Your friend is quite the influential figure, Director Li speculated. Such watermelons were likely special supply items, otherwise, their origin would be difficult to explain. Those who could obtain special supply goods were invariably people of power and influence. Li Chenxi shook his head. I wouldn't know. He gave me the milk powder too. He decided to attribute the milk powder to that same imaginary friend, sparing himself the trouble of inventing another fictional character later. After all, it was better to avoid complicating matters unnecessarily. That must be it, Director Li concluded after filling in the blanks, finding the explanation perfectly plausible. She reached to cut him another slice of watermelon, but Li Chenxi waved her off. Auntie Li, no need to cut me anymore. I still have some at home. Besides, I don't really like it this way. Watermelon tastes best when it's been chilled in the well for a while. Though refrigerators didn't exist in this era, well water remained refreshingly cool, perfect for chilling food. Guo Li was speechless upon hearing this. How could he be so picky about such delicious watermelon? Still, imagining the cool, refreshing taste of chilled watermelon, she agreed it must be delicious, especially in this sweltering heat. Director Li couldn't help but laugh and scold him, you're such a picky eater. Since Li Chenxi insisted, she stopped cutting the watermelon for him. Just as she turned to continue preparing food, she spotted 2 children peeking cautiously through the doorway. Director Li sighed and cut the remaining half of the watermelon into small pieces. She called out toward the courtyard, Xiaoxia, quickly gather all the children in the courtyard. At the same time, Director Li couldn't help but observe Li Chenxi's reaction. After all, he had brought the watermelon. Seeing that Li Chenxi had no objections, she finally felt at ease. Soon, a group of children gathered around, sweetly calling her Grandmolly, their eyes fixed on the watermelon slices as they swallowed repeatedly. 1 piece per person, no fighting over them, Director Li instructed. In this courtyard, the residents generally got along well. Those who didn't had mostly been dealt with by the neighborhood office, who wouldn't be afraid of them.
After receiving their watermelon slices, the children thanked her profusely before rushing home eagerly.
For many, it was their first taste of watermelon. They took cautious, tiny bites, the sweetness instantly warming their hearts. They ate with relish, savoring every last bit, even the white flesh, until only a thin rind remained. Meanwhile, Willie carefully collected the rinds Chenxi had discarded and the seeds he'd spit onto the table. To her, these were all useful things. A little while later, Zhao Xinguo returned home with his father. The moment he stepped inside, his mother unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinguo's father had learned about instant noodles from his son during their walk home. He believed this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chenxi has sent your son a great opportunity, Zhao Xinguo's father said. A golden opportunity? Director Li froze at the words, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 98, Taking the Essence and Discarding the Dross. Director Li exchanged puzzled glances with her husband and son before turning her gaze to Chenxi. What kind of opportunity? Even Zhao Xinguo's wife paused rocking the baby, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she turned to look. Zhao Xinguo's father explained, it's a type of noodle that's selling like hotcakes overseas. No boiling required, just soak it in hot water for 2 or 3 minutes and it's ready to eat. If Xinguo's noodle factory could produce this kind of noodle and export it to earn foreign currency, wouldn't you say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? What? Noodles like that exist? Director Li gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. She'd eaten noodles her entire life and had never heard of such instant noodles. She was no stranger to political wins. If her son's noodle factory could indeed produce export-quality goods to earn foreign exchange, it would significantly elevate the factory's standing and her son's personal status. After all, the nation's need for foreign exchange was more urgent than most could imagine. Even under unfavorable trade terms, exporting was the only option to earn those precious dollars. There was simply no alternative. Domestically produced goods suitable for international trade were scarce. But Chenxi knew deep down that our country actually held vast treasures, ones that had simply been overlooked in the past. Take rare earth elements, for instance. Before their value was recognized, how much had been sold off at rock-bottom prices? It was impossible to even calculate. Just then, Zhao Xinguo interrupted excitedly. Mom! I checked with my sources, there really is an instant noodle brand selling like crazy over in that island nation these past 2 years. Of course, exporting to Japan was impossible due to mutual hostility and the lack of diplomatic relations. But Japan wasn't the only noodle-consuming nation, there were plenty of other potential export markets. Director Li zeroed in on the crux, but the real question is, can your factory actually produce it? Many products are bestsellers worldwide, but the crucial factor is whether they can be manufactured. At that moment, Chenxi smiled and replied calmly. Coincidentally, while flipping through an ancient text earlier, I came across a similar description. With a few tweaks, it shouldn't be too difficult. In truth, with a few more experiments, it shouldn't be hard to figure out. This isn't some high-tech breakthrough requiring major technical challenges. Director Li was so astonished she was speechless. If she remembered correctly, hadn't Chenxi said the same thing when he introduced the invention of the pressurized water well during his interview? Chenxi, do you genuinely enjoy reading ancient texts? She marveled. Chenxi spread his hands. Sometimes when I'm bored and have nothing to do, I flip through them. I jot down useful information. With 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, there's bound to be something practical, right? We shouldn't blindly inherit traditional culture, nor should we reject it entirely. Zhao Xinguo's father clapped in agreement. Chenxi is absolutely right. He, too, disliked those who blindly rejected everything from their ancestors, dismissing all historical legacies as feudal remnants. Existence itself carries validity, especially Chenxi's approach to traditional culture, absorbing the essence while discarding the dross. Once published, this statement would surely resonate with everyone. Just look at Chenxi's last 2 inventions, both drew inspiration from ancient texts. How could anyone claim traditional culture has no value? Chenxi, when might you have time to visit our factory? Offer some guidance, refine our production process, and help us get those instant noodles rolling as soon as possible. Zhao Xinguo genuinely wanted to poach Chenxi from the steel mill. But he knew his limits. That a noodle factory could never compare to a steel mill. To put it bluntly, their noodle factory wasn't even as good as a minor subsidiary under the steel mill. Chenxi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, no rush. Let me try it out first. We'll talk in a couple of days. He had to put on a show, after all. All right then. The entire noodle factory is eagerly awaiting your arrival to show off your skills. Zhao Xinguo was in high spirits. But soon, both father and son were sent off by Director Li to cook dinner. The meal was quite lavish, at least by current standards. A pot of savory hen soup, a plate of fragrant roast duck, a dish of stir-fried tofu skin with pork slices, and some silky smooth tofu. This was the first time Chenxi had tasted tofu since arriving in this world. Such a lavish spread was something ordinary folk might not even get to eat during the New Year celebrations. Under the warm hospitality of Zhao Xinguo and his son, Chenxi drank 2 or 3 cups of wine.
After eating and drinking their fill, and chatting for a while longer, Chenxi took his leave, promising to return for another meal. After Chenxi left, Zhao Xingui immediately returned to the noodle factory to find the factory manager, Uncle Yang. Director Yang was acquainted with his father, and it was precisely because of this connection that he had risen to the position of workshop director at such a young age. Of course, he also possessed considerable ability, otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted.
Zhao Xingui explained the instant noodle concept in detail to factory director Yang. Upon hearing it, Director Yang was dumbfounded, as if listening to a tall tale. Noodles that didn't need cooking, just soaked in boiling water for 2 or 3 minutes? And they could be exported to earn foreign currency? It all sounded rather unrealistic. Are you sure you're not joking? I've confirmed that this noodle product actually exists and is selling like hotcakes overseas. So I propose our factory give it a try. What if? Zhao Xingguo's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Factory director Yang nodded. He understood the potential value of this proposal even better than Zhao Xinghua. Is your cousin reliable? Factory director Yang posed another crucial question. The question caught Zhao Xinghua off guard. Uncle Yang, have you heard of the water pressing well and the solar cooker? Zhao Xinghua asked calmly. Of course I have. They're new products from First Steel Plant, invented by a comrade named Chenxi. I've seen the water pressing well myself, though I haven't yet laid eyes on the solar cooker. With only a handful of major factories in the capital, Director Yang naturally kept abreast of such developments. That cousin of mine is Chenxi, Zhao Xinghua stated calmly. Speechless. Then, his voice rising with excitement, he pressed, could you persuade him to join our factory? I could offer him a... Before he could finish, Zhao Xinghua let out a cold laugh. A director position? Uncle Yang, no offense meant, and I'm not trying to undermine our factory's prestige, but people should know their place. At the noodle factory, a director position would be the absolute ceiling for him. Compared to the steel mill, our level of authority is worlds apart. His potential for advancement at the steel mill is something the noodle factory simply can't match. Then Zhao Xinghua began advocating for benefits for Chenxi. We can't just let him hand over his ideas and techniques to the noodle factory for free, can we? Even though I'm part of the noodle factory too, I won't allow that to happen. If I dared to do something like that, the first person to come after me would be my mother. She's the director at the sub-district office. She'd definitely blow her top. Hearing this, factory manager Yang began to ponder. Positions? He seems to have plenty. Money feels too vulgar. Food coupons, liquor vouchers, he probably doesn't need those either. After all, he's developed 2 products for the steel mill, they must have rewarded him handsomely, factory director Yang analyzed. Thinking about it this way, Chenxi seemed to lack nothing at all. This gave factory manager Yang quite a headache. If Chenxi were here, he'd probably chuckle and say, no, I need all of these. Chapter 99, Trading Old Books Seeking Gold Votes. Chenxi might not need things like job positions, but the village's big-shot nephews certainly would. Factory director Yang pondered this, deciding to have his factory attempt to develop instant noodles first. If his own team succeeded in developing it, he wouldn't have to bother Chenxi and could avoid owing him a favor. Of course, even if they developed it themselves, the source of the idea would still be Chenxi. That much had to be acknowledged. So he selected several master craftsmen from the factory, experienced and skilled, and gathered them together to develop a brand new ramen product. After hearing Director Yang's description, the veteran craftsmen exchanged incredulous glances. Director, you must be joking? Noodles that don't need boiling? Ready to eat straight away, or just soaked in hot water for 2 or 3 minutes? We've never heard of noodles like that in our entire lives, another veteran artisan chimed in. You're putting us in an impossible position. This is pure fantasy, another veteran grumbled. Factory Director Yang raised his hand in a gesture to quiet the group. His expression turned solemn as he spoke earnestly. If foreigners can invent something, why can't we? I've even heard that our ancestors had similar noodles back in the day. If our ancestors could do it, how could we modern people fall short? If it doesn't work the first time, keep trying. Give it several attempts. I refuse to believe it's impossible. To motivate everyone, factory manager Yang promised a series of rewards. Here's the deal, whoever successfully makes that instant noodle will receive a 100 yuan bonus from the factory. Hearing such generous rewards, the teachers remained skeptical but began rolling up their sleeves, eager to give it a shot. The key point was that the factory director had stated, if foreigners could make that noodle, then ancient people could too. Given that, they certainly didn't think they were any less capable than their ancestors. If Chenxi had been present to hear their thoughts, he would have found it utterly amusing. Where did this confidence come from, thinking they were smarter than the ancients? Many objects, like the seismometer and the wooden oxen and flowing horses, were crafted by ancient people despite their backward productivity, yet modern people couldn't even replicate them. Meanwhile, Chenxi returned to the courtyard and happened to see Li Yud gathering textbooks. Li Yud was quite resourceful. To avoid gossip, he didn't pay cash directly. Instead, he bought ice pops and soda, exchanging them for the children's and used textbooks. So many? Chenxi was taken aback by the mountain of textbooks piled up. Didn't I tell you to collect just 10 or so copies of each type? Li Chenxi shook his head helplessly. Li Yud gave a wry smile and shook his head. The kids brought their books all the way here. I couldn't very well let them down, could I? Li Chenxi smiled wryly, thinking to himself, fair enough. You can't send the kids home disappointed. Kids are just curious about new things, they want to try those treats. It's a reasonable request. He returned to his room, emerged carrying a bag of candy and a bag of sunflower seeds, and said to Li Yud, give them another handful of seeds and 2 pieces of candy. At this, the children immediately cheered with excitement. Li Yud took several textbooks from the children's hands and flipped through them, carefully checking for missing pages. But he noticed that while the front pages had writing on them, the back pages were pristine and untouched. You didn't bring the books you're currently reading, did you? That won't do, you must return them. Li Yud's eyes widened, his tone tinged with reproach. You little rascal, you're practically pushing me into the fire pit. If your parents find out about this, what will happen? Won't they come looking for me to settle the score? Li Chenxi was speechless. It seemed students who disliked reading had existed throughout history. Did he really think selling his books would let him skip school? It reminded him of students in later generations who deliberately burn their homework in the stove or lose it on purpose to avoid assignments. When someone finally rescued the lost work, they cry their eyes out. These little rascals' behavior was pretty much the same. Be more conscientious. Take back all the books you're currently using. Otherwise, if you get caught, you won't be able to exchange anything, Li Chenxi told the group of youngsters. Several of them quietly stashed away some of their books, unwilling to take the risk. If caught, they wouldn't even be able to exchange their old books, leaving them with nothing. They'd just have to watch others eat, which would be unbearable. Li Chenxi had an unexpected windfall. Besides textbooks, there were also study materials and other items. These were all things Li Zhezhuang Primary School needed. The school in Li Zhezhuang was too rudimentary, lacking many things, not just textbooks. Before long, Li Yud had collected a large pile of old books. He moved them into Da Peng's room. Since Li Chenxi was taking them anyway, there was no need to carry them to the central courtyard. Next, he carried a huge watermelon out of Da Peng's room. A watermelon this big was impossible for Li Yud to hide discreetly. Along the way, the courtyard residents all saw it, especially the children, who watched with wide-eyed curiosity. Li Chenxi had no choice but to take out 3 more watermelons, giving 1 each to the front, middle, and back courtyards. Auntie 1, Auntie 2, Auntie 3, take 1 each back to your courtyards to share. Everyone should have a taste. These are from a friend. Li Chenxi constantly mentioned friends whenever he could. Not a single resident in the courtyard harbored any suspicion. Everyone knew Li Chenxi had extensive connections. Even directly from the neighborhood office was his relative. Getting a few watermelons seemed perfectly reasonable to them. Chenxi, thank you so much. Auntie 1 and the others expressed their gratitude. Watermelons were rare treasures in those days, especially such large ones, a truly rare sight. Once cut open, the watermelon was sliced into small pieces. Not only did the children get their share, but the adults also got to enjoy a few bites. The taste was so sweet, like eating candy. These watermelons are truly magnificent. Look how thin the rind is, like paper, one woman marveled. Yes. The flesh is so red, sweet as honey. Most people probably never get to eat watermelons like this. Chenxi's friend is quite the catch, another woman chimed in. Li Chenxi listened to their chatter, smiling inwardly. You haven't seen the real dream melon yet, have you? The rind was so thin it could crack with just a light tap. He recalled foreigners tasting Chinese watermelon and questioning whether it was treated with sucralfate, since watermelons in their countries weren't nearly that sweet. That would make Chinese people laugh themselves silly, adding artificial sweeteners to watermelons costing mere pennies per pound? What were they thinking? If anyone added sweeteners, it would be the consumers themselves at home. After resolving the issue of old textbooks, Li Chenxi turned his attention to the matter of old clothes. Honestly, old clothes were even trickier for him than new ones. He thought it would be easier to just buy a few rolls of fabric from the mental store and have them make 1 or 2 new outfits. A child's outfit doesn't require much fabric. But dealing with old clothes was truly a headache. People were reluctant to throw them away, and the saying patch and mend for 3 more years wasn't just empty talk. This world was nothing like the future, where old clothes piled up in heaps, leaving people unsure how to deal with them. He'd heard some people even donated their old clothes, sending them as far as Africa. In those underdeveloped countries, old clothes were highly sought after. Even if they cost money, it was very cheap. For the people in those backward nations, it was like finding a treasure. After careful consideration, Li Chenxi made up his mind. He'd simply buy a few rolls of fabric to take back. Chapter 100, Making School Uniforms. A thought flashed through Li Chenxi's mind: school uniforms. He pondered that upon returning, he could simply propose making a couple sets of uniforms for the children. Of course, it couldn't be entirely free. Charging a token fee of a yuan or 2 shouldn't raise any objections, right? After all, though everyone in the countryside wasn't wealthy, who would pass up the chance to buy a new outfit for just a yuan or 2? So Li Chenxi decided to visit Li Dazhong in the neighboring courtyard. Dazhong, he asked, have you learned to ride the tricycle yet? He knew Li Dazhong had started practicing after work yesterday. The tricycle the factory had assigned to Li Chenxi earlier had been generously given to Li Dazhong. Got it down. It's not hard, Li Dazhong answered confidently. Indeed, tricycles were much easier to learn than bicycles. After all, they didn't tip over, and you didn't need to master any balancing skills. With a bit of hand-foot coordination, you could basically get the hang of it. Alright. Later, you'll come with me back to Li Village to haul those old books back on the tricycle. Li Chenxi began assigning tasks to Li Dazhong. After all, wasn't cultivating Li Dazhong meant to lighten his own load? So he put into work without hesitation. Li Dazhong was delighted too. Finally, he could be of some use. If Uncle 16 hadn't called him to work, he'd have felt embarrassed himself. Alright, I'll head over shortly, Li Dazhong agreed readily. Li Chenxi then asked, oh, right. Didn't you go to Red Star Commune for procurement yesterday? How did it go? Li Dazhong's expression turned slightly awkward. He felt he'd fallen short of Li Chenxi's expectations. I didn't manage to procure anything. Red Star Commune has no surplus grain left. Uncle 16, I'll venture farther afield tomorrow to look around, he finally assured him. Li Chenxi smiled faintly. No rush. Take your time. Just be careful when you go out in the future. Don't venture too far into remote areas. He wasn't in a rush to give Li Dazhong supplies, intending to temper him first. Seeing that Uncle 16 not only didn't blame him but actually comforted him, Li Dazhong instantly relaxed, feeling even more grateful to Li Chenxi. 2 hours later, Li Dazhong arrived at Courtyard 56 to find Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi invited him to eat watermelon. After all, he had 100 of them, plenty to spare. After eating, go to Dapeng's place and haul the books back here, Li Chenxi instructed. Alright. Li Dazhong readily agreed. Before he'd even finished the watermelon, Li Dazhong eagerly got to work. He loaded the pile of old textbooks and study materials onto his tricycle. Together, they weighed several hundred pounds. Just then, Li Chenxi emerged carrying 2 watermelons. He carefully placed them in the center of the cargo bed, nestled between layers of books below and surrounded by books on all sides. Take these back to the school with the rest. You go ahead, I'll head back later, Li Chenxi told Li Dazhong. Alright. Li Dazhong replied, immediately setting off toward Li Village. Truth be told, even without Li Chenxi's request, he'd gladly make the trip. After all, these old books were destined for the village elementary school, where his younger brother was currently in 3rd grade. Another hour passed before Li Chenxi slowly set off on his bicycle. He mused to himself how much easier it would be if he had a motorcycle for transportation. Cycling was truly exhausting. As he neared Li Zhejuan, Li Chenxi finally loaded 2 large watermelons into his enormous shopping basket, piled atop 4 rolls of blue fabric. Blue was the dominant color in this era. By then, Li Dazhong had already arrived at the school gate and parked his tricycle on the small playground. Li Zhigao and his daughter hurriedly had the students flip through their books while they stepped out of the classroom toward Li Dazhong. Uncle Li Shilu asked me to bring these back, Li Dazhong said as he unloaded the books from the tricycle. This much? Li Zhigao and his daughter were stunned. They discovered that besides textbooks, there were also supplementary learning materials, exactly what the school needed. This delighted them beyond measure. Li Zhigao silently marveled to himself, 16th brother really is dependable. Oh, and these 2 watermelons are for the school too. Uncle 6 specifically asked me to bring them, Li Dazhong reminded them. Truthfully, Li Zhigao and his daughter had noticed the large watermelons all along, but never imagined they were for the school. After all, they had already troubled Li Chenxi to help find used textbooks. How could they possibly ask for anything else? Forget about the school. You should move back to your grandfather's place. Li Zhigao shook his head. He felt the students at the school were already very fortunate. They had books to read, meals to eat, and never went hungry. In the past, parents rarely allowed girls to attend school, but now, as long as they were of age, they were sent here to study. Uncle 16 said it's for the school. I wouldn't dare move it. You should go talk to Uncle 16 yourself. I'm just a delivery guy. I take things wherever Uncle 16 tells me to. Besides, Uncle 16 has watermelons over there too, Li Dazhong explained. Before returning, he had indeed seen several large watermelons lying on the ground at Li Chenxi's house. After hearing this, Li Zhigao said no more. Together with Li Dazhong, he carried the old textbooks and other items into the classroom. Dazhong, you've worked hard. Sit down for a moment and have a slice of watermelon, Li Zhigao said, preparing to cut into the fruit. Li Dazhong shook his head. I ate plenty at Uncle 16's place. I'm good. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to check on my mother. With that, he turned and left the school grounds. With so many children at the school, the 2 watermelons were divided among them. Li Dazhong felt awkward about staying for even a single bite, unwilling to compete with the children for food. Uncle 16 really cares about the village school, Xiaolan remarked with admiration, though she felt a slight pang of disappointment that he hadn't mentioned the old clothes. Li Zhigao nodded in agreement. Yes, he truly cares. It was precisely because Li Chenxi served as the school's steadfast support that he could focus on teaching and nurturing students without worrying about trivial administrative matters. Just as father and daughter finished slicing the watermelon, ready to distribute it to the students in the classroom, Li Chenxi arrived back at school on his bicycle.
The pair stepped out of the classroom again to greet him, their faces beaming with smiles as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude.
Zhigao, you're too kind. I have something I'd like to ask you to help notify the parents about, Chenxi said. What is it? Li Zhigao asked curiously. A friend of mine works at a textile factory and got me 4 rolls of fabric. I want to make 2 sets of clothes for every child in the school to use as uniforms. We'll just collect $1 or $2 from the parents for the fabric. Then, we'll ask the village women to help sew them, with the village covering the labor costs. What do you think? Li Chenxi presented his idea.
Li Zhigao and Xiaolan were stunned, especially Xiaolan. She had only asked Li Chenxi to find some old clothes, never expecting him to propose making 2 new sets of uniforms for the students. Though parents would pay $1 or $2 for the fabric, they would surely be willing. Great! I'll go discuss this with the party secretary right away and notify the villagers, Li Zhigao said excitedly, eager to share the good news.
After Li Zhigao left, Li Chenxi turned to Xiaolan and said, these 4 rolls of fabric should be enough. Use the remaining fabric to make a set of uniforms for you and your father too. The uniform style should be uniform. What girl doesn't love new clothes? Xiaolan was overjoyed and quickly offered Li Chenxi a slice of watermelon.
No thanks, I'll head back now, Li Chenxi politely declined Xiaolan's offer, gesturing toward the 2 watermelons resting in his shopping basket.
I've got these.
Seeing the 2 watermelons, Xiaolan didn't press him further and began distributing watermelon slices to the students.
Chapter 101, A Longer Ruler.
The students' minds had already flown to the heavens at the sight of the sliced watermelon, their eyes glued to the tempting red flesh.
Yet they dared not make a move.
Teacher Xiaolan was no longer the gentle sister Xiaolan of old. She had grown much stricter with her students and was merciless in her punishments. Students whose names are called, please come forward to receive your portion.
Everyone else, remain seated.
Teacher Xiaolan called out to maintain order before beginning roll call. The called students stepped forward one by one, collected their watermelon, and then carefully returned to their seats to enjoy it, the entire process proceeding in perfect order. Students weren't allowed to move around freely or even whisper to each other. After eating the watermelon, the rinds couldn't be discarded carelessly either, they needed to be collected for making soup later. Additionally, Teacher Xiaolan specifically explained to the students who had provided these watermelons, textbooks, pencils, and exercise books, hoping the little ones would remember it well. Meanwhile, Li Zhigao found the old party secretary and told him about the school uniforms.
After listening, the old secretary praised the idea repeatedly. This is wonderful news. We really owe it to Chenxi. Go back to teaching, and I'll notify everyone.
I'll be damned if anyone can be stingy about this small amount. In those resource-scarce times, even using fabric coupons at the supply cooperative didn't guarantee you could buy cloth. And now, with prices so affordable, it was practically like getting it for free. With fabric so scarce, the supply and marketing cooperative was often out of stock. A family might hoard cloth coupons for a whole year and still not get enough to make a single outfit. Now, to get fabric without ration tickets and at such a low price, where else could you find such a bargain? Only in Chenxi would someone go out of their way to ask friends at the textile factory for help for the children. To say no favors were called in behind the scenes would be hard to believe. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi returned home. Lai Kai and Lai Fong immediately surrounded him, especially when they spotted the large watermelon, eager to help. Li Chenxi sent Lai Kai to fetch water to cool the watermelon, but she dared not let them carry it directly. After all, this watermelon weighed over 20 pounds. If they dropped it, though Chenxi wouldn't mind, third aunt would surely give them a good scolding. The groundwater from the hand pump well was ice cold, perfect for soaking the watermelon and beating the heat. Unfortunately, most village wells were nearly dry now, so they could only use the pump well water for a slight cooling effect. Li Jining and the others were digging the septic tank, sweating buckets from the heat. Inside the house, a group of elderly men and women were gathered around the radio, listening with rapt attention. When they saw Li Chenxi return carrying 2 large watermelons, they tactfully rose to leave, planning to return the next day to listen to the radio. But Li Chenxi insisted they stay and continue listening to the radio, inviting them to share the watermelon later. Unable to refuse such hospitality, they finally stayed to wait for the watermelon after Li Chenxi's grandmother spoke up. The radio interrupted with several domestic and international news bulletins. True to CCTV's long-standing tradition, domestic news focused on positive developments, yet this did little to dampen everyone's enthusiasm for the broadcast. After the news came the beloved story program, captivating the group of elderly men and women in the room. When they saw Li Chenxi return with the watermelon, they showered him with praise for his filial piety and thoughtfulness, lavishing him with compliments. His grandparents beamed with pride, their smiles as sweet as honey. Just then, parents with children in school received notices about ordering custom uniforms. They immediately agreed wholeheartedly, fearing the school might change its mind if they delayed. Many rushed straight to the school to pay 2 yuan for 2 sets of clothes, though just children's attire was remarkably affordable in the countryside, especially since fabric itself was hard to come by. Who's skilled at sewing? Old secretary began scouting candidates, planning to enlist several women to help tailor the uniforms. Xiaolan started measuring each student's height and recording their sizes. Xiaolan, please use a longer ruler, pleaded one village woman. They knew children grew quickly. If the clothes were made strictly to current measurements, they might not fit in a year.
Everyone hoped the garments could be made larger. Exactly. Make the uniforms bigger. I think we have enough fabric, other parents chimed in.
They all knew that securing such a large quantity of cloth was entirely thanks to Chenxi. It was obvious Chenxi must have connections with a fabric store or textile factory to obtain so much material.
Xiaolan understood the parents' concerns and reluctantly adjusted the measurements slightly larger. Yet some parents still tried to take advantage, constantly nitpicking. The old party secretary couldn't stand it anymore. He glared and snapped, "Are you the teachers, or is Xiaolan the teacher?" Since Chenxi entrusted this task to Xiaolan, let her decide. All of you, shut up. Make them any bigger, and are you going to wear them yourselves? The old party secretary's words finally silenced the village women, who dared not speak out of turn again. Ultimately, 8 women skilled in needlework were selected to begin sewing the uniforms. They aimed to complete the school uniforms within the next 2 days so the children could wear new clothes. Additionally, the old party secretary gave everyone a heads up, don't touch the leftover fabric. Chenxi said the remaining material is for Zhigao and Xiaolan. He feared rumors of the father-daughter pair embezzling fabric might reach Chenxi's ears and tarnish the village's image in his eyes. Naturally, everyone agreed without objection. If the students had uniforms, the teachers naturally deserved some too. After all, this was Chenxi's arrangement. Who dared voice the slightest objection? The young onlookers couldn't help but feel deeply moved. They recalled their own school days. Where had they ever received such treatment? Not only did they struggle to eat well, but they had to find their own clothes. How could they ever dream of the school providing them? All these changes were brought about by Li Chenxi. He had poured countless efforts into the village's education, a fact witnessed by everyone in the community. After exchanging a few casual words with his mother at home, Li Dazhong hurried back to the steel mill. He knew all too well how hard won this job was, reporting to work almost every single day without fail. Unlike Li Chenxi, who was far more leisurely and rarely showed up more than a few times a week. At that moment, Li Chenxi pulled a watermelon soaked in well water from the water. Under the expectant gazes of Lai Kai and Lai Fong, he skillfully sliced open the melon and handed one half to Li Jiming and the others digging the septic tank. Brother Jiming, everyone's worked hard. Have some watermelon to quench your thirst. Li Chenxi called out warmly. Alright, set it down here first. Chenxi, you're too kind. Li Jiming thanked him on behalf of the group. They'd never done such comfortable work before, pampered daily with good food and drink, and naturally felt delighted. Though only half a melon, it was substantial, well over 10 pounds. Divided among the 5 of them, each got 2 or 3 pounds, which felt like a huge treat to them. Li Chenxi continued slicing the watermelon, handing pieces to Lai Kai and Lai Fong. Take these for the elders inside to try. Of course, among those elders, some were likely his old brothers. They knew each other well. As they ate, some quietly calculated, such excellent watermelon, the seeds must be saved. Scattered beside their homes next year, perhaps they too could grow such fine fruit. Not a single seed remained on the ground, all carefully tucked into the pockets of the elderly. Uninformed observers might have thought they were eating seedless watermelon. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi slipped into the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Chapter 102, Why are we still selling cheap to outside factories? A day later, as students donned their new uniforms, the entire school radiated a fresh, revitalized spirit. The uniforms were simple yet dignified, with a hint of military training attire, making the children look especially spirited. The slightly older or younger children gazed at their younger siblings and older brothers and sisters in their new uniforms, their eyes brimming with envy. The younger ones longed to grow up quickly so they could enter the school sooner, enjoy the delicious meals, and wear the new uniforms. Meanwhile, those who were already too old could only regretfully miss out on this privilege. Therefore, they are truly fortunate. Li Zhigao knew well that the care their school showed its students was unmatched, even by urban schools. Though urban schools might boast superior teaching environments and faculty, which one could offer free meals and affordable uniforms like theirs? Across the entire region, they were truly one of a kind. At this moment, Li Chenxi hadn't returned to the city. He had already stocked up on goods in Da Peng's room, enough to last them several days. However, he was unaware that Zhao Xingguo's noodle factory was currently facing immense pressure. Somehow, word had spread like wildfire. A high-ranking official had suddenly visited the factory to personally inquire about the progress of instant noodle development. This unexpected scrutiny had the factory leadership scrambling. Though they had been working through the night on development, progress was slow and failures were frequent. The mere mention of foreign exchange carried immense weight. Word of it alone prompted higher-ups to send inspectors down. Clearly, the leaders had noticed the growing popularity of instant noodles abroad and were greatly encouraged. They understood that while high-tech products might be out of reach, instant noodles were a feasible goal. A successful export would not only generate valuable foreign exchange but also alleviate the current employment crisis to some extent. After all, if instant noodles could be produced for export, the factory's output would surge dramatically, inevitably requiring more workers. At the meeting, factory manager Yang was under immense pressure. He had stayed up all night alongside everyone else working on the project. Seeing Zhao Xingguo walk in with dark circles under his eyes, he asked helplessly, still no results? Zhao Xingguo nodded, saying dejectedly, it turns to mush when you pour boiling water over it. Feeling the immense pressure, Director Yang could only suggest, why don't you go find your cousin again? Originally, they could have taken their time with the experiments, but now with leaders waiting for results, he felt intensely anxious. He understood how much the leadership valued the development of instant noodles, or more accurately, how desperately they needed foreign exchange. Zhao Xingguo stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and nodded. I'll head back then. Go ahead. There's nothing you can do to help with the factory work here anyway. Zhao Xingguo looked utterly speechless. Wasn't that a bit blunt? Factory Director Yang suddenly shouted, hold on. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled open a desk drawer and retrieved a stack of vouchers, including one for a sewing machine. Handing them to Zhao Xingguo, he said, you can't just go recruit people like this. Take these with you, it'll make things smoother. Zhao Xingguo didn't hesitate to grab it, his eyes darting toward Factory Manager Yang's desk drawer as if eyeing something else. Factory Director Yang chuckled and spat out, stop dawdling. That's all there is. Once your cousin gets our instant noodle project sorted, you'll get a generous reward. For him, the success of the instant noodle venture would mean much smoother sailing for the factory going forward. After that, Zhao Xingguo headed straight to the steel mill. After all, it was work hours, and most people would likely be at the factory. Unfortunately, Chenxi wasn't your average worker. Section Chief Wang looked utterly surprised and blurted out, looking for Chenxi? What's your relationship with him? Why do you need to see him? These days, Chenxi was a hot commodity in the procurement department, highly valued throughout the entire logistics division and even the steel mill. Seeing this visitor from another factory, Section Chief Wang instantly grew wary, his mind racing with suspicion that he might be here to poach talent. Zhao Xingguo explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation, he's my cousin. A couple days ago, he briefly mentioned the instant noodle development project. Section Chief Wang listened, then stared blankly. He was dumbfounded. Invention work had migrated to a noodle factory? What the hell was this? What was there to develop about instant noodles? Just to save time eating noodles? Who was short on time? Wasn't the real shortage noodles? What was the point of developing that stuff? He felt Chenxi was getting a bit off track this time. With all that time, he might as well bring back a couple of wild boars. That guy hadn't delivered any wild game to the factory in a while, had he? Section Chief Wan was starting to miss it. Is my cousin even at the factory? Tell him to come out and see me, the higher-ups are still waiting for him here. Zhao Xingguo had no choice but to bring up the higher-ups to pressure Section Chief Wang. Section Chief Wang was stunned, what meeting could be that important? Zhao Xingguo fell silent for a full 3 seconds before slowly uttering 2 words, foreign exchange. Section Chief Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood Zhao Xingguo's words, but he simply couldn't believe it. After all, even a large enterprise like their steel mill didn't have a single export-ready product. How could a noodle factory possibly possess such capabilities? He's not at the factory. He hasn't been in for the past 2 days, Section Chief Wang replied with a helpless shake of his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. Zhao Xingguo felt utterly frustrated. If he wasn't at the steel mill, why waste my breath and time with all that chatter? Why didn't you just say so earlier? He turned and walked away, deciding to go directly to the courtyard where Chenxi lived. During their meal that day, Chenxi had already given him the exact address. Section Chief Wan, meanwhile, headed straight for Section Chief Zhang's office. The moment he entered, he was rudely shooed out by Section Chief Zhang, who ordered him to knock again before entering a lesson in manners. Section Chief Wan opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately turned and left, knocking again. Come in. Spit it out already, Section Chief Zhang shouted from inside. Section Chief Zhang, something major has happened, Section Chief Wang blurted out the moment he entered. What's so serious? Section Chief Zhang looked skeptical, clearly not believing anything major could have happened. In his view, if something truly important occurred, he would definitely know before Section Chief Wang. After all, with his higher rank, any news trickling down would inevitably pass through him first. I heard Chenxi has developed a noodle product that can generate export revenue. Just now, someone from the noodle factory came looking for him, looking very urgent. They said the higher-ups are waiting for Chenxi, Section Chief Wang blurted out in one breath. Section Chief Zhang's expression mirrored Wang's earlier shock. Why didn't you tell me sooner about something this big? You dawdled. Where is Chenxi now? Section Chief Zhang grew anxious too, knowing the immense value of the term earning foreign exchange. Section Chief Wang thought to himself, it's all because you dragged your feet, making me go out and knock on doors again. But he said aloud, Chenxi isn't at the factory. He hasn't been here these past 2 days. Then go find him immediately. Section Chief Zhang urged. He himself immediately went to report the situation to Director Ding. Chapter 103, Reactions from All Sides. How could you wait until now to report such a major incident? As expected, Section Chief Zhang was also reprimanded by his superiors. The words foreign exchange earnings detonated like a heavy bomb, unleashing a tidal wave of shock within them. Their steel mill had long dreamed of exporting products to earn precious foreign currency for the nation. Where's Chenxi? Go find him immediately. Director Ding urged anxiously. Director Ding then rushed to report the news to plant manager Hu. Upon hearing it, manager Hu reacted with surprise, then shock, followed by disbelief. Finally, he blurted out words nearly identical to those spoken earlier. Realizing the urgency, he immediately picked up the phone to make inquiries, determined to verify the truth first. Before long, he received confirmation, leaving him utterly stunned. Noodles could be exported? And reportedly selling like hotcakes overseas? It was almost unbelievable. The problem was, Chenxi was an employee of their steel mill. If this noodle venture truly generated foreign exchange through exports, letting another factory reap the benefits was something they simply couldn't accept. But foreign exchange, if it meant earning foreign currency, what harm was there in the steel mill setting up a small noodle factory? So what if they were mocked? What was the big deal? At this moment, Director Ding asked plant manager Hu, "Manager, when will Comrade Chenxi receive his reward for inventing the solar cooker?" He felt that while a job position had been offered before, it still seemed insufficient. Chenxi had not only advised the noodle factory but even shared his techniques. Could it be he was dissatisfied with his previous solar cooker reward? Director Ding had proposed additional rewards for Chenxi during the meeting. While the factory agreed to supplement the reward, the specifics remained undecided. As Chenxi's supervisor, Director Ding naturally felt compelled to secure more benefits for his subordinate. Factory director Hu shared Director Ding's perspective, stating, "We must thoroughly discuss this matter during the upcoming meeting." They harbored suspicions, wondering if Chenxi had indeed sought cooperation with the noodle factory because he was dissatisfied with the solar cooker reward. If Chenxi knew what they were thinking, he would have protested vehemently. He thought, how absurd. The steel mill's actual conditions simply weren't suitable for producing instant noodles. Meanwhile, after leaving the steel mill, Zhao Xinghua headed straight for the courtyard house where Chenxi lived. As expected, he found it empty. Luo Dapeng accepted the cigarette Zhao Xinghua offered and said, "Chenxi is most likely still at Li Village. He's been visiting his grandparents there frequently lately." Zhao Xinghua couldn't wait to ask, "Do you know the way there?" "I know it. I've been there 2 or 3 times." Luo Dapeng glanced at the man before him. Learning he was Director Li's son, the so-called cousin Chenxi had mentioned, he felt more inclined to share information. Zhao Xinghua looked at Luo Dapeng with hopeful eyes and asked, "Brother, could you take me there?" Luo Dapeng frowned. "I don't have a bike, and Li Jiazhuang isn't exactly close by. Don't worry, I'll borrow one from the sub-district office. We'll leave right now." Zhao Xinghua was burning with impatience. With the factory leaders waiting for him, he dared not delay even a moment. Before long, he returned with a borrowed bicycle, and the two sped off toward Li's village. An elderly woman witnessed the scene and murmured in surprise, "Why are so many people looking for Chenxi today? It's one thing for the steel mill folks to come looking for him, but now people from the noodle factory are showing up too? This really doesn't feel right. Chenxi has absolutely nothing to do with the noodle factory, does he?" Upon learning from the woman that Chenxi had returned to his rural hometown, Section Chief Wang immediately summoned Li Dazhong and ordered him to rush back to bring Chenxi back without fail. Li Dazhong dared not hesitate for a moment. He pedaled his tricycle straight toward Li village. At that moment, Chenxi was leisurely strolling along the riverbank. Seeing the vegetables in the riverbed already growing as tall as a finger, he couldn't help but marvel, they're growing so fast. These vegetables had only been planted a short while ago. At this growth rate, they would be ready for harvest in just 20 or 30 days. By then, the village would see a significant boost in income. He had already reached an agreement with Section Chief Wang. The steel mill would exclusively purchase these vegetables, offering a price slightly higher than the supply and marketing cooperative. Naturally, the old party secretary and the others were quite satisfied with this outcome. With such attentive care every day, how could they not grow fast? The old party secretary replied with a smile. This was no joke. Since the crops on the riverbed belonged entirely to the village and didn't need to be handed over to higher authorities, everyone took special care and put in extra effort to tend them. In fact, they paid even more attention to these crops than to the ones on cultivated land. Of course, the fertile soil also contributed to their rapid growth. Chenxi thought to himself how unfortunate it was that plastic film wasn't available now. With it, they could build greenhouses for faster growth and even grow vegetables in winter. But in this era, plastic film was far from commonplace. After all, plastic film was made from polyethylene, which was refined from petroleum. At this time, China was still a petroleum-poor nation, and any byproduct of petroleum refining was relatively scarce. Fortunately, the Daqing oil field had been discovered the previous year. Only after large-scale extraction began at Daqing could China truly shed its label as an oil-poor nation. The discovery and exploitation of the Daqing oil field had a tremendous impact on the development of China's industrial sector. "Those over there are green beans, they might take a bit longer to cook," the old party secretary said, pointing ahead. Beanstalks were what northerners called green beans. Speaking of green beans, Chenxi couldn't help but recall some humorous anecdotes about them from later generations.
Rumor had it that they were a lifelong shadow Shandong natives couldn't escape, with even cases of food poisoning attributed to eating them. Hearing this remark now, Chenxi was genuinely stunned.
Poisoned by green beans? Chenxi was genuinely curious how could anyone get poisoned from eating green beans? As a southerner, he'd eaten them countless times since childhood and had never heard of them being toxic. Yet the Shandong locals spoke with such conviction, as if it were an undeniable fact. This left him thoroughly perplexed. The field next to it is planted with tomatoes, the old party secretary continued his introduction to Chenxi. Chenxi smiled with relief. Thankfully, they called them tomatoes here too, unlike some places in the northeast where tomatoes were called persimmons. It suddenly occurred to him, if tomatoes were called persimmons in the northeast, what did they call actual persimmons there? It wasn't just tomatoes, sweet potatoes also had different names across many parts of China. He understood terms like sweet potato or yam, but he was genuinely puzzled by the term taro. This puzzled him even more. If sweet potatoes were called taro, what were the actual taro plants called? The old party secretary beside him sighed, "Thank goodness you built that hand pump well. Otherwise, these crops wouldn't stand a chance of growing." Their village was truly fortunate. Not only did they get the hand pump well first, but they also gained such a large piece of land, the riverbed. Most importantly, this land didn't require any taxes to be paid. Whatever they grew belonged entirely to the village. Just then, someone came running to report to the old party secretary that Li Dafu and several others had gone missing again. The old party secretary wasn't a fool, how could he not know what they were up to? Don't think they were being discreet, everyone knew exactly what was going on. But hunting in the mountains was still far too risky. Now that the village had a viable livelihood, everyone tacitly agreed not to expose them. Of course, anyone tempted could still venture into the mountains, but they'd bear the consequences themselves. As for what they might gain from it, no one was envious. The old party secretary waved his hand. Fine. They don't want work points. Let them go. He didn't want to stop them either. After all, their parents weren't stopping them, why should he? Of course, beyond that, the old party secretary had other reasons for not standing in their way. That deer they hunted earlier was taken by Li Daifu and his group. The villagers can now eat potatoes, and that too is thanks to Li Daifu and his team. Chapter 104, Chenxi's plan. Chenxi harbored a grander vision. He dreamed of transforming Li village into a paradise free from want, a solid foundation to weather the turbulent decade ahead. Relying solely on the riverbed's land was far from sufficient. In 2 or 3 years, once the great drought passed, the river would return to its former state, and Li village would lose this precious land. Therefore, he must set his sights on those barren mountains, utilizing every inch of usable land. Starch remained an indispensable energy source for both humans and livestock, regardless of time or place. Grains like rice, wheat, corn, and sweet potatoes were vital providers of this nutrient. However, rice and wheat have limited yields and demand high-quality soil, making complex terrains like mountains unsuitable for their cultivation. In contrast, corn and sweet potatoes are better adapted to mountainous environments. Yet another thorny issue arose. Once land was cleared for grain cultivation, the village would struggle to retain its own grain reserves. This would inevitably constrain the development of other local industries, such as poultry and livestock farming. To circumvent this dilemma, Chenxi engaged in deep contemplation. He envisioned a solution for cultivating starch crops on barren mountains without clearing new land. Sweet potatoes were one option, but the hard mountain soil hindered their growth and capped yields. Other options existed, such as Chinese yam, cassava, and konjac. These crops shared a common trait: they contained certain toxins requiring special processing before consumption. Cassava and konjac were particularly hazardous, their toxicity potent enough to poison large animals like cattle. Cassava contains the toxic substance linamarin, typically neutralized through prolonged soaking and peeling. Konjac is even more hazardous, as its entire plant is poisonous, especially the tuberous root, and must never be consumed raw. Before eating, it undergoes a complex series of processing steps including grinding, steaming, and rinsing to remove toxins. Despite these crops' minimal soil requirements and remarkable yields, their toxicity deters many. Yet to Chenxi, this very trait defines their uniqueness. He plans to cultivate not only mushrooms in the mountains but also experiment with crops like cassava. These can be treated as wild-grown, where yield is secondary. He employs a free-range cultivation approach, leaving harvests entirely to nature's whims. As planting along the riverbed gradually gets on track, Chenxi believes it's time to turn his attention to those barren hills. In these challenging times, if one fails to fully utilize idle resources, one truly can't blame the heavens for not favoring them. However, both cassava and konjac had already missed their optimal planting seasons. While these crops might be grown year-round in Guangdong, Guangxi, or Hainan, the northern climate was entirely different. Humans struggled to endure the winter's harsh cold, let alone crops. Therefore, they could only start with crops that had shorter growing cycles, like mushrooms. The old party secretary sighed beside him. It's such a pity. Melons and vegetables can never truly replace staple foods. Indeed, while melons and vegetables could be consumed in abundance, relying on them as staples would lead to bodily swelling and even unhealthy weight gain. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's the drawback of the substitute staple policy. During the 2 years of grain shortages in the past, the government had implemented the substituting vegetables for grains emergency measure, encouraging people to replace staple foods with fruits, vegetables, and other non-staple foods. High-yield crops like sweet potatoes, carrots, and white radishes, and even corn stalks, were ground into flour for consumption. This practice had now become a popular slogan. Recalling last year's situation, the old party secretary said with a bitter smile, "Last year, some people in our village developed edema from eating this stuff. At first, we thought they'd just gotten fat." Li Chenxi picked up the thread. "That's why we need to find ways to secure more grain, even coarse grains. I think it's time to develop those mountains behind us." By develop, he didn't mean venturing deep into primeval forests, but rather the hills surrounding Li village. He planned to adopt a free-range cultivation method, no need for special land reclamation or excessive management. At harvest time, they'd simply go out and gather whatever they could. The grain produced would not only feed people but also serve as feed for poultry like chickens and ducks. The old party secretary listened intently, finding the approach both feasible and compliant with regulations. While yields were unpredictable subject to whether an animal damaged Li Chenxi's point held, even a mosquito's leg is meat, every bit counts. Li Chenxi proposed an even bolder idea: we could even fence off the mountain for free-range chickens, letting them forage independently. While such chickens wouldn't be plump, the advantage lay in minimal labor and cost. These novel concepts continually challenged the veteran party secretary's traditional mindset, sparking a sense of revelation as if a new world had opened before him. Of course, all this hinged on securing essential supplies like seeds and chicks. Li Chenxi then proposed to the secretary, "Secretary, gather some people to secure that hill. Let's use it as a trial run this year. I'll figure out a way to get the chicks. As for the chickens raised there, besides meeting our village's needs, I'll handle centralized procurement and sell them to the steel mill," Li Chenxi continued, his tone carrying a hint of strategic planning. Hearing that Li Chenxi could handle the chicks, the old party secretary's doubts vanished instantly. He nodded readily in agreement. "All right, I'll arrange for people to handle that hill right away. In closing, it shouldn't be too difficult. 20 or 30 people should finish it in 10 days to a fortnight. We'll just use branches and such from the mountain, making fences with local materials. I'll research the mushroom cultivation techniques first and then teach everyone," Li Chenxi added. The old party secretary listened, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the old party secretary's mind, Li Chenxi had become the guiding force of Li village, while he was the steadfast executor. He didn't mind this division of roles as long as it meant improving Li village. Why not follow Li Chenxi's lead? He even felt content being the right-hand man. If Li Chenxi's plans came to fruition, their village could not only solve food security issues but potentially even embark on a path to prosperity. This was precisely the most compelling reason he was willing to work tirelessly for Li Chenxi. Just then, the patrol in the distance relayed news that outsiders had entered the village. The old party secretary furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are they?" "One is Dapeng, the other I don't recognize," the messenger replied. "Oh, that should be fine. If Dapeng brought someone, they're probably here to see me." Li Chenxi already had a hunch upon hearing this. He knew Dapeng's character well and understood he wouldn't bring anyone to Li village who posed a threat or harbored ill intentions. "I'll go take a look," Li Chenxi said, striding toward the village entrance. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find it was Zhao Xinghua. Li Chenxi pondered silently. Zhao Xinghua coming at this hour must mean urgent business. Had things become this critical already? Chapter 105, Surrounding the Mountain. "Brother Zhao, you guys keep chatting. If you're in a hurry to get back, don't wait for me. I'll return the bike to the sub-district office myself," Luo Dapeng said warmly. Besides acting as a guide, he was also eager to fulfill his promise of bringing treats for his younger brothers. Zhao Xinghua nodded in agreement. "All right. Our mission is complete as long as we've seen you. Do as you please, stay if you wish." They weren't particularly concerned about Luo Dapeng's decision to stay or leave. Their focus was entirely on Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi feigned confusion. "Cousin, what's got you in such a rush?" Zhao Xinghua sighed helplessly. "It's all because of that idea you suggested. The noodle factory is practically in an uproar now. I barely slept last night, and neither did the factory manager." Li Chenxi looked surprised. "It can't be that urgent, can it?" Zhao Xinghua's face darkened. "We wish it weren't, but word spread too fast. Higher-ups have sent officials directly to our factory to inspect the RD progress." "Chenxi, you have to be honest with me. How confident are you about this?" His concern was that if Li Chenxi wasn't confident, bringing him back to the factory would only make Li Chenxi look foolish. Li Chenxi smiled calmly. "Is it that difficult? I've already made it." Zhao Xinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Their noodle factory had poured endless effort into this instant noodle project. Countless master craftsmen had conducted repeated trials, yet they'd never achieved the desired results. He never imagined Li Chenxi would casually claim it was already done. The old party secretary standing nearby was completely baffled and couldn't help but interrupt. "Made what? Chenxi, what new trick have you pulled off now?" Li Chenxi patiently explained, "It's an instant noodle product. No boiling required, just soak it in hot water for 2 or 3 minutes and it's ready to eat. This type of noodle sells very well overseas. The old party secretary nodded, half understanding. Oh, so you've invented something new again, only this time it's noodles. But I just don't get it, what's wrong with boiling noodles? Don't people abroad even like to cook noodles? Chenxi smiled and explained, actually, foreigners value efficiency, they want everything quick and convenient. That's why instant noodles, canned goods, and fast food are so popular abroad. In our country, after a few more decades, when people enter the fast-paced urban lifestyle, fast food culture will gradually become prevalent too. Turning to Zhao Xinghua, he added, well, I've already experimented several times based on ancient texts and perfected the recipe. I guarantee this instant noodle will surpass current foreign products. Quick, come back with me. The boss is waiting. Zhao Xinghua urgently pulled Chenxi, simultaneously pulling a stack of various vouchers from his pocket obtained from factory manager Yang and shoved them all into Chenxi's hands. These are specially for you from our factory director. He also said that once the instant noodles are successfully developed, there will be even more substantial rewards. He originally wanted me to recruit you to the noodle factory and even offer you. Once Zhao Xinghua started talking, he couldn't stop, rattling off a string of tempting conditions. The old party secretary and villagers standing nearby listened with wide-eyed astonishment. That stack of vouchers must have been at least 30 or 40 pieces? And this was merely the appetizer, with even more substantial rewards to come? Moreover, simply by joining the noodle factory, one could directly become a leading cadre? It was practically manna from heaven, yet Chenxi shook his head without hesitation. Forget the noodle factory. I'm perfectly happy at the steel mill. He preferred the freedom and ease of his procurement role at the steel mill. Leadership positions held no appeal, endless meetings and tedious paperwork weren't his idea of a fulfilling life. The old party secretary and villagers exchanged stunned glances. What others coveted, Chenxi dismissed with utter indifference, even disdain. Afterward, Chenxi followed Zhao Xinghua back to the city. Before leaving, he specifically asked the old party secretary to tell his grandparents that he might not return tomorrow. At the same time, he pointed to the small hill behind them, which was about to be fenced off for raising chickens. The old party secretary understood immediately. After Chenxi left, he promptly gathered nearly 20 strong, young villagers. I've called you here for an important task. The old party secretary explained the plan and significance of enclosing the hill for chicken farming in detail. He particularly emphasized that this was Chenxi's idea and plan, and everyone must carry it out diligently. If successful, while the village might not achieve chicken meat freedom, they could certainly enjoy the occasional treat of eggs and meat. At the prospect of meat, the villagers perked up instantly, eager to begin fencing the mountain. The old party secretary appointed a reliable person as the leader, responsible for managing the chicken raising operation. Though the chickens would be free-range, they wouldn't be left entirely unattended. Patrols would be arranged to deter mountain chicken thieves from causing trouble, especially those cunning weasels. In northern China, weasels weren't to be killed indiscriminately. In the northeast, people even worshiped them as deities. Elsewhere in the north, while they weren't revered, they weren't provoked lightly either. In the south, however, weasels inevitably met their end as dinner. Especially during these lean times with scarce meat, weasels were particularly vulnerable. Not only did they steal poultry from villagers, but they also had the nasty habit of killing every last bird before moving on. How could anyone not despise them? Alright. Let's head out to surround the mountain now. Li Jihong led a group of villagers in a grand procession toward the small hill. The task of surrounding the mountain itself wasn't complicated, the real challenge lay in obtaining the young chicks. Fortunately, Chenxi had already resolved these difficulties, leaving the village only needing to provide manpower. In this era, rural areas had no shortage of labor, and manpower was the cheapest resource available. News of Chenxi being hired by the noodle factory quickly spread throughout Li village. Villagers buzzed with admiration for his capabilities. Those who encountered Chenxi's grandparents showered him with praise, filling the elderly couple with pride. Halfway there, Chenxi ran into Li Dezhong. Li Dezhong hurriedly recounted Section Chief Wang's request. Let's head to the noodle factory first. Zhao Xinghua urged, sounding somewhat anxious. But Chenxi calmly replied, I'll head back to my place first. The finished products are still there. Hearing this, Zhao Xinghua was both surprised and delighted. The finished products were already made. Great! Let's go together, Zhao Xinghua eagerly offered to accompany him. On the way back, Zhao Xinghua had already discussed with Chenxi how to negotiate terms with the noodle factory. Though he was an employee and a minor supervisor at the factory, it wasn't solely his domain. He would do his utmost to secure the benefits Chenxi deserved. Regarding Chenxi's desire to secure several job positions for Li village, Zhao Xinghua expressed full support and promised to mention it to factory manager Hu. After all, once they developed export-grade instant noodles, a few extra positions would be insignificant for the factory. When that time came, the factory would inevitably expand its facilities, increase hiring, and boost production. They'd need more workers anyway. Asking for a few positions wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Chapter 106, The Soul of Seasoning. Back at the courtyard house, Chenxi made a show of going into his room to fetch the finished product. In reality, he simply tore open several packets of instant noodles, removed the noodle blocks, and opened the seasoning packets, pouring the contents into a small bottle. "Let's go!" Chenxi called out, then turned to Li Dazhong. "Dazhong, head back to the factory first and tell our section chief I'll explain everything in detail later. Tell him not to worry." "Got it." Li Dazhong agreed readily, feeling even more impressed with this Uncle 16. Several factories were scrambling to hire him. Zhao Xinghua stared intently at the flatbread pieces. Aside from the noodles' wavy shape and pale egg yellow hue, they seemed unremarkable. Yet he dared not delay, urgently urging Chenxi to hurry, fearful that steel mill personnel might intervene. After all, Chenxi worked for the steel mill, they had every right to interfere. Meanwhile, at the noodle factory, Director Yang kept glancing at his watch, muttering to himself, "Where the hell is that guy? It's been hours. How hard can it be to find someone? And he claims to be my cousin, did I just make that up to save face?" Director Zhao is back," a subordinate reported. Director Yang whipped his head around. "Is he alone, or?" "Two people," the subordinate replied. Overjoyed, Director Yang immediately stood up to greet them. Spotting Chenxi from afar, he extended his hand. "Comrade Chenxi. I've been waiting for you like a child waiting for the moon to rise. Welcome, welcome. To our noodle factory, I am." What followed was a round of introductions. Factory Director Yang's eyes were fixed solely on Chenxi, as if he hadn't even noticed Zhao Xinghua. Chenxi shook his hand. "Factory Director Yang, you're too kind. Come on in." Director Yang invited warmly. Zhao Xinghua stood by, speechless. Am I that invisible? He had to make his own presence felt, telling Director Yang, "Director, Chenxi brought all the finished products with him." "Oh?" Director Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. "It worked?" Chenxi gave a slight nod. "Not too difficult." Hearing this, Director Yang inwardly grumbled, "You make it sound so easy. How hard it was, does our factory not know that?" At the same time, Director Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Comrade Chenxi, this man who invented both the pressurized water well and the solar cooker, is truly extraordinary. Zhao Xinghua interjected from the side. "Uncle Yang, is that leader still waiting?" "Uncle Yang?" Chenxi's ears perked up at the unexpected title. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Xinghua quickly explained the connection between himself and Factory Director Yang. "I see. Well then, Director Yang, please don't be so formal. Just call me Chenxi." Chenxi responded with a smile. Factory Director Yang was naturally delighted at the chance to build rapport with Chenxi. He quickly replied with a smile, "Great. Then you can call me Uncle Yang, just like this guy." In an instant, the distance between them seemed to shrink considerably, and the atmosphere grew remarkably warm. Director Yang then turned to address Zhao Xinghua's earlier question. "Director Huang is still here. Come on, let's go see him together." After all, this was a high-ranking official sent down from the ministry. Though merely a director, his power and status were far beyond what a mere factory director like Yang could match. At that moment, accompanying Director Huang was a deputy factory director. He was sitting on pins and needles, his heart pounding with anxiety. He desperately hoped Director Yang would arrive soon to break the tension, for he was already struggling to handle the pressure. Is this even going to work? Director Huang was starting to sound impatient. He had been at this noodle factory for quite some time, witnessing the master craftsman attempt the process time and again, yet problems kept cropping up. Minor flaws wouldn't have been a problem, but the final product fell far short of the instant noodles described in the rumors. The deputy factory manager beside him was sweating profusely with nervousness. Just then, Factory Director Yang hurried over with a group of people, and the deputy director instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Director Huang, allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Chenxi, the one who proposed developing instant noodles. Moreover, he also..." Director Yang solemnly introduced Chenxi to Director Huang. Director Huang hadn't taken it too seriously at first, but upon hearing that Chenxi was also the inventor of the water-pressing well and the solar cooker, he immediately became more cordial and struck up a conversation with him. "Director Huang, Comrade Chenxi has already produced the instant noodles. Shall we test them first?" Director Yang tentatively inquired. At this, everyone present including Director Huang revealed expressions of astonishment and delight. "What are we waiting for? Let's get started right away." Director Huang nodded without hesitation. His true purpose for coming was to witness the birth of instant noodles firsthand and bring back this exciting news. "Chenxi, what do we need to prepare?" Zhao Xinghua asked curiously. "Just 2 large bowls and a pot of boiling water," Chenxi replied succinctly. After speaking, he pulled several noodle cakes from his bag and handed them to Director Huang and Factory Manager Yang respectively, smiling as he said, "This is the finished product I've meticulously tested. It's made from flour, eggs." He then outlined the entire production process. Starting with kneading the dough, he detailed the ingredients required. This step wasn't particularly complex, the veteran craftsman present could even execute it better than he could. Next came cutting the dough into wavy noodles. Achieving this shape posed no significant challenge for the factory. First, the kneaded dough was rolled into a flat sheet. This sheet was then rapidly passed through a pair of cutting rollers, slicing it into noodle strands. Next, using a forming device, the noodles were conveyed onto a forming mesh belt. Since the cutting blades operated faster than the mesh belt, this speed differential naturally curled the noodles into a wavy shape. Next comes the steaming process, where steam heats and cooks the noodles. This step is essential for both fried and non-fried instant noodles, as it enables the instant noodles to achieve their signature convenience of being ready to eat after just a quick soak. No wonder we couldn't get it right before the key was steaming, the veteran craftsman exclaimed in sudden realization. Everyone listened intently, including Director Huang. Plant manager Yang was grinning from ear to ear. Not only had Chenxi explained the production method in detail, but he'd even suggested upgrades for their machinery. It was practically a production line tailored just for their factory. Slow down a bit so we can take notes, someone suggested. Just then, Zhao Xingguo approached carrying 2 bowls, several pairs of chopsticks, and a pot of boiling water. Here, let's start by serving everyone a bowl of noodles to taste. Chenxi warmly invited. Everyone nodded in agreement. Under Chenxi's guidance, 2 noodle cakes were placed into large bowls. Then, he pulled out the bottle of secret seasoning and declared proudly, "This is our secret seasoning, the very soul of these instant noodles. I believe this alone will make our product stand out in the market." Chenxi knew well that the earliest instant noodles didn't come with seasoning packets. Instead, the seasoning was mixed into the dough itself. This resulted in noodles that weren't very appealing in color, a dull, burnt yellow. By choosing to package the seasoning separately, he could easily outshine those traditional instant noodle products. When he poured the seasoning into the bowl and added boiling water, an intense aroma immediately filled the air, catching Director Huang and the others off guard. A key feature of instant noodles is their enticing smell, but the taste is another story. At least that was Chenxi's own view. While the aroma was pleasant, the actual flavor might not live up to expectations. Of course, in today's world with its vast array of culinary options, instant noodles are widely regarded as junk food. They're nutritionally lacking and can be addictive. But it's perfectly normal for some people to dislike them. Smells amazing. After 3 minutes, Chenxi smiled at Director Huang and the others. You can try it now. Chapter 107, Chinese Instant Noodles. Director Huang was the first to taste it. He picked up his chopsticks and gently stirred the instant noodles in the large bowl. The rich aroma instantly became even more intoxicating, drawing deep breaths from the onlookers gathered around. That aroma was utterly irresistible. At that moment, they were even more convinced that foreigners would surely love this kind of food. Their confidence in the vision of generating foreign exchange through exports soared. Director Huang carefully picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully, savoring every bite. All eyes, except for Chenxi's, were fixed on him, filled with anticipation. No wonder it's called instant noodles. How could it not be popular? In his view, instant noodles, like canned goods, were premium consumer products. Exporting them to earn foreign exchange was only natural. Indeed, most canned goods produced domestically were now exported overseas, earning foreign exchange. In many people's eyes, anything that could be exported was undoubtedly a premium product. If instant noodles could also be successfully exported, they would undoubtedly become synonymous with high-end goods. By then, ordinary people in China would likely find it much harder to get their hands on instant noodles. Yet only Chenxi knew that neither canned goods nor instant noodles offered much nutritional value, and long-term consumption was hardly beneficial to health. Instant noodles, in particular, are nutritionally limited. Making them a staple diet would undoubtedly be detrimental to health. Factory director Yang and other leaders eagerly sampled the noodles, taking bites one after another with relish. In the end, the instant noodles Chenxi brought won everyone's praise. We could package the seasoning separately in a small sachet, then place it inside a larger outer bag, Chenxi proposed, outlining the classic design for instant noodles. Director Huang nodded in agreement, finding Chenxi's suggestion excellent. So, would you like to name this noodle product? Director Huang asked Chenxi. After all, it was a product developed by Chenxi, so it was only natural for him to name it. Zhao Xingguo chimed in from the side, how about Li's instant noodles? This was clearly an attempt to leverage the opportunity to make Chenxi famous. However, Chenxi wasn't swayed by vanity. He knew that in a few years, even some established brands would need to rebrand to adapt to market changes. Launching something called Li's Instant Noodles at this moment would be far too ostentatious. Therefore, Chenxi shook his head and said, I think we should call it China Instant Noodles. At these words, everyone present felt a deep sense of respect. The name not only instantly elevated the product's status but also carried an air of grandeur and impeccability. Simultaneously, everyone grew even more impressed by Chenxi's humility and modesty. He had passed up such a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. But why choose instant noodles instead of fast noodles? Someone asked curiously. Chenxi smiled and explained, this noodle product primarily caters to foreigners' demand for convenient meals. Think about it, foreigners aren't usually big on cooking. After work, they can just grab a packet, pour boiling water over it, and enjoy a meal in minutes. How convenient. That's why I named it instant noodles. Of course, instant noodles is actually quite fitting and easy to understand. He silently mused to himself, later generations would often call it instant noodles. That's an excellent name. Chinese instant noodles both catchy and fitting. I'll report it exactly as is to higher-ups. On behalf of the organization, I thank Comrade Li Chenxi for his contribution. Li Chenxi responded with righteous conviction, it's all about serving the nation and the people. Excellent. Well said. Director Huang was the first to break into applause. In an instant, the entire room echoed with thunderous applause. Afterward, Director Huang prepared to return to the ministry, having lingered too long at the meeting. Li Chenxi kept one finished product as a memento, allowing Director Huang to take the rest. Deeply touched by Li Chenxi's maturity and thoughtfulness, Director Huang left him his home address, inviting him to visit whenever he had time. Director Yang and the others watched with envy. After seeing Director Huang off, Director Yang looked at Li Chenxi with eager eyes. Chenxi, how about transferring to our noodle factory? I'll make you workshop director. Rest assured, once our products successfully earn foreign exchange through exports, the factory's standing will rise accordingly. Though we can't match the scale of steel mills, with me at the helm. Before he could finish, Li Chenxi waved his hand and replied decisively, Uncle Yang, don't waste your breath. I have absolutely no intention of leaving the steel mill anytime soon. In Chenxi's view, what good would being a workshop director do? Did the title grant him the freedom to skip work whenever he pleased, free from constraints? Without that perk, the position held little appeal for him. At that moment, Zhao Xinghua quietly pulled plant manager Yang aside. Uncle Yang, I think this arrangement might work. Give him a nominal position at our factory. He doesn't need to clock in daily, but when we need him, he can offer advice anytime. Besides, our factory will definitely need to expand its workforce soon. Chenxi hopes we can reserve a few job openings for him. Zhao Xinghua was determined to secure some tangible benefits for Li Chenxi. Certain things were better said by him. Upon hearing this, factory manager Yang immediately thought it was a brilliant idea. An honorary position meant Li Chenxi would technically be part of the noodle factory. After all, it wasn't unheard of for someone to hold multiple roles within the factory. Alright. I think this can work. Leave the job assignments to me, I'll handle it. For factory director Yang, arranging a few positions for Li Chenxi was a mere formality, no trouble at all. Of course, this arrangement shouldn't be made public, it wouldn't look good. As they walked back, Director Yang said to Li Chenxi, Chenxi, how about taking on a nominal position at our factory? You wouldn't need to come in regularly, but you could offer advice whenever needed. Is that really acceptable? Li Chenxi felt uncertain about the current rules. Why wouldn't it be? It's settled. You'll serve as our technical advisor. Director Yang's tone was firm. Alright then. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. Seeing his agreement, a satisfied smile spread across Director Yang's face. Everyone immediately began enthusiastically discussing how to improve workshop machinery and establish new production lines. It must be said that as someone who had traveled through time from the future, Li Chenxi, though not professionally trained, consistently offered valuable suggestions that were refreshingly insightful. Factory Director Yang, his face glowing with enthusiasm, said, Come on. I've specially asked the cafeteria to prepare a feast. Let's talk over a meal. Li Chenxi promptly declined, his tone sincere, Uncle Yang, no need for such formality among us. I really need to get back to the steel mill to handle some matters. I'm truly sorry this time, let's do it next time. I've got plenty more new ideas I'm eager to discuss with everyone. He already had new plans in mind, like launching bucket-style noodles with paper tubes and plastic forks to make instant noodles more convenient. These could be rolled out gradually, one product at a time. At the same time, he could develop more flavors tailored to the needs of different countries. As someone who had lived through the instant noodle era, Li Chenxi knew this world inside out. What could these fledgling competitors possibly offer to challenge him? Alright, we'll talk next time. Factory Director Yuan didn't press the issue. After all, Li Chenxi had already agreed to take up a position at their factory, which was more than enough. Talent, after all, could be shared. As Zhao Xinghua walked Li Chenxi out, he casually mentioned the job position. Thanks, cousin. Li Chenxi said gratefully. Zhao Xinghua patted his shoulder with a wry smile. What are you talking about? I should be thanking you. If the steel mill dares to give you a hard time, don't put up with it, just come straight to our noodle factory. Li Chenxi was at a loss for words. The steel mill giving him a hard time? He'd already invented 2 products for them. At this critical juncture, how could they possibly make things difficult for him? Director Ding had even set up a dedicated R&D lab just to keep him. He didn't waste any more words, hurrying back to the steel mill. By then, the steel mill had finalized its reward package for his solar cooker invention, and it was exceptionally generous. The reward included cash bonuses, prizes, and even a promotion in his salary grade. Consider this, from the day he joined the company to the present, barely a month had passed. Chapter 108, Rewarding the Electric Fan. No sooner had Li Chenxi left than plant manager Yang swiftly gathered all employees present in the workshop. He solemnly emphasized the critical importance of confidentiality.
He knew full well that a product capable of generating export revenue would inevitably attract attention from numerous organizations, potentially sparking competition. Yet he also understood that if the state required sharing this technology to benefit more sister units, he would unhesitatingly support the organization's decision. Yet until higher-ups issued instructions, he must ensure their factory maintained exclusive production rights.
Zhao Xinghua, what do you think about our factory applying to change its name to China Instant Noodles Factory?
Director Yang turned to ask Zhao Xinghua.
Zhao Xinghua's eyes lit up. Yes. That's an excellent idea, Director. Let's apply for it.
The words Zhonghua instantly elevated the entire factory's prestige. After all, instant noodle production would undoubtedly become their core business in the future, making the name change entirely logical.
Of course, if Li Chenxi were present, he might have couldn't resist snarking, calling it the Instant Noodle Factory? That's just too lowbrow.
Meanwhile, Li Chenxi had just returned to the steel mill when Section Chief Wang hurriedly pulled him aside to meet with the leadership.
Section Chief Zhang, Director Ding, plant manager who isn't instant noodle production really unsuitable for our steel plant? Li Chenxi looked utterly exasperated.
He couldn't fathom why these leaders were so fixated on instant noodles.
Had the prospect of foreign exchange earnings clouded their judgment?
Hearing this, factory director who furrowed his brow slightly.
Didn't they say instant noodles? Li Chenxi clarified, instant noodles or instant noodles either works. But our factory really isn't suited for this.
If we genuinely want to export, we should develop a product specifically tailored for the export market. To Li Chenxi, the idea of a steel mill producing instant noodles seemed utterly incongruous. This wasn't like the diversified conglomerates of later generations, eager to dabble in everything and profit from anything. After hearing this, Director Hu and the others turned their eager gazes toward Li Chenxi, hoping he would propose a better solution.
But Li Chenxi changed the subject. Let's discuss this later. I need a few days off right now. In truth, Li Chenxi already had numerous ideas for new products brewing in his mind.
But he knew he couldn't reveal them all at once, he had to proceed gradually. After all, many globally popular products were entirely within China's current technological capabilities and industrial strength to produce. Considering that Li Chenxi had already produced 3 inventions this month, he genuinely needed some time off to recharge. Director Ding, seeing this, immediately suggested, "Director, why don't we give little Li a few days off?" Director Hu nodded in agreement. "Alright, let Comrade Chenxi take 5 days off." He then announced Li Chenxi's reward, a 1-level promotion in his work rank, the current maximum, a bonus of 150 yuan, various vouchers, and a physical reward, an electric fan. Staring at the pile of items before him, Li Chenxi felt a complex mix of emotions.
Finally, he gathered his courage and asked Director Hu, "Director, could I have a solar cooker? I want to take it back to the village for the school." He then detailed the hardships faced by Li Zhezhuang Village School. Factory Director Hu agreed without hesitation, considering it entirely reasonable. After all, the solar cooker was their factory's product and one personally invented by Li Chenxi. What did it matter to reward him with one? Moreover, Li Chenxi's request wasn't for personal gain but for the village school. "This is what we'll do," Hu declared generously, demonstrating the magnanimity befitting a major factory. "In the name of the steel plant, we'll donate 1 solar cooker to Li Zhezhuang School, along with 3 thermos flasks, plus a batch of pencils and exercise books." Though Li Chenxi didn't place much value on these rewards, he politely expressed his gratitude, extending thanks to the party, the nation, and the people as well. This earned him silent admiration from Factory Director Hu and the others present, who thought to themselves that future public speaking duties could be entrusted to him. After receiving his rewards, Li Chenxi felt no desire to linger, his enthusiasm for work dwindling to near zero. As for the items donated to the school, he wouldn't need to deliver them personally. Li Dazhong would handle that. No sooner had he left than the factory loudspeaker blared, announcing 3 times over Li Chenxi's contributions to the factory and the commendation he had received. The news spread rapidly throughout the facility, drawing many envious glances. "Master Yang, I heard Li Chenxi is from your institute," someone asked Yang Zhenhua curiously. Yang Zhenhua nodded with a smile. "That's right, he's an outstanding young man from our courtyard." He began boasting at length, his face beaming with pride. Workers from other workshops listened, casting envious glances his way. They thought to themselves, if only Li Chenxi were from their courtyard, they'd finally have something to brag about. Back at the courtyard, the women saw Li Chenxi returning with another large haul of goods and assumed he'd bought them all new. "Chenxi, buying so much? That electric fan must have cost a pretty penny, right?" someone asked curiously. This was the courtyard's first electric fan. Truthfully, the residents weren't truly poor, most families could afford it, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to spend the money. After all, an electric fan wasn't cheap. Like bicycles, watches, sewing machines, and radios, it was considered a major purchase, typically costing over 100 yuan. Li Chenxi shook his head with a smile. "I don't know the price. It was a reward from the factory." The remark instantly silenced the courtyard. How many times had Li Chenxi brought home awards in just the past month? The first was for inventing the hand-pumped well, earning him bonuses from both the factory and the neighborhood committee, hundreds of yuan in total. This wasn't a secret in the courtyard, nearly everyone knew.
Chenxi hadn't hidden it, preferring to avoid future questions about his finances when treating others to meals.
Is it because of the solar cooker? Someone tentatively asked.
After all, word of the solar cooker had spread far and wide. After all, during the recent steel mill hiring drive, young people from their courtyard had secured jobs precisely because of the solar cooker production.
Residents had even seen the actual cooker in person. Chenxi had brought it back to demonstrate its water boiling capabilities. When asked if the award was for the solar cooker, Chenxi smiled and nodded. Yes.
This confirmation immediately drew envy and praise from everyone, who declared Chenxi a rising star. It was clear the youngsters in the courtyard would face another round of lectures from their parents tonight. After all, when someone else's child shines so brightly, comparisons inevitably follow, and comparisons often bring hurt. When Chenxi brought the electric fan home, a large crowd followed behind him, eager to witness its marvel firsthand.
He generously invited everyone inside.
As soon as he plugged it in, the fan hummed to life, its speed gradually increasing.
A cool breeze began to flow from between the blades. In the sweltering summer heat, the fan's cool breeze drew expressions of pure bliss from everyone inside. While undeniably useful, the fan was pricey and power-hungry, a purchase most present felt reluctant to make.
They reasoned that buying a bicycle would be a wiser investment than an electric fan. While the bicycle might cost slightly more upfront, its utility far surpassed that of the fan. The fan could only be used during the summer months and required ongoing electricity payments, whereas the bicycle offered year-round practicality, facilitating travel and daily errands. Still, considering this was a reward from the steel mill for Chenxi requiring neither money nor ration tickets, there wasn't much more to say.
Besides, Chenxi certainly wasn't short of bicycles now.
Just look at the furnishings in this house. Any woman marrying into this family would be living in luxury. The pity was that old Li had already arranged a marriage for Chenxi. Otherwise, they would have at least tried to set him up with one of their nieces or something. Such a fine young man shouldn't be left waiting.
Chapter 109, Comparing Me to You. Electric fans were indeed wonderful, but they couldn't be brought back to Li Village. The place still lacked electricity, and the frustration of powerlessness was inescapable.
For Chenxi, however, acquiring a small generator posed no real challenge. After all, with his current resources, securing a diesel generator was well within his means.
In those remote areas, the same electricity shortage persisted.
He recalled how, during production team movie screenings, the projectionist always brought a small diesel generator. Their equipment was extensive, and transporting all those machines to the destination was no easy feat. Thus, showing films wasn't just a technical job, it was also physically demanding.
Behind every profession lay its own unseen hardships.
In a few more years, when the 16mm microfilm projector is developed, that will be a true blessing for rural areas. Reportedly, this projector is tailor-made for the countryside, lightweight and practical. The current mainstream 35mm projectors, while offering clear images and good sound, are bulky and heavy, requiring a stable power supply.
Ultimately, the most practical solution remains electrification. Life without power is simply inconvenient.
To bring electricity to Li Village, prosperity must come first.
Otherwise, villagers won't be willing to pay for it. What's the point of the relevant authorities extending power lines if no one uses them? For Chenxi, the only short-term option for electricity was to build a small generator himself. Generators aren't as sophisticated as people imagine. Even Chenxi could assemble a rudimentary one. Simply put, a generator works by rotating a coil within a magnetic field to generate electricity.
There's also a popular hand-crank generator now, which isn't much different from a regular generator except that it's powered by human effort. Generally, a person's power output ranges between 0.1 and 0.2 horsepower, or about 73 to 150 watts, and they can't sustain it for long periods. Therefore, hand-crank generators typically don't exceed 100 watts. What does 100 watts mean? Consider this: bedroom lights typically consume 10 to 15 watts each. Thus, a hand-crank generator can power at most 10 such lights. As evening fell, the steel mill workers began clocking out, and news of Chenxi's commendation spread rapidly throughout the factory. The courtyard buzzed with renewed excitement. It turned out Chenxi's reward extended far beyond the prizes. It included a bonus and a promotion in work grade.
The speed of his advancement seemed almost effortless, as easy as eating or drinking.
If memory served correctly, since Chenxi had become a full-time employee, he had already been promoted 3 times consecutively. And all this had happened in less than a month. Everyone understood the reason behind his rapid promotions. Such rewards were entirely justified. After all, anyone who made such significant contributions to the factory deserved equal recognition.
Chenxi's advancement was well earned. Ouch, Mom. Why are you hitting me?
In the courtyard, the first victim appeared, being chased and beaten by his own mother.
Aunt Chen fumed. Look at yourself, then look at Chenxi. You both pay tuition, so why are you so far behind? She conceded that people were different, but surely not this different?
It was like comparing phones. His could make calls, browse the internet, and take photos, while hers could only send texts.
How could that not be infuriating? It was like a castrated version of a castrated version, a relic from another era. Not long after, Luo Dapeng returned from Li's village. This time he came prepared, spending a few yuan to bring treats for his little brothers. He was quite popular in Li's village now, and everyone treated him kindly, partly because of his connection to Li Chenxi, partly because he got along well with the village children. Yet, the moment he returned, he was struck twice with a stick for no apparent reason. Luo Dapeng was stunned. He hadn't done anything. Just moments ago, he'd been basking in the euphoria of being the boss, only to have a bucket of cold water dumped over him the next instant. Learning that he wasn't the only one beaten, Luo Dapeng felt slightly better. If everyone else was suffering too, it meant he hadn't really suffered. Still, he sought refuge at Li Chenxi's house. My mom must be out of her mind, comparing me to you, Luo Dapeng grumbled. How dare she? Doesn't she have any idea what she gave birth to? Sure, we both paid tuition, but you were short on weight when you delivered me. How is that my fault? Shouldn't the manufacturer be responsible for hardware issues? How can you blame the product? That's just unreasonable. Li Chenxi rolled her eyes. Can't you shut your mouth even when you're eating? The two were eating watermelon. Li Chenxi's watermelon was chilled to perfection, sliced and served in a bowl filled with crushed ice. As for where the ice came from? Who knows? Luo Dapeng didn't care to ask. Food was all that mattered, and he wasn't about to be polite with Li Chenxi. On a scorching day like this, ice cubes are pure bliss. Luo Dapeng even scooped up 2 chunks from the bowl, crunching them between his teeth with a satisfied grin. Like it? There are 2 big chunks left in the kitchen. I didn't break them up. You can take one home later, Li Chenxi said. In this kind of weather, no air conditioning was truly unbearable. But now, with a fan at home and some ice placed around the room, the effect could almost rival having AC. This was what life was all about. This was pure enjoyment. Really? Then I'll definitely take one home, Luo Dapeng said, his face lighting up with excitement. He dashed to the kitchen and caught sight of a massive ice block nearly half a meter long. His grin stretched from ear to ear. Li Chenxi watched his antics, shook his head in exasperation, and thought, getting this excited over a block of ice? You look like a fool. No wonder your mom beats you. Your main account is ruined. Better hurry up and make a new one to train the next generation. Whatever. Li Chenxi waved dismissively. It was just a block of ice, after all. In his mental shop, they only cost 2 cents apiece. If it weren't for the awkwardness of explaining its origin in Li village, he would have already taken it out for his grandparents to use. Luo Dapeng abandoned his watermelon, clutching the ice brick as he dashed outside, quickly gathering the neighborhood kids. Li Chenxi never imagined that when he gave Luo Dapeng the ice brick, it was meant to cool down the house. Instead, the boy took it back, smashed it into pieces, and shared it with his little buddies. It wasn't entirely their fault, though. Getting a piece of ice this time of year was no easy feat. Though not as sweet as a penny ice pop, to the children it was a rare treasure for beating the heat. Holding a piece in their mouths felt absolutely heavenly. Upon learning this, Li Chenxi was utterly speechless. If those kids got sick from eating ice, just wait and see how Luo Dapeng would handle the fallout. Just then, Li Dazhong returned to Li village, his tricycle loaded with donations from the steel mill, solar cookers, thermos flasks, pencils, exercise books, and more. Chapter 110, Letter of Thanks. Dazhong, these supplies were arranged by Chenxi again, weren't they? Li Zhigao remarked with genuine admiration, feeling that Li Chenxi cared more about the school's development than he, the principal, did. Li Dazhong shook his head with a smile. No, but it does involve Uncle 16. He received an award at the factory for inventing the solar cooker, so he took the opportunity to mention some of the difficulties our village school faces to the leadership. Originally, Uncle 16 just wanted to request a solar cooker for the village. But our factory leadership was incredibly generous. They donated these items to our school in the steel mill's name. The gathered crowd murmured in admiration. It really all came down to Chenxi. With just a few words, he persuaded the factory leadership to donate so much to the school. Clearly, Chenxi held considerable influence at the steel plant. Even the leaders had to give him some face. Li Zhigao beamed upon hearing it was a donation. Excellent. Excellent. Zhong, you won't be heading back tonight, will you? Li Dazhong nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'll head back tomorrow. Uncle 16 wouldn't let me travel at night anyway. He personally didn't mind, but since Uncle 16 had spoken, he would naturally obey. Li Zhigao nodded with satisfaction. All right. I'll draft a thank you letter later. Bring it back to the steel mill tomorrow and hand it to your leadership. No problem. Li Dazhong agreed readily. It was a simple favor, and the right thing to do. Though the items donated by the steel mill might seem insignificant to them, since the village had accepted the donation, they owed the donors gratitude regardless of its value. It was a basic principle of being human. Working together, everyone carried the solar cooker down and placed it in the northeast corner of the schoolyard, where it would catch the first rays of the rising sun. In addition, there were aluminum kettles for boiling water, 3 thermos flasks for storing water, a box of chalk, a box of pencils, and 3 stacks of exercise books. True to its reputation as a steel mill, the company had been generous. These supplies would last the school an entire semester. Upon returning, Li Zhigao immediately set to writing a thank you letter. He penned several pages, totaling 3,000 or 4,000 words. After finishing, he reread it multiple times, anxious to catch any inaccuracies. Around 10 o'clock that night, he finally handed the letter to Li Dazhong. Dazhong, remember to bring this tomorrow. Li Dazhong nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I'll make sure to deliver it personally to our steel mill's leadership. The next morning, Li Dazhong set out at the crack of dawn. Thanks to the electric fan and ice packs, Li Chenxi enjoyed the most comfortable night since arriving in this era, sleeping soundly. Today's 1 yuan flash sale featured 100 jin of wuchang rice and 100 jin of bulk ice cream. Wuchang rice. In his previous life, Li Chenxi had also bought wuchang rice online, but anyone with discerning taste knew those so-called wuchang varieties weren't the real deal. It was said that even people from northeast China rarely got to taste authentic wuchang rice. Wuchang rice's preciousness stems from its unique geographical and climatic conditions. These factors result in higher dry matter accumulation, moderate levels of amylose, and higher amylopectin content. During the rice's maturation phase, the region's significant day-night temperature fluctuations cause a substantial accumulation of rapidly dissolvable disaccharides in the grains. These disaccharides offer numerous health benefits. Authentic wuchang rice exhibits plump grains with a firm texture, appearing translucent and pearly white. When cooked, the grains become glossy and oily, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance. However, annual production of authentic wuchang rice amounts to only tens of thousands of tons, while annual sales exceed millions of tons. This disparity highlights the prevalence of counterfeit products. It also underscores the rarity of genuine wuchang rice, enabling unscrupulous merchants to pass off ordinary rice as the prized variety. But Li Chenxi was confident that the rice from Brain Shop couldn't be fake. Such a premium product deserved to be shared with his grandparents. Turning his attention to the bulk ice cream, he found every flavor imaginable, though without packaging. It resembled the ice pops sold in stores. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and eating breakfast, Li Chenxi grabbed a melon seed crisp-coated ice cream bar, a favorite from his past life. What a refreshing treat! Meanwhile, upon returning to the steel mill, Li Dazhong immediately handed the school's letter of appreciation to Section Chief Wang. Section Chief Wang then passed it to Department Head Zhang, who in turn gave it to Director Ding. Finally, Director Ding delivered the letter to Plant Manager Hu. Factory Director Hu opened the letter and read it carefully. After finishing, he felt he had done something truly meaningful. Originally, those items had been donated solely out of respect for Li Chenxi, with no expectation of reward. To the steel mill, they were practically worthless. Yet unexpectedly, the school had responded with a thank you letter spanning thousands of words. The sincerity and emotion in the letter moved Director Hu deeply. He summoned Section Chief Lu from the publicity department, handed him the letter, and instructed him to post it on the steel mill's bulletin board for proper publicity. Oh, and have the broadcast room read it aloud to our factory comrades. Do it during lunch break, Director Hu instructed. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately, replied Section Chief Lu, taking the letter. This was a classic example of the unity between workers and farmers, certainly worthy of promotion. It was a pity their factory didn't have its own newspaper. Otherwise, they would have dedicated at least half a page to detailing the story. This would greatly boost the collective sense of honor among the factory workers. Just imagine, their factory had helped a struggling school, enabling children to receive an education. As members of that factory, wouldn't they feel a sense of pride? In this era, people placed great value on that sense of honor. Upon returning, Section Chief Lu immediately instructed the broadcasting office to transcribe the letter of appreciation. He planned to preserve the original in the factory's archives, given its significant importance. The posted version, naturally, would be the transcribed copy. By noon, the workers finished their morning shift and streamed toward the cafeteria. In a steel mill where physical labor was grueling, everyone was famished. If they weren't eager to eat, something was seriously wrong. As they walked, the workers discussed the day's lunch, though what they ate was entirely up to the cafeteria. With ingredients scarce and supplies limited, their choices were extremely limited. The same few dishes rotated endlessly, and even vegetables were no exception. As the most abundant vegetable, cabbage naturally became a regular on the table. Cabbage again. When will we ever get meat again? Someone grumbled upon seeing the cabbage, his stomach churning with sourness. Be grateful you have something to eat. Stop being so picky. Many farmers can't even get wild greens, someone teased from nearby. Just as they were chatting, the sweet voice of the announcer suddenly came over the loudspeaker. The two announcers at the steel mill were not only beautiful but also famously gifted with lovely voices. They were widely regarded as the factory's flowers, attracting numerous admirers. Good afternoon, fellow workers. We now read aloud a letter of gratitude from Lijia Village School. Yesterday, our factory leadership decided. The announcer explained the whole story in a gentle, clear voice before formally reading the heartfelt letter of thanks. Only then did the workers learn that their factory had donated supplies to a struggling school, helping the children there gain access to books.
The thank you letter sent by the school expressed gratitude not only to the steel mill's leadership but also to these workers who quietly dedicated themselves at the grassroots level. In that moment, a profound sense of honor filled everyone's hearts, leaving them with immense pride.
Chapter 111, Eating Ice Cream. The heartfelt letter overflowed with profound respect and gratitude for the steel mill workers, its sincerity amplified by the announcer's emotional delivery. It struck a chord with every listener, creating a deeply moving scene that resonated with thousands. As the broadcast began, the steel mill's large canteens fell into a shared, quiet listening. After the announcer finished the heartfelt recitation, a brief silence passed before applause and cheers erupted suddenly, surging like a tidal wave. Bravo! Our factory has truly done a great thing this time. You're absolutely right. When our farmer brothers face hardship, how could we workers stand idly by? This scene unfolded before the eyes of plant manager Hu and the other factory leaders, filling them with deep satisfaction and contentment, exactly the response they had hoped for. The value of the supplies donated to Li Zhezhuang School far exceeded their material worth. This gesture not only showed respect for Li Chenxi but also provided timely aid to the teachers and students in urgent need. Simultaneously, it greatly boosted the morale of the steel mill workers. Moreover, it could potentially achieve a win-win-win-win outcome. Once word spread, it would become a celebrated story between the steel mill and Li Zhezhuang School, circulating beyond their walls to higher authorities. This would bring numerous benefits to the factory leadership. Not only would it enhance the steel plant's reputation, but it would also add to their personal prestige. Bringing this matter to the attention of higher-ups would undoubtedly make their plant's image more prominent, adding a boost to their future career prospects. Director Ding proposed, Director Hu, in my opinion, we should continue this charitable initiative. Let's sponsor one school each year to ease the burden on our farming brothers. After all, the steel mill's resources aren't privately owned. Using them to build a positive image, why not? Director Hu nodded in agreement. That's an excellent idea. We'll discuss it thoroughly at tomorrow's meeting and strive to make it a tradition of our steel plant, truly putting the policy of great cooperation between workers and farmers into practice. His words revealed the wisdom and artistry of a leader. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Chenxi was distributing ice cream bars to the children. When had these city kids ever tasted such delicious ice cream? Normally, they only had access to simple sugar-coated ice pops, yet even that modest sweetness was enough to satisfy them. These popsicles must be expensive, right? The women in the courtyard asked curiously. Though their world was limited, they could still recognize the uniqueness of these treats. The unknown, delicious coating on the outside and the milky white center inside left them marveling. After all, it took 3 big white rabbit milk candies to buy a cup of milk, and this ice pop's rich milky flavor was almost equivalent to the value of a whole cup of milk. Chenxi sure is generous. Li Chenxi smiled in response, I'm not entirely sure where this ice cream bar came from either. I've never seen it on the market. A friend gave it to me. They said it's called an ice cream bar, and the texture is somewhat like ice cream. Old Mo's restaurant sells ice cream, you know. No sooner had he finished speaking than a little one accidentally dropped a chunk of his ice cream on the ground and burst into tears. This crying prompted another child to accidentally drop his ice cream too, wailing even more pitifully. Parents immediately shouted, pick it up and eat it. Don't waste it. In this day and age, there's no such thing as the 3-second rule. Even if an ant crawled over it, you'd find a way to brush it off and keep eating. The right thing to do was to pick it up quickly before the ice cream melted, otherwise, what a waste. Parents urged their children to eat quickly, no dawdling. They'd be heartbroken over a single drop spilled on the ground, let alone an entire piece that would be unbearably painful. They speculated that this ice cream might be specially supplied to certain groups, which is why it wasn't available on the market. Chenxi had mentioned earlier that it resembled the ice cream from Old Mo's restaurant, a place where ordinary people couldn't even get in, let alone eat. Their children only got to taste such delicious ice cream because of Chenxi. In the end, they licked the wooden sticks clean, still looking unsatisfied, exclaiming how incredibly delicious it was. The ice cream's charm was irresistible even to Li Chenxi, let alone these children. They were utterly captivated. Parents warned their children not to mention it outside. Though Chenxi claimed the ice cream came from a friend, who knew if that friend had snuck it out from inside? If discovered, wouldn't that get the friend in trouble? Li Chenxi, however, couldn't care less. It was already in their stomachs, how could anyone trace it back? In those days, there were no phones to snap photos and post on social media, and even personal cameras were rare. Without evidence, what could anyone say? Still, Li Chenxi thought to himself, Li Village was the safest place. There, he could eat without worry. The entire village was filled with his people, solid as a rock. Strangers couldn't even get in easily. Last time, if not for Luo Dapeng showing Zhao Jingwe the way, he'd likely have been stopped at the village entrance. While the courtyard house was also filled with people friendly to him, its scope was simply too small to keep secrets well. If he wanted to feast lavishly in the future, he'd have to return to the village to feel secure. Here at the courtyard, enjoying a good meal now and then wouldn't draw any gossip. After all, it was no secret that Li Chenxi had received several commendations. What harm could a few fine meals do? In the afternoon, Li Chenxi rode his bicycle out for a spin.
When he returned, the basket on the back was overflowing, 10 jin of pork, 5 fish each weighing about 3 jin, 5 jin of eggs, a set of pig offal, and piled on top were vegetables like green beans, tomatoes, and baby bok choy. He stopped at the gate of courtyard 55.
Auntie, has Dajong come back yet? Li Chenxi asked an elderly woman busily sweeping the courtyard entrance. Oh, it's Chenxi. Dajong's home on leave and his mother's here too.
The woman beamed, her eyes darting toward the rear of Li Chenxi's bike, where the basket overflowed with ingredients. I'll go call Dajong right away, the woman responded warmly, preparing to enter the house to summon Li Dajong. In truth, they had already heard the news. This evening, Li Dajong was inviting everyone in the courtyard to dinner. For this occasion, Li Dajong had specially brought his elderly mother and younger sister from the countryside.
Only his younger brother, who was studying, couldn't join them.
For this grand feast, Li Dajong had also specially invited Uncle Quan, the cook from the courtyard, to help out.
Upon hearing the request, Master Quan readily agreed.
After lunch, everyone began eagerly awaiting the ingredients Li Chenxi had promised to bring. The moment Li Dajong's mother and sister stepped into the courtyard, they were overcome with emotion at the sight of their son's eldest brother's city home.
To the Chinese, a house is the very foundation of one's existence. Without a house, you couldn't even claim to have put down roots anywhere. Houses and land are what we Chinese value most deeply.
As soon as Li Dajong's mother arrived at the courtyard, she bustled about, cleaning every corner inside and out until everything sparkled. She also chatted with the women in the courtyard about everyday matters, creating a lively scene. The women in the courtyard were all aware of Li Dajong and Li Chenxi's relationship, so naturally they didn't look down on Li Dajong's mother just because she was from the countryside. Everyone chatted warmly with her, and some even offered to set Li Dajong up with potential partners. The conversation was absolutely lively and boisterous.
Chapter 112, Li Dajong hosts a banquet. Auntie Chen, I'm here.
Li Dajong's voice rang out just in time, interrupting the courtyard chatter. He turned to Li Chenxi and greeted her warmly, 16th uncle.
Dajong, come help carry things over, Li Chenxi responded. Got it, thanks Uncle 16.
Li Dajong called back as he jogged over. The shopping basket was packed to the brim, piled high with all kinds of ingredients.
Be careful, there are eggs in there, Li Chenxi reminded him. Got it, Uncle 16. Li Dajong lifted the basket cautiously.
Just then, Li Dajong's mother came out, her face full of gratitude as she looked at Li Chenxi.
The cook uncle followed behind them.
Together, the three of them carried the shopping basket into the house. Chenxi, just wheel your bike right in, the residents of courtyard 55 called out warmly.
Li Chenxi waved with a smile. No, it's just a few steps. I'll go park the bike first and be right back. After Li Dajong and the others entered the house, they began unloading the ingredients one by one.
Fresh green beans, bright red tomatoes, and vibrant green baby bok choy all looked exceptionally tempting, with hardly any insect damage.
Next came the eggs. Chef Quan, the cook, gave them a quick weigh and estimated about 5 jin, I'd say. Wow, and there's pork, fish, and offal too. Your Uncle Shirlu really spoils you, this is fantastic. These ingredients weren't easily bought with money alone, these days ration tickets were required. Even with tickets, securing such a quantity wasn't guaranteed. My Uncle 16th really treats me well, Li Dajong replied with a simple, honest smile. His mother nodded beside him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Li Chenxi had not only secured Li Dajong a job but also helped him find housing. Though it cost money, everyone understood how precious a job opportunity was. Still, her heart ached a little. So much meat was being used for this feast. Even though her son hadn't paid for it, this debt of gratitude would have to be repaid. The unschooled children in the courtyard gathered around, eyes fixed on the ingredients, swallowing hard. Many hadn't tasted meat in ages. Master Quan got to work, and the women in the courtyard pitched in to help, some sorting vegetables, some cleaning fish, others preparing the pork offal. Those intestines, if washed thoroughly, made a favorite snack to accompany drinks for many. Foreigners always say Chinese people eating animal offal is unsanitary, but that's because they themselves don't know how to clean or prepare it. Of course, poorly prepared offal won't taste good, so naturally they wouldn't enjoy it. It just shows they don't know what they're missing. Offal is the best part. Just look at carnivorous animals, they always feast on the organs first after a kill. That alone proves the organs are the essence of the meal. Even other animals know this well, how could foreigners not understand? Truth is, they know perfectly well, they just don't know how to prepare it. Add more salt, scrub it thoroughly, and wash it clean. Master Quan instructed from the side. In this day and age, who would spare flour to wash pig intestines? Flour is precious stuff, people can't even afford to eat it regularly, let alone use it for cleaning. What a shame, no pig's blood, Master Quan muttered again. If only there had been pig's blood, it would have made for another delicious dish. Master Quan turned to Li Dajong and asked, Dajong, are you planning to use all these ingredients? Li Dajong inwardly hesitated. Using these ingredients truly pained him. After all, he was someone who had endured hardship, having once survived on wild vegetable dumplings and cornmeal steamed buns. Just as he hesitated, Li Chenxi's voice drifted in from outside. Go ahead and prepare everything. Since we're treating everyone to a meal, let's not be stingy.
After this meal, I hope everyone will look out for De Jong's family, they're new here, Li Chenxi said cheerfully.
Hearing Uncle 16 speak up, Li Dezhong quickly turned to Master Quan. Uncle Quan, go ahead and prepare everything. Alright. That's the spirit. Master Quan gave him a thumbs up.
The others in the courtyard echoed Li Chenxi's words, declaring that from now on, Li Dezhong was one of them, a member of Courtyard 55, and no one was to bully him. Li Dezhong had fully integrated into this warm, extended family. Sister-in-law, you're here pretty early today, Li Chenxi greeted Li Dezhong's mother with a smile. Li Chenxi had quite a few aunties by now, many with hair already streaked with gray.
Not that early.
I worked most of the morning, grabbed a bite at the village canteen, then came over with Xiao Xue.
Brother Li, thank you so much.
Li Dezhong's mother mentioned the letter of introduction from the former party secretary, explaining they'd walked all the way.
No need to thank me, I'm counting on Dezhong to help me out with some work in the future.
Li Chenxi replied with a laugh. That would be his good fortune, Li Dezhong's mother replied gratefully. Watching Xiao Xue work diligently, Li Chenxi casually asked, Xiao Xue, how old are you? Though puzzled by Uncle 16's question, Xiao Xue answered honestly, Uncle 16, I'm 15 this year, 2 years younger than my brother.
Just then, an auntie joked, what's this? Chenxi, are you trying to set up your niece? We were just talking about finding someone for Xiao Xue.
At this remark, Xiao Xue's face flushed instantly. Li Dezhong's mother, however, wore an expression of eager anticipation. A match arranged by her 16th brother was bound to be reliable, she didn't need to think twice about it. Li Chenxi replied with a wry smile, Xiao Xue is only 15.
What's she doing thinking about marriage?
She should work in the factory for a few years first.
Work in a factory? Which factory?
Everyone froze upon hearing this.
A young girl from the village getting a factory job?
Everyone present knew how rare such opportunities were.
Even if they exhausted every effort, securing a position wasn't guaranteed.
These days, even jobs like street sweeping or carrying manure required lining up and waiting. Xiao Xue lifted her head, her eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and anticipation as she looked at Li Chenxi.
16th uncle?
Li Chenxi smiled faintly, deciding to do a favor for someone from Courtyard 55 by sharing the upcoming news. In a while, the noodle factory might be hiring. I'll try my best to get you a position. But don't go spreading this around the village just yet. Truthfully, even if he hadn't mentioned it, the news would have spread within days.
Chenxi, is this true? In an instant, all the ants crowded around, their eyes brimming with eagerness.
Li Chenxi nodded and cautioned, don't go spreading it around either.
Spread it around? Who would want to keep something like this to themselves?
Every extra person who knew meant more competition.
Who would be foolish enough to invite trouble?
Don't worry, we won't, the women assured him, patting their chests.
This news was more exciting to them than today's feast. After all, who didn't need a job opportunity?
Li Dezhong, his mother, and his younger sister Xiao Xue were all stunned by this unexpected surprise.
Li Dezhong quickly asked, Uncle Shirlu, how much money is this going to cost?
Even if he had to borrow it, he would scrape together the money to buy a job for his sister.
He knew how rare an opportunity like this was. Li Chenxi waved his hand dismissively. We'll figure that out later.
I'll cover it first.
You two just pay me back a little each month going forward.
Of course, it wasn't a gift. This time, he'd charge market rates. Moreover, knowing that Li Dezhong's father had sacrificed his life as a hero on the battlefield during the Korean War, Li Chenxi felt an even stronger emotional inclination toward this family.
It's only right, it's only right.
Thank you, 16th brother, Li Dezhong's mother snapped back to her senses and hurriedly expressed her gratitude.
2 working parents. This was something she'd never even dared to dream of. Thank you, Uncle 16. Xiao Xue chimed in excitedly.
Originally, she had envied her eldest brother working as a laborer, eating rationed grain, and living in the city. Now, unexpectedly, she too had a chance to move to the city. All of this was thanks to Uncle 16.
Chapter 113, Master Quan's Craftsmanship.
Master Quan was a seasoned veteran who'd spent years honing his skills in the kitchen. Standing before the stove, he handled ingredients with effortless mastery. Radishes, cabbages, chicken, duck, fish, and meat in his hands, they seemed to come alive, obediently coming together to form dish after dish of mouth-watering aromas. While his dishes weren't like the artfully plated creations of modern Michelin-starred restaurants, meant to be admired for their presentation, the moment his food hit the table, the aroma would waft straight up your nose.
And once you took a bite, wow! That authentic Shandong flavor would explode on your tongue. Solid and unadorned, without a shred of pretension.
As Li Chenxi ate, images of those Michelin-starred chefs from the future suddenly flashed through his mind.
There's that joke online, right? About Michelin dishes being all about big plates, small portions, slathering sauce, and adding herbs.
Man, with all that fuss, ordinary ingredients get jacked up in price, and suddenly it seems like the class level has shot up.
As for whether the dish actually satisfies the taste buds? Well, nobody really cares about that anymore.
As Li Chenxi pondered this, he couldn't help but curl his lip.
Michelin even created a chef rating system, coming to China to critique our chefs and cuisine. How could they possibly grasp the profound depth of Chinese culinary art? They actually believed their standards are universally applicable. Some even praised Michelin chef's knife skills to Chenxi. That was laughable. Comparing knife skills to Chinese chefs? That's like showing off in front of the master. Chinese chefs train their knife skills from childhood, wielding a cleaver with fierce precision. They master slicing, dicing, chopping, and mincing, handling ingredients to perfection. What's even more infuriating is that many people back home join in the blind hype, relentlessly praising Michelin. Not only do they gush over it, but they also feel compelled to put down Chinese chefs, culinary skills, and cuisine. These folks probably don't realize that Michelin started out as a tire company completely unrelated to cooking. It's like an outsider trying to dictate to the experts. That said, Chenxi must admit Michelin truly excels at marketing. Back in 1900, France had only about 3,000 cars, making the tire business dismal. They barely sold any all year. Seeing this, Michelin's owner had a brainwave. They encouraged car owners to take more road trips. The more miles driven, the faster tires wore out, meaning more frequent replacements. To entice drivers out, Michelin published the Michelin Guide, detailing fascinating destinations and top-notch restaurants. Who could have predicted that the guide would take off immediately upon release, becoming an essential road trip companion? Seeing its success, Michelin was overjoyed and quickly capitalized on the momentum. To enhance the guide's credibility, they established rigorous restaurant evaluation standards, hiring teams of undercover inspectors who posed as ordinary diners to visit hotels and restaurants for secret assessments. Later, Michelin introduced its star rating system, ranging from 1 to 3 stars. A 1-star restaurant was considered decent locally, a 2-star restaurant meant the chef's skills were truly exceptional, worth a special trip for diners, and a 3-star restaurant was extraordinary. People would climb mountains and cross valleys just for a single meal. This series of strategic moves propelled Michelin's fame to new heights, and its tire business soared accordingly. Master Quan, your cooking is absolutely incredible. Of all the dishes I've ever tasted, yours hits the spot the most, Chenxi exclaimed, wolfing down his meal while giving Master Quan a thumbs up and showering him with praise. Master Quan beamed at the praise, though he remained modest. This is just the basics for us cooks. In our trade, it's all about slow and steady work, one step at a time. As he spoke, Chef Quan drifted into reminiscence. He recounted how he entered the kitchen at a young age, initially too inexperienced even to touch the stove, forced to start with the most basic task, chopping vegetables. Day after day, he faced piles of radishes and cabbages, chopping relentlessly until his hands lost all sensation. After mastering chopping, he moved on to practicing flipping with a wok spatula. He'd flip that heavy spatula all day long until his arms ached so badly he could barely lift them. He spent years assisting his master like this before the master finally nodded in approval and began imparting the true secrets of cooking. Take knife skills, for instance, Master Quan sighed. It took me 3 solid years of practice before I could even claim to be barely competent. He continued with a touch of nostalgia. The early days were grueling, exhausting work for pitiful pay. It was basically unpaid labor for the master. Most people couldn't handle the hardship and quit after just a few days. Only those who truly loved the craft stuck with it. Master Quan grew more animated as he spoke, casually picking up a cleaver nearby. With a sharp snap, he cleanly crushed a head of garlic. The motion was crisp, precise, and executed in one fluid motion. Look at this knife, it's the real deal. Back in our day, if a chef's knife couldn't crush garlic, the seller would lose face big time, might even get beaten up. Not like those modern knives, all show and no substance. They snap just crushing garlic, then argue it's the technique's fault, claiming thousands of years of Chinese knife skills are wrong. What a load of nonsense. At this point, Master Quan remembered Michelin again and shook his head in exasperation. And then there's Michelin, they're just here to make a joke. What do they know about knife skills? Can they even chop vegetables? Their knives are also specialized, one for meat, one for bones, one for garlic, even one for peeling fruit. Looks professional, but it's a pain in the ass. Chinese chefs? One kitchen knife does it all. They, on the other hand, have to lug around a whole arsenal of knives. Exhausting. By evening, the old men from Courtyard 55, Old Man 1, Old Man 2, Old Man 3 returned one after another. Each arrived with something in hand, some carrying bottles of fun liquor, others holding bottles of erguotu. Everyone knew there was a celebration in the courtyard today. Li Dazhong had just moved in and was hosting a banquet. It was only right to join the festivities. 5 banquet tables were set up in the courtyard. At the center of each table sat a glistening braised fish, flanked by a steaming pot of pork stewed with glass noodles. The portions were generous enough to fill every bowl for the young and old gathered there. Come on, everyone, raise your cups. Old Uncle Nyo stood up, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, today is a good day. Dazhong has moved into our courtyard, and from now on, we're all family. In this courtyard, we value unity and mutual support. If anyone faces hardship, we all lend a hand. As for the house matter, it's water under the bridge. No one is to bring it up again. Come on, let's drink up. Everyone nodded in agreement, raising their cups. They all understood that Li Dazhong had Chenxi and Director Li from the neighborhood office backing him. No one would be foolish enough to stir up trouble. Besides, Li Dazhong had been so generous, hosting such a lavish banquet for everyone. To keep harping on the past would be downright inconsiderate. First uncle speaks so wisely. Second uncle and third uncle chimed in immediately. With the three elders speaking up, the others naturally followed suit. Li Dazhong understood clearly that everyone was giving him face mostly because of Uncle Li Chenxi. Just as they were eating, a child suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" His little face flushed bright red. It turned out he'd been too eager while eating fish and had gotten a bone stuck in his throat. The adults nearby rushed over. Some quickly fetched vinegar, urging the child to take a sip, saying it would soften the bone. Others grabbed a large piece of steamed bun, telling the child to swallow it whole to push the bone down. In those days, this was the standard remedy for a fishbone lodged in the throat. Some were even more direct, skipping the vinegar altogether and simply forcing down a piece of steamed bun. After all, the methods passed down by the older generation were tried and true. How different from later generations, where some people are so delicate that a fishbone stuck in their throat or a minor scrape sends them rushing to the hospital in panic. People even joke online that if you wait too long to go to the hospital, the wound might heal itself before you get there. Kids, eat your fish slowly and be careful of the bones, Li Chenxi couldn't help but remind everyone as he watched. He wouldn't stop the children from eating fish just because he feared they might choke on a bone that would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The meal unfolded in lively cheer, everyone eating until their bellies were full. Afterward, a fair amount of leftovers remained on the table. Li Chenxi didn't presume to decide for Li Dazhong how to handle them. Li Dazhong thought to himself, with all that meat already eaten, these leftovers hardly mattered. So, with a sweeping gesture, he addressed the group of women, "Ladies, take these leftovers home. They'll make another meal." The ladies beamed with delight, scrambling to clear the table of the leftovers. Li Chenxi walked over, patted Li Dazhong on the shoulder, and said, "Dazhong, don't worry about these things. I need to talk to you about something tomorrow. Don't rush off to work just yet." It was time to put Li Dazhong to work earning money for him. "Sure thing, Uncle 16. Li Dazhong agreed readily. He couldn't have been happier to work for Uncle 16. His mother was right, being able to assist Uncle 16 was his good fortune. After all, his eldest sister's job still depended on Uncle 16's help. Li Dazhong's mother and sister wouldn't be returning home tonight. They planned to stay here overnight and head back to the village tomorrow. The children at home had been entrusted to the care of neighbors in the village. As the courtyard residents made their way home, they continued discussing the news Li Chenxi had shared the noodle factory might be hiring. Everyone was quietly considering whether this could be a golden opportunity. Chapter 114, Seeking a New Base. Whenever news of factory hiring spread, it tugged at the heartstrings of countless families. It was precisely because urban jobs were scarce, unable to meet the livelihood needs of the vast population, that the down-to-the-countryside policy was introduced. Throughout history, the countryside has consistently played a vital role in China's development as a safety net. At the Li family home, the siblings listened intently as their mother spoke, the conversation naturally turning to the noodle factory's hiring. They cherished this rare job opportunity all the more. The opportunity was largely thanks to Li Chenxi's generous assistance. Now they needed to figure out how to repay Li Chenxi's money and the heavy debt of gratitude they owed him. Their mother suggested that once Xiao Shui also started working, the siblings would each contribute 10 yuan monthly to repay Li Chenxi. At the beginning of their jobs, before becoming permanent employees, their wages wouldn't be very high, probably around 18 yuan. Setting aside 8 yuan for living expenses and other costs should be sufficient. Calculating this way, 20 yuan per month would mean 240 yuan repaid annually. In 3 years, they could settle the entire 720 yuan. That sum should roughly match the price of buying a job position, right? Not long ago, they had already inquired among the people in the courtyard. Typically, the going rate for a job position was around 700 or 800 yuan. Once you start working, you must work hard to secure permanent status as soon as possible, Li Dazhong's mother said earnestly. When your job grade increases, your salary will rise accordingly, making life a bit easier. Not only did they need to repay Li Chenxi, but the siblings also had to set aside funds for their younger brother. When he grew up and sought employment, the cost of purchasing a job position would fall on them to share. "Mom! Don't worry," the siblings promised in unison. Hearing her children's assurances, Li Dazhong's mother felt deeply comforted. She understood her children well. While she couldn't claim to have raised them perfectly, their character and values were fundamentally sound. At the very least, she had instilled in them the traditional virtues of filial piety and gratitude, teaching them how to conduct themselves in life. Even when she passed away someday, she could face her husband and the Li family ancestors with peace of mind. Most importantly, before their mother could finish, Li Dazhong interjected, "Listen to Uncle 16. "Yes. Exactly," his sister chimed in immediately. Li Dazhong's mother nodded with satisfaction. Early the next morning, Xiao Shuet and her mother ate a simple breakfast before setting off back to Li village. Along the way, her mother repeatedly urged her not to reveal the noodle factory business prematurely, lest it cause trouble for her 16th brother, Li Chenxi. "Mother! I know what I'm doing. I won't blab about it," Xiao Shuai assured her solemnly.
Li Chenxi awoke from his slumber and, as was his routine, first opened the page for the 1 yuan flash sale section, securing today's items. Today's haul: 100 jin of barley and 100 jin of toilet paper. Barley. Though most people may never have tasted it, the name itself is likely familiar. It is a variety of barley, an annual or biennial herbaceous plant. With a relatively short growing season, it serves as a staple grain for Tibetan communities. Throughout history, it has primarily been used for brewing alcohol and grinding into tsampa. Tsampa, simply put, is roasted barley flour, an indispensable staple in nearly every Tibetan meal. Barley wine boasts a rich, mellow flavor with an intoxicating aroma, making it exceptionally palatable. In folk medicine, a unique remedy called xiangjia is prepared by blending barley wine, butter, and honey to alleviate low blood pressure symptoms, reportedly yielding significant results in practice. As for the barley itself, Li Chenxi hadn't tasted it yet, so he'd save that for later. But those 100 jin of toilet paper? That was solid gold. Lately, he'd been buying his toilet paper from the brain store, not outrageously expensive, but certainly not cheap either. At breakfast, Li Chenxi hastily ate 2 steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. Uncle 16. Li Dezhong's voice rang out from outside the door. Li Chenxi nodded at him. Follow me. He led Li Dezhong to Luo Dapeng's room, which was piled high with all kinds of supplies: cooking oil, grains, and even meat. Seeing the mountains of supplies before him, Li Dezhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he knew Uncle 16 had some well-connected friends, he had underestimated just how powerful they were. Chenxi, keeping all this stuff here, it just doesn't feel safe, Luo Dapeng couldn't help but say. Although he locked the door every time he left, and even his family didn't have keys, he felt this wasn't a sustainable solution in the long run. He believed it would be best to find a secret base outside. Even if it were discovered and raided, it wouldn't endanger everyone else. Li Chenxi had naturally considered this as well. He nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "You're right. I'll find another base of operations another day." Luo Dapeng seemed to want to say more, but hesitated. "Just say what you want to say. Why beat around the bush?" Li Chenxi urged. Luo Dapeng finally spoke up. "I have a friend whose ancestral home is a secluded courtyard. Not only is the environment quiet and peaceful, but it also has a basement underneath. I think it would be perfect for us to use as a base." Li Chenxi's brows furrowed slightly as a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. "Your friend? Can we really trust him?" Seeming to sense Li Chenxi's unease, Luo Dapeng hastened to explain, "My friend is absolutely trustworthy. He's actually planning to leave here to pursue opportunities in northeast China. Since the ancestral home is a bit out of the way, he's asking for a very reasonable price." "How low?" Li Chenxi pressed. 1,000 yuan. "I know him well, so I should be able to knock off another 100. Luo Dapeng replied. "Hearing you describe it, it does sound quite suitable. All right, go talk to him." "Oh, and when are they moving out?" Li Chenxi inquired again. Moving to the northeast was a solid choice. After all, it was one of the few places in the country where you could be sure of having enough to eat. That fertile black soil was so rich, you could stick a chopstick in it and it would sprout. Moreover, northeast China boasts formidable industrial strength, serving as the nation's industrial heartland. Its title as the firstborn son of the Republic was no empty honor. Especially with the discovery and large-scale development of the Daqing oilfield, the region's future promised even greater prosperity. Within the next few days. The sooner the better, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to offload the ancestral home at a bargain price. Luo Dapeng clearly had keen interest in the property. After clarifying the situation, Li Chenxi instructed Luo Dapeng to negotiate the purchase. He then turned to Li Dazhong and said, "Dazhong, you won't be going to the countryside anymore. You know the situation there now. The soil's been scraped bare layer after layer. What's left to eat? From now on, come here every 3 or 5 days to pick up supplies to fulfill the factory's quota." "Got it." Li Dazhong agreed without hesitation. He understood that Uncle 16 wouldn't harm him. Moreover, this was undoubtedly good news for him. He wouldn't have to toil in the countryside searching for supplies anymore. He could easily fulfill the factory's procurement tasks and get his permanent position sooner. What else could this be but helping him? Li Chenxi also appreciated people with Li Dezhong's character. Work hard and aim to get your permanent position within the next month or 2. Keep track of what you take and how much each time. Li Chenxi could see that despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Li Dezhong was actually a smart and steady individual. "Uncle 16, I understand." Li Dezhong nodded solemnly. After making the arrangements, Li Chenxi casually picked up 2 cured ducks and a 5-pound bottle of rapeseed oil from the room before heading straight to Old Man Li's house. He had important business to discuss, having already coordinated with Old Man Wan a couple of days prior. "Auntie, has Uncle not gone to work at the factory?" Li Chenxi asked as soon as he entered. Grandma Li's face lit up instantly when she saw the cured duck and cooking oil in Li Chenxi's hands. Without a second thought, she knew he'd come seeking her husband's help, and these gifts were naturally his token of appreciation. "He's here. I was wondering why he wasn't rushing off to work. Turns out he was waiting for you, Chenxi." Grandma beamed.
Chapter 115, The clinic moves into Li village. After entering the house, Chenxi handed the 2 cured ducks and a bottle of rapeseed oil to the elderly woman. She saw the old man busily organizing some Chinese herbs, methodically placing them into medicine boxes. Before long, he had filled 3 or 4 boxes. Uncle Li. Chenxi greeted him. The old man looked up, his face breaking into a broad smile. Chenxi, come sit for a bit. We'll be heading out soon. Chenxi nodded in agreement. The elderly woman looked at the cured ducks and rapeseed oil, understanding they were tokens of gratitude. She accepted them without hesitation. She examined the cured duck closely. Its aroma was intoxicating, and it looked utterly delicious. The bottle of rapeseed oil, heaving in her hands, weighed at least 5 pounds, enough to last their family half a year. Before long, Li Dazhong entered the room. Auntie, aware of his relationship with Chenxi, promptly rose to pour them water. Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. We're not thirsty right now, Chenxi quickly interjected. After a while, old man Li finally finished packing. The 4 half-cubic meter medicine boxes were filled to the brim. 2 days prior, he had accepted Chenxi's invitation to begin practicing medicine at Li village. Alright, let's get going, said old man Baishu. He had specifically requested leave from the steel mill yesterday, but upon learning he was responding to Chenxi's invitation to Li Jiazhuan, the mill simply reassigned him to provide rural support to the village. After all, the steel mill and Li Jiazhuan village had deep ties, having previously donated to the village school. This was another form of support, previously educational, now medical. Yesterday, Director Hu and the others had even held a meeting to discuss the steel mill's future targeted assistance for Li Jiazhuan. They knew the village was cultivating vegetables, and once the harvest came in, the steel mill would purchase the produce, a task assigned to Chenxi. Upon hearing the old man's instructions, Chenxi and Li Dazhong immediately began loading the medicine boxes onto the tricycle outside. Chenxi personally drove the elderly Mr. Baishu, while Li Dazhong pulled the tricycle loaded with medicine boxes. The group set off in a grand procession. Back in Li village, the former party secretary had already arranged for an unused room to be cleared out early on, designated as the clinic space. Though not luxurious, the room was clean and tidy, featuring a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The main hall held benches, with a medicine cabinet-like unit at the front and a consultation desk beside it. One room contained a wooden bed for patients to rest, while the other had been converted into a kitchen. It housed a stove, iron pots, and other cooking utensils, with a stack of firewood nearby. The villagers of Li Jia village naturally welcomed the doctor's arrival with open arms. Ever since Chenxi had Li Dazhong's mother relay the message, the old party secretary had been working feverishly with the villagers to prepare the clinic space. They hoped that in the future, when the elderly in the village fell ill, they wouldn't have to trek all the way to the Red Star commune for treatment but could instead receive medical care right in their own village. Chenxi's idea stemmed mainly from the various chronic ailments mentioned by the elderly men and women during their casual chats at his home a few days earlier. He thought of his own grandparents. He had originally planned to take them to a city hospital for checkups, but considering their temperaments, he changed his mind. Instead, he decided to regularly invite doctors to the village to examine the elderly and prescribe medicine. Clean this place up properly, the old party secretary shouted from inside the room, fully aware of how vital this clinic was to the villagers. Since returning from Chenxi, Li village had steadily improved. First, the food shortage was resolved, then, they secured a plot of arable land for the village, opening a path to income generation. Then came the children's education, ensuring they not only had books to read but also ate well and wore decent clothes. Now, he had secured medical care for the villagers, solving their healthcare challenges. Truth be told, Chenxi now commanded immense respect in the village. If he were to run for village chief, it would be the unanimous choice. Even the old party secretary would throw his full support behind him. But Chenxi is now a proud steel mill worker. He'd never come back to be village chief. After all, in the villagers' eyes, factory workers are far more respected than village officials. Once the clinic premises were ready, the old party secretary led the villagers to the village entrance to welcome Grandpa De and his team. Are they coming today? The old party secretary asked Li Dazhong's mother again, a hint of urgency in his voice. 16th brother said so it must be true, Li Dazhong's mother replied with certainty. Before long, Chenxi and his group appeared at the village entrance. Chenxi rode ahead on a tricycle carrying Baishu, while Li Dazhong followed closely behind pulling a tricycle loaded with medicine boxes. They entered the village one after the other. Seeing such a grand welcoming scene, Baishu felt deeply moved, as if half the village had come to greet him. After dismounting, he shook hands with the old party secretary and others to introduce himself. The leadership at our steel mill has instructed me to hold clinic sessions twice weekly in Li Jia village going forward. Baishu conveyed the factory's goodwill to the villagers. Upon hearing this, the old party secretary immediately led the applause. Thank you. We are deeply grateful for the steel mill's support of our Li Jia village. The old party secretary then led Baishu to the meticulously prepared clinic, assuring him that whatever he needed, the village would provide without hesitation. Secretary, you're too kind. This place is perfect, I'm very satisfied, Baishu said gratefully. Chenxi chimed in, I have an unused hot water bottle at home. I'll bring it over later. Oh, and old Li, why don't you come over to my place for dinner first? Since he had invited the doctor, proper hospitality was only right. Chen Baizhu accepted without hesitation, nodding in agreement. That sounds good. He then began taking out the medicines from his medical kit one by one, arranging them neatly on the cabinet. Let's see the elderly patients first today, Li Chenxi reminded him. The former village chief immediately responded, don't worry. I'll take care of it. He had already instructed everyone that the young people were not to come over today to join the commotion unless it was an exceptional situation. Everyone knew that Chenxi had invited the doctor back primarily to make it easier for the village elders to receive medical care. Uncle, if you ever need any more medicine, just let me know. I'll see what I can do to get it. Li Chenxi turned to Chen Baizhu and said. Chen Baizhu knew Li Chenxi wasn't making empty promises. He suspected the young man might know some influential people and could actually source some hard-to-find medicines. He nodded. All right. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Then, Chen Baizhu hesitated. Oh, and could someone help me out? Preferably someone with a knack for manual work. He might be overwhelmed handling both consultations and dispensing medicine alone. Just then, a young man stepped forward. I'll help. I know a bit about Chinese herbs too. Li Chenxi recognized him. It was Dachuan's younger brother, Daqiu. Oh? You know herbs? Let me test you. Chen Baizhu perked up, eager to test Daqiu. If he truly knew herbs, that would be perfect. He could serve as Chen Baishu's assistant. So Chen Baizhu began having Daqiu identify herbs, even testing his ability to measure them out. After 2 or 3 minutes, Chen Baizhu was thoroughly impressed with Daqiu's performance. Seeing this, the old party secretary said, well then, Daqiu, you'll be helping out here from now on. The village will give you work points. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi stood nearby deep in thought, lost in his own musings. Chapter 116, Grandpa takes on an apprentice. Chen Baizhu smiled and nodded, offering Li Daqiu his full approval. You're quite good. You have a talent for medicine. What's your name? Dr. Chen, my name is Li Daqiu. Li Daqiu's voice brimmed with excitement. Having his abilities acknowledged and appreciated filled him with joy. He readily agreed to the old party secretary's work assignment. Just then, Li Chenxi suddenly spoke up. Elder, would you be interested in taking on an apprentice? The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Baizhu and Li Daqiu. Li Daqiu's heart swelled with anticipation. Becoming a doctor had always been his dream. He had once studied herbal identification under a barefoot doctor and ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal plants, but that doctor had never taught him more or taken him as an apprentice. The old party secretary also wore an expectant expression. After all, Daqiu was one of their own from Li village. If the village could have its own doctor, it would be the best thing imaginable. The other villagers watched with envious eyes. If Li Daqiu truly became Chen Baizhu's apprentice, it wouldn't just mean learning medicine, it could also open the door to working at the steel mill. That would be the pinnacle of success. Chen Baizhu froze for a few seconds. He hadn't expected Li Chenxi to bring this up suddenly. Had it been anyone else, he might have hesitated. But considering Li Chenxi's status and their personal connection, plus his own desire to strengthen their relationship, he didn't refuse. Besides, he genuinely admired Li Daqiu and believed he had the makings of a promising medical student. Taking on an apprentice is a good idea, Chen Baizhu replied with a smile. Seeing Li Daqiu still frozen in place, Li Chenxi gave him a kick to snap him out of his daze. Only then did Li Daqiu snap out of his daze, his face lighting up with ecstatic joy as he prepared to kneel and address him as master. Hold on, Li Chenxi interjected. This deserves a proper ceremony. I'll discuss it with your father. Have him set up 2 banquet tables for a formal initiation feast at noon. You'd better study hard, kid. Chen Baizhu felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. In his view, merely kneeling and kowtowing twice as an initiation rite seemed far too perfunctory. Back when he had studied medicine, he had endured countless hardships and sacrifices. Though he had agreed to teach Li Daqiu medicine out of respect for Li Chenxi, deep down, he still felt somewhat reluctant. Yet, to his surprise, Li Chenxi had thoughtfully considered his feelings, proposing to make the initiation ceremony grand and show him proper respect. Chen Baizhu waved his hand with a smile, his tone tinged with modesty. No need for all that pomp and circumstance. Keep it simple. But the old party secretary disagreed. He sided with Li Chenxi, believing the initiation was a solemn and sacred matter that deserved formal treatment. Becoming a disciple is indeed a major event, it can't be taken lightly. Chenxi, I'll go speak with Daqiu's father myself. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement. Alright, that works. And so, the matter of the apprenticeship was settled. The old party secretary immediately set off to find Li Daqiu's father, Li Zhicheng. When Li Zhicheng heard that the doctor wanted to take his son Daqiu as an apprentice, he was so astonished he could scarcely believe his ears. The doctor really wants to take my Daqiu as his apprentice? The old party secretary nodded solemnly and urged Li Zhicheng to seize this opportunity. He only agreed because of Chenxi's influence. If Chenxi hadn't brought it up, do you think he'd willingly take on an apprentice? Hurry and prepare 2 banquet tables. I have some fine tea leaves, go fetch them now. The initiation tea is essential. Oh, and do we have any meat left? We can't let this look too shabby. Upon hearing the news, Lee Dakia's maternal grandparents were also overcome with excitement. Just days earlier, they'd been discussing with their son-in-law about finding Dakiu a job in the city. They never imagined the opportunity would come so quickly. Though it wasn't a direct city job, having someone willing to take him as an apprentice and pass on their craft was undoubtedly a better outcome. As long as Dakiu mastered the medical skills, supporting his family would be no problem at all. Their hearts overflowed with gratitude, knowing this chance was entirely thanks to Lee Dakiu's 16th uncle. Had he not suggested taking on an apprentice, such a blessing would likely never have come to Dakiu's family. Dechun and his newlywed wife, Xiao Feng, were equally overjoyed. Their younger brother-in-law was making something of himself, and they would reap the benefits too. Li Ziqing eagerly agreed. Alright, I'll start preparing right away. After the old party secretary left, the family excitedly discussed the news. Dad, we owe Uncle Shirlu this time. Dachuan exclaimed. Li Ziqing shot his son a stern look, feigning anger. Do I need you to remind me? Don't I know? Go to your second uncle's house and borrow his 2 chickens. Tell him I'll buy 2 new ones to replace them tomorrow. With no meat at home, they'd have to borrow some for now. Dachuan nodded in response. Just as Li Dachuan was about to head out to borrow the chickens, Li Dazhong appeared at the doorstep carrying 2 cured ducks, 2 pieces of cured pork, several pounds of cured sausage, 2 bottles of liquor, 2 cans of yellow peaches, and a small jar of tea leaves. Dazhong, what's this? Li Shiqing looked at him in confusion. Li Dazhong explained, Uncle Shirlu asked me to deliver these. He also said to collect 30 yuan. The cured pork, canned yellow peaches, and tea leaves are gifts for the apprenticeship ceremony. Don't get them mixed up. As he spoke, Li Dazhong pulled 2 unopened packs of Deqianmen cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. Oh, and these too. Li Ziqing's family stared at the items before them, their hearts brimming with emotion, yet unsure how to express it. How could 30 yuan possibly buy all this? They understood that Uncle 16 must have known they couldn't afford anything substantial, so he deliberately sent Li Dazhong to deliver these gifts and symbolically collect a small fee to spare them any awkwardness. Without further words, Li Ziqing turned back into the room, retrieved 50 yuan, and pressed it firmly into Li Dazhong's hand. Take this back to my 16th brother. Dazhong, you're staying for lunch too. Li Dazhong accepted the 50 without hesitation, preparing to deliver it to Uncle 16. Everyone knew these items were worth far more than 30 yuan. Especially the tea, it was clearly not something ordinary people could afford. In truth, Li Chenxi had purchased the tea for just 1 yuan from his mental store. Though far inferior to the tea he gave his own grandfather, in this era, it was considered premium tea. Alright, I'll take the money to Uncle 16 first. With that, Li Dazhong turned and left. Dachuan's grandmother looked at her son-in-law and sighed with emotion. Your 16th brother is truly remarkable, just 1 word from him, and someone agreed to take them as a disciple. I always said we should get closer to him. Her thoughts turned to her 2 grandsons, one already married, the other soon to study medicine. Knowing they'd never have to toil in the fields with their backs to the sky brought her great peace. She believed that her daughter's spirit in heaven would rest peacefully, seeing her 2 sons doing so well. Li Ziqing, meanwhile, sprang into action. With the ingredients his 16th brother had brought, he could prepare 2 lavish banquet tables. By now, the clinic was packed with elderly men and women waiting for their appointments. Li Chenxi's grandfather had sent all the unimportant young people away so that Chen Baishu could focus on treating Li Chenxi's grandmother. Everyone accepted this arrangement as a matter of course. After all, this doctor was the one Li Chenxi's own grandson had gone to great lengths to find. They were merely benefiting from the situation. After examining Li Chenxi's grandmother, Chen Baishu spoke gently. Auntie, you have a bronchial issue, but it's not too serious. I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine for you. We'll use it to gradually regulate your body. He did have Western medicine at his disposal, but such drugs often only treated symptoms rather than the root cause. Of course, Western medicine had its merits, namely, its rapid effectiveness. However, as a doctor, Chen Baizhu was well aware of Western medicine's side effects. Long-term use could easily lead to dependency and often failed to achieve a complete cure. Li Chenxi's grandmother smiled and nodded upon hearing this. You're the doctor. I'll follow your advice. Since this was the doctor her own grandson had brought back, she trusted him completely, showing no hesitation or reluctance to seek treatment. Chapter 117. You know all this? As people age, minor ailments inevitably arise. Li Chenxi's grandparents were no exception, and both were prescribed Chinese herbal remedies by Chen Baizhu for their health maintenance. Li Chenxi listened attentively, silently committing the details to memory. At that moment, Chen Baishu addressed an elderly woman who had come for a consultation. Madam, your condition is rather serious. My facilities here are limited, making it difficult to provide an accurate diagnosis. It would be best if you went to the hospital for a checkup. He had only briefly examined her, taken her pulse, and listened with his stethoscope for about 20 seconds before realizing the severity of her condition. Yet the elderly woman merely smiled dismissively. No need for the hospital. Just prescribe me some medicine. Deep down, she knew her condition well. Each flare-up felt like a brush with death. But with her family's limited means, she dared not dream of detailed tests at a major hospital. Some illnesses weren't so frightening as long as they remained undiagnosed. She could tough it out with whatever medicine she had. If she didn't make it, she accepted it as fate. But what if tests revealed a treatment, only for the costs to be astronomical? That would leave her family torn. Not treating it would leave a gnawing guilt. Treating it might bankrupt them. Truthfully, losing everything wasn't the worst fear. The real dread was losing both money and the person. Spending all that money only to fail to save the patient. Chenxi couldn't help but interject, "Uncle, what exactly is my aunt suffering from?" Indeed, this elderly woman held high status in the village, and Chenxi addressed her as auntie according to local custom. Grandpa Wan was momentarily speechless. "Auntie?" he asked incredulously. "Are you serious about that title?" The old lady smiled at Chenxi and said, "16th brother, my illness is nothing serious. A few pills will fix it. I know what I'm dealing with." "Under control? What on earth is under control?" Chenxi instantly understood. This old sister-in-law didn't want to burden her family. She just wanted the doctor to prescribe something to ease her pain, leaving the rest to fate. Seeing this, Chen Baizhu accepted that Chenxi was using the village's customary term for her as elder sister-in-law and said no more. He spoke slowly. "If I'm not mistaken, this is likely heart disease. As you know, it's quite a tricky condition. Of course, my diagnosis might not be entirely accurate. It would be best to go to a major hospital for a thorough examination first. The heart, as one of the most vital organs in the human body, can become critically serious, even life-threatening when problems arise, regardless of their severity. Heart disease encompasses a wide range of conditions, including rheumatic heart disease, congenital heart disease, hypertensive heart disease caused by high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and myocarditis. In truth, the symptoms of heart disease are quite distinct, including chest pain, shortness of breath, lower limb edema, and palpitations." Chenxi furrowed his brow slightly. He knew heart disease was indeed a stubborn condition. Even decades into the future, it would remain one of humanity's major health challenges, proving quite difficult to treat. Moreover, judging by the symptoms, it's likely coronary heart disease. "Have you heard of this condition, Chenxi?" Chen Baizhu continued. Chenxi nodded. "I've heard of it. It's caused by cholesterol accumulating on the inner walls of the coronary arteries, narrowing the arterial lumen and reducing blood supply to the heart muscle, which triggers angina during physical exertion." How could he not have heard of it? In later generations, coronary heart disease remained a formidable illness. It was said to be one of the most serious threats to human health globally and a leading cause of death in many industrialized nations. Hearing Chenxi's detailed explanation, Chen Baizhu couldn't help but be surprised. "No way. You know all this?" He studied Chenxi curiously, wondering, "What on earth did you study back in school?" Seeing Chen Baizhu's astonished expression, Chenxi explained, "I happened to hear about this disease by chance and did some research on its causes and symptoms. Plus, I heard there's a medication that's remarkably effective against it." At this point, the name of Su Xiaojiu Xian quick-acting heart rescue pills flashed through his mind. It was a miracle drug developed by Professor Zhang in 1982, known as quick-acting heart-saving pills. As China's first purely herbal pill formulation for treating coronary heart disease, it was classified as a long-term state secret. Professor Zhang's other two products, Banlangen Isatis root and Wuji bifoam pills, were also widely recognized as effective medicines. Hearing Chenxi mention such a miracle drug, Chen Baizhu froze again before shaking his head firmly. "There's no such medicine. None. I recall reading similar accounts in ancient texts, something called heart-saving pills with main ingredients being chuanxiong and bingpian." "Grandpa, you're the expert. Could you analyze whether this formula is viable?" Chenxi looked at Chen Baizhu with hopeful anticipation, genuinely wishing this miracle drug could be brought to market sooner to benefit the people. "Chuanxiong and borneal?" Chen Baizhu murmured to himself, the effects of these two herbs flashing through his mind. Chuanxiong is a commonly used blood-activating and stasis-resulting Chinese herb. It promotes blood circulation, dispels blood stasis, regulates qi, relieves depression, expels wind, and alleviates pain. Borneal, on the other hand, can open the orifices, revive the spirit, clear heat, and relieve pain. As he spoke, a hint of conviction slipped into his tone. These herbs truly held promise for treating coronary heart disease. "Which ancient text are you consulting?" Chen Baizhu suddenly felt an intense desire to see the ancient text for himself. In ancient times, conditions like coronary heart disease naturally bore different names, such as water qi overwhelming the heart. The condition water qi overwhelming the heart referred to spleen deficiency preventing proper transformation of water and dampness, leading to accumulation of phlegm and fluid retention within the body. These accumulations would then ascend to invade the heart and lungs, impairing the normal function of heart yang. Affected patients often experienced symptoms like chest tightness, shortness of breath, palpitations with minimal exertion, and a dull ache in the precordial region. In severe cases, it could even trigger angina and other discomforts. Chenxi spread his hands helplessly. "I don't recall. I've read far too many ancient texts." Chen Baizhu didn't question him further. After all, he'd heard that the water-pressing well was inspired by ancient texts Chenxi had studied. There must be other auxiliary herbs involved, and they're likely crucial. I need to study this thoroughly. Chen Baizhu suddenly perked up. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He planned to research it thoroughly upon returning, then conduct experiments using chuanqiong and bingpian as primary ingredients. Chenxi turned to the elderly woman and reassured her, "Auntie, please go get checked without worry. Don't fret about the cost. The examination fee isn't high, and as for the medication afterward." Before he could finish, Chen Baizhu interjected, "If you don't mind trying the medication, I'll cover all costs, you won't pay a single penny." "What do you say?" "I don't mind. I'm willing to try the medicine," the elderly woman agreed without hesitation. In her view, what was there to fear about testing a drug? Her greatest fear was being unable to afford medication. Now that someone was willing to provide it free of charge, it was a blessing she couldn't refuse. Chenxi knew these were pure herbal pills, which rarely caused significant side effects, let alone fatal ones. Thus, he didn't object. After all, someone had to volunteer to test the medicine, and having someone step forward willingly was the best possible outcome. More importantly, with this agreement, his elderly sister-in-law would essentially gain a personal physician who would pay special attention to her condition. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous comfort to the elderly woman. "Very well," Chen Baizhu solemnly promised. "I will examine you twice weekly to ensure your condition receives timely attention and adjustments." At this moment, a preliminary formula had already taken shape in his mind. He planned to use chuanqiong and bingpian as the primary ingredients, supplemented by other herbs, to attempt creating a medicine with significant efficacy against coronary heart disease. Chapter 118, Daikyu becomes a disciple. Chenxi had no knowledge of the exact formula for the quick-acting heart rescue pills. After all, it was one of the state's secrets from his previous life. How could he possibly know it? Even the widely known formula for Yunnan Baiyao was similarly classified as a state secret. The versions of Yunnan Baiyao circulating in the market were reportedly all edited versions. The published ingredients served more as a reference. Therefore, all Chenxi could do was propose the concept and share the primary ingredients he knew. As for the actual development process, that would require the expertise of professional physicians. If even a professional physician like Chen Baizhu couldn't figure it out, then there truly was no solution. They'd have to wait for an expert like Professor Zhang to step in. However, Chen Baizhu was in an exceptionally good mood at that moment. On one hand, he was delighted to have taken on a disciple. And on the other hand, because Chenxi had provided him with an extremely promising idea for a formula. Though the idea was vague, it at least pointed him in a research direction, which was undoubtedly crucial for him. With his spirits soaring, Chen Baizhu's efficiency in treating patients soared as well. By lunchtime, he had already prescribed medicine for 7 elderly patients. Herbal medicine prices in this era remained relatively affordable, within reach for most people. Of course, precious herbs aged for decades had always been expensive. That was a different matter entirely. On the way to Li Daikyu's house for the apprenticeship ceremony and banquet, Chenxi suddenly remarked to the old party secretary, "Secretary, our village really needs to step up its game." The old secretary didn't immediately grasp his meaning, but agreed nonetheless, "Yes. That's why I've urged the group raising chickens on the hillside to step up their efforts and get the chicken farm up and running as soon as possible." He assumed Chenxi was referring to the mountain designated for free-range chicken farming and was suddenly expressing dissatisfaction with the current progress. "I just worry we might not be able to handle it," the old secretary said with some concern. Chenxi smiled and replied, "That's exactly why we all need to keep working hard and earn more money. Otherwise, all this is just empty talk. Once the village collective is rolling in cash, there'll be no end to the things we can accomplish. Not only can we provide free education for the children and free healthcare for the elderly, but we can also build facilities and projects that benefit and serve the people." The old party secretary was momentarily speechless, a pang of shame welling up inside him. He realized he lacked Chenxi's ambition entirely. He hadn't even dared to dream of such things. "Never mind. We should focus on increasing income first. Once the village has ample funds, we can discuss these matters." With that, Chenxi quickened his pace to catch up with Chen Baizhu. The old party secretary, the brigade leader, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. From now on, Li village would follow Chenxi's lead. Whatever he proposed, the village would implement. After all, it was clear to everyone that Chenxi genuinely had the village's best interests at heart. At that moment, Li Daikyu's father, Li Zhiqing, stepped forward to greet them warmly, ushering Chenxi and Chen Baizhu into the house and instructing his daughter-in-law to brew some fine tea. He attached great importance to this apprenticeship ceremony and banquet. The former party secretary and the others watched from behind, their eyes wide. They thought to themselves, "Damn it! Are you only seeing Dr. Chen and Chenxi? Can't your eyes see us?" Chenxi paid no heed to the commotion. He called out, "Daikyu, go change into something presentable. One must dress properly for a master-disciple ceremony." Daikyu nodded eagerly, then dashed into his room to retrieve his finest outfit. Now dressed in his new clothes, Daikyu looked refreshed and radiant, exuding an air of distinguished elegance. Chen Baizhu nodded approvingly.
According to tradition, we should first pay respects to our founding master.
Unfortunately, his portrait isn't here. No matter, we can pay homage to Triple X. Chen Baizhu declared.
This was indeed the correct approach for the moment. As long as he invoked this name, no one would dare raise objections, nor would they find any grounds for criticism.
Next came the formal initiation ceremony.
Li Daqiu respectfully presented a cup of tea as a gesture of reverence.
After the initiation, a gift must be presented.
Ancient tradition dictated the 6 rites of gift-giving, where disciples offered 6 types of presents to their masters. But times had changed, and gifts could be adapted accordingly.
Li Daqiu's gifts were quite substantial: 2 cured hams, 2 cans of yellow peaches, and a jar of tea.
Such gifts were considered quite rare in the countryside, and even in the city, they carried considerable weight. After all, people struggled to secure even basic grains, let alone meat. Yellow peach preserves were especially scarce. Bringing 2 jars when visiting relatives or friends was a sure way to impress. As for the tea leaves, well, needless to say, they were a rare treasure for most people.
Grandpa usually drank only low-grade tea, and even that wasn't a regular occurrence.
The packaging alone screamed high-end quality.
He knew deep down that these premium leaves must have been prepared by Chenxi. After all, he couldn't imagine this small village producing such precious tea. This showed how seriously Chenxi took this apprenticeship ceremony, or rather, how much he cared about his new disciple, Li Daqiu. Initially, according to Chen Baiju's established training plan, the focus was to temper Li Daqiu's temperament first, having him handle more menial tasks before gradually imparting the true medical skills. But now, seeing how much Chenxi valued this initiation, he decided to alter the plan and skip the tedious tempering process. Besides, with these 3 generous gifts presented for the apprenticeship, Chen Baishu felt compelled to take it seriously and properly instruct Li Daqiu. Li Daqiu's family members were overjoyed, their faces beaming with happiness. Their household was finally producing a doctor.
I have clinic duties later and can't drink, Chen Baishu apologized to the group. Please enjoy yourselves freely. His self-control was indeed formidable. Hearing this, the old party secretary and the others felt awkward continuing to urge him to drink. After all, he still had to treat the villagers. If he got drunk and misdiagnosed someone, it would be a disaster for the whole village.
Let's substitute tea for wine, Chen Baishu proposed. All right, Dr. Chen. We'll drink first to honor you, take it easy.
Li Shiqing raised his cup with a hearty gesture, tilted his head back, and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Then he raised another toast to Li Chenxi. This toast was essential. Without Li Chenxi's assistance, his son Daqiu would never have had the chance to apprentice under Chen Baizhu. Seeing his master abstain from alcohol, Li Daqiu dared not touch a single drop himself, fearful of diminishing his standing in his master's eyes.
Grandpa, please drink less.
If you keep drinking, I'll have to tell Grandma, Li Chenxi admonished his grandfather.
He permitted his grandfather to drink, but only in moderation. After the initiation banquet, Li Chenxi accompanied his grandfather home.
Chen Baizhu and Li Daqiu remained in the village to tend to the elderly who needed medical care.
Li Chenxi took an afternoon nap and awoke well into the afternoon.
He planned to visit the mountain designated for chicken farming to check on the progress. In just 2 days, wooden stakes had been erected at the mountain's base. Branches and other materials connected the stakes, forming a simple yet functional fence. Given the limited resources, no barbed wire was available. This makeshift solution would have to suffice.
16th brother. Uncle 16th. Li Jihong and the others greeted him warmly upon seeing him arrive.
Li Chenxi smiled as he distributed cigarettes among them, not forgetting to remind them, don't carelessly discard cigarette butts. It's dry in these mountains, and accidentally starting a wildfire would be a real hassle.
Li Jihong and the others nearly burst out laughing at this. Who in this day and age would carelessly toss an unfinished cigarette butt? We caught a weasel yesterday.
I had someone take it to another mountain to release, Li Jihong told Li Chenxi. In truth, besides the weasel, they'd also caught several snakes. Those snakes weren't so lucky, they all ended up in the cafeteria kitchen, turned into a delicious snake soup.
Li Chenxi was speechless upon hearing this.
Weasels were notorious for their sharp memories and vindictiveness. In his view, once caught, they should be disposed of immediately to avoid future trouble.
He didn't bother with superstitions or taboos. In this day and age, even tigers could be hunted. What was killing a weasel compared to that? Chapter 119, Daqiu becomes a disciple Part 2. Still, he knew that in some places, rats and weasels had been mythologized, revered as one of the 5 immortals. But look at what's happened to rats these past 2 or 3 years. The moment one dares to show its face, everyone's out to get it. Besides, what about these 5 immortals? Wasn't that all just feudal superstition? These days, feudal superstition was precisely what they were fighting against. Still, Li Chenxi wouldn't force his views on the villagers or demand they change their ways. After all, a sense of reverence wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Li Chenxi walked around the fence and pointed to a spot. Divide the men. Build a row of sheds over there. Build sheds? A whole row of them? Li Jihong and the others were taken aback. Even though they're free range, the chicks still need care in the early stages. Otherwise, the survival rate will be too low, Chenxi explained. The sheds will provide shelter for the chicks, and we'll need to station 2 people here every day. Since you release the weasels, we naturally need precautions, Chenxi said, his tone tinged with resignation yet unwavering resolve. Free-range farming is sound, but we can't leave them entirely unattended. Li Jihong immediately began directing his men. Right. Makes sense. Third brother, you and the others go build the shelter. Make it sturdy, people will be living in it soon. No problem. Building a shed is easy. Old third and the others readily agreed. However, Chenxi's next words stunned Li Jihong and the others, not just 1 or 2. Build them all the way around, from this side to that side. And cut down every single tree in this entire circle. This order left Li Jihong and the others exchanging bewildered glances, their minds filled with confusion. Li Jihong cautiously probed, 16th brother, how many chickens are you planning to raise? Building that many sheds? That's no small undertaking. He silently calculated in his mind, raising too many chickens wouldn't be good. The chicks would need to be fed in the early stages, right? Where would the village find enough grain to feed them all? Besides, could the insects, termites, and other resources on this mountain truly sustain that many chickens? Seeing his brother's expression, Chenxi explained with a wry smile, it's not just for raising chickens. I also plan to build mushroom houses. Cutting down these trees is for cultivating mushrooms. Later, the wood used for mushroom cultivation can be left to rot naturally, nourishing termites, woodworms, and other organisms which can then be used to feed the chickens. He already had a complete vision for a biological recycling system in his mind. Chicken manure could also be used as organic fertilizer for the village. In short, raising chickens wasn't just about the money from selling them, the benefits were far more extensive. As for the consequences of cutting down trees, Chenxi hadn't given it much thought. In this era, how could development possibly happen without environmental disruption? Especially now, when people couldn't even get enough to eat, who had time to worry about that? He recalled the strict environmental regulations of his own time, where farmers were even penalized for cutting down trees they had planted themselves, a notion that struck him as utterly absurd. But in this era, such concerns were irrelevant. As long as he didn't set the mountains ablaze, everything was manageable. Lately, Chenxi had been preoccupied with figuring out how to efficiently hatch chicks and cultivate mushrooms. Relying on hens to naturally hatch chicks was clearly impractical. And having Chenxi buy large quantities of chicks was also a significant challenge. After all, the sheer volume made it quite cumbersome to manage. The most sensible approach was undoubtedly to take matters into his own hands and hatch chicks from eggs. This meant adopting artificial incubation methods. When it came to artificial incubation, specialized equipment like a chick incubator was essential. The principle behind this device is actually quite simple. Put plainly, it's a machine that simulates the maternal environment of oviparous animals, controlling temperature and humidity while performing tasks like egg turning. This allows fertilized eggs to develop into life within a set time frame. Put simply, it's just a heated box with ventilation, nothing mysteriously complicated. As for heating energy, electricity isn't the only option. Traditional fuels like honeycomb coal, coal briquettes, coal cakes, or charcoal can all be used. You could even maintain a constant temperature by replacing hot water. Therefore, Chenxi's next goal was to build an incubator himself. After all, Li Village still lacked electricity, forcing him to seek alternative heat sources. Temperature control, however, might prove slightly more challenging. Beyond temperature, ventilation and air exchange were equally critical. As far as he knew, eggs also needed to breathe during their development. Chick embryos undergo gas exchange during development, especially after the 19th day of incubation, when the embryo begins to breathe. Poor ventilation at this stage could lead to severe oxygen deprivation inside the incubator. Even if chicks successfully hatch, their cellular metabolism will be inhibited if their oxygen demand isn't met. Acidic substances will then accumulate in the chicks' bodies, causing the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in tissues to rise, which can trigger metabolic respiratory acidosis. Once this acidosis occurs, it reduces cardiac output in chicks, leading to myocardial hypoxia, myocardial cell necrosis, irregular heart rhythms, and even sudden cardiac arrest, extremely severe consequences. Therefore, while temperature is paramount among factors affecting hatchability, the importance of ventilation must not be overlooked. He had come across videos about mushroom cultivation in his previous life, and he still remembered the basic steps. The process itself wasn't overly difficult. Some skills, once someone points them out, are like a veil being lifted. Everyone suddenly realizes, oh, it's just that simple. With this setup, you guys won't be able to handle it alone. You'll need to go back and find more help, Li Jihong said. After all, the work was no light task, chopping trees, building sheds, and not just 1 or 2 sheds, but a long row stretching dozens, even hundreds of meters. I'll go get people, someone volunteered from the crowd. Make sure to explain everything clearly to the old party secretary and the others, Li Jihong instructed. Such a major undertaking should have been discussed within the village first. But since Chenxi had proposed it, there was no need for lengthy debate. They would simply follow his lead. The old party secretary and the brigade leader had already spoken. Chenxi's wishes were their wishes.
By a little past 4 in the afternoon, Chen Baishu had finally examined all the elderly villagers and prescribed medicine for each of them.
Come find me in town tomorrow, Chen Baishu told Li Daqiu.
Now that he had taken on an apprentice, he couldn't just leave him on the sidelines. He needed to bring him along to gain exposure to more cases. That was the only way to truly learn. Yes, master, Li Daqiu nodded in agreement. Chapter 120, The Courtyard Where Death Lurked. Li Chenxi drove Chen Baishu back to the courtyard house, while Li Dezhong returned directly to the city after the initiation banquet. By the time they returned to the courtyard, dusk was settling in. Chenxi, why not stay for a simple meal at my place? Chen Baishu extended an invitation to Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi shook his head and politely declined. No, thank you, Master Chen. I still need to find Da Peng and the others to discuss something. Alright, since Li Chenxi had business to attend to, Chen Baishu didn't press the matter further. He picked up the apprenticeship gift Li Daqiu had given him and headed back to his own home. Li Chenxi, meanwhile, returned to park the car before turning to go to Luo Da Peng's place. Master, you're back? Oh my, what did you bring home this time? Chenxi is just too generous. The matriarch spotted the items in Chen Baishu's hands and assumed Li Chenxi had sent another gift. This put her in a bit of a bind, since she'd just accepted a gift that very morning. Accepting gifts twice for one favor? That doesn't seem quite right, Auntie thought to herself. Chen Baishu placed the items on the table and explained with a smile, these are gifts from the apprentice I took on at Li Village. Don't get the wrong idea. He then detailed the reasons and circumstances behind taking on the apprentice. It was mainly Chenxi's suggestion, Chen Baishu concluded. I see the boy has a bright mind, and he's a sensible child. After listening, the matriarch nodded and said, since Chenxi suggested it, it would be hard to refuse. This is good, it will strengthen our family's relationship with Chenxi. Mom, it's canned peaches, the eldest aunt's youngest daughter exclaimed happily. The matriarch quickly stowed the items away, afraid the children might damage them. Such precious canned peaches would be perfect for visiting relatives and friends in the future. As for the 2 pieces of cured pork, they could eat one tonight to satisfy the children's cravings. Grandpa carefully opened the jar of tea leaves. Seeing that every leaf was intact and undamaged, he felt immensely pleased. Such high-grade tea was extremely rare, even money couldn't always buy it. Moreover, just looking at the jar itself radiated an aura of luxury. Now, when friends came to visit, he'd have something impressive to offer. Just placing that tea on the table would make those guys green with envy. This cured pork, these canned goods, they're truly wonderful, an elderly woman exclaimed with genuine admiration. Chen Baishu shook his head. But how can these compare to that tea? The older woman didn't even bother arguing with him. She thought to herself, can tea fill your stomach? That stuff is only for her husband to enjoy, while the cured pork can feed the whole family. The canned yellow peaches could even be given away as gifts. Naturally, she valued the cured pork and canned peaches much more. Mom, open one for us to try. The second child at home was also craving those canned peaches. Yeah, Mom. The other kids joined in the clamor. This was too much. 2 cans of peaches, and not even a taste? Even a stingy miser wouldn't be this tight-fisted. Just open one for them, the eldest uncle finally spoke up. But these were gifts from an apprentice, how could she just give them away? Fine. Grandma relented reluctantly. Since the head of the household had spoken, she carefully opened 1 can of peaches and divided it equally among the children, sugar syrup and all. Fairness was paramount in their household, they wouldn't want the kids complaining of favoritism later. Honey, Daqiu is coming over tomorrow. Where will he stay? Grandma raised another question. Their place was small, there simply wasn't room for Daqiu to stay. Chenxi said he'd take care of it, Chen Baishu replied. They had already discussed this issue on their way back. Only then did the first aunt realize Chenxi's place wasn't small, and since he lived alone, there was indeed spare room. She hadn't thought of that before. In truth, Li Chenxi had never intended to arrange for Li Daqiu to stay in their courtyard compound. He had gone to see Luo Dapeng precisely to inquire about the progress of negotiations for that detached house. If they actually bought that place, leaving it empty would be unwise, it could arouse suspicion. It would be best to have their own people move in, who could also keep watch at night. From now on, whenever someone from Li Village came to stay, Li Chenxi would arrange for them to live in that courtyard. With only his own people there would be no need for worry. Chenxi really cares about his nephew, Auntie E remarked. Arranging his apprenticeship, finding him a place to live, these are things only parents would do. Yeah, you're right. This is definitely better, Chen Baishu nodded in agreement. By now, Li Chenxi had arrived at Luo Dapeng's room. Li Yud was there too, organizing the items for tonight's trip to the black market. Every time they went to sell something, they planned it out in advance. What exactly to sell, how much to sell, and even whether to go or not, all of it was decided by Li Yud. Luo Dapeng had no objections. He couldn't be bothered to think about it anyway, knowing Li Yud's mind was far sharper than his own. Li Yud, however, was far from idle. Every day, he analyzed the black market situation, gathered intelligence, and then decided whether to go out, what to sell, and what prices would be most advantageous. Li Chenxi had barely stepped through the doorway when he pulled out the braised pork he'd bought earlier, still piping hot.
Have you eaten yet? Li Chenxi asked. Luo Dapeng and Li Yid glanced at the lunchbox in Li Chenxi's hand. Opening it to find braised offal, they couldn't possibly stomach it. Yet they replied in unison, not yet.
I'll go get a bottle of liquor, Luo Dapeng hurriedly offered. Li Chenxi stopped him, no more drinking. First, tell us about that courtyard.
How did the negotiations go? Li Yid retrieved 3 bowls and 3 sets of chopsticks from Luo Dapeng's cupboard, washing them meticulously.
The braised stew Li Chenxi had brought was already sliced and packed tightly into 2 large lunchboxes.
It's settled. We can transfer the deed anytime.
But we only got him down to 950 yuan. If we'd waited 2 more days, I bet he would've.
Luo Dapeng was cut off before he could finish. Fine, 950 yuan it is. First thing tomorrow morning, you go get him over.
We'll head to the neighborhood office and transfer the courtyard.
Li Chenxi decided decisively. He then asked, by the way, is that courtyard really okay?
After all, a courtyard priced at just over 900 yuan would likely attract many interested buyers. Though it was only a single courtyard yuan, it still covered over 100 square meters.
Their current residence was a 3-courtyard yuan, featuring a front courtyard, central courtyard, and rear courtyard.
A single courtyard yuan essentially meant only the front courtyard existed, lacking the central and rear sections. Even so, it could comfortably house 3 or 4 families.
Luo Dapeng dared not conceal the truth. It has its flaws, it's rather dilapidated. But since it's been occupied all along, it's still passable. Besides, I've heard a rumor. What rumor? Li Chenxi and Li Yid asked curiously. Luo Dapeng swallowed hard and truthfully replied, they say someone died there before. Li Chenxi and Li Yid rolled their eyes in unison. So what if someone died there? What house hasn't seen death? Forget death, some places even have ghosts. What's there to fear about someone dying? Li Chenxi said nonchalantly. Luo Dapeng explained, it was someone who hanged themselves at the doorway. That's why people avoid it. But that was ages ago, before any of us were even born. No big deal, Li Chenxi truly didn't think it was anything.
In modern times, some houses had witnessed far more terrifying events.
If you think it's fine, then it's fine. Hearing Li Chenxi's words, Luo Dapeng relaxed.
He decided that after finishing the stewed meat, he would go find his friend and get the property transfer sorted out as soon as possible.
Chapter 121, The Courtyard is Ours. Old Man A tossed and turned all night, his mind consumed by the image of that quick-acting heart pill formula, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, Luo Dapeng arrived with his friend Defei. Chenxi, this is Defei, Luo Dapeng introduced. Defei cut straight to the point, Brother Chen, since you're Dapeng's brother, I won't beat around the bush. Li Chenxi nodded. Yeah, I like dealing with straightforward people. Defei continued, we can't transfer the property directly, but we can do it through inheritance or gifting. 950 yuan, and we'll handle the paperwork at the sub-district office. Of course, if you're willing, Brother Chen, we can go see the place first. Li Chenxi pulled out a stack of 10 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to Defei. Count it. Defei froze, surprised by Li Chenxi's promptness. Without another word, he handed over the money. Truth be told, since Luo Dapeng had recommended it, the courtyard couldn't be bad, it might even be a steal. Besides, he wasn't buying it to live in himself. It was mainly for storage and to provide a place for visitors from the village to stay. As long as the rooms were habitable, it wouldn't be a major issue. Besides, he didn't want to embarrass Luo Dapeng. After all, he was Dapeng's friend, so it was better to be straightforward. Haggling over the price would only embarrass Dapeng. Luo Dapeng chuckled. See? Told you my buddy's a straightforward guy. Defei gave him a thumbs up. Shengu, you're the man. Deal. We'll head to the neighborhood office right now. I'll have my stuff moved out before noon, and you can move in any time. In front of Li Chenxi, Defei counted the money again. After all, nearly 1,000 yuan was no small sum, he couldn't afford to be careless. Li Chenxi showed no displeasure, it was only right. If it were anyone else, Defei might have counted it 2 or 3 times. But since this was Dapeng's brother and he was paying so readily, he didn't hesitate, 1 count was enough. Next, Li Chenxi and Defei went together to the neighborhood office and found Director Li. Defei hadn't expected Li Chenxi to have connections at the sub-district office. This made things much easier, no need to worry about being grilled with questions. Director Li indeed asked no further questions. The paperwork was processed swiftly and properly, no one could ever find fault with it later. Auntie Li, when the time comes, I'd like to have some villagers stay in this courtyard. Is that okay? Li Chenxi asked Director Li. Director Li shook her head. It's your own house, you can let anyone stay there. But it's best to have someone living here. You should understand that. Li Chenxi nodded. He understood perfectly well. If the place remained unoccupied, it would attract suspicion and could potentially trigger an investigation. Understood, he replied. Director Li smiled again. The instant noodle factory has decided to expand, hire more staff, and increase production. You really are impressive. You've even managed to make instant noodles. Li Chenxi humbly replied, Auntie, it was all just a stroke of luck. Director Li smiled and said no more. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? Ultimately, it was because Chenxi had read so many ancient texts and learned so much from them. Both the water-pressing well and instant noodles were inspired by insights gleaned from those ancient texts. Word has it that someone has already found relevant ancient texts confirming Chenxi's claims. Now, those dedicated to preserving traditional Chinese civilization are practically buzzing with excitement. Traditional culture has been so severely devalued over the years that when something valuable is finally discovered, they naturally seize the opportunity to promote it vigorously. At the same time, they remembered Chenxi, as he had repeatedly uncovered valuable aspects of traditional culture. After completing the paperwork, De Fei took Chenxi to view the house. It was clear that De Fei's family was genuinely eager to move. De Fei explained that his uncle had already secured a job for him in Daqing. He could start immediately upon arrival, and the salary and benefits were quite good. What was there to wait for? What use was clinging to this ancestral home in the capital? Besides, his uncle mentioned that Daqing was undergoing major development and would soon flourish. Wouldn't it be better to get there early and secure a good spot? Chenxi nodded in agreement. He knew full well that over the next 3 or 4 decades, Daqing would rapidly rise to become a major city centered around oil production. But resource-based cities like this rise fast and fall fast. Once the resources are depleted, the city will inevitably decline. Unless it can transition in time, lasting prosperity is unlikely. He visited the courtyard and found its location rather remote. But for Chenxi, this was precisely what he wanted. A bustling location would only hinder his operations. Brother Chen, here's the key. If you're uneasy, you can replace all the locks in the house. De Fei handed the key to Chenxi. His family had already packed up almost everything. After all, Luo Dapeng had come to notify them last night, and they'd started packing some things then. All right. Chenxi took the keys. De Fei pointed to the furniture in the house and said, Brother Chen, what about these big items? Do you want them? If not, I can have people come pick them up. They were about to relocate their entire family to Daqing in the northeast. With such a long distance, these items were definitely too cumbersome to transport. If Chenxi didn't want them either, he planned to call on the neighbors nearby to take them off his hands. After all, nowadays, even if the furniture was old and worn out, or even broken, it could be taken back to burn for firewood. There would surely be people who wanted it. I'll take them. Thank you, Chenxi immediately agreed. It wasn't his home anyway, so slightly worn furniture didn't matter. He was sure the people coming from the village wouldn't be picky either. He'd already inspected the furniture, nothing antique, just ordinary old pieces, not even rosewood. He'd also checked the basement. De Fei had explained it was originally a cellar for storing winter vegetables like cabbages. Later, during the war, the family expanded it into a shelter where they could hide from soldiers. The basement had 2 exits, one inside the house and one outside. This design was actually intended for disaster escape. Yet, these features perfectly aligned with Chenxi's preferences, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. Seeing De Fei and the others start moving luggage outside, Chenxi couldn't help asking, De Fei, are you leaving now? Yeah, Chen Gu. We'll meet again someday. We'll gather together when the time is right, De Fei replied. It was almost a self-comforting remark, considering the distance and the fact that they were moving their entire family away. They were unlikely to return. We will. Next time you're back, I'll treat you to a feast. Wait a moment. With that, Chenxi also headed outside. He circled the vicinity briefly before returning, holding 5 vacuum-sealed bags of dried pork jerky, each bag weighing exactly 1 jin. De Fei, take these for the road. Chenxi pressed the jerky into his hands. De Fei looked at them, both surprised and delighted. Brother Chen, this. Enough, stop fussing. Consider it a farewell gift from Dapeng. Remember to come back when you have time. Chenxi was quite satisfied with this courtyard, so he was feeling generous. Besides, seeing De Fei about to leave without saying goodbye to Dapeng, he decided to give De Fei something on Dapeng's behalf. These pork jerky strips were today's 1 yuan purchase. Chapter 122, Arrangements. Dried meat? And packaged like this. De Fei's mother stared in surprise as she caught up to her son, who was holding several bags of the jerky. Dried pork has a long history, dating back to the late Song and early Yuan dynasties. As residents of the imperial capital, what delicacies hadn't they seen? Whether they'd tasted them was another matter entirely. But this particular type of dried pork, De Fei's mother had seen before, though getting her hands on it now was incredibly difficult. She'd only ever seen it sold in bulk. This kind, wrapped in transparent plastic film, was something she'd never encountered. Brother Chen gave them to us, De Fei explained with a smile, feeling incredibly proud. De Fei's mother was deeply moved. Though her son wasn't always reliable, always skulking around the streets, he had finally found a true friend. These past few days, his so-called friends must have known they were leaving, yet not a single one had come to see them. In contrast, Luo Dapeng had visited 2 or 3 times and even helped find a buyer for their ancestral home. Now, Dapeng's brother had sent them several pounds of dried meat as a gift. It warmed her heart. Mom, I want some jerky. Defei's younger siblings stared wide-eyed at the jerky, their mouths practically watering. Defei tore open a bag and handed it to them. Go ahead and eat. This infuriated his mother, who shot him a glare. Yet seeing how well he treated his family, she felt deeply gratified. Mom, big brother, you should try some too. It's so delicious, sweet, the little one mumbled between bites. Defei tasted a bit himself. The flavor was indeed rich and authentic, sweet with a hint of saltiness, savory yet fresh, with a lingering aftertaste. He couldn't help but praise, it really is delicious. Once the courtyard was cleared, Chenxi began filling the basement with large quantities of supplies. Among them were grains like rice, flour, and corn, meats such as cured sausages, cooking oils like peanut oil, and non-staple foods including sugar, soy products, and canned goods. For these supplies, he specifically topped up his mental store with another 1,000 yuan. If Li Yud and Luo Dapeng had sold these items, Chenxi believed his earnings would have easily surpassed 10,000 yuan. Then he could finally upgrade the shop in his mind. He was curious to see what the upgraded store would look like. At that moment, Li Deqiu successfully located the courtyard house according to the provided address and was now inside the home of the elderly gentleman. The elderly lady instantly took a liking to the boy upon first meeting him, her affection for him extending to everything associated with him. Soon after, the old man led Li Deqiu to the steel mill's infirmary, intending for him to assist there. He believed this mentorship approach would help Li Deqiu grow faster. After all, exposure to more cases would undoubtedly benefit Li Deqiu greatly. Even if he didn't directly participate in diagnosis or treatment, he could still gain valuable experience. At the clinic, Chen Baishu, one of the 3 senior doctors, faced no criticism for mentoring a student. After all, he wasn't demanding extra pay from the steel mill. Everyone knew Chen Baishu had taken on an apprentice named Li Deqiu, and that this young man had a close connection to Li Chenxi. Because of this, people treated Li Deqiu with considerable courtesy, even friendliness. How old is the young man? Our Xiaoping is new here too, you two should chat more, someone in the clinic joked. In their eyes, Li Deqiu's future was bright. With a mentor like Chen Baishu and Li Chenxi's network of connections, how could he possibly struggle to find work later? Xiaoping was a nurse at the clinic who had just started this year. Fresh out of school, Li Deqiu couldn't handle such teasing. For a moment, he was flustered and couldn't even speak clearly. Xiaoping was the same, she was very shy, quite different from those seasoned veterans. Chen Baishu teased with a laugh, don't you two have work to do? But seriously, Xiaoping and Deqiu would make a great match. Maybe you two should get to know each other better. Having taken Li Deqiu as his apprentice, Chen Baishu naturally cared about his personal life. Xiaoping had been at the steel mill infirmary for nearly a year, and Chen Baishu knew her character well. He thought she was a fine young woman. Come noon, Chen Baishu took Li Deqiu home for lunch. After all, Li Deqiu wasn't a factory employee and couldn't eat at the factory cafeteria. I'll try my best to secure you a temporary position at the steel mill infirmary, Chen Baishu told his apprentice. That way, you can eat at the factory cafeteria and earn some income. Though the pay for temporary workers wasn't high and they couldn't enjoy some of the factory's benefits, it was still an income. Better to take it for now. Thank you, master. Li Deqiu said gratefully. Study diligently. When no patients come to the clinic this afternoon, review the medical texts I gave you, no slacking off. When patients arrive, observe carefully and take notes on any questions. Ask me after the consultation or when you return from your shift, Chen Baishu instructed his apprentice, his words revealing his sense of responsibility. Yes, master. I understand, Li Deqiu replied respectfully. Just then, an elderly woman served Li Deqiu some food. Deqiu, here, eat more. Thank you, master's wife. Li Deqiu said gratefully. Just then, Luo Dapeng walked in. Hey! Grandpa, Grandma, you're eating? Luo Dapeng greeted them warmly. Dapeng, have you eaten? Want some? Uncle Luo asked. Luo Dapeng shook his head. I've already eaten. You two enjoy. Once Deqiu is full, he'll pack his things and come with me. Chenxi asked me to bring you over. Your lodging has already been arranged. Hearing this, Grandma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If no arrangements had been made, she truly wouldn't have known where to put Li Deqiu to sleep tonight. Grandpa Li said to Li Deqiu, after you've eaten your fill, go get settled in. Studying medicine isn't something you can rush, it takes time. So, after finishing his meal, Li Deqiu gathered his belongings and followed Luo Dapeng out. Brother Dapeng, is it far? Li Deqiu asked. Luo Dapeng chuckled. Aren't you calling me Uncle Dapeng? I'm your 16th uncle's brother. He felt a bit miffed, as if he'd been unfairly demoted a generation. Forget it, let's just stick to our usual names. It's not that far, just a few hundred meters, Luo Dapeng said. They arrived at the courtyard, where Li Chenxi and Li Yud were already present. Deqiu, you're here? You'll stay in the house near the gate. Is that okay? Don't worry, more people from the village might come to live with you later, Li Chenxi told Li Deqiu. Li Deqiu nodded repeatedly. 16th uncle, I'm fine with that. In his eyes, having a place to stay was already a blessing. Who would complain about such things? Besides, this place was much better than the village.
The house near the entrance wasn't huge, but it came fully furnished: bed, wardrobe, table, chairs, everything you needed to move right in.
Make do with what's in the house for now. See what's missing? If you need anything, tell me right away.
I'll have Dapeng help you find it, Chenxi said.
Before Li Daikyo could speak, Luo Dapeng chimed in. No soap, right? What about a wash basin, a thermos, bowls, and chopsticks? He quickly rattled off a list of daily necessities.
Chenxi pulled out some tickets and cash. Dapeng, take him shopping.
Have dinner here tonight and call Dajong over too. Li Daikyo only took the vouchers. Uncle Shirlu, my father gave me money. It's enough.
He didn't know this money was his maternal grandparents' life savings secretly given to their son-in-law to pass on to Li Daikyo, with strict orders to keep it confidential.
Alright. Study medicine diligently under your master from now on.
His medical skills are formidable, Chenxi advised.
Chapter 123, as long as your family has no objections.
Li Daikyo then mentioned to Chenxi that his master, Jin Baizhu, intended to secure him a temporary position at the steel mill.
That's quite good. Seems your master cares deeply about your future. Chenxi nodded lightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This was fulfilling a master's duty, wasn't it?
Though modern times no longer placed excessive emphasis on master-disciple bonds like ancient times, the notion that once a teacher, always a father still held some weight. This stood in stark contrast to later generations, where the master-disciple relationship was often treated with casual disregard. In those times, many believed paying tuition for instruction was sufficient. There was little room for deep master-disciple bonds, let alone the expectation of caring for one's master in old age or seeing them off in death.
That was simply unthinkable.
Of course, this also relates to the sheer volume of subjects people study in later generations.
One might have dozens of teachers. How could one possibly show filial devotion to each? Children, starting from kindergarten, shuttle between various extracurricular classes. With so many teachers, the bonds of teacher-student affection inevitably grow diluted. Later, Luo Dapeng took Li Daikyo to purchase the necessary household supplies. As night fell, Chenxi stewed a plump goose and prepared fragrant roasted lamb ribs. Wow! Tonight's a real treat, Luo Dapeng exclaimed with excitement.
In this courtyard, everyone could relax freely and revel in the joy of good food.
Back in the original courtyard, who would dare to feast like this? It was absolutely unthinkable.
Although the courtyard residents were kind-hearted toward Chenxi, he felt awkward enjoying such a feast alone while others watched longingly.
This place is so much more relaxed, Luo Dapeng declared, grabbing a slice of chilled watermelon and taking a big bite.
Braised goose, grilled meat, and chilled watermelon. Days like this felt like paradise on earth. Honestly, even he wanted to stay here permanently.
Chenxi, how about letting me stay here for a while too?
He seized the moment to make his request.
Chenxi smiled faintly. It's up to you, as long as your family doesn't mind.
Having one more person here would make Li Daikyo feel safer too. At least he'd have company.
So Chenxi didn't object to Luo Dapeng's idea of staying temporarily. The room was empty anyway. What could my family possibly object to?
I won't tell them. They wouldn't even know. Luo Dapeng shrugged, his expression relaxed.
He doesn't live under the same roof as his family.
Sometimes he goes home for meals, and sometimes he doesn't even go back at all.
Unless he tells them he's staying elsewhere, his family might not even know.
During the day when I have free time, I just drop by to make an appearance and go through the motions. Mainly, it's so free here, and no one bothers me. It's incredibly comfortable.
Li Daikyo suddenly chimed in. Uncle Shirlu, next time I'll bring the dog from home, okay? I think it could be useful here.
He overheard bits of the secret earlier, knowing Uncle 16 stashed supplies here. He was worried he couldn't be here all the time, and if someone took advantage of his absence, it could spell trouble. He knew his dog was loyal and fierce, perfect for guarding the place. Besides, bringing the dog over would also slightly ease the grain pressure at home. While the dog couldn't eat as well as people, it still needed something to eat.
Chenxi's eyes lit up at this. Your father doesn't mind, does he? Having a dog here would undoubtedly boost security. If strangers broke in, the dog would surely sound the alarm immediately. Li Daikyo shook his head. No, he won't. My father is actually quite troubled by that dog right now.
He knew that if he told his father the dog was needed by Uncle 16, his father would let him bring it over without hesitation. Alright, then bring it over next time you go back, Chenxi agreed readily. At that moment, Li Yu chimed in with a suggestion. Then let's get a cat too. I'm worried about mice getting into the stuff down in the basement. Although the 3 pests eradication campaigns over the past 2 years had drastically reduced the rat population, they couldn't be completely wiped out. Their sneaky figures could still be spotted at night. Whatever you say, Chenxi shrugged indifferently.
It would just mean stocking up on extra cat and dog food, nothing he couldn't handle.
Li Dazhong then spoke up. 16th uncle, I heard about the noodle factory. His concern was his sister's job situation. Today, he'd overheard the women in the courtyard buzzing with speculation and rumors, but none had any concrete information. Chenxi reassured him, don't worry. If there's an opening, we'll definitely secure one for Xiaoxue. Once she gets a job in the city, you can bring your mother and younger brother here too. Your permanent position should be confirmed next month, and with Xiaoxue working, supporting your family shouldn't be a problem. If the place over there gets too crowded, you can move here too. Let your sister and her family take over House 55, Li Chenxi suggested. Alright. Thank you, Uncle 16, Li Dazhong responded gratefully. He had long planned to bring his mother and younger brother to the city, but intended to act after this semester ended. By then, his brother would be entering 4th grade, allowing him to seamlessly transfer to a city school and avoid the hassle of commuting to Hongqing Commune. Tomorrow, take some eggs and meat to the factory to fulfill your quota, and while you're at it, help me haul some things back to Li Village, Li Chenxi instructed. In the village, the septic tank and other infrastructure were nearly complete, with only his squat toilet and sewage pipes left to install. Got it. Li Dazhong agreed readily. That evening, everyone ate heartily and chatted late into the night. The next day, Li Dazhong delivered 2 large baskets of eggs to the factory, much to Section Chief Wang's delight. Goodness, nearly 2,000 eggs. For a newcomer like you to land such a big order is truly impressive. Section Chief Wang praised. Though still not as impressive as Li Chenxi's results, it was quite remarkable. He encouraged Li Dazhong, keep up the good work. Aim to become a full-time employee next month. Yes, Section Chief, Li Dazhong replied respectfully. After signing the paperwork and storing the eggs, he collected his payment and prepared to leave. Back in the courtyard, Li Chenxi and Luo Dapeng were already loading squat toilets, sewage pipes, and other items onto his tricycle, quickly filling it to capacity. Another tricycle was parked nearby. Brother Dapeng is going too? Li Dazhong asked, somewhat surprised. He handed the money from the egg sales to Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi nodded. Yeah, if he doesn't help me with this trip, you'll have to come back again this afternoon. Besides bathroom fixtures, Li Chenxi also prepared essential parts for the incubator. After returning to the village, he planned to assemble the chick incubator and start hatching chicks. Eggs were easy to buy, but not all could hatch chicks, only fertilized ones would work. The identification method was simple, shine a light through them. Fertilized eggs showed opaque, fluffy-like substances near the yolk. However, candling must be performed 3 times. The first candling occurs 5-6 days after incubation begins to check fertilization rates and embryonic development. The second candling takes place around day 11 to monitor embryonic progress. The third candling is conducted around days 18-19 to ensure normal embryonic development. Luo Dapeng also brought a large bag of twisted dough sticks, saying the kids would enjoy them. It must be said, he was a bit of a slacker as the boss. Chapter 124, The Chick Hatchery. Returning to the village, Li Chenxi immediately spotted a group of children enthusiastically chasing sparrows. Don't underestimate these sparrows. While a single one may seem insignificant, a flock consumes a considerable amount of grain daily. It's said that in some places, sparrows swarm so densely they block out the sky. Li Dazhong gazed out over the fields, a hint of joy in his voice. The wheat harvest will be upon us soon. Though he now worked in the city, the village remained close to his heart. First, his mother, younger brother, and younger sister all remained in the village. Second, with Uncle 16 as their role model, even those who moved to the city stayed deeply connected to Li Village. Those who severed ties with the village after moving to the city probably wouldn't win Uncle 16's favor either. After all, you could upset anyone, but you definitely didn't want to upset Uncle 16. Just then, the group of kids spotted Li Chenxi and swarmed toward him. Li Chenxi smiled and pointed at Luo Dapeng. He brought some tasty treats today. Go ask him for some. At the mention of treats, the kids instantly swarmed around Luo Dapeng, chattering away as they called out Brother Dapeng and Big Brother. Hearing these titles, Luo Dapeng felt a mix of emotions. While they called Li Chenxi's 16th uncle, addressing him as brother meant his status had dropped another generation, a slight that left him feeling a bit miffed. Still, looking at his little brothers, Luo Dapeng reached into the truck bed and pulled out the bag of twisted dough sticks. Come on, line up. Short ones up front. Once everyone was in order, he began handing out a piece to each child. Twisted dough sticks, the standout among fried snacks, are also called hinge sticks due to their hinge-like shape. The most renowned variety was undoubtedly Tianjin twisted dough sticks, fragrant, crispy, crunchy, and sweet. Even stored for months in a dry, well-ventilated place, they retained their flavor without becoming stale or soggy. In those days of scarce supplies, twisted dough sticks held an exceptionally high status in children's hearts, almost comparable to the spicy strips of later generations. Luo Dapeng once again savored the feeling of being the boss. Meanwhile, Li Ziming and others were busy unloading cargo, moving items like sewage pipes to the side. What on earth is this? Li Ziming asked curiously. This pile of materials is for building toilets, while that one is for constructing a chick hatchery, Li Chenxi explained. At the words chick hatchery, the workers building Li Chenxi's house all looked perplexed. A chick hatchery? What on earth was that? Seeing their blank expressions, Li Chenxi elaborated. Simply put, it's a machine and building designed for artificially incubating eggs to hatch chicks. Since our village still lacks electricity, I plan to build an incubation house and use manual methods to hatch the chicks. Huh? You can do it that way? Everyone was stunned, feeling like their worldview had just been turned upside down. Traditionally, only hens could hatch chicks.
Hearing about artificial incubation was hard to accept.
It's possible, Chenxi stated confidently.
And the success rate might even surpass that of hens, with faster results too. He wasn't exaggerating.
When hens incubate eggs, they inevitably leave the nest at times, which inevitably affects hatching efficiency.
Moreover, hens cannot accurately determine which eggs are viable or fertilized.
Truthfully, hatching chicks depends on two key factors. First, temperature mimicking the heat a hen provides. Second, ventilation and air exchange. Many may not realize eggs need to breathe, just like us humans, Chenxi continued his explanation. Despite his explanation, however, everyone still looked perplexed, clearly not grasping the concept.
Seeing this, Chenxi decided against further elaboration. Never mind. If you don't understand, just follow my instructions.
Chicks will hatch naturally, and you won't need to worry.
Hearing this, the others stopped asking questions.
After all, this new concept was hard to grasp, and further explanation wouldn't help. Only when they saw chicks hatch without a hen would they truly believe. Besides, Chenxi was an educated man. He surely knew far more than they did. Perhaps he really did have a way to hatch chicks without a hen. Just like the solar cooker that boiled water without burning firewood, or the hand pump that drew groundwater with just a few cranks. A month ago, if someone had told them such things, they would have thought the person was crazy. Back inside, Chenxi carried in the wuchang rice he'd bought for a yuan earlier.
We've got plenty of food at home, Grandma said to Chenxi with a smile.
She knew her grandson was devoted and always worried they weren't eating well, so he kept bringing them fine grains, meat, oil, and other good things.
Grandma, this rice is special.
I heard it was once tribute rice for the imperial palace. Let's try some, Chenxi said mysteriously. The old lady's curiosity piqued. She leaned closer, scooped a small handful of rice into her palm, and examined it closely. She nodded immediately upon seeing it. This is indeed a rare and exceptional rice. Whether it was truly tribute rice, the old woman couldn't say. She'd never seen it before. But her years of experience and instinct allowed her to judge the quality of rice. Soon, the old party secretary and the others heard the news and hurried over.
A chick hatchery? What's going on here?
The old party secretary looked astonished.
If it weren't for Chenxi proposing the idea, he wouldn't have believed it.
Previously, they had assumed Chenxi would buy some chicks to raise, but unexpectedly, he wanted to hatch them himself.
First, build a small house. Just a few square meters will suffice. I'll handle the detailed layout later.
When the time comes, just follow my instructions to heat the hatchery, Chenxi explained. He planned to install hot water pipes inside the incubation room.
Simply heating water would provide the required temperature.
He chose this method primarily because hot water pipes offered easier temperature control.
Alright, if you have any requirements, just tell Jiming and the others.
I'll put him in charge of this hatchery. You can teach him the operational procedures later, the old party secretary agreed readily, beginning to gradually delegate authority. Deep down, he understood he was falling behind the times, especially in his mindset. Ideas like Chenxi's innovative concepts were things he'd never dared to imagine, yet Chenxi dared to experiment and bring them to life. Consequently, he began consciously nurturing the village's younger generation, encouraging them to interact and learn from Chenxi. For these projects, he assigned one person to oversee each one, instructing them to report any developments to Chenxi and follow his lead entirely.
Alright, that's straightforward enough, Chenxi nodded in agreement. Then I'd better hurry and finish up the final touches on the toilets.
Li Jiming felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier.
Chapter 125, Cultivating Talent.
The remaining tasks were actually straightforward: properly connect the sewage pipes, install the squat toilets, and lay the bathroom floor tiles to complete the job. Indeed, even floor tiles were included, a first for Li Village. Yet the villagers accepted it as a matter of course, without a single objection. By noon, Chenxi cooked rice using the newly purchased wuchang rice. Meanwhile, Li Jiming and the other housebuilders stuck to their sorghum rice. As for the dish, Chenxi meticulously prepared braised pork belly.
Its amber hue, tender yet not greasy, melted in the mouth, a true earthly delicacy.
As usual, everyone received 2 pieces of braised pork and a spoonful of potatoes as their side dish, eating until their mouths were greasy. However, today they ate particularly slowly, for they knew that starting tomorrow, such meals would be no more. From tomorrow onward, they too would have to go to the village canteen and eat sweet potatoes with everyone else. A sense of loss settled in their hearts. Chenxi specifically invited the kitchen boy to eat more, since he had contributed his share.
Luo Dapeng hadn't gone home yet and was dining here as well. Chenxi, your cooking is truly exceptional. It rivals any restaurant chef, Luo Dapeng praised sincerely.
Having accompanied Chenxi to restaurants several times, he had some familiarity with their dishes. He could certainly recognize the caliber of this braised pork belly.
Chenxi smiled.
He'd learned all this by watching modern-day cooking videos. After returning to this world, he discovered his memory had become remarkably sharp.
Much of what he'd seen in his previous life could now be replayed in his mind like a movie.
This was also why he could create things like water-pressing wells and solar cookers. Truly, Chenxi's cooking is exceptional, far superior to any restaurant's. Li Shuqian nodded in praise. He'd been freeloading meals here frequently lately and felt like he'd gained a whole pound.
In this era of scarcity, his family living like this was practically unheard of, right? Though the old man grumbled with a smile, he was secretly delighted. Any praise directed at their grandson was music to their ears.
At the same time, the elderly couple secretly blamed their son, Li Shuhua. Clearly, that guy rarely cooked for his beloved grandson, forcing Chenxi to hone his culinary skills on his own. Auntie San held high hopes for Lai Kai. She noticed that whenever Chenxi cooked, he always brought the boy along, sometimes even teaching him the essentials of cooking, not just having him tend the fire. Watching these scenes, she understood clearly that Chenxi was passing on his culinary skills to Lai Kai. In those days, cooks were in high demand, a profession many envied. The saying that cooks never starve during famine years held true.
Moreover, it was only in this new era that various lowly occupations were no longer looked down upon. People now valued the dignity of labor. Professions like cooking were now envied. Remember, in ancient times, cooks held a very low status.
Classified among the 9 lowly occupations. One could easily imagine how good things could be. The ruling class would preach that food is the most important thing for the people and pursue exquisite cuisine, yet they would feign nobility by saying a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Ancient officials, nobles, and literati recorded countless writings about delicious food, but rarely mentioned the cooks themselves. In the old days, people only took up cooking when forced by circumstances to scrape by and survive. Thus, most chefs of that era were working-class individuals of humble origins and limited education. They held no social standing whatsoever, existing primarily to serve the ruling class's extravagant feasts and revelries. They were referred to as fire tenders, kitchen hands, or kitchen servants, titles that clearly reveal their lowly status. In truth, not only cooks but also craftsmen and other trades were barely better off than slaves in ancient times. But times have changed. Today, craftsmen are skilled professionals in high demand, a trade not everyone can learn. Lai Kai, you should learn more from your elder brother in the future. When Auntie San said this, the old man and the others exchanged puzzled glances. After all, they hadn't seen Chenxi teaching Lai Kai how to cook, which is why they reacted this way. Lai Kai nodded excitedly. Big brother taught me how to make braised pork today. Third uncle Li Shoshan didn't know how to respond and could only look at Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi smiled faintly and said, I saw he was quite interested in it, so I gave him a few pointers. Let's see how he does in a few years. If he truly loves it, I'll find him a master chef to learn from properly. Cooking is a demanding profession. Truthfully, Li Chenxi was quite fond of the idea of training a chef. After all, it would mean he wouldn't have to cook himself anymore, just prepare the ingredients and wait to be served. However, Li Shuqiang and his wife seemed to have only heard the first part of his statement, completely overlooking the crucial phrase his nephew added: learning to cook is very hard work. Their faces lit up with joy, their eyes fixed on Lai Kai with hopeful anticipation. They already envisioned the bright future of having a chef in the family, no more worries about going hungry even during famine years. After dinner, Luo Dapeng returned to the city. By afternoon, Li Jiming and the others began constructing the hatchery. Since it wasn't large, they planned to finish it that same afternoon. Li Chenxi offered guidance from the sidelines, advising on details like the optimal placement of ventilation openings. Are these racks for hatching eggs? Someone asked curiously. Many people gathered to watch, as the idea of hatching chicks without a hen was truly astonishing to the villagers of Li Village. Li Chenxi nodded. Exactly. Pipes will be installed around the interior walls. These pipes will circulate steam, which provides heat to maintain the same temperature inside as when a hen incubates eggs. He explained it all again, regardless of whether everyone fully understood. He continued, outside, we'll build a stove to boil water. The pot spout would connect to the pipes. Steam would flow through the pipes, and by the time it reached the end, it would condense back into water and return to the pot. This formed a closed-loop system. Some might call it sophisticated, others might dismiss it as rudimentary. Simply put, the system boiled water to generate steam, then harnessed that steam's heat to incubate eggs. Though it sounded simple, even rudimentary, don't forget, even high-tech nuclear power plants fundamentally operate by boiling water to drive turbines for electricity generation. Of course, Li Chenxi's device is solely for hatching eggs, with no other complex requirements. If he were inclined, a few tweaks could even turn it into a small-scale thermal power generator. Now that would be truly interesting. In truth, adding a generator would transform this into a rudimentary thermal power system. Don't overcomplicate power plants. The fundamental principles of electricity generation aren't difficult. Truthfully, if Li Village ever couldn't secure electricity, Li Chenxi genuinely planned to install such a generator there. After all, without power, many things become impossible. By evening, they finally completed the construction of the incubation room. Tomorrow, Li Chenxi planned to bring the eggs over and begin his chick hatching project. The villagers were all filled with anticipation. They had heard, to varying degrees, about Chenxi's plan to make the entire Li village prosperous. How could they not care? Chapter 126, Dragging Others In. The afternoon sun lazily spilled across the hospital corridor. Old man Chen Baishu frowned deeply, clutching a stack of documents tightly in his hand. They were densely covered with data and challenges related to the development of the heart-saving pills.
Lately, he had been racking his brain over the rescue pills, yet no breakthrough seemed within reach. His mood mirrored the gloomy weather, oppressive and suffocating. Old Chen, lost in thought here, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Chen Baishu turned to see Old Li from the steel mill's medical office. The two had always gotten along well, sharing a mutual interest in medical discussions. "Ah, Old Li, I'm just racking my brain over this rescue pill business," Chen Baishu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. The weariness on his face was unmistakable. "Put that aside for now. I've got something to tell you. There's an exchange meeting for the traditional Chinese medicine community tomorrow. Interested in dropping by?" Old Li said with a mysterious look. "An exchange meeting?" Chen Baishu froze slightly, his face clouded with confusion. "How come I didn't receive any notice? Normally, I should have gotten word about something like this." He knew that while he wasn't exactly a big name in the TCM world, he'd worked diligently for years and shouldn't have been completely overlooked. But now, not even an invitation had arrived, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. He secretly wondered if his credentials were still too shallow, causing others to overlook him entirely. Exactly. This exchange conference is quite high profile. Word is many big names in traditional Chinese medicine will attend, and some rising stars will also take the stage. Old Li gestured animatedly as he spoke, his face glowing with anticipation. "Oh? Did you get an invitation, Old Li?" Chen Baishu asked curiously. He knew Old Li was a pillar of the steel mill's medical office, renowned for his skill and commanding respect throughout the plant. If even Old Li hadn't been invited, something seemed off. Old Li shook his head helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. "I haven't received one either. But our factory got one spot. Dr. Jean has never been interested in traditional Chinese medicine, and I happen to have other important matters tomorrow that I can't get out of. So I was wondering if you'd be willing to go?" Chen Baishu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. This was a rare opportunity, a chance to connect with senior practitioners and peers in the TCM field, exchange insights, and perhaps even gain inspiration for the development of the heart-saving pills. At that thought, he immediately replied, "I'll go. Of course I'll go. Thank you so much, Old Li. You're truly a godsend." Old Li watched Chen Baishu's excited expression and waved his hand with a smile. "No need to thank me. We're all in this for the medical profession. By the way, what were you writing just now?" He caught sight of the notebook in Chen Baishu's hand, densely covered with scribbled notes. Chen Baishu looked down at his notebook, sighed softly, and said, "This volunteer medical outreach trip has really made me think deeply. The medical resources in our country's rural areas are truly inadequate. Take Lijiazhuang village, so close to the capital. Even here, ordinary folks struggle to get proper medical care. I can't even imagine the situation in those remote rural areas." His eyes flickered with a hint of worry and helplessness. Old Li couldn't help but sigh in agreement. Yes, it's an unavoidable situation. Training a qualified doctor is no easy feat. Over 80% of our country's medical resources are concentrated in cities, especially when it comes to doctors. And over 90% of the top-tier doctors are clustered in the cities. Old Li paused here before continuing, "Actually, it's understandable. Rural conditions are what they are. Even if a senior doctor were willing to go, it would be hard for them to make a real difference. Without the necessary equipment and resources, even the most skilled doctors are limited. So it's an unavoidable situation that medical resources are concentrated in big cities with better facilities. But this means that when ordinary people get seriously ill, they have no choice but to rush to the city, which is a real hardship." Chen Baishu nodded in deep agreement. "That's why I've been thinking, could we find a way to quickly train a group of doctors suited for rural areas? Like doctors who can quickly get up to speed and address common ailments among the people." This idea actually stemmed from a deep conversation he had with Li Chenxi. That day, Li Chenxi had sought out Chen Baishu, his expression grave as he discussed two matters. First, the development of the heart-saving pill. Second, the current state of rural healthcare and potential solutions. Li Chenxi detailed the severe challenges of accessing healthcare in rural areas and proposed a bold idea. Could a straightforward medical handbook be compiled, enabling individuals with basic literacy to become qualified after simple training to treat villagers? In essence, Li Chenxi hoped to bring forward the publication of the Barefoot Doctor Handbook, offering a glimmer of hope for healthcare in vast rural areas. Of course, Li Chenxi understood this was a monumental task beyond Chen Baishu's capabilities alone. By sharing his vision with Chen Baishu, he hoped to leverage Chen's network and influence to spread the idea, garnering broader attention and support. After all, in his previous life, the manual for barefoot doctors had been the culmination of collaborative efforts by numerous experts from medical colleges and universities. Those knowledgeable experts, for the first time, started from the practical needs at the grassroots level, gained a deep understanding of rural medical conditions, and popularized disease diagnosis and treatment by presenting complex and advanced medical knowledge in the most accessible language and the most practical methods. That book abandoned the traditional medical textbook model of teaching anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, and pharmacology in sequence. Instead, it adopted a practical problem-oriented approach, presenting clear, simple, and effective methods. It stands as a classic example of popular medical education. In its time, it was revered by the people as a divine book. Anyone literate could follow its guidance to become a barefoot doctor capable of handling common ailments. For the 99% of illnesses that were prevalent at the time, it enabled rapid diagnosis and treatment according to its instructions. Following its publication, this handbook helped the nation cultivate a vast pool of grassroots barefoot doctors, effectively resolving the long-standing challenge of limited medical access in rural areas. Had Chenxi not intervened, historical trajectory suggests this handbook for barefoot doctors might still have emerged several years later. 5 years later, upon learning of the backward state of rural healthcare, the great leader was deeply shocked and angered, declaring, "How can the Ministry of Health be called the People's Ministry? It might as well be renamed the Ministry of Urban Health, or the Ministry of the Masters, or better yet, the Ministry of Urban Masters." These remarks caused a major uproar at the time. It was against this backdrop that the Barefoot Doctor Manual was finally published in 1969. Statistics show that this book directly spurred the emergence of over 1.5 million barefoot doctors, who made tremendous contributions to improving rural healthcare. Now, as Chen Baizhu shared this idea with Oldly, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth gaping open for a long moment before he could close it. "Old Chen, this idea of yours, it's truly astonishing. For just the two of us to complete such a work is incredibly difficult, it's practically a fairy tale." Oldly shook his head repeatedly as he spoke, his face filled with skepticism. Chen Baizhu scratched his head with a wry smile. "I know it won't be easy. When I agreed to help Chenxi earlier, I thought it would be straightforward. But now that I'm actually trying to start, my mind is a tangled mess. I have no idea where to begin. Now I truly grasp the sheer magnitude of this task, which is why I'm bringing it up with you to see if I can pull you in too, so we can brainstorm solutions together. What's more, I'm even considering bringing my retired teacher out of seclusion to join our efforts." As he spoke, a resolute gleam flashed in Chen Baishu's eyes. He knew full well that completing such a work that would benefit the people would secure his place in history. To say he wasn't tempted by that honor would be a lie. "So, Oldly, I'm here to invite you to join me in this grand endeavor. Actually, this idea was first proposed by Comrade Chenxi from my courtyard. You know him, he's always scheming up ways to benefit the common folk, his head brimming with all sorts of novel ideas." Chen Baizhu deliberately brought up Chenxi at the end, knowing his reputation in the community might lend credibility to the proposal. "Oh? You mean that Chenxi who invented the water-pressing well and the solar cooker?" Oldly paused slightly, clearly having heard of Chenxi. Around here, Chenxi's inventions had caused quite a stir. "That's the very man. He shared many ideas with me, and I find his concepts quite reasonable. I'll go talk to old Jean later. Though we have differences on some medical philosophies, when it comes to what's best for the people, those disagreements don't matter," Chen Baishu said earnestly. Chenxi had also emphasized to Chen Baishu that whether it was traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, as long as it could cure illnesses, save lives, and serve the people, it could be included in this handbook. Hearing this, Oldly couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He keenly sensed that this wasn't just an opportunity to benefit the people, it might also propel him further in the medical field, bringing him fame and honor. "Old Chen, this is no small undertaking for just the two of us. We'll need more colleagues to join in," Oldly said, maintaining a measure of calm despite his inner excitement as he analyzed the situation rationally. "Of course, I understand that. I plan to ask my mentor to come out of retirement first, and you can help bring in some people too. I'll attend the exchange meeting tomorrow to see if I can secure more support." Chen Baishu spoke with unwavering confidence, his eyes radiating a determined resolve. "All right, since you put it that way, I'm in. This Chenxi fellow is truly remarkable." Oldly finally nodded in agreement to Chen Baishu's invitation, unable to resist praising Chenxi. Chen Baishu smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, he's truly remarkable. In our courtyard, he's the most promising young man. Everyone admires him wholeheartedly." In the eyes of the courtyard residents, Chenxi's intelligence and his heartfelt dedication to the people were undeniable qualities, something no one could dispute. Chapter 127, Catching Cicadas. As night fell, Chenxi shared a warm dinner with his family. In the powerless rural nights, life felt particularly monotonous. Those with partners might enjoy some sweet moments, but for others, there was truly little entertainment. No wonder whenever a movie was screened, the entire village would come out in droves, drawn by that rare bustle. Chenxi set off down the nighttime path, flashlight in hand. "Chenxi, where are you headed?" Grandma asked with concern. "Grandma, I'm just going for a walk. It's too stuffy at home," Chenxi replied. "Be careful on the road, watch out for your safety," Grandma urged from behind. Outside, cicadas were chirping like mad. It was bad enough they never stopped during the day, but now they wouldn't quiet down at night either. Chenxi thought to himself that tonight's target was these dream-disturbing pests, especially the newly emerged nymphs. "Uncle Shirlu, we're here." Before long, a group of young people gathered together. Some carried torches, while most came groping in the dark. Though the moonlight was bright, the land still seemed somewhat hazy, but with careful observation, one could make out the details. Come to think of it, Chenxi couldn't help voicing his puzzlement. With food so scarce around here, why hasn't anyone thought to catch cicada nymphs to eat? Cicada nymphs are edible. That's been common knowledge among Chinese people since ancient times. Someone responded with a wry smile, Uncle 16, first off, everyone's exhausted and just wants to rest. We've got work tomorrow. Who'd want to waste energy on such a small thing? Second, we only have torches to light our way out here. Those things are tricky to catch, way too much effort. Frankly, sometimes you put in all that effort only to end up with nothing to show for it. Besides, cicadas taste best fried. Where would we even get the oil? If Chenxi hadn't come looking for them tonight, they wouldn't have bothered leaving the house. Hearing this, Chenxi instantly understood. He'd been making assumptions. Some things, the common folk knew were edible, but they had to weigh the practicalities whether it was worth the effort. Don't go thinking you're the only smart one around. Bring any cicadas you catch to my place tonight. I'll fry them up for everyone to try, Chenxi offered generously. Cicadas, after all, were considered pests. They suck sap, lay eggs that damage trees, and swarm in large numbers, creating noise pollution. We all know that both adult and immature cicadas pierce tree bark with their sharp mouthparts to suck sap. This behavior reduces the tree's nutrient transport, affecting its growth and health. Tonight, we'll eliminate this public nuisance and enjoy a delicious meal in the process. Additionally, when female cicadas lay eggs, they deliberately cut slits in tree branches. This not only causes physical damage to the branches but also potentially opens the door for pathogens to invade, further weakening the tree's vitality. Their chirping grows especially loud under the scorching summer sun, and the collective chorus of countless cicadas creates a cacophony that significantly disrupts human life. But then again, everything in this world has two sides. Even the despised mosquito plays an indispensable role in nature, serving as a vital link in the ecological chain. Cicadas are no exception. They serve as a food source for numerous birds, small mammals, and other insects, providing these creatures with valuable protein. During the cicada's life cycle, the nymph stage spends years underground, decomposing organic matter in the soil and facilitating nutrient cycling. As part of the ecosystem, cicadas enhance biodiversity and play a role in maintaining ecological balance. When Chenxi suggested frying cicadas at his place and offered to provide the oil, everyone's enthusiasm ignited instantly. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and the same goes for cicadas. I know where the cicadas are plentiful, follow me, someone volunteered to lead the way. The group arrived at a small grove near the mountainside. They're right here, dig them up, someone declared, spotting the tiny burrows hiding nymphs. Many people tend to confuse cicadas with cicada nymphs. Cicada nymphs refer to the larval stage of golden cicadas, also known as jie lao gui or luo gui. Adult cicadas, however, are the mature insects. Many rural folks have this experience. Before nightfall, cicada nymphs hide in their burrows. They burrow out from deep underground through long tunnels, digging vertical shafts near the surface. Using their front legs, they pry open small holes to check the weather. At this point, one need only gently poke with a finger or small stick to locate these hidden cicada nymphs. As for how to effectively capture cicada nymphs, Chenxi had his own methods. He had heard of a method used in later generations, attaching adhesive tape to trees. This was the primary technique employed by golden cicada farms for harvesting the insects, and it also served as a clever way to prevent them from escaping. By wrapping tape around the tree, golden cicadas climbing at night would get stuck on the tape and be unable to continue upward, leaving them helplessly captured. Truly a brilliant waiting for rabbits by the stump method. However, though Chenxi had tape, it wasn't convenient to retrieve it at that moment. Stop digging. Everyone, look up at the tree. Chenxi called out. The group looked up, following the beam of his flashlight. There, crawling densely across the tree trunk, were over a dozen cicada nymphs. Their sheer number was staggering, making them incredibly easy to catch. As night fell, the cicada nymphs emerged en masse from the soil, heading straight for the nearest trees. This was the prime time to catch them. Between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening was the golden hour for gathering cicada nymphs from the trees. Everyone sprang into action, spontaneously dividing into teams. Some held torches to illuminate the area, others climbed trees to catch the nymphs, while the rest gathered them from beneath the branches. This division of labor greatly increased the efficiency of the hunt. Good heavens! There are so many, exclaimed the young villagers in astonishment. They knew cicada nymphs existed, but had never witnessed such a spectacular sight. No wonder, after all, who would stay up late at night to hunt these creatures for food? Only Chenxi had the leisure and inclination for such pursuits. Before long, the group filled an entire bucket. Yes, a bucket completely filled to the brim. This outcome surprised even Chenxi. He shouted, "Who wants to carry it back? Take it straight to my place. I'll have my grandmother fetch some burlap sacks to pack it in." Even if they couldn't eat all these cicada nymphs, they could sell them. After all, cicada nymphs were a treasure in traditional Chinese medicine. There would definitely be buyers, it was just a matter of price. Chenxi mused inwardly. No wonder people in later generations could build fortunes just by catching cicada nymphs. These things were so easy to catch at night, and the price wasn't low either. It would be hard not to get rich. Holy crap!
Someone volunteered to pick up the bucket of cicada nymphs and immediately headed toward Chenxi's house.
Uncle 16, look. That silly bird's asleep, someone suddenly pointed at the tree and laughed. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bird perched on a branch, completely motionless. Chenxi knew that many birds, like humans, slept at night, though some night owls like owls were exceptions. When resting at night, birds typically enter a state of torpor, appearing completely still, sometimes even closing their eyes or tucking their heads into their feathers. This is a normal sleeping posture for birds, quite similar to how humans sleep at night. Catch it, it's meat after all. Be careful not to wake it. Chenxi couldn't care less about ecological balance. If he tried to stop them, that would be the abnormal thing. People would definitely look at him strangely. Leave it to me, no worries. This bird's dead to the world, easy pickings. As he spoke, the kid had already scrambled up the tree, moving with the agility of a monkey. Chapter 128, The Owl Laughs. Before long, the bird weighing over a pound was brought down. To Chenxi's astonishment, even after being jostled several times by the boy, it remained utterly oblivious, still deep in slumber. If this were the modern era, netizens would surely flood the comments with warnings, don't eat it. It'll lower your IQ. Though Chenxi didn't know the bird's name, its peculiar appearance suggested it was a rare species. Nowadays, who would dare touch it? That'd be a surefire ticket to serving a life sentence. Netizens even coined a witty saying, the stranger it looks, the faster you'll be sentenced, the uglier it is, the longer you'll serve. When encountering something both ugly and bizarre, it's best to give it a wide berth. One careless move could land you in trouble. But here, no one shared that concern. One fellow snatched the stupid bird, swiftly snapping its neck with a clean, decisive motion. Chenxi thought, well, at least it passed peacefully in its sleep, spared any suffering. Everyone plunged back into the hunt for cicada nymphs, occasionally encountering other birds, and naturally, not one was spared. Suddenly, a series of terrifying screeches echoed through the forest, sending shivers down everyone's spine. What are you scared of? You coward, someone muttered, only to be immediately cursed out by the person next to him. If you're not scared, then why are you trembling? The sound was indeed unsettling. Relax, it's just an owl calling, Chenxi reassured the group. Our ancestors called owls birds of doom, and for good reason. First, some owls are downright terrifying looking, especially at night. A sudden glimpse could truly send shivers down your spine. Moreover, owls have a peculiar way of sleeping during the day, always keeping one eye open while the other is closed. It turns out owls have a reflective membrane behind their pupils. This membrane allows light to pass through the pupil again, greatly enhancing their night vision in low light conditions. However, this unique eye structure also makes owls extremely sensitive to bright light during the day. Therefore, when resting during the day, owls choose to keep one eye open and one eye closed to reduce the intensity of bright light while maintaining vigilance over their surroundings to guard against unexpected threats. To ordinary people, however, these behaviors seem downright eerie. Then there's their callsome sound like eerie laughter. To ordinary people, it might as well be a ghost's chuckle. How could they not be frightened? An old saying passed down among the older generation goes, we fear not the hooting, but the laughing. This is because whenever that eerie laughter is heard, it often portends the passing of someone nearby. Thus, the elderly have always held owls in awe, and gradually, the nickname messenger of death spread like wildfire. In this era, especially in rural areas, if a child dared to bring an owl home, they would inevitably face a scolding and a beating. Chenxi harbors no ill will toward owls. While their cries aren't exactly pleasant, they are beneficial birds, the natural predators of mice. Statistics show each owl consumes roughly 1,000 mice annually, meaning they catch about 3 per day. That's enough for tonight. It's getting late, Chenxi remarked, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 11. Tonight's haul was substantial, 7 or 8 birds, plus a bucket and 2 bags of cicada nymphs. Chenxi didn't keep the birds, he let them be distributed among the others. Returning home, everyone moved quietly, afraid of waking Chenxi's grandparents. The elderly had light sleep once disturbed, they might not be able to fall back asleep. They began washing the cicada nymphs over and over. Someone tended the fire while Chenxi poured half a bucket of oil into the pot, a sight that made the village lads frown. If they'd done that, their parents would have broken their legs. Of course, they didn't have that much oil to spare anyway. Once the oil was sizzling, they added batches of the drained cicada nymphs to fry. They cooked quickly, requiring little time. Bring over the bowls, Chenxi whispered. Everyone prepared their bowls, ready to catch the fried nymphs. Chenxi scooped the fried nymphs into the bowl, sprinkled salt and cumin powder over them, and had someone stir everything thoroughly. Smells amazing, someone exclaimed, already reaching for a handful. Crispy on the outside and tender within, these cicada nymphs were the perfect accompaniment to drinks. We'll divide them after they're all fried, Chenxi told everyone. They'd caught so many tonight that even with over a dozen people sharing, everyone would get a generous portion. Despite their best efforts to stay quiet and avoid waking their grandparents, the elderly couple still stirred awake. They tiptoed carefully, afraid of making a sound, but the irresistible aroma was simply too strong. Lights flickered on in the nearby house, let alone the people inside. Grandma got up and saw the pot filled with oil for frying the cicada nymphs. Her heart ached at the sight, and she grimaced.
But she didn't dare scold Li Chenxi, afraid she might scare her own grandson away.
Grandpa, Grandma, you're awake? Why not eat a little before going back to sleep? Li Chenxi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He silently resolved to find a different spot next time he couldn't keep causing such a ruckus at home. Grandpa smiled and said, alright, I'll have a couple of drinks. Li Chenxi was speechless. He thought, I told you to eat the cicada nymphs, but why are you so focused on drinking? That said, cicada nymphs really are a great snack with alcohol. Soon, Uncle Li Xiaoxiang also crept over. Seeing the spread, he gasped, there's this much? Li Chenxi nodded. And there's more. Someone couldn't help but ask, 16th uncle, should we come back tomorrow night? You guys go tomorrow night. I might not be home. Keep using this oil for frying.
Just send me some over each time, Li Chenxi told them. Cicada nymphs were like that. Clearing out one batch was good, but their reproductive capacity was beyond imagination. Without chemical weapons like pesticides, it was nearly impossible to eradicate them through manual capture.
Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed.
Their biggest worry had been running out of oil, but now that Li Chenxi was letting them take it, there was no problem. Li Chenxi distributed the oil-fried cicada nymphs among them, giving nearly everyone 2 or 3 pounds, enough to fill half a small basin. He kept one basin for himself, and no one objected, since the oil was his to begin with.
Uncle 16, we'll be heading back now. Li Chenxi waved them off. Go ahead. His grandfather's meager supply of liquor wouldn't have been enough to share among so many people.
As for the used frying oil, he instructed Li Dafu to store it away for now.
Upon returning home, they immediately roused their sleeping families to eat the fried cicada nymphs.
Everyone ate with relish, praising them endlessly.
We'll go again tomorrow night.
The oil's at Dafu's place.
These things are everywhere in the woods.
No wonder that patch of trees keeps dying off, the young man told his family. Only then did he realize cicadas were insects that fed on tree nutrients. Since they were pests, catching them felt even less like a burden. It was practically doing the community a favor. I reckon word will spread tomorrow, and by nightfall, crowds will be out hunting them, his father remarked. But no matter how plentiful these creatures were, they couldn't withstand a mass hunt. This windfall wouldn't last more than a few days. The old village chief might even organize a group to catch them tomorrow, claiming them for the village collective.
Chapter 129, Chen Baiju's Moment of Glory.
True to expectations, the next day, the old party secretary and others heard about the cicada nymphs and immediately decided to claim them as village property to prevent villagers from fighting over the little things.
By making them village property, everyone gets a share that should settle any complaints, right?
The old party secretary even sought out Li Chenxi specifically to discuss the matter.
I don't mind.
Since that's the case, you can go get the oil from Dafu's place, Li Chenxi said casually. The oil he mentioned was precisely the half barrel of peanut oil used last night to fry the cicada nymphs, a substantial amount. That oil would last the village for days. No wonder the old party secretary had come to see him. He was likely after that oil. That oil had already been used to fry braised pork belly, and last night it was used to fry cicada nymphs. Li Chenxi himself wasn't particularly interested in it, which was why he'd let Li Dafu and the others take it. In later generations, anyone daring to use oil that old would surely face criticism. But in this era, who cared how many times peanut oil had been used or how long it had been stored? As long as it hadn't gone bad, it was fine. Even if it tasted slightly off, it didn't matter, people would still eat it without hesitation. The old party secretary, satisfied with the answer he'd sought, smiled contentedly and departed. He had indeed set his sights on that oil. His visit to Li Chenxi was really just about that half barrel of oil. The villagers were short on cooking oil, and he had no choice but to swallow his pride and beg. That old man's getting thicker skinned by the day, Grandpa grumbled, voicing his displeasure. Li Chenxi smiled and soothed his grandfather. Grandpa, let it go. That oil's been fried twice and sat around for so long, it's better to get it eaten up quickly. With his dutiful grandson speaking up, the old man relented. Chenxi, are you heading back to the steel mill later? The old man asked. Li Chenxi nodded. I'll swing by, then head to the noodle factory. After all, I'm still officially employed there, it's a source of income. Hearing this, the old couple felt immense pride. Their eldest grandson was truly remarkable, holding positions at 2 factories, or rather, being fiercely sought after by both. Others struggled just to get into one factory due to limited openings, yet their Chenxi was the coveted prize both plants fought to secure. He should go, to avoid people talking, Grandpa said cheerfully. Li Chenxi reminded them, Grandma, if any of last night's braised pork has gone bad, don't eat it. Give it to whoever wants it. Last night, some braised pork remained uneaten, and the elderly couple would never discard it lightly. But Chenxi worried that prolonged exposure to this weather might spoil it. After all, both elders were getting on in years, and an upset stomach would be the last thing they needed. Grandma knows, don't worry. If it's gone bad, we won't eat it. Seeing their eldest grandson so concerned for them, the elderly couple felt warm inside, almost forgetting who their own son was. But that braised pork? That wasn't something they'd just give away to anyone. You see, when Chenxi made this dish, he'd added quite a bit of sugar. Adding sugar to braised pork is a common practice in many regions.
But when it comes to sugar consumption, which province can rival Jiangsu?
Especially in Wuxi, where even noodles are sweetened with sugar, it truly makes one marvel at how prosperous this region has been since ancient times.
Did people in other regions not enjoy sugar in ancient times? Of course not, it was simply a matter of means. Sugar has never been cheap, how could ordinary people afford it daily?
To elevate sugar consumption to a regional custom speaks volumes about their genuine prosperity. Just as Li Chenxi was preparing to return to the city, an elderly gentleman named Chen Baizhu arrived at the exchange meeting venue and unexpectedly encountered the esteemed patriarch of the medical community, Master Dong Chunhua. Professor Dong commanded immense prestige in contemporary medicine and stood among the few remaining masters of traditional Chinese medicine, his status revered as that of an imperial physician. As the most distinguished figure at this exchange conference, he had every right to personally encourage each physician present. When Chen Baishu's turn came, Master Dong scrutinized him intently for a moment, making Chen's scalp tingle.
"You are Chen Baizhu?" Dr. Dong inquired with a smile. Chen Baizhu froze in shock.
He never imagined that someone of Master Dong's stature would recognize him.
This was an immense honor for him.
His voice faltered slightly as he stammered, "Hello, old Master Dong.
I'm Chen Baizhu."
In truth, Master Dong's words had startled everyone present as well.
All eyes turned to Chen Baizhu as they wondered, who exactly is this man?
That he could command such attention and catch the old master's eye.
Dong Chunhua smiled. "Don't be nervous. Relax. I've heard about your proposal. It's excellent."
"Proposal? What proposal?"
Everyone except Chen Baizhu looked curious.
Only then did Chen Baizhu realize why old Dong had specifically inquired about him. He didn't need to guess, it was undoubtedly old Li who had leaked the information, reaching the ears of this medical authority and drawing old Dong's attention to this insignificant figure. At this moment, Chen Baizhu felt quite stirred inside. In fact, when Dong Chunhua heard about this last night, he was deeply shaken and developed a keen interest in Chen Baizhu. After arriving today, he inquired with the relevant personnel, identified Chen Baizhu, and then observed him discreetly for about 10 minutes. Seizing the moment, Dong Chunhua introduced Chen Baizhu to the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Comrade Chen Baizhu. You may not all recognize him. I shall reserve judgment on the merits of his medical skills for now, but he has put forth a visionary idea that deserves our praise and support. It is a well-known fact that healthcare conditions in our rural areas are currently underdeveloped, and the situation is extremely severe. The central authorities have already taken notice of the difficulties in accessing medical care in the countryside. Comrade Chen Baizhu has proposed a bold idea, compiling an accessible medical manual capable of addressing the vast majority of common ailments. This would enable anyone literate to become a barefoot doctor after simple training, bolstering rural healthcare resources." Dong Chunhua elaborated on that audacious concept in detail. This was also a show of support for Chen Baizhu, hoping colleagues would join his grand vision to complete such a work swiftly, put it into use as soon as possible, train qualified barefoot doctors for China's rural areas, and benefit the rural populace. As the words left his mouth, the audience exchanged glances, their gazes toward Chen Baizhu now filled with admiration. In that moment, Chen Baizhu felt his life had reached its zenith. Never before had he been so celebrated. "I'll share another piece of news with you all. A senior leader has taken a keen interest in this matter. They will soon contact Comrade Chen Baizhu, the initiator, to lead the completion of this project. I hope everyone present here will support Comrade Chen Baizhu," Dong Chunhua declared. The moment the words left his mouth, nearly everyone in the room became excited, eagerly expressing their desire to join. Who wouldn't want their name written in such a monumental work? Chen Baizhu, however, was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined things would escalate to this magnitude. That a high-ranking leader had taken notice of him, would contact him, and make him one of the leaders? He felt inadequate, and the pressure on his heart instantly doubled. Chen Baizhu dared not take credit and hastily clarified, "Senior Dong, I wish to set the record straight. This idea was originally proposed to me by Li Chenxi, a young researcher from our institute. His intention was for me to publish such a book, but I simply don't have the capability. So," he briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. Seeing Chen Baizhu speak so openly and honestly, without claiming all the credit for himself, everyone felt even greater respect for him. Chapter 130, Deeply Impressed. From this, it seems that young man in your institute truly possesses remarkable public awareness. Impressive. Old Dong praised sincerely. Chen Baizhu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Not long ago, he was commended for inventing a water-pressing well and even made the newspapers. Later, he invented a solar cooker. Each invention addresses urgent needs of the people. Old Dong's eyes widened slightly as he asked in astonishment, "That young man is from your institute? And the brilliant idea to compile a medical text that anyone literate could self-study, that came from him too?" This was truly unexpected. Dong Chunhua had heard of the hand-pumped well and solar cooker. He considered both inventions to be masterpieces that benefited the nation and its people, crucial to rural development. He never imagined the same person had conceived this grand vision. Yet, considering his previous inventions, it seemed entirely consistent with his way of thinking.
Is he really part of your institute?
Not only was old Dong astonished, but the others present also exchanged incredulous glances.
Chen Baizhu nodded again in confirmation. Yes. I think he made two very insightful remarks. Oh? Tell me more.
Dong Chuanhua's curiosity was piqued, and he grew deeply interested in those two statements. So Chen Baishu repeated what Li Chenxi had told him. At the time, he had been profoundly shaken by those words. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the room gasped slightly, their expressions mirroring Chen Baishu's own at that moment.
Excellent. Excellent. Well said. Dong Chunhua couldn't help but applaud, genuinely appreciating those words.
Suddenly, he developed a keen interest in the young man in Chen Baishu's courtyard. Others immediately joined in the applause. The words had truly struck a chord with many.
What about the other sentence? Someone pressed impatiently.
Chen Baishu felt his face flush with pride. Though the words weren't his own, he felt a sense of shared glory and immense satisfaction. Then, he delivered another thunderous line. That too was a quote Li Chenxi had picked up in later generations. In the future, such words might have been turned into countless memes online, but in this era, they struck a profound chord.
Dong Chunhua opened her mouth, speechless for a long moment.
Soon, Chen Baishu became the focal point of the exchange. This was undoubtedly Chen Baishu's moment in the spotlight. Never before had he received such intense attention. Deep down, Chen Baishu was filled with gratitude toward Li Chenxi. He never imagined he would become the center of everyone's attention, enduring the baptism of so many gazes. Chen Baishu knew deep down that all of this was brought to him by Li Chenxi. At this moment, he pondered how he could repay Li Chenxi's kindness in the future. After the symposium concluded, attendees gradually departed. Yet Elder Dong specifically retained Chen Baishu, along with several other promising young talents he had identified, including Ms. Zhang from Jiangyin, who had already begun to make a name for herself.
Ms. Zhang was developing a granule-based herbal decoction. If successful, it would pioneer this form of traditional Chinese medicine in China. Old Master Dong was well aware of this endeavor and thus placed high hopes in this remarkable woman. The reason for keeping them behind was primarily to provide them with special attention and preferential treatment. Such favors were only natural for outstanding students' comrades. At this moment, Chen Baizhu felt somewhat conflicted. Regarding the development of the heart-saving pills, he hoped to complete it independently and claim the glory for himself. Yet he also knew his own limitations and felt that relying solely on his own efforts might lead to endless delays. Comrade Chen Baishu, you seem troubled? Why not share your thoughts? Perhaps we can offer some insight.
Noticing his hesitation, Ms. Zhang beside him asked with concern. The gaze of old Dong and the others immediately focused on Chen Baishu. Chen Baishu instantly felt the weight of immense pressure. After a moment's thought, he decided to speak up. Have you heard of a medicine called Jiuxin? It's primarily used to treat. He then proceeded to bring up the matter of the heart-saving pill. Is there really such an ancient formula? That young man at your hospital mentioned seeing related records in ancient texts. Old Dong and the others were astonished, their eyes brimming with hope. As doctors, they understood how precious a drug that could effectively and rapidly alleviate coronary heart disease attacks truly was. Coronary heart disease remains a major global challenge. Though Western medicine prides itself on being advanced, it often finds itself helpless in the face of this condition. Conversely, through the gradual regulation of traditional Chinese medicine, the condition might improve. Yet they had to acknowledge that one unavoidable characteristic of traditional Chinese medicine was its relatively slow onset of effect. What astonished them even more was that all this had been proposed by that young man named Li Chenxi. Having come this far, Chen Baizhu decided to open up. Nodding, he said, that's right. He also told me he vaguely recalls the main ingredients of that ancient formula included chuanxiong and bingpian. From a pharmacological perspective, this is indeed feasible. Upon hearing this, Ms. Zhang, present at the scene, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. The concept of a heart-saving pill had also flashed through her mind before, and she had once toyed with the idea of developing such a medication. However, it was no easy task, so she had temporarily shelved it. Moreover, her primary focus was currently on the development of a Chinese herbal granule drink banlangen dry syrup. She was currently employing a chicken embryo screening method to test numerous Chinese herbs for their effectiveness against mumps virus, and the project had now reached a critical stage. This medicine is crucial for us, especially for the traditional Chinese medicine community. I hope you'll all join in, pool your wisdom, and strive to successfully develop the heart-saving pill. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell me. I will provide all necessary assistance, Dong Chunhua said solemnly. Additionally, Dong Chunhua indicated that he would personally contribute unique insights to facilitate the birth of the heart-saving pill. Those present immediately expressed their willingness to contribute their efforts to the development of the heart-saving pill. Soon after, Dong Chunhua hurriedly departed. He needed to report the matter of the heart-saving pill to higher authorities to secure their attention and initiate the research project. Comrade Chen Baizhu, I'd like to meet that young man at your institute. Could you introduce me? Ms. Zhang suddenly approached Chen Baizhu and made her request with great ease. Chen Baizhu paused for a moment before nodding. Certainly.
Come on, I was just about to head back anyway. With that, he led Ms. Zhang toward courtyard 56. When Ms. Zhang appeared before Li Chenxi and revealed her true identity, Li Chenxi was momentarily stunned, a wave of disbelief washing over him. He never imagined that after all the twists and turns, the mission to develop the heart-saving pill would ultimately fall upon the shoulders of this national treasure. But this was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to carry the guilt anymore. Since Ms. Zhang would ultimately lead this research and development effort and could accelerate the progress and release timeline of the heart-saving pills, it couldn't be better. You two chat for now. Lunch is on me at my place, no excuses. Chen Baishu told Ms. Zhang and Li Chenxi. He decided to make today's meal especially lavish, instructing his wife to bring out all the best dishes to entertain their distinguished guests. On one hand, he felt incredibly happy himself and wanted to celebrate properly. On the other, he wanted to properly host these two distinguished guests, especially Li Chenxi. Chapter 131, 10 Spots. Sister Zhang, please come inside and sit down, Li Chenxi greeted warmly. Though slightly puzzled by Li Chenxi's warmth, Ms. Zhang felt genuinely pleased to be treated so familiarly. The two soon found common ground in their conversation. Li Chenxi occasionally slipped in some extra baggage, revealing a few advanced medical concepts from the future to Ms. Zhang. Though these were merely scattered hints, seemingly offhand, Ms. Zhang listened with rapt attention, deeply inspired and greatly enriched. At noon, they enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at Chen Baishu's home, after which Ms. Zhang hurriedly departed. Only one elderly woman couldn't help but fret inwardly. All the food she'd painstakingly saved up had vanished in the blink of an eye, gone in the time it took to eat a single meal. Don't fret over it, Chen Baishu said cheerfully. Barring any surprises, my job grade should be upgraded soon. The moment she heard her husband was about to receive a promotion and pay raise, the woman's attention was instantly captured. Husband, what's going on? She asked curiously. So Chen Baishu began recounting his experience at today's exchange meeting. All this is thanks to Chenxi, Chen Baishu told his wife. Take that jar of medicinal wine I brewed 5 years ago and give it to Chenxi. Hearing her husband was making something of himself and about to be promoted, the woman was instantly filled with joy and delight. Alright, I'll take it to Chenxi right away. Learning that all this was thanks to Chenxi's help, the woman hurriedly rummaged through the cupboards, finding the tiger bone wine her husband treasured like a family heirloom. She picked up a rag, carefully wiped away the dust accumulated on the surface of the wine jar, and then rushed off to deliver it to Li Chenxi. She knew full well that jar of tiger bone wine was practically a family heirloom in her husband's eyes. No one was ever allowed to even touch it. Li Chenxi accepted it without hesitation. He knew this was a rare treasure, something money might not even buy in the future. Though the tiger bone wine was reputed to have aphrodisiac properties, he didn't need that right now. Still, it would make an excellent gift later. With that thought, he divided the wine into 2 portions, one to take back to the village, the other to present to his father-in-law, Uncle Zhang. That afternoon, Li Chenxi first visited the noodle factory. Actually, it should now be called the Instant Noodle Factory, since the name had already been changed. At that moment, the production line inside the factory was undergoing upgrades, and the construction crew was working feverishly on the expansion. Upon learning of Li Chenxi's arrival, factory manager Yang immediately set aside his tasks. Chenxi, do you have any further suggestions? He asked eagerly. Li Chenxi smiled gently and replied calmly, let's not rush. We can first produce a batch of products to test the overseas market. Additionally, we need to base our production plans on market demand and thoroughly research the tastes of people in different countries and regions. Based on consumers' diverse preferences, we can create a wide variety of product styles. Essentially, this involves focusing on the seasoning packets. For flavor development alone, we can offer rich and diverse options. Take our classic braised beef noodles, the fiery and addictive spicy beef noodles, the fresh and savory shrimp fish cake noodles, the richly aromatic chicken stew with mushrooms, the uniquely flavored pickled cabbage beef noodles, the innovative pickled cabbage chicken noodles, and the tangy and refreshing spicy beef noodles. Each boasts its own distinct charm. To achieve this, we must establish a flavor development laboratory to introduce diverse flavors, giving international consumers more choices. Upon hearing this, plant manager Yang felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, as though a new world had opened before him. Excellent! That's a brilliant idea, he exclaimed, clapping his hands with excitement. This would make foreign instant noodles even less competitive. He immediately had someone record Li Chenxi's suggestions. Leaning closer, Director Yang lowered his voice, Chenxi, the factory has decided to give you 10 job openings. However, the new employees won't officially start until the second production workshop is completed in a month. Li Chenxi nodded eagerly, responding with gratitude, that's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Factory Director Yang patted Li Chenxi on the shoulder and chuckled, why be so formal with Uncle Yang? Alright, I've got work to attend to. If you have any more great ideas in the future, be sure to share them with the factory right away. Uncle Yang, you can count on it. Li Chenxi replied with confidence. This expansion would create at least 1,000 new positions, but factory manager Yang's private allocation of 10 spots to Li Chenxi was already exceptionally generous. After all, even factory manager Yang couldn't wield absolute authority or make decisions unilaterally within the factory. Especially since the instant noodle factory's upgrade, higher-ups had specifically dispatched personnel to oversee operations. Of course, production operations remained under Director Yang's leadership, and his authority within the factory remained paramount. After spending about an hour or two at the factory, Chenxi departed. He wasn't rushing to launch the bucket-style instant noodles, preferring to proceed step by step and build a solid foundation. Director Yang instructed his team to accelerate the production line debugging process, aiming to produce a batch of instant noodles as soon as possible. There was no need to rush into testing the market either. Hong Kong was an ideal choice, given its current status as a crucial export gateway and transit hub for our country. Moreover, they planned to participate in the upcoming Autumn Canton Fair to secure additional orders. Afterward, the group held a brief meeting to discuss related matters. Before they knew it, dusk was approaching. Chenxi loaded half a jar of tiger bone wine, a basket of eggs, a bag of rice, a sack of flour, and a box of canned goods onto his tricycle before setting off toward Uncle Zhang's courtyard house. As soon as he reached the courtyard gate, he spotted the elderly woman who lived there. They had met a few times before and were somewhat acquainted. Chenxi hurriedly asked, "Auntie, has Uncle Zhang come home yet?" Chenxi pulled out a handful of candies and handed them to the woman. She teased him cheerfully, "Oh my, what brings you here at this hour? Could it be you're here to propose to Yanji? Your Uncle Zhang just stepped through the door." A faint smile touched Chenxi's lips. "Yanzi is still studying. We'll discuss it after she finishes her education. Auntie, would you mind going inside and calling Uncle Zhang out for me?" These days, Chenxi had grown much thicker-skinned. He no longer blushed crimson at the slightest teasing like he used to. The woman, delighted with her candy, beamed and replied, "All right. I'll go call him right now." Before long, Zhang Jianqi emerged from the courtyard. "Chenxi? Come in and sit for a bit." Zhang Jianqi feigned surprise, his eyes darting toward the tricycle at Chenxi's feet. Though the cargo was covered, he had a pretty good idea what it contained, and his heart leapt with delight. His words were meant for others to hear. After all, their deal needed to stay low-key. "I've got something I need Uncle Zhang's help with. How about we talk while we walk?" Chenxi launched into his own act. Once they were a short distance away, Zhang Jianqi lowered his voice. "Chenxi, what good stuff have you brought me this time?" Chenxi smiled faintly and replied, "A basket of fresh eggs, a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a box of canned goods. Plus, an old gentleman in my courtyard, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, gave me a jar of tiger bone wine. I brought you half a jar." Zhang Jianqi's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Last time, Chenxi's eggs and meat had been a huge help to the lab, providing the comrades with ample nutrition. With their energy and spirits boosted, research progress had accelerated significantly. Thinking about this new batch of supplies, he knew the lab's food and drink for the month would be taken care of. "Good lad, take the tiger bone wine back for me. I'll handle the rest." With that, he hopped on his bike and headed toward Old Sun's place. Chenxi, meanwhile, carefully cradled the half-barrel of tiger bone wine and turned back toward Aunt Zhang's courtyard. The moment Chenxi stepped through the door, Aunt Zhang rushed forward, her concern evident. "Chenxi, why are you carrying things again? Didn't Uncle Zhang go out looking for you? Did you miss him?" At that moment, Chenxi's girlfriend, Zhang Yan, along with his two sisters-in-law, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lu, were all in the courtyard. The youngest, Zhang Lu, stared intently at the jar in Chenxi's hands, her curiosity piqued, wondering what delicious treat it might contain. Chenxi smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhang had something to attend to, so he let me come in first." Chapter 132, North Pole Soda. Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes slightly, muttering to herself, what could possibly be so urgent? How could he let his future son-in-law come calling while she wasn't home? She must be afraid of what people would say. Chenxi gently set down the jar and smiled at Aunt Zhang. "This is tiger bone wine. An elder from my neighborhood gifted it to me." Aunt Zhang immediately understood. This was a potent tonic for men, especially those entering middle age and experiencing declining vitality. It was said to be remarkably effective. She promptly took the tiger bone wine to hide it away, repeatedly thanking Chenxi. She then turned to prepare the meal, leaving her three daughters to keep Chenxi company. Zhang Lu blinked her eyes and asked indirectly, "Brother Chenxi, those big white rabbit milk candies you gave us last time were so delicious. Do you have anything even tastier?" Chenxi chuckled at her question, knowing exactly what the little minx had in mind. "Of course there's something even better. Wait here a moment, I'll go get it." The moment he turned to leave, Zhang Yan and Zhang Yu couldn't resist telling their mother everything. Sure enough, Zhang Lu was met with a torrent of scolding from her mother. Words like stubborn girl and disrespectful rained down on her. Aunt Zhang understood perfectly well how precious tiger bone wine was. The other party had brought such a precious gift for her father-in-law, and here her daughter was asking for candy? How could she behave like that? Meanwhile, Zhang Jianqi had arrived at Sun Guowei's house. "Old son, come out and help carry this stuff," Zhang Jianqi called out triumphantly. Now that he had food in hand, his words carried more weight. Seeing Zhang Jianqi arrive on his tricycle loaded with goods, Sun Guowei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old Zhang, what's all this?" "Supplies Chenxi got for us. Let's get them inside and divide them up." Pay whatever they're worth, don't take advantage of the younger generation.
Zhang Jianxi wouldn't let his future son-in-law get shortchanged.
Hearing this, Sun Guowei and the others hurried over, surrounding the tricycle. After confirming no one else was watching, they swiftly unloaded the goods. Careful! That basket has eggs. Zhang Jianxi warned. Those carrying the items immediately slowed their movements, afraid of breaking the eggs. Wow! Another basket full of eggs that meant everyone would get several pounds each. Beyond that, there was rice, flour, and even a box of canned goods, precious meat cans, no less. They knew full well that domestically produced canned goods were mostly exported to earn foreign currency. Getting a taste of canned food was no easy feat. Old Li's son must have gone through a lot of trouble and effort to get them this box of canned goods, right? Finally, after everything was moved into Sun Guowei's home and the door was closed, they began to distribute the goods. Old Gu, Old Lu, Daji, and Jinmin may not live in our courtyard, but they're part of our department. We should save a portion for them, Sun Guowei spoke up first. Of course. I'll go fetch Jinmin right away, one of them quickly replied. Jinmin lived just a few courtyards ahead of them, not far at all. The group decided to first estimate the value of the items, then pool their money to give to Zhang Jianxi to take back. They knew these items were provided by Old Li's son. As elders, they felt awkward letting the younger generation lose out, so they were quite generous with their pricing. Zhang Jianxi took his share in the pooled money, then hurried off. Chenxi was still waiting at his place. Old Zhang, please thank Chenxi for us. Their wages were decent enough, but supplies were hard to come by, and their families weren't eating well. But they didn't complain, knowing the nation was going through tough times. People everywhere were tightening their belts, and some were suffering far worse than they were. Alright, that's enough. Zhang Jianxi waved his hand and turned to leave. Chenxi returned after a quick trip, carrying a large foam box filled with several bottles of Beibinjiang soda, a few ice pops, a watermelon, and a goose. Beibinjiang soda was a household name in the capital city. Hardly any child could resist its temptation. As a flagship product of the Beiheyang Food Company, its popularity was simply unimaginable. The line of trucks waiting to be loaded at the company's factory in Anlalin, just outside Yongdingmen, stretched all the way to Shaziku, forming a queue 2 to 300 meters long. This bustling and spectacular scene played out almost daily, right on schedule. In those days, refrigerators and freezers were not yet commonplace. To keep the soda fresh, small shops and cooperatives would often fill a large barrel with cool water. Some vendors would even add a piece or two of ice to the barrel before submerging the sodas. Yet demand was so intense that often, before the water could fully chill the drinks, eager customers would already have snapped them all up. Whether on bustling, noisy streets or in quiet, narrow alleys, the sight of a large block of ice roughly 1 meter on each side and 30 to 50 centimeters thick displayed at the entrance was an unmistakable sign that North Pole soda was being sold. Compared to Beihai Ocean soda, all other goods seemed to pale in comparison. You're always spoiling that brat, Aunt Zhang said reproachfully. Chenxi shot a glance at Zhang Lu, who looked pitifully downcast. He knew full well she'd been given a thorough scolding by her mother. What does Xiao Lu have to do with this? Aunt Zhang, don't blame her. Aunt Zhang cut him off. Chenxi, no need to defend her. What kind of girl she is, do you think I don't know? After that, she shot her youngest daughter another glare, the look clearly saying, you're so immature. Chenxi smiled, shooting Zhang Lu a look that said, I tried my best, before opening the phone box. Zhang Lu gasped in surprise, jumping up. One moment teary-eyed, the next she was grinning from ear to ear, her joy impossible to contain. Wow! Watermelon! And soda too! Zhang Yu and Zhang Yan hurried over. Aunt Zhang, upon seeing the watermelon and the goose, couldn't help but give a wry smile. She thought to herself, who gives gifts like this? Any one of these items alone would have been more than enough. She gave her youngest daughter a light smack on the bottom and scolded, don't be so dramatic. What kind of behavior is that? Chenxi first took out the ice cream, carefully wrapped in something to prevent it from getting dirty. Here, everyone, have some of this first. What woman could resist the temptation of ice cream or other sweet treats? Especially in this era, when some people had never even seen such things before. Oh my! This is milk flavored? Made with actual milk? How expensive must this be? Aunt Zhang exclaimed after taking a bite. It tasted delicious, but it was certainly extravagant. Moreover, this item was likely hard to find on the market. Aunt Zhang had no idea how Chenxi had managed to get his hands on it. No idea. A friend gave it to me. Chenxi stuck to his usual line, anything of unknown origin was always attributed to a friend's gift. Zhang Yan and the others cautiously sampled it, finding it the most delicious thing they'd ever tasted. Zhang Yu reached to take the watermelon out, but Chenxi quickly stopped her. Leave it inside for now. It's been chilled, it'll lose its coolness if you take it out. The foam box still contained crushed ice, which would maintain the low temperature. The watermelon had been chilled long ago, then placed in Chenxi's store backpack, where its temperature remained constant. Zhang Yan gazed at Chenxi's profile, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. Chapter 133, Good Luck? When Zhang Jianxi stepped through the door, he caught sight of the foam box filled with odds and ends and frozen place. Where did you get these eggs, canned goods, and rice?
Aunt Zhang looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why her husband had brought these items back from his outing. Zhang Jianxi glanced at Chenxi, who calmly shook his head. The words on the tip of his tongue shifted, and he replied instead, well, Chenxi came by, so I borrowed some from my co-workers. Aunt Zhang's lips twitched at his words, her mind racing. Your so-called colleagues probably can't even feed themselves properly. Otherwise, why would they keep sending you home to haul things out to help others? Ahem. Yanzi, are you free next Friday? Chenxi quickly interjected, trying to divert everyone's attention. The tactic worked like a charm. All eyes instantly turned to Chenxi. Zhang Yan replied, I have class on Friday, but I can take a leave of absence. Won't taking time off interfere with your studies? Chenxi asked with concern. Aunt Zhang, thinking Chenxi wanted to take her daughter out for fun, said, what's a day or two? It won't hurt. She can make up the work later. Zhang Jianxi, however, keenly sensed that things weren't as simple as his wife thought. Chenxi's move must have deeper meaning. Otherwise, given his personality, why would he choose to invite her during her class time? Why not wait until the weekend when he's free? Why rush it a day early? He concluded this was no ordinary date. My grandmother's birthday is on Friday. I'd like to throw her a lively celebration. Would you and Aunt Zhang be available? Chenxi finally got to the point. Friday was his grandmother's birthday, a date he'd etched into his memory and begun planning for long ago.
Of course we can.
If something urgent comes up, Aunt Zhang can take them instead. Zhang Jianxi agreed readily.
He admired Chenxi's filial piety. Surely no father-in-law could dislike a son-in-law like this? Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly and asked, how old is your grandmother turning? She needed to prepare a gift. Going empty-handed would be terribly rude. 60. Coinciding with the significant milestone of 60, Chenxi had decided to organize a proper celebration for her grandmother's truly meaningful birthday. The Chinese people's particular regard for numbers is vividly reflected in birthday celebrations. Chinese people, especially the elderly, are particularly sensitive to numbers, seeking auspiciousness in all matters. If a birthday isn't a round number, the elders often lose interest in celebrating. Perhaps, in the hearts of the elderly, a round number signifies wholeness and completeness. It symbolizes the warmth and happiness of family reunion, and also foretells that the elderly can draw a perfect full stop to their life. The 60th birthday is a major event worthy of grand celebration for most Chinese people. In our traditional culture, 6 is considered an extremely auspicious number, and 60 years are seen as a life cycle. It's as if completing these first 60 years marks the beginning of a new chapter in life, entering the next cycle. In a past life, Chenxi had read online that celebrating elders' birthdays requires caution. For instance, ages containing the digit 4 such as 54, 64, or 74 should ideally avoid lavish celebrations. The reason is self-evident. The pronunciation of 4C closely resembles that of Deathsy, making it considered inauspicious. Additionally, the ages of 73 and 84 are similarly regarded as inauspicious for birthday celebrations. This stems from deep historical connections to two great Confucian sages. Confucius passed away at 73, while Mencius departed at 84. As revered sages, even Confucius and Mencius could not overcome these age thresholds. How could ordinary people dare to challenge them? This reflects both a reverence for feudal tradition and a profound respect for the two sages. As for those over 90, it is even more inadvisable to cause them undue excitement, lest a moment of celebration become the final chapter of their lives. Chenxi, don't worry. Our whole family will be there. By the way, where will the banquet be held? Aunt Zhang asked with concern. Li's village. The courtyard house in town just isn't quite right, Chenxi replied. After all, the authorities were now advocating frugality and opposing extravagance. With everyone tightening their belts these days, hosting lavish banquets seemed decidedly out of place. After dinner, night had fallen. Chenxi didn't linger long and took his leave. After Chenxi left, Aunt Zhang sternly warned her husband, Old Zhang, I'm telling you, don't break your promise this time. I've let you off the hook before. In the past, this fellow had a history of missing the birthdays of their 3 daughters, a track record of breaking promises. Zhang Jianxi gave a wry smile. It's Friday, so I shouldn't have to. I'll coordinate with the office. His past absences had been unavoidable. Research had reached critical junctures where he simply couldn't leave. You'd better keep your word, Aunt Zhang warned again. After her warning, she began gathering the watermelon rinds. With a bit of preparation, these rinds could be pickled into a delicious side dish. Chenxi returned to his courtyard house and was surprised to find Li Dafu and the others there too. But why were their eyes all so swollen? Had they been stung by bees? Why did he always find them injured whenever he saw them, and each time in a different way? He was truly baffled. What happened? Chenxi asked, puzzled. The person beside him scratched his head awkwardly. Heh, we got lucky today. Lucky? Chenxi eyed them skeptically. This hardly looked like good luck to him. It really was good luck. We bagged 5 dumb roe deer today, Li Dafu declared triumphantly. Ha! Stupid roe deer? Chenxi thought to himself, do you even need to hunt those things? If you run into one, it's practically a sure thing, right?
In his past life, friends from northeast China had told him that when a dumb roe deer senses danger, its first instinct isn't to flee. Instead, it fluffs up the white fur under its tail before deciding whether to make a run for it. If it finds escape impossible, it might even stop and bury its head in the snow, thinking that will save it. It was laughable. What's more, these deer are incredibly curious. Instead of running away when they see people, they'll approach out of curiosity to see what's going on. In short, their various foolish behaviors often leave humans utterly perplexed. Are you sure you hunted them? Chenxi asked skeptically. Ahem. Actually, they practically handed themselves over. We caught 3, and 2 more knocked themselves out, one of them explained. Hearing this, Chenxi nodded, thinking to himself, now that's more like the typical behavior of these silly roe deer. It seemed their luck today was indeed exceptional. Encountering a dumb roe deer was practically like finding free money. So what are you doing here? Chenxi shifted the conversation, asking curiously. At that moment, one of them couldn't help but glare at Li Dafu. It's all this guy's fault. He attracted a whole nest of hornets. Chenxi was utterly speechless upon hearing this. After a long silence, he couldn't help but speak up. I advise you not to work with him anymore. That guy's name sounds like it's full of blessings, but judging from these recent experiences, he's actually a jinx walking around. Sooner or later, he'll drag us all down with him. Li Dafu chuckled, his face almost aching from the effort. Ha! Without me, they couldn't pull this off. Chenxi was utterly baffled. Without you? He couldn't even fathom what role Li Dafu could possibly play. The other 4 guys looked equally awkward and frustrated. It's weird, you know. When we go up the mountain alone, we never seem to find any game. But whenever we go with him, we almost always come back with something. They couldn't fathom why either, but that was just how it was. Chapter 134, pretty much the same thing. Chenxi led them to the old man's house, where they applied some medicine. Truth be told, these fellows had sneaked into this courtyard primarily for treatment. If they returned like this, forget whether their families would beat them senseless, the villagers would surely mock them. Even passing children would probably roll on the ground laughing for a while. That said, their haul this time was actually quite substantial. Each had bagged a roe deer. Though smaller than wild boars, they still weighed 40 to 50 pounds each. The neighborhood office offered a purchase price of 1 yuan per pound gross weight. By that calculation, each of them would get at least 40 yuan. Which was no small sum. What more could they possibly want? Getting stung by a few hornets was nothing, it wouldn't kill them, so what was there to fear? If Chenxi knew their mindset, he'd have to warn them that hornet stings could indeed cause serious trouble. Judging by their injuries, that wasp venom was no joke. It was said that a hornet sting caused immediate redness, swelling, and pain, sometimes leading to bruising and tissue death. Systemic symptoms included dizziness, headache, vomiting, abdominal pain, diarrhea, restlessness, and elevated blood pressure. The potency of hornet venom was far beyond that of honeybee stings. While they were being treated, Chenxi went to the neighboring courtyard and called Li Dazhong over. Take them to Dakia's place to stay the night, Chenxi instructed Li Dazhong. It was already dark, and Chenxi didn't feel comfortable letting them return home like this. He decided to have them stay in town for the night. There were empty rooms available anyway. Not enough beds? They could sleep on the floor. It wasn't winter, they wouldn't freeze to death. Oh, and have Dapeng bring out some noodles for them to eat, Chenxi added, too lazy to make the trip himself. So, after applying ointment to their wounds, Li Dafu and the others followed Li Dazhong to the courtyard where Dakia lived. Currently, that courtyard was mainly occupied by Dakiu and Luo Dapeng, with plenty of empty rooms available. Dazhong, is this courtyard Uncle 16's? Li Dafu and the others looked around curiously after entering. They couldn't help but envy Li Dakiu becoming Dr. Chen's apprentice and moving straight into the city. If nothing went wrong, he'd surely become a doctor someday. How wonderful that would be. It was far easier than being a laborer, and the pay was decent too. Yes. Uncle 16 said anyone from our village who comes to the city can stay here temporarily, Li Dazhong replied. That's right, just temporary. Once the factory assigned housing to those working in the city, they'd have to move out and free up the space. Seeing Li Dafu and the others like that, Luo Dapeng couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. After laughing his fill, he went to get some noodles, grabbed a few eggs, and cooked up a pot of egg noodles. Eat up, you need to fill yourselves. The rooms over there are all cleaned out, you can share them. If you don't like it, just tidy up a bit yourselves, Luo Dapeng said. Everyone was already familiar with each other, since Luo Dapeng had visited Li's village quite often. Thanks, brother Dapeng, we can manage on our own. A group of young people had plenty to talk about and quickly fell into conversation. Li Dafu didn't hide their recent earnings from them. He couldn't talk about it in the village, but out here, he could speak freely. Although Li Dazhong and Li Dakiu were both from Li Zhezhuang, they had essentially left the village behind. They wouldn't be jealous of their modest income. So it seems this line of work suits you well? Why insist on seeking jobs in the city? Luo Dapeng asked, puzzled. If it were him, he wouldn't mind. He could make money anyway, and the work was flexible. After all, working in a factory meant strict hours.
Someone like Li Chenxi was a special case. Li Dafu shook his head. No way. You can't walk by the river forever without getting your shoes wet. Luo Dapeng corrected him. Ahem. It's how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Oh, wait, no, how can you avoid drowning? Good grief, his own studies were bad enough, but who knew someone could be worse? Now he found Li Dafu and the others even more tolerable. It's pretty much the same thing. Luo Dapeng rolled his eyes. How could getting your shoes wet possibly be the same as drowning? When you're always up in the mountains, you're bound to run into dangerous things. You might lose your life any day. That's why being a worker is more stable. Plus, you can move into the city to live, Li Dafu explained. Actually, there was another crucial point. In the countryside, even with money, you couldn't buy certain things like grain or supplies. But if you had a job in the city and transferred your household registration there, you could get access to commercial grain rations. The group chatted late into the night. After Li Dafu and the others had gone to sleep, Luo Dapeng quietly slipped out the door. Early the next morning, Li Chenxi packed 100 jin of flour and 100 jin of prawns into the store's backpack. Flour was nothing special, he'd already obtained it several times. But the prawns, now those were something special. It had been ages since he'd tasted shrimp. These had to be saved, he'd show off his cooking skills when Grandma celebrated her birthday. Today, he needed to get some eggs that could hatch chicks. Not too many, just 500 would suffice. At first glance, that number seemed large, but scattered across a mountain, they'd be like specks. Any private chicken farm in later generations could easily surpass that. A mere few hundred? What's that? Large-scale chicken farms operate in the tens of thousands. The main consideration was Li Village's practical situation, they couldn't manage any more than that. Relying on the mountain's insects and other resources, 500 chickens were already the absolute limit. And even that would require Li Chenxi to deliberately cultivate some insects on the mountain later. On the way back, he ran into Li Dafu and the others. It must be said, old Li's medicine really worked. After just one night, the swelling had gone down. Unless you looked closely, you wouldn't even notice they'd been stung by a swarm of bees. Take your time, Li Chenxi called out to them. One bicycle couldn't possibly carry so many people. Back in Li Village, villagers greeted Li Chenxi one by one, and he responded to each. He first headed to the school, dumping the 100 jin of barley there. After much thought, he decided brewing it into liquor seemed unnecessary, he wasn't short on alcohol now. His store backpack was already stacked with over 20 bottles of Maotai, all the rarer varieties he remembered from his later life. Figure out how to eat it yourselves, Li Chenxi declared before walking away, leaving Li Zhigao and his daughter staring blankly at the sack. This sack of wheat-like grains was undoubtedly food enough to feed their school for days. I'll have the village grind it into flour and see, Li Zhigao said. Typically, wheat was ground into flour before consumption. So he went out to find someone to help. Working for the school was unpaid labor, an unspoken agreement in the village. After all, the village's school-aged children received free education and meals at the school, so helping out with chores was only fitting. When wheat harvest time came, the school would even close so students could help with farm work. Where is Auntie San going? Li Chenxi asked upon returning home, noticing her aunt dressed as if preparing to leave. She's going back to her parents' home, Grandma replied. And look, she even sent Xian over, saying she'd only be gone for a day. Chapter 135, Auntie San returns to her parents' home. Just one day for a trip back to your hometown? Auntie San, is your hometown close to here? Li Chenxi asked curiously, unable to resist. A faint smile touched Third Aunt's lips as she patiently explained, not far at all. It's in Xinghua Village, Anping Commune. The journey isn't long, just over 3 hours on foot. As she spoke of her hometown, a trace of longing flickered unconsciously in Auntie San's eyes. In the past, when life at home was hard, she worried daily about putting food on the table and keeping warm. She couldn't even manage her own family's livelihood, let alone have the spare capacity to help her parents. Now things were different. Their family's circumstances had gradually improved, and they had some surplus grain. Especially her 3 children, who lived with her eldest brother, Li Chenxi. Their standard of living had skyrocketed. They ate their fill every day and had all gained weight. Every time Auntie San came to Li Chenxi's place for a meal, savoring the delicacies on the table, her thoughts would inevitably drift to her parents back in Xinghua Village. The last time she visited her parents was during the New Year. To entertain them, her parents had even brought themselves to slaughter the old hen that laid eggs for the family. Since then, Auntie San had constantly thought of her parents, but due to various concerns, she never mentioned her feelings to her husband, Li Xiaoqiang. Until last night, Li Xiaoqiang seemed to have read her mind and suggested she take some things back to her parents' home early this morning to visit them. At that moment, Auntie San felt a warm glow in her heart, and her eyes welled up with tears. Li Chenxi listened, furrowing his brow slightly in surprise. That's not far at all? Why isn't Uncle San going with you? Truthfully, Li Chenxi wholeheartedly supported Auntie San's visit. Now that life had improved, they should help out more if they could. Third Aunt sighed softly and replied slowly, your third uncle has to go to work. Besides, someone needs to stay home to look after things, so. Li Chenxi pondered for a moment before declaring, "Don't Grandpa and Grandma count as adults? Come on, go fetch your father back here."
Hearing this, Aunt Huanlan felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart, so moved she couldn't find words. From Li Chenxi's simple statement, she truly sensed that he genuinely regarded her family as his own. Li Chenxi turned, his face beaming as he addressed his grandmother. "Grandma, could third aunt take a couple of our cured ducks back to her hometown? And that big bag of corn we haven't finished? Let her take that too. Oh, and do we still have any canned goods at home?" Huanlan heard this and immediately waved her hands, her face flushing with embarrassment.
"Chenxi, no, my family back home." Before she could finish, Grandma shot Huanlan a gentle glare and said with a smile, "What do you have back at your parents' place? Sweet potatoes, or that coarse cornmeal that chokes you? That's enough. Just remember Chenxi's kindness." All these things in the house were hard-earned by Li Chenxi. But when it came to handling them, Grandma still had the final say. Grandma couldn't have been more touched.
She felt her grandson was truly considerate, always mindful of their feelings in everything he did. Moreover, over the years, Huanlan and her husband had consistently shown great filial piety toward them. They had seen it all and held it close to their hearts. People are only human, after all. Naturally, they had no objections whatsoever to Chenxi asking Aunt Huan to bring things back to her parents' home. As long as it wasn't the kind of brother-obsessed behavior where everything gets moved to the maternal home without any boundaries, it was something they could understand and support. After saying this, Grandma turned to fetch the cured duck and canned goods. The large bag of corn was left in the corner of the room, ready for Li Shuqiang to carry when he returned. Huanglan stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, her heart stirred once more. That large sack of corn looked heavy, at least 60 pounds. With this corn, her parents could hold out until the wheat harvest, and perhaps even have some left over. The cured duck and canned goods were rare treats back home, seldom seen in everyday life. Though Huanglan hadn't visited her parents' home recently and wasn't entirely sure of the specifics, seeing the state of the surrounding villages, she could guess that life back home must be tough. She understood that her nephew, Li Chenxi, had thoughtfully arranged all this for her, so she could return to her parents' home with greater dignity. Even without the cured duck or canned goods, just this half sack of corn alone would be enough to have her treated like an honored guest at her parents' home. Li Chenxi walked back into the house and brought out the half jar of tiger bone wine. With a serious expression, he said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, this tiger bone wine was given to us by Dr. Chun from the courtyard. You can drink it in moderation for your health, but please don't overindulge." This tiger bone wine was no ordinary liquor. Not only did it have aphrodisiac properties, but it also offered numerous health benefits. Drinking it in moderation daily was highly beneficial for one's well-being. Hearing this, the old man's eyes crinkled into slits as he replied repeatedly, "Good. Good. Good." His face beamed with contentment. Not long after, Uncle Li Xiaoqiang returned. Li Chenxi stepped forward and said, "Uncle, now that you've learned to ride a bike, why not take Auntie back to her hometown? I won't be heading back to the city these next couple of days anyway." At this, Li Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Lately, whenever he had free time, Uncle Li had been practicing on his nephew's bicycle. By now, his riding skills had become quite proficient and he rode with confidence along the village paths. "Well then, Uncle San won't hesitate to take you," Li Xiaoqiang replied with a smile, his face brimming with anticipation. Huanglan hurried back to her house and carefully returned a box to its original spot. She thought to herself that she had already taken so many things, taking her daughter's stash too would be too much to bear. Unaware of her mother's actions, Lifeline continued to giggle happily as she gathered around her eldest brother, Li Chenxi. She pounded his legs, massaged his back, and pulled out all the stops to win his favor. Through these little tricks, she'd often managed to get tasty snacks from Li Chenxi. Thankfully, her mother had suddenly had a change of heart. Otherwise, when Lifeline returned to find her precious stash gone, she would likely be frantic, pacing like a caged animal. Li Shuqiang pushed his bicycle while Huanglan sat on the back seat, both setting off in high spirits. Carrying so many things, especially food, Li Shuqiang felt incredibly pleased with himself. He was sure that once they returned to Apricot Blossom Village, he would become the most celebrated son-in-law in the village. With the bicycle, their journey sped up considerably. In about an hour, they reached the entrance of Xinghua Village. The villagers of Xinghua Village were sharp-eyed and recognized Huanglan immediately. "Oh, little Lan is back," a villager greeted her warmly, their voice echoing at the village entrance. Huanglan studied the villagers closely. Their faces were gaunt and haggard, many were emaciated from hunger, some so unrecognizable she nearly failed to recognize them. Seeing this scene, a pang of sorrow gripped Huanglan's heart. Li Xiaoqiang stopped his bicycle, pulled a pack of budget cigarettes from his pocket, and distributed them to everyone with a broad smile. In those times, budget cigarettes weren't high-end, but they were still something worth sharing. The villagers accepted the cigarettes, watching Li Xiaoqiang and his wife ride away with envy in their eyes. A bicycle. To them, it was clear Li Xiaoqiang had struck it rich. They also noticed the bundle Huanglan carried. Though obscured by a sack, they could guess its precious contents, likely grains or other treasures. In those days, grain was more precious than anything else. That they could bring so much back to her parents' home was truly enviable.
Xiaolan has finally made it, one villager remarked wistfully. Yeah, a bicycle must cost 100 or two, right?
Only the village chief's family has one in our village, it's a real treasure.
The villagers chattered away, each adding their own comments.
Back when Huanlan got married, everyone thought she married poorly, the groom's family was too poor.
But who could have imagined that in just a few short years, their household would undergo such a dramatic transformation?
Alright, finish your cigarettes and get back to work. Wheat harvest is just 20 days away, everyone buckle down, a middle-aged foreman bellowed. The villagers responded in unison, turning back to their tasks in the fields. Li Shuqiang and his wife rode their bicycle along the village road until they soon arrived at a low, dilapidated house. As soon as they parked, several children playing near the doorway recognized them and shouted excitedly, "Auntie! Auntie!" All the children wore only a pair of worn-out pants, their upper bodies bare, clearly indicating their harsh living conditions. Huanlan had 2 older brothers, and these children were her nieces and nephews. 2 slightly older boys were absent from the doorway, likely having gone to the fields to help with the work alongside the adults.
In Xinghua village, the children's lives were worlds apart from those in Lizuang village.
The children of Lijiazwang had access to education, ate their fill every day, wore new clothes, and lived carefree lives. The children of Xingwikan, however, had to help with farm work from a young age, toiling for their livelihood. Huanlan carefully set down the heavy sack of corn, rubbing her numb thighs from the long bike ride. She then pulled a packet of candy from her bag. This candy had been specially given to her by her nephew Chenxi to bring back for the children in her hometown.
Huanlan beamed as she distributed the candies.
The children's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a thought for the dust on their hands, they reached out eagerly to take the treats. In the countryside, there wasn't much fuss about such things.
Everyone believed in the saying, a little dirt never hurt anyone.
It was different at Li Chenxi's place, where the children were always told to wash their hands before eating.
"Auntie, me too."
"Me too," the children cried, eagerly snatching the candies before dashing off like a flock of cheerful birds to find their grandparents. The youngest child lagged behind, unable to keep pace with his older siblings. Frustrated, he burst into tears, a sight both adorable and heartbreaking. Huanlan entered the house and, seeing the slight mess, immediately got to work without a word. First, she picked up the broom and meticulously swept away the dust and debris from the floor. Then she began organizing the items scattered throughout the room. She was simply someone who couldn't stand idleness. Seeing the house in disarray made her heart race with urgency.
Chapter 136, Huanglan's Moment of Glory. "Gue Feng, your son-in-law has really made it big. I just saw him riding a bicycle back." Huanglan's parents encountered a well-meaning villager on their way home, and the news astonished them both. At first, they were skeptical, but hearing it repeated so often, they couldn't help but believe it. Made it big? That bike could be borrowed. Huanglan's father muttered, though doubt began to creep into his own mind. They quickened their pace and soon arrived home. Right outside their door, they spotted a bicycle parked there, with their son-in-law Li Shuqiang carefully wiping it down. "Shuqiang, what brings you here?" Huanglan's mother greeted him warmly. Li Shuqiang looked up and replied with a smile, "It's been a while since I've been back. I missed you both. Mother-in-law, why didn't they dig more hand pump wells in Xinghua village?" He entered the house while inquiring about village affairs. "We discovered a large spring in our village," his mother-in-law explained with a smile. "The water supply is plentiful, so we won't have to worry about water for now." This was indeed a cause for celebration in the village. Li Shuqiang nodded in understanding. Then, he pulled out a pack of de Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to his father-in-law. This time, accompanying his wife back to her hometown, he had deliberately prepared 2 packs of cigarettes, the economical brand for the villagers, and this de Qianmen specifically for his father-in-law and his wife. Well, you must be rolling in it now, huh?" Smoking Daqianmen, his father-in-law couldn't help but ask upon seeing the brand. Li Shuqiang shook his head and chuckled, "Father-in-law, this bike belongs to my nephew." "Well, your nephew is really making something of himself," his father-in-law praised. Li Shuqiang grew even more pleased and continued, "Yes, he even invented that hand pump well. He received awards from the state, the factory, and the neighborhood committee." At this, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were instantly dumbfounded. They knew their son-in-law had a nephew who wasn't biologically related to him. Previously, they'd even harbored some resentment because their son-in-law had to care for 2 elderly people, thinking their family already had it tough enough without taking on extra hardship. "Your nephew invented the hand pump?" the father-in-law asked incredulously. Li Shuqiang smiled smugly. "Yes, he even got several hundred yuan in bonuses. But this bike wasn't bought by him, it was loaned by the factory. Though they call it a loan, it's practically his now. Thanks to Chenxi, our family is doing quite well these days." He wasn't saying this to show off in front of his in-laws, but to prove that his decision back then had been right. He hadn't let their daughter suffer alongside him. And now, the rewards had finally arrived. Because of this, Li Shuqiang had been the envy of the village. Everyone said he had sharp eyesight, having hooked up with Li Chenxi's grandparents back then. Now he had finally made it through the tough times and was living a good life. Huanglan's parents Li Xiuqiang's in-laws overheard these whispers and exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Dad, Mom. Come inside. Huanglan emerged from the house with a broom, warmly beckoning her parents. Once her parents were inside, Huanglan began unpacking items from the bag, starting with 2 cans of yellow peaches. Mom, these are from Chenxi, Xiuqiang's nephew. He asked us to bring them back for you to try, Huanglan explained as she handed them over. The moment they saw the canned peaches, the elderly couple lost their composure. Such items were scarce even in the city, let alone in the countryside. Even at the supply and marketing cooperative in Anping commune, they might not be able to find them. Such precious things, you should take them back, her in-laws hurriedly protested. Seeing his father-in-law's stern expression, Li Xiuqiang stepped in to defend his wife. Father-in-law, my nephew Chenxi isn't lacking in such things. He works as a procurement officer at the steel mill. He adores our 3 children and, knowing we were coming, specifically asked us to bring these preserves. We couldn't refuse. Huanglan chimed in, that's right. Thank goodness we helped look after uncle and aunt back then. Now that Chenxi's made something of himself, our family gets to enjoy the benefits too. Take Laifu, for instance, at school. Huanglan suddenly realized she'd said too much and quickly shut up. Li Xiuqiang caught the drift too, clearing his throat to interrupt Huanglan. Huanglan immediately stopped talking. She understood that revealing details about the school might not be wise, or perhaps unnecessary. After all, Xinghua village didn't possess the resources or capability to replicate such achievements. Seeing their daughter like this, the elderly couple didn't press further. Yet their hearts were filled with emotion and regret. They never imagined their earlier persuasion had nearly cost their son-in-law's family this golden opportunity. Though Huanglan didn't elaborate on the school, she did share some future plans. When Laifu grows up, Chenxi plans to arrange a job for him in the city. Laikai loves cooking, so Chenxi also intends to find him a master chef to apprentice under, so Laikai can learn culinary skills. Her parents were once again plunged into deep shock. A job in the city was an opportunity worth its weight in gold, not something easily arranged. And for the nephew of their son-in-law to go to such lengths for 3 children, this level of favor went far beyond ordinary affection. If they didn't know this boy was the genius inventor of the water-pressing well, they'd suspect he was just bragging or making empty promises. As she spoke, Huanglan pulled a cured duck from the bag, but her parents showed little reaction. After all, with the future of both children secured, what did 2 preserved ducks matter? Their hearts brimmed with relief, grateful that their son-in-law hadn't heeded their advice back then but had stuck to his own vision, and now, finally, it had paid off handsomely. Who could have imagined he'd turn out so successful? Mother, here's some corn. You can eat it little by little, Huanglan said as she handed over the corn. Her mother's eyes flashed with surprise at the sight of the corn kernels in the bag. She knew best how strained their finances were. Over the years, to save on food, the family had lived on thin soup and bland meals. The village canteen had deteriorated further, making even thin porridge hard to come by. The children at home were constantly hungry, crying out in hunger. Oh, thank goodness. This is all thanks to you, Lan, her mother said gratefully. Huanglan shook her head. It's not thanks to me, but to my nephew. Otherwise, our family is struggling too. We couldn't possibly help you too. Please thank your nephew for us, her father added. These provisions, especially that half bag of corn, meant the world to them. They meant no more hunger at home and a better life for the children. By noon, Huanglan's older brother, sister-in-law, and others had gradually returned. They'd heard the news long ago and had high hopes for their little sister's return. Seeing what she brought, they were both surprised and delighted. With this grain and cured duck, their family would finally no longer have to worry about food. The 2 sisters-in-law surrounded Huanglan with compliments, greatly satisfying her vanity. After all, they had previously held a slight disdain for her. Though never voiced openly, she could sense that subtle atmosphere. Ultimately, it all boiled down to her marriage into a family that wasn't particularly well regarded, making people look down on her. Now, the tables had completely turned. They began showering her with compliments, praising how clever and adorable her 3 children were. Lunch consisted of corn cakes, with the cured duck and canned yellow peaches saved for later. Yet even this simple meal brought them immense satisfaction. After all, in these lean times, few families in the entire village could afford cornmeal cakes made from pure cornmeal. Chapter 137, Job Allocation. In Li village, Li Chenxi discussed with his grandfather the 10 job openings provided by the instant noodle factory. This was no small matter. They both knew that once word got out, their doorstep would likely be trampled by people begging for favors. After all, in those days, landing a factory job was a golden opportunity to change one's fate. Learning that these 10 spots were a reward for their grandson's noodle invention, the old couple couldn't contain their pride, showering their eldest grandson with praise for his promising future. This is no small matter, Chenxi. Go fetch the party secretary and the brigade leader. Tell them I'm inviting them for a drink, the old man instructed. Got it. Li Chenxi replied before heading out to find the old party secretary and brigade leader. Upon hearing that Li Chenxi's grandfather wanted to treat them to drinks, both the old party secretary and the brigade leader wore puzzled expressions. This was truly unusual. They wondered what the old man was up to this time. When they arrived at the Li residence, they found the old man had prepared a stack of peanuts and a bottle of fine liquor. This setup clearly signaled he had a request. "Uncle, if there's anything you need us to do, just tell us straight up. No need to treat us to drinks." "That's right. Uncle, just tell us straight out," the brigade leader chimed in. Seeing this, Chenxi's grandfather began to put on an air of mystery. "It's nothing major. You know how Chenxi invented something new the other day." The old man deliberately left them hanging. At those words, the former party secretary and the brigade leader both paused in their movements, their eyes turning to Chenxi in unison. "Another invention? Why did the Li family ancestors favor this one descendant so much? Weren't the other children his own flesh and blood?" "So?" The old party secretary ventured cautiously, "Did you invite us over just to show off this new thing?" The old man finally got to the point. "The flour mill has agreed to give Chenxi 10 factory positions. I invited you here to discuss how to allocate these spots and what a fair price per position should be." At this, the old party secretary and the brigade leader froze. 10 factory spots? This was utterly astonishing. As for charging money, well, that was only natural. Chenxi added, "To be precise, it's 9 spots, because I've already given one to Dazhong's sister, Xiaoxue." The old party secretary and the brigade leader perked up instantly. This was a golden opportunity. Chenxi had secured it for their village. After a moment's thought, the old party secretary slowly said, "I suggest we decide these spots by lottery, let luck be the judge. I've heard that a single job slot outside is worth at least 600 yuan. Our village will charge the same rate. What do you all think?" The team leader frowned, raising a concern. What if someone can't come up with 600 yuan right away? After all, everyone knew the village's financial situation well. While most households had some savings, the vast majority could only scrape together 100 or 2 at best. Chenxi thought for a moment and said, "They don't have to pay immediately. Once they start working, they can pay a little each month. That way, it won't be too much pressure. But 600 is indeed a bit much, let's make it 500 yuan. This way, even those with nothing to their name could take the job if selected." Hearing this, the old party secretary and the brigade leader grew even more impressed with Chenxi. He had just lowered the amount by 100 yuan. 10 spots meant 1,000 yuan. Chenxi's grandfather chimed in, "Let's set an age range too. We should mainly give opportunities to the young people." The old party secretary asked, "Uncle, what age range do you think would be appropriate?" 15 to 25, grandfather replied. "All right. I'll go notify everyone right now, have those who meet the age requirement come for the lottery draw." Hearing this, the old party secretary and the brigade leader couldn't be bothered to continue eating peanuts or sipping their wine. They hurriedly got up and left in a rush. They knew full well that job openings mattered far more than food and drink. After they left, Chenxi turned to his grandmother and said, "Grandma, your 60th birthday is in 4 days. I'd like to host a few banquet tables for you. I've already invited Uncle Zhang's family." The old woman's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing her grandson remembered her birthday. After all, even her own son had never celebrated her birthday or shown her much care. Sometimes she wondered how her son could be so heartless. "Very well, just don't waste too much," the old lady replied, accepting her grandson's thoughtfulness without refusal. Besides, she knew Uncle Zhang's family would soon be her future in-laws, so there was even less reason to refuse. Now that the house was ready, it was time to meet her future granddaughter-in-law. Only when Chenxi married and started a family, and the young couple welcomed children, would their lives be truly complete, with no regrets left. Chenxi explained, "It won't be extravagant. We'll only invite the village secretary and those over 60. The old man nodded in agreement, finding his grandson's approach reasonable. Hosting a banquet for the entire village would be far too extravagant. He couldn't help but recall his own 60th birthday celebration. Back then, Chenxi hadn't yet secured steady work and had simply cooked him a bowl of longevity noodles, yet it had moved him to tears. With age came a heightened sensitivity, making him easily moved by such moments. In the village, the former party secretary and the team leader gathered all the villagers together. Everyone had been busy with their own tasks when they were suddenly called back, filled with confusion about what important matter could possibly require their presence. "Secretary, what's going on? We haven't finished our work over here," someone called out discontentedly. The old party secretary waved his hand gently, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Once the noise subsided, he raised his voice to announce, "In 1 month, the city's flour mill will be hiring. They've allocated 10 recommended spots to Chenxi, and 1 has already been secured for Xiaoxue. So, there are still 9 openings left, which is why I gathered everyone here." Before he could finish, the crowd erupted into a clamor, the scene nearly spiraling out of control. Who wouldn't want the chance to work in a factory? "Quiet! Quiet!" the team leader bellowed, straining to restore order. The villagers finally quieted down, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned their gaze toward the old party secretary and the brigade leader. Although 1 spot had already been given to Xiaoxue, there were still 9 spots left. Everyone thought to themselves that they still had a good chance. Xiaoxue and her mother, though somewhat prepared, couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise.
The old party secretary continued, to ensure fairness and impartiality, these 9 spots will be allocated by lottery.
It all comes down to luck.
Those who don't draw a spot will just have to accept their misfortune. Also, there's something I need to make clear to everyone, these spots aren't free. However, his words were interrupted once more. Villagers protested that their families simply didn't have 500 yuan. To be precise, very few households could come up with 500 yuan in one go.
Quiet down. Let the secretary finish speaking.
The team leader raised his voice again, trying to drown out the clamor. The old party secretary continued, considering many families can't afford this sum up front, Chenxi has said the money doesn't have to be paid all at once. Those selected for the job can pay back a portion of their monthly wages.
Is that clear?
Hearing this, the crowd visibly brightened. Now, please step forward if you are between 15 and 25 years old, including both 15 and 25.
Equal opportunity for both men and women, the old secretary added.
This was a rule set by Li Chenxi, both genders would have an equal chance. Otherwise, given the villagers' traditional mindset, any good fortune would inevitably be prioritized for the male members of the household. In their view, girls would eventually marry and become part of another family. Thus, this stipulation left those under 15 and over 25 feeling a pang of disappointment. Chapter 138, Drawing Lots. Amid the crowd, Li Dafu and his companions were so excited they nearly wept.
Hadn't they risked their lives venturing into the mountains these past days precisely to find a chance to work in the city?
Now, a shortcut lay before them. If luck favored them and they drew a winning slip, they'd never have to worry about money again, just repay a portion each month. All those meeting the age requirements stepped forward, their faces aglow with anticipation, enjoyed the chance to change their fate had arrived. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude toward Uncle 16. Especially the girls present, often overlooked, they rarely got their share of good fortune in many parts of the world. But this time, Uncle 16 had given them a fair shot. They formed an orderly queue, stepping forward one by one to draw their lots. The slips were simple, if they hid an N boar writing, it meant they'd won. If they drew a blank slip, they'd simply have to accept their misfortune. Hold on, how many chopsticks did you take, you little rascal? Old Secretary Li glared at Li Dafu.
Li Dafu quickly explained, Secretary, these are the sticks for all 5 of us.
The old party secretary turned to the other 4 men,
are you sure you want him to draw? If only one stick is drawn, whose is it?
That would just cause more trouble later. The 4 men all nodded. Yes, he's drawing for us.
There was no other way. They believed Li Dafu had better luck than them, so they let him handle this task. You're drawing 5 sticks at once. How will you divide them later?
I won't be around to settle any disputes, the old party secretary declared up front. If none were drawn, or if all were drawn, there'd be no dispute.
But all drawn? That was nearly impossible, the odds were too slim.
We'll draw our own after he's done. They already had their own plan.
Fine.
Hearing this, the old party secretary no longer objected.
Li Dafu casually drew 5 sticks. His luck was surprisingly good, he actually drew 2 spots.
Seeing this, the others' expressions shifted slightly. After all, there were only 9 spots total, and they just snatched 2 in one go.
Li Dafu and his group immediately cheered. I knew it. You've got it. Dafu, you're the man.
Next, it was their turn to draw again among the 5 of them. With 2 spots available among 5 sticks, the odds were significantly better. I'll draw first.
Is that okay? Li Dafu spoke up. After all, both spots were secured thanks to his efforts. Even if he hadn't directly contributed, he'd certainly put in the hard work. He felt it was only fair for him to draw first. The other 4 agreed without hesitation. Alright, Dafu, you go first.
Li Dafu wasted no time, reaching for a slip he felt had a certain vibe. Though the slips had been thoroughly reshuffled, he vaguely recalled this particular one having seemed special earlier. Yet, just as he was about to grab it, hesitation struck. He abruptly changed his mind and reached for another. The moment he finished, someone picked up the slip he had discarded.
Li Dafu's face instantly drained of color. His discarded slip was a blank one.
He turned to see the person who had snatched his leftovers had actually drawn a spot.
A wave of bitter emotions washed over Li Dafu, leaving him deeply distressed.
Dafu, you're a true friend for giving me this chance, the man remarked, rubbing salt into the wound. Witnessing this scene, the others present all felt sorry for Li Dafu, convinced he'd worked for someone else's benefit. Soon after, the rest of the villagers drew their lots one by one, and all the spots were filled.
Among them, 3 girls drew winning tickets.
Including Xiaoxue, a total of 4 girls from the village had secured the chance to work in the city. The team leader felt frustrated too, as both his children drew blank tickets.
Such is fate, he thought.
Since it was a fair competition, there was nothing more to say. No one could be blamed. Yingzi, you should give this spot to your younger brother.
Once he's settled in his job, he can support you, right? A parent was trying to persuade their daughter.
Her son hadn't drawn a spot, but her daughter had. She felt her daughter wouldn't need the job, she'd be married off in a year or 2.
Why let the opportunity go to someone else?
So she urged her daughter to be sensible and give the chance to her brother. Li Xiaoying felt torn and conflicted. She knew this was her chance to change her fate.
If she gave up the spot, she'd end up like other girls in the village, marrying some random rural man, having kids, and living out her days. But if she didn't give it to her brother, it would strain her relationship with her family. Then, who knows what outsiders might say, that she was unfilial or something like that. And Uncle 16 disliked disobedient people the most. Just then, the old party secretary couldn't stand by any longer. He spoke up. Chenxi said, "Whoever draws it gets it. No transfers allowed. Don't make me yell at you." Hearing this, the three girls who had drawn the lots felt a surge of relief. With Uncle 16's words, their families couldn't force them to give up their spots for brothers. Who would willingly give up such an opportunity? Now, with Uncle 16 backing them, they were safe. Ingzi's mother sighed and tried playing the emotional card again. "Ingzi, after you start working." In short, Ingzi's mother hoped her daughter would work diligently and save money to support the family. Alright, those who weren't selected shouldn't lose heart. Our village is developing quite well now, and who knows, better opportunities might come along in the future, the old party secretary consoled everyone, his words brimming with confidence in Chenxi. With that, the old party secretary led the selected villagers to meet Chenxi. Upon arriving at Chenxi's place, they saw him busily sorting eggs, carefully inspecting each one with a flashlight. "Chenxi, these are the children who won the lottery spots. I brought them to meet you. Say a few words to them," the old party secretary introduced. Ingzi and the others greeted him warmly, affectionately calling him Uncle 16. Chenxi shook his head gently and said, "Honestly, there's not much to say. It's still early, we won't officially start work until next month. Since you're all from the same village, look out for each other at the factory. Accommodation might be tricky at first. I have a courtyard in town where Daikyo currently lives. You can stay there temporarily after you arrive, then move out once the factory arranges housing." The old party secretary and villagers were deeply moved. Chenxi had already arranged everything perfectly. Ingzi and the others expressed their gratitude to Chenxi once more. "Alright, you can head back now. I'll take you into town when the time comes, no need to rush," Chenxi told the villagers. Then, turning to the old party secretary, he added, "Secretary, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Hearing that Uncle 16 wanted to discuss something with the old party secretary, Ingzi and the others cheerfully returned home. Noticing Chenxi still shining his flashlight on the eggs, the old party secretary couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Chenxi explained that these eggs were intended for hatching chicks, and he was sorting out the infertile ones to avoid wasting energy. You can tell just by shining a light, the old party secretary was quite surprised. He knew some eggs wouldn't hatch chicks, but he couldn't tell which ones. "See this one? There's a tiny black speck inside. That means it's fertilized and can hatch a chick," Chenxi demonstrated patiently while explaining. "Oh, I see. By the way, you mentioned wanting to discuss something with me earlier. What was it about?" The old party secretary finally recalled Chenxi's earlier words. Chenxi replied, "In 3 or 4 days, it will be my grandmother's 60th birthday. I plan to celebrate it properly for her." Chapter 139, Mushroom Seeds. Hearing that Chenxi intended to celebrate his grandmother's 60th birthday, and judging by his enthusiasm, it seemed he planned to do it in style, the old party secretary couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He thought of his own grandson utterly useless, not even remembering his own birthday. Could he really expect them to organize a birthday banquet for him? He'd better go to bed early tonight. Perhaps he could relish such festivities in his dreams. How do you plan to celebrate?" the old party secretary asked curiously. Since Chenxi had specifically brought this up, he must need his help. "Honestly, it's just inviting the village elders and respected figures, along with those over 60, for a couple of meals. When the time comes, I might need to trouble you to find some helpers," Chenxi replied. For the old party secretary, this was no big deal. "Alright, leave it to me. I'll finalize the list and notify everyone. By the way, Shicheng's in-laws meet the age requirement too. Should we invite them as well?" the old party secretary inquired. This was indeed a special case. Though they weren't officially villagers of Li Village, they did plan to settle there for their retirement. "Invite them. 2 more won't make a difference," Chenxi said generously. "Alright, when you need help, just call out for anyone. No one will refuse," the old party secretary assured him, patting his chest. After that, everyone worked together to carry the eggs to the hatchery. Under the curious and skeptical gazes of the others, Chenxi carefully placed each egg onto the racks in the incubator room. Every single one was arranged neatly and orderly, as if standing at attention. "Is that all?" someone couldn't help asking. Chenxi shook his head. "Not quite. Start stoking the fire outside. Keep it moderate during the day, but crank it up a bit at night when temperatures drop." He assigned someone to tend the fire, then retrieved a thermometer and placed it inside the incubation room. "Everyone remember, the temperature must stay at this level. If it drops below this mark, you need to stoke the fire," Chenxi instructed while pointing at the thermometer. Thermometers weren't unfamiliar to them, the village doctor had one. "Yes, Uncle Shirlu, we've got it." Everyone nodded in unison. Though they didn't fully grasp the science behind it, the process itself wasn't complicated. Incubating chicks this way simply meant using more firewood.
As long as someone kept watch on the thermometer and stoked the fire when the temperature dropped, it would be fine. Seeing this, the old party's secretary immediately assigned 3 people to take turns monitoring the heat in the incubation room. Chicken farming was a crucial step on their village's path to prosperity. There was no room for carelessness. Every step demanded careful attention. Later, Li Chenxi and Li Jihong went together to the mountain to check on the progress of the enclosure and the construction of the shelter. Unfortunately, plastic sheeting was scarce at the moment. If it could be easily obtained, many tasks would be far simpler. In truth, plastic sheeting wasn't entirely unattainable. The greenhouse cultivation techniques so prized by many time travelers had actually been pioneered by the state years earlier. Several years prior, the Ministry of Agriculture had established a dedicated research team to conduct comprehensive investigations and summaries on the structural performance and vegetable cultivation techniques of both traditional open field beds and improved greenhouses in China. Subsequently, northern cities vigorously promoted the adoption of cold frames in greenhouse facilities, along with their corresponding cultivation techniques. This initiative effectively alleviated the vegetable supply shortage during winter and spring to a certain extent. Some may be unfamiliar with the term sunbed, which refers to a simple solar-heated structure, also known as a cold frame. It primarily comes in 2 types, sun-catching sunbeds and trough sunbeds. Due to their simplicity, low cost, and ease of mastering the techniques, they remain a common method for early spring seedling cultivation of melon and vegetable crops even in later generations, particularly prevalent in regions where vegetable protection facilities are less developed. Today, domestically produced agricultural polyethylene film has been put into use for covering small greenhouses, yielding remarkable results. Li Chenxi silently resolved that if an opportunity arose, he would purchase a batch of agricultural polyethylene film for future use. Chenxi, how exactly should mushrooms be cultivated? Li Jihong finally couldn't contain his curiosity and voiced the question. To most people, mushrooms seemed like rare delicacies that grew wild and needed to be foraged in the wilderness. Who would have thought they could be cultivated artificially? And what's more, mushrooms didn't even seem to have seeds. The first step is preparing the mushroom house, precisely what you're working on now. Remember, it must be well sealed to maintain optimal temperature and humidity, Li Chenxi patiently explained. Next comes compost preparation, essentially fertilization. The substrate primarily consists of livestock manure, wheat straw, bran, rice straw, corn stalks, and similar materials. This is precisely why raising chickens is crucial, as chicken manure serves as an excellent nutrient source. Next comes the inoculation stage, Li Chenxi continued. It's worth noting that shiitake mushroom cultivation differs slightly. Before planting, mushroom bags must be prepared. Making these bags is straightforward. Select oily woods like pine or cypress, grind them into sawdust using a wood chipper, then mix thoroughly with water, gypsum, bran, and other ingredients before filling the bags. The bags are then inoculated with mycelium, requiring strict temperature and humidity control. Daily water spraying maintains optimal ventilation, allowing shiitake mushrooms to grow naturally. Li Jihong remained puzzled. How exactly do you inoculate mushrooms? Where are their seeds? Mushrooms don't have seeds, they reproduce through spores. These spores cling to the mushroom surface and are usually invisible to the naked eye, Li Chenxi elaborated. The spores hide beneath the cap of a mature mushroom. Gently tapping the mushroom onto white paper reveals the brown spores that fall off. Seeing Li Chenxi explain so thoroughly and logically, Li Jihong's doubts and worries finally vanished. He had feared Li Chenxi might be overly ambitious, risking failure in mushroom cultivation and becoming the village laughingstock. After circling the mushroom house for inspection, Li Chenxi made several suggestions for improvements before heading home satisfied. Meanwhile, in Xinghua village, after lunch, Li Shuqiang and his wife planned to return to their own village, not intending to spend the night at his wife's family home. You won't stay overnight? Huang Lan's mother looked at her daughter with reluctance. Mother, there's so much to do at home. We'll come again next time. Huang Lan explained, mainly because she needed to return to look after her children and couldn't be away too long. She was already content just to have made it back to her parents' home today. Alright, then come again when you have time, her mother said, pulling a wad of cash from her bosom and pressing it into her daughter's hands. The corn, canned goods, and cured duck had been brought by her son-in-law's nephew. Though no payment was requested, they decided to reciprocate with a small gift to avoid putting their daughter and son-in-law in an awkward position. What if these gifts were meant to save face for her son-in-law? Taking them all back would be hard to explain. Mother, what are you doing? Take it back. Huang Lan protested. Take it. It's hard enough to buy food with money these days, her mother insisted. She was right. Supplies were scarce now, especially grain. Even with money, you couldn't always buy it. Not just for rural folks like them, she'd heard the ration supplies for city dwellers had been cut back again and again. Alright, you two should head back soon. We won't keep you any longer, Li Xiaochang's father-in-law chimed in, urging them to leave. Watching their sister-in-law ride away on the bicycle with their sister, Li Xiaochang's 2 brothers-in-law looked on with envy. Little sister's family won't have to worry anymore, they sighed. After all, they'd now hooked up with such a powerful nephew. Mother, in a few years when Weibing grows up, could we ask little sister to speak to her nephew on our behalf?
Maybe weaving could also. Before the eldest daughter-in-law could finish, she was met with a stern glare from old Juan, the head of the household. What are you thinking? Do you think job openings are that easy to come by? He gave them to Lifu and Laikai because they're his own brothers, not biological, but blood ties still matter. What about our family? We're a whole generation removed. Old Juan cut his daughter-in-law off bluntly. Chapter 140, Inviting Master Quan. 2 days later, Chenxi rose early and hurried back to the city, heading straight for the courtyard next door to consult Master Quan about a matter. Grandma's 60th birthday was approaching. Though extravagant celebrations weren't possible during these times, it couldn't be too modest either. He decided to set up a few tables in the village for a simple celebration. Before long, he arrived at Master Quan's doorstep. By now, his reputation had spread throughout the entire street, and everyone knew him, especially in the neighboring courtyard. Thus, he encountered no obstacles as he came and went, and people kept greeting him along the way. Chenxi knocked lightly on the door and called out, "Master Quan, are you home?" The door creaked open, and a child peered out, asking curiously, "Big brother, what do you need from my dad?" Chenxi smiled, pulling out a handful of big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and waving them in front of the child. This trick never failed with kids. The child's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the candy. Growing up, he'd only ever had candy during the New Year celebrations, and he'd never tasted big white rabbit milk candy before. He quickly turned and ran back into the house, calling out, "Dad! Someone's here to see you." Seeing the child hadn't brought the candy yet, Chenxi put it back in his pocket. Next, a middle-aged man emerged, Master Quan himself. Spotting Chenxi, he greeted him warmly, "Chenxi, what brings you here today?" Master Quan understood that Chenxi was generous with his money. By cultivating a good relationship with him now, he could easily ask for help in the future if needed. Chenxi explained his purpose, "Master Quan, my grandmother is approaching her 60th birthday. I'd like to host a few banquet tables in the village and was wondering if you'd be available to oversee the cooking? Do you happen to have time free lately?" Master Quan recognized this as a golden opportunity to strengthen their bond, one he couldn't afford to miss. Even if he were busy, he'd make time. "I've been quite free lately. How many tables are you planning? I might need to bring 1 or 2 assistants." After all, as a master chef, he couldn't handle every task personally. Chopping and washing vegetables were naturally delegated to apprentices or kitchen assistants. Chenxi readily agreed, "No problem. Does Chef Quan have any menu recommendations?" He wasn't particularly knowledgeable in this area, so he preferred to leave the expertise to the professionals. What he was more curious about was what the chef's signature dishes were. Chef Quan pondered for a moment. Considering Chenxi's capabilities, he suggested 3 fresh vegetables, braised pork belly, steamed fish, stir-fried beef, and a longevity bun. "What do you think of these dishes?" If it were anyone else, he wouldn't dare suggest such dishes so readily. After all, aside from the vegetable trio being vegetable-based, the other 3 dishes were all meat-heavy. In this era of scarce meat, most people hoarded it for their own enjoyment, rarely offering it to guests. Chenxi found Chef Quan's suggestion quite good, but he added, "Let's add 1 more dish for good luck. 6 sixes bring smooth sailing. I just got a batch of large shrimp. How about adding braised shrimp in oil?" Master Quan was slightly startled upon hearing this. He had thought he had overestimated Chenxi's capabilities, but it turned out he had underestimated him. It seemed he absolutely had to cultivate a good relationship with Chenxi. So, he readily agreed, "No problem, I'll follow your lead." Chenxi expressed his gratitude, "Thank you for your trouble, Chef Quan." With that, he prepared to leave. Just then, the little boy grew impatient. He remembered Chenxi had promised him some big white rabbit milk candies earlier. Why was he leaving without giving them? Fearing Chenxi might change his mind, he hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, didn't you say you'd give me some big white rabbit milk candies?" Master Quan's temper flared instantly. He smacked his son's head. "You little brat! What are you saying? How dare you ask others for things?" Though he was a chef and their home wasn't short of food, they didn't have extra money to splurge on treats. After all, to buy 2 milk candy wasn't cheap, 2.25 yuan per pound, and his monthly salary was only a little over 40 yuan. Seeing this, Chenxi quickly apologized, "Little one, I'm sorry. Big brother forgot." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a handful of big white rabbit milk candies and placed them in the child's hand. Master Quan, witnessing this, nearly jumped out of his skin. The handful Chenxi grabbed weighed at least half a jin, worth over a yuan. He hurriedly protested, "Chenxi, that's far too much. Just 1 or 2 pieces to taste is enough." Chenxi shook his head and smiled. "Master Quan, it's just some candy. A friend gave it to me. I don't eat much candy myself." The little boy eagerly accepted the candy and began savoring it. After giving the candy, Chenxi didn't linger, as he had other things to attend to. Watching Chenxi's retreating figure, Master Quan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, no wonder so many people praised Chenxi for his generosity. He then walked over to his son, took all the big white rabbit milk candies from his hand, and said, "Kids shouldn't eat so much candy, it's easy to get cavities." After saying this, he popped one into his own mouth.
Sure enough, these to buy 2 milk candies tasted far better than the ones he usually bought, sweeter, smoother, and with a rich, creamy flavor. No wonder people say 3 of these candies are as nutritious as a glass of milk. They truly are worth the price.
Dad, my brother gave these to me. You can't eat them, the little guy protested anxiously. He'd only eaten one so far, and there were only a dozen or so in total, not nearly enough for him. He wanted to bring the candy back to school to show off, so his classmates would know he'd tasted big white rabbit candy. Master Kwan's face turned red with embarrassment at the words. He hadn't expected his son to take offense after eating just one piece. If he didn't discipline him now, this little brat would turn into an ungrateful little wolf. His hand shot out and smacked his son's bottom. The little guy started wailing loudly. The deafening wails instantly drew the rest of the household out. A woman witnessed her son being punished and rushed forward to shield the child. Old Kwan, that's enough. Stop hitting him. Master Kwan shot his wife a fierce glare. A soft mother spoils her child. Look what you've turned this brat into. If you end up raising an ungrateful son, you'll be the one cleaning up the mess. An ingrate? The woman looked utterly bewildered. How did this escalate to an ungrateful child? Master Kwan recounted the earlier incident. Upon hearing it, his wife not only refused to take back the big white rabbit candy but also struck their son again. She could tolerate anything else, but the idea of an ingrate was unbearable. If she didn't discipline him now, was she supposed to keep him around for the new year? Just down the street, there was a family who had spoiled their child into a white-eyed wolf. The child sold off every valuable possession in the house, and in the end, he abandoned his elderly, sickly parents and ran away. Those 2 old folks never found peace before they died. This tragedy served as a stark warning to the community, leaving everyone fearful that such misfortune might befall them. The elders in the family watched their son and daughter-in-law discipline their grandson without intervening. Only after the beating was over did they step in as the good guys, the rescuers. They weren't like some elders who would rush in the moment they saw their grandchildren being hit. As the older generation, they knew full well, no pain, no gain. What child hasn't been disciplined? Haven't we all been through it? Chapter 141, The Passionate Twins. Young man, who are you looking for? An elderly gentleman inquired. Chenxi offered him a cigarette and replied with a smile, Sir, does Mr. Lu Guofu, the projectionist, live in this courtyard? Looking for Guofu? He lives right here in our courtyard, in the front section. You're in luck, he's home today. The old man called out loudly toward the house, Guofu, come out here. Someone's looking for you. This was already across the street, so it was only natural that people didn't recognize him. Today was his grandmother's 60th birthday. Besides hosting a banquet, Chenxi wanted to add some entertainment. Remembering how much his grandmother and the others enjoyed movies, he tracked down the address of a projectionist at the steel mill. The steel mill employed 3 projectionists in total. Lu Guofu was the most experienced among them and had some connection with Section Chief Wang, who had also recommended him. Just then, the door to the left wing room in the front courtyard opened, and a middle-aged man emerged, Lu Guofu himself. In fact, both rooms could be called side rooms. The room next to the courtyard gate was called the rear wing, which had historically been the servants' quarters. Side rooms, also known as wing rooms, referred to the buildings flanking the main house, divided into east and west wings. The east wing lay on the eastern side, facing west. The west wing occupied the western side, facing east. These wings were of lower status than the main hall, inferior in dimensions, construction materials, and decoration. Typically, elders resided in the main hall, while younger generations occupied the wings. Lu Guofu recognized Chenxi the moment he entered and greeted him warmly. Even if one hadn't met Chenxi personally at the steel mill, his name was well known. Several newly added workshops at the factory had been established thanks to Chenxi's inventions. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chenxi looked at Lu Guofu approaching and prepared to introduce himself. I know. Your comrade Chenxi. I'm friends with your section chief Wang, no need for formalities. Come on in, take a seat in my office, Lu Guofu said. At the steel mill, who wouldn't want to build connections with Chenxi? Chenxi followed Lu Guofu into the office, chatting as they walked. Since you're acquainted with our section chief, I won't stand on ceremony. And please don't call me comrade, just Chenxi. I'll call you Uncle Lu, okay? Lu Guofu's heart leapt with delight at the suggestion. He was eager to build rapport with Chenxi. He immediately replied with a smile, sure thing. From now on, I'll call you Chenxi. I can't promise anything else, but when it comes to screening movies, I guarantee I'll make it happen smoothly. As they spoke, the two had already entered the house. Inside was a woman, likely Lu Guofu's wife, along with 2 young men about Chenxi's age who bore a striking resemblance to him, probably twins. Judging by their attire, they were likely still students. Lu Guofu then introduced his family to Chenxi. Chenxi was right, the 2 young men were indeed twins. What surprised him even more was that the 2 young men actually knew him. Upon asking, he learned they were his juniors. His inventions of the pressurized water well and solar cooker had been widely publicized by the school and had even become celebrated stories. This made sense after all, the school had produced a genius student, and naturally, they wanted to celebrate, or perhaps even show off. The school still kept Li Chenxi's records, including his photos and other materials, so the younger students recognized him. Learn from your senior brother more often. Stop loafing around all day. Lu Guofu lectured his two sons again. Truth be told, he felt a pang of envy, knowing his sons fell far short of Li Chenxi's achievements. In reality, his expectations for them weren't high. Once they finished school, he planned for them to learn the film projection trade from him. He believed that mastering projection skills would ensure his sons led decent lives. In those days, being a projectionist was a highly sought-after job. When they took movies to the countryside, villagers would often give them local specialties like old hens, eggs, garlic, or mushrooms to see an extra film. Some widows would even privately invite the projectionist to spend the night at their homes. The villagers were well aware of such arrangements, but they turned a blind eye, preferring not to meddle in others' affairs. Widows had families to support too. Villages had to let people make a living somehow, right? So even when they knew, villagers usually turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Of course, some gossiping women might whisper about it behind closed doors, but that was no big deal. It was unclear what had inspired these two juniors to keep pressing him about inventions. Judging by their expressions, they seemed genuinely fascinated by the idea. "Senior, what do you think we should invent?" Lu Shuizheng asked eagerly. Li Chenxi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Lu Guofu chuckled beside him, teasing, "Airplanes and cannons? Do you really think you could invent those?" Such questions were utterly foolish. You should focus on what you can invent, not obsess over what would be good to invent. That's not your priority right now. Rather than dampening his junior's enthusiasm, Li Chenxi paused to gather his thoughts before saying, "Start with everyday household items. Never underestimate these common objects. They're deeply intertwined with ordinary people's lives. Take matches, for instance. They seem ordinary, yet they embody ingenious principles. Based on the property of friction generating heat and leveraging the chemical reactivity of strong oxidizing agents and reducing agents, they became the convenient fire starting tool we know today as simple strike ignites a flame." Before matches were invented, wasn't fire making incredibly inconvenient? Though seemingly insignificant, matches have played an immense role in the development of human society. The evolution of matches followed a distinct trajectory. In the latter half of the 18th century, yellow phosphorus was primarily used as the ignition agent. However, due to its toxicity, it was gradually replaced by phosphorus-sulfur matches. However, phosphorus-sulfur matches posed serious safety hazards, prone to spontaneous combustion without warning. In 1855, a Swedish match factory achieved a major breakthrough by successfully developing safety matches, which subsequently gained widespread global adoption. I'm telling you this to show that you shouldn't aim too high. You can study the everyday items around you. Take my water pressing well and solar cooker, for instance. They're just tools for drawing water and boiling it, Li Chenxi continued. Upon hearing this, brothers Lu Shuizheng and Lu Shuwei found it rather reasonable. One didn't necessarily have to invent something grand or sophisticated. Take the pencil in your hand, for example. Old pencils didn't have erasers attached. Later, an American artist discovered that attaching an eraser to the other end of the pencil greatly facilitated writing and corrections. That's how he invented the pencil with an attached eraser. Isn't that simple? It seems like something even a child could think of. But do you know how much in royalties that invention earned the artist? Lu Shuizheng and his brother were instantly hooked. How much? A pencil with an eraser cap. It really does look simple. If it were them, they could have thought of it too. $550,000 converted to our currency, that's over $1 million. At this revelation, even Lu Guofu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 142, Calling the Projectionist. These days, the purchasing power of the renminbi is still quite strong. Roughly 2.5 yuan can be exchanged for $1. Of course, on the black market, 2.5 yuan wouldn't buy you a single dollar. As mentioned earlier, China's foreign exchange reserves were extremely tight, making it nearly impossible to obtain foreign currency through official channels. Thus, the importance of foreign exchange was self-evident. To encourage overseas Chinese to bring foreign currency back for their relatives and friends in China, the state even issued a special voucher in 1960 and 1982, the Overseas Chinese Remittance Voucher, available only to overseas Chinese and their relatives. Anyone bringing back foreign currency from abroad, equivalent to 100 renminbi, could use the Overseas Chinese Remittance Voucher to receive an additional supply of 6 kilograms of grain, 1 kilogram of cooking oil, 2 jin of white sugar, 2 jin of fresh meat, and 10 chi of cotton cloth. In those days, foreign currency functioned like a universal voucher. Many things that couldn't be obtained with renminbi could be easily secured with foreign currency. It's worth $550,000? Lu Guofu gaped in astonishment. It was truly hard not to be shocked. Over $1 million yuan. He couldn't even fathom how enormous that sum was. In those days, a household with 10,000 yuan was already considered wealthy, let alone over $1 million. Li Chenxi explained with a smile. Although the patent for this invention was bought out by the pencil company for $550,000, its actual value is certainly much higher than that. Businesspeople don't make deals that lose money.
In reality, some inventions might seem deceptively simple, even giving the impression that anyone could figure them out, with no real technical complexity involved. But as long as it's popular and in high demand, its value will rise accordingly. Chenxi knew well that one such product familiar to everyone was the post-it note. In fact, post-it notes are also a product of invention and innovation. Initially, scientists were focused on developing an ultra-strong adhesive. Unexpectedly, the experimental results went in the opposite direction, yielding a weak adhesive with poor stickiness. While everyone else was disheartened by the failure, Frank Sewell of 3M Company had the foresight to recognize the true value of this weak adhesive. Later, Fry capitalized on this invention to generate billions of dollars in business opportunities. It is said that when post-it notes were first produced, sales were not ideal. Later, marketing personnel had a flash of inspiration. They sent post-it notes to secretaries at major companies for trial use. The response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, successfully establishing a strong reputation for the product, which has remained a bestseller ever since. Even in the 21st century, when Chenxi traveled back in time, post-it notes remained a star product of 3M, enduringly popular. However, at this point in time, post-it notes had not yet been invented, and the patent had not been registered. With such a product boasting immense potential, Chenxi naturally wanted to be the first to seize the opportunity. The key to making sticky notes lay in that weak adhesive, which posed no challenge for him. The Lu brothers, Xu Weizheng and Xu Weizheng, were chatterboxes who would talk non-stop whenever they caught Chenxi. Lu Guofu knew Chenxi had come specifically about the movie screening, as Wang Weiman had already tipped him off. With no other option, Lu Guofu had to interrupt his son's conversation. All right. Stop discussing inventions for now. You two should get back to your studies. After dismissing his sons, Lu Guofu turned to Chenxi and asked, Chenxi, did you come all this way specifically for the movie screening? Chenxi nodded eagerly. That's right, Uncle Lu. This Friday is my grandmother's 60th birthday. She loves movies, so I'd like to invite Uncle Lu to show 2 films in Li Village on Friday to celebrate her birthday. Li Village doesn't have electricity yet, does it? Lu Guofu inquired. No, Chenxi replied. Then I'll bring the diesel generator over, Lu Guofu agreed readily. He silently admired Chenxi's filial devotion. Going out of his way to hire a projectionist for 2 screenings just to celebrate his grandmother's birthday, that wasn't something just anyone would do. Some people, despite having the means and resources, wouldn't necessarily be willing to do such a thing. Only then did Chenxi remember what he was carrying. He hurriedly handed it over, saying, Uncle Lu, look at my forgetfulness. These are raisins a friend gave me. Please try them with your family. In truth, he'd acquired these raisins yesterday through a 1 yuan flash sale. Oh, Chenxi, you're too kind. Raisins aren't something you see every day. As a projectionist, Lu Guofu considered himself well-traveled and broad-minded, having encountered many rare items. Yet raisins were indeed a rare sight in daily life. Even the dried fruit shop in town didn't always stock them. Lu Guofu took the raisins, weighed them in his hand, good heavens, nearly 3 pounds. And quickly protested, this much. Chenxi, take some back home. You're too honest, kid. Chenxi waved with a smile, replying, Uncle Lu, I have more at home. Please just take them. With that, he politely took his leave. Chenxi knew full well that once the movie ended, he'd have to pay Lu Guofu according to the rules. He had inquired beforehand. Hiring a chef like Master Quan to cook at home typically cost around 5 yuan, and even at the highest rate, it wouldn't exceed 10 yuan. Hiring a projectionist cost slightly more, especially since Lu Guofu had to bring his own generator. Beyond the wear and tear on the equipment, the fuel alone would add up to a significant expense. Old Lu, these raisins taste amazing. Try one. Lu Guofu's wife sampled 2 and couldn't stop praising them. Mom, I want some too. Lu Xuezheng eagerly leaned in. Seeing his son's eager expression, Lu Guofu sighed helplessly. You called it just a little? Look at how much you've grabbed. Just then, his other son reached out and scooped a heaping handful, stuffing his pockets so full they bulged. He planned to bring them to school tomorrow so his classmates could try them too. This was partly to show off, but also to let everyone know how tight his bond was with senior Chenxi. Just imagining their classmates' envious stares made the brothers beam with delight. The twins, in perfect unison, immediately took off running as soon as they succeeded. Lu Guofu shot his wife a disapproving look. You just let them get away with it. They did that on purpose, didn't they? With that, he scooped up a small handful himself, just 20 or so berries, and slowly popped them into his mouth, savoring each one. The taste was indeed excellent, a blend of tart and sweet, with the sweetness standing out more. These raisins must be expensive, Lu Guofu murmured to himself. Chenxi is such a thoughtful boy. Such a promising young man. Maybe we should have Xu Weizheng and Xu Wei spend more time with Chenxi. Who knows, maybe our 2 boys could. His wife said, her voice full of hope. Lu Guofu shot her a look. What exactly? Inventing things? Stop daydreaming. They're not cut out for that. Don't push them. Once they finish high school, they can learn projection from me. At least they'll be able to support themselves. Lu Guofu knew his sons well. They simply lack the talent for invention. Relying on them to tinker up something new? Better to work harder tonight and try for another gifted child. Little did Lu Guofu and his wife know that at that very moment, their two sons were burning with unprecedented passion for invention. The moment they returned to their room, they plunged headfirst into various invention ideas. Remembering their senior Li Chenxi's advice, they planned to start researching everyday household items. This research, or rather, daydreaming, ended up distracting them from their studies, causing their grades to plummet. After returning to his courtyard house, Li Chenxi ran into Li Yud. He casually mentioned his grandmother's 60th birthday celebration. "You should come help out then." "Sure. I'll go with Da Peng." Chapter 143, Pig Bones. Friday arrived in a flash. Li Chenxi instructed Li Dazhong to help transport some items back to Li village. These included a plump pork leg weighing at least 120 jin, 60 jin of beef, 3 barrels of fresh fish, a full 100 jin of large shrimp, and 2 heavy sacks of pork bones. Li Dazhong merely lifted the pork shoulder slightly and estimated its weight at around 120 jin, causing him to gasp in astonishment. "Da Peng, lend a hand too. Take those 2 sacks of pork bones straight to the village canteen so everyone can enjoy a bowl of delicious bone broth," Li Chenxi instructed. "As for this pork leg, cut it in half and send 1 portion to the school. Tell them to prepare extra meals today. Any child under 15 can come get a bowl or 2. "Got it." Luo Dapeng agreed readily, turning to rent a tricycle. "What about me?" Li Yud asked from the side. Li Chenxi didn't beat around the bush, assigning him a task immediately: go borrow a bicycle and help haul a generator to Li village. "We're screening a movie tonight I've already arranged for the projectionist." Hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. What an extravagant 60th birthday celebration. They really spared no expense. "That's just like you, Li Chenxi." "Got it." Li Yud immediately turned to borrow a bicycle. Once Li Yud returned with the bicycle, Li Chenxi led him to Lu Guofu's house. Lu Guofu brought out a small diesel generator, and the two of them worked together to secure it onto the bicycle frame. "Yud, drive carefully. Don't wreck it," Li Chenxi cautioned. Lu Guofu waved it off with a laugh. "No worries, this thing's sturdy. It won't break that easily. I've dropped it countless times. Compared to my projection equipment, this generator's the toughest piece of gear I own." Afterward, Li Chenxi arranged the screening time with Lu Guofu. "Uncle Lu, you should head out early too. We've arranged banquets for both noon and evening." Lu Guofu considered it and replied, "I'll come in the afternoon. I'll just crash your dinner. I've other things to attend to at noon." "That works too. We'll be waiting for your arrival, Uncle Lu." Li Chenxi didn't press him further. After all, the film screening was scheduled for the evening, so there was plenty of time. As for Master Quan, he had already set out ahead of time with 2 assistants. At this moment, in front of Grandpa Li Chenxi's house in Li village, a makeshift stove and a simple shelter had been set up. Li Shuqian was busy directing his crew there. The women stood nearby, washing dishes and utensils borrowed from various households. That's how banquets were done in those days. Even tables and chairs were pooled together. After all, who kept such things stocked at home? The former village chief was also present, busily directing everyone with a serious look on his face. "Everyone, make sure you wash everything thoroughly," the old party secretary urged, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. "Friends from the city in Chenxi will be coming too. We can't let Chenxi down." He knew full well that while his own villagers could behave however they pleased, the presence of outsiders demanded attention to local customs and appearances. Especially since he'd heard these visitors were the families of Chenxi's prospective partners, all the more reason to be careful, lest Chenxi lose face before their own families. "Secretary, rest easy. We'll scrub ourselves spotless so clean even a dog wouldn't lick us," someone chuckled in response. The old secretary was speechless at the absurd metaphor. Still, he knew they were joking and that everyone took the matter seriously. "Secretary, I heard we might even get to watch a movie tonight. Is that true?" someone asked curiously. All eyes turned toward the questioner. They too wanted to know if the rumor held any truth. If it did, it would mark the first time Li Jia village had ever screened a movie. The thought of watching a film without having to trek so far away filled them with immense excitement. Seeing their expressions, the old party secretary decided to stop beating around the bush. He spread his hands and chuckled. "That's right. Chenxi said so. I've already found the venue. It'll be on the playground of our Li village school. Tonight, don't rush to the front to grab seats. Chenxi has arranged for the front rows to be reserved for the village children and elders." With that, naturally no one objected. Getting to watch a movie was already incredibly fortunate. How could they possibly compete with Li Chenxi for seats? Besides, he'd reserved the front rows not just for his own family, but for all the children and elders in the village, including his own. What grounds did they have to object? "In any case, I'll have people mark the lines this afternoon. Please don't occupy the areas that are marked off," the old party secretary reiterated. It wasn't just about marking lines. Benches and chairs would be arranged too. Especially for the elderly, it would be best to have those with backrests. After all, they'd be watching 2 movies, which was quite a long time, so they needed to be comfortable. "Secretary, rest assured. If I catch anyone hogging seats, I'll beat them to a pulp." A burly man raised his fist, swearing solemnly.
The old party secretary shot him a glance and retorted, I'm more worried about you hogging seats. Last time we watched a movie at Red Star Commune, you nearly got into a fight with people from another village. Inside the house, a crowd of elders gathered around Li Chenxi's grandparents, their faces brimming with envy. To have a grandson like Li Chenxi, they'd gladly live a few years less. Though their voices weren't loud, the radio nearby continued broadcasting its program. That radio, meticulously maintained by Li Chenxi with fresh batteries every few days, never worried the elderly couple about running out of power. From dawn to dusk, except when turned off for sleep, it played almost constantly, infusing the home with boundless vitality. The expanded house felt much more spacious, with several additional rooms, all meticulously painted inside. Though outwardly indistinguishable from other houses, stepping inside revealed this was undoubtedly the grandest residence in Li Village. Such extravagance was only possible in the familiar and accepting village of Li Jiaxuan, where Li Chenxi dared to realize his bold vision. Not long after, Luo Dapeng, Li Dazhong, and Li Yud arrived together at Li Village. Let's head to the village canteen first, Li Dazhong suggested. Whatever works for you, Luo Dapeng shrugged indifferently. After unloading his cargo, he planned to check in on his underlings. For Li Yud, this was his first visit to Li Village. Curiosity filled him as he scanned the surroundings, as if trying to take in every inch of the place. Luo Dapeng pointed to a house in the distance and said to Li Yud, see that? That's where Chenxi's grandparents live. The three arrived at the village canteen entrance. Li Dazhong bellowed at the top of his lungs, hey! Someone inside, come out here. Hearing this, the people inside the canteen felt like rushing out to give Li Dazhong a good kicking. Couldn't he speak politely? Stop dawdling. Do you want these 2 sacks of pork bones or not? If not, I'm taking them away, Li Dazhong bellowed again. Hearing this, the people inside immediately quickened their pace, plastering on broad smiles. Oh, are these from Uncle 16? Today was the 60th birthday celebration for Li Chenxi's grandmother, and this had long been common knowledge in the village. News had spread 3 or 4 days prior that a grand celebration was planned, inviting all villagers aged 60 and above to a feast. Unexpectedly, Li Chenxi had also prepared food for the younger villagers. Though it was only pork bones, they could still simmer a delicious broth. On a day like this, just getting to drink a bowl of bone broth was enough to make them feel incredibly satisfied. Of course. Who else could it be? Li Dazhong snapped irritably. When everyone opened the sack, they found the pork bones still had quite a bit of meat clinging to them. Who on earth trimmed these bones? Clearly not a pro. A skilled butcher could strip bones so clean that flies would slip off them, leaving dogs shaking their heads in disbelief. The meat clinging to these bones probably weighed 5 or 6 pounds altogether. The broth simmered from these bones would surely be incredibly flavorful. They scrambled to carry both sacks of bones inside, ready to wash them and start simmering the broth. As for blanching? That's out of the question. To blanch away all that flavor? What a waste! Chapter 144, Delivering Meat to the School. After unloading the 2 heavy sacks of pork bones, Luo Dapeng and his group set off for the school. It was Friday, and the school buzzed with an atmosphere of focused learning. The children sat upright in their desks, absorbed in their studies without distraction. School life was so peaceful now, no worries about basic necessities, no distractions from farm chores at home. What a wonderful life this was. The school playground had been completely transformed, now much more spacious. This was all thanks to Li Chenxi's suggestion to incorporate some surrounding wasteland into the school grounds, allowing for the expansion of the playground. In the future, more sports facilities, such as ping pong tables, will be added here, allowing the children to enjoy themselves and work up a sweat during their free time. Moreover, this spacious playground now serves as a venue for various village activities. For instance, this movie screening event, as well as future village meetings, can all be held here smoothly. It is precisely for this reason that the former party secretary, the brigade leader, and others strongly supported improving the school's facilities. After all, unlike larger villages, their small community lacked dedicated spaces like community halls. Li Zhigao, who was teaching in the classroom, glanced out the window and knew immediately that Chenxi had delivered more supplies to the school. He quickly wrote 2 problems on the blackboard for the children to work on. Then he stepped out of the classroom and walked toward Li Dazhong and the others. The school kitchen had also been completely renovated and had officially started operating yesterday. Li Zhigao's wife had become the supervisor there. Of course, at the moment, she was the only one busy in the kitchen, handling cleaning, washing vegetables, cooking, and basically shouldering all the work. When Li Zhigao and his daughter had free time, they would lend a hand and help share some of the workload. Dazhong, Dapeng, this is. Li Zhigao recognized Luo Dapeng, but Li Yud was unfamiliar to him. Li Dazhong quickly introduced, oh, this is Li Yud, one of Uncle 16's close friends in the city. He's family. Uncle Zhigao, take out the knife and cut half of that pork shoulder. Uncle 16 specifically asked for it. He also said to have the school cook extra meals today. All the kids under 15 in the village should come to the school for lunch, Li Dazhong added. Li Zhigao shook hands with Li Yud first, then nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll have your aunt start preparing the meals right away. But you'll need to notify the children who aren't enrolled at the school yourselves. It'd be best if someone from the village could help spread the word. The school's manpower was severely limited. Li Zhigao and his daughter were teaching, while his wife was busy with cooking and other chores. They simply couldn't be in two places at once. Luo Dapeng, upon hearing this, lifted the covering from the slab of pork. Li Zhigao was stunned by what he saw. Such a large piece of pork, and they were giving half to the school? That must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. With all that fat, it would be perfect for rendering lard. The crispy cracklings were fragrant and crunchy, the children's absolute favorite. The remaining meat could last them for quite a while. It couldn't be devoured in just 1 or 2 meals. Li Zhigao had already mapped out several plans for using the meat. Alright, I'll have someone notify them later, Li Zhigao agreed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his wife emerged from the kitchen, knife in hand. Luo Dapeng took the knife and swiftly cut the pork in half. Following Li Chenxi's instructions, he set aside the hind leg portion for the school. The hind leg for the school? Li Zhigao looked surprised again. After all, the hind leg was plump and meaty. Anyone selecting cuts would undoubtedly choose the hind leg over the front leg without hesitation. He even suspected these guys might have made a mistake. Li Yud explained with a smile, Chenxi specifically instructed us. He said the meat from the front leg is more tender. However, in Li Zhigao's view, this was simply Chenxi looking out for the school. The front leg meat was indeed more tender. Since the pig's front leg saw more movement, the meat was relatively finer grained and tasted more tender than the hind leg meat. But now, who would care about that subtle difference in texture? Everyone was undoubtedly going for the meatier, thicker cuts. Alright, enough chatting. We've got work to do. Li Dezhong hoisted the hind leg and strode straight to the school kitchen, setting the pork down. Alright, you guys go ahead, Li Zhigao replied. After Li Dezhong and the others left, Li Zhigao turned to his wife and said, cut half of it off to cure as cured pork. We can add a few extra meat meals for the students later. Today, his family could actually enjoy a sumptuous feast. He and his wife, along with their children, could eat at the school, while the 2 elders were attending a birthday banquet where the food would surely be even more sumptuous than at the school. Yes, that's what I was thinking too, his wife nodded in agreement. With this much meat, how could they possibly finish it in just 1 or 2 meals? Meanwhile, Li Dezhong and the others parked their tricycle and bicycle outside Grandpa Li Chenxi's house. The country road ran right past the entrance, and as soon as they stopped, curious villagers gathered around. When they saw the meat hauled back on the vehicles, the old party secretary and others couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Some were even too astonished to speak. Half a pig, several large chunks of beef easily 50 or 60 pounds in total, a large barrel filled with rare prawns. And 3 large buckets of fish. Wasn't this just a meal for the village elders? At most, they'd add a table for the folks from the city. How could they possibly need this much food? And it was all meat. Pork, beef, and fish aside, just look at those prawns, clearly not local fare, and certainly not something you'd find in the capital. These rural folks knew exactly how precious such fresh produce was. What are you standing around for? Help carry it down. Uncle Shirlio's chef will be here any minute, Li Dezhong urged. Before he finished speaking, they encountered Chef Quan and his group on the road. It turned out Chef Quan and his team had taken the earliest bus to Red Star Commune and then walked the rest of the way. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to unload the ingredients from the truck and pile them together. Why isn't your Uncle 16 here? The old party secretary inquired curiously. Uncle 16 will be back later. For now, I'll leave things in your capable hands, old secretary, Li Dezhong explained, then introduced Li Yud to everyone. Li Yud showed no sign of nervousness. He pulled out a pack of De Chen Men cigarettes and generously handed them out to the men present. Before he knew it, 2 packs were gone. Secretary, find a few people who know how to gut fish. Let's get them processed first to lighten the chef's workload, Li Yud suggested to the old secretary. The old secretary nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Shou Xiang, you and the others come help gut the fish. Be careful not to puncture the gallbladders. He also instructed the women present to wash the mushrooms and other ingredients thoroughly. Meanwhile, Luo Dapeng led Li Yud inside to meet Li Chenxi's grandparents. Like Luo Dapeng, Li Yud addressed them warmly as Grandpa and Grandma. He exchanged a few heartfelt words with the elderly woman, making her beam with delight. They knew these 2 elders were Li Chenxi's grandparents, so they extended their affection to Luo Dapeng and Li Yud, treating them with special warmth. Chenxi must have gone to pick up his partner. He'll definitely be back before lunch, Li Yud speculated with the grandmother. Good, good. The old lady was filled with anticipation at the thought of meeting her future granddaughter-in-law. Before long, Master Quan and his group arrived. Thanks to Li Dezhong's prior arrangements, they entered smoothly despite being first-time visitors to Li Village, with someone even guiding them from the village entrance. Chapter 145, Birthday Gifts. As Chenxi's close friend, Li Yud naturally took charge of welcoming Master Quan. After all, the 2 families were neighbors in adjacent courtyards and shared a warm rapport. Master Quan entered and walked straight to the birthday celebrant, offering a few auspicious words. Never underestimate a chef's gift of gab. Their ability to serve people well relies not just on culinary skill, but often on remarkable eloquence too. Those chefs who start off by insulting or offending people, like the ones in TV dramas, are definitely the minority. Master Quan was also a master of flattery. He knew exactly where to focus his praise. Instead of complimenting the old lady directly, he lavished praise on Chenxi, how wonderful he was, what a remarkable child he had been. This barrage of compliments had the old lady beaming from ear to ear. After all, she loved nothing more than hearing others praise her grandson. "Auntie, you can rest easy and enjoy your life from now on. With Chenxi's talents, he'll at least become a national-level official someday." After complimenting the old lady, Chef Quan glanced at the time and continued, "Oh, it's getting late. You two chat, I'll whip up a simple meal for everyone." "All right. Master Quan, thank you for your trouble," the old lady replied politely. "Uncle, don't mention it. This is what I do serving the people," Master Quan told Chenxi's grandfather. With that, he stepped outside to prepare the midday meal. Truthfully, lunch was rather simple. The focus was on the evening banquet. Certain dishes required marinating, braising, and other preparations that took time. Besides his two assistants, Master Quan could also call on villagers to help, which made his work much easier. He could even take the occasional sip from his teacup, feeling quite content. Chef Quan suddenly realized today's banquet wasn't as hectic as he'd imagined. This was largely thanks to the villagers' help, which had lightened his workload by at least 30%. He hoped to take on more jobs like this in the future. To that end, he even put on a knife skills demonstration in front of everyone, drawing a chorus of admiration. Lai Kai watched from the side, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He felt quite impressive. "Young man, step back a bit, don't get too close," Master Quan cautioned Lai Kai. Luo Dupeng chuckled, "Master Quan, this kid is Chenxi's younger brother. Chenxi plans to train him as a chef someday. Let him pick up a few tricks from you." Chenxi's younger brother? Master Quan expressed surprise. "Is that so? How come I've never heard about it?" Li Dezhong explained, "Not his biological brother, but he's like a brother to him." Master Quan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. He bent down and asked Lai Kai, "Want to learn?" At the prospect of Master Quan teaching him, Lai Kai immediately responded loudly, "Yes." His voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. "All right. When your elder brother returns, I'll speak with him. Once you're a bit older, you can study under me." Master Quan was eager to take on an apprentice, but more importantly, he hoped this opportunity would help him build a closer relationship with Chenxi. After all, this was Chenxi's younger brother. Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Huanglan, who had been listening nearby, hurried over with Qianqian in her arms to thank Master Quan. But she knew deep down that this matter depended entirely on Chenxi's approval. Though she desperately wanted her son to study under Master Quan, she couldn't rashly agree. What if Chenxi had already found another chef for his future? Wouldn't that put her nephew in an awkward position? Moreover, she could tell that Master Quan had brought up the matter out of respect for Chenxi. Therefore, Chenxi was indispensable in this decision. They had to wait for his return before making any moves. Thus, Lai Kai stood nearby, watching Master Quan cook with rapt attention. Master Quan, in turn, spared a bit of attention to observe Lai Kai. To his surprise, he discovered that despite his young age, the boy actually possessed a natural talent for cooking. "Lai Kai, wash your hands and come help me shape the longevity buns," Master Quan called out to him. Lai Kai was thrilled beyond words. He immediately ran off to wash his hands, even taking the trouble to blow his nose first, looking every bit the earnest student. Once they began shaping the longevity buns, Lai Kai proved to be a quick learner, much to Master Quan's delight. To an outsider, this scene looked like Master Quan was showing Lai Kai special favor. Judging by this, Lai Kai's future seemed limitless. At the very least, he could become an outstanding chef. After all, even in famine years, cooks never go hungry. "Lai Kai will go far," a nearby village woman remarked to Huang Lan. Indeed. With Master Quan teaching him cooking, a job in the city is practically guaranteed. Huang Lan felt genuinely pleased, though she maintained a modest tone. This situation was somewhat similar to Daikyo's. Daikyo had also apprenticed under someone from the city and now basically lived there. Word was that Dr. Chen had even helped him land a temporary position at the steel mill's medical clinic. If he did well, wouldn't getting a permanent position be a natural progression? Then Daikyo would be part of the steel mill too, and wouldn't have to work in the workshop or endure such hard labor. That's the advantage of having a master. They can guide you into the trade. Now, Lai Kai's situation was much the same. This made the young men in the village feel a bit ashamed. They weren't even as good as a kid a few years younger. Who could they complain to? But Huang Lan didn't let it go to her head. Instead, she said gratefully, "It's all thanks to his older brother, Chenxi." No one dared dispute this. After all, Chenxi's reputation and influence in the village were undeniable. Everyone knew it well. Without Chenxi's connections, even if Lai Kai truly possessed such talent, Master Quan might not have taken him on as an apprentice. After all, the world was full of talented individuals. Everyone understood this, casting envious glances and silently lamenting why their own sons didn't have such an older brother. How many years of struggle would that save them? Once the steamed buns were shaped, they looked a bit malnourished, but Master Quan remained unhurried.
He knew that once steamed, the buns would naturally expand, swelling to the size of large peaches. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi arrived at Uncle Zhang's house. The Zhang family was already prepared, especially Zhang Yan, who had changed into a new outfit her mother insisted she wear. After all, with Li Chenxi's parents absent, visiting his grandparents was akin to meeting the in-laws. It demanded formality. Additionally, they had prepared a birthday gift for Li Chenxi's grandmother. After all, one didn't go empty-handed to a birthday celebration. Zhang Jianxi had his own bicycle and he borrowed another one from a colleague in his department. Upon learning that Zhang Jianxi was heading to celebrate old Li's mother's birthday, his colleagues eagerly asked him to bring along their small tokens of goodwill. Their gifts were all common household items, nothing particularly valuable. In this social climate, presenting gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, or calligraphy wouldn't be quite appropriate. Even the gift Zhang Jianxi's wife prepared for the elderly lady was merely a set of polyester clothing. As we all know, dacron is a type of synthetic fiber that gained popularity internationally in the 1950s. This fabric first appeared in Guangdong, where people called it diquiliang based on its phonetic translation. When it spread to northern China, the name changed to diquiliang. Later, people realized that wearing diquiliang didn't actually feel cool, so the name was changed again to diquiliang. Though dacron had drawbacks like poor sweat absorption and breathability, it also had its own advantages. The fabric was crisp and smooth, easy to wash, quick to dry, and more durable than cotton. In China at that time, diquiliang was extremely scarce on the market. The reason was that China lacked the complete production capacity to convert petroleum into synthetic fibers. To develop diquiliang, the country had to rely on imported polyester fiber. Li Chenxi clearly remembers that it took another year or two before Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and other regions began small-scale trial production of diquiliang. Even when polyester fiber was manufactured using imported polyester chips, most of the resulting products were prioritized for export to earn foreign exchange. Only a tiny fraction of Dixian fabric and ready-to-wear garments either sold in major cities or diverted from export to domestic markets became hot commodities that people queued up to buy. It wasn't until the 1970s, when the state resolved to vigorously develop the entire chemical fiber industry chain, that dacron, originally a luxury item, gradually became accessible to the masses after large factories like Shanghai Jinshan Petrochemical came online. Li Chenxi's gift for his grandmother was simple: a pair of cloth shoes. His aunt had meticulously crafted 2 pairs over nearly a month, ensuring impeccable quality. Chapter 146, Zhang Jianxi's shock. Uncle Zhang, are you planning to move? Bringing so much stuff, Li Chenxi couldn't help teasing, his gaze sweeping over the pile of clothes, hats, and shoes. He silently muttered to himself, this totally clashes with the gift I carefully picked out. Zhang Jianxi laughed heartily and explained, your aunt and I only prepared 1 set of clothes. The rest are tokens of goodwill from your father's old colleagues. They're not worth much, but they carry sentiment. Li Chenxi nodded slightly, thinking to himself, well, since they're everyday necessities, I'll gladly accept them. The group set off soon after. Zhang Jianxi and his wife rode together on one bicycle, while Li Chenxi carried his girlfriend Zhang Yan. The 2 sisters-in-law rode another bicycle, pairing off perfectly. Halfway there, Zhang Yan and the others witnessed the rural conditions and fell silent. Though they knew times were tough nationwide, they hadn't imagined it would be this difficult. Upon arriving at Lijia village, villagers along the way greeted Li Chenxi warmly. Zhang Jianxi's family couldn't help but marvel at this sight, clearly seeing how well liked Li Chenxi was in the village. What astonished them even more was how distinctly different Li Zhuang appeared from the other villages they had passed, especially in the villagers' demeanor. The villagers they passed along the road had sallow complexions, their eyes filled with worry and uncertainty about the future. The villagers of Lijia village, though also slightly gaunt, wore more smiles on their faces. They seemed filled with hope for the future, with far fewer clouds of worry. The difference in their spirits was immediately apparent. The villagers of Li Zhuang were clearly more positive and upbeat. This Li village is truly a treasure trove. Zhang Jianxi exclaimed sincerely. Li Chenxi smiled modestly, not at all, it's barely enough to scrape by. Passing by the village canteen, the aroma of meat wafted toward them, surprising Zhang Jianxi and his group. Even at their research institute, opportunities to eat meat were few and far between. Chenxi, we're stewing those 2 bags of pork bones you brought. Care to try some? Someone in the canteen spotted Li Chenxi and called out warmly. Though they knew Li Chenxi wouldn't actually join them for a few spoonfuls of broth, they extended the invitation out of courtesy. After all, today was his grandmother's 60th birthday, and the village was busy preparing a lavish feast. Li Chenxi waved his hand in refusal. No, thank you. Enjoy yourselves. He knew full well that the delicacies served in the cafeteria simply didn't suit his taste. Not just the village canteen, even the steel mill cafeteria, renowned for its generous portions, had only seen him eat twice since his return to this world, despite having just collected a month's wages 2 days prior. Zhang Jianxi and his wife exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. No wonder. It suddenly dawned on them, the only reason Li village had meat to eat was thanks to those 2 sacks of pork bones Li Chenxi had brought back from the city. They wholeheartedly approved of Li Chenxi's approach. Feeding the entire village was unrealistic, but bringing back 2 sacks of pork bones to simmer a pot of soup for everyone was something he could manage. In those days, bones were always the least desirable items. At the butcher shop, the cuts with thick layers of fat were the first to be snapped up, followed by pig skin and offal. Lean meat came next, and only then did the various bones make their appearance. Of course, even pork bones weren't entirely ignored. In those days, getting your hands on bones wasn't something you could just decide to do. But at the very least, bones could still yield some savory flavor. That broth, after all, was a form of nourishment. After exchanging greetings with the cafeteria staff, Chenxi didn't linger. Time was tight, so he drove his girlfriend, Zhang Yan, straight home. Soon, the school came into view. It was just dismissal time, and children lined up in neat rows, each holding a wooden bowl, waiting for their meal. Spotting Chenxi, the little ones all excitedly greeted him, instantly turning the scene chaotic. The shouts were all over the place. Some called him uncle, others great uncle, and a few even 16th grandpa. Even Zhang Jianxi and his family watched in stunned silence. "Chenxi, are you really that senior in the family hierarchy?" Zhang Yan asked with a laugh. Chenxi stopped in his tracks, planted his feet firmly, and spread his hands helplessly. "Yeah. And it's not just me, you'll be the same someday. When that happens, they'll definitely start calling you auntie or grandma or something like that." Hearing this, Zhang Yan felt a chill run down her spine. She wasn't even 20 yet. Chenxi smiled at the children. "What are you all crowding around for? Hurry up and line up for your meals. There'll be snacks when you get home after school this afternoon. I'll bring them over for you then." The little ones finally obeyed and went back to line up. At that moment, Principal Li Zhigao came out to greet Chenxi. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Chenxi had already left with his companion, followed closely by his two sisters-in-law. Only Zhang Jianxi and his wife remained standing in place. Li Zhigao immediately recognized Zhang Jianxi as the distinguished guest Chenxi had invited from the city by his attire and bicycle. He greeted him warmly. Zhang Jianxi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Li Zhigao, and remarked with admiration, "Comrade, this school of yours is truly remarkable. The children all wear school uniforms, they look so spirited." This was precisely what astonished Zhang Jianxi most. Earlier, they had learned from the children that Li Zhigao was the principal of this school. To run the school so successfully and vibrantly, Zhang Jianxi found truly remarkable. Li Zhigao accepted the cigarettes and responded with a smile, "We owe much of this to Chenxi." The school uniforms were his suggestion, and he even helped secure the fabric. As he spoke, Li Zhigao shared every detail about the school with Zhang Jianxi. Since these were guests invited by Chenxi, they were naturally very close to him. There was no need for secrecy, they could chat openly and freely. After hearing everything, Zhang Jianxi and his wife were so astonished they could barely process it. They never imagined this school had been revitalized by Chenxi. The children's free education, free meals, and new uniforms all were Chenxi's doing. From what Li Zhigao implied, Chenxi was nothing short of their school's savior. But it didn't stop there. Many matters in the village were closely tied to their future son-in-law. They truly couldn't fathom how Chenxi had accomplished so much good. So, the positive and uplifting spirit they see in Lijia village is largely due to the changes brought by Chenxi. Otherwise, Lijia village would be no different from other villages. Truly remarkable. After bidding farewell to Li Zhigao, Zhang Jianxi's mind remained in turmoil. He truly struggled to imagine that all these accomplishments were achieved by a young man not yet 20. Suddenly, he felt his own college-aged daughter seemed somewhat inadequate compared to Chenxi. His wife, however, was filled with delight, proving the saying, "A mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she sees him." Such an outstanding son-in-law, their family had truly struck gold. "Hurry up, don't keep the elders waiting too long," his wife reminded him. Zhang Jianxi snapped back to reality and quickened his pace. Indeed, keeping the elderly waiting was hardly polite. He chatted with the principal for a while, wasting precious time, and now Chenxi was nowhere to be seen. But there was no need to panic. He spotted the liveliest house in the area that had to be Chenxi's grandparents' home. There were so many people gathered there. He couldn't be wrong. Chapter 147, Dad's Gift. Inside the house, Zhang Yan was already seated beside the elderly lady, her hand firmly clasped by Chenxi's grandmother, who kept showering her with praise. The old lady was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Yan. Not only was she attractive and clearly fertile, but she was also a college graduate. Paired with her grandson Chenxi, they were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, made for each other. What delighted the old lady even more was Zhang Yan's exceptionally polite demeanor from the moment she entered, especially toward the two elderly people. This thoughtfulness and respect warmed their hearts. Some city folks looked down on rural people, even showing disdain toward their partner's family or relatives. But Zhang Yan was entirely different. She showed them not a shred of disdain. Her sincerity and respect prompted the surrounding elderly to shower her with praise, making Zhang Yan blush with embarrassment. "Go play." Chenxi's grandmother noticed Zhang Yan seemed a bit stiff surrounded by so many elderly women. Smiling, she told her to go find Chenxi instead of keeping her old lady company. Just then, Chenxi led Zhang Yan's parents into the room. "Auntie, I'm Zhang Jianxi, Zhang Yan's father. This is my wife, Mei Qin.
We wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Zhang Jianxi offered his respectful birthday wishes. Good. Good. Jianxi, Meichin, this old woman has heard Chenxi talk about you both often enough. The grandmother beamed from ear to ear. Zhang Yan's mother smoothly took her daughter's original seat and began chatting with the old lady. Her social skills were far beyond those of Zhang Yan, the college student. She chatted animatedly with the elderly women, finding common ground easily. The couple took the opportunity to present their birthday gift, a polyester outfit. Though slightly oversized, it was perfectly wearable. Additionally, there were tokens of goodwill from her son's colleagues. Upon learning these gifts came from her son's co-workers, the old lady felt a pang of disappointment her own son hadn't offered anything. At this point, Zhang Jianxi also sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere, but there were some things he simply couldn't say. The old man snorted unapologetically, humph. That good-for-nothing Shuhua. Not coming back for his own mother's 60th birthday is one thing, but not even sending a token of remembrance? His colleagues are so thoughtful, yet he... Li Chenxi quickly intervened. Grandpa, please don't blame him just yet. Father did remember Grandma's birthday. He sent the gift to the courtyard house, and I brought it all back this time. Turning to the old lady, he added, Grandma, please wait a moment. Father might be delayed by other matters. Li Chenxi silently thought, Dad, this is all I can do for you. Everyone knew that besides Zhang Yan, his car was loaded with a large bag of items for this trip back to the village. He immediately turned and went back to his room, bringing out the pair of cloth shoes he'd had his aunt make, along with a set of winter clothes, a cotton jacket, cotton pants, and cotton shoes purchased from the store in his mind. Here, Grandma, these are the layered cloth shoes I specially had made for you. They'll be very comfortable to wear. And these are the cotton coat, pants, and shoes my father sent back. Though they're only for winter, they're made with plenty of material and will definitely keep you warm. Li Chenxi explained as he displayed each gift. The quilted coat, pants, and shoes looked exceptionally thick, radiating winter warmth at first glance. Others chimed in with praise, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Seeing these garments, how could the old lady possibly hold her son's shortcomings against him? Any lingering resentment in her heart vanished like smoke. Truthfully, she didn't care what her son gave her as long as he remembered today was her birthday. She was perfectly content. She slipped on the cloth shoes her own grandson had given her. They fit perfectly, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. They fit just right. Chenxi really thought of everything. Though Li Chenxi's gift seemed inexpensive, it was the one the old lady treasured most. After all, her beloved grandson had personally organized the entire birthday celebration. The thoughtfulness was more precious than any material gift. Later, Li Chenxi accompanied Zhang Jianxi outside to chat. Due to his higher level of education, few in the village could engage in deep conversation with him. The gap in knowledge often led to a generational disconnect in their topics. Meanwhile, the Zhang Yan sisters slipped into Chenxi's room, curiously examining everything. The room was elegantly decorated, far superior to their own. The 2-meter-wide bed amazed them. Its thick mattress offered a springy, comfortable feel. The sliding wardrobe particularly caught their attention. This modern design was a favorite among young people. Opening the wardrobe doors revealed clothes neatly folded inside, while the hanging garments were arranged with such orderliness that one almost felt reluctant to disturb the tidiness. Sis, look at this wardrobe, it slides open on both sides. So convenient. Zhang Yu exclaimed enviously. Zhang Lu pulled open a nearby cabinet filled to the brim with snacks, candies, melon seeds, peanuts, rice cakes, dried fruits, and more, an eye-catching array. Right here. Let's grab some snacks, Zhang Yu said, taking a tray over and carefully arranging the treats to share with everyone. This was also what Li Chenxi had instructed beforehand, to bring out the snacks and share them with everyone. Zhang Yan sat on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on the bedside table beside her, her heart brimming with affection for this place. She even began fantasizing about marrying Li Chenxi as soon as possible and becoming the mistress of this room. Her hands explored every surface, her heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, she noticed the desk piled high with books and notebooks. A quick glance at the notebooks revealed they were Li Chenxi's invention records. She hurriedly helped tidy them away, afraid of losing anything. If only there were a lock, she would have locked it up immediately. How could such important things be left lying around carelessly? Then, Zhang Yan picked up a book, sat down at the desk, and began reading intently. Directly in front of the desk, a window opened onto a picturesque view. The pastoral landscape harmonized beautifully with the distant mountains, creating a breathtaking scene. However, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lu showed no interest in the books. The moment they got their hands on the snacks, they eagerly carried them outside to share with the elderly in the house. How could the elders bear to eat such exquisite treats? They merely took a symbolic bite or two before carefully tucking everything into their pockets, intending to take them back for their grandchildren to try. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianxi approached the chick incubation room, listening intently to Li Chenxi's explanation. Using this method for artificial incubation takes about 21 days, Li Chenxi explained in detail. Although Zhang Jianxi was also a researcher, his field of study differed from Li Chenxi's. Theoretically, Li Chenxi's method was feasible.
Zhang Jianxi recognized that if this technology succeeded, it would have an immeasurable impact on advancing China's livestock industry.
Large-scale poultry incubation would then become a reality.
Actually, artificial incubation techniques have existed in China for a long time. However, practices vary across different regions. For instance, in northern areas, the Kong incubation method is used in the south. The barrel incubation method is popular, and in the Yangtze River Basin, the jar incubation method is common. Yet these traditional methods consistently fail to guarantee hatching success rates, primarily because factors like temperature, humidity, and oxygen supply cannot be precisely controlled, Chenxi further explained.
Chapter 148, Master Quan's Request.
Additionally, Zhang Jianxi delved into other experiments underway in Lijia village.
In his view, these experiments were exceptionally bold. If successful, they might enable Lijia to become the first village to enter the ideal communist society.
He even believed Lijia could serve as a pilot project, with its successes later scaled up for broader implementation. However, when Zhang Jianxi brought up this idea, Chenxi shook his head, making it clear he didn't wish to get overly involved in such matters. His hope was simply to improve the lives of those around him, his immediate circle.
Zhang Jianxi understood Chenxi's reservations. Since he had no such ambitions, Zhang wouldn't force the issue. Regarding Chenxi's various arrangements in Li village, Zhang Jianxi promised not to discuss them outside.
In recent years, Zhang Jianxi had also sensed subtle shifts in societal currents. He knew well the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary trouble, so he acted with even greater caution. He even began to consider that if he ever stopped doing research, retiring to Li village might be a good option. He felt confident about the future of Li village.
Uncle Zhang, let's head back.
Lunch should be ready soon, Chenxi suggested with a smile. Upon returning to the house entrance, they arrived just as the dishes were being served.
Thanks to the shade canopy erected over the open space by the door, the heat wasn't too oppressive. The elderly men and women took their seats, savoring this rare feast.
9 tables were set for the birthday banquet, far too many to fit inside the house, so they were arranged in the open space by the entrance. Li Shuqiang had already had the shade canopy erected, and everything was ready. Zhang Jianxi's family sat together with Chenxi's grandparents and others, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. The former village chief sat with other respected elders at 2 separate tables. Luo Depeng, Li Yud, and Uncle San's family sat together. Li Dezhong and others who came to help occupied 2 more tables, while the remaining tables were filled with other elderly villagers. Though simple, the midday meal was plentiful. The main dishes were fish, shrimp, and cured duck, all delicious delicacies. Chenxi had long grown tired of the cured duck, so he instructed Chef Quan to prepare it all at once, intending to finish it off during this gathering. With ample fish and shrimp, a portion was set aside for dinner, while the remainder sufficed for the midday meal. Besides the dishes, each table held 2 bottles of liquor. Though the variety of dishes was limited, for many, such a meal was a rarity reserved for the new year.
Some families didn't even have such a lavish spread for their New Year's Eve dinner. Those present were well-mannered. Even if they were eager to eat, they showed restraint and maintained their composure. As this was a birthday banquet for the elderly lady, well wishes were naturally exchanged during the meal. Zhang Jianxi raised his wine glass and proposed to Chenxi's grandfather, "Uncle, let's clink glasses." The old man was delighted to hear this and responded with a smile, "Great. Jianxi, I don't think you need to rush off tonight. You can head back tomorrow. Didn't Chenxi mention the village is showing a movie tonight?" Chenxi's grandfather warmly urged them to stay.
"Our home may not be large, but we can certainly accommodate a few more of you," Grandpa continued. Zhang Yu and the others' eyes lit up instantly. "Chenxi, is the village really showing a movie tonight?" they asked excitedly. They were actually eager to stay an extra day or 2 after all, they didn't have classes tomorrow. Though raised in the city, they rarely got to see movies. And let's face it, who doesn't love films? It's safe to say nearly everyone in this era adored cinema. They loved not just the house itself, but especially the rooms and amenities. They couldn't get enough of the beds, wardrobes, and other furnishings. They even wanted to ask their parents to get them identical ones back home. And the bathroom here was incredibly convenient. Even in the city, they had to use public restrooms, which were dirty and smelly. Especially in this sweltering heat, going to the bathroom was pure torture. Chenxi smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've arranged for a projectionist to show 2 films tonight. Uncle Zhang, if you're not too busy, you really should stay the night. Dinner will start a bit early this evening, but by the time you're full, the sun should be setting." It wouldn't be safe to head back then. Zhang Jianxi's wife and daughter also expressed their desire to stay the night. Seeing this, Zhang Jianxi could only nod in agreement. "All right, we'll stay the night." Zhang Yu and the others lit up instantly, their hearts bursting with joy. At that moment, Chenxi rose from his seat and walked over to Master Quan's table, offering him a toast. After all, inviting someone from afar to cook required proper courtesy. "Master Quan, thank you all for your hard work today. I'll drink first to honor you all. Please drink at your leisure," Chenxi said sincerely. Master Quan and the others naturally stood up as well, raising their cups to drink. Then, seizing the moment, Master Quan spoke up. "Chenxi, I'd like to discuss something with you." "Go ahead," Chenxi replied politely. I see your son Lai has a natural talent for cooking. I'd like him to study culinary arts with me for a few years, Master Quan stated bluntly. At these words, Li Shuqiang and his wife both turned to Li Chenxi with eager eyes. If it were up to them, they would have agreed immediately. Such a golden opportunity might never come again.
But ultimately, this decision rested with Li Chenxi.
Li Chenxi paused slightly, surprised that Lai Kai had caught Chef Quan's eye.
Master Quan recognizing Lai Kai is his good fortune.
However, Lai Kai is still young, and I plan to let him study for a few years first. How about this? If Master Quan is still willing to take him on later, I'll have him prepare an apprenticeship gift.
What do you think?
Li Chenxi responded earnestly. In his view, education was essential regardless of whether one pursued cooking. Without literacy, a chef would inevitably hit a ceiling in their career, their potential capped.
Master Quan nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
Very well, it's settled then. In truth, Master Quan also supported Lai Kai studying for a few years first. After all, no one wanted their apprentice to be illiterate. Moreover, as Li Chenxi had said, Lai Kai was still young, and entering the trade so early was indeed unnecessary. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Li Shuqiang rose from their seats, pulling Lai Kai, who was still eating, toward their table. They sincerely thanked Master Quan. With this arrangement, they no longer needed to worry about Lai Kai's future.
Master Quan, I'll drink 3 cups to you.
Please drink as you wish, Li Shuqiang said gratefully.
Li Chenxi watched the scene unfold, inwardly musing, are you sure you're not just here for the free drinks?
Master Quan smiled, ruffled Lai Kai's hair, and said kindly, study hard for a few years, then come learn the culinary arts from me. Though Lai Kai hadn't officially started school yet, he actually didn't want to go. He felt the food at school wasn't as good as at home, and he had to do homework and all that. He thought learning to cook directly would be so much better than he could make whatever he wanted to eat whenever he wanted. So he gathered his courage and asked, can I skip school? Li Chenxi shot him a sideways glance and said sternly, no. If your grades are too poor, Master Quan won't take you either. He doesn't want such a slow learner. Master Quan merely smiled without comment, thinking to himself, I don't have such high standards. Still, he'd certainly prefer a disciple who excelled in studies. Intimidated by Li Chenxi's warning, Lai Kai secretly resolved to study hard so he could learn cooking later.
Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the meal.
Especially the sea shrimp. Many were tasting them for the first time and found them exceptionally delicious. After everyone had eaten their fill, the old master brought out the fine tea Li Chenxi had given him. He brewed 2 pots, saying it would help cut through the richness. But those who knew him understood the old man was just showing off his prize tea again.
Chapter 149, The Automatic Rice Cooker. Zhang Jianxi toured Li village and discovered many novel things that broadened his horizons. He was particularly astonished by the practice of borrowing land from dried-up rivers and mountains. He understood that China's current food shortage stemmed partly from natural factors like drought, but also from human factors, namely, the vast amount of land still underutilized. The government had long recognized this issue. Consequently, several years prior, massive manpower and resources had been mobilized to reclaim the northern wilderness. The Great Northern Wilderness, this vast expanse of land, is primarily located within Heilongjiang province, encompassing the Sanjian Plain, the Songnan Plain, and the vast wilderness of the Wanda Mountains and the Lesser Xing'an Range. This once barren Great Northern Wilderness has now transformed into China's vital granary, the Great Northern Granary. Its contribution is indispensable to China's food self-sufficiency. Today's Beidawan consists mainly of meadows, marshes, and some forests. With abundant rainfall, long summer daylight hours, and high temperatures, it provides unique conditions for crop growth and is one of the world's 3 major black soil regions. However, this land becomes exceptionally cold in winter, with average temperatures hovering around 30 C, making it a veritable frozen world. In fact, this land had already drawn national attention shortly after the founding of the People's Republic of China. At that time, soldiers and officers toiled silently on this land, overcoming numerous difficulties. They not only faced harsh natural conditions but also had to constantly guard against wild beasts in the surrounding areas. Despite the harsh conditions, they labored over 12 hours daily without a single complaint. When Zhang Jianxi heard Li Chenxi mention the need for polyethylene film, he was somewhat surprised. Though not an agricultural expert, he possessed basic farming knowledge. Covering the soil with polyethylene film could indeed increase the temperature, but it likely wouldn't be enough to meet the temperature requirements for plant growth. Moreover, plant growth required not only temperature but also water, sunlight, carbon dioxide, and other conditions. However, Zhang Jianxi didn't rush to question it. He thought perhaps Li Chenxi had other methods. So he offered, I have a friend who works at a polyethylene factory. I'll put in a call for you and do my best to get you a batch. Li Chenxi was overjoyed upon hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhang. In truth, Li Chenxi's mental store also sold polyethylene film at a reasonable price. But he needed a plausible explanation for the film's origin, just in case someone investigated later. After all, food items could be freely taken and consumed without leaving a trace. But this kind of thing could easily be used against him, so it was best to have a legitimate source. Zhang Jianxi scolded him with a laugh, you brat, thanking me? You're just asking for a beating.
Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Guofu arrived punctually at Li Village. Just then, the school children were dismissed, filling the campus with laughter and chatter. The old party secretary had already sent people to help Lu, the projectionist, set up the venue. They were busy erecting the large screen, preparing for the evening's film screening. The front rows were neatly arranged with chairs, even bringing out chairs from the classrooms to increase seating for the audience.
Uncle Lu, the generator's right here. Li Chenxi approached, sweating profusely as he carried the heavy generator.
Alright, set it down over there, Lu Guofu gestured toward a relatively distant spot. He knew the generator would be noisy while running, and placing it farther away would minimize the impact of the noise on the viewing experience. All that was needed was to run the power cable to supply electricity to the projector. After Lu Guofu finished setting up the projector and other equipment, Li Chenxi warmly invited him to sit for a while at his home. He knew the evening meal would be ready soon and wanted Uncle Lu to sample their family's cooking. The former village chief had specifically assigned someone to guard the equipment, preventing mischievous kids from getting too close. After all, if they damaged someone else's machinery, their village couldn't afford the compensation.
On the way home, Li Chenxi tentatively asked, Uncle Lu, would it be okay if you came to show a movie once a month from now on?
Lu Guofu agreed without hesitation, sure.
But I can't guarantee the exact day.
He trusted Li Chenxi wouldn't let him work for free. There would surely be a token of appreciation.
Uncle Lu, whatever you decide is fine, Li Chenxi said happily.
The former party secretary and villagers following behind were thrilled beyond belief.
Could they really watch a movie every month? That seemed almost extravagant. Even the Red Star commune couldn't guarantee monthly screenings. Who would have thought Li Village would be the first to realize this dream? Upon arriving at Li Chenxi's home, Lu Guofu first exchanged a few words of blessing with the elderly woman. His primary purpose for bringing the film screening was to celebrate her birthday. After offering his wishes, he joined the others for tea and conversation. His gaze was drawn involuntarily to the certificates on the wall and that newspaper clipping. Astonishment filled his heart, and the conversation naturally turned to Li Chenxi's invention. Speaking of inventions, Lu Guofu said to Li Chenxi with a hint of exasperation, Chenxi, you wouldn't believe it. After you left yesterday, my two little rascals were glued to their inventions, practically obsessed. Zhang Jianxi chuckled upon hearing this. Children loving inventions is a good thing. We should encourage it. As a researcher, I naturally hope children develop an interest in inventions and research. Invention should definitely be encouraged, but it shouldn't be too outlandish. Lu Guofu shook his head with a wry smile. Li Chenxi asked curiously, what exactly are they trying to invent? Judging by Lu Guofu's tone, the two little rascals seemed to have some pretty out there ideas. They watched their mom cook and declared they'd invent a pot that cooks rice automatically. Tell me, isn't that just wild? Lu Guofu spread his hands helplessly. Good heavens! A pot that cooks rice by itself? That's practically magical. At this remark, both Zhang Jianhe and Li Chenxi froze for a moment. Li Chenxi immediately pictured an electric rice cooker. Wasn't that exactly an automatic cooking pot? As someone who had traveled through time, he was well aware of all the features and variations of rice cookers in the future. Moreover, as far as he knew, the structure of a rice cooker wasn't particularly complex, hardly cutting-edge technology. More importantly, the thing had already been invented. The world's first electric rice cooker was invented by Tokyo Telecommunications Engineering Corporation in Japan in 1950. Zhang Jianxi smiled and chimed in, that's a rice cooker. They were indeed invented abroad. This time, it was Lu Guofu who was taken aback. Huh? Really? Chapter 150, How It Works. Li Chenxi nodded in agreement, that's right. Rice cookers are quite popular overseas. To be honest, our country could also consider developing and producing rice cookers for export to earn foreign exchange. However, he shifted gears and analyzed the current challenges hindering the domestic adoption of rice cookers. Right now, rice cookers haven't really caught on in our country. First, they require electricity, and many households still don't have access to power, so buying one would just be a decoration. Second, even with electricity access, given our people's frugal lifestyle, rice cookers might not be widely embraced. He then proposed, therefore, if we decide to produce rice cookers, it would be best to target the export market. Li Chenxi also revealed, actually, in 3 years, our country will produce its first simple electric rice cooker, manufactured by the Guangzhou Light Industry Group. However, the functionality of those early rice cookers was quite basic. Compared to later models, including Japanese ones, there was a significant gap. Lu Guofu exclaimed in wonder, that's truly amazing. Li Chenxi chuckled lightly, the principle isn't complicated, it converts electrical energy into heat to cook the rice in the pot. Once it reaches a certain point, it automatically cuts off the power. Zhang Jianxi listened, then said with a wry smile, you make it sound so simple. He added, converting electricity into heat isn't difficult. The real challenge is achieving the automatic power-off function once the rice is cooked. Seeing Zhang Jianxi testing him, Li Chenxi replied confidently, it's actually not that difficult either. Simply put, a heating element is installed at the bottom of the pot. To ensure even heating, it can be designed as a disc covering the entire base. Then, incorporate permanent magnets and soft magnetic materials inside. Their interaction enables the circuit to automatically close and open. He elaborated, when cooking rice, pressing the insulated switch causes the permanent magnet beneath the soft magnet to be attracted upward, making contact with the soft magnet. Since the pot hasn't heated up yet, the soft iron retains its ferromagnetic properties, allowing it to be magnetized by the permanent magnet and held in the elevated position. At this point, the circuit is energized, and the heating element will continue to operate. When the bottom of the pot reaches a specific temperature, the soft magnet loses its magnetic properties. At this point, under the combined force of gravity and the internal spring, the soft magnet falls downward from its elevated position. This downward movement activates the lever mechanism, causing the upper and lower contacts of the circuit to separate. The circuit is then broken, halting the heating element's operation. He continued, after power is cut, the heating plate remains at a high temperature, allowing it to continue heating the food inside the pot for a period of time until it is fully cooked. Zhang Jianxi listened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He grasped the concept instantly, his mind swiftly sketching the entire design blueprint of the rice cooker. Among those present, only he and his daughter Zhang Yan could comprehend the technical terms like permanent magnets and soft magnetic materials. He began to realize that Li Chenxi's mind contained not just novel ideas, but a highly mature and practical design. Zhang Jianxi said to Li Chenxi, your proposal is indeed feasible. Why not design it out? It might just become another export product for your steel mill. Suddenly, he understood why Li Chenxi had managed to create such practical inventions as the pressurized water well and the solar cooker one after another. That mind truly inherited the intelligence and ingenuity of the Li family. Though it was a pity Li Chenxi hadn't pursued higher education, old Li had already made quiet contributions to the nation. He couldn't force his son to follow the same path. Besides, wasn't Li Chenxi already benefiting society and the people in his own way? After a moment of serious consideration, Li Chenxi nodded. It's definitely worth a try. Lu Guofu was stunned into silence upon hearing this. It seemed his son wasn't just daydreaming, this might actually be achievable. Suddenly, he thought maybe he could let his two boys give it a shot too. If they could actually make something happen, it would be a matter of great honor for the family. Of course, it would be best if they spent more time with Li Chenxi. Even if they only picked up a fraction of his skills, they could still achieve something worthwhile. With this thought, Lu Guofu became even more invested in the idea of bringing movies to Li Village. He felt he couldn't ask Li Chenxi for anything without contributing something himself. Meanwhile, Li Dazhong, Luo Dapeng, and others carried peanuts and other items as they made their rounds through the village. At each household, they asked the people inside to present a handful of peanuts and melon seeds with both hands. Soon after, the dishes began arriving at the table. Li Chenxi ushered everyone to their seats, arranging them much like at noon. Lu Guofu shared a table with Luo Dapeng, Li Yud, and others. He specifically instructed Luo Dapeng and the others to take good care of Lu Guofu. This meal was truly sumptuous: braised pork belly, stir-fried beef, oil-braised prawns, 3 delicacy vegetable dish, braised fish, and a plate of peach-shaped longevity buns. The wine served was premium Fengjiu liquor. Li Chenxi warmly urged everyone to eat and drink their fill. The old lady was overjoyed. She had never celebrated such a lively birthday before. This even made the old man a little jealous. He thought to himself, I've got to hang on to life. By the time I turn 70, my eldest grandson should throw me a birthday celebration just as grand. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Li Daqi hurried back. Why are you back so soon? Li Chenxi smiled, gesturing for him to sit. Li Daqi carried an exquisitely crafted box, walking straight to the old lady and respectfully stating, Great auntie, my teacher heard today is your 60th birthday and specially asked me to bring this ginseng root as a token of his respect. The old lady waved her hands hurriedly, her face filled with gratitude. Your teacher is far too kind. I accept this thoughtful gesture. But this ginseng is far too precious. You should take it back tomorrow and thank him on my behalf. Li Daqi refused to take back the box, stepping aside and insisting, Great auntie, please don't put me in such a difficult position. If I return it, my teacher will surely reprimand me. Seeing this, Li Chenxi said, since it's a sincere gift from your teacher, we should accept it. Daqi, go find a place to eat. Li Daqi finally exhaled in relief and hurried over to sit at the table with his maternal grandparents. Seeing how accomplished and promising he had become, they couldn't have been happier. They already knew that Dr. Chen had secured him a temporary position at the steel mill. If he worked hard, he could become a permanent employee within 2 or 3 years. Daqi, here, try this. It's delicious, Grandma said, serving him some food. Grandma, you eat. I can serve myself, Li Daqi replied with a smile. The other elders at the table praised Li Daqi for being sensible and promising, which made his grandparents even happier and more grateful to Li Chenxi. By the end of the meal, every dish had been completely devoured, leaving not a single scrap behind. Li Chenxi had considered letting everyone take leftovers home if there was too much. But he clearly underestimated everyone's appetite. Even the elderly ate heartily. After the meal, the women busied themselves clearing the tableware, washing dishes, and wiping down surfaces. Lifu, meanwhile, held Chenxian close, soothing her. Whenever school let out, he would take the initiative to help look after his little sister, especially when his mother was busy. He proved to be a very capable big brother. With everyone well fed and content, the sun quietly slipped below the horizon. People began gathering at the school playground to prepare for the evening movie screening. Chapter 151, Sister Lusan. Lu Guofu began preparing for the film screening, determined to ensure the highest quality presentation. To avoid inconveniencing Li Chenxi and to foster closer ties, he deliberately abstained from drinking, though elsewhere, he might have raised a few glasses in celebration. He knew this process inside out, able to handle it swiftly even without help. With everything ready, the villagers took their seats in an orderly fashion. This time, there were ample seats, so no unpleasant scramble for spots occurred. In this era of the country, watching an outdoor movie was undoubtedly one of the most exciting things for most people. In an era of scarce entertainment, catching an outdoor film on a summer night was a rare luxury. Seat grabbing was a common occurrence, but this time, since Li Chenxi had invited the projectionist, the villagers of Li Village were remarkably considerate. The front rows remained empty, and everyone tacitly avoided sitting there. Li Chenxi led his family straight to the front row to sit down, followed by the other elders and children. Seeing everyone had arrived, Lu Guofu began the screening. Grandma asked curiously, "Chenxi, is it Shanghanling or the Railway Gorillas tonight?" In the countryside, the number of films available was limited, yet each screening ignited the villagers' fervent enthusiasm. Cheers and applause erupted repeatedly during the film's climactic moments. Sometimes the front row was too crowded, so people would run to the back to watch. Though the characters and subtitles appeared reversed, making it a bit difficult to see, the novelty and fun were enough to make them overlook the inconvenience. Li Chenxi smiled and replied, "Grandma, this time we're showing The Long March. Have you seen it?" Though an older film, it was one of the few options available in the countryside. The Long March vividly depicted the early stages of the Liberation War, portraying how the People's Liberation Army, facing overwhelming enemy strength on the East China battlefield, ingeniously applied the mobile warfare strategy proposed by the great leader to ultimately triumph over the enemy, a magnificent epic. Such films not only aligned with the prevailing socialist themes of the time but were also deeply beloved by the common people. The old lady nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. "I've seen that movie. It really is quite good." Considering that South Campaign, North Campaign premiered way back in 1952, over 7 or 8 decades ago, it wasn't surprising she had seen it. By 1974, the film would even receive a new remake. Even the three usually lively youngsters were now utterly captivated by the film's magic, sitting perfectly still as if turned to stone. This alone proved the immense power of cinema. The veteran party secretary remarked to Li Chenxi with emotion, "Chenxi, it's all thanks to your influence. Our Li Village tried applying for film screenings before but never succeeded. To see a movie, we had to go all the way to the commune." Indeed, in those days, projectionists were scarce. For a small village to secure a film screening was incredibly difficult unless the village had made outstanding contributions. Such an opportunity was virtually unattainable. Li Chenxi smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to their generosity." Not only the villagers of Li Zhezhuang, but even most of the residents from Xiangshui village were drawn to the event. They were astonished that Li Zhezhuang had managed to secure a projectionist, but upon learning the projectionist came from the steel mill, they understood. After all, Li Zhezhuang had a purchasing agent at the steel mill who was personally acquainted with the projectionist. It made perfect sense that he could arrange for a film screening. The villagers murmured in admiration, "It really helps to have connections." Having someone at the steel mill made all the difference. Such a large factory had every resource imaginable. When they heard that Li Jiazhuang would now host a monthly film screening, they could scarcely believe their ears. But when the projectionist confirmed it, they were utterly stunned. Such treatment was beyond even the reach of the Red Star Commune. What a pity that no one in their village worked at the steel mill. Or rather, it was a pity Li Chenxi wasn't from their village. Luo Dapeng and Li Yud were also deeply captivated by the thrilling film, reluctant to leave. The film's intense gunfight scenes were thrilling, and its deeply moving conclusion showcased the great victories achieved by our nation, our party, and our military, leaving everyone's hearts racing. After the screening of The Long March, everyone took a half-hour break. During this time, the projectionist reminded everyone to use the restroom if needed. The villagers of Xiangshui village, unable to contain their excitement, turned to their village chief Wang and suggested, "Chief, why don't we try inviting that projectionist to show a movie in our village too?" Village chief Wang glanced sideways at his villagers and asked calmly, "What do you have to offer him?" This question left the man speechless. Indeed, what could they possibly offer? Upper Water Village barely managed to feed its people these days, and the food wasn't even that great. There wasn't much they could offer. They couldn't very well let the projectionist work for nothing, could they? Besides, village chief Wang poured another bucket of cold water on their enthusiasm. That projectionist clearly agreed because of his connection to Li Chenxi. Does our village have that kind of relationship? Upon careful reflection, everyone realized the village chief had a point. Their dream of inviting a projectionist to screen films in their village vanished instantly. The choice of the second film came as a surprise to Li Chenxi's sister Lu.
In his previous life, Li Chenxi had also seen Sister Lu San, but he never imagined the film would already be released in this era.
The film recounted how Lu Sanjie used folk songs to resist the landlord Mo Huiran.
Passionate about singing mountain ballads that voiced the plight of the poor, she was framed by the landlord and drifted down the Li River, where she was taken in by an old fisherman and his son, Aniu. Villagers from all directions flocked to meet Lu Sanjie upon hearing of her arrival. Even her long-lost brother, Lu Er, found his sister. When the landlord Mo Huiran learned Lu Sanjie was gathering people to sing again, he failed to bribe her into submission. He then attempted to subdue her through a singing contest, hoping to stop her from singing. Lu Guofu told Li Chenxi that this was a new film released this year, and it was difficult for ordinary projectionists to obtain a copy. The film truly fascinated the villagers of Li Village, especially the mountain songs. They were so full of flavor. Some even tried to hum along, but their accents were off, making it sound a bit off. Being a new release, everyone found it especially thrilling. The movie ran until around 11 p.m., and Lu Guofu decided to stay overnight in the village.
Chapter 152, Dried Abalone.
Early the next morning, Lu Guofu hurried back to the city, skipping breakfast altogether. Last night, Li Chenxi had specifically told him to eat breakfast before leaving, but his mind was preoccupied with the task at hand. He was eager to get back to the factory to arrange screenings in other locations and also wanted to go home and discuss the rice cooker matter with his two sons.
Uncle Lu left so early?
Li Chenxi asked, somewhat surprised.
Luo Dapeng nodded in agreement. Yeah, we couldn't stop him. After breakfast, they too prepared to return to the city. Zhang Lu, however, was reluctant to leave. She kept pleading with her mother to stay in Lijia village for another day or two. After all, she didn't have school. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yan also felt the urge to stay, but being slightly older, they felt awkward about asking. Only Zhang Lu, the youngest sister, could express her wish without restraint. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhang, if she wants to stay, let her stay another day or two. I'll take her back to school when it's time, Li Chenxi suggested to Zhang Jianxi and his wife. The old lady chimed in to support her. Zhang Jianxi had been hesitant, but with her backing, he had to reconsider. In the end, Zhang Jianxi and his wife agreed to Zhang Lu's request, but reminded her not to trouble the old lady. Just as Zhang Yu and Zhang Yan were about to speak, their mother shot them a look that silenced them instantly. After breakfast, the four of them rode two bicycles back to the city, accompanied by Luo Dapeng, Li Yud, Li Dezhong, and others. Li Chenxi, however, was in no hurry to return. He had little to do back in the city. Today's 1 yuan purchase had yielded a bountiful harvest, 100 jin of lotus root and 100 jin of dried abalone. Lotus root was straightforward, high in starch. It could be considered a staple food, excellent for making lotus root starch or simmering in soup. Lotus root and pig's trotter soup was one of his favorite dishes from his previous life. But those 100 caddies of dried abalone were truly valuable. Dried abalone, sun-dried abalone, is widely known as a traditional Chinese delicacy, ranking first among the 4 great seafoods. It frequently graces the tables of state banquets. Li Chenxi inspected the quality. Though not the prized double-headed variety, they were substantial in size and could be considered top grade. Before long, Master Quan and his 2 assistants also came to take their leave. They hadn't left last night either, staying to watch the movie. Li Chenxi had arranged lodging for them, letting them stay overnight at another villager's home. Li Chenxi slipped Master Quan 10 yuan. After all, he'd cooked 2 meals, so 10 yuan was reasonable. But Master Quan returned 5 yuan. 5 yuan is enough, Master Quan chuckled. If I took more, wouldn't that make me a rip-off artist? Besides, he hoped to take Li Chenxi as his apprentice someday. How could he possibly charge more? Even waiving the fee entirely would have been acceptable. Li Chenxi didn't insist further, took back the 5 yuan, and asked Master Quan and the others to wait a moment. He turned back into the house and quickly brought out a pound of dried abalone, 3 pounds of raisins, and 6 pounds of peanuts. Master Quan, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Li Chenxi handed the bag to Master Quan. Master Quan opened the bag, immediately pulled the opening tight, and tried to push it back to Li Chenxi. These are far too precious. I can't accept them. As a chef, he knew well how rare dried abalone was. Honestly, in all his years cooking, he'd rarely come across it, especially during these years of scarcity. He could accept the raisins and peanuts, but dried abalone? By visual estimation, this bag weighed at least 500 grams. Such an ingredient could fetch quite a few valuable items in future exchanges. Even when preparing dishes for superiors, bringing this out would surely win their favor. Its usefulness was immense. Master Quan, please accept them. These were given to me by a friend. If you refuse, how could I ever ask for your help again? Alright, that's settled. I won't see you off. Li Chenxi pressed the dried abalone and other items back into Master Quan's hands. Overwhelmed by such generosity, Master Quan reluctantly accepted, resolving that he would never refuse a cooking request from Li Chenxi in the future. Then I'll humbly accept your kindness. Thank you, thank you. Master Quan bowed his fist in gratitude toward Li Chenxi. After expressing his gratitude, he departed Li village with his 2 assistants, heading back to the capital. Only after they were out of sight did Master Quan divide the raisins and peanuts into 3 portions. He couldn't bear to share the dried abalone. But he decided to split the raisins and peanuts equally between his two apprentices. Additionally, he gave each of them 1 yuan.
He had trained both apprentices himself.
He could have given them nothing but the raisins and peanuts. But Master Quan wasn't the type to exploit his apprentices.
Whenever he took them out to work, he always shared some of the earnings with them.
Master, this money.
The two began to say they were already satisfied with receiving half a pound of raisins and a pound of peanuts, never expecting their master to give them money as well. After all, that pound of raisins and 2 pounds of peanuts were already quite valuable.
Accepting money on top of that would have seemed ungrateful. Alright, take it. You have families to support too.
When your little apprentice joins us, remember to look out for him, Master Quan instructed. The two naturally understood who the master meant by younger apprentice. It was Lai Kai, who was only a few years old. Even without the master's reminder, they would protect the little disciple. Besides, with his older brother being so formidable, who knows who might end up taking care of whom in the future. They hastily promised to look after the little junior apprentice well, silently cherishing their master's kindness in their hearts. Both came from rather straitened circumstances. Had it not been for their financial hardships, they might never have chosen this path of apprenticing as cooks. Both were eldest sons bearing heavy burdens at home. Chen Yoji, especially, had just started a family last year. He had a blind elderly mother above him and 3 younger siblings below him to support. Now his wife was pregnant. Truthfully, if not for the master taking him out to earn extra money, the meager wages from the factory cafeteria alone would be utterly insufficient to support his entire family. This outing had truly been fruitful. Not only had he earned a yuan, but he'd also brought back half a pound of raisins and a pound of peanuts. The moment Lu Guofu returned home, he began praising his 2 sons. This puzzled not only his wife but also his 2 sons. Didn't you two say the day before yesterday that you wanted to invent a pot that could cook rice by itself? Your senior brother Li Chenxi mentioned that such rice cookers do exist in foreign countries, Lu Guofu said. At this, his 2 sons nearly jumped for joy. Yesterday, they had shared this invention idea at school only to be met with ridicule from their classmates, who insisted such a pot was impossible. But now their senior had confirmed that such pots were real and had already been invented abroad. The boys were itching to dash back to school right away and thoroughly humiliate those classmates. From now on, you two should seek guidance from your senior brother more often and learn from him, Lu Guofu continued.
Father, I'm going right now.
Lu Shuizhen couldn't wait to ask his senior how that kind of pot was actually made.
Lu Guofu scolded, Go now? Your senior isn't back yet. He's still in the village.
He then recounted a few memorable lines from Li Chenxi's speech the previous day, hoping they might inspire his sons. Yet his sons listened with blank expressions, utterly baffled. Looking at their foolish yet clear-eyed expressions, Lu Guofu couldn't help but wonder inwardly, had he set his expectations too high? Perhaps he should just stick to teaching them how to run the movie projector. As long as they could scrape by and not starve, that would suffice. Chapter 153, To Get Rich, First Build Roads. As the guests departed one by one, Li Chenxi's home returned to its usual tranquility. Zhang Lu, like a wild horse set free, raced through the village with a gaggle of children in tow. She quickly became the undisputed leader of the pack, even drawing Lai Fong into her entourage. Her utterly contented expression spoke volumes. In her mind, the countryside seemed infinitely better than the city. Here, there were no constraints. The living quarters were spacious and comfortable, complete with her own private room. Even using the restroom was far more convenient than in the city. More importantly, the food was exceptional. Meat appeared at nearly every meal, and snacks were always plentiful. How could life here compare to her home in the city? Moreover, Li Chenxi's grandparents adored her, treating her like their own granddaughter and never once scolding her. This was a stark contrast to her treatment at home, where her mother showed no mercy whenever she made a mistake. Of course, this was largely thanks to Zhang Lu's sweet talking and coaxing, which had the old couple beaming with joy. Chenxi, do you think we have enough helpers? Old Secretary Zhang approached with a group of women. Li Chenxi glanced around and nodded slightly. Yes, it's enough. He was about to start making the mushroom bags, but doing it alone would take forever. So he'd asked the old party secretary to gather some women to help, teaching them how to make the mushroom bags. The women who had followed along were filled with curiosity upon hearing that Li Chenxi would teach them mushroom cultivation. As farmers, growing things was their forte, but they'd never cultivated mushrooms before. Naturally, they were eager to learn how mushrooms were actually grown. Li Chenxi had the village prepare the materials for making the mushroom bags 3 days prior. Old secretary, there's one more thing, Li Chenxi began. What is it? The old party secretary inquired. Road construction. Li Chenxi declared with unwavering certainty. Road construction was also an urgent priority. A widely circulated saying in later generations went, to get rich, build roads first. And indeed, experience proved this saying was no empty cliché. The old party secretary froze upon hearing this. Which roads? Aren't the village roads already in good condition? Starting from the village entrance, we need to upgrade the main thoroughfare. I see those vegetables growing along the riverbed. They'll be ready for harvest in 10 to 20 days. When that time comes, I plan to have the steel mill's large trucks drive directly into the village.
The current road is simply too rough.
We need to widen it to at least 3 meters, Chenxi explained. This would facilitate the transportation of Li Jiazhuang's produce, making the road construction imperative.
Currently, the main road was only about 2 meters wide, barely enough for one vehicle to pass.
But Chenxi had observed over the past few days that even widening it to 3 meters wouldn't take up too much farmland. Both sides of the rural road already had reserved space. Incorporating these areas into the road would make the width sufficient. Upon hearing Chenxi's suggestion, the former party secretary and others immediately understood. Road construction was indeed a major undertaking, directly impacting the village's prosperity and wealth, so everyone took it very seriously. Alright, I'll gather the workers right away and aim to wrap up all these miscellaneous tasks before the wheat harvest, the old party secretary nodded in agreement. Otherwise, once the busy farming season arrived, everyone would be too occupied. Chenxi outlined specific requirements for the road surface. Hardened surfaces like cement or asphalt were clearly unrealistic at present, not only beyond Li Jiazhuang's capabilities, but also beyond the resources and capacity of the entire Red Star commune. He insisted the road surface must be level and sturdy, capable of withstanding rain and snow to some extent.
This requirement was challenging, yet not impossible.
Alright, leave the road construction to us, the old party secretary assured him, patting his chest.
If they couldn't even manage this, how could Li Jiazhuang maintain its standing in the village?
So the old party secretary gathered another group of villagers to oversee the road construction, appointing a coordinator to manage the project.
Li Jiazhuang was now bustling with activity.
Beyond their regular production tasks, villagers also tended to melons and vegetables growing along the riverbed. Although the task of building the mountain enclosure was complete, constructing simple chicken coops and mushroom houses presented another significant undertaking. In short, almost every able-bodied young man and woman in Li village was now occupied.
Chenxi was the sole exception, often seen wandering about, seemingly at ease.
Li Jiming, who was also among those conscripted for the road project, offered a suggestion upon learning of the plan. Secretary, if we want a high-quality road surface, we could consider paving it with coal slag.
The Hongqing commune operated a brick factory that produced large quantities of coal slag daily, requiring truckloads for transport.
Coal slag falls under the category of industrial solid waste, primarily originating from thermal power plants and other industrial and domestic boilers as a byproduct of coal combustion.
In other countries, coal slag achieves full resource utilization. Depending on its composition, it has diverse applications.
For example, it can be used to manufacture cement, fire bricks, and produce refractory materials. Furthermore, some coal slag can even be used to produce alumina or extract rare metals like gallium and germanium. However, in present-day China, coal ash has virtually no practical applications. Brick factories are constantly struggling with how to dispose of this coal ash. If someone were willing to haul it away, the brick factories would be more than happy to oblige.
The veteran party secretary praised Li Jiming's proposal. That's a good idea, though it'll take some effort.
After all, hauling coal slag from Red Star commune was no easy task. The distance was considerable.
Moreover, their village currently relied solely on manual labor for transportation, at best using ox carts or wheelbarrows.
If they wanted to cover the village roads with a layer of coal slag, the workload would be substantial.
If only we had a tractor, someone couldn't help but fantasize.
In this era, tractors were rare and high-end. Only the commune had a few, while the villages and ordinary production teams below them were never eligible to own one.
Later generations would joke about tractors, saying the power of single-cylinder diesel engines remained an enigma.
People often witness these small engines pulling massive cargo boxes or hauling logs through muddy roads, somehow managing to pull their weight, hence the wonder. Truthfully, under those working conditions, the speed was always painfully slow. With the diesel throttle wide open and a bit of skill, it could eventually manage the task.
Still dreaming about tractors? You'd be lucky to get a tricycle.
Old Secretary Li rolled his eyes. Even if Li Jia village sold everything they owned, they might barely scrape together enough for a tricycle.
But a tractor? Forget it. They'd probably go bankrupt trying.
The brigade leader spoke up. I know someone who drives a tractor.
I'll go ask him. If they could get a tractor to haul the coal slag, efficiency would skyrocket. Relying solely on wheelbarrows, who knew how long it would take?
The tractor driver he knew wasn't exactly a close acquaintance. Even if he could persuade him to help, who knew what price they'd have to pay?
For now, he could only go ask.
After careful consideration, Chenxi tentatively selected 3 types of mushrooms: straw mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and oyster mushrooms. Straw mushrooms are cooling in nature, earning them the nickname cooling mushrooms. They excel at clearing heat and dispelling summer heat, making them an ideal choice during sweltering summer days. Particularly noteworthy is their rapid growth. Their cultivation cycle is remarkably short, with harvest possible in just about a month. Shiitake mushrooms are more common and widely recognized as the most familiar edible mushroom. A major advantage is that if fresh shiitake mushrooms cannot be sold promptly, they can be dried for preservation. However, shiitake mushrooms have a relatively long growth cycle, requiring 3 to 4 months. Oyster mushrooms have a wide distribution and can be cultivated almost anywhere in the world. As a wood-decaying fungus, they primarily grow on decaying broadleaf trees, rotten stumps, or dead sections of living trees. They were cultivated in ancient China, where they were known by names like heavenly flower vegetable. Judging by the development trajectory of my previous life, large-scale cultivation of oyster mushrooms didn't begin until the 1970s. Chapter 154, Section Chief Zhang's Promotion. True to their farming roots, the women quickly grasped the essentials of mushroom cultivation. Is this all we need to do? Someone asked Li Chenxi for confirmation. Li Chenxi smiled and nodded. The rest is just maintenance work, which is actually quite simple. Keep the humidity steady during the day and ventilate them at night to let them breathe. Mushrooms don't require direct sunlight to grow, they just need adequate humidity, temperature, and ventilation. Consider mushrooms in nature, they thrive with minimal human intervention. By simulating suitable growing conditions and letting them develop naturally, they'll be ready for harvest when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the women immediately felt that growing mushrooms was far simpler than cultivating other crops. Originally, everyone had worried that the village suddenly launching so many projects would be overwhelming, but now it seemed manageable after all. On the road construction front, the team leader had already located the tractor driver and asked him to help haul the coal ash. The driver readily agreed to help, but stipulated that Li village must supply the diesel fuel and pay him 2 yuan per day. This presented a dilemma for the villagers. 2 yuan a day wasn't too much to ask. The poor Li village could manage that. But where to get the diesel? If it were kerosene, they could scrape together some or buy some from the supply and marketing cooperative, but diesel was another matter. For this, they had no choice but to turn to Li Chenxi for a solution. After all, Li Chenxi was well-traveled and knowledgeable, perhaps he could procure the diesel. Diesel, you say? I'll handle it. Get started as soon as possible. Li Chenxi collected the money the village had prepared for purchasing diesel and decided to head back to the city. He knew the shop in his mind wasn't omnipotent, diesel wasn't something it carried. Therefore, he had no choice but to return to the city to find a solution. Li Chenxi remained calm. For instance, the projectionist Lu Guofu might be able to help him secure some diesel. If that didn't work, he could always approach leaders like Section Chief Wang. With such a large steel mill, getting some diesel shouldn't be too difficult, right? The old party secretary and others watched Li Chenxi's departing figure, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. With Li Chenxi in their village, so many difficult tasks had become much simpler. What a blessing this was for Li village. Upon returning to the capital, Li Chenxi headed straight for Lu Guofu's home. Unfortunately, Lu Guofu wasn't home, so he had to return to the factory to seek out Section Chief Wang and other leaders. Getting a hold of you is no easy feat. Section Chief Wang quipped. Li Chenxi smiled. What brings you here, Section Chief? Section Chief Wang nodded. Come on, let's discuss this in detail with Section Chief Zhang. With that, he led Li Chenxi into Section Chief Zhang's office. Upon entering, Section Chief Wang began scrutinizing the office with great solemnity, leaving Li Chenxi somewhat perplexed. Seeing this, Section Chief Zhang laughed and teased, "Come on, it's not like you're going to take my seat anytime soon." Ha! Li Chenxi felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Section Chief, are you about to be promoted? Li Chenxi asked, his face lighting up with surprise. If Section Chief Wang were to take Section Chief Zhang's position, it naturally meant Section Chief Zhang was about to be promoted. Presumably, the next step up from Section Chief would be a deputy director or director position, right? Could it be that Section Chief Zhang was about to become the deputy director of logistics? Was a deputy director about to retire and vacate the position? As the saying goes, every position has its occupant. If someone was being promoted, naturally someone else would have to vacate their post. Section Chief Wang smiled as he explained to Li Chenxi, Section Chief Zhang is being transferred out of this department. After that, Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Zhang engaged Li Chenxi in conversation, explaining the entire situation in detail. After listening for a while, Li Chenxi finally understood. It turned out that the deputy director of a small factory affiliated with their steel plant had fallen ill and had to retire early. Section Chief Zhang's family had lobbied extensively to secure the deputy plant manager position for him. Though the small factory was modest in scale, employing fewer than 1,000 workers and nowhere near comparable to the steel mill, becoming its deputy director directly was undoubtedly far more prestigious than remaining a section chief at the steel plant. Congratulations, Section Chief Zhang. Oh, wait, now you're the plant manager. Li Chenxi hurriedly offered his congratulations. Section Chief Zhang smiled and waved his hand. Chenxi, I know you're a capable person. I'm going to be deputy plant manager in charge of logistics. I'll need your help a lot from now on. In Zhang's view, Li Chenxi had the backing of an entire village. This meant a steady supply of grain and meat, exactly what Zhang urgently needed. After all, hadn't that village been the key to Li Chenxi successfully completing all his procurement tasks lately? As far as he knew, the village was still engaged in large-scale cultivation of vegetables and other crops, and had established a cooperative relationship with the steel mill. Therefore, he could naturally explore collaboration with Li Chenxi as well. Director Zhang, I'm not that capable, Li Chenxi said modestly.
Zhang Lidong chuckled, call me brother Zhang from now on. Don't you know how capable you are? Although I won't be at the steel mill anymore, I hope we can stay in touch. After I leave, several people will vie for the vacant position. I've discussed it with Director Ding. I've recommended Wayman, and then your position as section chief will be handed over to you, Chenxi. Director Ding generally supports it just depends on how the higher-ups arrange things. Li Chenxi and section chief Wang immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Lidong. With Director Ding's backing, the success rate had already surpassed 70%. The remaining 30% hinged on the decisions of plant manager Hu and other leaders. In truth, appointing Li Chenxi as section chief was no difficult matter. With Director Ding's approval, it was essentially a done deal. The real position requiring careful deliberation and decision was that of department chief. Therefore, Zhang Lidong specifically instructed Wang Weiman to leverage every connection he had to lobby for the position. At this critical juncture, he must not hold back or show any hesitation. Wang Weiman understood perfectly. Section Chief Wang suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Li Chenxi, by the way, is there something specific you need to take care of during this visit back to the factory? Can't I just come back to visit? The steel mill is like my home, Li Chenxi replied with a smile. Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Zhang exchanged a knowing glance. They thought to themselves, don't we know you? The steel mill your home? You only ever come here when you need something. More than once, we had to seek you out ourselves. Seeing this, Section Chief Wang couldn't help but tease, there are no outsiders here. Just tell us the truth. Li Chenxi felt a pang of frustration, have I really become such a poor figure in your eyes? So he cut to the chase, Section Chief, Brother Zhang, could you help me get some diesel fuel? Section Chief Zhang smiled at the request. Our factory has diesel, it's managed by our logistics department. If you need a small amount, just find a plausible reason and go pick it up from the warehouse. If? Li Chenxi quickly interrupted, not much is needed. The village needs a tractor for road repairs, and the driver said diesel must be provided. How much fuel could a tractor possibly consume? Section Chief Wang nodded upon hearing this. 1 barrel should suffice. I'll take you to get it later. By the way, you haven't seen the RD lab Director Ding prepared for you yet, have you? Come on, I'll show you around, Section Chief Wang suggested. From Section Chief Wang's attitude, it was clear Director Ding held Li Chenxi in high regard. In fact, the entire steel mill had placed great expectations on him. After all, the factory was still focused on the crucial task of exporting to earn foreign exchange. The group arrived at the so-called RD lab, which was filled with all kinds of tools. In one corner sat a small soundproof booth, perfect for quiet contemplation, design work, and similar tasks. Chenxi, have you been thinking about any new inventions? Section Chief Wang asked curiously. Li Chenxi thought for a moment before replying, I didn't have any, but over the past couple of days, I've heard some ideas from Lu the projectionist's son. He then recounted the rice cooker incident, bringing in Lu Guofu's son and Uncle Zhang from the research institute. Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Zhang's eyes widened at this, could there really be a new invention? Zhang Lidong immediately stood up, I'll go fetch Director Ding. Chapter 155, Crafting the Rice Cooker. Seeing that the RD room was fully equipped with tools and materials, Li Chenxi decided to try building a simple electric rice cooker. The rice cooker didn't require many parts, and its structure was relatively simple. Just as Li Chenxi was fully immersed in his work, Director Ding entered the RD lab. He had intended to ask Li Chenxi some questions, but seeing him busy at work, he refrained from interrupting. He even signaled Section Chief Wang and Division Chief Zhang to remain silent. Let's go outside to talk, Director Ding said, leading Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Zhang out of the lab. Outside, Director Ding questioned Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Zhang in detail about the rice cooker. He finally learned that the idea for this rice cooker had been accidentally proposed by Lu Guofu's 2 sons, while Comrade Zhang Jianqi from the Research Institute had provided the necessary knowledge and technical support. Since our Research Institute colleagues contributed ideas, this shouldn't be a major issue, Director Ding remarked with evident satisfaction. A rice cooker sounds like a pretty high-end product. It should be popular, right? Since Zayarizi had already started production, they might be able to look up sales figures and market reactions for this product overseas. With that thought, Director Ding immediately decided to seek out Factory Manager Hu. After all, when it came to tracking down overseas information, Factory Manager Hu was an expert. Of course, Director Ding could conduct the research himself, but it would take much longer. And they urgently needed to confirm this information. Upon arriving at Director Hu's office, Director Ding got straight to the point. After hearing the news, Director Hu also showed a hint of excitement and immediately picked up the phone to make a call. Fortunately, Director Hu had an old comrade in arms at the Ministry of Foreign Trade. For matters like this, he was the easiest person to get confirmation from. If rice cookers were indeed selling well overseas, they would need to start production and strive to create a product suitable for export. Is Comrade Li Chenxi currently developing a rice cooker? What else does he need? The factory must fulfill all his requirements to the greatest extent possible, Director Hu told Director Ding. This was the steel mill's stance, to fully support Li Chenxi's research and development work. "I'll go check." Director Ding immediately returned to the R&D lab. Meanwhile, Director Hu began contemplating who should fill the vacancy left by Zhang Lidong's departure. Over the past 2 days, numerous individuals had approached him seeking connections. To be honest, Wang Weiman didn't hold an advantage in the competition. But with Director Ding's backing, he gained some leverage. Now, Director Hu also considered that if Wang Weiman were promoted, it could free up a position for Li Chenxi, which seemed like a decent option. If Li Chenxi truly succeeded in developing the rice cooker, surely the factory couldn't withhold rewards? Promoting him to a higher rank or giving him a section chief position would show more sincerity, wouldn't it? With this in mind, Factory Director Hu had already made up his mind. Beyond that, the steel plant also needed to acknowledge Lu Guofu's son and Zhang Jianxi from the research institute. Earlier, Director Ding mentioned that Lu Guofu's son was still in school, so he should be easier to placate. A token gift would suffice. As for Zhang Jianxi from the research institute, Director Hu also felt inclined to cultivate a relationship. After all, those working at the research institute were the cream of the crop in their field. Should the steel plant ever need technical assistance in the future, they might well have to rely on his expertise. Therefore, Hu needed to carefully consider how to express gratitude to Zhang Jianxi. First and foremost, a sincere letter of appreciation was essential. Of course, beyond this spiritual gratitude, material rewards were also necessary. By this time, Li Chenxi had already handcrafted the heating element for the rice cooker. Though somewhat crude, it showed initial promise. Just then, Director Ding's voice sounded from nearby. "Chenxi, is there anything else you need help with?" It suddenly dawned on Li Chenxi, why should he do it himself? With so many skilled technicians at the factory, wouldn't it be faster and better to have them assist? "Director, could you assign a few skilled technicians to assist me?" Li Chenxi requested. Director Ding immediately smiled upon hearing this. "No problem. Factory manager Hu has already said that the factory's personnel and machinery are at your disposal." Director Ding then went to find factory manager Hu. He certainly didn't want to go to the workshop and get turned away. After all, he and workshop director Liao and the others had never gotten along well. Going to them now would only invite trouble. So, Director Hu personally went to the workshop to select personnel, choosing only skilled technicians like level 7 and level 8 workers. Seeing this, Director Liao tried to poach talent again. "Director, you see. I told you Comrade Li Chenxi would be perfect for our workshop. We have so many machines and skilled workers here all at his disposal." Director Ding snorted coldly at this, as if the logistics department couldn't utilize your workshop's machinery and personnel. Seeing this, Director Hu quickly stepped in to mediate, preventing another argument between the two. "Alright, you few, come with me." Director Hu instructed the skilled workers. The group proceeded to Li Chenxi's R&D lab. Li Chenxi explained the rice cooker's working principles in detail to Director Hu and the others. He was currently focused on developing a rice cooker with a keep warm function. It's important to note that most rice cookers on the market today are still the most basic models, offering no real advantages. As for rice cookers with heat-preserving capabilities, Zaya Rice had only begun introducing them to the market this year. We can leverage our labor cost advantage to lower the price of rice cookers, thereby gaining a competitive edge in the market. Of course, Li Chenxi didn't voice these thoughts directly. After all, it was best to let them investigate the overseas market situation themselves. Coming from him, it would be harder to explain. How could a mere procurement officer be so well informed about overseas developments? After hearing Li Chenxi's explanation, the technical masters immediately got to work. They even reworked the heating plate he had handcrafted. In their eyes, Li Chenxi's creation was nothing short of substandard. Ahem. "You know, my hands-on skills aren't exactly up to par," Li Chenxi chuckled awkwardly. Factory director Hu burst out laughing upon hearing this. He thought, this is exactly how a young person should be. Specialization is natural. Comrade Li Chenxi, you have no reason to feel ashamed. Your greatest strength lies in your mind. Product design is where you excel. From now on, leave these kinds of tasks to the factory's master craftsmen. You should focus solely on product design, Director Hu said earnestly. Director Ding and the others nodded in agreement. About an hour later, all the parts were finished, including the rice cooker's outer casing. Made of metal, it cleverly incorporated insulating materials at critical points, ensuring the casing remained non-conductive even when powered on. Next, Li Chenxi began assembling these components. He couldn't help but marvel at the master craftsman's skill. The parts they forged were as precise as if mass-produced by machines. Before long, a fully assembled rice cooker appeared before everyone. "Did you bring the rice?" asked factory manager Hu. He couldn't wait to test the rice cooker's performance right then and there. "Right here," Section Chief Wang replied, carrying a bowl of rice and a pitcher of cold water from the cafeteria. Skipping the rice washing step, they directly placed the rice into the cooker and added water. "All right," Li Chenxi called out. Section Chief Wang paused mid-pour. Li Chenxi plugged it in and pressed the cooking button. Everyone heard a beep as the cooking indicator light illuminated. Thankfully they were in a steel mill, otherwise, finding such a small light would have been tricky. "Is it cooking already?" someone asked. Li Chenxi nodded. "It should take about 20 minutes. Once the rice is cooked, it'll automatically shut off and switch to keep warm mode.
By then, more and more factory leaders had gathered at the RD room door, drawn by the commotion.
Chapter 156, Cooking Mung Bean Paste. Factory director who found an excuse to step away temporarily. He soon returned, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. Old Hu, how's it going? The factory committee members had already guessed the outcome, but they still couldn't resist seeking confirmation from Hu, who had just verified the crucial information. Hu replied with a smile, 4 or 5 years ago, a company in Zairizi launched an electric rice cooker and it sold like hotcakes. However, rice cookers with keep warm functions have only just appeared. This means that the rice cooker developed by Comrade Chenxi has already reached internationally advanced standards. The factory committee and other leaders applauded enthusiastically, their eyes turning to Chenxi. Chenxi feigned surprise and asked, they only launched rice cookers with keep warm functions this year? That's correct. I've confirmed it with our foreign trade department colleagues, absolutely accurate, factory manager Hu affirmed. Chenxi then shared his perspective. What we need to focus on next is further optimizing the rice cooker's appearance.
To gain an edge when performance is comparable, we must focus on aesthetics and quality, and of course, price remains a critical factor.
Comrade Chenxi makes a valid point.
Our team must continue to strive harder, encouraged the factory committee. Subsequently, they began establishing dedicated production lines and workshops. Everyone had witnessed the rice cooker's manufacturing process earlier. It wasn't an overly complex product. Their steel plant possessed formidable capabilities and was fully capable of independently developing the necessary production machinery. Not only that, but they could methodically establish production lines and set up dedicated workshops. The most important thing now is to produce a batch of finished products and test the market response, said factory director Hu. As for where to test the waters, they already had an answer in mind: Hong Kong Island.
Chenxi would no longer be involved in subsequent matters.
Section Chief Wang took him to collect diesel fuel. Armed with the note from Director Ding, Chenxi didn't even have to pay a dime. He easily collected 2 barrels of diesel from the logistics warehouse.
Section Chief Wang looked at Chenxi with sincere gratitude. If you need anything else, just have Dazheng come back and let me know.
Section Chief Wang was genuinely grateful to Chenxi. He understood perfectly well that without Chenxi's intervention, he would never have stood a chance in the competition for the section chief position. In terms of seniority, others had more experience and capability, others were more outstanding, and when it came to background, connections, and influence, others held greater advantages.
Yet Section Chief Wang's greatest asset was Chenxi.
The factory leadership held Chenxi in high regard and intended to promote him. This meant someone had to make room. While exceptional talent could warrant special treatment, skipping directly to section chief wasn't impossible. It was still best to follow the proper channels, step by step.
Got it. Chenxi didn't stand on ceremony with Section Chief Wang.
He carried the 2 barrels of diesel back to Li Village, bypassing his own courtyard residence and heading straight for the village center. Upon arriving in Li Village, he saw villagers busily widening the road.
While some areas did encroach slightly on farmland, it hadn't affected the wheat ready for harvest.
To compact the road surface, the villagers scoured the area and somehow procured a large stone roller. They harnessed an old ox to it and drove it back and forth across the road, rolling and compacting the surface.
When Chenxi returned with the diesel, the villagers instantly erupted in cheers, their faces radiating uncontrollable joy.
The arrival of diesel fuel was significant. It meant they could now use tractors to haul coal slag for paving. Everyone understood that this meant their village road would surely be smoother and more durable than any road outside their community.
This much fuel?
Old Secretary was slightly startled. He suspected Chenxi might have paid for it out of his own pocket, since the funds he provided were meager.
Chenxi laughed, we won't use it all. Just deliver the rest to my house.
Hearing this, the old party secretary's tense nerves relaxed.
He nodded eagerly, that's definitely fine. Before long, a tractor loaded with coal slag rolled into the village. Since the road construction was progressing outward from the village center, the tractor drove straight to the very end of the rural road before unloading the coal slag. Master Chen, have a smoke, the team leader offered warmly. The tractor driver responded with a smile, your village really has foresight. Using coal slag for road paving. The coal slag itself didn't cost much. All it took was delivering some local specialties and a little something extra to the brick factory folks, and they'd let it go for free. Li Jiming had deep connections with the brick factory. Carrying 2 sacks of potatoes and 2 sacks of sweet potatoes, he went to negotiate and smoothly obtained their permission. The team leader looked utterly helpless as he said earnestly, there's really no other way. Our village road is in such terrible shape. If we don't fix it soon, even bicycles won't be able to pass. Hearing this, the tractor driver's lips curled slightly into a smile, though he said nothing more. He knew that saying bicycles couldn't pass was a slight exaggeration, but he fully understood the team leader's urgency to repair the road. After finishing his cigarette, the tractor driver refueled and topped up the water in the tractor before resuming the task of hauling coal slag. Though the section of country road in Li Village was short, repairing it required a substantial amount of coal slag.
Fortunately, the brick factory had ample coal slag that had been piled up for some time without being processed.
Otherwise, it likely wouldn't have been enough.
Just then, Chenxi arrived carrying farming tools, eager to lend a hand. Seeing this, the old party secretary hurried over to stop him, saying with concern, "Chenxi, you don't need to work here. Take a moment to check on the mushroom house, make sure nothing goes wrong. We can handle the road repairs here." If Chenxi were to actually do heavy labor and accidentally get a blister, they'd be scolded to no end by Chenxi's grandfather.
Even the old party secretary wouldn't escape blame.
This was no exaggeration.
Chenxi's grandfather was a man of genuine temperament. When he got angry, he could berate the entire village.
Someone like Chenxi, who rarely did heavy labor, was prone to blisters on his hands. But for them, who labored constantly, their hands were already thick with calluses. They weren't bothered by such things. Just look at Chenxi's hands, so delicate and soft, hardly suited for heavy labor. They were even more tender than the village girls. Besides, Chenxi had already procured the diesel for them. Making him do manual labor on top of that would be downright unfair.
Fine.
Chenxi reluctantly turned and headed toward the mushroom house. Seeing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the mushroom house, Chenxi observed the women working with nimble hands and feet, completing tasks swiftly and efficiently. He suddenly felt rather redundant being there.
Forget it, better head back home. He headed back home, thinking he'd boil a pot of mung bean soup. After all, the sweet, velvety taste of mung bean paste from his past life still lingered in his memory. Having previously purchased mung beans for 1 yuan, Chenxi took them to rinse thoroughly. Lai Kai still served as his little fire stoker. First, he carefully washed the mung beans, placed them in a pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and then set the pot over a high flame to begin cooking until the beans were about 60% done. Once the cooked mung beans had cooled slightly, he poured them into a bamboo sieve and gently rubbed them to remove the skins. He then returned the skinned beans to the pot, added fresh water, and simmered them over low heat until they were tender and fully cooked. Strain the bean liquid through a cheesecloth bag, bring it to a boil, and finally add white sugar to complete the process. This mung bean paste boasts a light green hue that looks incredibly tempting. Its texture is smooth and sweet, with a refreshingly cool sensation, making it perfect for cold drinks. Unfortunately, you can't just pull out ice cubes for no reason.
This was truly frustrating, as without ice shavings, the texture and flavor of the mung bean paste would be significantly diminished. Although refrigerators and freezers were available domestically, and steel mills had several, it was still quite difficult for private individuals to own one.
Looks like next time I want ice, I'll have to haul it back from the city. Or perhaps learn from the ancients and store ice for winter. Chapter 157, How much sugar did you add?
To this day, in some places far removed from modern civilization, the ancient art of storing ice persists tenaciously.
In areas not yet reached by electricity, there are primarily two ways to find cool ice blocks during the scorching summer. The most common method involves harvesting ice during the cold winter months and storing it for summer use. This process invariably relies on a crucial facility, the ice cave. When winter reaches its most frigid phase, the world seems shrouded in a thick layer of frost. This is the prime time for ice harvesting. Why choose this moment?
The reason is simple: ice formed during the harshest winter cold is the hardest and most resistant to melting compared to ice from other seasons. People spring into action, heading to frozen rivers, lakes, or other suitable ice harvesting spots with their tools. They carefully cut the ice, chiseling it into appropriately sized blocks. These blocks are then transported using various means: horse-drawn carts, sleds, or even carried by hand to caves that have been prepared in advance. These caves were not chosen arbitrarily. They were typically located in shaded, cool areas and dug deep underground. This location was primarily chosen to leverage the relatively low and stable underground temperatures to slow the melting of the ice. Of course, simply dumping ice into the caves wouldn't work. Before placing the ice, people would first lay a thick layer of fresh straw or rush mats on the cave floor. These seemingly ordinary materials served a crucial purpose, acting like a soft, warm mattress for the ice and providing some insulation. Next, the harvested ice blocks were carefully placed one by one atop this layer of straw or rush mats. After each layer of ice was placed, another layer of rice husks, leaves, or similar materials was spread on top. These acted as a natural insulation layer, further blocking external heat and preventing the ice from melting too quickly. In this way, layer upon layer of ice and insulation material was methodically stacked until the cave was completely filled. Finally, the entrance was sealed tightly with specially prepared materials, as if placing an airtight cap over the cave. Afterward, they patiently await the arrival of the next summer. When the scorching summer sun bakes the earth and waves of heat roll in, they reopen the cave to retrieve the ice blocks preserved over months, savoring this hard-won coolness. This method of ice storage, while unable to completely prevent melting, significantly slowed the rate of thawing. However, considering the inevitable loss of ice during the long storage period, people often collected and stored extra ice to ensure sufficient supplies for the following summer. It is said that this ancient ice storage method originated as early as the Zhou dynasty. Back then, however, ice storage was an exclusive privilege of the imperial court, completely inaccessible to commoners.
The court specifically established the official position of icekeeper, whose duties included collecting, transporting, and storing ice for the royal family.
Numerous ice wells were constructed around the palace to store ice, meeting the imperial household's summer ice requirements. Before traveling to this era, Chenxi had seen ancient refrigerators in museums.
It was an ingenious device.
Though worlds apart from modern refrigerators, it was a masterpiece of its time, created to preserve food and provide coolness. As time passed into the Tang dynasty, winter ice storage ceased to be the exclusive privilege of the imperial court. Wealthy commoners with sufficient means began digging their own cellars to store ice. They did this partly to meet their own summer cooling needs, and partly to sell surplus ice in the marketplace, thus gradually establishing a circulation of ice among the populace. By the Qing dynasty, the practice of ice storage became increasingly widespread, with diverse ice storage sites emerging across the nation. Particularly around Daming Lake in Jinan, Shandong, ice storage developed into a substantial industry. Leveraging unique geographical advantages and mature ice storage techniques, locals not only met their own ice demands but also exported ice blocks to distant regions. The Forbidden City, a city bearing witness to the glorious history of the Ming and Qing imperial capitals and later becoming the capital of New China, was no exception. Here, ice storage caves and cellars were ubiquitous. For those living in this city, obtaining ice was hardly a difficult task. Beyond the traditional winter ice storage method, another ice-making technique existed, utilizing saltpeter. This approach is familiar to many who are acquainted with ancient time travel narratives, almost becoming a staple survival skill for those who journey back in time.
The process itself is straightforward. First, gather 2 basins of different sizes.
Fill the larger basin completely with water, then carefully place the smaller basin inside it. Next, slowly pour saltpeter into the large basin while continuously rocking it by hand. A remarkable transformation occurs. As saltpeter is added, it rapidly absorbs heat from the water. This heat loss gradually cools the water in the small basin, causing it to slowly crystallize into ice. Nitrate salt also had a highly practical advantage: it could be reused. After making ice, the nitrate-containing ice could be removed. Through distillation or natural evaporation, the nitrate salt could be separated and saved for future ice making. Upon learning of this ice-making method, Chenxi pondered privately, this approach is certainly worth a try. He reasoned that stocking some saltpeter at home would allow him to produce ice whenever needed, ensuring readiness for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, Chenxi's ultimate ideal remained electrification. Once power was available, modern refrigeration equipment would make ice production far more convenient and efficient. Yet, considering Li Village's current state, achieving electrification in the near future seemed fraught with considerable challenges. "Grandma, try this mung bean soup. How does it taste?" Chenxi looked at the old woman expectantly, his eyes sparkling with concern. The old woman gently scooped a spoonful of the soup into her mouth. She nodded slightly, a satisfied expression crossing her face. Delicious. However, she couldn't help but think to herself, how much sugar did this child put in? It's so sweet. Chenxi poured himself half a bowl and took a sip. He furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, the flavor is actually quite good, but it's a shame there's no shaved ice. The texture of this soup is now quite similar to the popular mung bean sugar water in Guangdong. In the Guangdong and Guangxi regions, people sometimes add ingredients like kelp to their mung bean sugar water to enhance its unique flavor. Some creative versions even incorporate various fresh fruits or medicinal herbs with health benefits. However, such distinctive combinations might take some getting used to for people from other provinces. Chenxi kept enough mung bean soup for his own household and carefully packed the rest into buckets. He summoned several young men from the village, instructing them to carry the soup to refresh the road workers and help them beat the heat. He also made sure to send some over to the mushroom farm. With the sweet and delicious mung bean soup to enjoy, the 2 little girls, Zhanglu and Lai Feng, no longer ran wild all over the village as they usually did. Instead, they sat quietly at home, savoring the delicious mung bean soup while listening to the radio programs. Such a pleasant life filled Zhanglu with such contentment that she even began to feel reluctant to return to the city. "Brother Chenxi, can I come here every weekend from now on?" Zhanglu looked at Chenxi with wide, sparkling eyes, her face full of anticipation. Chenxi smiled gently at her adorable expression and replied softly, "As long as your parents agree, I certainly have no problem with it." Hearing this, Zhang Lu's eyes instantly dimmed from their earlier brightness, replaced by a look of disappointment. She knew full well her parents would never agree to her spending every weekend in the countryside. Seeing her reaction, Chenxi quickly added, "If you want to eat delicious food, you can always come to the courtyard house where I live. It's much closer to your home, so it'll be easier for you to come and go." Zhang Lu's eyes lit up again, and a bright smile returned to her face. "But what if you're not at the courtyard?" Zhang Lu tilted her head, curiosity in her voice. "If I'm not at the courtyard, just find your brother Dapeng or brother Yud. Tell them what you want to eat. Didn't you all meet them yesterday?" Chenxi patiently explained. "Chenxi's mung bean soup is ready. Everyone, come have some to beat the heat." The village loudmouth bellowed across the road construction site. Hearing the call, the workers, who had been laboring intently, paused their tasks. They gathered around, passing bowls among themselves without washing them. In this era of scarcity, sharing used bowls and tasting traces of others' saliva was hardly a concern for the villagers. A few spoonfuls of the sweet, fragrant mung bean paste washed down, and the workers felt a wave of coolness instantly spread through their bodies. Not only did it dispel the summer heat, but it also eased the gnawing hunger in their stomachs, as if their entire beings were recharged with newfound strength.
Uncle Shirlu, how much sugar did you put in this mung bean paste?
It's so sweet, absolutely delicious, exclaimed a young man, scooping it up by the spoonful. Standing nearby, the old party secretary overheard and promptly instructed those around him, save a bowl for Master Chen, the tractor driver.
He works so hard, let him have a taste too.
Not long after, Master Chen drove his tractor into the village again, loaded with a full cart of coal slag. After unloading, a villager approached him with a bowl of mung bean paste, his face beaming with warmth. Master Chen gazed at the bowl of mung bean soup, its cool steam rising gently, and couldn't help but swallow hard. In those days, being a driver was an enviable profession. With automobiles being extremely scarce, drivers naturally became national treasures within their respective units, held in the highest regard. Those who secured such positions were either military veterans with extensive driving experience or individuals who had undergone specialized training, like former truck drivers. It was no exaggeration to say that becoming a driver back then was far more difficult than passing the civil service exam in later years.
Even Master Chen, as a tractor driver, was quite remarkable. Consider that in the commune, aside from the occasional tractor, there were almost no other motor vehicles. A larger commune might have tens of thousands of people, yet there were only a handful of tractor drivers. Calculating the odds, becoming a tractor driver was roughly 1 in 10,000. Yet despite this enviable profession, Master Chen's household struggled financially, often facing the hardship of not having enough to eat. Thanks a lot.
Master Chen gratefully accepted the bowl and began drinking it down in big gulps.
Ha! Why is this so sweet? How much sugar did they put in? Master Chen was secretly astonished.
While mung bean soup was common, sugar was a rare luxury in those resource-scarce times.
Who would be so generous with it?
After finishing the bowl of mung bean soup, Master Chen felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if all his fatigue had vanished in an instant. Grateful for the delicious treat, he worked with renewed vigor, deliberately accelerating the tractor's pace. By the end of the afternoon, thanks to Master Chen's efforts, they had managed to pave about 200 meters of road.
The newly laid surface looked smooth and tidy.
Bathed in sunlight, it exuded a simple, solid charm that felt incredibly soothing to behold. At this pace, the road paving project for Lijia village could be completed in just 3 or 4 days.
Master Chen, please stay for dinner before heading back.
We've prepared something special in the village today, a villager warmly urged him to stay.
Master Chen smiled and waved his hand, his face radiating sincerity. No, you go ahead and eat. I'll come in early tomorrow and try to pave more road. With that, Master Chen opened the tractor's fuel tank and added more oil. Then, with practiced ease, he climbed onto the tractor, started the engine, and drove off from the village with a roaring vroom vroom vroom. His skilled and confident movements left a group of young villagers staring in awe, their hearts filled with envy. Men, it seemed, possessed an innate fascination with vehicles. In those days, even an ordinary tractor or even a bicycle was a distant dream for most people, something they could only yearn for in envy. Chapter 158, Wild Boar Invades the Village. Night enveloped Li village, the moonlight like water, spilling over the tranquil hamlet. Most villagers, weary from a day's labor, had already drifted off to sleep. Only the occasional bark of a dog broke the night's stillness. Yet at the village entrance, several young men gathered around a tractor, their eyes gleaming with envy. They stared as if trying to see right through the machine, itching to climb aboard and experience it firsthand. Man, this tractor looks so impressive, one young man couldn't help but exclaim, his voice brimming with longing. Yeah, imagine cruising around the village in this thing, how cool would that be? Another chimed in, mimicking driving motions as he spoke. Chenxi happened to pass by and saw the scene. He couldn't help but smile as he walked over to console the young men. Stop staring. Once our village prospers, we'll have tractors like this too. His voice was steady and resolute, painting a vivid picture of a future within reach. Reaching. Old secretary, standing nearby, overheard the remark. He murmured to himself, but out of caution, refrained from pouring cold water on the idea. In his view, even if the village did become wealthy someday, there was no need to rush out and buy a tractor. After all, the entire commune had only a handful of tractors, truly rare commodities. Given Li Jiazhuan's circumstances, was it truly necessary? Moreover, tractors weren't cheap, money alone wouldn't secure one. Connections and channels were essential. But Li Chenxi wasn't just talking nonsense. For some time now, he'd been mulling over development plans for the village. He knew full well that without vehicles, transporting agricultural products or running errands outside the village was extremely inconvenient. Moreover, hadn't the roads they'd worked so hard to repair been built precisely to facilitate smooth transportation in the future? He estimated that by next year at the latest, with the profits from selling Lijia village's vegetables, poultry, and other agricultural products, they would be fully capable of purchasing a tractor for their own village. But who's going to drive it then? A young man asked, looking at Li Chenxi with eager anticipation. He believed every word without a shred of doubt. Had anyone else made such a claim, even the veteran party secretary people would likely have dismissed it as pie in the sky. After all, a tractor wasn't like an ordinary bicycle, something you could find anywhere. But Chenxi was different. Since arriving in the village, every initiative he had led had proven remarkably effective, and every promise he had made had been fulfilled. Thus, his words carried immense credibility among the villagers. Now, with a tractor poised to become part of Li Village's future, the question of who would drive it naturally became the focal point of everyone's attention. Who wouldn't want to be the one cruising through the village in style behind the wheel? Anyone who wants to drive it should just learn. Whoever masters it first gets to drive it. If that doesn't work, we can take turns. It's all about the novelty, right? Chenxi said casually, as if driving a tractor were the simplest thing in the world. The words hit the group like a pebble dropped into still water, sending ripples of excitement across the surface. The young people present instantly grew fired up, eagerly volunteering to learn how to drive, each hoping to be the lucky one. As for Chenxi himself, he was actually more inclined to get a motorcycle. While bicycles could get him around, longer distances proved exhausting, and they weren't practical for emergencies. However, in this era, owning a motorcycle was no easy feat. Not only were they expensive, but they also drew too much attention. Riding one on the streets without a legitimate reason easily attracted stares and could even invite unnecessary trouble. Chenxi knew that the ideal scenario would be for a company like a steel mill or instant noodle factory to gift him one. That way, with all the paperwork in order, he wouldn't have to worry about being investigated. In the 1960s, motorcycles were scarce but not unheard of. Since arriving in this era, Chenxi had seen them several times. The most common type was the police motorcycle, which people nicknamed Sidecar 3 because of the sidecar attached to its frame. Another model, later hailed as China's most iconic motorcycle, the Xingfu 250, also emerged during this era and remained in production until 1995. From its inception, the Xingfu 250 quickly gained popularity across the country thanks to its outstanding performance and affordable price. However, with the rapid advancement of the times, by 1995, it ultimately fell out of step with the trends and was discontinued. As for foreign motorcycle brands, while they offered superior performance, their prices were exorbitant, often starting at tens of thousands of yuan. In an era where even those earning 10,000 yuan annually were considered wealthy, such prices represented astronomical sums beyond the reach of ordinary people. For the vast majority, motorcycles remained nothing more than a distant dream. Deep into the night, all was silent. Chenxi lay in bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise sliced through the night's tranquility like a sharp blade, jolting him awake. Instantly alert, he inwardly cursed. In the stillness of the night, the urgent clanging of the gong sounded especially jarring. In the village, sounding the alarm gong was no ordinary occurrence. Once it rang out, it meant something major had happened. "Grandpa, Grandma, you stay here. I'll go see what's happening." Chenxi sprang from bed, only to find his grandparents already awake, sitting on their mattresses. Zhang Lu, however, was still snoring soundly beside them. To her, the clanging of the gong was like a gentle breeze, not disturbing her sweet dreams in the slightest. Just be careful out there," Grandpa said, his face filled with concern as he looked at Chenxi. In truth, Grandpa already had a vague idea of what might be happening. In situations like this, it was almost certainly wild beasts coming down from the mountains to ravage the crops in the village. After all, the wheat harvest was imminent. To protect their year's labor, villagers had arranged day and night patrols in the fields, fearing any thieves might come to destroy their crops. Chenxi grabbed his flashlight and hurried toward the cluster of torches. As he drew nearer, he realized the noise wasn't a gong but the sound of villagers banging on copper basins. The clamor pierced the still night air with an almost unbearable sharpness. From the villagers' murmurs and whispers, Chenxi gradually pieced together the situation. A herd of wild boars had descended from the mountains under cover of darkness and were now rampaging through the cornfields outside the village, destroying crops. Several bold and experienced villagers had already taken up hunting rifles and headed out ahead. The old party secretary and the team leader stayed behind to direct the other villagers. Everyone worked together, trying to find a way to drive the wild boars away. Many might not know that wild boars are quintessential nocturnal creatures. During the day, they typically hide in dense thickets or grassy areas, lying quietly in wait. Only at dawn and dusk do they emerge to forage. By midday, when the sun becomes intense, they retreat into dense forests to avoid the glaring light. However, in areas frequently disturbed by humans, wild boars may alter their habits, becoming entirely nocturnal. They typically begin moving out shortly before sunset and remain active throughout the night, foraging and moving about. Of course, this isn't absolute, and occasional exceptions do occur. "Secretary, we've got a problem. I just counted, there are 11 wild boars in total." A villager rushed over, reporting the situation to the old party secretary with a look of deep concern on his face. These wild boars varied in size, but even one weighing around 100 pounds could deliver devastating blows if it charged with frenzied force. And don't even get me started on the massive boars weighing 300 or 400 pounds. When they get angry, even fierce tigers wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. This is precisely why the saying first the boar, second the bear, third the tiger exists in folklore. Though Chenxi had never personally encountered a wild boar, he had seen countless videos online from his past life showing them smashing through doors and shattering glass. In those videos, the seemingly impenetrable glass at the high-speed rail station shattered instantly under the boar's frenzied impact, as fragile as paper. Even the heavy iron doors, under the boar's immense force, seemed to turn into paper, easily smashed open. Despite knowing the dangers of chasing wild boars, the old party secretary and the others had no other choice at this point. That cornfield was the village's lifeline. If they let these dozen wild boars ravage it unchecked, what would the entire village eat in the second half of the year? They had to confront these unwelcome guests, not to kill them, but to drive them away. Does the village have any firecrackers? Chenxi asked anxiously, thinking perhaps the loud bangs might scare the boars away. 3 strings left, right here, someone immediately replied, holding up the firecrackers. Though they were prepared, 3 strings of firecrackers were a drop in the bucket against such a large herd of wild boars. If there were only 1 or 2 boars, the firecrackers might have had some effect. But now they faced 11 wild boars, and these animals were extremely bold. They wouldn't be easily intimidated by such a small noise. Like humans, animals sometimes draw fearless courage from the strength of their group. Why not separate the firecrackers, suggested one villager, thinking that breaking them apart might increase the number of explosions and enhance their deterrent effect. That's not a good idea, another villager countered immediately, worried that dismantling them would significantly reduce their deterrent effect. Each firecracker would be less powerful, and it might not scare the boars at all. What can we do then? We only have 2 or 3 strings of firecrackers. It's nowhere near enough to handle so many wild boars. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Li Dafu stepped forward. His courage had grown considerably from accompanying the village hunters on recent expeditions. He spoke up loudly, if you ask me, we should go all out and wipe out these wild boars once and for all. Our village has 5 rifles, what's there to fear? Before he could finish, his father beside him delivered a sharp slap across his face. Get out of my sight. When did it become your turn to blabber on here? Li Dafu's father roared, his eyes bulging with fury. Everyone knew that if these wild boars could be caught, they'd be prime meat. But getting to eat wild boar meat? Easier said than done. Once the 11 boars were startled, they'd rampage uncontrollably through the village. The situation could easily spiral out of control, potentially even costing lives. Whoever proposed such a risky venture would bear immense responsibility. If anything went wrong, people would blame you for the rest of your life. Who would want to be the one to stick their neck out? Li Dafu's father was furious, wishing he could kick his son a few more times. He cursed inwardly at this good-for-nothing who only came up with rotten ideas at critical moments. Chenxi stood nearby, his mind racing. In truth, his thoughts mirrored Li Dafu's. It seemed a waste to let these wild boars come to them and simply walk away. But unlike Li Dafu's reckless approach, he was rapidly devising a plan that could capture the boars while ensuring the villagers' safety. Having spent recent days wandering the village, Chenxi had already become thoroughly familiar with its terrain. A thought suddenly struck him. To the west of the village lay a cliff over 20 meters high. If he could drive the boars toward that cliff and use the terrain to make them fall, he might capture them with minimal effort while avoiding the dangers of a direct confrontation. With that thought, he strode over to the old party secretary and said, "Secretary, let's try driving the boars that way." He pointed toward the cliff. The old party secretary, seasoned by years of experience, instantly grasped Chenxi's intent upon hearing his words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, then nodded. "You mean?" The brigade leader approached, looking puzzled at Chenxi and the old secretary. Chenxi nodded again, affirming, "We have to drive the boar away anyway. Might as well try this approach. It might just work. Let's do it." The brigade leader grasped Chenxi's plan. Though risky, it seemed a viable approach. With a sweeping gesture, he led the villagers armed with hunting rifles toward the direction Chenxi had indicated. A showdown with the wild boars was about to begin. Chapter 159, serves them right. Hey, wild boars, those creatures were once even hailed as protected animals. But who could have predicted they'd become such a rampant scourge, causing endless trouble until they were ruthlessly struck off the protected species list? Where did the problem lie? It all came down to their astonishing reproductive capacity. Given ample food, wild boars could multiply like locusts within mere years. When it comes to reproduction, everyone knows Australia's rabbits are famously prolific. But wild boars are no slouches either. A female boar can produce 2 litters a year, each containing at least 6 or 7 piglets, sometimes as many as 8 or 9. That easily adds up to 15 or 16 offspring in a single year. In the natural world, few creatures can match this rate of reproduction. So give a sow a little time, and she'll raise you a whole family of wild boars. The villagers banged on things and set off a string of firecrackers. At first, the wild boars were scared and scattered in all directions. But once they realized there was no real danger, they quickly calmed down. That's when the village hunting squad got serious. Led by the squad leader, everyone raised their guns. They targeted the lead boar first. As the old saying goes, to catch the thief, catch the king.
With that boar leading them, the wild boar herd would be a tough opponent. "Take aim at that boar over there, hit it," the squad leader barked. Once the boar was driven off, the rest of the herd would scatter. 5 or 6 rifles were aimed at the boar. Fortunately, both the squad leader and Chenxi had flashlights. The light finally gave everyone a chance to aim properly. Otherwise, in this pitch-black darkness, it would have been a real challenge. Though the moon shone bright tonight, these were wild boars. No one dared get too close, making it hard to see clearly. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out, and the group managed to hit the boar's hindquarters. Wincing in pain, the boar bolted forward. No matter what kind of animal or beast it is, the first reaction when shot is to run. Wild boars are no exception. Just like us humans, when we see danger, our first instinct is to hide. Only when truly enraged would a boar turn around and charge. Watching others fire their guns, Chenxi felt an itch in his heart. As someone who had traveled back in time from the future, he had never even touched a gun. To say he didn't want to try it would be a lie. But right now, Chenxi had no intention of causing trouble. Opportunities to fire would come plenty. There was no need to rush into the fray at this critical juncture. He certainly wasn't about to foolishly step forward and put himself in danger. After all, he valued his life. The boar led its herd of wild pigs in a frantic retreat. Along the way, they trampled a cornfield, leaving stalks bent and broken in every direction. Once the boars were out of sight, the villagers hurried over to prop up the fallen corn stalks. Some stalks were snapped clean off, and the villagers could only pull them up whole, heartbroken, and take them home. Though the corn wasn't ripe yet, many kernels had already formed. They weren't fully plump, but they were edible enough. Even the corn stalks were edible, carrying a faint sweetness. If people didn't eat them, the village's cattle and sheep could enjoy them. Nothing should go to waste. Seeing the villagers straightening the corn with gritted teeth and pained expressions, Chenxi offered comfort. "As long as we can kill a few wild boars, we'll make up for these losses." Hearing this, some villagers became even more determined to hunt the boars. Exactly. With all this damage already done, they had to recoup some losses. Maybe they could even make a killing, letting everyone in the village enjoy a meat feast. Fortunately, the wild boars fled in the direction Chenxi and his group had hoped, toward the western cliff. The adults in the village always warned the children never to play near those cliffs. Tragedy had struck before. 2 brothers had gone exploring there and both had fallen to their deaths. "You guys with the fastest legs, hurry to the 3-way intersection and guard it. Do your best to keep the boar from running toward the cliff," commanded the old party secretary. The young men he singled out immediately sprinted over, blocking one of the 3 paths at the junction. They stood ready, weapons at the ready. Chenxi shouted a warning, "Don't try to block them head on. If you can't stop them, get out of the way." At best, they could only scare the beasts. If the boars were determined to charge that way, it was wiser to get out of the way. Standing their ground was not a good idea. Chenxi had witnessed firsthand the force of a wild boar's charge. Some protagonists in novels could bare-handed wrestle wild boars, and Chenxi could only express admiration. If it were him, even with his system-enhanced physique, he wouldn't dare take such a risk. After all, you only get one life. He wasn't about to gamble with his. "Don't try to block it," the old party secretary added his own warning. The second round of gunfire erupted. 2 boars had fallen behind, twitching on the ground. The team leader immediately rushed over with his men, firing 2 more shots to ensure the boars were completely still. The villagers who had followed quickly carried the boars away. Both boars were small, weighing only about 100 gene each, clearly juveniles. Adult wild boars typically weigh between 160 and 200 gene. Any boar exceeding 200 gene was considered quite robust. Those surpassing 500 gene, however, were king boar level creatures. Even bears and tigers would think twice before provoking them. Take the male boar in this herd, for instance. It weighed a hefty 300+ pounds. Seeing this herd of boars only flee, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to those wild boars that go berserk at the slightest provocation, this group was clearly much more rational, focused solely on escaping for their lives. Such boars were actually easier to hunt. The meek get pushed around, the gentle get ridden, and wild boars are no exception. Those that don't go berserk are often easier to hit. Once they lose their minds, most hunters won't dare pursue them, letting them escape instead. Soon, another boar weighing about 200 gene was shot dead. Witnessing this, the villagers were overjoyed. With these 3 boars, they had more than recouped their earlier losses. They were even turning a hefty profit. It truly proved the saying, "The bold get fed, the timid starve." See? I told you. What's there to be afraid of? Li Dafu's courage grew, and he led several young men to take a shortcut ahead. The team leader was furious and cursed loudly, "Damn it! What are you doing running over there? When we fire our shots, if we hit you, let's see how you cry." Exactly. If you cut through the shortcut ahead, how are the guys behind supposed to shoot? Li Dafu's old man gritted his teeth in fury beside him, planning to teach the lad a lesson later. Suddenly, the wild boar changed direction and charged straight at Li Dafu. Terrified, Li Dafu scrambled up a nearby tree. The squad leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire! Be careful not to hit anyone." "Damn it! What kind of trouble are you lot stirring up?
The tree Li Dafu had climbed was barely thicker than a thigh. Under the boar's violent impact, it snapped clean in two. Li Dafu rolled with the momentum, tumbling into a nearby ditch with a piercing scream. Chenxi watched from the side, shaking his head. Serves him right. I don't even know what to say to him. That guy always seems to bring his injuries on himself. But he sure is tough. The wild boar that had crashed through the tree was already disoriented. After taking a few more shots, it finally collapsed into the ditch, letting out a final agonized scream. When everyone rushed over, they saw that Li Dafu's leg was pinned under the boar. We scrambled down the ditch and frantically shoved the boar aside. Seeing his son's pitiful state, Li Dafu's old man couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. Chapter 160, Dividing the Boar. Li Dafu staggered to his feet, looking pretty rough but actually not too badly hurt, still able to keep going. Under our organized pursuit, the wild boars were gradually driven toward the cliff's edge. Desperate to escape, they stumbled and tumbled over the edge one after another. Seeing this, the team leader quickly led men down to finish them off. Those beasts were tough, they hadn't even died completely after the fall. The villagers erupted into cheers. Great! 11 wild boars in total. Should fetch over 1,000 yuan, someone began estimating. Most of these 11 boars weighed just over 100 jin, but 5 exceeded 200 jin. The lead boar, a male, weighed over 300 jin. Wow! That big boar must weigh at least 350 pounds. Quick, get a basin for the blood. Old secretary was grinning from ear to ear. For Li village, this was a fortune. Villagers had already brought copper basins over, intending to bleed the boars on the spot. They had to drain the blood quickly, otherwise, it would coagulate inside and ruin the meat quality. Chenxi and the others noticed the boar's hide was incredibly thick, the bullet had barely pierced the skin without causing significant injury. What truly killed it was the impact of its head smashing against the rocks. Had it not hit its head, Chenxi reckoned it could have gotten back up and kept running. Secretary, what should we do with these wild boars? Someone asked. Sell them all? Keep one for everyone to enjoy as a special treat. The remaining 10, have Chenxi take them into town to sell, the old party secretary declared, his mind already made up. Keeping one boar for the villagers to feast on was fine, but the priority was to convert as much as possible into cash. Without money, the village couldn't accomplish anything significant. After all the recent turmoil, the village collective's funds were nearly depleted, and the old party secretary felt a bit anxious. The villagers raised no objections. Getting to eat meat once was nearly enough to satisfy them. When the wheat harvest came, they would slaughter one of the pigs raised in the village. It's tradition during the busy farming season, everyone must get some meat to eat, or they simply couldn't endure the hardship. Chenxi pondered how to allocate the wild boars. It was impossible to sell them all to the steel mill. He had already made up his mind, he'd give 2 or 3 boars to the neighborhood committee, then check with Uncle Jean to see if he needed any and give him 1 or 2 as well. The remaining 5 would go to the steel mill. He was sure the steel mill would be delighted to receive the wild boars. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 4 in the morning. The old party secretary kept 1 boar, weighing about 160 jin, to treat the villagers to a feast. The rest of the boars were loaded onto 2 ox carts. Without waiting for dawn, the old party secretary dispatched a team to escort the boars into town. They traveled slowly, estimating they'd arrive around sunrise. Chenxi, however, returned home to rest for 2 hours before rising at 6 o'clock. After eating the breakfast his grandmother had prepared, he called Zhang Lu and drove her back to the city. That girl Zhang Lu was still a bit reluctant to leave. Chenxi could only reassure her, come back next weekend to play. With those words from Chenxi, Zhang Lu's mood lifted a bit. Sitting in the back seat, she chattered and laughed, looking utterly delighted. When Chenxi returned to his courtyard house in the city, he saw the villagers who had delivered the wild boar chatting with Li Dazhong, recounting the thrilling details of last night's hunt. Uncle Shirlu, what are we going to do with all these wild boars? Li Dazhong asked. Chenxi pointed with his hand. Take these 5 to the steel mill with 3 men. Li Dazhong acknowledged the order and immediately sprang into action. He was a man of action, asking few questions. Whatever Uncle 16 said, he did. That was one reason Chenxi liked having him handle tasks. You all come with me, Chenxi instructed the remaining men. He headed first to the neighborhood office, with Zhang Lu following close behind. Her eyes scanned the wild boars with curiosity, surprised that so much had happened while she slept last night. Too bad she'd been asleep and hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Upon arriving at the neighborhood office, Chenxi was already on familiar terms with the elderly man at the entrance. The old man was visibly shaken by the sight of the truckload of wild boars. Recently, Li Dafu had also delivered wild boars to their sub-district office, but none were this large. Oh my! Come inside quickly, I'll go call Director Li. The old man immediately went inside to fetch someone. Lately, life at the sub-district office had been a bit easier, thanks to the occasional deliveries of wild game from Lijia village. Before long, Director Li and his colleagues emerged. Seeing the wild boars, their eyes flashed with excitement. These days, meat was incredibly hard to come by, people practically fought over it. Chenxi, how did you manage to hunt so many wild boars again? Director Li asked with a smile.
His gaze settled on the largest boar, which he estimated weighed over 300 pounds. Wild boars this size were truly a rare sight.
That's right.
Chenxi had no intention of sending the largest boar to the steel mill.
Li Chenxi explained, last night those wild boars came into the village and destroyed the crops.
We had no choice but to hunt them down.
We took down 11 in total.
The village kept one for everyone to eat, just sent 5 to the steel mill, and Auntie, your sub-district office can take 3. I still need to save 2 for Uncle Zhang. Director Li didn't know who this Uncle Zhang was, but he didn't press the matter. She was already deeply grateful that he'd let her choose first. She pointed to the largest boar and the 2 smallest ones, saying, I'll take these 3. Director Li understood the ways of the world. Had these been for anyone else, she might not have been so accommodating. But since Li Chenxi referred to him as Uncle Zhang, their relationship must be significant.
She couldn't put Li Chenxi in an awkward position. Quickly, weigh them, Director Li instructed.
The price based on gross weight wouldn't be too high, but it would definitely be above market value. Auntie Li, just give them the money directly. I'll deliver these 2 wild boars to Uncle Zhang myself, Li Chenxi said.
Alright, go ahead.
Director Li nodded readily in agreement. Even without Li Chenxi present, she wouldn't take advantage of Li Jia village. After all, Li Jiaxuan had already donated game meat to their sub-district office 2 or 3 times. Hoping for a long-term cooperative relationship, she naturally wouldn't do anything to harm Li Jiaxuan. After that, Li Chenxi took 2 villagers with him, loaded the remaining 2 wild boars onto the cart, and headed toward Zhang Jianqi's courtyard.
Before they reached it, they encountered Zhang Jianqi halfway. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Li Chenxi called out.
Zhang Lu followed suit, calling out to her father. Zhang Jianqi, on the other side of the road, heard the commotion and looked over. Recognizing Li Chenxi and his daughter, he rode his bicycle over. I thought you wouldn't be back until this afternoon, Zhang Jianqi teased.
Li Chenxi didn't beat around the bush.
Pointing directly at the ox cart behind them, he said, Uncle Zhang, we hunted 11 wild boars last night.
Only 2 are left. Would you like some?
Hearing this, Zhang Jianqi immediately turned to look behind Li Chenxi. His face lit up with delight.
Of course I want some. Follow me.
How could Zhang Jianqi possibly turn down meat delivered right to his doorstep? Wow, they bagged 11 wild boars.
He asked with concern, how did you manage to hunt so many? No one got hurt, right? Zhang Lu quickly answered, Dad, those wild boars came into the village to eat the corn. Zhang Jianqi understood immediately.
In this situation, they had no choice but to hunt them down.
They couldn't just stand by and watch them destroy the crops, could they?
He understood the villagers' actions, anyone would have done the same. A young man behind Li Chenxi chuckled, one guy got hurt, but that was his own fault, he fell.
Last night, we only intended to drive the boars away.
Thanks to Uncle 16, who came up with the idea of herding them toward the cliff, we managed to take them all down.
Chapter 161, Director Huang of the Research Institute.
Zhang Jianqi led Li Chenxi and the others to the entrance of the Research Institute but didn't take them inside immediately. After all, the Research Institute wasn't a place just anyone could enter freely, especially one as unique as theirs. Wait here for me a moment, Zhang Jianqi said before hurrying inside on his bicycle, leaving Li Chenxi and the others waiting near the entrance.
Guards stood watch at the entrance, rifles in hand, their expressions stern.
Zhang Jianqi went straight to find Director Huang, who was in charge of the cafeteria. He knew full well that their lab couldn't consume 2 wild boars, and colleagues in other labs were also lacking in nutrition. Besides, with Li Chenxi in their lab, there would be plenty of opportunities to improve their meals in the future. They didn't need to worry about going hungry. After the experience at Li's village the day before yesterday, he had gained some insight into his future son-in-law's mindset. Director Huang was busy when someone suddenly reported, Director, Comrade Zhang Jianqi from the institute is here to see you.
Director Huang paused, taken aback. Me? Who?
Though he oversaw logistics at the institute, he wasn't particularly familiar with the researchers. Mainly, they couldn't find common ground. Those people talked about profound scientific theories all the time, and he simply couldn't join in.
Comrade Zhang Jianqi, the subordinate, reminded him again.
Director Huang racked his brain before vaguely recalling some fragments about Zhang Jianqi. Their research institute had far too many colleagues, 2 or 3 dozen research labs, the largest housing dozens of people, and he couldn't possibly remember every researcher. This was only natural, given their lack of regular interaction. Director Huang followed his subordinate outside.
Comrade Zhang Jianqi, what brings you here?
He extended his hand, his mind filled with confusion.
Could it be another request for extra meals?
Just a couple of days ago, a research lab director had approached him about the cafeteria meals, arguing that since everyone was doing intellectual work, inadequate nutrition would hinder project progress. He could only promise to do his best. With the entire nation tightening its belt, their research institute's meals, while not lavish, at least ensured no one went hungry. Some comrades went hungry because they took their cafeteria rations home and didn't finish them themselves. Director Huang felt helpless about this.
Higher-ups kept stressing that every effort must be made to ensure researchers' meals and nutrition. Yet he spent nearly every day begging and pleading with grain stores, slaughterhouses, and other suppliers, hoping to secure more food. Before Zhang Jianxi could speak, another person hurried over and blurted out, "Director Huang, it's so good to see you." Director Huang recognized him as Comrade Liu, who had approached him a couple of days earlier. Last time, Comrade Liu had reported that some researchers in his lab were developing colorblindness and requested the institute improve nutrition. "Comrade Liu, the cafeteria will add an egg to everyone's meal today. For now, that's all we can do. Everyone will just have to hang in there a little longer," Director Huang quickly cut him off. "An extra egg that should suffice as an explanation, right? Given the current circumstances, one couldn't ask for much more." Comrade Liu felt a twinge of disappointment, but also breathed a slight sigh of relief. An extra egg was better than nothing. He didn't want to bother Director Huang either, but their research project was quite important and had to be completed within the month. There was no time to waste. "Thank you for your understanding, Director Huang," Comrade Liu said gratefully. Director Huang waved his hands repeatedly. "It's actually me who should thank you for your understanding. I know you're dedicating your expertise to the nation, and your work is vital. My job is to provide you with logistical support. If you're not eating well, that's my responsibility." He dared not complain about these researchers. Last time he made a casual remark, only to be severely reprimanded by higher-ups. Director Huang had recognized his own misguided thinking and engaged in deep self-reflection. Precisely because of this, he had been frantically reaching out to connections these past few days, hoping to secure more food for everyone. Hearing Director Huang speak this way, Comrade Liu felt even more embarrassed. Director Huang turned to Zhang Jianxi. "Comrade Zhang Jianxi, the cafeteria added eggs to the lunch menu." Clearly, he assumed Zhang Jianxi had come for the same reason as Comrade Liu. Zhang Jianxi was both amused and exasperated. "Director Huang, a young colleague of mine hunted 2 wild boars back home. I came to ask if our research institute might want them." "If?" Before he could finish, Director Huang beamed with delight. "Yes, absolutely. Comrade Zhang Jianxi, where is your relative? I'll send someone to fetch them immediately." Even Lu Jian, who hadn't left yet, was overjoyed. "Comrade, are you serious? That's fantastic." Zhang Jianxi nodded. "Absolutely. They're waiting right outside. Last night, wild boars came down from the mountains and ravaged their crops. They killed 11 of them. Knowing I might need some, they saved 2 for me." Director Huang grabbed Zhang Jianxi's arm and hurried toward the entrance. "Come on, let's go see them." His mood was exceptionally high. Such unexpected delights were precisely what their research institute cherished most. Though their institute had funding and wasn't exactly poor, this wasn't a time when money alone could secure supplies. Even as a research institute in the capital, they had to face this reality. Some research institutes were far more critical than theirs, always prioritized in supply allocations. The only regret was that out of the 11 wild boars, they'd only received 2, but better than nothing. Upon reaching the gate and seeing Chenxi and his group, especially the 2 wild boars on the ox cart, they were instantly filled with delight. Director Huang immediately pulled out cigarettes and offered them to Chenxi and the 2 villagers from Li village. "Fellow villagers, have a smoke. Your wild boars are for our research institute. Rest assured, we won't shortchange you on the price." Director Huang wanted to build good relations. If they could provide more game in the future, that would be even better. Zhang Jianxi introduced Chenxi. "This is Director Huang from our research institute." Chenxi shook hands with Director Huang. "Nice to meet you, Director Huang." Director Huang quickly learned Chenxi's background. He worked as a procurement officer at the steel mill. A thought struck Director Huang. He opened his mouth to recruit Chenxi, wanting to bring him over to their research institute as a procurement officer. If he were their procurement officer, wouldn't they be able to get a few more wild boars than just 11 this time? Chenxi politely declined. "Comrade Chenxi, don't refuse so quickly." Director Huang reiterated the research institute's benefits, hoping to entice him. Zhang Jianxi interjected. "Director Huang, please don't put him in a difficult position. He's currently a prized asset at the steel mill. If our research institute tries to poach him, you might not be able to withstand the pressure from the steel mill." He knew what he was talking about. If they poached Chenxi, the steel mill would go berserk. It would be like poking a hornet's nest. After all, this was the capital's premier steel mill, a massive enterprise employing tens of thousands, with a high-level status as a unit directly under the Ministry of Industry. How about this? Offer him a procurement position. Let him take it back to his village. Isn't his village currently raising chickens and growing vegetables on a large scale? Zhang Jianxi revealed a bit of information, which also helped Chenxi. The more units he was tied to, the safer he'd be in the future. At this suggestion, Director Huang's eyes lit up. Chapter 162, why don't you go inside and take a look before you speak? Alright, leave it to me. Director Huang agreed without hesitation. In his view, it was merely adding a procurement position an extra 30 or 50 yuan in monthly wages. For the research institute, it was a drop in the bucket. After all, in these times of relative scarcity, ensuring the supply of essentials like food was paramount. As long as that was secured, everything else could be negotiated. Seeing director Huang's prompt agreement, Chenxi couldn't help but recall a TV drama he'd once watched. In it, a character named Chui Dake had been promoted to factory leadership almost overnight simply for securing some meat supplies for the plant. This showed just how precious meat was in these times of scarcity. Compared to that, what did an ordinary position matter? Director Huang had his own calculations. Zhang Jianxi had mentioned earlier that the village was vigorously developing chicken farming and vegetable cultivation. In the future, the station's food procurement might be able to connect directly with the village, a win-win situation. Thank you so much, Director Huang. Chenxi understood Uncle Zhang's reasoning and accepted the offer without hesitation. He thought to himself that if he could help these dedicated researchers eat better, it would be his own small contribution to society, a privilege he felt honored to have. Of course, he wouldn't pass up a fair profit. Business was business, he wasn't about to pretend to be a saint. This arrangement also opened up another sales channel for the village's goods. They transported the wild boar to the canteen, where the cook immediately weighed it and calculated the price based on the gross weight at 70 cents per pound. This price was already quite high, considering it included the weight of the unprocessed carcasses. Director Huang had also stated that if calculated by net weight, he could offer 1 yuan per pound. After settling the accounts, Director Huang counted out the money and solemnly handed it to Chenxi. Chenxi pretended to count it, nodded in approval, and then rose to take his leave. Comrade Chenxi, don't forget to arrange for someone to report for duty early. Director Huang reminded him from behind. Got it, thanks, Director Huang. Chenxi replied before heading out to meet the two villagers. He picked up Zhang Lu and took her back to her courtyard residence first. Meanwhile, the steel mill's procurement department was in an uproar. Good heavens! 5 wild boars? The biggest one weighed over 200 gene. Did you raid an entire boar family nest? The whole clan's here? The procurement staff stared wide-eyed, their faces agape with astonishment. Great job, Da Zhang. Section Chief Wang beamed, slapping Li Dezhong's shoulder heartily. Uncle 16 asked me to deliver them. I know. He deserves credit, but you've played an indispensable role in this trip too. Section Chief Wang said. For Chenxi now, the success of routine procurement tasks had become less significant. The factory leadership preferred him to focus his energy entirely on product innovation. But Li Dezhong was different. With this achievement under his belt, his permanent position was practically a done deal. Next month, you'll be made permanent. I'll see to it. Section Chief Wang declared to Li Dezhong with unwavering certainty. In just a few days, Chenxi would be promoted to section chief. By then, making Li Dezhong permanent would be a breeze. His words served both to reassure Li Dezhong and to signal his confidence in the decision. Li Dezhong's eyes widened in delight. Thank you, section chief, he blurted out. Section Chief Wang waved him off. Don't thank me. You've earned it. He knew full well that with Chenxi looking out for him, Li Dezhong's permanent appointment was only a matter of time. Lu Guofu returned to the factory after screening the film and was stunned. The factory was actually planning to start producing rice cookers, and they had handed him the prizes, instructing him to take them home to his 2 sons. The prizes included 2 sets of study materials, 2 notebooks, 2 fountain pens, several ration tickets, and 2 pounds of meat. Guofu, your 2 boys are simply amazing. Such novel and bold ideas. Director Hu specifically mentioned he hopes they study hard. Our steel factory's doors will always be open to them. As soon as they graduate, they can start working here immediately. Lu Guofu's supervisor spoke with genuine admiration in his eyes. He had 2 sons who were such a credit to the family. Now look at his own good-for-nothing son, always getting into fights and fooling around everywhere. Thank you so much. Lu Guofu's voice trembled with emotion. To say he wasn't thrilled would be a lie. While the prizes were nice, they weren't what mattered most to him. As the factory's projectionist, his living conditions were already quite decent. But what truly mattered was that these were rewards his sons had earned through their own abilities. Moreover, the factory director had personally promised to hire them immediately after graduation, solving a major problem for him. He had been fretting over how to get both sons into the factory, but now he didn't need to waste energy pulling strings. After all, favors were a finite resource, use them sparingly and save them for when they truly mattered. Lu Guofu set down the projection equipment, clutched the prizes, and hurried home. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw his 2 sons standing in punishment. The house was in utter disarray, and his wife stood nearby, her face flushed with anger. What's going on here? Lu Guofu asked, his face full of confusion. He added quickly, kids inventing things, it's normal for them to tinker with stuff and break things now and then. He suspected his sons had caused trouble, probably turning the house upside down. However, the good news he just received at the factory made him feel much more forgiving toward his son's mischief. Lu Shuizhang and Lu Shuei stole glances at their father, holding their breath. Lu Guofu's wife fumed, why don't you go check the kitchen first? See for yourself before you speak. How bad could it be? Lu Guofu thought to himself. He walked into the kitchen, and when he came out, his face was as dark as Bao Zhang's. Give him a good beating. This was utterly unacceptable. The kitchen was in utter disarray, with a section of the stove collapsed. It looked as if it had been ransacked. Neighbors in the courtyard heard the commotion and rushed over to mediate, especially second uncle, old Lu. This isn't how you discipline children. Uncle Air, why don't you take a look inside before trying to mediate? Lu Guofu was too furious to explain further. Uncle Air stepped into the kitchen, took a quick look, and silently walked back out. He shot Lu Shuizheng and his brother a sympathetic glance, as if to say, "You're on your own." Given the kitchen's battered state, if it had been his own children causing such a mess, they'd likely be beaten so badly they couldn't get out of bed. "Uncle Air, help me!" Lu Shuai shouted at the top of his lungs. Uncle Air heard the commotion and quickened his pace, pushing through the gathering crowd as he went, muttering, "Wufu, you really need to keep your kids in line. Enough! Get up! If you ever pull this again, I'll skin you alive." Lu Wufu knew his limits. His blows stung but never drew blood. Was that it? Knowing their father, this anger shouldn't have cooled so quickly. It seemed they had misunderstood him. Their father still cared deeply for them. Even Lu Guofu's wife looked puzzled, unable to fathom why her husband had cooled down so quickly today. In truth, her earlier punishment of making the child stand, followed by joining her husband in scolding their son, had been nothing more than a performance for him. She cherished the children more than her husband ever did, rarely raising a hand or voice against them. But this time, the trouble they'd caused was too serious. She had to put on a show. "Aren't you coming in? Do you want me to invite you?" Lu Guofu glared at his sons. The Lu brothers, still puzzled, followed him inside. Lu Guofu placed the factory-issued prize on the table. "Why did you buy fountain pens? They're so expensive. That must have cost a fortune," his wife asked, her face full of confusion. Lu Shuizheng and his brother's eyes lit up at the sight of the fountain pens, but their spirits instantly sank when they spotted the study materials. They thought to themselves, "We'd rather have been beaten again." Chapter 163, Hiding the Silver. Lu Guofu's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he said, "Didn't Shuizheng and Shuai mention wanting to invent a pot that cooks rice automatically? Who knew their idea would inspire Senior Li Chenxi? The design is already finalized, and the steel mill will start production soon. In fact, the steel mill even issued a special reward." The woman stared in disbelief, then gasped in astonishment. "Is this the reward the steel mill gave Shuizheng and Shuai?" She never imagined such good fortune could come her way, and her heart swelled with joy. Nothing brings parents greater joy than seeing their children succeed, and she was no exception. Learning that the steel mill had rewarded both her sons, her excitement was palpable. Lu Shuizheng and Lu Shuai exchanged a glance, their eyes equally sparkling with excitement. This meant their hard work hadn't been in vain, and they finally had something to brag about. Once back at school, they could proudly announce to their classmates that their invention had earned recognition from the steel mill, perhaps even earning their teachers newfound respect. Lu Guofu handed pens, study materials, and notebooks to his sons, encouraging them to study diligently. He then gave the dozen or so vouchers to his wife. She couldn't bear to use them. She planned to keep them as keepsakes. After all, the family wasn't short of such vouchers. For a moment, the incident of their son nearly burning down the kitchen slipped from the couple's minds. Also, Lu Guofu added, "Our factory director said that once Shuizheng and Shuai graduate, the factory will hire them directly. So you two better make me proud, study hard, and strive for excellence every day." Finally, he quoted the great man's words to motivate his sons. Lu Shuizheng and Lu Shuai were now pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Without a word, they nodded in agreement. Their mother trembled with excitement. Did this mean she no longer had to worry about her son's employment? If word got out, how many people would envy them? After all, others had to go to great lengths spending money, pulling strings just to secure a job. "Old Lu, is this really true?" she asked, still finding it hard to believe. Lu Guofu rolled his eyes. Factory director who said it himself, how could it be false? "Now, keep a close eye on your two sons and make sure they study hard." His wife nodded immediately, resolved to be stricter with her sons from now on. Meanwhile, the Lu brothers, Shuizheng and Shuizheng, were still laughing and joking, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi handed all the money from selling the wild boar to the villagers, instructing them to keep it safe and deliver it to the old party secretary. He then treated them to a meal in town. "Head back now. Drive carefully. And wipe those expressions off your faces. Act natural. What, afraid people won't notice you're carrying cash?" Li Chenxi couldn't help but tease them. After all, over 1,000 yuan was no small sum. None of the villagers present had ever handled that much cash before. They all seemed on edge, eyeing everyone on the road as if they were potential robbers. "Isn't this practically advertising our wealth?" One young man took a deep breath and said to Li Chenxi with a wry smile, "Uncle 16, we've never handled this much cash before. If we lose it, the villagers back home will beat us to death. Calm down. Just act like nothing happened. How would anyone know you're carrying a fortune? Come on, it's getting late. Hurry back." Li Chenxi urged impatiently. Afterward, Li Chenxi returned to the courtyard house, gathering some coarse grains like sorghum and potatoes, along with a piece of meat, to take to auntie's family. "Chenxi, wait a moment. I'll go get you some money, Auntie said, about to head back to her room to search for cash. These provisions enough to feed her family for a month, especially the piece of meat were gifts Chenxi had given freely. How could she accept payment? Chenxi quickly waved his hands. Auntie, my grandparents absolutely loved the 2 pairs of shoes you made. These things were sent over specifically by them. If you give me money, I won't know how to explain it to them. With that, Chenxi turned and left, leaving Auntie deep in thought. She began lecturing her grandson again, telling him to remember to thank brother Chenxi when he grew up. At the instant noodle factory, plant manager Yang received a call that left him grinning from ear to ear. He called Zhao Xinghua and other senior factory officials to a meeting, sharing the good news. The first trial batch of instant noodles had sold like hotcakes in Hong Kong, with an exceptionally positive market response. Now, higher-ups demanded the factory expedite expansion and recruitment. All existing production lines were to be converted to instant noodle production and launched immediately. Major orders had already been placed from Hong Kong, and some buyers were even seeking to acquire the formula and technology outright. But how could factory manager Yang and his team possibly do something so short-sighted? The relevant departments had also taken Chenxi's advice and planned to register the patent internationally. Everyone could foresee that this instant noodle would surely sell like hotcakes in noodle-loving countries. For China, severely lacking in foreign exchange, this was undoubtedly an important source of revenue that must be firmly grasped. Moreover, to boost production, higher authorities planned to establish new instant noodle factories in other provinces, particularly in southern regions, where aggressive market expansion was imperative. Xinghua, go ask Chenxi if he has any other suggestions, Director Yang instructed Zhao Xinghua. Zhao Xinghua nodded in agreement. All right. He was also deeply excited inside. Although they had previously researched the overseas market and knew that Zaireizi's instant noodles were selling well, there was no guarantee that their factory's instant noodles would be popular. Now, they finally had a reassuring answer. Their only regret was that headquarters had decided to establish new instant noodle factories, and theirs wasn't the only one selected. Director Li, how is the production line upgrade progressing? Plant manager Yang inquired again. Director Li, responsible for the line upgrades, quickly replied, debugging will be complete today, and we can officially start production tomorrow. As for the expansion area, it will take at least a month. Before he could finish, both Director Yang and the officials sent from headquarters shook their heads in unison. A month is too long. The construction schedule must be accelerated. Go talk to the construction crew and have them add more manpower. After all, no one could predict how the market would change a month from now. And when it came to orders that earn foreign exchange, the state always placed special emphasis on them. Understood. I'll speak with them immediately, Director Li replied. Beyond factory construction, production machinery also needed urgent attention. Instant noodle machines weren't precision instruments. Domestic production was entirely feasible. After the meeting, Zhao Xinghua drove directly to Chenxi's courtyard house, still in the new car assigned to him by factory director Yang. With the instant noodle factory's upgraded status, Director Yang had also been assigned a dedicated vehicle. After all, the expanded facility would become a large-scale operation employing thousands of workers. It was only natural for the director to have a company car. Moreover, this was a factory generating foreign exchange. As the car pulled up slowly at the gate of Courtyard 56, people from several neighboring courtyards came running out to gawk. On this street, bicycles were a rare sight, let alone cars. They're looking for Chenxi, right? Seems likely. Chenxi's the most accomplished person in Courtyard 56. They must be here for him, murmured the residents of Courtyard 55. Everyone sensed that Chenxi was destined for greatness. The residents of Courtyard 55 were particularly stunned. An auntie immediately dashed toward the central courtyard, shouting as she ran, Chenxi. Chenxi. Some officials are looking for you. Chapter 164, The Whole Courtyard Assembly. Morning sunlight streamed through the window cracks, casting bright beams across Chenxi's room. Yet Chenxi remained deep in slumber, his brow slightly furrowed as he slept restlessly. Last night's battle with the wild boar in the village had been utterly terrifying. He'd been up with the villagers until midnight, and had only just fallen asleep. In a daze, a cacophony of noise drifted in from outside, sounding like someone was shouting something. Chenxi rolled over in his sleep, trying to ignore the irritating sound and sink back into his dreams. But the sound grew clearer and closer, ultimately rousing him from his slumber. Chenxi opened his eyes groggily, his head still foggy and his eyelids heavy as if glued shut. He struggled to sit up, squinting as he rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the drowsiness. Then, pulling on his clothes, he dragged his heavy feet to the door and opened it. There stood brother Zhao Xinghua outside the door. Zhao Xinghua wore a neat set of work clothes, his hair combed neatly, his face bearing his usual smile. In Chenxi's eyes, Zhao Xinghua held a key position at the instant noodle factory and was, in a sense, a leader figure. Oh, brother Zhao, what brings you here so early? Come on in and sit down. Chenxi greeted Zhao Xinghua warmly, yawning as he ushered him inside. Zhao Xinghua looked at Chenxi's sleepy face and couldn't help but ask with a smile, Chenxi, didn't sleep well last night? It's already this late, and you're still sleeping in. His tone carried a hint of teasing, yet also a touch of concern. Chenxi sighed helplessly and nodded. Yeah, you bet. Last night, a pack of wild boars came into the village and really kept everyone up. We chased those beasts around half the night and finally took down 11 of them. I've been busy ever since and just got some sleep a little while ago. He couldn't help yawning again, his eyes bloodshot. Wait, how many did you say? Zhao Xingguo's eyes widened at the number 11, his face flushing with astonishment. He struggled to grasp the magnitude of taking down 11 wild boars. In his experience, these beasts were ferocious creatures, and dealing with them was no simple task. He'd faced them himself before and knew their ferocity firsthand. 11? What's the big deal? Zhao, why are you reacting so strongly? Chenxi looked at Zhao Xingguo's shocked expression, puzzled, and asked in return. Zhao Xingguo took a deep breath to steady himself before replying, 11 wild boars? That's no small number. You have no idea how tough they are to handle. I've run into one before, that beast charging wildly, it was terrifying. You actually took down 11? That's incredible. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for Chenxi and the villagers' courage. Oh, I see. But it was really a team effort, Chenxi replied modestly. Is there any left? Zhao Xingguo asked cautiously, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, if he could secure a few wild boars for the instant noodle factory, that would be fantastic. After all, in these times of scarcity, meat was a rare commodity. Every factory and every unit was short on it. Though their factory dealt with flour daily, that didn't mean they weren't craving meat. Grain was grown by farmers, yet the farmers themselves often went hungry, let alone having surplus grain to trade for meat. Besides, flour and meat were entirely different matters. Having flour didn't guarantee access to meat. Chenxi shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. None left. Not a single one. The steel mill got 5, the neighborhood office took 3, Uncle Jean got 2, and the villagers divided the last one among themselves. Chenxi, if something like this comes up again, remember to save some for our instant noodle factory. You know how hard our workers toil every day. A little meat would be a real treat, Zhao Xingguo said, sounding reluctant to give up, a hint of pleading in his voice. Chenxi chuckled and gave a perfunctory reply, all right, brother Zhao, we'll see about that next time. If another chance like this comes up, I'll definitely think of our instant noodle factory first. Deep down, he knew such opportunities were rare and unpredictable. Who could say when wild boars might wander into the village again? Zhao Xingguo then dropped the wild boar topic, his expression turning serious as he recounted the meeting details to Chenxi in full. He emphasized the instant noodle's popularity in Hong Kong, his words brimming with pride. Chenxi, you wouldn't believe it, our factory's instant noodles are flying off the shelves in Hong Kong. People are scrambling to buy them, and every batch sells out the moment it hits the shelves. Everyone raves about how convenient and delicious they are. They call it an incredible invention. Zhao Xingguo gestured animatedly as he spoke, as if trying to vividly recreate the bustling scene for Chenxi. He then mentioned the factory's decision to accelerate construction. When the factory leaders saw such a positive market response, they decided to speed up construction to expand production capacity as soon as possible. Everyone is highly motivated, determined to make our instant noodle factory bigger and stronger. Zhao Xingguo's eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating confidence in the factory's future. I heard the higher-ups will reward the factory with $10,000 in foreign exchange. Zhao Xingguo lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, his face beaming with joy. In his view, this was no small reward, sufficient proof of the higher-ups' recognition of the instant noodle factory's work. Only $10,000? Chenxi inwardly scoffed. With his understanding of the market, he knew that if the instant noodles were marketed well, earning tens of millions of dollars a year wouldn't be difficult. Yet now, the higher-ups were offering a mere $10,000 as a reward, and that wasn't even for him personally, but for the entire factory. Still, he kept his true thoughts to himself. After all, in this era, $10,000 was a considerable fortune for most people. Zhao Xingguo, oblivious to Chenxi's inner thoughts, remained immersed in his own joy. Don't underestimate this $10,000. At this moment, foreign exchange is more precious than gold. The state values every single foreign exchange unit, wanting to spend every dollar where it counts most. To encourage overseas Chinese to send foreign currency back home, the state even introduced special overseas remittance coupons. As he spoke, Zhao Xingguo explained the origin and function of these coupons to Chenxi. Many may not realize that remittances were a vital source of foreign exchange in the early days of New China. Back then, the planned economy system centralized the purchase and distribution of daily necessities like grain, cotton, and oil, supplying them through rationed quotas. This meant that even if overseas Chinese and their relatives had money, they often struggled to buy essential goods. So the state issued remittance vouchers based on the amount of overseas remittances. With these vouchers, they could purchase scarce goods and commodities at overseas Chinese supply stores or designated shops. This policy first launched in Fujian and only expanded nationwide this year. See, the state went to great lengths for foreign exchange, granting special treatment to returning overseas Chinese, Zhao Xingguo explained at length, demonstrating his thorough knowledge of these policies. When our factory gets foreign exchange coupons, Chenxi, you'll definitely get a good share too.
These foreign exchange coupons are really powerful, even more prestigious than remittance coupons.
They can circulate directly as currency. At friendship stores, shopping with foreign exchange coupons is incredibly convenient.
You can buy grain, oil, cotton goods, and other supplies without rationing restrictions. Plus, you can buy the latest styles of clothes, shoes, cosmetics, even foreign brands at prices much lower than regular stores.
You can even buy high-end imported goods like televisions and air conditioners with them.
Zhao Xinghua grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see himself splurging at the friendship store with his foreign exchange coupons. When Li Chenxi heard the words foreign exchange coupons, his previously drowsy eyes instantly lit up.
He knew deep down that obtaining foreign exchange coupons would be a tremendous advantage.
He could use them to procure special goods without fear of scrutiny. That would be fantastic, Li Chenxi responded with a smile, his face lighting up with genuine delight. Factory Director Yang specifically asked me to come and see if you have any more good ideas. Your opinions are highly valued here now. The suggestions you made earlier have really helped the factory's development, Zhao Xinghua said earnestly, not forgetting the main purpose of his visit. Li Chenxi shook his head slightly. After a moment's thought, he replied, nothing particularly special comes to mind right now. I believe this instant noodle product is already well suited to meet overseas market demands. I still stand by my view that we must conduct in-depth research into diverse regional dietary preferences. Based on these differences, we should then carry out targeted product development. Only then can we better satisfy diverse consumer needs and expand our market share. For now, our primary focus should remain on enhancing product quality and scaling up production capacity. His tone was steady and resolute, each word reflecting a deep understanding of the market and a long-term vision for the factory's growth. The two continued discussing the factory's development for a while longer before Zhao Xinghua finally rose to take his leave.
All right, Chenxi, I've taken note of everything you've said. I'll report back to Director Yang. If you have any new ideas, feel free to share them anytime. With that, Zhao Xinghua began walking toward the door. Li Chenxi escorted Zhao Xinghua to the door.
Watching his receding figure, his mind was filled with thoughts. He knew the future of the instant noodle factory held both opportunities and challenges, and he would play a crucial role in it. Shortly after Zhao Xinghua left, the women in the courtyard swarmed around like cats drawn by the scent of fish. They stared at Li Chenxi with curious, probing eyes.
Chenxi, who was that guest earlier?
He looked pretty important, one auntie asked first.
Yeah, he looked like some kind of big shot. Chenxi, you gotta tell us who was he, chimed in another auntie.
Li Chenxi gave a resigned smile and patiently explained, that was Director Zhao from the instant noodle factory, son of Director Li from the neighborhood office.
He's visited our courtyard before. Don't you remember? Oh, so it was him.
No wonder he looked familiar, one woman exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Last time he came on a bicycle, but this time he arrived in a sedan. That's quite the change, no wonder we didn't recognize him, another auntie teased, her face tinged with envy.
So he's the director of the instant noodle factory. I heard they're hiring now.
I wonder if my daughter Haitang will get a chance, another auntie said anxiously, her eyes filled with hope. News of the instant noodle factory's hiring drive had already spread like wildfire throughout the courtyard.
Everyone knew this was a rare opportunity. Landing a job there would mean a secure future. Consequently, many residents had already signed up at the neighborhood office, all eagerly hoping for an assignment. Whether their wishes would be granted ultimately depended on the neighborhood office's arrangements. Everyone waited anxiously for news. Then, everyone began bombarding Li Chenxi with questions about the instant noodle factory. After all, Li Chenxi had a good relationship with Director Zhao from the factory, and they figured he must know some inside information. I've heard they plan to accelerate the expansion process and wrap up recruitment early. In my opinion, you won't have to wait too long. I expect concrete news within a week. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Li Chenxi couldn't bear it and shared a bit of insider information. The residents perked up at once. Really? Chenxi, is that true? That's fantastic. They chattered excitedly, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. After returning to his room, Li Chenxi found his drowsiness completely gone. Sitting in his chair, he replayed Zhao Xinggua's words in his mind, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the courtyard house, draping the entire space in a golden mantle. Just then, someone knocked on Li Chenxi's door. Brother Chenxi, come out for the meeting, a young voice called from outside. A courtyard-wide meeting? Li Chenxi's heart skipped a beat. In all the time he'd been here, this was the first time he'd been summoned to such a gathering. In his memory, courtyard-wide meetings were classic scenes from certain TV dramas. Curious, he opened the door to find a crowd already gathering in the courtyard. Everyone was carrying stools, heading toward the central courtyard. Li Chenxi followed the crowd to the central courtyard. He noticed residents from both the front and back courtyards had gathered, chatting in small groups. Unlike the TV dramas, the three elderly men of the courtyard didn't put on airs. Instead, they stood at the front with warm smiles, looking more like they were reporting work to the residents. Li Chenxi nudged Li Yud beside him and whispered, Yud, have you heard what's going on? Li Yud shook his head, looking bewildered. No idea. I just came out too. I'm completely in the dark.
Meetings in their courtyard were rare occurrences throughout the year. Whenever one was called, it was undoubtedly significant, never for trivial matters. Routine issues were typically resolved privately between the three elders and residents. The elders understood how hard everyone worked and valued their need for rest after work, so they rarely disturbed them. Luo Dupeng quietly edged closer, murmuring mysteriously, "Just look at the way Old Man 1 and the others are acting, it can't be anything bad."
See?
Old Man 1, Old Man 2, and Old Man 3 all have smiles on their faces. Indeed, the three elders stood at the front, their faces beaming with smiles, clearly in high spirits.
Everyone was wondering what good news this meeting was about. Then, someone couldn't hold back any longer and called out to the first elder, "First elder, what's going on? Stop teasing us and just tell us already."
Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the three elders, waiting for their response.
Good news. Is everyone here?
Grandpa 1 asked with a smile, his voice loud and clear.
Chapter 165, Cultural Activities.
Seeing that every household in the courtyard had sent representatives, the first elder finally spoke.
Here's the situation, our district is organizing an arts event, and each street must send representatives to participate. Today, the sub-district office notified us that preliminary selections will be held next week. Each courtyard must prepare a performance. The winning courtyard will represent our sub-district at the district-level cultural event.
The elder explained the purpose of the meeting concisely, without rambling or wasting everyone's time. He specifically added that municipal leaders, and possibly even higher-ranking officials, would be attending the district event.
Uncle Air picked up the thread. We gathered everyone here to discuss what kind of performance our courtyard should put on. Grandpa 3 chimed in, if the whole courtyard participates, we'll definitely exceed the headcount limit.
We need to discuss who can join the performance and finalize the list tonight.
The moment he said this, the atmosphere instantly grew lively.
Who wouldn't be excited at the chance to perform in front of district officials, or even high-ranking city leaders? All the adults in the courtyard instinctively turned their gaze toward Li Chenxi. After all, Li Chenxi was the outstanding young man of their courtyard.
It wouldn't make sense for him not to participate, would it? However, Li Chenxi shook his head. I won't be going.
Mainly because he found the whole thing too troublesome. First, he'd have to go through the neighborhood selection process, then attend rehearsals at the district level. It would take up a lot of time and energy. As for the chance to show his face in front of the leaders, he really didn't care for it. Chenxi, if you don't go, who else in our courtyard would dare to participate, urged the first elder.
Exactly.
You're full of ideas, why not help us decide what our courtyard should perform, chimed in the second elder. A third elder chimed in, if you ask me, Chenxi, just pick a few people to join you. As soon as he finished speaking, those in the courtyard who wanted to participate all looked longingly at Li Chenxi. It was only natural that Li Chenxi would get a spot, no one objected. Now, everyone just wanted to tag along with Li Chenxi for a chance to be seen. But Chenxi shook his head. Here's my suggestion, let the kids from the courtyard participate. The adults are all busy.
As for the performance? Singing will do just fine.
Suggesting ideas was fine, but stepping up himself was absolutely out of the question. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he realized that picking some and not others would inevitably cause offense. So Li Chenxi simply suggested the children in the courtyard participate. Now, who would dare say anything? How dare you compete with children for opportunities? The remark left everyone stunned. Sending children out isn't that a bit too rash, someone questioned, though not truly opposed. Just as Li Chenxi had anticipated, the adults genuinely felt awkward competing with children for this opportunity.
Families with children especially expressed strong approval of Li Chenxi's suggestion. Sending the children not only gives them valuable experience but also takes the pressure off us. What's there to lose? One parent said, their face beaming with pride and anticipation. After all, seeing their child perform in front of an audience filled them with joy. However, one elderly gentleman remained concerned. Sending the children is fine, but what about the program? Singing? What song could possibly make them stand out? He knew full well that among all the performances, singing was undoubtedly the least original. It was highly likely they'd be eliminated for lacking uniqueness. Cheng Siguan also stepped forward to support Li Chenxi's suggestion. Chenxi's right. We adults are too busy with work to rehearse. Let the kids handle it. He had two godchildren, and Shengli, in particular, was his pride and joy. Since starting school, Shengli had received multiple commendations and was soon to represent the school in a math competition. This made him even more inclined to agree with Li Chenxi's suggestion. With the majority of parents backing it, and since it was Li Chenxi's idea, no one openly opposed it. Thus, the focus shifted to selecting a song. How about My Motherland, someone suggested. This song, an insert from the film Shanghanling, featured a beautiful melody and heartfelt lyrics expressing love for the motherland and hometown. But second uncle shook his head. While it's a good song, too many people have sung it. It'll be hard for us to stand out. What about singing to the motherland, another person suggested. Li Chenxi couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking to himself, isn't singing to the motherland even more famous? Even our beloved elders have called for its widespread singing across the nation. In the memories of later generations, singing to the motherland had long become the signature melody of China's major events. Whether as ceremonial music, an opening number, or a closing piece, its presence was ubiquitous, its fame needing no further explanation. Yet, another song, not yet released, surfaced in Li Chenxi's mind. We are the successors of communism. Originally slated for release 2 years later alongside the feature film Little Eighth Route Army Hero, it quickly became a beloved classic children's song and was ultimately designated as the anthem of the Chinese young pioneers. Its melody was stirring, its lyrics uplifting, not only perfectly capturing the spirit of the times, but also exceptionally suited for children to sing. Although Li Chenxi was not skilled at composing music, he knew the melody and lyrics of this song inside out. Even without musical accompaniment, its unique charm shone through in a simple a cappella rendition. Thinking of this, Li Chenxi slowly spoke up. Why don't we sing a new song? A new song? Which new song? Someone asked in confusion. In this relatively information-restricted era, people knew little about new songs. We'll compose one ourselves, just a children's song. It shouldn't be too difficult, Li Chenxi said casually. Hearing this, the courtyard residents exchanged bewildered glances. Compose a song? And claim it wouldn't be too difficult? Only Li Chenxi could make it sound so effortless. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was a genius inventor. Composing a children's song might genuinely be no big deal for him. Chapter 166, Imported Liquor. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the courtyard, draping it in a golden veil. The atmosphere in the courtyard was solemn as everyone sat together, discussing an important matter. The first elder frowned slightly, his voice tinged with both expectation and inquiry as he looked at Li Chenxi. Chenxi, our neighborhood is about to host a cultural performance. We're counting on you to compose a new song. What do you say, can you handle it? Li Chenxi's gaze was unwavering. Without hesitation, he replied with unwavering resolve, Elder brother, I'll give it my all. I'll try. His confident demeanor radiated an intangible strength that lifted the spirits of everyone present. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent. No one dared voice any further doubts. Within these walls, Li Chenxi was universally acknowledged as the most outstanding and talented young man. His daily displays of brilliance and those astonishing inventions had long earned him the profound admiration of everyone present. Though music composition and invention seemed entirely unrelated, they placed an almost blind trust in him, certain he would not disappoint. Seeing the tension ease slightly, second uncle cleared his throat and spoke up, since Chenxi is so confident, let's quickly gather all the children in the courtyard and figure out how to arrange them. Before long, the courtyard grew lively as children, led by their parents, gradually gathered in the center. A quick count revealed a whopping 18 children standing together. They formed quite a formidable group. At this point, someone in the crowd frowned and voiced their concern, shouldn't we screen them again? Some of these kids are too young, I worry they won't remember the lyrics. Plus, they've never been in such a big event before. If they get nervous on stage and forget how to sing, that'd be a real problem. We need to think about the quality of this performance. The suggestion drew nods of agreement from many. In their minds, younger children presented too many uncertainties for such an important occasion. To ensure a successful performance, excluding them seemed the prudent choice. However, Li Chenxi gently shook his head and spoke calmly, I don't think we need to screen them. Think about it, there's strength in numbers. When the children sing together, their voices will be louder. Plus, having more participants has another advantage. Even if an individual child accidentally sings the wrong part, the others' voices can cover it up. They can also adjust quickly, so it won't significantly affect the overall performance. Upon reflection, the others found Li Chenxi's reasoning sound. They abandoned the idea of screening participants, and thus the lineup for the performance was finalized. Now, all that remained was to eagerly await Li Chenxi's composition of an outstanding song and ensure the children practiced diligently with the time they had. Time was tight. The neighborhood selection would begin next Monday. If they passed, they'd represent the neighborhood at the cultural performance the following Wednesday. There wasn't much time left. With the matter settled, the third elder stood and announced the meeting's adjournment in a resonant voice. The entire process had been concise and efficient, without the slightest hint of procrastination. This stood in stark contrast to the stereotypical second uncle from TV dramas, the one who liked to put on airs and ramble on endlessly without getting to the point. In this courtyard, everyone was known for their decisive and efficient approach to getting things done. After the meeting, Luo Dapeng and Li Yud, as if on cue, followed Li Chenxi back to his home. The moment Luo Dapeng stepped inside, he couldn't contain his excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned and asked, Chenxi, it's almost dinner time. How about we have a drink? Truthfully, if not for today's courtyard-wide meeting, he would have already slipped over to the neighboring courtyard. There, he felt more at ease, free from constraints, and could often drag Li Dazhong and Li Yud along for a few drinks, living life carefree. Seeing Luo Dapeng's eager expression, Li Chenxi couldn't help but laugh. He nodded in agreement, sure, I haven't had dinner yet either. I've got 2 bottles of imported liquor stashed away. Today, you two can try something new. With that, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged carrying 2 plates of steaming, fragrant dishes.
One dish was a large plate of chicken with potatoes, its vibrant color and juicy chicken tempting the eye. The potatoes were soft and flavorful, their rich aroma instantly filling the room. The other dish featured stir-fried beef with green peppers and onions. The vibrant green of the peppers, the golden hue of the onions, and the rich brown of the beef complemented each other beautifully, instantly whetting one's appetite. Luo Dapeng and Li Yud's eyes lit up at the sight of these visually appealing, aromatic dishes, their faces beaming with delight. Imported liquor? That's a real treat, they exclaimed in unison. Having never tasted imported liquor in their lives, their anticipation was palpable. Li Chenxi carefully retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from the back of the cabinet. The labels clearly marked the production date 10 years ago. These were the unexpected treasures he'd snagged in today's 1 yuan purchase, a full 100 bottles of the renowned Lafite. Though they wouldn't get to savor the legendary 1982 Lafite, the 1950 vintage promised its own unique charm, sparking endless imagination. Lafite Rothschild, a vintage with a long-standing legacy. Established by the Rothschild noble family in 1354, its reputation had already spread far and wide by the 14th century. To countless wine connoisseurs throughout history, Lafite stands as the queen of the wine kingdom, celebrated for its distinctive floral and fruity bouquet, rich and mellow taste, and velvety smooth texture. Chenxi, you're amazing. You even managed to get your hands on imported wine and Lafite at that. That must have cost a fortune, right? Luo Dapeng said, rubbing his hands together as his eyes fixated on the 2 bottles of red wine, brimming with excitement and curiosity. Li Chenxi smiled as he gently pulled out the corks, fetched several crystal-clear wine glasses, and began pouring for everyone. He filled each glass only halfway. Seeing the shallow level of wine, Luo Dapeng couldn't help but grumble, Chenxi, why not pour more? That's way too little. Li Chenxi shot him a look and patiently explained, drinking red wine isn't like how we usually drink baijiu, you don't fill the glass to the brim. If you don't know the etiquette and end up making a fool of yourself when we go out drinking later, don't blame me for not warning you. Plus, you shouldn't chug red wine, you have to savor it slowly. While eating and drinking are inherently casual affairs, there's no need to be overly fixated on Western etiquette. But since we're experiencing a different culinary culture, adhering to some basic manners is still necessary. Otherwise, this so-called experience loses its original meaning. Take the people of the southern coastal regions, for instance. When eating grouper, they typically choose to steam it, which best preserves its delicate flavor. But if someone insists on braising it in red sauce or making it spicy, while not impossible, many connoisseurs would consider it. This is nothing short of squandering precious ingredients. If one desires braised fish, common carp or similar fish can achieve a similar texture, why insist on using the precious grouper? Ha! There's such a distinction? Alright, I'll take your word for it. Luo Dapeng listened to Li Chenxi's explanation. Though still somewhat reluctant, he stopped dwelling on the drinking capacity issue. However, his eyes remained fixed on the opened bottle of red wine. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask again, Chenxi, can I have the empty bottle after we finish drinking? Li Chenxi knew instantly what Luo Dapeng was scheming, probably planning to show it off to others again. He smiled slightly, choosing not to call out Luo Dapeng's little scheme. Instead, he casually waved his hand and said, sure, do with it as you please. Luo Dapeng beamed at Li Chenxi's easy consent, his smile stretching almost to his ears. His utterly self-satisfied expression was almost comical. The 3 raised their glasses and took a light sip of red wine. As for the elaborate ritual, swirl the glass, sniff the bouquet, Li Chenxi couldn't care less. To him, such gestures were mere pretentious posturing. Swirling and sniffing? Did that really enhance the wine's flavor? He couldn't help but recall a beverage from his later life, one whose name included Shake It Up, advertised everywhere. Yet to him, that drink tasted utterly vulgar. Luo Dapeng smacked his lips and stated bluntly, this wine? It's just okay. I don't find it particularly good. He'd always been straightforward, saying exactly what he thought without holding back. He didn't care if others labeled him a Philistine who didn't know how to appreciate fine things. Li Chenxi shrugged and chuckled, that's perfectly normal. We're used to drinking baijiu, which has a strong, rich flavor. It's naturally different from this wine. Every country has its own culinary preferences. Take vodka from Russia, for instance. We might find it too harsh and not to our taste, but over there, it's a household staple, cherished like Maotai is in our country. But when foreigners try our Maotai, many find the taste strange and can't get used to it. So, taste is subjective, it all comes down to personal preference. Li Yud, munching on beef from his plate, asked Li Chenxi curiously, Chenxi, have you got any ideas for your new song yet? In his view, composing new music was no easy feat, it demanded immense energy and required inspiration. What's more, this time the new song wouldn't be performed by Chenxi himself. If it turned out well, the kids would take all the credit. If it flopped, Chenxi might even get blamed. Yeah, I've got some ideas, Li Chenxi replied confidently, his face beaming with a knowing smile. Hearing this, Li Yud couldn't help but silently admire him. Ever since childhood, he and Luo Dapeng had always felt Li Chenxi was more capable than them. Whatever Li Chenxi did, he always managed to do it with flair. They hadn't seen him display any particular talent in music before. And they'd rarely heard him sing. Yet now, tasked with composing a new song, he radiated such confidence clearly, he had some real talent up his sleeve. Come on, Chenxi, sing us a couple lines first. Let us get a preview, Luo Dapeng urged enthusiastically, chewing on chicken. Seeing the curious, expectant looks on his two childhood friends' faces, Li Chenxi understood their worry. They feared his song might not be good enough and embarrass them during the street performance. He smiled reassuringly. Alright, you two better listen up. I'll sing a couple lines just to give you a taste. At that, Luo Dapeng and Li Yud immediately set down their chopsticks and bowls, sat up straight, eyes wide and ears perked, determined not to miss a single note. Li Chenxi took a deep breath and began to sing slowly. We are the successors of communism, inheriting the glorious traditions of our revolutionary forebears. The familiar melody and stirring lyrics instantly filled the room, carrying a peculiar power that captivated both Luo Dapeng and Li Yud. As Luo Dapeng and Li Yud heard these opening lines sung by Li Chenxi, their eyes widened like copper bells, their faces etched with astonishment and awe. They never imagined that the song Li Chenxi had composed could be so stirring. Just 2 lines seemed to channel a powerful spiritual force. Chapter 167, Chenxi's promotion to section chief. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Chenxi's lips as he gazed at them expectantly. What do you think of these 2 lines? He asked softly. The wine glass in his hand swayed slightly, leaving faint traces of liquid on its rim. Li Yud, his face radiant with admiration, gave an immediate thumbs up. The gesture was crisp and decisive, as if channeling all his appreciation through that single finger. Chenxi, I'm genuinely impressed. Just these 2 lines, the flavor, the feeling, absolutely perfect. He nodded emphatically as he spoke, his eyes brimming with recognition of Chenxi's talent. Luo Dapeng couldn't hold back either, chiming in with a laugh. Hey, you. Never would have guessed before. Turns out you've been hiding your light under a bushel all along. You're definitely playing dumb to catch the wise. He slapped Li Chenxi's shoulder, his eyes twinkling with playful teasing, yet overflowing with admiration for his friend. His thoughts drifted back to the past. Even during his student days, Li Chenxi had already shown remarkable promise in his studies. Whenever exam results were posted, his name always stood tall at the top of the list, shining brightly. Even the combined scores of Li Yud and Luo Dapeng couldn't hold a candle to his. Back then, though outstanding, Li Chenxi hadn't yet reached the level of astonishing brilliance. However, after graduating from high school, Li Chenxi seemed to have been endowed with magical powers by the god of fate, embarking on a life journey that felt like cheating. In the realm of invention and creation, he constantly sparked ingenious ideas, tinkering with novel contraptions that left people wide-eyed with wonder. In the kitchen, he was in his element, transforming simple ingredients into a feast of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes as if by magic. Now, in music composition, he displayed astonishing talent. Just 2 lines were enough to reveal the unique charm within. Li Chenxi raised his wineglass, tilting his head back slightly, his eyes sparkling with confidence. With a crisp clink, his glass gently touched those of his friends, producing a clear, pleasant sound. There's no such thing as playing dumb to catch the wise. Many things may seem different on the surface, but the underlying principles are all interconnected. Once you grasp the underlying patterns, it's not as difficult as imagined. To put it plainly, it's just that simple. He said with a smile, his tone light, as if the challenges others saw as daunting were mere trifles to him. Luo Dapeng and Li Yud exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. They understood that while Li Chenxi made it sound effortless, the intricacies involved were far from easy to grasp. His words did carry a hint of Versailles arrogance. Still, they didn't dwell on it. After all, they were genuinely happy for their friend who possessed such talent. So the 3 continued to clink glasses, savoring this rare moment of togetherness as laughter and cheer filled the room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The room was filled with the faint scent of alcohol. Luo Dapeng's cheeks were slightly flushed, and his eyes were a bit hazy. He stood up, his steps slightly unsteady, stretched lazily, and said, I'll sleep in the front courtyard house tonight. I won't go to Chenxi to keep Daikyu company. Before leaving, he carefully picked up the 2 empty bottles from the table, handling them as if they were priceless treasures. Muttering to himself, he said, I'd better take these bottles with me. Who knows when they might come in handy. After bidding farewell to Luo Dapeng, Li Yud walked home alone. Moonlight, like water, gently lapped at his body, stretching his shadow long and thin. A gentle breeze caressed his face along the way, bringing a touch of coolness that cleared his slightly foggy mind. Pushing open the door, the light from inside spilled through the window into the courtyard. Li Yud stepped inside to find his parents still awake. His father sat in a chair, a book in hand. Noticing his son's return, he looked up, his gaze lingering on the faint flush on Li Yud's cheeks. Had a drink? He asked casually, his voice deep and gentle, tinged with concern. Li Yud nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yeah, had a few drinks with Chenxi and Dapeng. Chenxi got his hands on 2 bottles of foreign liquor from somewhere. The taste was pretty unique. His eyes flashed with a hint of novelty at the mention of Western liquor. Hearing this, Li's father couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He had lived most of his life in this world, yet he had never tasted the flavor of foreign liquor. Now, his son, still so young, could savor such a rare treat with his friends, a sign of a rather carefree life. He couldn't help but sigh sometimes. The choices one makes in life truly matter more than sheer effort.
His son had chosen to befriend Chenxi. Though he didn't hold a traditional, formal job, his life was full of flavor and richness, and the family had benefited greatly from it. Looking back, the family had endured hardship. Coarse grains were often scarce, leaving them frequently hungry. But now, life has undergone a complete transformation. They could eat refined grains every day and savor fragrant meat once a week. The most obvious change was in Li Yud's two younger sisters. Their once frail faces had become plump and round, radiating health and vitality. Li Yud's mother emerged from the inner room, her face lighting up with a smile at her son's words. "That's right. You earn more than your father now. Even if you only hand over half for household expenses, it's a huge sum for our family. Our lives are getting better and better." She walked over to her husband, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Li's father patted his son on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Chenxi is a man of great ability. You must follow him closely and learn as much as you can from him." His eyes brimmed with expectation, hoping his son would build a brighter future under Chenxi's influence. Li Yud's mother chimed in, "Your father and I just discussed it. We plan to find you a match. You're not a child anymore, it's time to settle down." She looked at her son, her eyes brimming with a mother's concern and hope. Li Yud immediately interrupted his mother, "Mother, there's no rush with this. I still want to focus on building my career." His tone carried a hint of urgency, suggesting he wasn't quite ready to discuss marriage. Li's mother glared at her son in faint anger, "How can you not be in a hurry? Today, Aunt Liang from next door told me she has a niece around your age. She even gave me a photo of the girl. Why don't you take a look?" She pulled a slightly yellowed photograph from her pocket and handed it to Li Yud. In those days, taking photos wasn't as convenient as it is now, and there were certainly no fancy beauty filters or effects. The people in the photo were captured in their most authentic form. Li Yud took the photo and examined it carefully under the light. She looked somewhat familiar. As he looked closer, his eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't this my classmate, Yu Tsaixia?" His voice carried a hint of delight and a touch of surprise. Li's mother paused, a look of surprise crossing her face. "You know her? What a coincidence." She had been worried her son might resist this match, but now it turned out they were classmates. "I know her. She's even a friend of Chenxi's." Li Yud nodded, recalling Yi Tsaixa's appearance from their school days. Back then, she always wore two jet black braids, had a quiet personality, and spoke softly, giving off a gentle, water-like impression. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li immediately pressed for more details. "So what's she like? What's her family situation?" Although Aunt Liang had arranged the match, she hadn't yet had time to elaborate on the girl's family background. Since she was her son's classmate, Mrs. Li figured her son must know something about her far more reliable than hearing it secondhand. Li Yud furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, and then answered slowly, "She's a very nice person. Even back in school, she was kind and sensible. But she has a large family, 5 younger sisters and 1 younger brother." As he spoke, he recalled moments spent with Yi Tsaixia, and his impression of her was indeed favorable. If he were to seriously consider dating someone, Yi Tsaixia wasn't someone he couldn't accept. Upon hearing her son's words, Mrs. Li froze in place. She silently calculated in her mind, with so many siblings, the family burden must be considerable. No wonder she was so young, had a city household registration, yet was in such a hurry to marry. It seemed there was indeed something hidden behind this. At this thought, Mrs. Li fell silent. For the moment, she dared not readily allow her son to pursue a relationship with this girl. After all, even if the girl wasn't the type to constantly rely on her family for support, how could her son stand by and do nothing when her family faced hardship? The Li family had only recently begun to enjoy a few days of good fortune. They couldn't afford too many upheavals. Father Li had been listening quietly to the mother and son's conversation. Seeing that his son had feelings for Yi Tsaixia and wasn't opposed to seeing her, even hinting at a sense of anticipation, he spoke up, "Son, following Chenxi will surely lead to a bright future. When choosing a daughter-in-law, we needn't necessarily pick someone from a wealthy family. What matters most is that she comes from a family with good values, not the kind that causes trouble." His tone was steady and resolute. In his view, family harmony and reasonable in-laws mattered more than anything else. Li's mother studied her son's expression. As a mother, how could she not understand his thoughts? She sighed softly and replied slowly, "All right. I'll go to Aunt Liang's tomorrow and thoroughly inquire about their family's character." She knew full well that character and personality were crucial factors in a marriage. Take the cook on their street, for instance. He married a pretty young woman. Though called a marriage, it was more like becoming a son-in-law by marriage, as he had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his wife's entire extended family. The bride's family included a blind elderly mother, 2 younger sisters, and 2 younger brothers. The cook worked diligently and endured hardships to support this large family, raising his brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. But who could have imagined that the entire family turned out to be ungrateful ingrates? Not only did his wife despise him, but she secretly carried on with her childhood sweetheart behind his back. Even the blind mother helped conceal their affair. His brothers and sisters-in-law even colluded with outsiders to bully him. When the affair was exposed, the cook's wife and her lover were paraded through the streets, causing a huge scandal that shook the entire town.
The incident caused quite a stir at the time, making people on the street more cautious when finding partners for their children. Women who were solely focused on their own families were absolutely forbidden to marry into the household. In a few more years, I'll retire, Lee's father said again. Then I'll hand over the job to you. He felt that although his son's current work was profitable, it seemed unstable and not as reliable as a formal job. Lee shook his head, a confident smile on his face. Father, you needn't worry about me. Chenxi said that if I ever want to change jobs, they'll arrange something else for me, most likely as a procurement officer. His tone brimmed with anticipation for the future, as if he could already see himself in the role of a procurement officer. Hearing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Lee stared in astonishment. They knew Chenxi was capable, but never imagined he could actually arrange jobs for others, especially an enviable position like purchasing agent.
Chenxi can actually arrange a job for you?
Mrs. Lee's voice rose involuntarily, her face etched with disbelief.
In her mind, a procurement officer was a coveted position that most people couldn't even dream of.
Lee nodded with a smile, his eyes sparkling.
Chenxi is about to be promoted to section chief.
In a few more years, he might even become a section chief or higher. By then, arranging a position for him won't be a difficult task at all.
He had complete faith in Lee Chenxi, convinced his friend possessed the capability.
Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lee exchanged a glance. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. They never imagined Chenxi's career would advance so rapidly. Mr. Lee shook his head and remarked with emotion, I haven't heard anything about this at the factory, but since Chenxi says so, he must be certain. He marveled inwardly. This kid, Lee Chenxi, was no ordinary talent.
How long had Lee Chenxi even been on the job? Barely over a month.
Yet in that short time, he'd leaped 3 or 4 ranks in seniority and received multiple commendations and awards.
Now, he was about to be promoted to section chief.
Don't underestimate this section chief position. It comes with managing a team of over a dozen people. But when he thought about the outstanding contributions Lee Chenxi had made to the steel plant, Father Lee felt at ease. With his abilities and achievements, becoming a section chief seemed only natural.
Chapter 168, Midlife Crisis.
With this, their son's career worries were finally put to rest. Old Lee's current job offered stable income, and as a dual-income household, their livelihood felt more secure. Not only could Old Lee keep this job indefinitely, but he could even pass it down to his grandson someday. Lee Chenxi realized he had grown accustomed to sleeping in the countryside. Returning to the courtyard house, he found himself unable to sleep as soundly. Of course, this was partly because the bed at his rural home was more comfortable. In the city, he dared not indulge in too much comfort, but back in Lijiazhuang, it was different. That was his turf. He could do as he pleased. Today, Lee Village was run with such precision and efficiency that it felt as solid as a rock, exactly the outcome he had envisioned.
Waking up early the next morning, Lee Chenxi first spent 2 yuan on a 1 yuan purchase.
Today's refreshed discount items caught his eye: 100 jin of glutinous rice and 100 lobsters.
Wow, even lobsters were on offer.
He examined them closely. Each lobster weighed a full 5 jin, totaling 500 jin for just 1 yuan. What a steal!
The glutinous rice could be used to make zongzi.
Come to think of it, Lee Chenxi hadn't had zongzi in quite some time and actually missed them.
When it comes to zongzi, savory ones are definitely the best.
The debate over sweet versus savory zongzi has always raged on. Northerners tend to favor sweet ones, while Southerners prefer savory ones. Even in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, regions known for their sweet tooth, savory zongzi are more common, often filled with ingredients like fresh pork, salted egg yolks, shiitake mushrooms, or dried shrimp. Ironically, Northerners with their preference for bold flavors tend to add sweet ingredients like honey dates, or red bean paste to their glutinous rice dumplings. After breakfast, Lee Chenxi headed to the steel mill as usual. Today was the day the steel mill would officially announce his promotion to section chief, an arrangement he had already discussed with section chief Wang. Workers were busy at their tasks when suddenly, the factory's public address system came to life. The announcer publicly declared the personnel changes for Wang Weiman and Lee Chenxi twice. Wang Weiman was promoted from section chief to department head, while Lee Chenxi was appointed section chief of the 5th section in the 4th department. The workers listened in astonishment. Now, Lee Chenxi had become thoroughly famous throughout the steel mill. No one resented his promotion to section chief. Everyone felt it was well deserved. After all, he had made such significant contributions to the factory. Becoming a section chief was only natural. If it had been any of them, they might have even thought the factory was being a bit stingy.
Congratulations, section chief. Treat us to a meal.
The members of the 5th unit of the 4th procurement section congratulated Lee Chenxi, hoping to score a free lunch.
Lee Chenxi was quite generous. No problem.
Where should we go? You guys pick.
Hearing this, some took immediate advantage, tentatively suggesting, how about Donglishan? Lee Chenxi readily agreed, sounds good. Let's go after work today.
His team members erupted in cheers at the mention of Donglishan. Donglishan, that was a place they could only afford to visit a few times a year.
Some hadn't even set foot there this year. Just thinking about the tender, juicy lamb slices made their mouths water. After extorting Lee Chenxi, they planned to extort the former section chief next. After all, Section Chief Wang had been promoted to department head. How could he not treat everyone to a celebratory meal?
By noon, Chenxi led the group in a grand procession to Donlishan.
As usual, they ordered the lamb hot pot. To be honest, eating hot pot on such a sweltering day was a bit much for Chenxi. He was drenched in sweat by the end. It was nothing like the restaurants of later generations, where air conditioning was standard. But since everyone enjoyed it, Chenxi went along with their wishes. Treating them to a meal was only proper after all. To lead a team well, one must win hearts and minds. From now on, Section 5 of Procurement Division 4 would be his foundation within the steel mill. Chenxi calculated inwardly that being a low-level official was just fine, no need to climb too high. After all, the winds of change would blow in 4 years. The higher one's position, the easier it was to become a target for criticism. Today wasn't enough. When it gets colder, I'll treat everyone to hot pot at my place. We'll bring back a whole lamb and really enjoy it, Chenxi told the group. At Donlishan today, the lamb supply had also been an issue. With over 10 people in their group, they only got 6 pounds of lamb served, and there was no way to get more. And the waitstaff's attitude was still so arrogant, which was really annoying. Still, no one doubted Chenxi's promise. After all, if he could procure several wild boars, getting a whole lamb surely wouldn't be too difficult, right? As members of the same faction, who didn't know that the wild boar Li Dazhong had procured for the factory just a couple days ago had originally been Chenxi's? Word had it that Chenxi was handling all the village's game and agricultural product procurement. Most of the shareholders were both hopeful and excited, and one by one, they started buttering him up. What's wrong? Not happy, someone asked, patting a colleague on the shoulder. Mainly because he looked so gloomy. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Who wouldn't be happy about getting to eat mutton? Though he said this, his face was etched with helplessness and sorrow. Chenxi seemed to catch on to something and turned to ask him, Olju, did you fail to complete this month's procurement quota? Anyone else who didn't meet their target, raise your hand. Olju, the oldest in their 5th division at nearly 40, answered with a bitter smile, going out to procure goods is getting harder and harder these days. It wasn't for lack of effort. Just days ago, he'd even ventured all the way to Tianjin, only to return with a meager haul of dried fish. This month's procurement quota was almost certainly out of reach. The problem was, he hadn't met last month's quota either and had already been reprimanded. Hearing Chenxi's inquiry, 3 people cautiously raised their hands, their hearts pounding with anxiety, fearing this newly appointed section chief would immediately berate them. Chenxi scanned the room and noticed the raised hands belonged to middle-aged men. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Is this a midlife crisis? Chenxi remarked half-jokingly. Midlife crisis? What does that mean? Someone asked in confusion, as the term was entirely new to them. Chenxi briefly explained the concept of a midlife crisis: the physiological, behavioral, and psychological discomforts and imbalances people experience upon entering middle age. Especially when their status within family and society is challenged, they become more prone to anxiety, tension, and other emotions. But after explaining it, he himself felt the term seemed somewhat inappropriate in this context. Yet, sure enough, someone's eyes darted away upon hearing it. Chenxi was taken aback. Huh? No way. Someone else noticed the anomaly and asked curiously, Uncle Lu, you used to be our top salesperson. Why is your purchase volume so low this month? Lu Cheng had once been the star of the procurement department, so his performance this month was indeed surprising. Lu Cheng gave a wry smile and explained, my son got married. I was thinking of stepping down and handing over my position to my eldest son. But he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. After all, he was just entering middle-age prime working years. Who would willingly retire now? But if he didn't step down, his son would be left without a job, a real dilemma. It was precisely this conflicted state of mind that left him with no heart for business development this month, resulting in a significant drop in procurement volume. His situation bore a striking resemblance to the midlife crisis Chenxi had mentioned earlier. So when he heard Chenxi speak that way, he felt a bit uneasy. Noticing his unease, Chenxi quickly reassured him, don't worry about the procurement targets for now. Just let Dazhong know about the shortfall, and he'll figure something out for you. Chapter 169, Teaching the Song. Going forward, I may not be able to oversee other sections or divisions, but within my jurisdiction of Division 5, I hope everyone will strive to support one another, Chenxi declared solemnly. He was determined to unite Section 5 into a cohesive whole. At these words, the members of Section 5 nodded in agreement. They knew full well that encountering difficulties at work was inevitable. If they could count on their colleagues for help when needed, that would be ideal. Section Chief, rest assured. Yu Xiaoguang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They understood that with Chenxi's words, this month's procurement tasks would finally be in good hands. Only now did they truly feel convinced by Chenxi's leadership. Having a section chief who cared for his subordinates and excelled at uniting colleagues was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for them. Turning to Lu Cheng, Chenxi continued, Uncle Lu, you should think twice about handing your position over to your son. This arrangement actually puts him at a disadvantage. While he'll occupy the same workstation, his seniority level will reset to 0. Lu Cheng understood the implications of this decision all too well. But unfortunately, his daughter-in-law was currently at odds with their son, insisting that without a job, their future livelihood was in jeopardy. When she married into the Lu family, they had solemnly guaranteed that a job would be arranged for him soon. Yet several months had passed since the marriage, and there was still no sign of a job. How could his daughter-in-law not harbor resentment? Yu Xiaoguan, also middle-aged, immediately understood Lu Cheng's predicament. He asked with concern, "Your daughter-in-law is sulking, isn't she?" Lu Cheng gave a helpless, bitter laugh. "You bet. But you can't blame her entirely. Before the wedding, we agreed my eldest would start working soon. There was an opening at the brewery, and I thought paying a little to smooth things over wouldn't be hard. But someone else snatched it right out from under us." Chenxi nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. "But that doesn't mean you have to rush to give the position to your son. You're still in your prime. Our factory is about to start producing rice cookers, so there will definitely be another round of hiring. When that time comes, paying a little to secure a spot shouldn't be too difficult." Although he held a procurement position at the research institute, he certainly couldn't just hand it over to anyone, not even to a colleague in the same section. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up at this. He quickly pressed, "Section chief, do you have connections?" Not just Lu Cheng, everyone else perked up their ears. After all, who didn't need a job? Only Li Dazhong remained relatively calm. His eldest sister had already been placed in a noodle factory by Uncle 16. His mother lived in the village and had no immediate plans to work. His second brother was still young and in school. So his family didn't have an urgent need for work right now. "I'll look into it for you." Li Chenxi agreed readily. Lu Cheng and the others immediately thanked him profusely. If they could find good news, the rest would fall into place. Sometimes, money isn't everything. Those positions bought with money were often already pre-arranged. You needed connections and had to ensure the money reached the right hands, those willing to sell the positions without fail. As the group returned to the steel mill and prepared to disperse, they happened upon Section Chief Wang Weiman. "Going to Donlishun for dinner and not inviting me?" Section Chief Wang said with feigned reproach. Li Chenxi responded with a smile, "Section Chief, we're all waiting for your promotion banquet." He knew full well that these section members had all previously worked under Section Chief Wang, and everyone was eager to attend his promotion banquet. So he simply brought it up directly. Section Chief Wang was momentarily speechless. "You didn't invite me to your meal, yet now you're thinking about mine." Still, a promotion was indeed a major life event, and hosting a celebratory meal was only fitting. "Alright, in a couple of days. Same as always, come to my place. This time, just show up empty-handed." "No need to bring anything," Section Chief Wang said generously. Lu Cheng and the others naturally responded with another round of flattery. When Li Chenxi returned to the courtyard house, Auntie and the others swarmed around him, eagerly asking about the progress of his new song. "Chenxi, how's that song coming along?" They weren't rushing him, it was simply that time was tight, and there wasn't much left for rehearsals. Li Chenxi replied, "I'll teach them to sing it once the kids get home from school." He planned to teach it a cappella after all. He knew nothing about composing, and finding someone to help would be too much trouble. He was certain that once the song was released, someone would surely compose a beautiful melody for it. Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard immediately understood the song was already composed, and relieved smiles spread across their faces. They knew Li Chenxi never made empty promises. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Look at other people's children. Those with talent excel at everything they do. Those without ability truly accomplish nothing. By evening, the children studying away from home returned from school. The adults gathered them together and led them to the central courtyard. The central courtyard was spacious, situated at the heart of the quadrangle, making it the perfect place for singing practice without worrying about being overheard. A dozen children stood neatly in 2 rows, with the shorter ones placed in front. Parents formed a circle around them, watching with keen interest. One auntie even took the trouble to close the front gate, fearful that outsiders might wander in and eavesdrop on their carefully prepared rehearsal. Li Chenxi didn't start teaching the song right away. Instead, he first explained the rules to the children. The song we're about to learn must only be sung within the courtyard. It cannot be sung outside for now. Is that clear to everyone? Li Chenxi instructed earnestly. The children chattered in unison, promising they would obey. After all, only Uncle Chenxi and Uncle Dapang regularly brought them treats. "Chenxi, you can rest assured. We've already reminded the children ourselves," a parent chimed in from the sidelines. "Good. Now let's start learning the song. I'll sing a line, and you all repeat it. We'll aim to master it tonight. Over the next few days, after school, you must come here and sing it 10 or 8 times each day. Practice diligently every single day, okay?" Li Chenxi didn't have time to teach singing here every day. He had to return to the village tomorrow. Once everyone had quieted down, Li Chenxi began teaching the song. "We are the successors of communism." The opening lines delivered a powerful, heart-stirring impact. Parents like Uncle 1, Uncle 2, and Uncle 3 lit up the moment they heard it. The lyrics were truly well written. Regardless of how well it was sung, the lyrics alone were enough to win over the leaders. The children joined in loudly, "We are the successors of communism." Chenxi continued, carrying forward the glorious traditions of our revolutionary forebears. Grandpa 1 and the others felt another jolt in their hearts. Had they not feared disrupting Chenxi's teaching, they would have burst into applause themselves. Suddenly, they felt filled with anticipation for this performance. Who knows? Maybe their courtyard could actually represent the neighborhood in the district's cultural performance, making an appearance in the capital city itself. The children sang along, "Carry forward the glorious traditions of our revolutionary forebears." Chenxi continued leading the chorus, "Love our motherland, love our people." The entire song was filled with patriotic lyrics, perfectly suited for the people of this era to listen to. Everyone loved songs like this. Chenxi led the children through a complete rendition, and by the time they finished, enthusiastic applause had already broken out around them, with one elderly gentleman leading the clapping. He believed that with this song, their courtyard's performance representing the neighborhood was a sure thing. If they still couldn't go, he'd start wondering if there was some kind of underhanded deal at play. "Chenxi, you're the real deal. This song is fantastic. What a steal for these kids. Listen up, everyone. Until the performance, this song is only to be sung within our courtyard. Got it?"